Hashtag chapter 1. Boom. Damn. Is this an earthquake? In a simple rural house, Aiden lying on a wooden bed abruptly sat up and rushed toward the door. However, he immediately stopped his attempt to flee when he realized there was no tremor following that loud boom. Hell, I forgot this isn't Earth anymore. How could there be an earthquake here? The Aiden's name is Wyatt. Originally from Earth, he was a fresh college graduate. An orphan since childhood, Wyatt had harbored unspoken affection for Doreen since graduation. Rejected by her during the ceremony, he left school in a foul mood. On that unfortunate day, Wyatt encountered a robbery right after leaving school. As an exemplary student, he naturally couldn't stand by and did his best to chase the thief. Unfortunately, with no weapon and limited skills, Wyatt was easily overpowered by the criminal. The outcome was predictable, a life lost instantly. However, fate seemed to play another trick on him. Instead of permanent death, his soul was transported to another world, taking over the body of another youth who had just died. That youth was also named Wyatt. He too was an orphan who had grown up with the help of neighbors, but met an untimely end during a hunting trip by falling into a crevice. This allowed Wyatt to reincarnate within this new world. With immense effort, Wyatt climbed out of the crevice and returned to the village called Lagaga. Initially, he expected some kind of system or mystical artifacts as seen in stories, but none came to fruition even after a year. Devoid of such advantages, Wyatt played it safe, staying within the village to avoid danger. Realizing it wasn't an earthquake, Wyatt lit the only oil lamp at home and cautiously stepped out of his room. In the living room, he saw a large hole in the ceiling and a new figure, likely a woman, standing there. Does heaven pity me and send me a wife? Wyatt cautiously approached the figure to investigate, only for the woman to suddenly rise and grab him. In that moment, Wyatt, who had never been kissed in both lives, lost his first kiss. Miss, we should at least build some rapport first. This is quite challenging. Barely catching his breath, Wyatt felt the woman begin tugging at his clothes. Startled, he wondered if women in this world were this open. He wished he could at least see what she looked like. Although her silhouette suggested she was a beauty, he dreaded the possibility of a hidden trap. Tragically, despite being a fully grown man, Wyatt found himself weaker than the woman and ended up forcibly intimate in an uncomfortable position. Morning arrived, dispersing the darkness. Wyatt dragged his sore body out of bed, a bitter smile playing on his lips. 7 times. Last night, he was forced 7 times until dawn, unable to stand steadily without support from the wall. If not for a glance at the woman before she left, he might have considered dying again. Who would have thought such a cold woman could be so passionate? Well, I'll forgive you since you're beautiful. But next time, I must be on top. Ding. Congratulations, host Wyatt, achieving 7 encounters in one night. You've met the conditions for system activation. Would you like to bind the ultimate check-in system? A robotic voice echoed in Wyatt's mind, stunning him. System, you finally came. Do you know how much I've missed you? Recuperating, Wyatt spoke excitedly, relieved that his long-awaited system had finally appeared. Rest assured, host. The system may arrive late, but never absent. Would you like to bind this system? If no response in 30 seconds, it will seek another host. Bind. Only a fool would reject a system. System binding in progress. System bound successfully. Congratulations, host. You've received a beginner's package. Wyatt's urgent request resulted in immediate success. System, open the beginner's package. Beginner's package opened successfully. Congratulations on obtaining Invincible cultivation and golden kidneys. Yay. Despite only 2 rewards, hearing about Invincible cultivation made Wyatt ecstatic, though standing was still a challenge. Would you like to assimilate the Invincible cultivation and golden kidneys? Assimilate. A powerful surge of energy flooded Wyatt's body, permeating every inch of skin. A blissful sensation. Wyatt moaned softly until the energy fully integrated half an hour later. No more aching waist or stiff legs. This is Invincible cultivation? Wyatt clenched his fists, feeling newfound strength. He believed he could now take down a tiger with one punch. System, tell me about the cultivation stages in this world. Is my Invincible cultivation the strongest? Which stage does it correspond to? Reply. Invincible cultivation has no specific stage. No matter the enemy, the host remains undefeated. As for cultivation stages, are they relevant since you're already invincible? You're right. The system truly knows best. Thank you, host. I'm merely second best in the universe. Second best? Then who's the best? Of course, the host is the greatest. Ha ha ha. Hashtag chapter 2. Leaving Lagakan village. Jesse, you wait for me. When I find you, I'll let you taste the power of my golden twin kidneys. Burke laughed out loud after hearing the system's words. He never thought the system could be so cute, actually flattering him. The woman Burke mentioned, Jessie, was the one who had forced herself upon him last night and left only her name this morning. System, introduce your functions. Host, this system has only one function, daily check-in, which can be divided into daily, monthly, and yearly check-ins. Daily check-in means you can check in once a day, with rewards being random. Monthly check-in triggers a critical hit reward on the last day if you've checked in continuously for a month. Yearly check-in works similarly but offers a wider variety of rewards instead of just one type. So, can I start checking in today? Of course, host, do you want to check in? Check in. Congratulations, host. You successfully checked in for the first day and received the Primordial Chaos Ancient God Technique. The term xuanhuan gu sunfa is better translated as Primordial Chaos Ancient God Technique to ensure it reads naturally in English while accurately conveying the meaning. System, you know me too well. Knowing I don't have any cultivation techniques, you brought me one. Please keep up the good work. Burke knew from the name alone that this must be an extraordinary technique. Though he now had supreme cultivation, without a technique, he wouldn't know how to utilize it. Now, not only did he have supreme cultivation, but also an extraordinary technique. If he could get a divine weapon, everything would be perfect. He then took out the reward from the system space, which came with the system once bound, and was an infinite space that could even hold living beings. Burke pulled out the Primordial Chaos Ancient God Technique, a book bound with green thread. As he gently opened it, the entire technique transformed into a stream of light and flew into his mind. Half an hour later, after absorbing all the information, Burke reached the perfected realm effortlessly. The next morning, Burke stretched lazily in bed. Since arriving in this world, last night was the most peaceful he'd slept in a long time. With supreme cultivation, he no longer worried about his safety, allowing him to sleep soundly. System, I want to check in. Naturally, the first thing after waking was the daily check-in. So, Burke immediately instructed the system to check in. Daily check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you've received the soul-devouring spear. With a thought, a pitch-black spear appeared in Burke's hand. The spear was adorned with dragons and phoenixes, and a strange red mist swirled around its body. At the end of the spear were the words, Soul-Devouring Spear, engraved. Great weapon. Even if Burke didn't know the level of the soul-devouring spear, its appearance clearly showed it wasn't anything ordinary. System, what level is this soul-devouring spear? Reply, host, the soul-devouring spear doesn't have a set level. It depends entirely on the owner's cultivation. The stronger the owner, the stronger the spear. Ha ha ha. I, Burke, am invincible. Do as you please. At this moment, Burke burst into laughter. With supreme cultivation, a powerful technique, and a formidable weapon, he truly felt invincible. Jesse, are you ready? I'm coming for you. After laughing, Burke closed the door of the house where he had spent a year in fear and apprehension. In an instant, he appeared in the air and headed in a chosen direction. He was determined to find Jessie and make her take responsibility for him. No way could he just leave after a meal. That was 23 years of virtue he had preserved. Though Burke had been confined to Loggaken village for a year, through discreet inquiries, he learned that this world was called the True Spirit Realm. True Spirit Realm was a chaotic world filled with humans, cultivators, magic beasts, and other strange creatures. Powerful cultivators could fly and traverse the earth at will, while powerful magic beasts could transform into humans, and some spirit herbs could even become human after reaching a certain age. In short, the True Spirit Realm was a chaotic place where strength reigned supreme. There was no law or order here. Only the strongest ruled. The Seven-Star Sect was located 100 miles outside the southern desolate forest in the southern part of the True Spirit Realm, making it a relatively significant sect in that region. On a towering peak of the Seven-Star Sect stood a grand palace, the main peak of the Seven-Star Peak, home to the sect's main hall. Boom. Suddenly, a dull sound echoed in front of the grand palace, stirring up a storm that lifted the dust from the ground. Who dares cause a commotion in our Seven-Star Sect? Following the sound, several figures emerged from the palace. The leader of the group looked angrily at the dusty courtyard. This man was none other than the sect master, Finley. Accompanying him were 3 Amens who had been discussing matters inside and rushed out when they heard the noise. As the dust settled, a Aiden stood before them, around 21 or 2, with sharp eyebrows and a handsome face, looking graceful and poised. This Aiden was none other than Burke, who had come from Loggaken village to find his wife. However, since it was his first flight, he couldn't quite control his speed and experienced a slight mishap during landing. This gentleman is the unbeatably handsome Burke. I've come here to ask if you might know where my wife is. Burke brushed off the dust from his clothes, approached Finley and the others, and stated his purpose. Boy, do you know what place this is? Chasing a wife here? Are you mad? Hearing that Burke had come to the Seven-Star Sect to chase his wife, one of the Amens standing beside Finley sneered at him sarcastically. Although they didn't understand what Burke meant by wife, this was their sect's main peak, not a place anyone could enter casually. They detected no spiritual energy from Burke. He was just an ordinary person. An ordinary person seeking a wife in the Seven-Star Sect. They couldn't possibly have a pleasant reaction. Boy, how did an ordinary person like you appear here? Speak quickly. They then snapped back to reality, questioning how an ordinary person like Burke managed to get here, especially since they hadn't received any reports from their disciples. Although the Seven-Star Sect wasn't a famous sect, it certainly wasn't somewhere an ordinary person could enter freely. I initially planned to interact with you as an ordinary person, but it seems you don't appreciate it. ####Chapter 3. Wyatt seeks his wife. If that's the case, then I'll take on a more domineering stance. Wyatt said coldly as he observed the expressions of those before him. Slowly, his figure ascended into the air, looking down at them with a chilling gaze while the Seven-Star Sect Vancestor and the 3 Amens watched in horror. You're an air control realm cultivator. Seeing Wyatt hovering above them, Hewitt almost collapsed to the ground. He could hardly believe that Wyatt was an air control realm cultivator, let alone one so young, only around 18 or 19. Did he start cultivating from the womb? Hewitt, as the Vancestor of the Seven-Star Sect, had spent over 500 years cultivating and had only recently broken through to the adamantine body realm. The true spirit world's cultivation realms were divided into 12 stages: body tempering, chi absorption, innate, adamantine body, spiritual sea, true spirit, air control, imperial apex, tai, sage, great sage, and emperor. Each realm further subdivided into 9 levels, each level vastly different from the next. Even within the same realm, one level difference meant a vast disparity. In the true spirit world, it was rare for someone to fight beyond their rank unless they were a 1 in a million cultivation genius. Spare me, great lord. I mean no harm to you, lord. I merely wanted to find out about your background. Please spare me for the sake of my family. Terrified, Hewitt dropped to his knees and begged for mercy. This man was an air control realm powerhouse. Damn. Do all cultivators here have no backbone? They kneel even before I make a move. Even the villagers from Lalaga village are braver than this. Wyatt couldn't help but feel bemused by Hewitt's actions. He hadn't expected these supposed cultivators to cower in fear without any provocation. What Wyatt didn't realize was how much reverence cultivators held for those stronger than them. Strength reigned supreme in the cultivation world. If someone of a lower realm disrespected someone higher, they deserved death, period. Hewitt was merely at the second level of the adamantine body realm, 3 major realms below the air control realm. It was natural for him to be terrified. If you want me not to kill you, that's possible. Just tell me how much you're willing to pay. Wyatt landed before them, adopting a thug-like tone. He had no intention of killing them. He simply wanted to scare them a bit. These people had ruined his mood, so they should at least pay some form of compensation for his mental anguish. Besides, they wasted time he could have spent searching for his wife. My lord, please accept this humble offering, Hewitt said, hurriedly removing his storage ring and handing it over to Wyatt. His heart bled at parting with the ring containing his life's collection, but keeping his life was far more important. Resources could always be regained if lost, but losing one's life meant losing everything. Similarly, the 3 Amons handed over their storage rings to Wyatt. You know better now. I'll spare you this time, but there will be consequences if you cross me again. Never, never again, Lord. Humph. Count on it. With a cold snort, Wyatt disappeared into the distance, vanishing from their sight. Phew. Relieved, Hewitt sat down and breathed a heavy sigh. They had nearly crossed into the gates of death. Vancestor, we're just on the outskirts of the Empire. How could an air control realm cultivator appear here? Our entire empire has only a few such powerful individuals. Who do you think I should ask? Hewitt gave a disdainful glance to the Amon who asked, knowing full well they were mere pawns compared to such figures. Let's go. Hewitt headed back to the palace, followed by the 3 Amons. Just as they neared the palace, another figure appeared before them. Lord, why are you back? It was Wyatt, returning after forgetting to inquire about his wife earlier. She is called Michaela. Have you seen her, or know of her? Ignoring their fear, Wyatt waved his hand, using spirit energy to project an image of Michaela. We have neither seen nor heard of her, Lord. After examining the projection, Hewitt shook his head. Never heard of her? Wyatt muttered to himself before disappearing once more. Since they knew nothing, he would need to search elsewhere. He wouldn't rest until he found Michaela and made her experience his 108 ways of pleasure. Thus began Wyatt's journey to find his wife. Unbeknownst to him, the person he sought was not even from this world. Immortal Spirit Realm. In a celestial palace within the Immortal Spirit Realm, a woman sat pensively. Had Wyatt been present, he would recognize her as Michaela, the Empress he sought. Empress, where were you the past 2 days? We searched for you for 2 whole days, fearing something had happened. Hearing the voice, Michaela snapped back to reality. She couldn't believe she, the Empress of the Immortal Spirit World, had been defiled by a mortal from the lower realms. All because of the damned Jediah Empress. Had he not ambushed and drugged her, she wouldn't have ended up falling into the lower realms due to the drug's effects. I'm fine. It was just an unexpected incident. Send the order. My Justinian Palace will wage total war against the Jediah Sanctuary. We won't stop until every last soldier falls. Yes, Empress. Despite their confusion, the subordinates obeyed. The Empress's word was law in Justinian Palace. As the messenger left, Michaela fell back into thought. Initially, she planned to kill the mortal when she left, but for some reason, she left him alive, giving him her name. Mortal, wait for me. Once I've killed Jediah Empress, I'll come back and end your life too. Chapter 4. Wyatt's Surprise Budhood. Wyatt had no idea what was happening in the Xianling realm. At that moment, he was still searching everywhere for the woman who had taken his first time. Unfortunately, this was destined to disappoint Wyatt because the person he sought wasn't even in the Xianling realm, and Wyatt knew little about the Xianling realm. He didn't know that above the Xianling realm lay another world, the Xianling realm. Time passed swiftly. 3 years had gone by since Wyatt left Lagia village, and during those 3 years, he wandered all over the Xianling realm in vain. In these 3 years, Wyatt had searched every corner of the Xianling realm, including uninhabited areas, but never found the person he sought. Disheartened, Wyatt returned to Lagia village and resumed his carefree life, drinking wine and fishing in the stream behind the village each day. Sometimes fate worked in mysterious ways. Just when one least expects it, the long-lost person might suddenly reappear. After a year of such a life in Lagia village, Michaela reappeared before Wyatt, holding a baby in her arms. Take care of my daughter. I will come back for her after I settle some matters. With those words, Michaela handed the baby to Wyatt and turned to leave, leaving him completely bewildered. Before he could react, Michaela vanished once again. Hey, wait a minute. By the time Wyatt regained his senses, Michaela was already gone. That damned woman. Through clenched teeth, Wyatt muttered. If not for the baby in his arms, he would have chased after her without hesitation. That woman said this is her daughter. Could it be from that night? So, does that make me a father now? Recalling Michaela's words, Wyatt naturally thought back to that fateful night when he had been with her 7 times. It made sense she would conceive. As for whether the baby was indeed his, Wyatt had no doubt because he could feel his own bloodline within the infant. Wyatt took 4 years for the baby to be born. Wyatt guessed it might be due to Michaela being a cultivator. In the novels he read before transmigrating, it was mentioned that higher-level cultivators often face difficulties having children. Wyatt noticed a jade pendant around the baby's neck. One side was carved with a phoenix spitting flames, while the other side bore the characters Qing Ling. Qing Ling, Stacy. That's a good name. Linger, you'll stay with your father from now on. When you grow up, your father will take you to find that heartless woman. The baby in his arms remained calm, gazing at Wyatt with round eyes, as if smiling slightly. Good Doreen, Linger. Looking at his daughter, Wyatt couldn't resist planting a gentle kiss on her cheek, making her giggle. Ding. Congratulations, host, for becoming a father. The system rewards you with a special constitution, swallowing Dao body. ***. While playing with his daughter, Wyatt heard the system notification and was instantly baffled. System, what use is this swallowing Dao body? Don't I already have an undying body? Isn't giving me this redundant? Wyatt complained aloud. On the 4th day of signing in, the system had rewarded him with an undying body, which he had successfully fused. Even without any cultivation, he was indestructible. Now, receiving another special constitution seemed pointless. Host, this reward isn't for you but for your daughter. Please don't get ahead of yourself. System, you mean this constitution can also be fused into my daughter? She's just born. Won't there be any danger? Wyatt was surprised. He had never heard that system rewards could be transferred to others. Of course. You don't need to worry. If there were any risks, the system wouldn't have offered this reward. Once the host agrees, the system can safely fuse the swallowing Dao body into your daughter without pain or risk. Then, what does this swallowing Dao body do? It's simple. It allows swallowing. Once your daughter has this constitution, she won't need to cultivate. As long as she consumes things with spirit energy, her cultivation will naturally improve. System, help my daughter fuse with the swallowing Dao body. Without hesitation, Wyatt accepted the offer. Such a beneficial constitution was a must-have for his daughter. Besides, with his vast resources from years of signing in, it was time to put them to good use. With an unlimited supply of resources, his daughter's cultivation would skyrocket. How could his daughter fall behind anyone else? Ding. The system is fusing the swallowing Dao body. Fusion successful. Asterisk asterisk. A gentle light enveloped the baby, and soon the system confirmed the successful fusion. Not bad, system. You're getting better at this. Can my daughter start consuming items with spirit energy now? Thank you for the praise. The swallowing Dao body is successfully fused. You can feed your daughter food with spirit energy. However, please be cautious as she currently has no cultivation base. Start with small amounts. As her cultivation grows, more can be given. Excessive consumption at once might cause her to fall into a deep sleep. Don't worry though. Once she absorbs the spirit energy, everything will be fine. The system carefully explained the precautions and also imparted knowledge of cultivation realms in the Zhenling realm to Wyatt. At this point, Wyatt realized how complex the realms of cultivation truly were. Understanding these details, he walked back home with his precious daughter, planning to prepare something for her to consume and boost her cultivation. Chapter 5. The Ordinary Small Courtyard. After more than an hour of busy work, Wyatt finally managed to turn some wisteria spirit rice into powdered milk. He prepared around 100 milliliters and began to feed his daughter. The wisteria spirit rice was a type of rice rewarded by the system previously. It had a good taste, so Wyatt planted some in a paddy field he opened up behind Laga Village. Laga Village didn't have many people, only fewer than 10 households with about 50 residents in total. Wyatt's home was on the eastern side of Laga Village, which meant it was located deep within. Wyatt's predecessor had been raised by the villagers' charity due to being an orphan. This made him reticent and introverted as an adult, leading the villagers to gradually reduce their interactions with him. They figured that since Wyatt had become an adult, it was his responsibility to survive. After Wyatt came through and took over his predecessor's body, because of the differences between the two worlds, he felt even less connection with those villagers. He mainly feared exposing himself as a soul from another world in a realm dominated by cultivators. Wyatt's small courtyard was very quiet, yet he lived leisurely. Especially in recent years, he would feed the koi fish in the pond or tend to the flowers and plants. When he got bored, he would take Elias out for hunting. But now, with a daughter, his life started becoming busier. Watching his daughter gulp down the milk powder, Wyatt felt a profound sense of fulfillment. Faye is such a good Doreen. Seeing her finish the milk in no time, Wyatt couldn't help but kiss her chubby cheeks again, eliciting giggles from her. He did not prepare any more milk, as although the wisteria spirit rice contained only a small amount of spiritual energy, he did not dare to let his few-month-old daughter consume too much. Before long, Desiree fell asleep in his arms. Gently placing her on his bed, Wyatt wondered what level she would reach after waking up. He was filled with anticipation. Wyatt stepped out of the room and into the courtyard, intending to prepare some necessities for his daughter. He could be casual when living alone, but he couldn't neglect his child. Elias, I'll be back soon. Watch over my daughter well, or else, I'll make you into soup when I return. Woof woof, woof. Elias barked like a human, wagging his tail cutely as if assuring Wyatt of something. Seeing this, Wyatt vanished from the courtyard. Soon after, the previously tranquil courtyard burst into activity. Elias, who was originally a black dog, transformed into a Aiden, sitting at the doorway, guarding Desiree who was sleeping inside. As Elias changed, several koi fish in the pond suddenly flew up and also transformed into young men and women. Then, all the flowers and plants that Wyatt cultivated also turned into humans, gathering at the door of Wyatt's room. Great, now that the master has a little master, he probably won't manage us as much. Finally, we can grow freely. Brother Black, can we go in and see the little master? Be gone. Little Vancestor is sleeping. What if you disturb her? I don't want to end up on the table. Brother Black, we just want to peek. We won't disturb her. Please, let us see her. Out of the way, I'm going in to see the little master. Some were polite to Elias, while others showed contempt. A woman wearing a fiery red dress spoke rudely. Old hen, who are you calling dog? My true form is a Qilin, the only ink J Qilin in the universe. Show respect or the master will punish you. Sitting at the door, Elias stood up hearing the red-clad woman's words, retorting angrily. You old hen, I'm a descendant of the phoenix, not a chicken. As they both got angry, others present shook their heads helplessly. If the master was at home, there might be peace. Otherwise, a fight was inevitable. That's enough, both of you. If we disturb the little master, none of us can bear the consequences. We'll have plenty of time to see her later. Why rush? A venerable Aemon emerged from the ancient tree in the middle of the courtyard, stepping forward seriously. Bradley. They all greeted. Since the Aemon's original form was a Bodhi tree and was the first plant Wyatt planted, with the highest cultivation level among them, everyone, be it the Ink Jade Qilin, Venus Bloodline, Heavenly Dragon Clan, or the various magical flora, respected him as Bradley. Disperse. Yes, Bradley. All returned to their original forms, except Elias, who stayed seated. Suddenly, he also reverted to a black dog, lying down at the doorstep. Just as Elias turned into a dog, Wyatt reappeared in the courtyard. He went out earlier to buy supplies for his daughter, but found none that suited him. Deciding to personally refine items for her, he checked on his sleeping and seemingly content daughter before entering the system space. First, he planned to refine a baby bottle. Taking out a life Vancero jade, a god-level mineral obtained upon binding to the system for a year, he knew its main property was purification. No matter the item, its quality improved several levels after passing through it. Even ordinary water became spiritual liquid when stored in it. If the Amons in the spirit world knew about this, they would call Wyatt extravagant for using god-level material to refine a baby bottle. ##### Chapter 6. Preparing living essentials for his daughter. Even in the immortal spirit realm, there were no divine-level materials, making it evident how precious life Vancero jade was. Yet Wyatt now held a piece as large as a wash basin. With a wave of his hand, Wyatt cut off a chunk about the size of a bowl from the life Vancero jade. He then released a pill refining furnace, which was also an extraordinary item. This was a true divine-grade refining furnace awarded by the system. The tools he commonly used, such as hoes, sickles, or even cooking pots, were all refined from this furnace. Wyatt flicked his finger, and a spiritual fire ignited beneath the refining furnace. Once the furnace reached the right temperature, he opened the lid and dropped the life Vancero jade inside. His divine sense monitored the jade closely. After it melted into a liquid, Wyatt purified it to remove impurities and shaped it according to his memory of a baby bottle from his previous life. Once the shape was formed, he inscribed various arrays onto the bottle. Though slightly complicated, his unmatched cultivation allowed him to quickly complete dozens of array formations. After finishing the inscriptions, Wyatt changed his hand seals, and a brand new baby bottle flew out of the furnace, hovering in front of him after circling once. Looks like I've gotten a bit rusty from not practicing. It's only an exceptional immortal artifact grade. I should practice more. Wyatt muttered, somewhat frustrated. If anyone else had heard this, they would have certainly ridiculed him. For goodness sake, you shouldn't be so arrogant. That's an exceptional immortal artifact. You can give it to me if you're dissatisfied. An exceptional immortal artifact was already rare in the immortal spirit realm, let alone in the true spirit realm. Yet Wyatt was giving it to his daughter as a baby bottle and still complaining about its grade. What else could this be but arrogance? In the true spirit realm, weapons were classified into mundane weapons, treasure weapons, spirit weapons, Tao weapons, sacred weapons, and finally imperial weapons. Apart from mundane weapons, the others were further divided into 4 grades: lower, middle, upper, and supreme. Above the supreme imperial weapon was the pseudo-immortal weapon. Pseudo-immortal weapons surpassed supreme imperial weapons in quality, but did not reach the level of immortal artifacts, making them the best weapons in the true spirit realm. Wyatt put away the baby bottle and considered the remaining life Vancero jade. He sliced another piece off and threw it back into the refining furnace. He suddenly thought that if his daughter wanted water when she went out to play in the future, what would she do? So he decided to refine a small water flask for her, ensuring she wouldn't get thirsty wherever she went. Once he started refining, Wyatt couldn't stop. After crafting a genuine divine-grade water flask, he continued refining clothes, bracelets, bells, and more. Anything he could think of, he refined, preparing as much as possible for his daughter. After all, it was better to be over-prepared than under-prepared. It wasn't until nightfall that Wyatt emerged from the system space. By then, Desiree had already woken up, either because she hadn't cried or because Christian had been playing with her. Seeing his daughter content, Wyatt felt relieved. He then checked on her cultivation. 3rd stage of body tempering? Wyatt smiled, surprised that drinking just about 100 milliliters of spiritual milk had boosted her to the 3rd stage of body tempering. Wyatt was quite satisfied with his daughter's progress. After all, it was her first time consuming something with spiritual energy. With proper nurturing, he believed he could quickly elevate her cultivation. Christian, go catch some game from the mountain. Tonight, I'll reward you with meat, Wyatt said cheerfully to Christian, who wagged his tail. Since Christian had played with his daughter, Wyatt naturally intended to reward him. Previously, Christian often snuck into the mountains to eat demonic beasts, returning covered in blood. Wyatt had scolded him severely and set rules prohibiting him from entering the mountains without permission. These animals were provided by the system, and while Wyatt knew their backgrounds, he feared they might scare the villagers, so he didn't allow them to revert to their true forms. Since Christian was a black jade Kirin resembling a celestial winged tiger, under Wyatt's guidance, a majestic black jade Kirin became an earth dog on Earth. Venuses turned into domestic birds, and the celestial dragon clan became koi fish in a pond, occasionally being fried by Wyatt. Woof woof woof. Hearing Wyatt's words, Christian darted out of the courtyard and raced toward the mountains. He hadn't eaten meat in a long time and planned to catch a larger demonic beast. Thunder Mountain Range was one of the most primitive and dangerous regions in the Xianxia Empire, with rumors of an imperial-grade demonic beast lurking deep within. At this moment, in a forest near the midsection of Thunder Mountain Range, 2 people hid atop a massive tree. Below, a demonic beast prowled, seemingly searching for something. The 2 women on the tree shivered in fear, not daring to make a sound, afraid of alarming the beast below. One woman was older, around 21 or 22, while the other was younger, approximately 17 or 18. The older one was Roxy, and the younger one was Jacqueline. Both were princesses, specifically the 7th and 8th princesses of the Xianxia Empire. Despite their high status, they shouldn't have been here. However, they came here to save their father. 2 months ago, the Emperor of Xianxia had suddenly fallen into a coma and remained unconscious. After diagnosis, the imperial physicians found that he had been poisoned by a highly toxic substance called soul-devouring powder. If the poison wasn't neutralized within 3 months, his soul would be consumed and he would die. The sisters discovered that only the Lingtong flower, found in the midsection of Thunder Mountain Range, could counteract the poison. Without hesitation, they ventured into the mountain range. As for why it was the sisters and not their brothers, it was because after the emperor fell into a coma, the princes were more focused on vying for the throne than finding the antidote. Perhaps they feared the dangers of Thunder Mountain range, or perhaps they wanted their father to die sooner. Regardless, none of them volunteered to enter the mountain. When Roxy and Jacqueline arrived, they encountered a 6th-grade demonic beast, equivalent to a human true spirit stage, while they were merely at Spirit C and Diamond Body stages. One was at the 8th tier of Spirit C, and the other at the 3rd tier of Diamond Body. Chapter 7. Sisters fooled by a porcupine beast. Big sister. It seems the porcupine beast has left. Watching the porcupine beast gradually move away, Jacqueline whispered softly into her imperial sister's ear. She had been terrified just moments ago. We'll wait a bit before we go down. The porcupine beast is notoriously cunning, and moreover, this isn't the central part of Thunder Mountain Range. How could a 6th-level beast appear here? So, we need to be extra cautious. Roxy also saw the beast leave, but Thunder Mountain Range was extremely dangerous, and she couldn't afford to let her guard down. Otherwise, forget about finding the spirit conduit flower to save their father. They might not even make it out of the mountain range. The two sisters waited on the tree for about the time it takes to finish a cup of tea. Seeing that the beast hadn't returned, they carefully descended from the tree, only for Roxy to suddenly feel as if something was watching her. Roxy turned around with difficulty, and she saw that the porcupine beast which had clearly left earlier had reappeared behind them. Roxy's face paled as she quickly pulled her sister Jacqueline behind her, slowly retreating backward. Big sister, what should we do? Facing the massive porcupine beast, Jacqueline couldn't stop trembling. This was a 6th-level beast, far beyond their capability to handle. If they were at the sky control realm, it would have been easier to deal with. They could have at least flown up a tree. But they hadn't reached that level yet. Moreover, even if they could climb back onto the tree now, it wouldn't help much because these large trees couldn't withstand the beast's attacks. A few collisions would snap them in half. I'll send you up the tree momentarily and lure the beast away. When I do, run as fast as you can. Big sister, what about you? Jacqueline's face turned pale. She knew what her Aemon sister's plan entailed. The result would be death at the porcupine beast's hands. The porcupine beast was already one realm above her Aemon sister, and luring it away would certainly mean no way out for her. I will find a way to escape. Once I lead the beast away, run towards the exit of the mountain range. Don't come back in and don't worry about anything else. At this moment, Roxy had abandoned the idea of finding the spirit conduit flower. Her priority now was to ensure her younger sister's safety. Big sister, follow my orders. Meanwhile, the porcupine beast on the opposite side leaned forward slightly, its hind legs scraping the ground, signs it was preparing to attack. Seizing the moment, Roxy hurled Jacqueline onto a nearby tree the instant before the beast launched its attack. Boom. The beast charged at Roxy like a bulldozer, shaking the earth beneath it as it stormed forward. Roxy barely managed to evade the beast and sprinted off in another direction, heading towards the central part of the mountain range. Her intention was to draw the beast there to give her sister a chance to escape, and perhaps find the spirit conduit flower in the process. Boom. Due to Roxy's evasion, the beast smashed into another tree, which promptly collapsed. The porcupine beast shook its head after getting up, gazing at the fleeing prey. Then it looked up at Jacqueline perched on the tree. Was it just Jacqueline's imagination, or did she see a smirk on the beast's face? In her terrified gaze, the porcupine beast lunged towards the tree where she stood. Bang! The tree swayed violently under the impact, nearly throwing Jacqueline off. Terrified, she clung tightly to the trunk. Seeing its attack fail, the massive creature slowly backed off, readying itself for another charge. Jacqueline's face turned ashen. Do I really have to die here today? Facing the charging beast again, Jacqueline gave a bitter smile. She was so young. She didn't want to die yet. Moreover, dying here meant being devoured by the beast, an outcome that filled her with dread. On the other side, Roxy realized the beast wasn't chasing her. Shocked, she stopped and hurriedly ran back, cursing the porcupine beast in her mind. Boom. When Roxy returned to the scene, she saw the porcupine beast crash into the tree where Jacqueline was hiding. Damn it. Roxy charged fearlessly at the beast. She couldn't think about her own safety. She had to save her younger sister. Clang. Her spiritual weapon bounced off the thick hide of the porcupine beast. Even her full-force attack couldn't penetrate its defenses. Bang. Before Roxy could react, the beast attacked, sending her flying over 10 meters until she crashed into a tree. She spat out blood, barely conscious, lying next to the tree, unable to even sit up. Even moving a finger caused excruciating pain. Her consciousness was fading, as if she was about to lose all awareness. Big sister. From the tree, Jacqueline burst into tears upon seeing her Aemon sister's plight. Her Aemon sister had come back to save her, giving up her own chance to escape. If the beast hadn't chased her, given enough time, her Aemon sister could have easily escaped. Ying, don't worry about me. Run out of the Thunder Mountain range. As the beast approached her step by step, and seeing her younger sister trying to save her, Roxy struggled to speak. She knew she couldn't escape now, destined to die here, but her sister still had a chance. Since she had no hope of escaping, she didn't want both of them to die. No, I have to save big sister. Fatty, die. Jacqueline sobbed, attacking the beast with her spiritual weapon. Predictably, it only produced clanging sounds against the beast's impenetrable skin. Moreover, her actions enraged the porcupine beast, prompting it to abandon its meal and charge at Jacqueline's tree again. Chapter 8. Saved by a black dog. Boom. The arrow pig beast charged, colliding instantly with the tree where Jacqueline was perched, startling Roxy awake from her near-unconscious state. Though Jacqueline did not fall off the tree, she was far from safe. The tree creaked under the force of the beast's charge. She estimated that if the beast charged 2 more times, the tree would definitely break. She quickly looked around for other trees nearby. Unfortunately, those close were smaller than her current tree, and the larger ones were too far to reach. Jumping to the smaller trees would be futile. they wouldn't withstand even one charge from the beast. Jacqueline felt utterly lost, unsure of what to do next. On the ground, the arrow pig beast, seeing its first charge ineffective, slowly retreated, as though it had all the time in the world. It seemed confident that these two Dorines were already its prey, and there was no chance of escape. Bang, bang, bang. Each time the arrow pig beast's hind legs scraped the ground, Jacqueline's heart raced faster. Boom. The beast charged again. This time, Jacqueline closed her eyes, having almost given up on fighting. In her heart, she prayed silently, wishing for a prince on a white horse to save her, whom she would marry without hesitation. But after waiting for a while with her eyes closed, she felt no impact from the beast's charge. Everything had become eerily quiet. Had her prayers been answered? Had a prince truly come to save her? Opening her eyes, she saw a scene that broke her heart. A black dog stood in front of the arrow pig beast. The sudden appearance of the black dog had stopped the beast's charge, which now stared intently at the dog. Jacqueline thought, heaven, if you can't send me a prince or even a human, why send a black dog? Am I supposed to marry a black dog? In her confusion, Jacqueline noticed something strange. How could an ordinary stray dog stop a level 6 beast? Even stranger, she felt the arrow pig beast appeared to fear the black dog. Woof woof. As Jacqueline speculated, the black dog barked twice at the arrow pig beast. To her astonishment, the beast, which had nearly killed her and her sister, suddenly lay down on the ground. Then, in a blur, the black dog reappeared beside the beast, picked it up, and disappeared before Jacqueline could comprehend what happened. She couldn't fathom how such a large beast could be carried away so easily by a black dog, or how the dog vanished so swiftly. Inging. A faint voice interrupted her thoughts. Jacqueline snapped back to reality, remembering her severely injured sister. She quickly descended from the tree and hurried to Roxy's side. Sis, how are you feeling? She asked anxiously, pulling out a healing pill and giving it to Roxy. Inging, I'm fine. Let's hurry and leave this place, said Roxy. Her condition improved slightly after taking the pill. However, her body was badly bruised from the beast's collision, and it would take months to heal properly. Sis, I'll carry you out right now. Carefully placing Roxy on her back, Jacqueline headed towards the outer edge of Thunder Mountain. She knew she needed to get them out safely to tend to her sister's injuries, fearing another encounter with beasts. Lagavulin Village. Wyatt had just fed his daughter 300 milliliters of spirit milk. He hadn't intended to give her so much, but she wasn't satisfied until he added more, eventually stopping only when she finished the full 300 milliliters. Just as he exited the room, he saw Lee carrying back a huge wild boar. Seeing the boar, about the size of a calf, Wyatt sighed, wondering if Lee had gotten too hungry, trying to eat all in one go. I meant for you to catch a mountain chicken or a wild rabbit, not bring back a boar this big. Be careful you don't overeat yourself. Woof woof. Lee replied mentally, Vancestor, please rest assured. If I overeat, it's your fault. Wyatt shook his head, instructing Lee to follow him as he carried the boar towards a small river in the back mountain to clean and prepare it, avoiding the mess inside the house. Watching Wyatt leave, Lee eagerly waited by the door, ready for barbecue once the master returned. Foodie. A voice echoed in Lee's mind. Glancing arrogantly at the immortal phoenix trapped in a cage, Lee ignored it and resumed waiting. Half an hour later, Wyatt returned after preparing the boar, placed it on a barbecue rack, and with a snap of his fingers, flames erupted. Seeing Wyatt start barbecuing, Lee ran to his doghouse, fetched a plate, and placed it next to Wyatt, waiting impatiently. Ignoring Lee, Wyatt focused on roasting the boar. When the boar was nearly done, he sprinkled his special seasoning, releasing a unique aroma that made Lee drool. After a few more minutes, the fire extinguished, and Wyatt sliced a large piece, tossing it into Lee's dish. Eat up. Woof woof. Lee, Vancestor, is that all you're giving me from such a big boar? Eat first, why the rush? This chapter captures the tension and urgency of Jacqueline's predicament, introducing an unexpected savior in the form of a black dog. The narrative then shifts to Wyatt's interaction with his dog and the humorous yet endearing relationship between them. Chapter 9. Jacqueline seeks shelter. Wyatt kicked Elias and said, then waved his hand to take out a chair and sat down. He then took out a box of chilled beer and started gnawing on a roasted wild boar leg. Galugula, galugula. Wyatt vigorously gulped down 2 swigs of the chilled beer, took another bite of the barbecue, and revealed a satisfied expression. Comfortable. Eating barbecue really needs to be paired with chilled beer. As Wyatt and Elias were enjoying their barbecue, a few miles away from Laji Village's back mountain, a nervous woman was hurrying along. On her back, she carried another person, Jacqueline, who had escaped from the Thunder Peak Mountains. Realizing she was lost, she stubbornly continued in one direction. Because it was dark, Jacqueline looked absolutely miserable at this moment. Her clothes were tattered and torn. If one did not look closely, they might have mistaken her for a beggar. Suddenly, an unprecedented aroma wafted into Jacqueline's nose. She was stunned. How could such a strong fragrance come from here? Could it be there are cultivators nearby? Jacqueline felt a surge of hope. If there were indeed cultivators nearby, she could ask for directions and possibly get some food. Jacqueline had never smelled such fragrant food before. Even her mouth was watering. With that thought in mind, she hurriedly followed the scent. Half an hour later, Jacqueline, carrying her imperial sister, appeared far from Laji Village. Shock filled her as she saw the village ahead. Wasn't the Thunder Peak Mountains known as the most mysterious and terrifying mountain range? How could there be a village here? Confusion was evident on Jacqueline's face, but quickly turned to wild joy. Since there was a village here, it meant she had left the Thunder Peak Mountains. She had finally managed to escape. Following the aroma, Jacqueline arrived at a courtyard gate. Peering inside, she saw Aiden sitting at a strange table, eating heartily. Wyatt, who was eating barbecue and drinking beer, suddenly noticed Jacqueline standing at the gate. What's going on with this woman? Is she here to beg? How pitiful to go begging so late at night, especially carrying another person on her back. Wait, both of them are cultivators. The person on her back clearly suffered severe injuries. Could they have been chased here by someone? Miss, I wonder why you are here? Wyatt's voice woke Jacqueline from her thoughts. She hastily replied, hello. My Aemon sister was injured by beasts, and I am also lost. Can we stay overnight here? Don't worry. I can pay with silver coins. To ordinary people, what cultivators call demons are merely beasts. Seeing Wyatt as just a commoner, Jacqueline spoke this way. Though she had now exited the Thunder Peak Mountains, because Roxy was seriously injured and it was nighttime, Jacqueline sought shelter at Wyatt's place. Also worried Wyatt might refuse, Jacqueline mentioned she would pay with silver coins. As the 8th princess of the Shalene Empire, she had plenty of money. If that's the case, please come in. My home is quite humble, but I hope you won't mind. Upon hearing Jacqueline's words, Wyatt let her in without further ado. Thank you, sir. I'm Jacqueline. Jacqueline heaved a sigh of relief after listening to Wyatt. Fortunately, he agreed. Otherwise, she wouldn't know what to do. Since she only saw lights here while still on the back mountain, other houses had already extinguished their lamps. Saying thank you, Jacqueline introduced herself and carried Roxy into the yard. Seeing Jacqueline enter the yard, Wyatt put down his pig trotter and stood up, ready to show Jacqueline to a side room. Though Wyatt lived alone before, this was his parents' house, so it naturally had more than one room. Please follow me, miss. I'll take you to rest. All right, thank you very much, sir. Wyatt turned toward the side room, and Jacqueline hurriedly followed. However, when she passed the barbecue grill, she suddenly saw a familiar figure. Ah! A terrified scream came from Jacqueline. She instinctively stepped back a few paces, staring fearfully at Elias, who was still feasting on the barbecue. Jacqueline recognized Elias instantly. His impression was too profound. He was the presence that could make a level 6 demon beast submit with just a roar. Could this powerful black dog belong to this Aiden? Then, could this Aiden be an ancient monster? Haha. Don't be afraid, miss. Elias is very friendly and has never bitten anyone in the village. There's nothing to fear. Hearing the scream, Wyatt turned around and saw Jacqueline looking at Elias in fear. He laughed and reassured her. Wyatt couldn't help but think that current cultivators were so timid that a dog could scare them like this. Jacqueline, upon hearing Wyatt's words, wondered if she might have been mistaken. Perhaps it really was just a common dog. With this thought, she wasn't as scared anymore and slowly walked forward, stealing a glance at the roast meat on the grill. A huge pig's head immediately caught her eye. Her face turned pale again, and combined with the black dog, she confirmed this was the same black dog she had seen in the Thunder Peak Mountains. Heart pounding, Jacqueline skirted around Elias and hurried to catch up with Wyatt. She felt extremely nervous, knowing Wyatt must be a great power hiding here. Miss, this place is a bit messy, but it should be fine for an overnight stay. Your friend looks like she was badly injured by a beast. I've learned some medical skills. If you trust me, I can fetch some medicine. Feeding it to your friend should prevent any serious issues. I'm Wyatt. Thank you, senior. After forming this suspicion, Jacqueline changed her address from sir to senior. No need for such formalities. I'm only 27 this year. Just call me by my name, Miss Zhao. My name is Wyatt. Hashtag chapter 10. Jacqueline eats barbecue and breaks through. Then I thank you, Mr. Mu. Jacqueline suddenly remembered what her father had once told her, that some old sages had very peculiar temperaments. They disliked being addressed as Aemons and preferred to be called by titles that made them seem younger. So she quickly changed her address to Wyatt. Then please tidy up here for a bit. I'll go fetch some medicine for your friend, Wyatt said before leaving. He recalled that he had previously refined some healing pills, but could not remember where he had stored them. He needed to find them. He certainly wouldn't need those healing pills himself. The reason he refined them was because Elias had once been severely beaten by him, and Wyatt had prepared some medicinal pills for Elias's recovery. Wyatt returned to his room and rummaged around, finally finding the remaining 2 healing pills in a corner of the room. Miss Zhao, there are still 2 healing pills here. They should be able to treat your friend's injuries. Please give her the medicine. I think Miss Zhao hasn't had dinner yet either. I have barbecue outside. After you give your friend the medicine, you can come out and eat something. Thank you, Mr. Mu. After giving the healing pills to Jacqueline, Wyatt went back outside to continue eating the barbecue. He couldn't let the wild boar all go to Elias. Inside the side room, after seeing Wyatt leave, Jacqueline curiously examined the bamboo tube in her hand, which contained 2 black, rough-looking pills. By the dim light in the room, she studied the pills closely. She could accept storing pills in a bamboo tube, but the shape of these pills was quite unacceptable. Normally, refined pills were smooth and round, about the size of longan fruits. Higher quality pills even had visible patterns on their surfaces. But what about the pills Wyatt gave her? Without considering their potency, the appearance alone was hard to accept. They were not smooth at all, instead covered with irregularities, resembling mud balls crafted by children. Moreover, they were much larger than normal pills, about the size of eggs. Jacqueline was unsure if it was safe to give them to her sister. She sniffed one of the pills. Despite its unsightly appearance, it smelled quite fragrant. These pills shouldn't be problematic, right? She muttered to herself, unsure. But thinking about Wyatt as a hidden senior figure, she decided to administer the pills to her sister. She broke the pill into 2 halves, fed half to Roxy, and gave her some water to help swallow it down. Sister, how do you feel? Ying, I feel much better now. The pain from my injuries has lessened. With a good night's rest, I should recover more. You haven't eaten anything in a day. When we go out, make sure to thank that gentleman properly. Sister, rest first. I'll go outside. As Jacqueline stood up to leave, she realized she was truly hungry after all the tension and carrying Roxy for so long. Outside, the smell was irresistibly inviting. She wanted to taste this barbecue, which seemed even more fragrant than imperial cuisine. Thank you for the pills, Mr. Mu, she said politely to Wyatt, but couldn't stop glancing at the barbecue grill. Hee. Sit down and eat. It's just a couple of healing pills. No need to thank me so much. Wyatt had already prepared a seat for Jacqueline and even set out tableware, anticipating she might feel uncomfortable as a Dorian eating alone. Okay. Sitting down, Jacqueline stared at the plate of roasted meat before her. If her guess was correct, this must be the arrow pig demon that injured her sister. She took a small piece into her mouth and instantly, an unprecedented burst of flavors filled her palate. It was delicious beyond belief. The golden crispy skin cracked satisfyingly when bitten, while the inside was tender and not greasy at all. Tasting the delight, Jacqueline couldn't contain herself anymore. She eagerly picked up another piece and ate it. It was simply too good to stop. Do you want to try this? Wyatt handed her a bottle of chilled beer. Eating barbecue without beer was unimaginable. Mr. Moo, what is this? Never having seen beer before, Jacqueline looked curiously at the bottle Wyatt offered. Why were there so many things she had never seen here? This is beer, a perfect companion for barbecue. The correct way is to take a bite of barbecue followed by a sip of beer, Wyatt explained with a smile, demonstrating how to enjoy it. Naturally, people in this world would be unfamiliar with beer. Jacqueline mimicked Wyatt's actions, eating a bite of barbecue and sipping beer. Indeed, the experience was different and far superior. How is it? Better than before? Seeing Jacqueline enjoying the food, Wyatt chuckled. It felt satisfying knowing his barbecue received such praise. Delicious, absolutely delicious. I've never tasted anything like this before. If you like it, eat more. There's plenty of roasted meat here. Watching Jacqueline get her mouth full of oil, Wyatt suddenly found her endearing and continued indulging in the barbecue. Suddenly, while Jacqueline was eating enthusiastically, she felt a surge of abundant spirit energy coursing through her body, wandering around within. She noticed that her third-level Vajra realm actually began to waver. Quickly putting down her chopsticks, she sat in meditation to cultivate. She circulated her inner strength, guiding the spirit energy towards her dantian, then channeling it through her body. After completing a cycle, the energy collided with the barrier at the third-level Vajra realm. Once, twice. After several collisions, the barrier finally gave way, allowing Jacqueline to smoothly reach the fourth-level Vajra realm. Yet, the influx of spirit energy remained abundant, prompting her to continue her cultivation. Seeing Jacqueline abruptly stop eating and start cultivating, Wyatt was puzzled but soon realized she had broken through her realm. He was surprised. Is this wild boar meat really that powerful? Chapter 11. Jacqueline breaks through 3 realms in succession. Wyatt looked at the roasted meat in his hand and then glanced at Yonatan, who was still eating large mouthfuls. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Having already attained a state of invincibility, he could hardly feel any effect from consuming heavenly treasures. The best it offered was some exceptional taste. Yonatan, being the only ink jade Kirin in existence, had reached the pinnacle of divine-level cultivation. To him, these so-called demon beasts were nothing more than sustenance. But Jacqueline was different. She was only at the Vajra realm stage. A 6th-level demon beast was far out of her reach. Demon beasts contained a lot of spiritual energy in their flesh. Given her current Vajra realm cultivation, she could barely eat much, which is why she broke through after just a few bites. Wyatt no longer paid attention to Jacqueline, who was still cultivating. He continued to eat the roasted meat, yet he still wondered how many realms she would break through. Another couple of hours passed. Eventually, both Wyatt and Yonatan finished the roasted meat on the grill. However, most of it was eaten by Yonatan. Just as Wyatt was putting away the grill, Jacqueline stopped her cultivation. When Jacqueline opened her eyes and saw the large black dog in front of her, she couldn't help but scream. The big black dog had frightened her. Yonatan had approached curiously when it noticed that Jacqueline was still sitting with her eyes closed after eating the roasted meat. Jacqueline was happily contemplating her recent breakthrough when she unexpectedly saw Yonatan standing in front of her. It's no surprise she was frightened half to death. Miss Xiao, are you alright? Wyatt couldn't help but be speechless. Were all cultivators this timid? Surprisingly, this was the second time a black dog had scared them. Vancestor Moo, I'm fine, I just didn't expect it. Thank you very much for your hospitality, allowing me to break through 3 realms. Hearing Wyatt's voice, Jacqueline finally regained her senses, blushing slightly in embarrassment as she responded. It's okay. It's just some roasted meat. Miss Xiao, your breakthrough is the result of your own efforts. There's no need to thank me. The sky isn't early anymore. Miss Xiao, you should get some rest now. Jacqueline had initially been at the 3rd level of the Vajra realm, but now she had advanced to the 6th level. A few bites of roasted meat had boosted her cultivation by 3 levels. Okay. Jacqueline remembered her Imperial Aemon sister inside, and wasn't sure how she was doing. After saying goodbye to Wyatt, she returned to the side room. Yonatan, guard the gate. Woof. Woof woof. After instructing Yonatan, Wyatt walked back to his room. Seeing his daughter sound asleep, he smiled softly and gently lay down, hugging his precious daughter as he drifted off to sleep. In the morning, while still half asleep, Wyatt felt something tickling his nose. Opening his eyes, he saw his daughter playing with his nose. Sweetheart, are you hungry this early? Carter will make formula milk for you right away. Sitting up, Wyatt quickly picked up his daughter. He hadn't even noticed her waking up until now. Maud Danielle's little face lit up with a smile, as if she felt accomplished for waking her father. She looked utterly adorable. Good Doreen. Wyatt couldn't resist kissing his daughter on the cheek. Then he took out a stroller and placed Maud Danielle in it before hurriedly preparing her formula milk. This time, however, Wyatt added spirit herbs to the milk. Previously, it was just plain spirit rice, but now that he noticed his daughter had made another breakthrough, from the 3rd level of body tempering to the 8th, he decided to give her more potent nourishment. Soon, Wyatt had prepared the milk and put it in his daughter's mouth. The little one seemed genuinely hungry, or perhaps attracted by the aroma of the spirit milk, drinking heartily. Even her small hands grasped the bottle adorably. Feeding his daughter the spirit milk, Wyatt carried her outside. The rising sun was warm and pleasant. He didn't want to keep his daughter cooped up inside. Just as Wyatt emerged with his daughter, Jacqueline and her Aemon sister also stepped out of the side room. Last night, Jacqueline had fed her Aemon sister half a healing pill. This morning, Roxy had fully recovered. They kept the remaining half potion carefully and were preparing to bid farewell to Wyatt. Seeing Wyatt carrying a baby, both sisters were taken aback. Greetings, Vancestor Moo. Greetings, Vancestor Moo. Last night, Roxy had already healed. Jacqueline explained everything about Wyatt to her sister, knowing that he might be a great power hidden here. Hence, they both treated him with utmost respect. You're too courteous. It seems your injuries have recovered well. Thank you, System1-318. Your holy healing pill did wonders. Otherwise, I would be happy just to survive, let alone recover so quickly. Roxy's injuries were severe, and without high-quality healing pills, survival alone was a miracle, let alone recovery. That was merely some healing pills I made casually when Yonatan was injured. I happened to have 2 left over. Hey, Roxy. Jacqueline. Upon hearing Wyatt's words, both sisters were speechless. They realized that the healing pills given to Roxy were originally meant for the big black dog. Yonatan, woof, woof woof, are you showing proper etiquette? The exchange highlighted the disparity between ordinary healers and Wyatt's capabilities. Even princesses like Roxy and Jacqueline, with limited resources due to political machinations, found his generosity astounding. Chapter 12. A bright future lies ahead. What's wrong? Wyatt found that Jacqueline was not only timid, but also prone to screaming. She certainly didn't resemble a lady at all. Nothing much, but, Sir, we've troubled you for the whole night. Now that my injuries have healed, we came to bid farewell. These are the silver tails my younger sister and I agreed to give earlier. Please do not disdain them. We have matters to attend to now, but once we finish, we will return to repay your kindness properly. Roxy put away her embarrassment and handed 2 gold ingots to Wyatt. Though she knew he wouldn't place much value on this money, they had made an agreement, and Roxy couldn't go back on her word. As for Jeffrey's great favor, it could only be repaid later. After all, they still needed to find the Tongling flower to save their emperor father. Alright, then I won't refuse. Forget about repayment. It's just 1 night's lodging. Besides, you've already given me the silver before, so it's no big deal. Wyatt didn't reject Roxy's gold ingots because sometimes even he needed to use silver, though rarely. Sir, then we'll take our leave. The 2 sisters bowed again to Wyatt and turned to walk out. However, as they approached the entrance of the small courtyard, they froze in place. Milton's sister, is that the Tongling flower? And over there, isn't that xuanhuan grass and soul-reviving grass and Xianxia grass? Why are there so many medicinal herbs here? It looks like it should be, probably yes. The sisters stared intently at the plants beside the yard, barely believing their eyes, wondering if they were hallucinating. To Roxy and her sister, there were rows upon rows of top-grade medicinal herbs growing near the courtyard gate, which were extremely rare. Even the Tongling flower they searched tirelessly for in the Thunder Mountain range was thriving here. What's wrong, ladies? Is there something else? Initially, Wyatt was watching them leave, but he hadn't expected the sisters to stand by the gate, staring at his vegetable garden. He wondered if they wanted to pick some of his vegetables. Sir, these medicinal herbs, did you grow them? The sisters turned their heads with difficulty, looking at Wyatt incredulously. It was simply astounding. Even their royal family didn't possess such top-tier medicinal herbs. But here, Jeffrey not only had these rare top-notch herbs, but grew them in patches. How could the sisters not be shocked? Not only their kingdom, but perhaps even the most prestigious sanctuaries in the entire Jinling world wouldn't have so many top-grade medicinal herbs. What herbs or no herbs? These are just my favorite vegetables, which I managed to get after much effort. Wyatt had often complained about the tasteless vegetables in the Jinling world, constantly nagging the system to reward him with vegetables from Earth that he loved. Perhaps due to his persistent complaints or some other reason. When Wyatt had signed in for 3 years, the system awarded him a bag of vegetable seeds. He was thrilled and immediately planted his favorite kinds in the courtyard, without even glancing at the divine artifact rewards. Vegetables? The sisters froze, unable to believe that what they saw as the pinnacle of medicinal herbs were mere vegetables to Wyatt. Did they misjudge everything? Was Wyatt actually just an ordinary person, not some hidden powerhouse? Otherwise, why would he treat these precious medicinal herbs as everyday vegetables? But if Wyatt were just an ordinary person, how could he explain the black dog and the high-grade healing pills he gave? Roxy and Jacqueline's heads buzzed with confusion, unable to make sense of it all. Yes, they're just vegetables. Wyatt replied somewhat puzzled. These Dorians seem to have trouble processing simple things, making a fuss over some vegetables. Sir, can you sell us some of these vegetables? Roxy and Jacqueline exchanged glances, seeing hope in each other's eyes, feeling like they had stumbled upon a new path forward. So you like these vegetables too? I usually wouldn't sell these vegetables, but since you have come here by chance, I'll sell you some. Which ones do you want? Tongxin Kai, 9-vein cabbage, or Shanghai green? Wyatt only grew these 3 types of vegetables, plus another plant called liangfen grass, which was also his favorite. In summer, he loved making liangfen and chilling it, savoring its delightful taste. Senior, we only need 1 type, just 1 plant. Although Roxy wanted more, she knew she couldn't afford it. Even the price of 1 Tongling flower was beyond her means. However, to save her father, she had to ask boldly, vowing to repay Wyatt in the future. Moreover, she dared not ask for more than 1 Tongling flower because even 1 was enough to save her father. You want Tongxin Kai? Just pick some yourselves. Wyatt was holding his daughter, so naturally, he couldn't help pick the vegetables himself. Thank you, Sir. Hearing his agreement, the sisters were elated. They couldn't believe how easily they got the Tongling flower. Roxy quickly knelt down by the Tongling flowers, carefully picking 1 plant and placing it in a wooden box from her storage ring. She gripped the box tightly and returned to Jacqueline, taking off her storage ring. Sir, we don't have anything valuable, but here are our storage rings. All our possessions are in here. We'll come back to repay your kindness once we're done with our business. Looking at the 2 storage rings, Wyatt was momentarily speechless. What kind of gesture was this? Though he enjoyed his own vegetables, he wouldn't take their money after agreeing. But Roxy even gave her storage ring. Was it necessary? Moreover, the most baffling part was that she only picked 1 Tongxin Kai. Did she plan to share it between them? Chapter 13. Alejandro. Sister, this is all the wealth my sister and I have. But don't worry, After we've finished our business, we will definitely bring rich gifts to thank Vansister, said Roxy, looking at Wyatt who didn't take her storage ring. She was worried that he thought their gift was too meager. She was deeply concerned that Wyatt might ask for the spirit communicating flower back. If so, she wouldn't be able to save her father. This one flower was essential to saving her father's life. You should go quickly if you have something urgent. You don't need to give me money. Consider it as a gift from me, Wyatt replied somewhat helplessly, turning back toward the house because the little Doreen had finished her milk. Thank you for your great kindness, Vansister. Seeing Wyatt walking away, Roxy pulled Jacqueline and kneeled down in front of him. Though this spirit-communicating flower was merely an ordinary vegetable to Wyatt, to the sisters, it was a life-saving medicine. Wyatt's willingness to give them the flower freely was seen by the sisters as an immense favor, even a heavenly one. Sister, this is wonderful. We can finally return and save Bud, Jacqueline exclaimed, not feeling that Wyatt was rude for entering the house without acknowledging them further. Instead, she considered him a very kind person. Jacqueline grasped Roxy's arm, her face full of excitement as they finally obtained the spirit herb needed to save their father. Yes. We should hurry back. The sooner we save Bud, the sooner we can return to repay Vansister's kindness. Yes. The two sisters stood up, bowed deeply towards Wyatt's room, then left the courtyard. Bud. These two Doreens are not simple folk. No wonder they possess such remarkable strength at such young ages. They're princesses of a kingdom. However, how could vegetables that are just ordinary greens on earth be viewed as life-saving elixirs in their eyes? With his abilities, Wyatt naturally overheard their conversation and gathered some basic information about them. He was more curious about these vegetables, just regular greens, but in the true spirit world, they were regarded as top-tier medicinal herbs by cultivators. Whether this was due to the sisters' misunderstanding or a system quirk, Wyatt pondered for a moment but quickly dismissed it as irrelevant to him. Wyatt's life became increasingly interesting, revolving around his precious daughter. With the vast resources available, Desiree reached the peak of chi absorption realm in just a week. At only a few months old, she looked like a one-year-old child and could already crawl on her own. The changes in his daughter made Wyatt extremely happy, causing him to care for her even more. In the palace of the Xianxia Empire, after Roxy and Jacqueline returned and administered the spirit-communicating flower to their father, the emperor of the Xianxia Empire, who had been comatose for over 2 months, finally woke up. After a few days of recuperation, he fully recovered, much to the disappointment of those princely contenders vying for the throne. Inger, you've worked hard. Whatever you want, tell your father, and if we have it in the Xianxia Empire, I will find it for you, said Emperor Alejandro, gazing lovingly at his daughters in his private chambers. In the past few days, he had learned about recent events. He never imagined that so many incidents transpired during his coma, and he felt deeply disappointed by his sons. Moreover, Alejandro suspected that someone among his sons might have poisoned him. Otherwise, it would have been nearly impossible for him to be poisoned within the palace. Bud, this is what we should do as your subjects. As long as you recover, we're content, Roxy responded. Yes, Bud, we lack nothing. There's no need for rewards. Ha ha ha. Good, good, good. If you don't need anything now, your father will keep this opportunity for you. Whenever you need something in the future, I will grant your wishes. Alejandro laughed heartily, pleased with his daughter's words, promising them opportunities in the future. Thank you, Bud. That's enough. You've both worked hard lately. Go rest well. Yes, Bud, we'll take our leave. The two sisters bowed and slowly exited the chamber. After they left, Alejandro's smile vanished. Dag, have you found any results regarding the investigation? Alejandro remained expressionless, speaking to the space before him. Immediately, a figure materialized in front of him. My emperor, I have investigated all 11 princes. The second prince has the highest suspicion. Only he had contact with outsiders before your Vansister fell into a coma. However, I have yet to obtain concrete evidence. Is it the second prince? Alejandro fell into deep thought. Initially, he suspected his eldest son most. Now hearing Dag's report, he was perplexed. In Alejandro's view, the second prince was just a hedonist, uninterested in imperial matters. Conversely, the eldest prince had strong ambitions and craved power the most. His mother was the daughter of the prime minister and also the empress. He wielded considerable influence among the princes. Alejandro's suspicion of the eldest prince wasn't surprising. Despite being his sons, anyone capable of patricide would not be spared by Alejandro. Emperors were notoriously ruthless. History bore countless tales of sons committing patricide or fratricide to ascend the throne. Do you know whom the second prince contacted? Report to your Vansister. The second prince contacted a disciple of the Medicine King Valley. I am investigating that disciple further. You may leave now. Investigate everything again to ensure accurate information. Yes. After Dag left, Alejandro reflected for a moment before closing his eyes to meditate. Meanwhile, after returning to their palace, Roxy and Jacqueline ordered numerous golds, silvers, valuable paintings, and various cultivation resources packed into 10 large trunks, all they could muster. Big sister, will these gifts suffice for Vansister? Note, names are romanized according to pinyin. ##### Chapter 14. Returning to Lagavulage, Jacqueline looked at the 10 large chests in front of her, somewhat worried, and said to her Amen sister, Sister, I always feel that since Xylan Wyatt has done so much for us, sending these things feels inadequate. Ying, do you think someone with Xylan Mu's abilities would care about what we send? He definitely wouldn't look favorably upon these things, but his opinion is one matter. Our intention behind sending them is another. So, regardless of whether he likes what we send, we should fulfill our duties properly. Sister, I understand. Should we go find Xylan Mu now? We've already delayed for several days. Let's set off now. All right. After leaving their palace, the sisters headed directly out of the imperial city. Unbeknownst to them, they were being followed by someone from the moment they left the palace. At Tianquo Palace, Your Highness, Princess 7th and Princess 8th have left the imperial city. Any other news? Aiden sat in a pavilion, Opposite him was a Benny playing Go with him. By his side, kneeling, was a Aiden in black, reporting to the one playing Go. Your Highness, Princess 7th and Princess 8th emptied all valuables, spirit stones, and cultivation resources from Lingfeng Palace, seemingly intending to give them away. Follow them closely. Notify me immediately once you locate where they are going. Yes, Your Highness. After exiting the Imperial City and traveling for over 3 more days, the Zhao sisters finally reached the entrance to Lagavillage again. Let's go. They walked into Lagavillage and headed toward the east end. Soon, they arrived at Wyatt's courtyard, but the gate was closed. Roxy knocked lightly on the door twice, but received no response. She knocked 2 more times. Sister, isn't Xianmu home? He's probably out. Roxy wasn't sure, but if Wyatt wasn't inside, he must be outside somewhere. Well, what do we do now? Should we wait here for Xianmu? Ying, wait here for a moment. I'll go ask some villagers if they know where Xianmu is. Okay. Roxy turned around to ask the villagers, but as she did, she noticed several children approaching from behind. Big sister, are you looking for Brother Mu? One brave child came forward and asked Roxy and Jacqueline. These were the children of Lagavillage, who had followed because they saw 2 pretty new sisters. They also witnessed Roxy knocking on the door earlier, leading to the question. You're really smart. You guessed it right. I'm indeed looking for Brother Mu. Can you tell me where he is? Roxy squatted down and said happily. Big sister, Brother Mu usually goes fishing at 7 Treasure River this time of day. If you want to find him, you can go to the 7 Treasure River. 7 Treasure River? Can you show us where the 7 Treasure River is, little one? 7 Treasure River is on the back mountain. Just follow this path straight ahead. It's there. The child pointed to a small path beside Wyatt's courtyard, indicating the direction to the 7 Treasure River. There was a stream on the back mountain that the villagers of Lagavillage called the 7 Treasure River. The river got its name because it contained a fish called the 7 Treasure Fish, known for its delicious meat, which everyone in Lagavillage loved. Vansony villagers grew up eating this fish, as they often struggled to catch prey. However, after Wyatt returned without finding his wife, he occasionally hunted and shared the game with the villagers in gratitude for their past kindness towards his previous incarnation. Without their help, Wyatt might not have survived long enough to be reborn here. If it weren't for those villagers, Wyatt might not have been reborn here, and the events afterward may not have occurred. Thank you, little one. Here, take this silver. Buy something nice to eat. Roxy took out some loose silver and put it in the child's hand. Loramy said we shouldn't take things from strangers. I can't accept your silver, big sister. Here, it's yours. The child didn't take the silver, handed it back to Roxy, and quickly ran away. Roxy and Jacqueline were taken aback by the child's politeness at such a young age. Let's go. We need to find Xianmu. Watching the children bounce away, Roxy beckoned to Jacqueline and they followed the small path. After walking for a while, they indeed saw a stream ahead, with Aiden sitting beside it, none other than Wyatt. At his left lay a black dog, and on his right was a strange object containing an infant. Xianmu. Xianmu. Upon reaching Wyatt, both princesses bowed to him, only to freeze in place afterward. They were utterly stunned by what they saw. The infant inside the strange contraption waved at them coquettishly, almost as if greeting them. Even wiping their eyes couldn't dispel their disbelief. The baby cooed at them, waving tiny hands. What shocked them wasn't just the gesture but realizing this adorable baby, barely a year old, was already a cultivator at the innate realm. Their worldview collapsed. After practicing for decades, Roxy was at the 6th level of Diamond Body Realm, and Jacqueline at the 8th level of Spirit Sea Realm. They had excellent talent and access to abundant cultivation resources, befitting the princesses of the Poly Empire. But here was a 1-year-old already at the innate realm. How could they not be amazed? Ah, it's the 2 ladies. Come at the perfect time. Today you have a treat. Chapter 15. Wyatt prepares a hot pot. It was just around noon when Wyatt, who was already planning to return, saw Roxy and her sister appear. Wyatt mentioned they would have good fortune today because he planned to make a hot pot for lunch. Having tried all cooking methods, he found that 7 treasure fish tasted best in a hot pot. After saying this, Wyatt put away his fishing rod and stored everything in the system space. Then, he picked up his daughter and started walking back. Come on. Why are you still standing there? After walking a few steps and hearing no sound from behind, Wyatt turned around and noticed that Roxy and her sister were still standing there stunned. He had to remind them. Upon being reminded, Roxy and her sister snapped out of their daze and hurriedly followed Wyatt. Xianmu, your daughter? Following Wyatt, Jacqueline couldn't help but ask about his daughter's unusual condition. However, she didn't know how to phrase it, only looking at Wyatt expectantly, hoping he would explain. A congenital realm at 1-year-old. Neither of them had ever seen or even heard of such a case. Even if someone started cultivating from the womb, it was impossible to achieve this level so quickly. The congenital realm was the 3rd stage of cultivation, a significant milestone that many could not attain in their lifetime. Based on their knowledge, nobody in the entire Xianxia Empire had achieved this, which left them astonished. What? Is something wrong with my daughter? Wyatt looked at Jacqueline curiously, not sure what she meant by her question. Checking his daughter, he found nothing amiss. Not that, Xianmu. I wanted to ask about your daughter's cultivation. Oh, you mean her cultivation level? My daughter has a special constitution, so her cultivation differs from ordinary children. You don't need to worry about these small details. Roxy. Jacqueline. The sisters were speechless after hearing Wyatt's explanation. If this kind of matter was considered trivial, what else could be deemed important? However, they didn't press further, fearing that probing too deeply might disturb their own cultivation mind. Unaware of the sisters' astonishment, Wyatt felt no need to elaborate since his daughter had an assimilating Dao body, which allowed her to enhance her cultivation just by consuming anything with spiritual energy. If her cultivation weren't still relatively low, he'd have given her immortal medicines long ago. You two watch my daughter for a bit. I'll go prepare some ingredients. I'm treating you both to a feast for lunch. Back at his courtyard, Wyatt handed his daughter to Roxy and headed towards the kitchen. He retrieved the 3 7 treasure fish he caught earlier, each weighing around 3 to 4 pounds. In a few minutes, he skillfully cleaned and sliced the fish into pieces. Placing them in a platter of ice blocks from the system space, he ensured the chilled fish slices would taste best. Realizing that mere fish slices seemed too simple, especially with guests present, Wyatt decided to add more variety. Storing the fish slices back, he stepped outside. Elias, go catch 2 wild chickens in the mountains quickly. After instructing Elias, Wyatt entered his vegetable garden to pick some greens, essential for a hot pot. He hesitated, unsure which greens to pick, as only 3 types were growing: 9 vegetables, Tongxinkai, and Shanghaiqing. Opting for Shanghaiqing, he gathered a basketful. After washing the greens, Wyatt returned to the courtyard, set up a large pot and stove on the table, and placed the pot over the stove filled with water. A snap of his fingers ignited a flame beneath it. Next, he prepared homemade condiments, vital for the hot pot's flavor, which Wyatt considered its soul. Meanwhile, Elias successfully brought back 2 wild chickens. Wyatt asked Roxy to monitor the water until it boiled before adding his prepared ingredients. He then processed the chickens in the kitchen. Seeing Wyatt prepare the meal, Roxy and Jacqueline were amazed by the powerful aura radiating from the utensils and vegetables he used. The pot and stove were at least Dao-level treasures, far superior to anything in their Shieling Empire. Even their emperor, a void-transcending realm expert, only possessed a high-grade treasure weapon. These Dao treasures Wyatt casually used for cooking were incomparably precious. Moreover, the greens he picked included Xianxia grass, a top-tier medicinal herb used for the Holy Sun pill, which could aid cultivators in achieving the Grand Sage realm effortlessly. This pill was highly sought after, often leading to intense competition among cultivators. But Wyatt treated it as regular greens for hot pot, leaving Roxy utterly shocked. Even the seemingly plain water in the pot was, according to her senses, primordial spirit liquid, a rare treasure found only in elite spirit veins with a minuscule probability. In the true spirit realm, elite spirit veins were scarce, controlled by superpowers like theirs, while smaller countries like Shieling had never seen one. Thus, seeing Wyatt casually use these treasures for cooking left Roxy and her sister in awe. Chapter 16. Wyatt's Wrath. Woof. Woof woof. As Roxy was lost in thought, a sudden bark pulled her back to reality. She glanced at the black dog beside her, which had stood up and pointed one paw toward the pot on the table. Realizing what it meant, Roxy quickly regained her composure. Without hesitation, she poured the ingredients Wyatt had prepared into the pot. This was something he had instructed her to do earlier. If not for the black dog's reminder, she would have forgotten completely. She couldn't help but marvel at how smart the dog was. Lornans later, Wyatt came out carrying 2 plates, one with slices of 7 treasure fish and another with freshly prepared chicken. Miss Xiao, please come over and help me with something, Wyatt called out after placing the dishes on the table. He then walked back inside, and Roxy followed him without delay. Meanwhile, Jacqueline stood by the table, holding Desiree, and sniffed the delicious aroma wafting from the pot. Though she didn't know what hot pot was, the savory smell of the broth made her eager to try it. Inside the house, Roxy carried out 3 chairs while Wyatt brought 3 sets of utensils and some drinks. Come, everyone, sit down. Let's eat. Miss Ying, give me the little one. Wyatt asked them to sit, then retrieved his daughter's stroller, took Desiree from Jacqueline, and placed her inside the stroller. Thank you, Sir Mu. Roxy and Jacqueline politely said as they sat down, but they hesitated because the meat on the table was still raw. Don't be so formal. It's just a meal. Come, I bet you've never eaten this way before. Watch me and you'll see how it's done. Knowing the sisters were unfamiliar with hot pot, Wyatt demonstrated once, teaching them how to cook the food. Roxy and Jacqueline watched Wyatt's movements closely and followed suit, dipping their food into the boiling pot. Too delicious. The first slice of fish they tried utterly won them over. They had never tasted such fragrant fish meat. At that moment, both Dorines reflected on the meals they used to eat in the palace, thinking they were almost like swill compared to this. Eat more if you like it. Wyatt encouraged them, then he cooked a slice of fish for his daughter. From her stroller, she had been eagerly watching and pulling at his clothes. Just as they were enjoying the hot pot, a group of black-clad figures appeared 100 miles away from Lagua village. Their swift movement indicated that they were all cultivators. Have you gathered all the information? The leader of the black-clothed men asked someone kneeling before him. Yes, my lord. The 2 princesses are staying in a small village 100 miles ahead, in one of the houses there. What's the situation in the village? Everyone in the village is an ordinary person. They are mostly hunters, with only a few dozen people living there. Move swiftly and seal off the entire village upon arrival. No one leaves alive. Kill anyone you see. No mercy. Understood. For cultivators, 100 miles was nothing more than a half-hour journey. Upon reaching Lagua village, one group of black-clothed men sealed off the village while the rest followed their leader inside. An old man had just finished dinner and stepped outside to take a stroll when he noticed the influx of black-clothed figures entering the village. Curious, he approached to ask what was happening. You've come to our Lagua village for what? Before he could finish his sentence, a long sword pierced through his chest. The old man looked down at the blade protruding from his body with great difficulty. You. He didn't manage to finish his sentence before slumping over, dead. Fangjin, take a squad and kill everyone. The rest, follow me. Understood, sir. Lead the way. The informant led the remaining group eastward, while the scene unfolding in Lagua village went unnoticed by the 3 still dining. Well, one was dining while Roxy and Jacqueline felt a surge of powerful spiritual energy coursing through their bodies after eating a piece of chicken. Panic-stricken, they immediately sat down to cultivate. In their minds, they wondered whether it was wild chicken or perhaps a beast, as they had never experienced such dense spiritual energy before. Especially Jacqueline, who had previously eaten the meat of a 6th-tier beast, armed pig, and advanced to the 6th rank of the adamantine stage because of it. The chicken she just ate contained several times the spiritual energy of that 6th-tier beast, confirming it wasn't any ordinary creature but something beyond a 6th-tier beast. And indeed, Jacqueline's guess was correct. The chicken Elias had caught wasn't a wild bird but a Venus from Thunder Mountain, a top-tier beast. Although it wasn't fully grown and was only a 7th-tier beast, Venuses were divine beasts, far superior to ordinary beasts even at the same tier. The spiritual energy within Venus flesh was naturally much stronger than that of a 6th-tier armed pig, and Jacqueline's realization wasn't surprising. Woof, woof woof. As Wyatt continued to enjoy his hot pot, Elias's fierce barking drew his attention. Looking toward Elias, he saw the dog growling fiercely at the entrance of the yard, warning him of intruders with ill intentions. Confused, Wyatt scanned the area with his divine sense and was met with a sight that enraged him. You're courting death. Suddenly, Wyatt vanished from the spot and reappeared above Lagua village. A terrifying aura emerged, making everything in the village seem frozen in time. You cursed wretches, daring to commit murder in Lagua village. No matter who you are or what power you belong to, I will uproot you entirely. Chapter 17. The Vancestermind behind the scenes. Hovering above Lagua village, Wyatt's face turned grim. Through his perception, he realized that all villagers had been brutally slaughtered by a group of black-clothed men. Not one of the over 50 villagers had survived. These black-clothed men had employed unimaginably cruel methods to kill both adults and children without mercy. Even the livestock didn't escape their clutches. Every living being was extinguished. This village of over 50 people. Though Wyatt possessed supreme cultivation after signing in, he had never killed anyone. After all, in his previous life on Earth, he was a university student who had received a higher education. Even having crossed into the true spirit world with unmatched cultivation, he still retained certain values from his past life and would not kill people indiscriminately. But the sight today was truly unbearable for Wyatt. These were over 50 human lives, not 50 animals. Although Wyatt didn't frequently interact with the villagers of Lagua village, he had lived there for several years and had formed some bonds. He couldn't accept the sight of fellow villagers being killed so ruthlessly right before his eyes, especially on his own territory. It was an outright provocation. After Wyatt spoke, all the black-clothed men who had appeared in Lagua village were instantly pulled in front of him. I'll give you one chance. Tell me why you came here, why you killed these villagers, and what power stands behind you. If you answer, I can give you a chance at reincarnation. Otherwise, prepare to face complete annihilation. Wyatt had the strength to carry this out. Cultivators differed from ordinary humans. Even when they died, they could reincarnate. But if a cultivator was killed and their soul destroyed, they would vanish entirely, leaving no trace in the world. He asked the most powerful among the black-clothed men, presumably their leader. Wyatt aimed to expose the force behind them because simply avenging these people wouldn't be enough. He needed to destroy the entire organization to properly honor the memory of Lagua village's inhabitants. Feeling free to move again, the black-clothed man, who had just been utterly suppressed, said with trembling fear in his voice, though your cultivation is formidable, you dare not offend my master's power. If you kill us, you will have no good day ahead. Our master will not let you off the hook. Wyatt could fly through the air, making him undoubtedly a void-soaring realm expert. Though the black-clothed man wasn't a match for Wyatt, his master did possess void-soaring experts. Thus, despite his fear, the black-clothed man refused to betray his master since he was a loyal servant, bound not to divulge information. Is that so? It seems you don't understand the situation fully. But do you think I won't know if you refuse? I merely wanted to give you a chance at reincarnation. Since you choose not to cherish that opportunity, prepare for your destruction. Seeing the black-clothed man's stubborn silence, Wyatt did not press further. As he himself stated, he only asked for the sake of giving them a chance at reincarnation. Upon finishing his sentence, he snapped his fingers, and all the suspended black-clothed men vaporized, not leaving a trace or even a cry of agony. Having executed them, Wyatt forced his divine sense into their minds, quickly finding the information he sought. Great Prince Jacob? Wyatt muttered, then as if on cue, the black-clothed man whose memories Wyatt probed suffered the same fate as the others. From the black-clothed man's memories, Wyatt learned that these assassins were loyal servants of the Great Prince of Xianxia Empire, tasked specifically with killing him and Roxy's sister. Looks like the struggle in the palace is more intense than I imagined, but you shouldn't have offended me. While Wyatt was unclear about the entire sequence of events, he could guess from Roxy's previous words that it was likely tied to rescuing the Emperor of Xianxia. Furthermore, it confirmed that the mastermind behind everything was indeed the Crown Prince. What baffled Wyatt was how offering a simple piece of green vegetable led to such deadly consequences. What troubled him most was the massacre of innocent civilians. If the assassins had targeted him directly instead of slaughtering the villagers, Wyatt wouldn't feel nearly as enraged. You died because of me. I hope in your next life, you may find a better fate. Facing the dead villagers below, Wyatt said softly. Then, with a wave of his hand, he transported all their bodies back to their homes. Following this, each house collapsed into mounds forming graves, with tombstones arising, inscribed with the names of the deceased. Returning to his courtyard, Wyatt saw the two sisters breaking through their cultivation levels during their practice, which left him with complex feelings. Without any heart for hot pot, he gave all the leftovers to Elias, then went back inside with his daughter. About an hour later, the sisters ceased their practice. Both made breakthroughs. Roxy progressed from 8th rank Spirit C to 1st rank True Spirit Realm, while Jacqueline advanced from 6th rank Diamond Body to 9th rank Diamond Body, barely shy of entering the Spirit C realm. Thank you, Mr. Mu. Ignoring their newfound cultivation levels, the sisters hurriedly thanked Wyatt, for without him, they wouldn't have achieved this progress. Strangely, Wyatt sat quietly, which puzzled them. Still, Roxy dared not speak and retrieved 10 large boxes of gifts from her storage ring. Mr. Mu, thank you for saving our father's life with the spirit flower you gave us. This is everything we've saved. These gifts might not please you, but they are a token of our gratitude. Please accept them. ##### Chapter 18. Contest for the quota. What is your relationship with Prince Jacob? Wyatt did not look at the boxes on the ground. Instead, he addressed the two sisters. Although he had already made some guesses, he still wanted to confirm their identities. Wyatt had no particular grievances toward Roxy and her sister. After all, if their identity was true, they were also pitiable people. Their eldest brother might have been the one who wanted to kill them. Although the imperial family could be heartless, after these two encounters, Wyatt knew that these sisters were not unfeeling individuals. Instead, he saw a strong sense of kinship in them. This was evident from how they ventured into the Thunder Mountain range to find medicine for their father and stayed by each other's side even when injured. These acts showed that they were decent people. Roxy and her sister exchanged glances before Roxy replied, "Young Vancestor Mu, actually, we are princesses of the Xianxia Empire. We apologize for not revealing our identity earlier. And the Jacob you mentioned is none other than the crown prince of the Xianxia Empire and our Aemon brother." Vancy, I asked why young Vancestor Mu asked this question. Do you know our Aemon brother? Neither of them understood why Wyatt suddenly asked about this, assuming he might have met their brother. With such affectionate terms like Aemon brother, do you not know that the very person you call Aemon brother just sent someone to kill you both? Wyatt said somewhat mockingly. The person who thought of them as royalty was actually plotting their demise due to his resentment over them saving the emperor. What a ruthless man, willing to kill his own siblings and even attempt patricide, all for the sake of the throne. Young Vancestor Mu, what do you mean by that? Roxy was taken aback, unsure of the implication of Wyatt's words. However, they soon understood the gravity of the situation. Looking at the scene before them, a wave of shock swept through them. Wyatt replayed the scene where the black-clothed men slaughtered the villagers of Laguna Village for the two sisters using his great power. The brutality of those black-clothed men, who had killed defenseless civilians, was truly beastly behavior. These black-clothed men were ordered to kill you, your sister, and me. If it was just about us, it would be one thing, but they should not have harmed the villagers. This has crossed my line. Let me make it clear to you. Jacob's fate is now mine. But rest assured, I will only deal with Jacob's faction. I won't involve others in the Xianxia Empire. You can be relieved on this point. Wyatt was someone who kept his grudges distinct. He wouldn't punish the entire royal family of the Xianxia Empire because of Jacob. He only targeted Jacob's faction. Young Vancestor Mu, that's enough. Considering your sakes, I'm not going to pursue anyone else. There's no need to say more. As for these supplies, take them back, and pass a message to your father, the emperor, that the common people are the foundation of a nation. As an emperor, if he does not cherish his people, no matter how great he may seem, he is not a good ruler. Young Vancestor Mu, we will leave now and convey your message to our father. Seeing Wyatt's demeanor, Roxy knew that further talk was futile. She quickly gathered the tin boxes from the ground, spoke a few more words to Wyatt, and then hurriedly led Jacqueline out of the yard. She needed to inform her father immediately to see if they could save some people before Wyatt acted. Even within Jacob's faction, there were righteous people who cared about the welfare of the realm. Now, there's a mission. Who among you wants to go? Watching Roxy and her sister leave, Wyatt's voice suddenly rang out in the courtyard. Instantly, more than 10 figures appeared before him. If Roxy and her sister were still there, they would have been terrified, for the figures before Wyatt were bizarre animals, plants, and farming tools that had transformed into humans. There was a perpetually hungry black dog, a chicken in a cage, carp in the courtyard pond, various flowers and fruit trees planted by Wyatt, even kitchen utensils like cleavers, spoons, and pots, and even the hoe near the door, all turned into handsome men and beautiful women. Vancestor, I volunteer for this arduous task. Old hoe has long been accustomed to hard labor. Old farmer, clearing land and planting crops is your forte, but this mission clearly isn't suited for you. Don't get involved unnecessarily. Humph. Belly, if it's not suitable for me, is it suitable for you? Just go back to cooking. Vancestor, please let me go. I've never been outside before, and it's rare to have such an opportunity. I want to share the burden for Vancestor. After the young men spoke, a woman added her voice. She was formed from one of Wyatt's flowers. Little sister, you admit you haven't been outside before. What if you get lost and delay Vancestor's affairs? You'd be at fault then. Vancestor, I believe this task best suits Heavenly Dragon. Please let me handle it. I promise to complete it beautifully. The youth continued, transforming from the pond's carp, whose original form was part of the Heavenly Dragon clan. Little worm, it would be better for you to return to the pond to reproduce. Imagine if Vancestor wants fish, and there aren't any satisfactory ones left. That would be on you too. Vancestor, I am most proficient in these matters. Let me go. Old hen, you should return to your cage and lay eggs properly. You always have a share in everything. Immediately, everyone began quarreling. Had Wyatt not been present, they might have come to blows. Vancestor, allow me. I'm most adept at handling these situations. Amidst the heated arguments, a kneeling black-clad youth finally spoke. He was none other than Lee. Greedy dog, you're always the first to jump in on every task. It's our turn this time. Just stay home and keep Vancestor company. Indeed, you're usually the most active one. Isn't it unfair that you always handle everything? Doesn't it show that we're useless? Right. Dog brother, give us a chance this time. Guarding the house is your responsibility. Had Lee not spoken, it might have been fine, but his words triggered a chorus of criticism from everyone else. They felt that Wyatt often gave tasks to Lee, and this time, they did not want to let him take the opportunity again. It was as if he had become a public enemy. Chapter 19. The beginning of revenge. Because Wyatt usually assigned petty errands to Elias, such as catching a beast for barbecue. When Wyatt went hunting and needed to distribute, after saying this, Elias and the other two rose up into the sky and instantly vanished over Lagier village, flying toward the Xianxia Empire's royal palace. Elias often wandered out. Now, the entire imperial city is sealed. What's the next step? Of course, we need someone to lead us to Jacob. We don't even know what she looks like. Tisk. I thought you had some clever plan. We should have brought those two Dorines along. Hearing Elias's words, Bo couldn't help but sneer. Earlier, when encountering Roxy and her companion on the road, Bo suggested bringing them along because they were princesses and knew where Jacob lived. Unfortunately, Elias vetoed the idea. Isn't finding a guide simple? Why bother bringing those two Dorines? After speaking, Elias reached down, grabbing a soldier from the city below. Predecessor, is there anything you need? I'll do my best to assist you. Suddenly grabbed into the air, the soldier, initially terrified, began stammering once his fear subsided. The fact that the trio could stand mid-air indicated they were at least levitation realm. Since they hadn't killed him instantly, there must be something they needed from him. Hence the soldier spoke thusly. Do you know where Jacob resides? Great lady? Yes, the great lady. I do know. Are you looking for her? Do you want me to take you to her residence? All right. Elias agreed, then descended with the soldier, who finally exhaled a breath of relief when touching solid ground. As merely an 8th-level body-tempering patrol guard, he did remarkably well considering the situation. Afterward, the soldier guided the trio in a certain direction. On another note, deep inside the royal palace within Alejandro's quarters, a man dressed in black reported about Elias and his companions and the sealed-off imperial city. Spirit Guard, do you know the realms of those three? My emperor, due to distance and lack of knowledge of their intentions, I couldn't approach closely enough to discern their realms. But from afar, I sense that each of them is at least Sovereign Apex Realm. Sovereign Apex Realm? It seems they come with ill intentions. Spirit Guard, keep an eye on their movements and report anything immediately. Upon hearing that they were at least Sovereign Apex Realm, Alejandro's expression turned grave. After all, the strongest ancestor in the Xianxia Empire was only at Sovereign Apex Realm. If they indeed came to cause trouble, his royal family wouldn't be able to handle them without mobilizing 1,000,000 troops, which was clearly impossible in the imperial city. Thus, Alejandro hoped they were not there to cause trouble. Chapter 20. Spirit Princess Vance Nor, Capture of Jacob. On the other side, Roxy and her sister Jacqueline were hurrying back to the imperial palace of the Xianxia Empire. Suddenly, Jacqueline stopped in her tracks. Ying, what's wrong? Seeing her younger sister suddenly stop, Roxy asked, puzzled. They were in a rush. Why did she stop? Empress sister, do you think the 3 people who just flew past us might be people sent by Lord Mu? Jacqueline was struck by this thought, as they had only just left Laga village. And the Thunder Mountain range here was so desolate that it was unlikely for anyone else to be around. How could it be such a coincidence that 3 people happened to fly past them? So, Jacqueline suspected these were people dispatched by Wyatt to assassinate Jacob in the capital. Not likely. Lord Mu only has himself and his daughter. We've never seen others. Perhaps they really were just passing by. Empress sister, if Lord Mu has a daughter, he must have a wife. Yet we've never met her. Vansib, those 3 were indeed dispatched by Lord Mu. He is very mysterious. Isn't it normal we don't know everything about him? So, I think it's better we inform Bud. Otherwise, it would be unfortunate if Bud offended Lord Mu's people. Jacqueline firmly believed those 3 were sent by Wyatt, because it was too much of a coincidence. They had just left Laga village, and almost immediately, 3 people appeared heading in one direction. Moreover, the direction they headed was straight towards the Xianxia Empire's imperial palace, which naturally made Jacqueline suspicious. You have a point. Let's notify Bud first. Roxy thought for a moment and agreed with Jacqueline. She then took out a communication Jade token and sent a message to their father. After sending the message, they continued their journey back. Meanwhile, at the palace, Alejandro received the message from his daughters and became extremely agitated. Initially, he thought this was a trap set by the second prince, but now it seemed it was truly the eldest brother. The Amon brothers' actions had thoroughly infuriated Alejandro. Subsequently, Alejandro hastily summoned the spirit guards and issued an order to apprehend all members associated with Jacob. After giving this order, Jacob called forth the old ancestor of the Zhao royal family and headed straight for Crosby Jacob's palace. Meanwhile, Elias and his 2 companions were led by soldiers to the front of Jacob's manor. Senior, this is the Spirit Princess Vance Nor, the residence of the Crown Prince. You've done your part. You can leave now, Elias told the soldier and walked towards the manor. Now that they had found the target, it was time to complete the mission. Stop. This is the Crown Prince's Spirit Vance Nor. No one may enter without permission. With a flick of his fingers, Elias used 2 beams of energy to kill the guards. Without even glancing at the fallen guards, he muttered, I'm killing people of your Spirit Vance Nor. If you admit it, then go reincarnate quickly. When the trio entered the manor, they found themselves in a vast garden with winding stone paths connecting the entire area. Groups of soldiers patrolled the garden. Seeing the trio appear, a squad of 10 soldiers rushed forward. What brings you to the Spirit Vance Nor? Since Elias had killed the 2 guards outside the gate and the trio stood blocking the entrance, the soldiers hadn't noticed the dead guards yet. Anyone entering must have passed through the guard check, though it wasn't clear whom the trio were looking for. Kill. Before the soldiers could react, Elias swiftly dealt with the group of 10 soldiers. At the same time, Howard and Bo attacked the other patrol squads. However, the distant soldiers realized something was amiss and sounded the alarm. Despite this, their fate was predictable. All were swiftly eliminated by the trio. Let's split up. When we find Jacob, remember to verify his connections to avoid any mishaps. Agreed. In the depths of the manor, in a study, Aiden and an Amonly man were playing chess when the alarm sounded. What's going on? Why did the alarm sound? The youth paused mid-game, slightly angry. Why be so worked up, disciple? This is the Spirit Princess Vance Nor. Who dares to cause trouble here? The guards should resolve it soon. Moreover, the Spirit Princess Vance Nor has Miltons from my Tianling sect. Even the Zhao Imperial clan's ancestor wouldn't be feared. But if you're worried, let's go check. The Amon spoke confidently. His identity was significant. Grand Milton Baitsuin from the Tianling sect, also Jacob's teacher. Much of Jacob's power stemmed from Baitsuin's covert support. Vancestor, let's go see. Though reassured by his master, Jacob still felt uneasy, especially since the operatives he had dispatched earlier had not reported back. As the duo exited the study, a dense wave of blood filled the air, changing both their expressions drastically. It was apparent that many people had been slaughtered. Just before they reached the palace gates, the doors were violently burst open, and a figure flew in, crashing onto the ground. Then, a woman walked into the palace, facing Jacob and Baitsuin. Who are you? daring to invade my spirit Van Snore and kill so many, aren't you afraid you won't leave here alive? Despite being the most beautiful woman Jacob had ever seen, she clearly wasn't someone easy to deal with. Are you Jacob? This woman was none other than Howard from Elias's trio. They each chose a direction to kill, and Howard had arrived here. Yes, it's me. That's enough. Give me your life. Howard smiled upon hearing Jacob's confirmation. Finally, Jacob fell into her hands. With a gesture, Jacob was uncontrollably drawn towards Howard. In an instant, Jacob flew to Howard and was grabbed by the head. A horrific scream erupted from Jacob's mouth. Chapter 21. The Death of Jacob. Bold. Quickly release my disciple. Only when Jacob's scream of anguish rang out did Baitsuan realize that his disciple had been captured. Howard's movements were just too swift. But at this moment, Howard paid no attention to Baitsuan because she was busy delving into Jacob's memories. Only these memories could provide the unvarnished truth. Since Wyatt's order was to eliminate Jacob and all her accomplices, only Jacob's memories held the real story. What a degenerate. Howard swiftly finished reviewing Jacob's memories. Even as a demonic beast, Howard couldn't help but curse upon seeing Jacob's life through those memories. From them, Howard found no trace of good deeds in Jacob's existence. Her entire life was a web of scheming. Directly or indirectly, she had killed thousands of people, many of whom were her own family and friends. This person was utterly deranged, even devising a plan to poison her own father. Jacob no longer deserved to be called human. After speaking, Howard released Jacob. And just as Jacob thought she had escaped, a burst of flame suddenly emerged from within her body, engulfing her instantly. You're not much better either, Xianxia sect. Since you are Jacob's master, you can go join her. Having killed Jacob, Howard turned her gaze toward Baitsuan. From Jacob's memories, she learned that this old man was Jacob's master. Being her master made him one of her co-conspirators. Howard naturally wouldn't let him off, nor would she spare the Xianxia sect. Himph! You dare kill my disciple? Let's see what skills you have. Baitsuan, being the Grand Milton of Xianxia sect, was certainly powerful, reaching the 7th stage of the Tai realm, ranking 3rd in strength within the sect. He didn't take Jacob as a disciple for her talent, but to support her ascension to the throne to control the entire Xiling Empire. Rumors suggested that the Imperial Zhao clan possessed a pseudo-sacred artifact. Obtaining this artifact was Baitsuan's ultimate goal. Now, with Jacob dead, all his efforts had gone to waste. Naturally, he hated Howard intensely. Baitsuan charged at Howard, underestimating her because of her youth. He assumed Howard couldn't be more than a few realms higher, especially considering Jacob was only a 6th-stage Jinling cultivator. Baitsuan deduced Howard must be at the Xuanhuan realm. Deluded fool. Watching Baitsuan approach, Howard merely glanced at him with a cold laugh. Ah! A cry of pain came from Baitsuan. He fell before even reaching Howard, consumed by the same sudden flames as Jacob. At least Baitsuan got a chance to scream, unlike Jacob who left no sound behind. As the sole immortal bloodline of the Venus clan, Howard's bloodline was formidable, and they excelled in fire manipulation. Lorenance later, the flames vanished, along with any sign of Baitsuan, not even leaving ashes behind. Those killed by Howard's immortal flames truly dispersed from existence, unable to reincarnate. Sweeping her spiritual sense through the palace once more and confirming there were no living beings left, Howard then left the palace and appeared above Ling Wangfu. At this moment, the Ling Wangfu had turned into a living hell, strewn with the bodies of soldiers, maids, servants, and their families. Suddenly, flames erupted around the Ling Wangfu, rapidly spreading, and in the blink of an eye, the entire place turned into a sea of fire. Damn it, are you trying to roast me too? As the flames covered Ling Wangfu, 2 figures shot up quickly, appearing beside Howard. One of them, Christian, whose sleeve was half burned off, scolded her. If he hadn't extinguished the fire in time, he would have ended up a charred dog. Himph! Who made you so slow? You've been killing those lackeys for so long. Looking at Christian's disheveled state, Howard surprisingly didn't yell at him as she usually would for calling her old hen. Did anyone find Jacob? Christian and Bo didn't argue back, focusing on the burning scene below. Christian then asked the duo, she's already dead by my hand. Did you verify all of her associates? Of course. Howard acknowledged, transmitting the memories she extracted from Jacob's mind directly into their minds. Didn't expect Jacob to have such a wide network. Now that we know our targets, let's divide and conquer. Howard, head to the Xianxia sect and wipe out everyone there. Bo, go to the outskirts of the capital and exterminate all of Jacob's trained assassins. The remaining ones in the capital will be handled by me. Once we finish with Jacob's supporters, we'll each return home. After reviewing Jacob's memories, Christian promptly assigned tasks suitable for each of them. Let me help you after I finish with those assassins. After all, there are multiple spots in the capital to cover. Bo voiced an opinion, knowing the capital had Jacob's loyalists and ministers who sided with her. More importantly, the Chancellor of Xiling Empire was Jacob's grandfather, and her mother was the Empress. Powerful forces indeed. Handling it alone might delay things, prompting Bo to make this suggestion. Why not do this? Since the Xianxia sect and the assassins aren't aware of our presence here yet, we should first clear the capital of her party members together before heading to the other 2 locations. Wouldn't that be fairer? Howard also expressed dissatisfaction with Christian's initial arrangement, suggesting an alternative for fairness. She knew that once back, Christian would claim credit with Wyatt, boasting about the most kills. Howard had seen Christian's sycophantic behavior countless times and understood his intentions. Fine. Seeing the looks on their faces, Christian agreed to Howard's proposal. Then, the trio left the sky above Ling Wangfu to head to the Chancellor's mansion first. Unexpectedly, they encountered Alejandro and others just as they had left Ling Wangfu. Note: for a more natural read in English, it would be better to clarify Ling Wangfu. If there's an established translation for Ling Wangfu, please use that instead. For this context, it might be Ling Wangfu is translated as Ling Wangfu, Ascension of Spirits, or simply keep it as Ling Wangfu if it's a proper name. Chapter 21. The Death of Princess Zhao Wang. Audacity, quickly release my disciple. Only when Princess Xiaowang's scream was heard did Beitsuan realize his disciple had been captured. Howard's actions were simply too swift. But Howard paid no attention to Beitsuan at that moment, as she was currently examining the memories of Princess Xiaowang. Only these memories could provide the most accurate and true information. Because Wyatt's order was to eliminate Princess Xiaowang and all her followers, only Princess Xiaowang's memories would be the most authentic and truthful. What a despicable creature. Howard quickly finished scanning through Princess Xiaowang's memories. Even as a demon beast, she couldn't help but curse after witnessing what was inside. In the princess's memories, there wasn't a single good deed recorded. One could say that Princess Xiaowang lived her entire life scheming and plotting. Directly or indirectly, thousands of people died by her hand, including many of her own relatives and friends. She was utterly ruthless. She even attempted to poison her own father. Princess Xiaowang no longer deserved to be called human. After speaking, Howard released Princess Xiaowang. As soon as Princess Xiaowang thought she had escaped this calamity, flames suddenly erupted from within her body, instantly engulfing her whole. You, Skywolf sect, are not much better either. Since you're her master, you can go down and accompany her. After killing Princess Xiaowang, Howard turned her gaze towards Beitsuan. From Princess Xiaowang's memories, she learned that this old man was the princess's master. Being the master made him one of Princess Xiaowang's accomplices, so Howard would not let him off easily. Neither would she spare his Skywolf sect. Himph! You have great guts to dare kill my disciple. Let me see what you can do. Beitsuan, as the Grand Aemon of Skywolf sect, was certainly a formidable figure, with cultivation at the 7th level of Tai realm, ranking 3rd in power within Skywolf sect. He had taken Princess Xiaowang as a disciple not because of her talent, but to support her claim to the imperial throne, aiming to control the entire Xiling Empire. According to rumors, the Zhao family held a quasi-sacred artifact, which was Beitsuan's ultimate goal. Now, with Princess Xiaowang dead, Beitsuan felt all his previous efforts had been wasted. He harbored intense hatred towards Howard. Beitsuan flew forward to attack Howard. Though he did not know Howard's exact level, how powerful could she be given her youth? As for Princess Xiaowang, who had been killed, she was merely at the 6th level of true spirit realm. Beitsuan guessed that Howard must be at the air control realm. How foolish. Seeing Beitsuan charging at her, Howard sneered. She did not move. She just glanced at Beitsuan. Ah! A painful scream came from Beitsuan's mouth. He collapsed on the ground before even reaching Howard, consumed by flames that burst out from within his body, just like Princess Xiaowang. However, unlike Princess Xiaowang, Beitsuan managed to scream before being incinerated. Howard, the sole immortal bloodline of the Venus clan, possessed immense power. The Venus clan excelled at manipulating fire. Within seconds, both the flames and Beitsuan vanished, leaving no trace behind. Moreover, those burned by Howard's immortal fire would cease to exist entirely, losing even the chance of reincarnation. Using her divine sense, Howard scanned the palace again, confirming there were no living beings left, then exited the palace. Her figure reappeared above Ling Wangfu. By now, Ling Wangfu had become a hell on earth, filled with slaughtered soldiers, maids, servants, and family members. Suddenly, flames emerged around Ling Wangfu, rapidly spreading until it became an inferno within moments. You damn hin, are you trying to roast me too? Just as the flames covered Ling Wangfu, two figures rose swiftly from below and appeared beside Howard. One was Elias, whose sleeve was already scorched, narrowly avoiding becoming charred meat. Himph! Why did you move so slowly? It took you so long to finish those small fries. Looking at Elias's somewhat disheveled appearance, Howard surprisingly did not scold him. Ordinarily, if Elias dared call her a hin, they would definitely argue fiercely. Who found Princess Xiaowang? Elias and Bo didn't refute Howard's words. Looking at the flames engulfing Ling Wangfu, Elias asked, "She has already been killed by me. Did you find all her accomplices?" "Of course." Howard responded and projected two beams of light into their minds, containing the memories she extracted from Princess Xiaowang. "I didn't expect Princess Xiaowang to have such extensive connections. With our targets clear, we should divide and conquer. Howard, you go to the Skywolf sect and wipe them all out. Bo, you head to the outskirts of the capital and eliminate all the elite guards trained by Princess Xiaowang. As for the remaining forces here in the capital, I will handle them. Once her followers are wiped out, we can each return." After reviewing Princess Xiaowang's memories, Elias promptly made assignments suited to each person's task. "Let me return and assist you afterward. After all, there are several places in the capital to address." Bo voiced his concerns after Elias made his arrangements. Besides the trusted factions nurtured by Zhao Kennedy, there were also ministers loyal to her side. Most importantly, the Chancellor of Xiling Empire was Princess Xiaowang's grandfather, and her mother was the Empress. These were powerful forces that Elias alone might struggle to handle efficiently. Or we could first jointly eliminate her accomplices in the capital, and then proceed to destroy the remaining targets together. Howard was clearly dissatisfied with Elias's arrangement, and proposed another plan. This way, it seemed more equitable. Howard knew Elias would likely boast to Wyatt about his efforts once they returned, claiming he had killed the most. Because Elias was always sucking up to Wyatt, Howard understood his intentions well. Fine. Seeing the expressions on both their faces, Elias knew further discussion wouldn't change much, so he agreed to Howard's proposal. Then, the three left the airspace above Ling Wangfu, heading towards the residence of the Chancellor. Unbeknownst to them, they ran into Alejandro and others rushing toward them right after leaving. ##### Chapter 22. Annihilate party members, exterminate assassins. What? Is your royal family going to interfere with this matter? Looking at the few people who appeared before them, Howard immediately recognized that Benny leading them as Alejandro, the ruler of the Xiling Empire, thanks to his knowledge from reviewing the memories of Jacob. "Senior, please don't misunderstand. That traitor deserved his death, and I won't plead for him. Moreover, all of his followers in the Imperial City are already under my control. I have come here to ask that you spare those people and let my royal family handle them. After all, not all of them are evil." they simply followed the wrong master. Alejandro gazed at the vanished residents and the light barrier outside the imperial city, understanding that these three individuals were far beyond what his royal family could deal with. He had tried using the old ancestor's power when he summoned him earlier but couldn't even crack that barrier, let alone send a message through it. Furthermore, the royal ancestor had just communicated with him, warning him that the realms of these three were unfathomable and that he must not offend such formidable beings. The ancestor's order was to eliminate all party members associated with Jacob. Will you step aside or die with them? I'll give you 10 breaths to decide. Hearing that Alejandro intended to plead for those people, Braden spoke in a cold voice, giving Alejandro 10 breaths to consider. This task was assigned by Wyatt, so how could Braden agree just because of Alejandro's words? Bradley, what should we do now? Taken aback by Braden's response, Alejandro turned to look at the royal ancestor helplessly. Senior, would you allow us to experience your strength? After some thought, the most powerful Huajing realm ancestor of the royal family spoke up. Given Braden's firm stance, he didn't want to provoke Braden without first gauging their true capabilities. He requested a demonstration of their strength. If they were no match, then so be it. However, if there was any chance, they could still try to negotiate, as the sudden death of many in the imperial city would significantly impact the empire. Xianxia Empire was merely a mid-level empire within the Zonglong realm, surrounded by numerous potential threats. Any chaos within Xianxia could easily invite attacks from other empires. You actually wish to experience our strength. Very well, I shall use only 1/10 of my power for you to feel. I won't deny you this opportunity. If you can remain unharmed against 1/10 of my strength, Jacob's party members will be handed over to you for handling. Braden chuckled at the old man's request. How amusing. All right. Though displeased, Grant swallowed his pride, intending to gauge Braden's power first. Are you ready? Ready. Grant exchanged glances with the other two Amons, casting multiple layers of seals around them before cautiously observing Braden's trio. While angered by Braden's disregard, Grant knew better than to underestimate an opponent who claimed to be so formidable. Seeing the fully defensive posture, Braden shook his head slightly, smiling, and extended his palm towards them. As his hand moved, a massive claw shadow appeared before Grant and the others, pressing down upon them. Bang! Before Grant and company could react, they were struck by the claw shadow. With a loud thud, the 5 figures slammed into the ground below. 5 streams of blood spewed out simultaneously. Stunned and terrified, Grant and his companions stared up at the trio above. What kind of strength was this? They were utterly helpless, struck and injured by a single claw. And this was just 1/10 of their strength. Was it really so terrifying? When did Xianxia gain such formidable warriors, unbeknownst to everyone? In reality, it wasn't even 1/10 of Braden's strength, but rather half of that. Had Braden not held back at the last moment, all 5 would have been killed instantly. Do you need another taste? Landing before the 5, Braden said with a faint smile. Thank you for your mercy, Senior. We will no longer interfere with Jacob's party members, but may you leave them intact? Grant quickly bowed, sensing that Braden had indeed held back. Aside from spitting blood, they weren't seriously hurt. Agreed. Howard, Bo, proceed. Braden acknowledged Grant's request and instructed the others. He acted first, extinguishing the spirits of the party members without harming their bodies, the most dignified way to die, like falling asleep. Howard and Bo followed suit. Let's go. In an instant, tens of thousands of Jacob's party members collapsed in the imperial city. Braden's group disappeared from Grant's sight and reappeared 100 miles away over a village on the outskirts of the capital. This was where Jacob trained her assassins. Without a word, each of them unleashed a palm strike toward the village. The assassins inside never saw it coming. None survived the 3 simultaneous strikes. Immediately after their departure, the entire village burst into flames. By the time anyone arrived, only charred earth remained. Xianxia sect was situated in the northern part of the Xianxia Empire, on a mountain shaped like a wolf's head. It was one of the top 10 second-tier sects, with its strongest Amon reaching Tai 9th rank, ranking 4th among the 10 major second-tier sections. Normally, no one would dare to challenge them unless from one of the top 10 sects. But today was different. Xianxia sect was being massacred by 3 young individuals. No disciple, Amon, or even the sect master could survive a single move from the trio. A black-robed youth casually waved his hand, killing several or even a dozen people effortlessly. Elsewhere, it was even more eerie. A red-clad beauty strolled leisurely, yet every disciple she passed was engulfed by suddenly appearing flames. Such bizarre occurrences caused panic, as Xianxia sect disciples fled upon seeing her, only temporarily escaping death. Chapter 23. Annihilation of the Xianxia sect. The Xianxia sect was in utter chaos now, with dead disciples lying everywhere and survivors fleeing for their lives. But no matter how hard they tried to escape, it was futile, for a golden light had sealed off the entire perimeter of the Xianxia sect. There was nowhere to run, and at best, they were only postponing their inevitable deaths. Stop! As the Xianxia sect disciples despaired, a commanding shout suddenly echoed from deep within the sect. Then the disciples saw a group of Miltons from their sect flying over. Thank goodness! The Miltons and the founding patriarchs have come to save us. Finally, we won't die. Indeed. We must have the founding patriarch capture these 3 and carve them up piece by piece, healing their wounds as we go along. All surviving Xianxia sect disciples cheered, watching the incoming Miltons and founding patriarchs, eagerly discussing how to deal with the killers among them. Who are you that dare cause trouble in my Xianxia sect? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, prepare to be tortured for 100 years. This speaker was none other than Vaughn, the strongest founding patriarch of the Xianxia sect, a peak 9th stage Tai realm cultivator. On either side of Vaughn were 4 more founding patriarchs of the Xianxia sect, all possessing Tai realm cultivation. Behind them were 10 more Amons, each at least Voidstride realm, the mightiest combat strength the Xianxia sect could muster. The Xianxia sect has colluded with Prince Jacob to slaughter innocent civilians. Sentenced by my master, your journey ends here. Since you're out, may you depart in peace. Kill. Seeing finally some worthier prey approaching, Elias announced their crimes before charging towards Vaughn first. Are you Alejandro's people? Hearing Elias's words, Vaughn was taken aback, never expecting Alejandro to be so bold as to send assassins against his sect, and only 3 of them at that. Is this courting death, or looking down upon our Tianlang sect? Unfortunately, no one responded to him. Instead, he received a punch from Elias's sandbag-sized fist, which instantly knocked him unconscious. Founding Patriarch. Founding Patriarch. Witnessing their strongest ancestor being felled in an instant, disbelief spread among the onlookers. But before they could react, Vaughn's body was stomped into nothingness by Elias's foot. Kill. Avenge our Founding Patriarch. One of the remaining Founding Patriarchs screamed for vengeance, directing the attack towards Elias. Yet instead of engaging himself, he ordered the other Amons forward while retreating a few steps and then quickly flew back towards where they came from. Immature. Seeing the fleeing Amon, Elias couldn't help but sneer before ruthlessly continuing the slaughter. Boom boom boom. With each sound of exploding flesh, all dozen Amons fell in mere moments under Elias's onslaught, leaving behind only bloody chunks. The massacre didn't stop with the Amon's demise, but intensified until half an hour later when cries from the Tianlang sect ceased entirely. Let's go. The Tianlang sect no longer exists. Let's return to report to the master. Surveying the ravaged Tianlang sect, Howard prepared to leave but was stopped by Elias. Hey Mutt, what else do you want? Hee hee hee. Since we rarely come out, why not enjoy ourselves for 2 days before returning? After all, Vancestor hasn't set a time limit for us. If you want to play, go ahead. Given Vancestor's current mood, I don't want to risk upsetting him, Howard retorted. Usually she wouldn't mind playing around, but given Wyatt's evident displeasure, she wasn't keen on making him angrier. She wanted to live longer, and risking a couple of days of fun leading to her end up on the grill seemed unwise. Lame dog, did you forget the last time Vancestor broke all your bones? Next time, you might directly end up on the table. After Howard spoke, Bo also reminded Elias, sharing the same concern. They didn't want to accompany Elias's misadventures now. With our family's large population, we have the highest chances of ending up on the table. I'm not joining your reckless adventures. You truly lack courage. As long as we don't say anything, how would Vancestor know? Faced with unanimous disagreement, Elias grumbled resentfully. He dared not venture alone without their support. Himph. Do as you please if you're so brave. Bo, let's return. Howard gave a cold snort, turning back with Bo, unconvinced that the stray dog would dare play alone. Arg, infuriating. Watching Howard and Bo leave, Elias jumped up and down in rage, but eventually followed them. If they were together, he wasn't afraid, but he definitely wouldn't risk going solo knowing Wyatt would catch him, likely leading to severe punishment. In a short while, the trio returned to Lagaga village and reported to Wyatt. Wyatt listened without comment, merely waving them back to their original forms. Previously transformed into animals to avoid detection by villagers, now that everyone was gone, Wyatt let them remain in animal form for his daughter's amusement. On the other side, Roxy and her sister rushed back to the capital after several days of travel. Without delay, they hurried to meet the Emperor. Greetings, Bud. Bud, has anything happened in the capital? After greeting Alejandro, Roxy hastily asked about the capital, mainly to find out if the 3 individuals they saw were Wyatt's men. Dead. Dead. Bud, who is dead? Shocked, Roxy's sisters struggled to understand Alejandro's reply but guessed correctly seeing his expression. It was likely their brother Jacob. Chapter 24, Third Visit to Laga Village. Who else? The disloyal son and his accomplices were all wiped out by those 3 individuals. Vanserlin said with a heart-rending tone. He had almost died at the hands of that disloyal son, so Vanserlin naturally could not let it go easily. Moreover, right after Elias and the other 2 left, he instructed the Spirit Guard to investigate the situation of the Tianlang sect. According to the information gathered by the Spirit Guard, the Tianlang sect, as a second-tier sect in the Xixing Empire, had no means of resistance when faced with those 3 individuals. It was obliterated in less than half an hour, with no one escaping. Of course, if there were disciples of the Tianlang sect who were out on missions, they might have escaped this disaster. What? The 2 people were taken aback. They originally thought that Wyatt only intended to kill Jacob, but they did not expect that so many people would be implicated. The fact that Jacob and all her allies were killed came as a shock. Bud, what about the Empress? Roxy suddenly remembered Jacob's mother, who was the Empress of the Xixing Empire. Could she also have been killed by those 3 people? And what about the Prime Minister in the Chancellor's residence, who was also Jacob's maternal grandfather? If these important figures were all killed, wouldn't the Xixing Empire fall into chaos? They are dead. Everyone who aligned with the disloyal son was killed. However, our imperial family begged for mercy from those 3, ensuring that these people met their end with dignity. Furthermore, we have kept this news confidential. The outside world is still unaware of these events. Not only them, but even our empire's second-tier sect, the Tianlang sect, was completely wiped out under the hands of those 3. Just as Roxy and the other person were shocked, Vanserlin revealed another stunning piece of information. The Tianlang sect had also been eradicated. Roxy, Jacqueline, both were stunned speechless by this news. The Tianlang sect was a second-tier sect, an existence that even their royal family dared not provoke. Now, it had been casually wiped out due to its association with Jacob. Roxy couldn't imagine how this was related to the Tianlang sect. Could it be that when Jacob framed her father earlier, it was because the Tianlang sect supported her? Otherwise, with Jacob's capabilities, she shouldn't have been able to frame him so effectively. Bud, is the Tianlang sect behind Jacob? Perhaps. Xianxia, Ying, you must be exhausted. Go back and rest first. The Xixing Empire may not be peaceful lately. Stay inside the palace unless necessary. Everyone was dead, and Vanserlin didn't know the exact relationship between the Tianlang sect and Jacob. However, judging from the actions of those 3, it was likely that the Tianlang sect was the most significant force backing Jacob. Now, Vanserlin didn't want to dwell on these matters any longer. What worried him was whether the Empire would be affected, especially with the sudden death of so many officials. Yes, bud. Seeing that Vanserlin did not want to discuss the matter further, the two sisters withdrew, returning to their respective palaces. In the Xixing Empire, unmarried princesses lived in the palace, and princes resided in the palace until they were in theft as kings. Spirit Guard, did you see their cultivation levels? After Roxy and the other person left, Vanserlin spoke into the air. Earlier, he had noticed a significant improvement in the cultivation levels of the two sisters, especially Roxy, who had already broken through to the first stage True Spirit Realm, and Jacqueline, who had also made similar progress. Her breakthrough to the 6th stage Adamantine Body Realm had surprised him, and now, after this trip, she had reached the 9th stage Adamantine Body Realm in just a few days. At their current cultivation levels, they were exceptional talents even among second-tier sections. After all, they were only in their teens or early 20s. Even in his younger days, Vanserlin hadn't achieved such a level of cultivation at their age. He knew it was all thanks to Wyatt. But Vanserlin couldn't understand why the two Dorines could make such rapid advancements while maintaining solid foundations. Your Vansjesty, your servant has seen it. As Vanserlin finished speaking, a figure appeared before him. It was the spirit guard who had been secretly protecting him. It seems I should pay a visit to this great sage. Vanserlin mumbled to himself, now very curious about the young Master Mu mentioned by Roxy and Jacqueline. Your Vansjesty, this might not be appropriate. Why? Vanserlin was puzzled by the spirit guard's statement. Even though he was the ruler of the empire, to some reclusive Amens, he was merely immortal. Moreover, Vansester Mu had saved his life. Had Vanserlin known that the two sisters had visited Wyatt again, he would have accompanied them. Your Vansjesty, considering the recent incident with Crown Prince Jacob, if you visit the predecessor now, there might be... The spirit guard didn't finish his sentence, but Vanserlin understood his meaning. The concern was over potential danger and worry that the predecessor might blame him. Spirit guard, you misunderstand. Precisely because of these incidents, I must visit him. Apart from thanking him for saving my life, I must also confess my sins. Especially for the innocent civilians brutally killed by the disloyal son. I cannot live with my conscience if I do not make a personal apology. And you underestimate the magnanimity of these sages. If he truly harbored ill intentions, do you think we would still be sitting here? He spared me but punished the disloyal son and his followers, proving he is a person of clear principles. Prepare everything. We will depart in 3 days. Yes, your Vansjesty. After the spirit guard left, Vanserlin instructed someone to prepare generous gifts and then visited the ancestral grounds. 3 days passed quickly. Today, Vanserlin put on casual attire instead of his imperial robe, bringing only a few people with him out of the capital city. Besides Roxy and her sister, the other 3 were 3 senior ancestors of the royal family. Apart from the hidden spirit guard, Vanserlin brought no other attendants. He was going to confess his sins. Bringing too many people would be inappropriate, and Vanserlin didn't want his subordinates to witness his humiliation. Another reason was that reclusive Amens generally preferred not to be disturbed. Vanserlin would not have sought Wyatt's presence had it not been for these circumstances. Traveling under the guidance of the royal family's Amen ancestors, they reached near Thunder Mountain Range after only 2 days of flight. If not for the presence of Roxy and her sister, they would have arrived earlier. Without their guidance, Vanserlin feared they might miss finding Wyatt. Bud, Milton Bradley, the village of Lord Mu is not far ahead. Let's land and walk from here. Please provide feedback on the translation. If you need further revisions or have specific sections you want translated, feel free to let me know. Chapter 25, 8 years, system upgrade. Hovering in the air, Roxy looked at the tombstones not far ahead, feeling a sense of dejection as she spoke to Alejandro and Grant. Before, they could still see kind-hearted villagers, but now only graves remained. To show respect for the deceased, Roxy suggested that her father and the old ancestors walk into the village. All right. Alejandro naturally saw the rows of tombstones ahead. As soon as Roxy finished speaking, he descended, and the 3 royal Amens did the same without exception. They landed and headed toward Lagaga village. After walking for about the time it takes to finish a cup of tea, they finally reached the entrance of Lagaga village. Let's go. At the entrance to Lagaga village, Alejandro called out and was about to step inside when he was abruptly stopped by a sudden light barrier. Unprepared for this situation, Alejandro almost got knocked back by the barrier. He stumbled a few steps before steadying himself. Bud, are you alright? I'm fine. It appears this place is sealed by a barrier. It seems the venerable predecessor does not wish for us to disturb his cultivation. If Alejandro had tried to attack the barrier, it would have resulted differently. With his cultivation level, an attack would have caused the barrier's energy to rebound and kill him. What do we do now? Since the predecessor does not wish to be disturbed, let's pay our respects to the deceased villagers and then leave. Alright then. Subsequently, all of them knelt down toward Lagaga village, including the 3 royal Amens, and paid their respects to the graves. Rumble. Suddenly, thunder roared overhead, and the sky darkened visibly. A torrential rain began pouring down, soaking everyone through. Despite the heavy rain, Alejandro and the others did not leave immediately but bowed to each grave one by one. After about half an hour, Alejandro and his group left Lagaga village. Strangely, the rain stopped immediately after they departed. Just as Alejandro and his group left, a figure appeared at the entrance to Lagaga village. If Roxy were still there, she would recognize this figure as Wyatt. A ruler can do this much. A little punishment will suffice. If you have the fate to return, I will allow you to enter Lagaga village. Wyatt murmured to himself and then disappeared again, reappearing back in his courtyard. Wyatt had known of Alejandro's presence earlier and guessed his identity instantly. Because of some grievances, Wyatt had set up a barrier around Lagaga village. The sudden rain earlier was also Wyatt's doing, meant to punish Alejandro and gauge his attitude. If Alejandro had left because of the rain, none of the Zhao royal family would ever be allowed back. To Wyatt's surprise, Alejandro did not leave despite the heavy rain, which earned him a higher regard from Wyatt. Time passed swiftly, and 5 years flew by. Lagaga village remained largely unchanged, save for the addition of a Binny and a little Doreen. System, begin today's check-in. Congratulations on successful sign-in. Host has accumulated 8 years of consecutive sign-ins, rewarding system with an upgrade. Wyatt. System, what's going on? Aren't you supposed to reward me? Why are you upgrading yourself? Are you stealing my reward? Don't tell me you have nothing left to give. Wyatt had been excited about checking in today, as it marked another year, and system rewards usually included critical hits. However, what he heard shattered his hopes. Not only was there no critical hit, but the reward wasn't even something he could use. It was a system upgrade. Please don't doubt this system. The reason for rewarding an upgrade is to provide better service to the host in the future. Only after the system upgrades can it offer more substantial rewards. Really? Of course, this system never cheats. Rest assured, it will never deceive the host. Fine. If that's the case, then proceed with the upgrade. Wyatt had no choice. Even if he didn't trust the system, he couldn't change anything. So he agreed to the upgrade. Please prepare yourself. The duration of the upgrade is uncertain, and during this period, you will fall into a deep sleep. Hell, you're messing with me, right? Why should I fall asleep just because you're upgrading? How is that related to me? I've never heard of such a system. Wyatt was already annoyed. And now this added frustration made him question whether the system was malfunctioning. He had never heard of a system requiring the host to fall asleep during an upgrade. Wasn't that too demanding? If Wyatt were alone, it wouldn't matter, but he had a daughter who needed care. What would happen to her if he fell asleep? His daughter was only 5, smart for her age but still a child. Worse yet, the upgrade duration was uncertain. If it took 10 or 20 years, how could he leave his daughter to fend for herself? Host, how can you compare this system to others? This system is completely bound to you, considered part of your body. Of course, you will fall asleep during the upgrade. Other unscrupulous systems treat hosts like tools, abandoning or even killing them if unsatisfied. Is that true? Wyatt began to believe the system after its explanation. He had indeed read about similar situations in novels, especially those with task-issuing systems. If a host failed to complete tasks, they faced penalties, or worse, being treated as mere tools. His own system was different. There were no random tasks, and the rewards had never disappointed him. Sometimes, when he forgot to check in, the system would remind or even check in automatically. This system was indeed unique, and its explanation seemed logical. Of course, this system will not deceive you. Please rest assured. Chapter 26. Wyatt prepares to seclude himself. Alright, but do you not have an estimated time for this upgrade? If I fall into a deep sleep, what about my daughter? Host, please rest assured. Although the system upgrade does not have a set duration, it won't be too long. In case of no unforeseen circumstances, it will take no more than a year. Moreover, your daughter is already 5 years old and can venture into the mountains to fight beast demons. What is there for you to worry about? Furthermore, isn't there plenty of animals here to keep her company? And isn't there also Avril to watch over her? Carterdy, I'm hungry. Just as Wyatt was about to agree, the door was suddenly pushed open, revealing a doll-like figure that threw herself into Wyatt's arms. The little Doreen had a round face with intelligent, dark, shiny eyes, and 2 high ponytails on her head. Faye is hungry. Can Carterdy make something yummy for Faye? Seeing his daughter enter, Wyatt had to put aside the system issues temporarily and prepare breakfast for his daughter. He also planned to tell her about his impending seclusion. Using this as an excuse, he would entrust his daughter to Avril, whom he had previously invited to teach her knowledge. Faye replied in a babyish tone, then left Wyatt's embrace. Wyatt went off to make breakfast. While Wyatt was preparing the breakfast, Desiree stepped out of the room into the courtyard, stopping before a peach tree. She looked up at the red peaches hanging from the branches, her mouth watering. Peaches, come down. Faye wants to eat peaches. As soon as Desiree spoke, something incredible happened. The peaches hanging on the peach tree indeed started falling one by one, suspending themselves in front of Desiree. At first glance, there were about 10 or so, but the number of peaches on the tree remained unchanged. To Desiree, this was not strange. She giggled and collected all the peaches. Then, skipping back towards the house, she held a large peach in her hand and ate it, accompanied by a big black dog following behind. Elias, do you also want to eat peaches? At the doorway, Desiree glanced back at the black dog, speaking in her babyish voice. Woof woof. The black dog barked twice, its tail wagging so vigorously it almost broke off, with a faint droplet shining in its mouth. Hee, I won't give you any. Desiree extended the peach to the black dog's nose, allowing it only a whiff before turning around and entering the house, giggling all the way. Cluck cluck cluck. After Desiree entered, a series of chicken clucks echoed from outside, mocking the black dog. Upon hearing the chicken sounds, the black dog's face showed a brief flash of human-like anger. It then approached the chicken coop. Woof. Old hen, Grandpa Black invites you for breakfast? Barking once, the black dog turned around and aimed its butt towards the hens inside the coop, releasing a pale yellow gas. Cluck cluck cluck. Black dog, I'm going to kill you. Suddenly, the hens burst out of the coop, pouncing on the fleeing black dog, turning the courtyard into a chaotic scene of chickens flying and dogs jumping. Meanwhile, inside the dining hall, Desiree was eating a hearty breakfast prepared by Wyatt, completely unaware of the chaos outside. Carterdy, can we go find Lormy after breakfast? Just as Wyatt was about to explain his seclusion plan to his daughter, Desiree paused, lifting her small head to ask him. This wasn't the first time Desiree asked this question. Since she was 3, she had been looking for her mother because Avril told her everyone has parents. However, Wyatt always found various reasons to refuse her requests. Furthermore, it had been nearly half a year since she last asked about her mother. For some reason, she brought it up again, slightly frustrating Wyatt. Faye, be good. Carterdy needs to seclude myself for cultivation for a while. After I come out of seclusion, we'll find Lormy together, okay? Really? Desiree's face lit up with joy upon hearing that Wyatt agreed to look for her mother without giving other excuses. Of course, Daddy would never deceive my precious daughter. But during Carter's seclusion, Faye must listen carefully to Avril. Faye is such a good Doreen. Finish your breakfast quickly, and Carter will find Avril. Okay. Wyatt stood up and left the dining hall to find Avril and discuss matters before he secluded himself. As soon as Wyatt left, Desiree's eyes twinkled with mischief, a faint smile curling at the corner of her lips. Humph. The stinky daddy thinks he can trick me. Faye isn't a 3-year-old kid anymore. Once stinky daddy goes into seclusion, I'll go out and find Lormy myself. Murmuring to herself, she quickly finished her breakfast, eagerly waiting for her stinky daddy to start his seclusion. On the other side of the courtyard, Wyatt arrived at another room where his daughter's teacher resided. Greetings, Vancestor. A Benny who was meditating saw Wyatt enter and hurriedly knelt down, bowing respectfully. Please rise. I'm planning to seclude myself to break through my cultivation level, which might take an undetermined period. Please take extra care of Faye during this time. Rest assured, Vancestor. I will ensure nothing happens to little Vancestor. The Benny was startled when he heard Wyatt speak. According to his knowledge, Wyatt was already at the heavenly sovereign realm. If he were now cultivating to break through, wouldn't that mean reaching the divine level? Although surprised, the Benny immediately promised, fully aware of the importance of the task ahead. This required his utmost effort. Yes, that puts me at ease. Wyatt nodded. With the Benny's assurance, Wyatt felt reassured. This man, whom he had captured from the spirit immortal realm, was said to be a renowned prophet respected by everyone in that world. The Benny's name was Amador, somewhat feminine sounding. He was rumored to possess extensive knowledge of astronomy and geography, being revered as a prophet in the spirit immortal realm. Wyatt had sought out Amador after much inquiry for the sake of his daughter's education. Through a friendly conversation, he finally persuaded Amador to return with him. His promise to his daughter wasn't just to pacify her. While in the spirit immortal realm, he had obtained information about Ainsley. However, for unknown reasons, Ainsley had suddenly vanished again. Back then, concerned for his daughter, Wyatt hadn't thoroughly investigated. Now, with Faye mentioning it again, he decided to honor his promise. Chapter 27, Desiree's plan. Faye, be a good Doreen and listen to Vancestor while I'm away. Once Carter comes out of seclusion, we'll go find Lauren, okay? Wyatt, believing he had everything arranged, hugged his daughter Desiree and spoke with some reluctance. Though he knew his daughter was in no danger, she had spent the past few years somewhat lonely. Now that he would be sleeping for at least a year, she would feel even more isolated. However, Wyatt had already made up his mind. Once the system upgrade is complete, he would definitely bring his daughter to find that woman, Michaela, even if he had to drag her back from the immortal spirit realm. Carter, Faye understands? You should hurry and go into seclusion. All right. Vancestor, I entrust Faye to your care. Wyatt set down his daughter and turned to the Benny beside him. Vancestor, please rest assured. I will take good care of young miss. All right. Wyatt nodded, then patted Desiree on the head before heading into the room. He hadn't cultivated much, so there wasn't any special place for him to meditate in seclusion. But setting up an array outside his room would suffice to ensure no one disturbed him. Being inside his room also meant he was still nearby his daughter, offering her some sense of security. Back in his room, Wyatt cast an array outside, ensuring no one could disturb him. System, start the upgrade. With everything done, Wyatt hoped the system would upgrade quickly so he could be with his daughter. Ding, the system is upgrading to a new version. The host will enter a state of deep sleep. Ding, ding, The system upgrade has encountered an unknown change. Unexpected issues have arisen, and the upgrade time is uncertain. Before completely falling into sleep, Wyatt's face darkened upon hearing the system's message. But before he could say anything, he lost consciousness. What Wyatt didn't know was that at the moment he turned to enter his room, a flash of intelligence flickered in Desiree's eyes. After waiting a moment, Desiree quietly approached her father's door, touching it lightly. Just as she expected, a light barrier appeared around the room, isolating it completely. A small smile spread across Desiree's lips, but she quickly covered her mouth to stifle her laughter. Little master, it's time for class. As Desiree left the courtyard, Amador had already set up the study table, ready to begin the daily lessons. Startled by Amador's voice, Desiree realized she had forgotten about this uncle. Now that her father was in seclusion, she needed to figure out how to deal with Uncle Lou if she wanted to find her mother. Desiree pondered ways to subdue Amador, but walked towards him without showing any signs of hesitation. She couldn't let the teacher suspect her plans. Otherwise, it would become much harder to succeed. Amador felt something odd, as if something unfortunate was about to happen. He pinched his fingers to divine the future, but got nothing. Am I overthinking things? Shrugging off the feeling, Amador continued teaching. With his high cultivation level and being in the true spirit realm, he felt secure. As morning lessons concluded, just as Amador was about to pack up, Desiree called him. Vancestor, do you know anything that can make someone fall asleep? Desiree tilted her head, thinking of various methods. Knocking Vancestor unconscious seemed like the only way to sneak out. Little master, what exactly do you mean? There were many ways to make someone unconscious, with brute force being the simplest. Amador didn't understand which method Desiree referred to. If we use medicine, what options are there? There are several types of medicine. For instance, in the true spirit realm, there's a pill called Heavenly Illusion Pill that can induce sleep. Some poisons also work, like 7 Departure Pill, 5 Toxin Pill, and Blood Conceal Pill. They can put someone to sleep without causing death. Then there are rare herbs, such as a very powerful one in the true spirit realm. This herb is colorless and odorless, affecting even immortals if they're not careful. However, due to its environment, no one dares to pick it here. Although puzzled by Desiree's questions, Amador answered, knowing these were valuable pieces of knowledge. Really? What does it look like, and where can it be found? Desiree couldn't obtain those pills, but the herb intrigued her. Little master, it's called the purple blood melding flower. It grows only in toxic environments, always guarded by the 7 toxin golden toad. as it helps beasts evolve. Few dare to harvest it. And such conditions only exist in the deepest parts of Thunder Mountain's abyss of evil souls. Humans cannot survive there. Vancestor, I want to eat grilled fish. Prepare the ingredients, and I'll catch the 7 treasure fish. Desiree needed a reason to leave. Catching fish was a common activity she did often, unlikely to raise suspicion. Well, all right. Amador hesitated, confused by the sudden shift from discussing herbs to food. But he agreed, confident that Desiree was safe with Elias by her side. Elias, let's catch some 7 treasure fish. This translation maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks while translating the Chinese text into natural, fluent English, preserving the tone, style, and coherence of the story. Chapter 28. Purple Blood Fusion Spirit Flower. Trista held a fishing rod and a bucket, calling to Elias, then hopped out of the yard with Elias quickly following behind her. Seeing Trista leave the courtyard, Amador shook his head with a smile and went inside to prepare ingredients. Although he could not say how much he had learned about other things in these few years, when it came to cooking, Amador had indeed picked up quite a lot. At first, he did not believe that some of the foods that Wyatt prepared could be eaten, but after trying them himself, he was completely won over. Amador had learned several skills during those years, and today, he intended to showcase his culinary talent for his young master. What Amador didn't know was that instead of heading towards the back mountain, Trista made straight for the Thunder Mountain range. Woof, woof woof. Elias, do you know the way to the abyss of devil souls? Let me there. We're going to pick the purple blood fusion spirit flower. Trista did not know how to get to the abyss of devil souls, but she knew Elias would definitely know as he frequently visited the Thunder Mountain range to catch demon beasts. Upon hearing Trista's words, Elias tilted its head, looking at its little master in confusion. Weren't they supposed to go catch the 7 treasure fish? If you help me pick the purple blood fusion spirit flower, from now on I'll treat you well with delicious food. Otherwise, no more treats for you. After that smelly dad comes out of seclusion, I'm going to have hot pot with dog meat. You figure it out. Woof woof. Hearing his little master's words, Elias was alarmed. Given how much Vancestor doted on little Vancestor, if it did not take Trista to the purple blood fusion spirit flower today, it might indeed end up being served on the table once Vancestor emerged from seclusion. Elias gave 2 short barks and quickly crouched down before Trista, ready to carry her. After all, what was an abyss of devil souls to it? Its rank allowed it free access. Good boy, Elias. Trista giggled as she patted Elias's head before mounting it. Because Trista often rode Elias, Wyatt had specially crafted a saddle for Elias to make it easier for Trista. Once Trista climbed onto Elias's back, Elias turned into a gust of wind and vanished from the spot, reappearing hundreds of miles away. The Thunder Mountain Range, the largest mountain range in the True Spirit Realm, was teeming with countless demonic beasts, including many Emperor Realm creatures. In the True Spirit Realm, even the seasoned Emperor Realm beings would not venture deep into the Thunder Mountain Range unless absolutely necessary, because even those at the Emperor level were likely to fall within its depths. This was because demon beasts were naturally one step stronger than humans at the same realm. Those reaching the Emperor Realm usually possessed unique bloodlines. They all carried inherited abilities that ordinary human emperors did not wish to confront. Thus, very few people had ever ventured deep into the Thunder Mountain Range since its existence. But today, an exception appeared. A human Dorian entered deep into the Thunder Mountain Range. Her sudden appearance caused a stir among the demon beasts, many of which tried to attack her. However, before any of them could act, the human Dorian had already disappeared. Even those who managed to intercept her found themselves subdued by an overwhelming pressure that appeared out of nowhere. This resulted in chaos within the depths of the Thunder Mountain Range, with numerous demon beasts fleeing outward in panic, fearing they would be next. Woof. After a half day of sprinting, Elias stopped atop a cliff, turning to bark twice at Trista. Elias, is this the abyss of devil souls? Trista leaned forward to look down and asked Elias, who nodded after 2 more barks. Well, let's go down quickly. Otherwise, Cade will find out, said Trista. She had already been out for half a day and feared arousing Cade's suspicion or discovering that she had come here to pick the purple blood fusion spirit flower might lead to unforeseen events. So, with a sense of urgency, she urged Elias, who seemed to sense her anxiety. A light barrier enveloped Trista, protecting her before plunging into the abyss. Yeah. The sudden feeling of suspension made Trista cry out, not out of fear but excitement. How deep the abyss of devil souls was unknown, but it took Elias nearly 10 minutes before landing. At the bottom, the ground was littered with bones, and a foul odor filled the air. Not only was the smell unbearable, but a pale red gas also lingered in the air, the dreaded soul-fusing golden toad poison. Soul-fusing golden toad poison was extremely virulent. Even Emperor Realm powerhouses avoided it like the plague, for it was specifically designed to melt one's soul. This toxin originated from the venom secreted by the 7 venom golden toad. Due to its existence, even Emperor Realm powerhouses dared not easily approach this place. However, thanks to the protective light shield surrounding Elias, neither it nor Trista was affected by the poison. If this scene was known to outsiders, it would cause quite a storm, as nobody could so blatantly ignore the soul-fusing golden toad poison. Elias, do you know where the purple blood fusion spirit flower is? Trista's voice sounded a bit displeased, having walked for so long without seeing the flower. Woof, woof woof. After 2 more barks, a crack opened before Elias, and it dove through. Lornance later, it appeared before a water pool. The water pool was roughly a kilometer in diameter, filled with dark red liquid. In the center of the pool stood a small mound where a strange plant grew. It had 7 branches, each bearing peculiar, curling leaves. Atop the plant sat a purple bud, the purple blood fusion spirit flower. Splish splash. Just as Elias and Trista arrived, a series of bubbles rose from beneath the water, followed by the emergence of an ugly demon beast. I didn't expect a human to make it here. I haven't eaten humans in a long time. Too bad you're such a tiny morsel. Yeah, so ugly. Elias, get rid of this monster. I want that purple blood fusion spirit flower. Chapter 29. All is prepared. Looking at the demon beast emerging from the pond, A trace of fear flashed across Desiree's small face. But it wasn't fear of the beast itself. It was shock at its appearance. The 7-toxin golden toad's whole body was golden yellow, covered with poisonous tumors, making its surface uneven. If it had only been that way, it might have been more acceptable. After all, this was how the 7-toxin golden toad looked, and those flesh tumors on its body were the source of its venom. Primarily, what disturbed Desiree was the sticky fluid flowing over the 7-toxin golden toad's body, which looked disgusting. Plus, being in a hurry, she naturally didn't want to linger looking at it any longer. Woof woof. When Brayden heard that the 7-toxin golden toad wanted to eat his little master, he became enraged. After hearing Desiree's words, his expression towards the 7-toxin golden toad grew even more hostile. Brayden barked twice. Then a beam of energy shot out from his mouth, piercing through the 7-toxin golden toad before it could react. Wow. Brayden, you're so amazing. You killed the big monster. Let's go pick the purple blood fusion spirit flower and return. Seeing Brayden eliminate the monster with just one energy attack, Desiree sat on Brayden's back, clapping her hands joyfully. Upon hearing the praise from his little master, Brayden felt very pleased. He leaped forward and appeared on the small slope in the middle of the pond. Seeing the purple blood fusion spirit flower right before her eyes, Desiree waved her hand to collect it and patted Brayden's back. Woof woof. Brayden whimpered, and a spatial rift appeared in front of him. Carrying Desiree, he stepped into the rift. Brayden, you're always so obedient. In the future, I'll take you out for delicious food. Finding herself back by the stream behind the mountain, Desiree couldn't help but praise Brayden. She had already decided to take Brayden out after she put her teacher under a spell. After speaking, Desiree took out the bucket she had brought earlier. She filled it with water from the stream. Then with a wave of her hand, several 7 treasure fish jumped into the bucket from the river. Let's go back for some grilled fish. Desiree, carrying the bucket almost as tall as she was, hummed an odd tune while walking back. Soon, she returned to the courtyard. Teacher, I'm back. Hurry up and make me some grilled fish. You are really impressive, little master, catching so many 7 treasure fish. You must be tired. Why don't you rest first? I will make the grilled fish for you soon, okay? Amador couldn't help praising Desiree when he saw her bring back more than 10 7 treasure fish, never noticing that she had visited the depths of the Thunder Mountains. Yeah. Desiree nodded gently and walked away. Once back in her room, she took out the purple blood fusion spirit flower. How can I get teacher to eat this purple blood fusion spirit flower? How much should I give him? If he eats too much, won't he die? Desiree gazed at the purple blood fusion spirit flower in her hand, deep in thought. Although she had obtained the flower, she couldn't just feed it to her teacher as it was. Moreover, she wasn't sure about the effects of the purple blood fusion spirit flower or how much to give him. What if he ate too much and died? While lost in thought, suddenly a fragrant aroma drifted into her nose. It was the smell of grilled fish, bringing a smile to Desiree's face. Hee hee. Teacher loves soda so much. Now with the grilled fish, I'll be generous and offer him a bottle of soda. Desiree giggled, holding up a bottle of black drink, the cola she had stolen from her stinky dad. Rudy once got this Coca-Cola as a reward from a system sign-in. When they had hot pot one time, Rudy took it out, and Amador fell in love with it after tasting it. However, Rudy only signed in for a small box containing 12 bottles. 6 were consumed during that hot pot session. For some reason, whether Rudy forgot or not, he left the remaining cola in his room, which Desiree later stole entirely. Desiree conjured a flame and instantly reduced the purple blood fusion spirit flower into powder. She unscrewed the cap of the cola and added a small spoonful of the powder. It doesn't seem to change the taste. Vance, even another spoonful would be better. She lightly sniffed the cola, detecting no difference in taste, still smelling like cola. After pondering, she added another spoonful of purple blood fusion spirit flower powder. This should do it now. Having added 2 spoonfuls of the powder to the cola, Desiree thought the amount was sufficient, considering she had used a third of the flour. She put away the purple blood fusion spirit flower powder, tightened the cap of the cola bottle, but stopped halfway. No, that's not enough. Teacher is so powerful. This amount may not be enough to put him to sleep. Better be safe. Desiree remembered asking about teacher's cultivation level before. It was something akin to a Xian rank, which made her feel uncertain. She took out the remaining powder again and poured half of it into the cola. Hee hee. This should be perfect now. Desiree couldn't resist chuckling. If Amador had seen her adding the purple blood fusion spirit flower powder, he would have been terrified. Although the purple blood fusion spirit flower was only a spirit medicine grade, its effects far surpassed many immortal medicines. Even a tiny bit could knock out a xuanhuan. Teacher, can I eat the grilled fish now? With everything prepared, Desiree left the courtyard and approached Amador. Just finished them. I was about to call you. Come and try my grilled 7 treasure fish. Yeah. Desiree climbed onto a chair, picked up a skewer of fish, and began eating, continuously praising teacher's cooking skills. In truth, Desiree didn't find teacher's barbecue particularly tasty, nowhere near as good as her stinky dad's. But to serve her plan, she said nothing. Teacher, you should eat too. Sure. Amador loved grilled fish, especially when he grilled them himself. Hearing Desiree's words, he joined her in eating. Oh, it's a pity Vancestor is in seclusion. Otherwise, having a bottle of cola would be great. Eating the grilled fish, Amador sighed, remembering the cola he had drunk during the last barbecue. Do you really like drinking cola, teacher? Of course, it's the best beverage I've ever tasted. Chapter 30. Plan succeeds. Desiree exits Lagaga village. Avril, let me tell you a secret, but you can't tell Carter. Desiree's eyes sparkled as she whispered to Amador. You can rest assured, little master. I definitely won't tell the master. Feel free to speak. Hearing Desiree's words, Amador was intrigued and eager to know what secret this young Doreen was hiding. Avril, look at this. Desiree revealed a bottle of Coca-Cola in her hand, whispering mysteriously. It was the same bottle she had laced with purple blood fusion spirit flower powder earlier. Coca-Cola? Little master, did you steal this from the master? Amador's excitement turned into concern as he remembered that Wyatt often restricted Desiree's cola consumption. Seeing the bottle now made him suspect she had indeed stolen it. Avril, how can you say that? I brought this specially for you. If you don't like it, I'll give it back to Carter. Pretending to be heartbroken, Desiree started putting away the cola, but Amador quickly snatched it from her. Don't be upset, little master. Avril shouldn't have said that. Since you've brought this for me, I won't refuse your kindness. Thinking about the cola he had longed for so much, Amador couldn't bear to give it back to Wyatt, even if it was stolen. So what? Once he drank it, there was nothing Wyatt could do. Since Avril likes it, I'll give it to you. Desiree reluctantly spoke, still eyeing the cola in Amador's hand. Noticing this, Amador hurriedly opened the cap. This cap seems like it has been opened before. Shoo. Avril, I secretly took a small sip earlier. Please don't tell Carter. Desiree was startled, but then admitted awkwardly, not expecting Amador to notice. Don't worry, little master. This is our secret. No one else will know. Amador smiled, understanding her urge after being denied for so long. He whispered back, then gulped down a large mouthful of cola. Gulp, gulp. Ah, so refreshing. Truly the happiness water. Finally tasting the beloved cola again, Amador sighed in contentment, never expecting to enjoy this moment again today. Avril, drink more if you like. After Carter finishes his seclusion, I'll ask him for more. You won't lack for happiness water in the future. Haha. Little master is very thoughtful. Thank you for taking care of me. Initially, Amador intended to satisfy his craving and save the rest for later, as who knew when he'd get more. But hearing Desiree's promise, he laughed and drank several more gulps. He carefully recapped the bottle, remembering Wyatt's advice that the carbonation would make it less tasty if lost. Just as he sealed it, Amador's expression froze, and he slumped over on the table. Avril, Avril. Seeing Amador lying motionless, Desiree gently pushed him, but he didn't budge. Yay. After pushing a few more times, seeing no response, Desiree jumped off the chair ecstatically. Desiree dashed around the yard, harvesting all the vegetables and fruits that Wyatt had planted. She stored them in her spatial ring. After collecting everything, she returned to Amador, sending him back to his room with a wave of her hand, then packed up the barbecue grill. Elias. Woof woof woof. Originally watching Amador suddenly collapse, Elias was bewildered by Desiree's actions. Wondering why she needed to gather these items, Elias couldn't figure out why she wanted to knock out that Aiden. Weren't they just having a good time eating barbecued food? Why knock him out? Elias, we're going to find Lauren. I must bring her back. Mounting Elias, Desiree finally revealed her plan, surprising Elias. Finally, he understood. She wanted to find Nikki, but Elias hesitated, consulting the other animals in the yard first. If he allowed Desiree to leave, Wyatt might blame him upon emerging from seclusion. Grand Patriarch, what should I do? Elias sought advice from the Bodhi tree, whose wisdom and power were unparalleled here. That's up to you. Just ensure the little master is safe. I feel Vancester's seclusion is significant this time, and little master likely just wants to go out and play. If she goes out and can't find Nikki, she will naturally want to return. The Bodhi tree didn't discourage Elias. Stopping Desiree wouldn't help since none dared oppose her wishes. Moreover, given her preparation, including knocking out Amador, she clearly wouldn't abandon this chance to go out. So, as long as she was safe, letting her explore wasn't too risky. Elias, let's go. Seeing Elias hesitate, Desiree patted him, urging immediate departure, fearing Amador might awaken, ruining her plan. Woof woof woof. Reluctantly, Elias obeyed, knowing he couldn't stop Desiree. Better to trust the Bodhi tree's wisdom. Even if he didn't accompany her, if she left alone, things could be more troublesome. At least this way, he could ensure her safety. Hashtag chapter 31. Elias's helplessness. Elias, quickly erase our presence. We mustn't let Vancester find us. After leaving Laga village, Desiree hurriedly instructed Elias. Although she knew Elias was very powerful, she wasn't sure exactly how powerful he was. But to erase her presence, Desiree was confident that Elias could definitely manage it. She didn't want to be caught and dragged back right after escaping. Woof. Elias barked once, and a wave of energy flashed over him, clearly erasing the traces of both human and dog. Elias, why can't you speak? Even an ugly monster in the back mountain can talk. At that moment, Desiree, sitting on Elias's back, sighed unhappily, seemingly displeased that Elias couldn't speak. She even compared him to the 7-toxin golden toad in Thunder Mountain Range. Though the 7-toxin golden toad was hideous, at least it could talk. Woof. Woof woof. Elias, the little master is comparing me to those beasts, truly infuriating this old black dog. Hearing Desiree's words, Elias barked twice as a protest. He could speak. It was just that Wyatt didn't allow him to do so in front of people, fearing he might scare the villagers of Laga. However, Elias hadn't realized that all the villagers were already dead. Now, it wouldn't matter if he spoke. But it makes sense. Beasts can talk, while you're just Carter's pet dog. Even if you're clever, not speaking is normal since you're a dog, not a beast. Hearing Elias bark again, Desiree didn't understand his intentions, but knew he could comprehend her words. After pondering for a moment, she muttered something, causing Elias to feel a surge of self-pity. Little master, I can indeed speak. It's just that the master doesn't allow me to talk in front of others because it might scare them. Unable to hold back, Elias blurted out these words directly into Desiree's mind. Ah, Elias, was that you talking just now? The sudden voice in her head didn't frighten Desiree but delighted her instead. This way, she could chat with Elias. Elias stopped abruptly upon hearing her question, unsure of how to respond. He had inadvertently spoken. Did this violate the master's order? Little master, yes, it was me. But please don't tell the master or he'll punish me. Hee. Great. Don't worry, Elias. I won't tell Carter. Since you're so amazing, can you transform too? Of course. I'm the only ink jade Kylan in the world. Transforming is no big deal. Flattered by Desiree's praise, Elias revealed his true form, feeling that he had been a dog for far too long. If he didn't occasionally mention his true identity, he feared he would forget he was a Kylan. Elias, transform now. I've never seen what a Kylan looks like. Desiree slid off Elias, her eyes full of anticipation. Though she had learned much from the Vancestor about mythical creatures, she had never seen one in reality. Now, hearing Elias say this, she eagerly looked forward to seeing the Kylan transformation. All right, watch closely, little master. Thinking it over, Elias agreed. There was no one around, so it didn't matter. As Elias finished speaking, a flash of light enveloped him, and the large black dog transformed into a creature with a sheep's head, wolf's hooves, a round dome-shaped body, and standing 12 feet tall. Unlike a normal Kylan, Elias was entirely black instead of multicolored. Ah, Elias, this is your transformed appearance? But your head looks so ugly, not nearly as handsome as before. Boom. Originally hoping for some praise from his little master, Elias's imposing figure collapsed at Desiree's comment about his ugly head. He almost went into shock. Elias, what happened? You'd better turn back into a big black dog. You look unsteady and keep falling. How will we find Lauren like this? Seeing Elias fall, the little Doreen rushed to his side, worried. Her words completely stumped Elias. In a dejected mood, Elias reverted to his black dog form and stood up, somewhat glum. Little master, do you know where to find the mistress? I don't know. Elias, you're so powerful, shouldn't you know? The little Doreen only wanted to find her mother, but had no clue where to start. Little master, do you know what the mistress looks like? Elias felt speechless. He thought about returning to Laga village with her. Yes, he was strong, but he also had no idea where to find the mistress. I don't know either, but Ling believes we can find Lauren. Elias, let's hurry. The little Doreen, who had never seen her mother, believed they would surely find her. She gave herself a pep talk. Seeing her little master bouncing away, Elias followed helplessly, ready to indulge her this time. Desiree had never left Laga village, except for fishing in the back mountain. Everything outside was a novelty to her. Exploring here and there, the day passed by, and night fell. Desiree's stomach began to growl. Elias, I'm hungry. Go get some meat so we can cook. Completely exhausted, the little Doreen sat down and ordered Elias to fetch food. Little master, how about this deer? Immediately after she spoke, Elias released a unicorn-spotted deer from his internal space. He had secretly hunted it earlier for such occasions. Elias, you're so amazing. Knowing I love meat, you prepared such a big one. Seeing the deer, Desiree's face lit up with joy. She quickly set up a grill, preparing to roast the entire deer. This translation retains the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and line breaks, ensuring coherence with the preceding content while remaining fluent and natural in English. ####Chapter 32. Re-encounter with Roxy and being pursued. After setting up the barbecue grill, the little Doreen was immediately stumped. She had never processed a demon beast before and didn't know where to start. Elias, do you know how to handle meat? Elias didn't quite know how to respond. All the demon beasts he prepared were ones he ate secretly, and since he himself is a demon beast, there was no need for such elaborate processing. He could just devour them directly. Unless he transformed into human form, how was he supposed to handle this demon beast as a big black dog? However, Elias only felt speechless for a moment. He suddenly transformed into a Aiden. Since he had already revealed himself to his young master, there wasn't much point in hiding anymore. Besides, if he didn't transform into a human, it would be inconvenient to take care of her. From now on, he would appear in human form, reverting to a big black dog only when she was traveling. Elias, you can actually turn into a human? Young Vancestor, any demon beast that reaches a certain level can transform into a human. It's just that previously, the Vancestor didn't allow us to do so. Oh, I see. Desiree understood. Demon beasts reaching a certain strength could transform into humans, but she had never seen Elias transform before. After transforming back into a human, Elias began processing the demon beast. In no time, the demon beast was placed on the barbecue grill. While Elias barbecued, Desiree wasn't idle either. She suddenly wanted some soup and asked Elias to cut some of the demon beast meat for cooking. Desiree took out a large pot and an oddly shaped small water bottle. Pouring about the right amount of water into the pot, she dumped the meat in. Once everything was set up, she placed a strange device under the pot, blew into it, and instantly, a flame appeared. Done. All these items were prepared by her father. The thing that produced flames was called a flame lamp, which looked somewhat like a familiar alcohol lamp, specially refined by Wyatt for his daughter's use. Half an hour passed in waiting, and finally, the broth in the pot boiled. Desiree added some seasoning, and a rich aroma wafted from the pot. Finally, we can eat. The little Doreen eagerly took out a bowl and chopsticks, ladled a bowl of broth from the pot, and couldn't resist tasting a small sip. Young Vancestor, someone is coming. Just as she savored her creation, Elias's voice interrupted her. He had sensed someone approaching their direction and had once again transformed back into a big black dog. Ah, is it the teacher chasing after us? Startled, the little Doreen thought Amador might have awakened and was pursuing them. Scared, she hurriedly packed up, ready to flee. Don't worry, young Vancestor. That guy won't wake up even in 3 days. It's not the teacher chasing us, but two familiar yet strange people. As Elias finished speaking, two figures appeared not far away, running towards them. Behind them, over 10 more figures pursued closely. The two fleeing figures noticed the presence ahead and paused mid-motion, recognizing a familiar silhouette. But this brief pause cost them. They were instantly surrounded by the dozen pursuers, blocking their escape route. Little beauties, where do you think you're running this time? Just come with us quietly. One of the pursuers, a bearded man, said while surrounding them, completely ignoring Elias and Desiree nearby. A mere big black dog and a little Doreen couldn't interfere with their plans. If necessary, they could eliminate the Doreen before leaving. Never. It's not up to you. Grab them quickly, be careful not to hurt them. These two are specifically designated by our young lord. The bearded man wouldn't argue. They had chased them for so long and wouldn't let them go easily, especially since these two were specifically targeted by their young lord. The two seemed injured from earlier encounters and were quickly apprehended within a few moves. Their cultivation was sealed, and then the bearded man walked towards Desiree. Little Doreen, you saw what you shouldn't have. I'll have to kill you. Don't wander alone next time. The bearded man glanced at the roasted meat on the grill and then at the little Doreen, uttering something incomprehensible. You're bad people. Huh. Ha ha ha. You're so amusing, little Doreen. We are indeed bad people, but what can you do about it? The bearded man paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. This was the first time anyone had called them bad people, and it was from a young Doreen. Wah. The two captured Doreens panicked upon hearing the bearded man's words. They couldn't believe these people would not spare a child. But with their cultivation sealed and unable to speak, they couldn't ask Elias to take the little Doreen away. These two weren't strangers, but Roxy and Jacqueline, who had visited Lagaga village years ago. They were fleeing here hoping to seek help from Wyatt. The Xianxia Empire had drastically changed since the death of Crown Prince Jacob and his faction, leading to a few peaceful years. However, this was only superficial peace. Emperor Alejandro did not further investigate the matter involving Jacob. Unbeknownst to him, his lack of action caused significant turmoil. In just one night, under the assault of Second Prince Zhao Pingchuan, the imperial family fell under control. Not only were the three ancient ancestors of Xianxia imprisoned, but Emperor Alejandro himself was not spared. Only Roxy and Jacqueline escaped through the desperate efforts of the spirit guards. Now, the entire Xianxia Empire was under Zhao Pingchuan's control. What no one knew was that the current Zhao Pingchuan was not the original Zhao Pingchuan. He was a disciple of the second grade sect, Yaowang Valley, named Dalen, the heir apparent of Yaowang Valley. Dalen had long coveted Roxy and Jacqueline but lost track of them after their escape. So, he dispatched a team of drug servants to capture them, leading to their pursuit. Seeing Elias made them hesitate momentarily, causing their premature capture. Chapter 33. Lee takes action. Go and kill that little Doreen. Remember, there's also that black dog. I want to have some hot pot with dog meat today. The burly man instructed his underlings without a second thought and turned to leave, intending to take Roxy and her sister back for their reward. After the burly man turned away, a Benny among the group of over 10 stepped forward towards Desiree and Lee. You're all bad people. Teacher says those who bully Doreens are bad people. I'm going to beat you up, said the little Doreen in a babyish voice. She then raised her small hand to strike at the approaching Benny. The man saw the little Doreen's small fist coming and a sneer appeared in his eyes. A few-year-old little Doreen actually said she wanted to kill him, a true spirit realm expert. It was quite amusing to watch this unfold. Bang! The little Doreen's light punch hit the Benny, immediately sending him flying. With an incredulous look in his eyes, he was flung more than 10 meters away by the little Doreen. Bang! The Benny landed a dozen meters away, still holding the expression of disbelief on his face, but unfortunately, he had no breath left in him. The commotion behind him piqued the curiosity of the burly man who had only just walked a short distance away. He couldn't help but look back, only to discover that his underling was now dead. Bad people, quickly released the two sisters. Before the burly man could understand what was happening, the little Doreen's voice rang out again, pulling the dazed burly man back to reality. Little Doreen, I didn't think you were an expert. However, regardless of your identity, you must die for killing my subordinate. The burly man grunted. Humph. I am the world's unmatched little expert, specifically here to fight bad people like you. The little Doreen said in her babyish tone, as if announcing it to the entire world that she was an expert. But what she said sounded somewhat awkward. How can someone be a world unmatched, little expert? Attack. Ignoring Desiree's words, the burly man ordered 4 people to attack her together. Although he did not know Desiree's exact realm, he believed she would not cause much trouble when faced with 4 attackers. Lee, come and help me. They're going to bully me. When everyone expected Desiree to show off her strength, this Doreen instead retreated to Lee's side and called for him to deal with the approaching 4 men. Woof, 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 woof. Lee barked twice and then charged rapidly toward the 4 men. The 4 attendants walking toward Desiree also showed disdainful looks upon seeing this scene. Note: I replaced Yao Sir, pharmaceutical attendants, with attendants, to make it read more naturally in English while maintaining the meaning. If Yao Sir has a specific significance or translation in your document, please let me know. They were all 9th level true spirit realm powerhouses. If they couldn't even defeat a dog, they wouldn't deserve to live because living like that wouldn't be better than being a dog. Bang bang, bang bang. Lee dashed in front of the pharmaceutical attendants, standing on his hind legs and swiping each one with a paw. Then, spinning in midair, he kicked the remaining 2 with his hind legs. Before anyone could clearly see what was happening, Lee had already killed the 4 pharmaceutical attendants. Truly, they were no better than dogs. Lee didn't care about these things. Since the bearded man mentioned wanting dog meat earlier, Lee had already sentenced them to death, especially after learning they intended to kill his young master. So after kicking the 4 men to death, Lee once again charged towards the remaining few, causing the bearded man to finally snap back to reality. Unfortunately, it was too late. If there were no outsiders present, Lee could have killed them all with just a glare. Even so, none of those supposed pharmaceutical attendants could withstand Lee's claws and were all sent to the northwest. Even the leading bearded man, a 3rd-level skybound realm powerhouse, succumbed after only resisting 2 of Lee's claw attacks. Woof, woof, woof. Lee barked twice at the corpses of the men, as if scolding them for overestimating themselves. After Lee killed them all, he secretly undid the seals on Roxy and her sister. They hadn't yet snapped out of their shock. Big sister, are you okay? Seeing Lee had kicked the bad men to death, Desiree approached Roxy and her sister, asking because her father had told her to call beautiful women, big sister. Ah, we're fine thank you little Doreen. Little Doreen, what's your name? Why are you alone here? It's very dangerous outside. Upon seeing Lee, Roxy guessed the little Doreen must be Wyatt's daughter, though she didn't know Desiree's name. Moreover, the little Doreen was so young. How could Wyatt allow her to wander alone? Fortunately, Lee was there, or else the sisters would have been doomed. Most importantly, if something happened to Desiree because of them, Roxy wouldn't have the face to ask Wyatt for help anymore. If that really happened, Wyatt might not even spare them, let alone help them. Big sister, my name is the unrivaled little expert Desiree. I came out to find Lauren. Do you know where my mom is? Roxy and Jacqueline were struck speechless by Desiree's statement, unsure how to respond. And since Desiree herself didn't know where her mother was, how could they, as outsiders, possibly know? Big sister, you don't know where my mom is either? The little Doreen had finally met people outside, naturally hoping they knew where her mother was. Seeing Roxy remain silent, Desiree's eyes reddened, looking as if she was about to cry. The already cute child, displaying such a pitiful expression, instantly stirred the maternal instincts of Roxy and her sister. Because they had grown up without mothers, they missed maternal love deeply. Now, seeing the little Doreen like this, Roxy hurriedly knelt down and embraced Desiree. Danielle, why didn't you ask your father where your mom is? Humph. My father is a big liar. He always says he'll help me find Lauren, but he never does. Does he think I'm still a 3-year-old? I'm already 5, no longer a child. So I took the chance while Carter was in seclusion to find Lauren. Big sister, can you help me find Lauren? The little Doreen spoke angrily about her father's shortcomings and looked hopefully at Roxy, wishing she would help her find her mother. Danielle, do you know where your mom went? Upon hearing that Wyatt was in seclusion, Roxy felt a pang of despair. She wished she had arrived at a different time. However, she still wanted to help the little Doreen, remembering that Wyatt had saved them twice before. But first, she needed to understand the situation clearly. Chapter 34 Elias's Invitation. Moreover, if she really helped the little Doreen find her mother, then asked Wyatt for help later, there was a high chance of success. Plus, she genuinely liked the little Doreen. She was just too adorable. Big sister, you are so silly. I'm looking because I don't know where my mommy is. Desiree looked at Roxy with eyes as if she were watching an idiot. She couldn't help but think, this big sister is so beautiful. How can she seem not very smart? Didn't Daddy say the prettier a woman is, the smarter and craftier she is? Seeing the look in Desiree's eyes, Roxy felt a touch embarrassed, her face turning red. Danielle, do you know what your mommy's name is? I do. My daddy said Lormy's name is Michaela. Big sister, have you heard of my mommy's name before? Even though Desiree didn't know where her mom was, or what she looked like, she remembered her mother's name clearly. Michaela? Upon hearing Danielle, Roxy tried to recall in her mind. It seemed that she had never heard of this surname Mu, nor did the Empire have such a prominent clan by this surname. Little Doreen, our young master is here to search for the lady of the house. If you agree to lead our young master to find the lady, I don't mind helping you with those little matters of yours. While Roxy was thinking about whether there was any Mu clan, a voice suddenly appeared in her head, startling her. Roxy turned her head towards Elias, revealing a hint of confusion on her face. Could it be that the black dog before her spoke just now? No need to look. It's me, your grandmaster, speaking to you. Actually, Elias did not originally want Roxy to take Desiree to find her mother, but it was simply inconvenient for him. Also, he was not good at taking care of children. Fighting and biting were fine for him, but Desiree was a little Doreen, often requiring special care. Elias trusted the character of Roxy and Jacqueline. Moreover, since they were running in this direction being pursued, Elias could guess Roxy's intentions, seeking help from his master. But his master was already in seclusion and couldn't get involved with these matters. If Roxy agreed to take Desiree to find her mother, Elias could easily resolve Roxy's problems. Hearing the voice in her mind again, Roxy confirmed that it was indeed Elias speaking in her mind. Without hesitation, she nodded to Elias. This was something she could hardly ask for. How could Roxy not agree? Moreover, she genuinely liked Desiree. She was just too cute, having never seen her mother growing up. They could be considered similarly unfortunate. Now that she could solve her own problems and also help Desiree, Roxy naturally would not refuse. Danielle, I haven't heard of your mommy's name before, but you don't need to be sad. Sister will accompany you to find mommy. Okay? Really? That's great. Sister, I cooked meat soup and some yummy barbecue. I invite you to have meat soup and barbecue, but you must help me find mommy. Okay, sister promises Danielle. Sis we, Ying, I know what you want to say, but it doesn't matter. Just follow my lead. Before Jacqueline could finish, Roxy interrupted her. She naturally knew what Jacqueline was worried about, but with Elias's assurance, Roxy had nothing to worry about. Elias was Wyatt's pet, capable enough to protect Desiree, which proved its strength. From the way it killed those medicine servants earlier, all 9th stage true spirits and 1 airstride realm, it showed formidable power. Even a sovereign realm wouldn't be able to achieve this. So, Roxy speculated Elias was at least a tier 9 beast, equivalent to Tai realm in humans. In the same realm, beasts were stronger than ordinary human experts. She did not doubt Elias's capability to help her resolve her issues, but now wasn't the right time to explain everything to Jacqueline. She could only wait for an opportunity. Big sister, is there anything else? If you're busy, you can tend to your business first. It doesn't matter for me to wait to find mommy. The 5-year-old may have been small, but she was quite smart. She knew the 2 older sisters might have important matters due to their previous chase. It's alright, Danielle. You must be hungry. Let's eat first. Roxy didn't want to discuss violent matters with Desiree. After all, a child should not know too much about these things. Picking up Desiree, she walked towards the barbecue grill. Jacqueline, although unclear about what was happening, chose to trust her Amen sister. Danielle, what kind of soup did you cook? It smells amazing. This is meat soup. Since I made it myself, it must be fragrant. Big sister, serve yourselves. Desiree proudly offered with a slight pout, wanting to show off her efforts in front of adults. Thank you, Danielle. Smiling, Roxy took the utensils from the little Doreen, filled a bowl of soup for Jacqueline, and then one for herself. Apart from the irresistible aroma of the soup, both of them hadn't eaten for more than a day, and they were starving. Desiree, unaware of the concerns between the 2 sisters, started eating vigorously. Meanwhile, Elias began clearing the corpses. After tossing them who knows where with a kick, Elias quickly returned to the barbecue grill, barking twice at Desiree. Does Elias also want meat? Hearing Elias's bark, Desiree remembered that he had said her father forbade him from transforming in front of others. Putting down her bowl and chopsticks, Desiree came to the barbecue grill and cut a large piece of meat for Elias using a dagger, while cutting a deer leg for herself. As the little Doreen was about to fill another bowl of soup, she turned back and saw Roxy and Jacqueline sitting on the ground without drinking soup. What's wrong? Is the meat soup I cooked not tasty? Young master, don't disturb them. Their cultivation is too low to digest such enormous energy. At the moment, Elias's voice echoed in her mind. With their cultivation, they couldn't bear the energy from the soup. Based on Elias's standards, even the lowest level beast slain by him was at least tier 8. The spiritual energy contained in their meat was powerful. It was already fortunate that Roxy and Jacqueline could digest one mouthful of soup, let alone having eaten 2 pieces of meat. ##### Chapter 35, Dalen's Worries. Is there? It's just ordinary meat, right? Little Vancestor, they naturally can't compare to you. You are the unparalleled little expert in the world. Naturally, you're stronger than them. Exactly. The little Doreen responded with a satisfied look on her face upon hearing Lee's praise. Then she stopped paying attention to the 2 people who were cultivating and continued eating ravenously. Due to the little Doreen's unique constitution, the food she consumed was instantly decomposed, leading to her having a large appetite. Most of a large pot of meat soup and a significant portion of the barbecue ended up in the little Doreen's belly. Lee only got a small share of the roasted meat and some leftover broth. This made Lee very heartbroken. It was the monster beast meat it had taken out, and the barbecue was something it had prepared itself. The little Doreen only gave it 1 piece of meat and some leftovers. Was this what little Vancestor meant by treating him well? After eating and drinking her fill, the little Doreen put away those items and sat beside Roxy and the other person, watching them cultivate curiously. Lee, do you know how long they will continue cultivating? The little Doreen had never cultivated before and didn't understand much about cultivation. All her strength came from eating, so naturally, she had no idea about cultivation. They should be done soon, probably within another teacup of time, Lee replied. Bored, Desiree took out a bottle of happy water to drink. She originally had 6 bottles, one of which she gave to her teacher, leaving her with 5. She usually didn't indulge herself, but since she was bored now, the little Doreen took it out. Just as the little Doreen finished drinking the entire bottle of happy water, Roxy and the other person stopped cultivating at the same time, their faces showing both surprise and fear. Not knowing whether they had forgotten what happened in Lage Village, or if they were too hungry, they immediately ate 2 pieces of meat and drank a mouthful of soup. But just 2 pieces of meat and a mouthful of soup nearly sent both sisters over the edge. If not for an energy barrier that suddenly appeared to protect them, both would have burst. Despite the perilous process, their gains were considerable. Roxy advanced from the first stage of True Spirit to the 4th stage, while Jacqueline went from the first stage of Spirit C to the 5th stage. This improvement surpassed the progress they had made over 4 years of cultivation. Since leaving Lage Village, it had taken them 4 years to advance only 1 level in cultivation. Thank you for the meat soup, Faye. Both thanked the little Doreen, and Roxy did not forget to send a grateful look toward Lee. She knew that it must have been Lee who helped them earlier. Hugs, big sister. Seeing that the 2 were finally done cultivating, the little Doreen quickly asked Roxy for a hug, which she willingly gave. However, shortly after Roxy hugged the little Doreen, she fell asleep in Roxy's embrace. Senior Lee, what do we do now? Looking at the sleeping little Doreen, Roxy felt a bit at a loss. How could she fall asleep so quickly? Let's find a place to rest first. Little Vancestor is used to sleeping when it gets dark. We'll head to the capital tomorrow to help you solve your issues and then plan accordingly, Lee said to Roxy. Unaware of this scene, Jacqueline was startled but quickly accepted the fact that Lee could speak. After all, Lee is so powerful, so it's not strange that it can talk, she thought. And after listening to Lee, Jacqueline finally understood the situation. All right. With no other choice, Roxy agreed. Thankfully, there was a small city nearby where they could take shelter. Otherwise, they would have had to camp in the wilderness. Roxy carried the sleeping little Doreen as they traveled. After another couple of hours, the 3 humans and the dog finally arrived at the small city. In the city, they found an inn and rented a top-tier room. Roxy instructed Jacqueline to look after the little Doreen while she left the inn. Having heard that little Vancestor was used to sleeping when it got dark, she needed to prepare some supplies, especially considering that future travels might not always lead them to cities, so they needed to be ready for camping in the wilderness. In the Shieling Empire's Imperial Palace. Vansek, have you received any updates from the medic attendants? Young Patriarch, we haven't received any news yet, but you don't need to worry. Currently, the entire capital is under our control at Medicine King Valley, and those 2 women are merely at the True Spirit and Spirit C stages. The medic attendant team I sent, led by someone at the Void Soaring stage with several 9th-stage True Spirits, capturing them is just a matter of time. They might already be on their way back. Dalen's face flashed with concern upon hearing Vansek's words. He worried that some unforeseen circumstances might arise. Although he wasn't fully aware of the details of the Jacob incident, he had guessed the general idea. Jacob failed because sending assassins after those 2 women provoked trouble, and Dalen knew that these women had met some strong allies. Now, with no updates from the dispatched medic attendants, he feared he might follow in Jacob's footsteps. Vansek, try contacting those medic attendants. Thinking this, Dalen instructed Vansek. If the medic attendants had succeeded, everything would be fine. But if they still hadn't caught the women, Dalen would have to rethink his plans. Yes, young Patriarch. Though puzzled by Dalen's caution, 5th Origin still responded and took out a communication jade pendant specifically for contacting the medic attendants. However, after waiting for a while without receiving any replies, 5th Origin's face showed anxiety. He had assured Dalen that everything was under control, but now he couldn't reach the medic attendants, causing him to feel nervous. Although 5th Origin was an aim-in at Medicine King Valley, if something went wrong here, he would still face punishment. What happened? Noticing 5th Origin's unnatural expression, Dalen frowned and asked, wondering if something truly went awry. Young patriarch, I can't reach the medic attendants. Huh. Dalen was alarmed, immediately standing up and staring at Fifth Origin, silently cursing him for his incompetence. He had repeatedly emphasized the importance of catching those two women, yet the old man clearly hadn't taken it seriously enough. Since the medic attendants had been gone for so long without returning, and now couldn't even be contacted, it was clear that something had gone wrong. Order the entire capital to be on high alert. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Also, notify the sect to send more experts here, ideally led by the Bradley. Young patriarch, isn't this a bit excessive? Do you think you're teaching me how to do things? I dare not. Then why aren't you acting faster? Dalen's last words were shouted, revealing his growing dissatisfaction. If not for the current critical moment, he might have considered killing this incompetent Amon. Yes, young patriarch. Chapter 36, Dwayne's Wrath. Such incompetence, utterly frustrating. Dwayne watched as Jared left and sighed in exasperation. After speaking, he too swiftly departed from the Emperor's Hall, the Imperial Dungeon. Honest, I give you one final chance to submit to the Medicine King Valley. Otherwise, I will exterminate all of your Zhao clan descendants. Although Dwayne controlled the entire Imperial City, the Shilin Empire was vast, with many feudal lords scattered across its territories. If Dwayne were a descendant of the Zhao royal family, even if he seized the throne by patricide, the feudal lords might not revolt as long as the old ancestors of the Zhao family did not intervene. But Dwayne is not a descendant of the Zhao royal family. If this news were made public, the feudal lords would certainly rebel and possibly declare themselves kings. While the Medicine King Valley has powerful individuals who could suppress these feudal lords, doing so would plunge the entire Shilin Empire into chaos, leaving it vulnerable to invasion by other empires. None of these outcomes are what Dwayne desires. If Honest had not submitted, Dwayne would have eliminated him long ago. Dwayne, don't you dare think about it. Even if I die, I will not submit to you. Even if you control the Imperial City, what do you think would happen when the feudal lords find out? Do you really believe the Medicine King Valley can remain on the throne? Is that so? I have long missed Tasha and Ashling. Just now, my attendants reported that they've been captured. What if I toyed with them right in front of the entire Zhao clan? Imagine how that would feel. And after I'm done with them, I'll hand them over to my attendants. How long do you think they can hold on for? Having spent years infiltrating the palace, Dwayne knew Honest loved his daughters more than any prince. Previously, Honest had instructed the spirit guards to risk their lives to escort the two princesses away, making them effective leverage against him. Dwayne, may the Medicine King Valley suffer a horrible fate. As expected, Honest turned beet red with anger upon hearing Dwayne's words, wishing he could devour Dwayne's flesh raw. Unfortunately, his cultivation had been sealed by the Amon of the Medicine King Valley. Ha ha ha. Honest, there's no need for you to worry. If you refuse, it'll be too late once they are brought back. Let me assure you, if you force submit to the Medicine King Valley and allow us to plant the master-servant contract, I will spare every member of your Zhao clan once you announce the transfer of power to me. I only give you the time it takes to finish a cup of tea to consider. In truth, Dwayne felt helpless. Had it not been for Jared's negligence, he wouldn't have resorted to this tactic. Now, enslaving Honest and the three others would ensure he had leverage even if the two princesses were rescued. Moreover, if Honest abdicated in his favor, he could legitimize many actions. Meanwhile, Honest could only glare at Dwayne, blaming himself for not being vigilant enough earlier. He should have had the spirit guards continue investigating. But how can I trust your words? If I submit to the Medicine King Valley and you go back on your promise, what can I do then? You can rest assured. If you let me plant the contract on you four, I swear on the heavenly Tao that I will not harm anyone in the Zhao clan. Dwayne inwardly rejoiced. Honest finally agreed to his terms. He began imagining his future. Though sparing the Zhao clan was merely an empty promise, he could avoid killing them, but he couldn't control others. I must see my daughters first. Without confirming their safety, I won't submit to you. You. Dwayne was infuriated. Why see them at all? If he truly captured them, why would he bother threatening Honest here? Honest, I've already sworn on the heavenly Tao. Don't you believe me? Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Dwayne, you haven't captured my daughters, have you? If so, why would you deny me this simple request? As the emperor of the Shilin Empire, Honest was cunning. Initially, he had been overly worried about Tasha and Ashling, but seeing Dwayne's reaction now, he concluded that Dwayne hadn't captured his daughters. If he had, Dwayne wouldn't deny such a reasonable request. This realization gave Honest hope. If the princesses escaped, the situation here would inevitably reach the ears of the feudal lords, ensuring Dwayne faced difficulties regardless of their intentions. Bang! Suddenly, Dwayne struck out, sending Honest flying as blood spewed from his mouth due to his sealed cultivation. Dwayne, if you have the guts, kill me. Ignoring his injuries, Honest glared at the enraged Dwayne, reaffirming his suspicions. Dwayne hadn't caught his daughters. Otherwise, he wouldn't have resorted to deceit. Don't get too happy, Honest. Capturing them is just a matter of time. You'll beg for mercy soon enough. With that, Dwayne left. Since Honest wouldn't cooperate, he could only rely on the sect. Meanwhile, Jared, following Dwayne's orders to enforce curfew throughout the Imperial City, relayed the message back to the Medicine King Valley. Upon receiving the message, the sect leader of the Medicine King Valley, Frederick, knew something major had occurred. He promptly met with the Valley's Ernon. Though the Medicine King Valley remained a second-rank sect, it was among the top 3 among the 10 second-rank sects because its main focus was alchemy. Additionally, it was the wealthiest sect within the Shilin Empire, producing 80% of the empire's medicinal pills, and the Medicine King Valley maintained the most connections, owing to the fact that many significant alchemical pills could only be refined by its alchemists, attracting many powerful beings seeking elixirs. Chapter 37. The Picky Little Girl. The Medicine King Valley has a total of 9 Amons, all of whom are at the Tai realm. Previously, 3 of them were sent to assist Chester in taking control of the Imperial City. Now, there are still 6 Amons in the Medicine King Valley. After Edge informed these Amens of Chester's message, they decided to send another 5 Amens over. Only one Amen would remain to oversee the sect because no other sect within the Shilin Empire would dare to provoke the Medicine King Valley. Led by the 5 Amens, 1,000 disciples set off for the Shilin Empire's capital overnight, with even the weakest among them being at the 9th level Spirit Sea realm. There were over 100 Amens at the Huangji realm, far surpassing Tianling's sect. However, this was essentially all the power that Medicine King Valley could muster. It wasn't until dawn the next day that the Medicine King Valley's Amens and disciples arrived at the Imperial City. Upon meeting Chester, they realized just how severe the situation was. Bradley's, do you have any methods to forcibly enslave Zoran and his ilk? Asked Chester hopefully. If possible, he preferred to enslave Alejandro for safety. There isn't. If an expert is enslaved, they turn into madmen, utterly useless to us, replied one Amen. In fact, you needn't worry too much. Given our connections in the Medicine King Valley, even if those two invite experts, they should still give us some face. At worst, we'll lose some benefits. All right then. After hearing his ancestors' words, Chester felt somewhat reassured. Yesterday, after leaving the prison, he had dispatched 3 squads of medicinal attendants, hoping to capture those 2 back. In Lianyang City's Tongfu Inn, in a deluxe double room, a little Doreen got up from bed. Faye, you're awake. I've already fetched water for you. Go freshen up, and then we'll go downstairs for breakfast, okay? Last night, the little Doreen slept soundly, but Roxy and her sister couldn't sleep at all, not even bothering to meditate. They woke up early but didn't dare disturb the little Doreen, staying by her side. Yeah. The little Doreen didn't feel anything special. She simply washed up, then followed Roxy and her sister out of the room. Waiter, can you bring the dishes we ordered? As soon as the 3 sat down with the dog, Roxy instructed the waiter to serve their breakfast, which he had already ordered earlier. Sure thing, sir. Please wait a moment. We'll bring it right away. Although the waiter found it odd for a dog to sit at the table, since Roxy had paid well, he didn't question it. He figured he'd just throw away the dishes once they finished eating. It wouldn't matter. It didn't take long for the waiter to bring out plates of breakfast. Not knowing what Teresa liked, Roxy had ordered every signature dish. Wow. All this food is for us? So much meat. The little Doreen had never eaten outside, nor seen so many dishes, finding it all very appetizing. Faye, these are all the dishes I ordered. Since I didn't know your preferences, I ordered more than usual. Try and see if you like them. Yeah, big sister, you're so kind. Faye has never seen so many dishes before. Hearing that all the food was for her, the little Doreen was delighted, picking up her chopsticks to put a piece of meat in her mouth. What is this meat? It tastes awful. Just one bite and she spat it out. This meat didn't taste like the meat she usually ate and was impossible to chew. That can't be right. Seeing the little Doreen spit out the meat, Jacqueline questioned it. These were the inn's signature dishes. They shouldn't be bad. Jacqueline tried to appease herself. Though not as good as the Imperial chefs, it was still edible. Faye, try some other dishes. Thinking the little Doreen might dislike this particular meat, Jacqueline encouraged her to try other dishes. Thankfully, they had foresightly ordered all the signatures. The little Doreen, looking distressed, listened to Jacqueline and picked up another piece of meat. This time, she seemed cautious, only lightly tasting it. Again, the meat tasted terrible, and she threw it back on the plate. Without waiting for Roxy and Jacqueline to say anything, the little Doreen tried other meats but found none to her liking. Naturally, the other guests in the inn were intrigued by this odd group of 3 people and a dog. Seeing the little Doreen waste such a spread made the other guests' jaws drop. Even the waiter, standing behind them, almost couldn't bear it if not for the menacing eyes of Elias and the large sum of silver he had received. Big sister, the meat here is awful. Faye wants milk. Having tried all the meat dishes, the little Doreen looked pitifully at Roxy. Roxy and Jacqueline didn't know what to say. They hadn't expected the little Doreen to be so picky. Nothing on the table suited her. And now, she wanted milk. They weren't her mother. Where could they get milk? Desperate, Roxy turned to Elias, who was gobbling up the meat, hoping for some advice. The little master has bottles and formula powder. Help her prepare a bottle, but regular boiled water won't work. You must boil the water specially for her. Elias knew the little Doreen wouldn't like ordinary food, lacking in spiritual energy. Due to Wyatt, everything she ate contained spiritual energy, including water and vegetables. Faye, let me prepare your milk, alright? Okay. Happy to hear that Roxy would help, the little Doreen took out the bottle, formula, and a small kettle from her storage ring. Ying, asked the waiter to borrow a stove. Seeing what the little Doreen pulled out, Roxy instructed Jacqueline to borrow a stove, intending to boil water for the little Doreen's formula. Chapter 38. Return to the Imperial City. In just a moment, Jacqueline brought over a small brazier, on which sat a small pan. These items were commonly found even in peasant households. Ordinary people would use this setup during cold weather to heat water for washing. They typically burned with charcoal, while wealthier families might use beast oil. Beast oil was an essence extracted from demon beasts' bones, akin to gasoline, a luxury only the rich could afford. In the brazier that Jacqueline borrowed used beast oil. Roxy picked up the small water kettle the little maid had brought, opened it, and a dense aura of spirit energy wafted out. Roxy paused, curious about what kind of water was in the small kettle that emitted such a thick, spiritual aura. Is this spirit liquid? When Roxy poured the water out of the kettle, she froze, staring at the spirit liquid on the pan, unsure if her eyes were deceiving her. It wasn't just Roxy who was stunned. Jacqueline, sitting beside her, as well as the other guests at neighboring tables, were equally astonished. Vansony people's eyes gleamed with greed. This was spirit liquid. Spirit liquid was a crystallized form of spiritual energy, only produced in the finest spirit or veins. It was an extremely rare resource. Even in the entire Poly Empire, these were rarely seen outside of first-class sects. These are just some spirit spring waters. What's the big fuss? You should hurry and prepare milk for young Vancestor. Seeing Roxy's inexperienced reaction, Elias couldn't help but remind her. The items were merely the most ordinary preparations by their master for the young Doreen, meant for daily cooking and cleaning. With Elias's reminder, Roxy snapped back to reality, quickly returning the small water kettle to the little maid and began preparing the milk powder for the child. In no time, Roxy had the milk ready, filling a bottle for the little Doreen, who immediately cheered up upon drinking it. Big sister, let's find Loremy. The little Doreen, sipping from the bottle, spoke to Roxy. Faye, my father has been captured by villains. I need to rescue him before we can look for your mother. Big sister, your daddy was captured by bad guys? Then let's go save him. Faye will help you fight the bad guys. The little Doreen grew anxious after hearing Roxy's words, understanding the urgency despite her young age. Faye, thank you. Roxy thanked Faye, and then turned to Elias, who had finished eating all the food on the table. It would take at least 2 days to get back to the Imperial City, and with the little Doreen along, they might be too late by the time they arrived. To reach the Imperial City quickly, they could only rely on Elias. Otherwise, they would have to travel on foot. Fortunately, Elias did not disappoint. Standing up on its hind legs, it swiped with its front claws, opening a spatial rift and looked back at Roxy and the others. Roxy quickly picked up the little Doreen and stepped into the spatial rift. In an instant, the 3 humans and the dog vanished from the inn. Damn, I didn't expect that black dog to be an 8th level demon beast. Fortunately, I didn't choose to act just now. After the trio and the dog left, 3 burly men sitting at a corner table heaved a sigh of relief. Yeah, I didn't think an 8th level demon beast would appear in such a small town, and it looks like it's enslaved. It seems those 3 people aren't simple folk. Too bad they're not someone we can mess with. These 3 were local bandits who specialized in robbing strangers passing through. When they saw Roxy pouring out the spirit liquid earlier, they had planned to investigate further and act when Roxy left the town. But Elias's creation of the spatial rift nearly scared them to death. At the east gate of the Poly-Imperial City, a spatial portal suddenly appeared near the gate, and out stepped Roxy and the others. Senior, shall we just walk in like this? Looking at the towering city gates, Roxy felt a mix of emotions. She knew the Imperial City was now under Chester's control. If it were just her and Elias, she wouldn't be worried. But with little Faye along, she feared for the child's safety. Moreover, Yaoang Valley was a second-tier sect of the Empire, and she didn't know how many powerful figures resided in the city. If Elias couldn't win a fight, there would be no chance of redemption. What do you want me to do? Elias's voice echoed in Roxy's mind. This wasn't some dragon lair or tiger den. He could blow away any threats with ease. Even if it were, he could guarantee their safety. As for concerns about the child's safety, that was absurd. The little Doreen had eaten countless heavenly treasures over the years, including demon and celestial beasts, achieving a terrifying cultivation level long ago. Otherwise, her companions wouldn't have let her roam freely. Plus, Wyatt had equipped her with various treasures, making her battle-ready. All right then. Convinced by Elias's words, Roxy carried the little Doreen toward the city gate. Stop. No one is allowed to enter or leave the Imperial City today. Just as they reached the entrance, the guards stationed there blocked their path. These low-ranking soldiers naturally failed to recognize the princesses. How dare you? I am Princess Roxy. Do you dare prevent me from entering? Roxy revealed her princess pendant, more concerned about her father's life now that the city was sealed. Your Highness, Princess Roxy. Recognizing the pendant, the soldiers knelt, realizing they had stopped the 7th princess. Open the gate. I need to return to the palace. Yes. The soldiers hastily opened the gate, letting the trio into the Imperial City, grateful that the princess didn't blame them. Shortly after Roxy and the others entered the city, they were spotted by Chester's men, and the news was quickly relayed back. ####Chapter 39. Trouble-seeking Yaochan. Upon receiving the message, Dalen immediately found the Patriarch and reported that Roxy and the others had returned. Did they bring anyone else back with them? Patriarch, according to the message, they only carried a little Doreen, no one else. A little Doreen? Davis was instantly puzzled. Could it be that these 2 realized there was no hope of escape and came back to meet their doom? Or did they think they could confront our Yaoang Valley by themselves and didn't care about the little Doreen mentioned in the intel? Right, there's also a big black dog. Not just the Patriarch but Dalen was also confused. Could this little Doreen and a black dog be their reinforcements? Dalen couldn't help but laugh at the thought. Could the black dog be some powerful beast? This was the only plausible explanation Davis could come up with. Otherwise, these 2 must have lost their minds coming back to face certain death. Patriarch, should we send people to apprehend them or? No need. Since they've come back on their own, they'll naturally find us. Tell everyone not to obstruct them and let them come in. Yes, Patriarch. Half an hour later, Roxy and Jacqueline led Desiree into the Emperor Hall, followed by a large black dog. My dear sister, I didn't expect you to come back on your own. Are you missing me? Yaochan, where are my father and the others? Roxy ignored Yaochan's remarks and asked about her father, as they had returned precisely to save him. Alejandro? They're in the heavenly prison. If you want to save them, you'll have to agree to my condition. Otherwise, your entire Zhao family will be here, and you know the consequences. Yaochan, I advise you to release my father now, or you will regret it. Ha ha ha. Roxy, have you lost your mind? Just the 2 of you? Or is it this little Doreen, and perhaps this big black dog? Hearing Roxy's words, Yaochan burst into laughter. He had already investigated when they entered and found the little Doreen to be an ordinary human. The black dog wasn't any special creature either, just a large mongrel. Humph. Do you know you're the one who captured the little Doreen's father? Release him quickly, or I will hit you. The little Doreen, still holding her baby bottle, coldly snorted and said with a babyish tone. Normally threatening words sounded comical from her lips, making even Yaochan chuckle despite the situation. If circumstances were different, I might have wanted to hug the little Doreen. Hee hee. Little Doreen, I'm right here. Come and hit me. Yaochan was standing in the hall, but hearing she would hit him, he couldn't resist taunting her. He even squatted down and pointed to his chest, inviting her to punch him. Himph. You're a bad person. I'll hit you. You bad man. Without hesitation, the little Doreen slipped out of Roxy's grasp, raised her chubby little hand, and punched Yaochen's chest. Roxy and Jacqueline, having just let go of the little Doreen, suddenly received a telepathic message from Elias and stopped dead in their tracks. Before they could figure out what was happening, they heard a loud bang, and Yaochen, who was much bigger, vanished. When they next saw him, Yaochen was sprawled under the central table, spitting blood profusely. Bad person, do you understand how strong I am? Release the little Doreen's father immediately, or I'll hit you again. You cough. With a terrified look, Yaochen spat out more blood before fainting, utterly stunned by the little Doreen's power. Yaochen simply couldn't comprehend why he couldn't withstand even a single blow from a little Doreen. He fainted from sheer frustration. Well done. Who is this wild child daring to harm the young lord of Yaowang Valley? Prepare to give your life. An Aemon of Yaowang Valley, seeing Yaochen unconscious, angrily confronted the little Doreen without a shred of honor. I'm not a wild child. I have parents. You're the wild old man. The little Doreen fearlessly approached the Aemon and threw a light punch. The Aemon, who initially dismissed her, was caught off guard when her fist landed on him. Unsurprisingly, he was flung away, landing beside Yaochen, also spitting blood profusely. Boom. Everyone in Yaowang Valley was utterly shocked, rising from their seats, unable to believe what they saw. Initially, they thought Yaochen had allowed the little Doreen to hit him, but now another Aemon, a Tai realm expert, had been incapacitated by her. This was beyond belief. Do you know who you are dealing with? This is a matter concerning Yaowang Valley. Are you sure you want to oppose us? Davis recovered first, addressing the little Doreen with a somewhat threatening tone. A little Doreen who could injure a Tai expert demanded his attention. Listen carefully. I am the invincible little master Desiree. Release the little Doreen's father now, or I will hit you all again. Davis. Everyone. What nonsense was this? Invincible little master Desiree? They'd never heard of such a title and were baffled by her declaration. Together, subdue her. Whether she was truly invincible or not, they wouldn't submit to a child. Without knowing her true strength, Davis ordered everyone to capture her. Yaowang Valley had lost enough face today and couldn't afford to appear weak by failing to restrain her. You, Yaowang Valley, are despicable for ganging up on a child. Note: the translation maintains the original structure, including paragraph breaks and line breaks, ensuring a natural and fluent narrative while preserving the tone and style of the original text. ####Chapter 40. Backing down in Medicine King Valley. Seeing the 7 old men shamelessly ganging up on a child, Roxy and her sister were furious. They immediately rushed toward Desiree to protect her. Even though they knew they couldn't defeat these Aemons from Medicine King Valley, they charged ahead regardless. No matter what, they couldn't let Desiree get hurt. Bang, bang, bang. Asterisk asterisk. But before the sisters could reach her, they witnessed a scene that would haunt them for life. In the blink of an eye, the little Doreen had knocked all 7 old men to the ground with perfect strikes, 1 punch per person. This left Roxy and her sister so stunned they forgot to continue their charge. They just stood there, mouths agape, wide enough to fit a fist. Danielle, are you okay? It was Roxy who first recovered. She hurriedly squatted next to Desiree, anxiously checking if the little Doreen was injured. Don't worry, big sister. I'm the undefeated little expert. How could anything happen to me? Yes, Danielle is the undefeated little expert. You're the best. Jacqueline quickly joined in, hugging the little Doreen and showering her with praise, making her incredibly happy. Bad old men, quickly release big sister's father or my little fists will hit you again. Seeing the old men stand up, the little Doreen raised her chubby fists in threat. The words sent shivers down the spines of Sawyer and the others. They'd lived hundreds of years, but today, they had been threatened by a little Doreen, and they dared not retaliate. Afraid this small monster might indeed hit them again, they no longer viewed Desiree as just a child. No normal child could be this powerful. It was monstrous. As Tai realm powerhouses, they couldn't even withstand a single punch. If it weren't for experiencing it themselves, they wouldn't have believed it either. Little senior, I'll go release her father right away. Please wait a moment. Sawyer had no other thoughts now. Preserving his life was enough. He dared not oppose Desiree anymore. One child was already formidable. If he brought out her family, Medicine King Valley would be doomed. Sinclair, you go bring Alejandro and the others here. Sawyer ordered another person to fetch Alejandro. He didn't dare send everyone over, fearing the little Doreen might think they were escaping, leading to more trouble. Sinclair, called by Sawyer, said nothing and left promptly. Since their strongest ancestor had given the order, he simply followed through. Any plans Medicine King Valley had were long forgotten. Danielle, thank you. With the prospect of seeing her father soon, Roxy's eyes welled with tears as she thanked the little Doreen. If not for Desiree, they would have been captured and turned into puppets for Dalen's amusement. Their Zhao royal family owed too much to Desiree and her father. Roxy vowed to search the entire true spirit realm to help Desiree find her mother once this was resolved. Big sister, don't cry. Carterdy says crying isn't good for big kids. Seeing Roxy's red eyes, Desiree gently touched her face, making her smile instantly. It was heart-meltingly adorable. Sister won't cry. Sister is just happy. The three chatted happily while the Aemons of Medicine King Valley stood awkwardly, heads lowered, not knowing what to say. All they could do was silently pray that after releasing Alejandro, the little Doreen would let them leave. They wanted to be gone as soon as possible. Fortunately, Sinclair returned shortly with Alejandro and others, all main members of the royal family. Bud. Finally seeing her father, both Roxy and her sister rushed forward to support Alejandro, who wasn't in great shape. His cultivation had been sealed, and after being coerced by Dalen, he was already injured. If not for his resilience, he might have collapsed long ago. Shaner Inger, are you okay? Bud, we're fine, thanks to Danielle. Otherwise, we would have been captured too. We came back to save you. Save us? Didn't you get captured too? Alejandro was confused. He didn't understand what happened because Sinclair only fetched him without explaining anything. Such embarrassing details were hard for Sinclair to share. How could he admit they were defeated by a little Doreen? Bud, this is what happened. Roxy recounted everything from their escape until the moment Desiree defeated Medicine King Valley's Amons. Alejandro and the royal family listened in disbelief, as if hearing a fairy tale. Had they not seen those Amons standing like children awaiting punishment, they might have thought Roxy had lost her mind. Thank you, little senior, for saving us. Thank you, little senior. True to his regal nature, Alejandro quickly regained composure and bowed deeply to Desiree. The other royal members also bowed respectfully. Hee hee. You guys don't need to be so formal. Those bad old men just didn't listen, so I taught them a lesson. I didn't really help much. Seeing so many bowing to her, the little Doreen felt excited yet slightly embarrassed. Little senior, we've released them. Can we leave now? Feeling the different gazes, Sawyer couldn't bear it any longer and asked Desiree bluntly. As the ancestors of a major sect and Tai realm powerhouses, they had never endured such stares, standing like monkeys on display. But one must bow under pressure. Now they couldn't even defeat a child. What choice did they have? My teacher taught me that when people make mistakes, they should apologize. Once you apologize, you can leave. Desiree spoke in a mature tone, remembering her teacher's teachings clearly. That's fair. Hearing only an apology was required, Sawyer finally felt some relief. At least their lives were spared. Alejandro, I apologize on behalf of Medicine King Valley to your Zhao royal family. I promise we will never attack your family again. Also, this ring contains compensation for your family. Sawyer led the others, including Dalen who had already awakened, to bow deeply to Alejandro. He then handed over a storage ring. Little senior, this is for you. Translation ends here. Chapter 41. Eshan's Plan. After apologizing to Alejandro, Eshan approached Desiree and handed a storage ring to the little Doreen. Originally, Eshan didn't want to give her anything, but he was afraid that Desiree might be unsatisfied. After all, no one can fully understand a child's mind. If she saw that he had compensated Alejandro but did not give her anything, it could make it difficult for him to leave if she were upset. Thus, after much deliberation, Eshan decided to give her something, and even better than what he gave Alejandro. While Eshan couldn't guarantee much else, within the Xianxia Empire, if there was any sect richer than his Medicine King Valley, it would be hard to believe. The storage ring given to Alejandro contained 10 million top-grade spirit stones, along with 5 ninth-rank pills. There were also several dozen other types of lower-rank pills. However, what he gave to Desiree was twice as much, making even Eshan feel a pang of pain. Eshan wasn't so pained by the loss of the spirit stones. Rather, it was the ninth-rank pills that caused his distress. Vancity of these pills were unique and irreplaceable, and even if Eshan knew how to refine them, he wouldn't be able to find the required spiritual herbs. Hee hee, I get a gift too. The little Doreen giggled shyly when she realized it was for her, though her hands moved quickly to accept it. Desiree took the storage ring from Eshan and immediately probed inside it with her consciousness. But her face soon turned unhappy. Danielle, what's wrong? Roxy, who had been watching Desiree closely, noticed the change in the little Doreen's expression, from happy to displeased after receiving the ring. Roxy felt puzzled. If someone compensated her with gifts, shouldn't she be happy? Why did it seem like someone had offended her? As Roxy spoke, everyone else looked at the little Doreen, curious upon noticing her unhappiness. However, the Amons from Medicine King Valley grew anxious. Desiree had received compensation from their strongest Amon and now seemed unhappy. Humph. This old man is really wicked, giving Danielle a pile of broken rocks. Does he think I'm still a 3-year-old? Desiree huffed, then poured out everything from the storage ring. Top-grade spirit stones piled up like a small mountain, alongside various vials. Everyone. Staring at the mound of top-grade spirit stones, everyone was speechless, especially Roxy and her sister. Initially, they thought Eshan dared to fool the little Doreen with broken rocks based on Desiree's words. But seeing the heap of top-grade spirit stones, Roxy was at a loss for words. These were indeed top-grade spirit stones. As the princess of the Xianxia Empire and highly favored by Alejandro, Roxy herself received only 100 top-grade spirit stones annually. These were precious resources within the Xianxia Empire, usually reserved for Alejandro and the royal family Amons. Other members typically used mid-grade or high-grade spirit stones. Yet here, in front of Desiree, top-grade spirit stones were considered useless rocks, leaving everyone unsure whether to laugh or cry. In truth, Desiree had never seen spirit stones before. Although she learned about them from her teacher, her starting point was too advanced, and her teacher did not use spirit stones, thus she had no concept of them. Moreover, Desiree didn't need spirit stones since she didn't cultivate. Instead, she gained strength through eating. This misunderstanding led to a humorous situation, but no one dared laugh, lest they invite trouble. These are not just broken rocks, they are top-grade spirit stones, Roxy said, squatting down to explain to Desiree, guessing that the little Doreen had never seen spirit stones before. Yes, all of these are top-grade spirit stones. And the bottles contain rare pills, all 6th rank or higher, Eshan quickly added, sending a grateful look to Roxy for explaining. So these are spirit stones? But they're not useful at all. I'd prefer some meat and vegetables. Upon hearing Roxy's explanation, Desiree's anger subsided, but remained unhappy because these spirit stones meant nothing to her. To her, these valuable resources were less practical than monster meat and medicinal herbs, considering her strength came from eating, not cultivation. Meat? Vegetables? Eshan had never heard such peculiar requests, opting for meat and vegetables over top-grade spirit stones and pills. Truly a child. However, Eshan didn't know that Desiree referred to monster flesh and medicinal herbs. Had he known, he might have thought differently. Yes, meat and vegetables. Do you have them? At the mention of meat and vegetables, Desiree perked up, gazing at Eshan with eager anticipation. Senior, the meat and vegetables Danielle speaks of are monster flesh and medicinal herbs. The higher the rank, the better. Roxy clarified for Eshan. Though enemies with Medicine King Valley, due to seniority, she still addressed him as Senior. Little Senior, We do have some meat and vegetables at Medicine King Valley, but we don't have them on us now. If little senior isn't against it, perhaps I could escort you to Medicine King Valley and provide you with those items? As Sean had his own plans. Since their scheme failed, it was better to curry favor with this little Doreen. At such a young age, she was already formidable. The power behind her must be significant. It was just a matter of providing monster meat and medicinal herbs, something Medicine King Valley had in abundance, especially the latter. As for monster meat, he could dispatch disciples to hunt. Gaining Desiree's favor would be advantageous for Medicine King Valley. Great. Let's go quickly. Chapter 42. Visiting Medicine King Valley. Outside the Imperial City, Roxy was bidding farewell to her father and entrusting him to help Desiree inquire about her mother's whereabouts. Having promised Desiree to assist her in finding her mother, Roxy naturally wouldn't renege on her word, and she also couldn't leave the innocent Doreen to venture into Medicine King Valley alone. Shaner, be careful. After all, they are ancient foxes who have lived for hundreds or even thousands of years. Watch out for any ulterior motives. Bud, don't worry. I know what to do. You should go back and tend to your injuries. Ying, remember to take care of Bud. Don't worry, Milton's sister. I will take good care of Bud. This time, Jacqueline did not accompany them. Instead, Roxy left her behind as an extra person would not add much value to the journey. After bidding farewell, Roxy took Desiree along with Sawyer and headed towards Medicine King Valley. Since these were ancestors capable of flying long distances, it didn't take long for them to reach Medicine King Valley in less than a day. Tianxing, lead all the Amens out to hunt demons. The higher the rank, the better. I will send the 10th and 11th Bradleys to assist you. After returning to Medicine King Valley, Sawyer immediately instructed Nathan to lead the Sex Amens on a demon hunting mission. To please Desiree, he even dispatched the head of Medicine King Valley. Bradley, what is going on? You don't need to know the details. Just complete my task quickly. Remember, the higher ranked demons are better, and you must return before dawn tomorrow. All right. Though Nathan didn't understand why Sawyer acted this way, he could only agree, intending to ask other ancestors later. With 2 ancestors accompanying him, Nathan prepared to set off with the Amens, while Sawyer turned his attention back to Desiree. Senior, I have ordered them to hunt demons. By tomorrow morning, I can't provide them to Senior. Why don't you rest here for the night, Senior? That's fine. Hearing that meat would be available by tomorrow, the little Doreen agreed without hesitation. Very well, let me show you to your resting place. Sawyer began walking but was stopped by Roxy. Puzzled, he turned around to see what Roxy needed. Princess Zhao, what else do you need? Senior, Kimberly came out primarily to find her mother. Could I inquire if you might know something? I hope you can tell us. Oh, really? Princess Zhao, please go ahead. If I know anything, I will definitely tell you. To Sawyer's surprise, this young Doreen had come out to find her mother. However, given her strength and background, he wasn't sure he knew where her mother was, despite feeling obliged to help. I'll listen to what Princess Zhao has to say. Maybe I do know, thought Sawyer. Kimberly's mother is named Michaela. Have you heard of her? Yes, my mom is named Michaela. Do you know where my mom is? Desiree looked at Sawyer nervously. This old man seemed powerful, with everyone obeying his orders. Surely, he must know where her mother is. Michaela? Upon hearing their words, Sawyer fell into deep thought, trying to recall if he had ever heard this name. Unfortunately, he found no memory associated with it. He had never even heard of the surname Mu before. Feeling apologetic, he shook his head. You don't know where my mom is either? Senior, I haven't heard of your mother's name. Do you have a portrait of your mother? I can ask others to help look for her. Even though Sawyer hadn't heard of Michaela, considering Medicine King Valley's status in Xianxia Empire, many would be willing to help if they had a portrait. I don't have a portrait of my mom. Can you describe what your mother looks like? We can draw her portrait to make searching easier. I've never seen my mom. How can I describe what she looks like? But I'm sure she is just as beautiful as me. Sawyer was at a loss for words. If she doesn't know what her mother looks like, how can he possibly help? At the same time, Sawyer was curious about Desiree's identity but dared not ask too many questions, knowing that sometimes the more one knows, the quicker they die. If that's the case, it's quite troublesome. Although Xianxia Empire isn't a major nation, finding someone by just a name is very difficult when you don't know what they look like. What Sawyer meant was that finding someone with just a name was almost impossible. Even if someone with the same name was found, it might not be the right person. Xianxia Empire, being just a mid-tier empire among thousands in true spirit world, makes the task even harder. Stay positive, Kimberly. As long as we keep trying, I believe you will find your mom. Seeing the little Doreen upset, Roxy comforted her. No matter how far they had to search, as long as the Doreen didn't give up, she would continue to help. Senior, if you have no leads, you might consider visiting Tianji Gate. Their ancestor claims to know everything and nothing can escape his calculations. Just so happens, I have some ties with their ancestor. Let's give Tianji Gate a try. Tianji Gate, one of Xianxia Empire's top 10 sects, wasn't the strongest in power but was renowned for their ability to foresee everything, making them untouchable. Moreover, Sawyer knew a lesser-known fact. Tianji Gate in Xianxia Empire was merely a branch of a sacred land. Coincidentally, after their ancestor sought medicine from Sawyer due to an injury, he owed Sawyer a favor, which Sawyer planned to utilize. Ordinarily, getting Tianji Gate's ancestor to help would not be easy. Alright, we'll visit Tianji Gate tomorrow. Desiree readily agreed. Anywhere was fine as long as it helped her find her mother. Satisfied, Sawyer led the two to rest, preparing for the trip to Tianji Gate the next day. Chapter 43. Yonatan carrying the black pot. Yonatan, I found so many green vegetables. Let's pick some and bring them back. In a separate courtyard of Medicine King Valley, the little Doreen exclaimed excitedly as if she had discovered a treasure, whispering to Yonatan. Bark, bark. Then let's go. The little Doreen hopped onto Yonatan's back and they vanished from the room in the courtyard. When they reappeared, they were already in a medicinal field. Seeing all the spiritual herbs growing everywhere, the little Doreen was thrilled. She jumped off Yonatan's back and started picking the herbs. This one doesn't look good, don't take it. This one looks delicious. I'll pick more of these. As the little Doreen picked the herbs, she couldn't help but comment on how some of them didn't look attractive. So there they were, one person and a dog, picking herbs wildly in the medicinal field, totally disregarding that these belonged to Medicine King Valley. Meanwhile, Sawyer, who had arranged accommodations for Desiree, was fantasizing about maximizing benefits after tomorrow's visit to Heavenly Opportunity Sect. If he really helped Desiree find her mother, he would undoubtedly be considered a great contributor. Once Medicine King Valley assisted Desiree in finding her mother, the rewards would naturally be significant. Oh right, I should see which herbs to send to the Junior Immortal tomorrow. I can't forget about this. Immersed in his daydreams, Sawyer suddenly remembered that although he had sent people to hunt demonic beasts, he also needed to prepare the spiritual herbs to give to Desiree tomorrow. Thinking about this, Sawyer extended his divine sense to decide which herbs to send. However, what he saw made him tremble with shock. He witnessed two figures moving through Medicine King Valley's medicinal fields, plucking the herbs one by one. Recognizing them immediately, he saw Desiree and the big black dog. If only that were the case, Sawyer wouldn't be so scared because he had already agreed to give Desiree the herbs. Now, since she was picking them herself, Sawyer was only somewhat upset that the little Doreen was damaging so many herbs. But Medicine King Valley's medicinal fields were guarded by quite a few personnel. What made Sawyer shudder was seeing the guards discovering the little Doreen and surrounding her and the dog. Sawyer broke out into a cold sweat, glad he had used his divine sense to check. Otherwise, thinking about how his disciples might offend the little grandchild, Sawyer's figure vanished from the room, reappearing at the medicinal field. Hold it! Seeing an official preparing to act against the little Doreen, Sawyer hurriedly stopped him. Greetings, Bradley. Bradley, you arrived just in time. Someone came to steal spiritual herbs from our medicinal field, and we caught them. Wilfred, an official in Medicine King Valley, had been leading the team guarding the medicinal field for this month. He never imagined someone would come to steal herbs today. Moreover, they had completely ruined the medicinal field of Medicine King Valley. Knowing he failed in his duty today, he expected punishment from the sect. However, since the thieves were captured, the punishment would likely be lighter. Seeing their ancestor appear, Wilfred quickly reported to Sawyer. Grandpa, it turns out these vegetables are yours. Before Sawyer could respond, the little Doreen blurted out upon recognizing Sawyer, leaving Wilfred and the disciples speechless. These were carefully cultivated spiritual herbs in Medicine King Valley, yet in the little Doreen's mouth, they were merely vegetables. Furthermore, addressing their strongest Amen as Grandpa, did she want to play the sentiment card? You may leave first. I will handle this matter. Yes, Bradley. Though Wilfred wished to linger, he had to leave once Sawyer spoke up. Seeing that Sawyer wasn't angry, Wilfred was less worried. Junior Immortal, this is where Medicine King Valley grows spiritual herbs. Any herb you like, feel free to pick, but please don't damage those you don't fancy. Seeing the damaged medicinal field, Sawyer felt a pang of heartache but said nothing, only saying the most generous words while holding his conscience. Grandpa, rest assured. Vancestor taught me not to waste food. I only pick the ones I like. The others weren't broken by me but by Yonatan. But Grandpa, don't worry. I'll make sure Yonatan is more careful and won't ruin your other vegetables. Bark, bark, bark. Yonatan, little master, is this proper? You're the one who stole the herbs, and now you're throwing me under the bus. Indeed, I believe you, Junior Immortal. Then, I'll go pick vegetables again. Go ahead. Sawyer tried to remain calm and even gestured generously for Desiree to continue, though his eyes never left her. With Sawyer's permission, Desiree continued picking diligently until she toured the entire field and collected all the herbs she liked. Thank you for the vegetables, Grandpa. I'll return to sleep now. Desiree politely thanked Sawyer, but to him, her gratitude stung like a sharp blade. Take care, Junior Immortal. Desiree didn't say more but patted Yonatan, vanishing before Sawyer's eyes. That black dog is indeed extraordinary. Even I couldn't perceive how he left. He must be at least a 10th tier demon noble. Watching the pair disappear, Sawyer sighed with relief at making a wise choice. Only demon nobles of such rank could traverse space freely, equating to human saint-level strength, far beyond what Medicine King Valley could provoke. A pity for so many wasted herbs. Despite his musings, seeing the ruined medicinal field, Sawyer could only sigh inwardly. After giving instructions to Wilfred, Sawyer left. Meanwhile, Desiree returned to the courtyard and climbed into Roxy's bed. Early the next morning, Desiree got up early, dragging Roxy outside since they were going to find her mother. Naturally, the little Doreen was extremely excited. Soon, the two and the dog appeared in yesterday's hall. Sawyer was already waiting. Upon seeing Desiree, he greeted her warmly and asked her to sit down. Junior Immortal, here are the demonic beasts my sect's disciples hunted yesterday. Does this suit you? Without delay, Sawyer handed Desiree a storage ring containing the demonic beasts hunted by Frederick and his team last night. Though not many, all were above the 4th tier, including an 8th tier beast. To hunt this 8th tier beast, Medicine King Valley lost 3 disciples and 1 Amen. Chapter 44, Departure to Hartley Min. Hee. Grandpa, thank you so much for giving me all this meat. Let's head to Hartley Min right away. Desiree took the ring and, seeing a bunch of beast souls inside, instantly smiled in delight. Just one night had earned her such an abundance of beast souls, which greatly pleased Desiree. Now, she wouldn't have to worry about meat for a long time. Putting away the ring, Desiree urged them on. All right, let's depart now. Davis responded, taking Desiree out of the grand hall. Davis pulled out a mini boat from his storage ring and threw it into the air, where it rapidly expanded, hovering before him. This was a spirit grade ark used specifically for traveling by cultivators. However, its cost was significant, making it unaffordable for most. As the strongest Amen of Medicine King Valley, Davis's ark was merely at the spirit grade level, yet he was quite satisfied with it. A spirit grade ark not only could carry a certain number of people, but also boasted impressive speed, equivalent to a full speed flight of someone at the spirit sea realm. Moreover, using an ark did not deplete one's own spirit energy, requiring only a fixed amount of spirit stones. It was generally a necessity within sects. Little Senior, we're quite far from Hartley Min and can only travel by arc. Please do not be offended. Previously, Davis had been proud of his spirit grade arc, but now, facing Desiree, he felt a hint of guilt. In Davis's mind, given Desiree's powerful background, she might look down upon such an arc. Huh, Grandpa, you also have a spaceship? Seeing the arc floating before Davis, Desiree curiously remarked. It was her first time seeing someone else possess such a vessel. Though she once had a spaceship herself, she seldom used it. Furthermore, during her travels, she hadn't seen anyone else use one, leading her to believe she was unique in having one and hence never brought hers out. My arc is much smaller and probably not as fast as yours, Little Senior. Please do not be offended. Spaceships are all the same, aren't they? Let's just get going. Desiree didn't know arcs were classified by levels. To her, Davis's arc looked no different from hers, so she promptly hopped aboard. This trip was primarily to escort Desiree, so Davis hadn't brought any other disciples. Only Davis, Roxy, Desiree, and Elias were on the arc. Davis personally steered the arc, while Roxy prepared milk formula for Desiree. Initially planning a hot pot meal, they found it inconvenient on the arc, and Roxy vetoed the idea. The journey became boring for Desiree, who wasn't practicing cultivation and kept pestering Roxy to tell stories. 2 days passed as they traveled. They would reach Hartley Min today if they crossed this sea. Little Senior, this sea is called Dragon Chase Sea. Legend has it that 2 earth dragons live here, surfacing at night to play. As dusk approaches, we won't make it through the sea before dark. How about we rest here overnight and set off tomorrow morning? Okay. Big sister, can we have a hot pot tonight? Desiree immediately agreed, holding Roxy's hand in a cajoling manner. All right, we'll have hot pot tonight. Seeing the little Doreen had been craving food for 2 days, and since they were resting, Roxy decided to indulge her. Great. Desiree hopped off the arc, retrieving all necessary items from her ring and releasing 2 tier 4 beasts, intending to use one for hot pot and the other for roasting. Watching Desiree set up and release the beasts, Roxy called Davis to help prepare them. While preparing the beasts, Desiree started the fire and boiled water. By the time the preparations were done, everything was ready to go into the pot. After a short while, Davis saw floating medicinal herbs in the large pot and couldn't help but twitch his lips. Weren't these the herbs from his sect's fields? The little Doreen was treating them like ordinary vegetables. Some of these herbs were centuries old, even millennia for 2 plants, now thrown into the pot. What a waste. Additionally, though these were medicinal herbs, each had a different nature. Mixing them indiscriminately could lead to poisoning. Some required refining to manage their violent natures, making them unsafe for consumption otherwise. Little Senior, can you eat these herbs like this? Glancing at the pot, Davis saw there were no incompatible combinations, but 2 herbs were extremely potent, dangerous even for someone of his caliber. Not to mention Desiree planned to cook beast meat with them, equally potent and violent. Mixing them like this could lead to explosive consequences. Of course I can eat it. It's the best way to cook meat. Try it later, Grandpa. Quickly put the meat in. Elias, roast some more, and you can have an extra leg later. Davis reluctantly added the beast meat into the pot, while Roxy placed the other beast on the grill, and Elias eagerly began his task. Princess Xiao, does Little Senior usually eat like this? Once they had free time, Davis quietly asked Roxy, figuring she would know more. After all, Davis planned to ally with Desiree and didn't want anything to happen under his watch, especially since the beasts and herbs came from Medicine King Valley. If anything went wrong with Desiree, the force behind her could crush him. Yes. I've seen it twice, once with Faye and another time with her father. They always ate like this. Could it be that I'm too uninformed? ##### Chapter 45, Amador's Unease. Sawyer looked at Roxy with curiosity. She had eaten the soup twice and was still fine, which seemed impossible for someone of her true spirit realm cultivation to handle such chaotic spiritual energy. Senior, although I've eaten it twice, each time has been very dangerous, especially the time I ate with Faye. I nearly exploded from the spiritual energy. In any case, I don't dare to eat this anymore. I can only try the barbecue. With your cultivation, there shouldn't be a problem. Roxy was telling the truth. She had indeed eaten the hot pot twice, but that was because someone helped her refine the energy each time. Otherwise, she would have died long ago. Though eating the soup did enhance her cultivation, Roxy didn't want to risk it again. If Ardell Sr. wasn't watching over her closely, things could go badly wrong. Just as they were chatting, a waft of fragrance soon reached them, indicating that Desiree's beast meat broth was nearly ready. Roxy glanced over at Desiree, who was adding some seasonings into the pot, making the quality of the beast meat seem to leap several levels. Big sister, Grandpa, the hot pot is ready. Come and eat. After adding the seasonings, Desiree called out to Roxy and Sawyer, while she herself took out a large plate filled with meat. Ardell, this is for you. Desiree placed a bowl of the meat broth on the ground for Ardell, then started eating from her own bowl. Kimberly, I won't be eating the hot pot. I'll just have some barbecue later. Roxy couldn't handle that much spiritual energy and didn't dare eat the broth cooked by Desiree. However, barbecue was different. The 4th grade beast was equivalent to a human ironclad realm, while she was in the true spirit realm. Refining the energy of a 4th grade beast was manageable. All right then. Do you want to eat, Grandpa? If Roxy wasn't eating, Desiree could have more. So, she asked Sawyer while Roxy went to help with the barbecue, allowing Ardell to eat the broth. I'll give it a try. Seeing Desiree enjoy her meal so much, Sawyer couldn't resist swallowing his saliva. He decided to give it a shot because the aroma was irresistible. Sawyer took a small bowl for himself, not daring to take too much in case he couldn't digest it all. Sawyer picked up a piece of beast meat and put it in his mouth. Beast meat was usually tough and not particularly tasty, except for a few rare exceptions. But when Sawyer tasted the piece of meat, an unprecedented flavor spread through his mouth, immediately drawing him in. Delicious, tender, melting in the mouth. Sawyer had never tasted better beast meat. He couldn't fathom how ordinary beast meat could taste like a supreme delicacy. Without thinking further, Sawyer quickly finished the bowl of beast meat, not letting a single drop of broth go to waste. The rules about not mixing medicinal herbs randomly had long been forgotten. As he finished his first bowl, Sawyer glanced at Desiree, who was still enjoying the broth. Unable to resist, he poured another full bowl. Sawyer eventually stopped after 3 bowls. He felt a surge of powerful spiritual energy coursing through his body, moving along his meridians. He sat down cross-legged to refine the energy. Desiree was used to such behavior by now since Roxy had done the same thing earlier. She paid no mind and focused on her meal. The broth entered Desiree's body and was instantly refined, causing no discomfort. After Sawyer finished his 3rd bowl, Desiree and Ardell shared the remaining pot. By the time everyone had finished their meal, the barbecue on the grill was ready. Desiree and Ardell eagerly dug into it, while Roxy only took a small piece. Although it was 4th-grade beast meat, Roxy couldn't match Desiree's appetite. After more than an hour, dinner was over. By this time, Sawyer had already refined the energy within his body. A look of surprise appeared on his face. He had been at the 9th tier of the Tai realm. After refining the energy from the meal, his strength had peaked. Sawyer even wondered if he might have become a sage if he had eaten one more bowl. However, what confused Sawyer was that a 4th-grade beast, combined with some century-old and 2 millennium-old medicinal herbs, shouldn't have had such a significant effect. He debated whether to ask Desiree if she had added something extraordinary. What Sawyer didn't know was that the remarkable efficacy came entirely from the large pot. It wasn't just any pot, but a magic artifact crafted by Wyatt. Sawyer's cultivation level simply couldn't detect its true nature. After a satisfying meal, they returned to the Ark where resting quarters were available, sparing them the need to set up tents. They had been spending their nights like this for the past couple of days. Meanwhile, back at Lalaga village in Xylan Amador's room, Amador, who had been unconscious for days, finally regained consciousness. What happened to me? Amador was disoriented. He thought he was having barbecue with the little master, so why was he sleeping in bed? Moreover, Amador felt that his memory was missing something. Recalling hard, he remembered feeling dizzy while eating barbecue, and then losing consciousness. Oh no! Amador suddenly realized the little master might be in trouble. He hadn't yet understood that the little Doreen had made him lose consciousness. Amador rushed out of his room towards Desiree's room, only to find her missing. Oh no, I lost the little master. In a frenzy, Amador burst out of the room and spread his immense divine senses inch by inch throughout the true spirit world. Boy, stop wasting your efforts. The little master left on her own and has the big black dog with her. You won't find her. Note: this chapter maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks while providing a coherent and fluent English translation. ####Chapter 46, Earth Azure Dragon. Just as Amador was searching for Desiree, a voice rang out behind him. When Amador turned around, he saw an additional figure standing there. Greetings, Senior. Senior, you mean the young master ran out on her own? Then why didn't you stop her? Amador looked at the figure in front of him, feeling somewhat helpless. He had been invited back by Wyatt from the Immortal spirit realm and knew how extraordinary this courtyard was. Nothing or no one here could be offended. Not even the trees, chickens, dogs, or fish. None were weaker than he was. And the Amon before him was especially formidable, being the most powerful presence in the courtyard. Yet, despite this, Amador still felt some resentment. These people were so highly cultivated, and yet did nothing to stop the young master from sneaking out. If something happened to the young master, how could he explain it to the master? Do you think we didn't want to stop her? But do you think it's appropriate for us to do so? It's all because you're useless and didn't even realize she drugged you. As Amador finished speaking, another fiery red figure appeared, berating Amador harshly. Hadn't he told the young master about those sedatives? Otherwise, she wouldn't have known. What was even more speechless was that he didn't even know he had been drugged and still claimed to be clairvoyant. Amador dared not respond after being scolded. Who knew that Doreen was so cunning? She actually drugged him with xuanhuan flower, which was colorless and odorless. Moreover, the dosage was substantial. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been unconscious for so long. He was an immortal emperor. What should I do now, seniors? Can I just leave the young master outside like this? What can be done? Even if you find her, do you think she would come back with you? So, you should wait here until the master emerges from seclusion. It seems I have no choice but to do that. Amador felt very helpless, but he was somewhat relieved knowing that Dahe the dog was following the young master, ensuring she wouldn't be in danger. Perhaps she would only take a short trip and return soon. Feeling uneasy, Amador returned to his room, forced to wait here since he couldn't go out to search for the young master. Suddenly, 2 loud dragon roars woke Roxy and Sawyer, who were meditating. They quickly stepped out of the cabin and looked in the direction of the dragon roars. About 10 miles away, over the dragon-pursuing sea, 2 massive figures indeed appeared. Earth Azure Dragons. The legendary Earth Azure Dragons really exist, and this pressure is not from a level 9 beast but a level 10 beast, Sawyer said, feeling both awe and fear. He had only heard of them, and this was his first time seeing them. More shockingly, they were level 10 beasts, not level 9. If the legends are accurate, these Earth Azure Dragons must have just broken through to level 10. Otherwise, their oppressive aura wouldn't be so intense. Seniors, should we move further away? Roxy asked, her face pale. If these Earth Azure Dragons attacked, what could they do? 10 miles wasn't far enough. If they were indeed level 10 beasts, they wouldn't even have time to flee. It should be unnecessary. I've never heard of Earth Azure Dragons leaving the dragon-pursuing sea or attacking humans. We should be safe as long as we don't enter the sea. Just as Sawyer finished speaking, an eerie sensation washed over them, as if they were being watched by something terrifying. Sawyer reluctantly looked up towards the sea and saw 2 enormous dragon eyes staring intently at them. His heart nearly stopped. Weren't we supposed to be safe as long as we stayed out of the sea? Why did they attract the Earth Azure Dragon's attention? Strangely, Sawyer thought he saw greed in those dragon eyes. Quick, get back inside. Let's leave this place. Sawyer cursed the unreliable legends and hurriedly urged Roxy back into the Ark, preparing to flee. Caw. Just as he turned and took a few steps, a pair of enormous dragon eyes suddenly appeared right before him. Senior, do you need anything? Two Earth Azure dragons now flanked the arc, the same ones from earlier, appearing almost instantly. Sawyer's face turned pale as he asked shakily, while Roxy fainted upon seeing the dragons. Such rich immortal spirit bloodline energy. Boy, this is none of your business. You may leave. Gee good, I'll leave now. Sawyer trembled as he carried the unconscious Roxy toward the ark, ready to depart. But clearly, he had misunderstood. Leave immediately. Everything on this ark belongs to us now. But he had someone important to protect on board. Abandoning Desiree was unbearable, yet these level 10 beasts were beyond his capabilities. Sawyer was at a loss. You're too noisy. You woke Faye up. Just when Sawyer was uncertain what to do, Desiree emerged from the ark, rubbing her eyes and yawning. There really is immortal spirit bloodline energy here. Truly, the heavens favor me. One of the Earth Azure dragons exclaimed excitedly. They had initially suspected it, but now were certain. To encounter a human carrying immortal spirit blood here was unimaginable. If they could consume it, their bloodlines would evolve completely. Although they couldn't reach the level of celestial dragons, becoming immortal spirit dragons would offer infinite possibilities. Oh, is this dragon meat? The little Doreen finally noticed the two huge dragons, suddenly alert. Two such large dragons would provide endless meals. Grandpa, did you catch these two dragons to give me as meat? What happened to Big Sister? Grandpa, why are you holding her? Desiree looked at Sawyer, excited, then puzzled as she noticed him holding Roxy. Didn't Xylan say that men and women should not be too close? Note, the chapter translation maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks. Chapter 47. The Unfortunate Earth Azure Dragons. Not only did Sawyer's lips twitch rapidly at Desiree's words, but the two Earth Azure dragons' mouths also twisted slightly, almost becoming skewed. This human Doreen actually regarded them as edible meat and even suggested that they were caught by this old man, who looked like he barely had the strength to do so. However, considering she was still a young Doreen, and soon to be their evolutionary meal, the two Earth Azure dragons decided not to quarrel with her. Senior, they are here to capture you. Princess Zhao was scared into fainting by them. After hearing Desiree speak, Sawyer recalled that her strength far surpassed his, indicating a sage-level power or above. Most importantly, Desiree was accompanied by a level 10 demonic beast, the big black dog. He had forgotten this detail in his moment of anxiety. Even if these two Earth Azure dragons were level 10 demonic beasts, their side also had two fighters. Fighting wouldn't necessarily put them at a disadvantage. Most crucially, it was Desiree's mysterious identity. Given that she could have a level 10 demonic beast accompanying her, Sawyer believed she must possess other protective means. No one he knew had ever reached sage status at the age of 4 or 5. It seemed as if Desiree might have descended from the higher realms without permission. Humph. So, these are the wicked dragons who intended to catch Linger, scaring the big sister to faintness and interrupting Linger's sleep. I shall beat you until your sinews are drawn and your skin peeled, then throw you into hot oil, Desiree said furiously upon hearing Sawyer's words. She truly was upset. With those words, Desiree took out a large ladle, a common soup spoon. Before Sawyer and the Earth Azure dragons realized what was happening, she leaped up and struck one of the dragon's heads with the ladle. Bang! With a loud noise, the Earth Azure dragon hit by Desiree immediately rolled its eyes and fainted on the ground, a lump quickly appearing where the spoon struck. Bang! Another loud noise followed, and the second dazed Earth Azure dragon shared the same fate, being knocked out cold by Desiree's spoon. Hee. All done. Desiree put the ladle away, waved at the unconscious Earth Azure dragons, and tucked them away effortlessly. Grandpa, I'm going back to sleep now. Seeming unfazed, Desiree spoke to Sawyer before heading back into the ark. Sawyer only regained his composure after Desiree's figure vanished. Is it because the senior is too strong, or are the Earth Azure dragons just too weak? Sawyer didn't know how to respond. While he initially guessed Desiree might be a sage, now he doubted it. A simple spoon knock that rendered an Earth Azure dragon unconscious, something unimaginable for even a great sage. Furthermore, the spoon wasn't ordinary. These two level 10 demonic beasts were renowned for their physical strength. A normal spoon couldn't have such an effect, not even in the hands of a great sage. More intriguingly, Sawyer detected no use of cultivation when Desiree acted. It was simply two ordinary spoon strikes that incapacitated two level 10 demonic beasts. It seems my choice was correct. Watching Desiree enter the ark, Sawyer muttered to himself before sending a strand of spirit energy into Roxy's body. Roxy soon woke up, though her mind remained somewhat dazed. Princess Zhao, are you okay? Ah. Senior, what about those two Earth Azure dragons? As Sawyer spoke, Roxy sat up suddenly. Not seeing the Earth Azure dragons, she asked nervously. Gone. There will never be any more Earth Azure dragons here. Gone? At first, Roxy couldn't grasp what Sawyer meant, but gradually understood after further explanation. Though surprised, she was unsurprised since she already knew Desiree's exceptional abilities. Both returned to their rooms afterward, neither having the heart to continue practicing. The next morning, sunlight gently illuminated the land, and a breeze brushed through the branches. A new day had arrived. Under Sawyer's control, the ark safely passed through the Dragon Chase Sea, which from now on would no longer be called such since no Earth Azure dragons would appear again. After another half-day journey, the ark finally arrived at the entrance of Hartley Gate. Sawyer stored the ark, taking Desiree and Roxy to the gate. This is Hartley Gate. Who are you? Please state your name. Seeing Sawyer, Desiree, Roxy, and the dog approach, the guard immediately questioned them. Sawyer from Medicine King Valley. I have an appointment with your venerable ancestor Hartley Amon. Please inform him. Ah, it's Senior from Medicine King Valley. Our venerable ancestor has instructed us to allow Senior Sawyer immediate entry. Senior Sawyer, please follow me. Hearing Sawyer's introduction, the guard bowed respectfully, knowing he was dealing with a powerful figure like their own venerable ancestor and a Medicine King Valley Senior. Very well. Sawyer responded lightly and followed the disciple after greeting. They arrived at a wooden house shortly thereafter. Senior, our venerable ancestor is inside. You may go in. Understood. Though puzzled by Hartley Amon residing in such a place, Sawyer concluded the disciple wouldn't deceive him. As the disciple left, Sawyer approached the house. The door opened automatically as he neared, revealing a small boy stepping out. Senior, my master sent me to guide you. Please come in. The boy bowed and walked inward. Sawyer followed without comment. Upon entering, they appeared in a bird-filled, flower-strewn miniature world, causing Sawyer to pause in surprise. He never expected Hartley Gate to have such a place, an entirely new realm carved by a powerful being. The rumor that Hartley Gate was a branch of a sacred land must be true. ##### Chapter 48. Milton Hartley. Brother Yao, it's been a while. As Davis was inspecting the small world inside, an Amonly figure appeared before him with a smile. Behind this Amonly figure followed several others, all senior ancestors of the Hartley sect, each exuding powerful auras comparable to Davis's. Brother Hartley, I'm sorry for the intrusion. Ha ha ha. Brother Yao, it's an honor for our Hartley sect that you have come. There is no such thing as an intrusion. Brother Yao, please follow me. Milton Hartley owed Davis a favor and, considering Davis's esteemed status, he naturally treated him with great respect. Milton Hartley led Davis inside without saying much about the two people and dog who entered with him. Since Davis brought them along, there must be something they needed his help with. He would find out in due time. Soon, Milton Hartley guided Davis and the others into the only palace here. Inside, apart from some memorial tablets at the center, there were only rows of seats on either side. After everyone was seated, Milton Hartley couldn't help but ask, Brother Yao, you rarely leave the Medicine King Valley. Vancy, I asked, what brings you to our Hartley sect? The other senior ancestors of the Hartley sect also looked at Davis curiously. Senior figures like them rarely ventured out, usually remaining secluded within their sect's forbidden areas unless significant events occurred. I've come because I need your help with something, Brother Hartley. Regardless of whether we succeed or not, I will offer 3 grade 9 elixirs as a token of appreciation. Brother Yao, you are too kind. I already owe you a favor. Even without the elixirs, I would assist you if it's within my power. Great. Brother Hartley, I know your divination skills are exceptional. I want you to locate someone for me. Oh. Do you have any personal belongings or information about the person you wish to locate? Milton Hartley asked curiously. Wasn't finding someone worth offering such generous compensation? But he knew it wasn't polite to pry, so he simply agreed. After all, divination was his specialty. Little senior, do you have anything that belonged to your mother? Anything she used will do. Davis asked Desiree. Although Milton Hartley's divination was formidable, he still needed a medium. No, I don't, Desiree replied. Well, Davis hesitated. He had forgotten that Desiree had never met her mother, let alone possessed anything of hers. The senior ancestors of the Hartley sect also looked surprised at Desiree. Had they heard correctly that Davis called this young Doreen, little senior? Davis was the strongest Amon of the Medicine King Valley, a grade 9 alchemist, and a peak Tai realm cultivator. If it were someone stronger than Davis, they wouldn't be surprised. But this Doreen seemed barely 4 or 5 years old. Brother Hartley, would having just a name suffice? Not knowing much about divination, Davis turned to Milton Hartley. With his capabilities, it should be manageable. It can work, but there might be some inaccuracies. Although curious, everyone understood it wasn't the right time to ask questions. As long as we get a general location, we can search further, Roxy added. At least they wouldn't be wandering aimlessly. Alright, then what's the name of the person you're looking for? Our target is Michaela. Michaela? Milton Hartley pondered for a moment. He hadn't heard of this name either. He then took out a bagua compass and dripped a drop of his own blood onto it. Milton, brother. All the other Amons were startled by Milton Hartley's action. They hadn't expected him to use his essence blood for this divination. Divination methods varied widely, ranging from birth chart divinations to object-based tracking. But their Hartley sect also practiced a more potent method involving essence blood sacrifices, enabling precise results. Divination was risky, challenging fate itself. The slightest mistake could result in backlash. No worries, Milton Hartley waved off the concerns. Searching for one person's whereabouts wasn't too difficult. He only wanted to ensure accuracy. Heaven above, earth below. Borrow the powers of yin and yang. I use my essence blood to find Michaela. Show yourself. Milton Hartley rapidly formed hand seals, imprinting them onto the bagua compass, which gradually revealed an image. When he spoke the last word, the picture became clear. It showed a palace interior, with a figure in a white dress sitting quietly, eyes closed, meditating. Lauren. It's Lauren. Though Desiree had never met her mother, she instantly recognized the figure, somehow knowing it must be her mother. But just as Milton Hartley was trying to identify the location, perhaps influenced by the child's cry, the meditating figure suddenly opened her eyes, shooting out a sharp light from her phoenix-like eyes. Bang, splat. The floating bagua compass shattered into dust before Milton Hartley. He simultaneously coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell backward. Milton, brother. Milton, brother. Luckily, an Amon beside him caught Milton Hartley, preventing him from hitting the ground. Still, Milton Hartley fainted instantly. Why did Lauren disappear? This chapter captures the mysterious and somewhat dangerous aspect of divination, highlighting Milton Hartley's expertise while showcasing unexpected outcomes. The interaction between Davis, Desiree, and the senior ancestors sets a suspenseful tone for the unfolding story. Chapter 49. The anxious Milton Hartley. Just as everyone was worried about Milton Hartley, Desiree began to feel somewhat resentful. She had just glimpsed her mother's figure, but it vanished in an instant. Grandpa, what's wrong with him? Hurry up and wake him up so he can help me find my mom. Desiree approached Milton Hartley, speaking to the Amons who were trying to revive him. She only knew that Milton Hartley could help her find her mother. But this grandpa seemed rather irresponsible, having let her mother vanish again right after she saw her. Danielle, this grandpa is injured. Can we please wait a moment before talking about your mom? Roxy noticed that the expressions of the Hartley sect members weren't good. She went over to Desiree and spoke to her. To get information on Desiree's mother, they could only wait for Milton Hartley to regain consciousness. Is Grandpa injured? I have candies from Dad here. Dad said if you're hurt, eating one will make you better. Quickly give Grandpa the candy. Hearing that Milton Hartley was injured, Desiree took out a jade bottle and poured out a pill the size of a peanut, handing it to the amens of the Hartley sect. This is a immortal pill. One of the amens of the Hartley sect looked uncertain at the pill in the little Dorian's hand, because the medicinal power emanating from it wasn't something ordinary pills could possess. It's indeed an immortal pill. Quickly give it to our amen brother. Davis's eyes were filled with astonishment too. He immediately recognized the pill. In Desiree's hand was indeed an immortal pill. As a professional alchemist, although Davis couldn't refine immortal pills himself, that didn't stop him from recognizing one when he saw it. At the same time, he was even more surprised by Desiree's identity. Treating immortal pills like candies. What kind of family must she come from? Davis wished he could have such a father too. Then he could slack off forever. With Davis's confirmation, one of the Hartley sect's forefathers quickly took the immortal pill from Desiree and administered it to Milton Hartley, significantly improving their perception of Desiree. While they were busy treating Milton Hartley, deep within the death waters of Biting region in the true spirit realm, there lay a huge palace hidden away. Inside the central hall, a woman sat in meditation. Even though her expression was slightly stern, it was evident she was a beauty of exceptional caliber. Attendant. A voice echoed softly, and suddenly a figure appeared kneeling before the woman. Your Majesty, please instruct. Neve, has anything significant happened recently outside? Have the 12 Imperial Guards sent any news? Your Majesty, nothing major has occurred recently. The 12 Imperial Guards all report positive developments. Each now controls a domain. Everyone is recovering strength to join you in retaking the immortal world. Pass down the order for everyone to be discreet for some time. If the Jediah Holy Land finds out we're in the lower realms, they will definitely attack. Until I regain my strength, we cannot expose ourselves. Yes, your Majesty. The figure named Neve replied, slowly disappearing from the great hall, leaving the woman in white deep in thought. Was I imagining things? But aside from the Emperor of Jediah, who else would spy on my movements? After mumbling to herself, the woman in white slowly faded away, and the entire hall became silent once more. Brother, how are you feeling? In the restricted area of the Hartley sect, one of the amens asked Milton Hartley, who had regained consciousness. I'm fine, completely recovered. Brother Yao, thank you for your pill. It worked incredibly well. If not for his own experience, Milton Hartley wouldn't believe he'd nearly died moments ago, but now he felt fully rejuvenated. There was no way the Hartley sect possessed such excellent pills, and other than Davis, he doubted anyone else could have saved him. So, the first thing Milton Hartley did upon waking was to thank Davis. If not for Davis, he might not only die but also regress in cultivation. Brother Hartley, you misunderstood. I don't have such powerful pills. You recovered quickly due to the effects of the immortal pill from the young senior. Such credit was something Davis dared not take. He knew his own limits and was merely a 9th-rank alchemist, incapable of producing such potent pills. Let alone becoming an immortal-grade alchemist. Breaking through to 10th rank in this life would already be very satisfactory. Young senior? Brother Yao, what do you mean? You were suddenly injured and fell unconscious. Young senior gave you an immortal pill which revived you. You should thank her instead. An immortal pill? You actually gave me an immortal pill. What a waste. Milton Hartley couldn't believe what Davis said, and then complained about wasting such a valuable resource. It was an immortal pill. Only immortal-grade alchemists could refine them. One such pill in the true spirit realm could summon 10 great emperors. To use it on him, a mere mortal, felt like an immense waste. Davis. Everyone. No one expected Milton Hartley to react this way. It was his life at stake. Grandpa, these are candies, not immortal pills. If you want more, I can give you another one, but you have to help me find my mom. Desiree defended her candies, insisting they were simply sweets given by her father, not immortal pills. Hearing that Desiree could give him another pill, Milton Hartley was almost overwhelmed with joy. But when she mentioned helping find her mother, his heart sank again. Recalling the piercing eyes of the entity he saw, Milton Hartley shivered in fear. He had never encountered anyone so terrifying. Just a glance caused a backlash nearly fatal enough to end his life. Even with an immortal pill offered, he dared not face such danger again. Young senior, I apologize, but I am powerless against such overwhelming force. Your mother is far too powerful for someone like me to predict or locate. Grandpa, you won't help me find my mom? Upon hearing Milton Hartley's words, Desiree's demeanor changed dramatically. Her cloak fluttered despite the lack of wind, and the air grew heavy. Danielle, calm down. Let's clarify everything before making further plans, okay? Even Roxy, the least powerful among them, felt the change in the environment as Desiree's mood shifted. Roxy hurriedly consoled her, fearing the consequences if the little Doreen lost control. Chapter 50. Encounter with Robbers. After receiving comfort from Roxy, Desiree felt better. Perhaps because her mood wasn't so terrible anymore, the tense atmosphere slowly dissipated. Senior, did you happen to know where that place in the vision was? Hartley Amon dared not perform another divination after that incident, and Roxy didn't request it again either. However, the figure shown in the vision just now should indeed have been Desiree's mother. Since there would be no more divinations, they needed to find her on their own, but they had to know the location shown in the vision first. Unfortunately, Hartley Amon also did not know, as he simply did not have time to observe due to being affected by the backlash caused by Desiree's mother's gaze. I'm very sorry, my capabilities are limited, and I could not assist you. Hartley Amon seemed somewhat embarrassed since he had promised before, but how could he expect the power of the subject to be so formidable? Now he called Desiree Little Senior, like Sawyer did, showing a bit of fear towards her identity. Sister Xianxia, what should we do now? It's fine. We know what your mom looks like, don't we? We can find a skilled painter to draw a portrait of your mom. I can have Leighton publicize the portrait, and we will definitely find your mom then. That's great. Let's quickly find a painter. Yes. Little Senior, I am actually a painter myself, and I saw your mother just now. If Little Senior does not mind, I can draw a portrait of your mother. Just as Desiree was about to leave with Roxy, one of the old ancestors from Hartley sect spoke up, because he usually enjoyed painting. Grandpa, are you also a painter? Then please draw a portrait of my mom quickly. Sure, Little Senior, please wait a moment. Seeing Desiree agree, the Aemon went to a table, took out some brushes and ink, and began to paint. The Aemon did not disappoint everyone. After only half an hour, he completed a portrait of a woman in white, which resembled the lady in the vision to a great extent. Is this what Lauren looks like? Desiree held the portrait and stared at it, seemingly trying to imprint it in her heart, while her eyes were filled with longing. Senior, can you please draw a few more copies? Of course. The Aemon responded to Roxy, then continued painting, completing 5 portraits altogether. Each subsequent portrait was more vivid than the last, and the final one was identical to the figure in the vision. With all the portraits in hand, the 3 left Hartley sect. Once outside, Roxy handed all the portraits to Sawyer, instructing her to bring them back to the Imperial Palace for Alejandro. Roxy then took Desiree to continue searching, because having the portraits made it much easier. Roxy believed that as long as they kept looking, they would eventually find her. Because Sawyer was not around, and Roxy did not have Fangzhou, they bought a carriage to travel. Roxy chose the main road. If they continued on this path, they would enter the Shieling Empire. In the Shieling Empire, she planned to seek help from the royal family and then visit other empires. This was the first time Desiree rode in a carriage, so she was quite excited, often sticking her head out of the window or even joining Roxy to drive the carriage. Boom. Suddenly, 2 trees fell across the road, blocking the path completely. The sudden change nearly crushed the carriage under the fallen trees. Before Roxy and Desiree could react, a group of black-clothed men emerged from the woods on both sides of the road, surrounding the carriage. Roxy's face changed. She realized they were encountering robbers. She hadn't expected to encounter any even though she deliberately chose the main road. They were almost out of the Shieling Empire, where bandits were particularly rampant. Roxy had heard about this when she was still in the palace. That was why she chose the main road, but she couldn't believe she still encountered them. The reason Roxy's expression changed was not because of fear, but because she couldn't believe how audacious these bandits were. Robbing Desiree? Weren't they just asking for trouble? Not mentioning Desiree's strength. Even Yonatan would be too much for these bandits. These bandits picked the wrong target today. Big sister, who are these people? The little Doreen looked at the black-clothed men without fear, instead finding it amusing. She asked Roxy happily. Faye, they are villains who make a living robbing passing merchant convoys. These bandits' cultivation levels were not high. Only their leader was at the Xiantian realm. Most bandits targeted those passing merchant convoys. Though Roxy and Desiree were in just one carriage, Roxy bought the best one to ensure Desiree's comfort. Without talking about how luxurious the inside of the carriage was, just its exterior appearance showed that it was a vehicle only the wealthy could afford. It was precisely because the carriage was too luxurious that these bandits chose to act. They knew that if they succeeded, robbing the carriage would be more profitable than robbing merchant convoys. If it were a merchant convoy, there would be many guards, and those able to use the main road must be large convoys. Successfully robbing such convoys would not be easy, but robbing a single carriage was much easier. Even knowing that someone capable of affording such a luxurious carriage might be rich or powerful and possibly protected by experts, the bandits, relying on their numbers, chose to target the carriage because only a woman and a little Doreen were driving it. Ha ha ha. You little Doreen, we are bad guys. If you want to live, hand over all your valuables immediately. Otherwise, in this deserted area, it will be too late to regret anything. The leader, the Xiantian bandit, burst into laughter upon hearing Roxy's words. He demanded all their valuables and even threatened Roxy. So, these are bandits? But Carter always said bandits say something before robbing. Why aren't these bandits saying anything? Desiree had never seen bandits robbing before, but she had heard many stories. She knew bandits usually recited a slogan before robbing. Yet, these so-called bandits didn't seem to be reciting any slogans before robbing. Little kid, robbing is robbing. Why do we need to shout slogans? Everyone was confused, not understanding what the little Doreen meant by slogan. Moreover, this child was unafraid even after realizing they were bandits. Not only the bandits but even Roxy looked puzzled at Desiree, not understanding what she meant by slogan. ##### Chapter 51. The Unlucky Bandits. Bud said that bandits always have a catchphrase before robbing. This road was built by me. This tree was planted by me. If you wish to pass, leave behind your toll. You don't even know how to say a proper catchphrase. You truly don't look like real bandits at all. Desiree sneered at the unprofessionalism of these bandits. They didn't even have a standard catchphrase for their robbery. It was clear they lacked any sense of professionalism. Ha ha ha. What a fine catchphrase. This road was built by me. This tree was planted by me. If you wish to pass, leave behind your toll. Little kid, in light of your clever phrase, if you hand over all your valuables, I won't kill you today. The leader of the bandits burst into laughter after hearing Desiree's remark, as he thought it was an excellent catchphrase. He decided that next time when he would rob someone, he must use this line, as it sounded very professional. Himph. You're not real bandits, and yet you dare to rob me? Elias, close the door and set the dog loose. Elias. Elias had just stepped out of the carriage and almost fell back inside when he heard his young mistress's words. Out here in the wilderness, where would there be a door to close? There was, however, one dog. Even Roxy giggled, finding Desiree's words amusing. She wondered from whom Desiree had learned such things. Although Elias felt embarrassed, he still jumped down from the carriage and barked twice at the bandits. If Elias hadn't barked, it might have been better. His barking instantly made the bandits laugh, and they began to comment on Elias. Gallagher, this black dog is so plump. Why don't we take it back and make a pot of dog stew? It's said that black dogs are particularly delicious. Yeah, I love dog stew most. When I lived in the village, I used to steal dogs and eat them all the time. I'm quite skilled at making dog stew. Gallagher, not only should we capture this black dog, but also this beautiful woman. I've never seen a lady as delicate as her. We can bring her back to be Gallagher's concubine, and even the little Doreen can't be spared. So delicate at such a young age. We can kidnap her and sell her to Yunfeng Fort. She'd fetch a good price. These bandits not only discussed eating dog meat, but also planned to kidnap Roxy to be a bandit chief's concubine, and even dared to include the child Desiree. However, they had no idea what kind of force they were dealing with. Their chatter was only hastening their demise. Fine, let's do it. But make sure you don't hurt them. The leader, after sizing up Roxy's beauty and feeling intrigued, agreed with his subordinate's proposal. Do you think this is a joke? Roxy was enraged. What was her status? And yet these bandits wanted to take her as a concubine. Wasn't this an insult? Moreover, these people dared to target her and Desiree, which was infuriating. Without waiting for Elias to act, Roxy lunged at the bandits. She intended to kill every single one of them and destroy their gang entirely. As Roxy attacked, Elias also joined in, slashing at the bandits with his paws. By the time Roxy had knocked down 3 or 4 bandits, Elias had already returned to Desiree's side. The highest-ranking bandit was at the innate stage, and many of the others were ordinary people. How could they possibly withstand Roxy and Elias's combined assault? Although Roxy was attacking out of anger, the few bandits she felled were still alive, albeit badly injured. The same could not be said for those hit by Elias. Every bandit struck by Elias's paws died instantly, their chests caved in. Even the leader, the third brother, did not escape this fate. Ironically, the very black dog they planned to turn into a stew had killed them all before they could even cry out. You don't come closer. The few bandits lying on the ground looked at Roxy with fear, unable to believe how formidable her cultivation was. What terrified them most was Elias. Who knew that a mere black dog could be so powerful? Even their innate cultivator third brother had been killed by it. They screamed inwardly, terrified of Roxy approaching them. Tell me where your fort is. Worthy lady, if I tell you, will you spare us? Speak. Roxy glared at the bandits. There was no way she would spare them. She had only held back initially to learn the location of their fort. Otherwise, these body refinement realm men would have been no match for her at all. Our fort is on Upper Mountain ahead. There are over 1,000 people in the fort. Worthy lady, please spare us, and we promise never to be bandits again. The bandit, intimidated by Roxy's glare, quickly revealed the location and even the number of people in the fort. You really aren't professional bandits, not even knowing how to beg properly. Desiree, watching everything from the carriage, commented. These bandits didn't meet her father's description. Neither did they know the correct robbery catchphrase, nor how to beg for mercy. The bandits were speechless. Not only had they failed in their robbery, but they had also been belittled twice by a young Doreen. If they couldn't even come up with a proper catchphrase, how could they suddenly craft poetic pleas for mercy? Not only were the bandits at a loss for words, but even Roxy looked curiously at Desiree, unsure what she meant. You should say, worthy lady, please spare me once. My mother is 80 years old, and I have young children crying for food at home. I swear to reform and become a good person, never to rob again. Desiree, anticipating Roxy's question, proudly recited the lines. The bandits listened in stunned silence. Such obvious lies would only invite more danger. Maybe it would get them killed faster. Hashtag chapter 52. Upholding justice. However, before the bandits could dwell on anything, Roxy waved her hand and killed them. Since she had already gotten the answer she needed, these bandits no longer held any value to her. Letting them go was out of the question. The moment they talked about capturing her to be their chieftain's wife, their fate was sealed. Big sister, are we going to become female knights now? Desiree, fearless and unafraid even of death, excitedly asked Roxy. Killing bandits was a righteous act, something Desiree had long wished to experience. Yes, let's be heroes today. Do you want to come, Faye? Sure. Let's go quickly. Desiree clapped her chubby hands and urged Roxy to get into the carriage. Without another word, Roxy moved 2 fallen trees with a wave of her hand and then urged the carriage forward. Xianxia Mountain was only about 10 miles away, located at the edge of the Xiling Empire. Beyond this mountain lay foreign territory. At this speed, it took them roughly an hour by carriage to reach the base of Xianxia Mountain, a peculiar mountain. Narrow at the bottom and wide at the top, it resembled a mushroom. Moreover, 3 sides of Xianxia Mountain were sheer cliffs, leaving only one narrow path accessible. This small road could barely accommodate 3 people side by side, making it an easily defended but hard to attack place. Roxy had heard people discuss Xianxia Mountain before. The Empire had once dispatched troops here, but all attempts failed as the terrain was too challenging. Roxy hid the carriage in a suitable location and pulled Desiree towards Xianxia Mountain. They hadn't even reached the path when the bandits on the mountain noticed them. Strange. Why is a woman coming to our Xianxia Mountain today, and she's even with a little kid? This can't be some unpaid debt from one of our brothers outside, can it? Well, that's a possibility. Let's go ask, said the 4 bandits guarding the path, approaching Roxy without suspecting she was a harbinger of death. Hold it. This is private property. Who are you and why are you here? One of the bandits demanded. Wow, look at that flying saucer, Desiree suddenly exclaimed, pointing behind the bandits. Everyone, including Roxy, turned to look. Bang, 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 bang. For muffled sounds rang out, and the bandits collapsed. Desiree waved her wooden stick triumphantly, a knowing look on her face. Big sister, let's go up. Desiree tugged Roxy towards the narrow path. Recovering from the surprise, Roxy couldn't help but laugh. Desiree's strange remarks never ceased to amaze her. It was hard to imagine what this 5-year-old Doreen had picked up over the years. Whether due to overconfidence or neglecting security, apart from the 4 bandits at the foot of the mountain, they didn't encounter anyone else until they reached the top. A group of bandits immediately surrounded them. Who are you? And how did you get here? The leader asked, confused about the sudden appearance of a stranger and the lack of warning. As for Desiree, the bandits ignored her completely, thinking her just a little Doreen, despite her unusual sight riding a black dog. You're such poor bandits. We simply walked up. Why don't we have a contest to see who knocks more heads? Loser gets a turtle drawn on their face, suggested Desiree, mocking the bandits and proposing a competition. Do you dare? Desiree's insulted the bandits, daring them to compete. These notorious bandits had never been treated this way. I'll definitely lose to Faye, but since she's interested, let's have this contest, replied Roxy, not taking the bandits seriously either. With her current strength at the true spirit 4th rank, she doubted Xianxia Mountain had sky-soaring realm experts. If there were any, they wouldn't remain bandits, given their respect elsewhere. Moreover, she had 2 formidable allies in reserve. Don't worry, big sister, I'll use only 1/10,000th of my strength, so it's fair, said Desiree cheerfully, promising fairness. Roxy smiled bitterly, knowing Desiree was strong but unsure of her exact realm. Her words made Roxy feel like hiding in a hole. Arrogant. Capture her. I want to see how tough she really is, daring to cause trouble in Xianxia Mountain. Yes. Desiree's comments enraged the bandits, prompting orders to capture her. Let's begin. Seeing the bandits move, Desiree tapped the black dog and brandished a spoon. Roxy, not to be outdone, attacked with her unsheathed sword. Bang bang bang. Bandits fell one after another, unconscious or even dead from Desiree's spoon. None could react fast enough. Whiz. Suddenly, an arrow shot high into the sky and exploded, signaling a loud alarm. Bandits emerged from the makeshift buildings. The order to sound the alarm came from the leader who witnessed Roxy's prowess. Chapter 53, Bruce Bandit. Bang. The moment this bandit had finished sending the signal, a shadow flashed by. A loud bang followed immediately after, and the bandit fell to the ground. The other bandits who had just emerged from inside, seeing someone attacking their stronghold, rushed towards Roxy and Desiree. Unfortunately for them, before they could even understand what was happening, they were all knocked out one by one. At this time, on the highest central part of the mountain, there stood a building different from the others. While the rest were merely simple houses made of wooden boards, this structure was a palace built with star-cloud stones. It was precisely where the chief of the bandits resided. Inside a room in the palace, a Benny was exerting himself diligently over a woman beneath him, who showed no response, as if she were either asleep or had resigned herself to her fate. Just as the Benny was accelerating and nearing completion, an ear-piercing alarm rang out. He couldn't help but shiver, then collapsed onto the woman as if he had lost all his strength. To hell with it, which damn fool is spoiling my fun again? Wait until I tear you limb from limb. The man cursed as he stood up and hastily put on his clothes, ready to step outside. He hadn't intended to finish so quickly, but the sudden alarm had startled him. This Benny was none other than the chief of the bandits, whose real name nobody knew. Everyone simply called him Bruce. As the chief opened the door, a figure suddenly appeared at the doorway, startling both of them. Bruce, it's bad. 2 powerful experts have attacked our stronghold. Vansony brothers have already been killed, and we are no match for them. Do I look like I care? You're all good for nothings. How could so many of you be defeated by just 2 people? What's the point of having you useless fools around? The chief, already in a bad mood, exploded into curses upon hearing this news. With a slap to the head of the reporting bandit, he stormed out. Halt! Emerging outside, the chief saw that the ground was littered with his own men. He immediately shouted. At the chief's cry, Roxy and Desiree halted simultaneously. The remaining bandits, upon seeing their chief appear, quickly gathered behind him. They were finally spared from facing those 2 devils, brutal as demons, against whom they could barely last a single round. Especially the young Doreen riding a large black dog, who even took away their second in command with a single spoon. If not for the usual fear inspired by the chief, these bandits would have run long ago. Looking at the pitiful few dozen survivors, the chief's face turned ashen. He hadn't anticipated that in just a moment, the group he had painstakingly assembled was wiped out. Though his stronghold wasn't the strongest within 10 miles, its location made it the safest, safe enough that even the biggest power, Wulong Ridge, couldn't do much about it. Who would have thought it would be brought down by a woman today? And who are you to dare cause trouble here on Upper Mountain? Since you've come, why don't you stay and become my wife? The chief said this to Roxy because he utterly dismissed Desiree, not having seen her strike anyone when he emerged. Scum. Today, I'll raise this place and bring justice to the innocents you've wronged. Hearing once more about becoming a press-ganged wife, Roxy flew into a rage, raising her sword to attack the chief. Ha ha ha. Come on, let me see what you've got. Seeing Roxy charge, the chief didn't flinch but laughed heartily, meeting her without even drawing his magic treasure. Clashing sounds erupted as the chief deflected every one of Roxy's attacks. It turned out he wore bracers on both arms, explaining his confidence in countering Roxy barehanded. After a dozen exchanges, Roxy realized she wasn't the Benny's match. With a feint, she prepared to retreat, but the chief seemed to have foreseen this. Instead of blocking her move, he lunged toward her chest. Little beauty, why don't you come back and be my wife? The chief's hand brushed against her chest a few times, paralyzing her, pulling her into his embrace. The heavens truly favor me, sending such a beautiful Doreen my way. Congratulations, Bruce. Congratulations, Bruce. The bandits, seeing Roxy finally captured, cheered and congratulated their chief. Let go of me. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, little beauty. I'll release you right away. Seeing the fear and panic in the eyes of the small beauty in his arms, the chief burst into laughter, lifting Roxy and a princess carried to walk back. Bad guy, release the big sister now, or I won't be nice anymore. Bruce, there's another formidable one here. At Desiree's words, a bandit reminded the chief. If he didn't deal with this Doreen too, they wouldn't have peace, just like with the others, maybe never waking up like the second in command. You are all useless. Dealing with a child requires my intervention? Why do I keep you all around? Quickly seize her and sell her to Wine Cloud Fort. And cook that large black dog. I need some nourishment after I'm done. The chief turned to scold the bandit before walking back, not grasping what he had been told. Humph. These bandits are truly despicable, ignoring the world's unmatched little expert. I will turn you all into idiots. Seeing herself ignored, Desiree let out a cold snort, emitting a terrifying pressure that caused the remaining dozens of bandits to spew blood and fall to the ground. A quick flash, followed by thuds, left all the fallen bandits unconscious. Originally carrying Roxy back, the chief kneeled under the pressure of Desiree's aura. The paralyzed Roxy also regained her strength and stood up. Standing up, Roxy kicked the kneeling chief. Chapter 54. Unexpected clues. Bang. The sound of an egg cracking rang out. The leader of the bandits instantly clutched his crotch and fell to the ground, wailing in pain. Strands of blood seeped through his trousers, quickly turning the ground red. Roxy had shattered the leader's testicles with a single kick, adding another eunuch to the Poly Empire. Even Elias, standing nearby, shuddered at the sight of the leader writhing on the ground. Carrying Desiree, he couldn't help but take 2 steps back and tightened his legs as if fearing Roxy would deliver a similar blow to him. This wasn't because Elias was afraid of Roxy. It was a subconscious reaction from the male body. Any other man present would likely have reacted similarly. After crushing the leader's testicles, Roxy paid no heed to his ongoing cries and mercilessly kicked him several more times while he lay on the ground. She only stopped when he finally lost consciousness. Roxy did not kill him but instead crippled his chi, ensuring he wouldn't rob again. Danielle, let's go. Let's see what valuable items are here. We'll move them away and share the wealth later when we meet people in need. Roxy said to Desiree. Since Mount Xianxia had existed for so long, Roxy believed there must be a great deal of treasure here. Since they had already killed or defeated the bandits, it was natural these riches would not remain. However, neither Roxy nor Desiree needed the wealth. They could carry it away and, upon encountering poor families along their journey, offer some assistance to those in need. Just as Roxy prepared to lead Desiree further inside, she was stopped by Desiree. Big sister, are you looking for silver? I know where it is hidden. It's not in this direction but over there. Desiree pointed towards the northeast, and Roxy followed her finger to see only a cliff without any visible structures. Trusting Desiree, Roxy followed her. Perhaps Desiree had already explored the area. Danielle, there's nothing here. Upon reaching the cliffside, Roxy thoroughly inspected the area but found no mechanisms or hidden doors, leaving her puzzled. Hee, though these bandits may not be top-notch fighters, they certainly know how to hide things. Even Big Sister didn't notice the secret. Here's a small room hidden away, and all the silver is kept inside. Desiree proudly explained, proud that even Roxy hadn't uncovered the secret herself. Danielle is really impressive, even I couldn't find this place. Roxy smiled in admiration because she truly hadn't noticed anything unusual. Praise from Roxy made Desiree grin. Then, with a wave of her hand, a spatial portal appeared before her, and she rode Elias inside. Roxy was taken aback to discover a hidden space, especially considering these bandits' strength should not have been enough to create such a portal. How had it come to exist? And how did the bandits find it? Though full of questions, Roxy followed Desiree into the space. Blinding light stung her eyes initially, but after a moment, she adjusted and saw the source. A dazzling pile of silver coins reflecting blinding white light. The room was 9 feet wide and 15 feet long, entirely filled with mounds of silver, creating a small mountain of treasure. Roxy couldn't fathom how many people the bandits must have robbed to amass such wealth. Next to the silver mound were 3 large chests. Upon opening them, a golden glow erupted from within. Each chest contained gold ingots. In the true spirit world, most transactions involved silver and gold coins, reserving spirit stones for powerful sects or major forces. These groups sometimes use silver too, albeit less frequently. Opening the remaining 2 chests revealed jewelry, all made of gold. What's this? Desiree, uninterested in the wealth, picked up a scroll from the 3rd chest, curious about its contents. It's mother's portrait. As Desiree unfurled the scroll, her delighted voice rang out. Roxy looked over and recognized the woman depicted. Michaela, big sister, why is there a portrait of my mother here? Could the bandits have met her? Desiree's face brimmed with excitement. Seeing her mother's portrait offered a clue to finding her. Naturally, she felt extremely excited. Danielle, we should quickly ask the bandit chief. He might know something about your mother. Roxy realized the importance of questioning the bandit chief, relieved she hadn't killed him earlier. Yes, let's hurry and ask him. He must know where my mother is. Desiree rushed towards the exit, with Roxy following closely behind, ensuring to gather all the valuables before leaving. Upon exiting the space, however, the bandit chief was nowhere to be seen. Only unconscious bandits remained, making the scene eerily quiet and strange. Vanishing without a trace, Roxy searched everywhere, even far beyond Mount Xianxia, but found nothing. Hashtag Chapter 55, The Mysterious Bruce. Faye, have you spotted the bandits yet? Roxy was puzzled. Based on the state of the Bruce's injuries just now, he shouldn't be able to leave this place so quickly. Not only had his private parts been crushed by her kick, but he had also lost all his cultivation. They hadn't even been in that space for more than a few minutes. Where could he have gone? Unable to find the Bruce, Roxy turned to Desiree, whose strength far exceeded her own, thinking she might have better luck spotting the Bruce. I can't find him either. There's no trace of the bandit leader around here. Desiree also shook her head, puzzled. She had already scanned quite a distance but found no sign of the bandit leader. Seeing even Desiree couldn't find the Bruce, Roxy looked at the small black dog under Desiree, but Lee also shook its head. This left Roxy speechless. If neither Desiree nor Lee could locate the Bruce, it made him seem unusually mysterious. While I can't sense where the bandit went, I detected a foreign presence here. Someone must have come and rescued him, erasing any traces. Lee suddenly spoke in human language, explaining that it sensed an unfamiliar aura. Clearly, while they were inside that space, a powerful figure had come to rescue the Bruce and erased all evidence of their departure. Moreover, that powerful figure had been watching the events on Xianxia Mountain closely, managing to whisk the Bruce away right after they entered the space. Had it not been for Lee's strength, it wouldn't have detected even that faint aura. This puzzled Lee as well. Given that the Bruce was clearly incapacitated, why would a powerful individual bother to save him? And for the powerful individual to rescue him immediately after they entered the space suggested they had been monitoring events all along. That Lee hadn't noticed this presence was unsettling, but it rationalized that it wasn't paying attention to its surroundings at the time. Who would have thought dealing with a simple bandit Din would involve such a powerful figure? It's clearly related to Danielle's mother. This realization made Lee more vigilant, determined to keep an eye on the young master's surroundings to avoid being caught off guard again. We should first revive the other bandits and see if they know anything about the portrait. Without options, Roxy focused on reviving the unconscious bandits, hoping they might provide some information. Roxy cast a spell, causing bubbles of water to burst over the bandits' heads, drenching them. After a short wait, the previously knocked out bandits regained consciousness, looking bewilderedly at each other. But upon seeing Roxy and Desiree still there, all the bandits quickly stood up, staring at the two Dorines and the dog in fear. Who among you holds the highest rank? A wave of pressure emanated from Roxy, affecting the bandits, as her voice rang out loud and clear. The bandits exchanged glances before all eyes turned to Abini, whose face instantly paled. Roxy, noticing their gazes, also focused on the Bini, realizing he was just an ordinary person, not even a cultivator. You come here. Despite her confusion over an ordinary person holding the highest rank, Roxy addressed the Bini. He, on the other hand, wished he could pass this honor to someone else. Without the Bruce present, he knew what fate awaited him. Either the Bruce had fled or fallen victim to these two demonesses. Although he was just an ordinary person, his position was the highest among the bandits because he was Xuanhuan Mountain's military advisor. Besides the Bruce, even the second and third Bruces held lower ranks than him, as he orchestrated all plans and strategies for Xuanhuan Mountain. His wisdom had saved the mountain through many crises, earning him respect and a position as the advisor. But now, he viewed his role as a disaster, one that had befallen him at the worst time. Though terrified, the advisor approached Roxy, stopping 3 meters away. State your identity. Your Grace, I am the military advisor of Xuanhuan Mountain. Quick-witted as he was, he guessed Roxy needed something from him, thus ensuring his temporary safety. A military advisor, huh? You must know quite a lot. Upon learning the man was the mountain's advisor, Roxy felt relieved. Advisors usually held significant influence over the entire operation. Do you know the Bruce's name, or his previous occupation? The Bruce? Hearing this question, the advisor realized the Bruce must have fled. Only then would these demonesses inquire about him. Your Grace, no one on Xuanhuan Mountain knows the Bruce's name or background. Our previous Bruce was killed by him when he suddenly appeared, claiming the position for himself. The advisor shared what little he knew, though he didn't fully understand the Bruce himself. Despite the Bruce's trust in him, the Bruce remained enigmatic, concealing his past from everyone. This information left Roxy and Desiree frowning. They hadn't expected the Bruce to be so mysterious. Have you ever seen the Bruce entertain any mysterious figures or interact with outsiders besides those from Xuanhuan Mountain? I don't know, Your Grace. However, aside from Xuanhuan Mountain, the Bruce often associated with Fengyun Fort. Fengyun Fort? Roxy had heard this name before. She suspected it was another bandit stronghold, likely involved in human trafficking since the bandits mentioned taking Desiree there for ransom. Your Grace, Fengyun Fort is a nearby fort known for trafficking children. It's about 100 miles from Xuanhuan Mountain. Chapter 56, Descending upon Windcloud Fort. This time, I will not kill you. But if I find out that you are still bandits in the future, you won't be so lucky next time. I hope you can reform yourselves. Roxy said after contemplating the Bini's words. She believed that after today's events, these people would no longer dare to be bandits. Roxy was willing to give them a chance to mend their ways, but if she found them again, she wouldn't let them off. Now, Roxy prepared to visit Windcloud Fort, hoping to find useful clues there. Faye, let's head to Windcloud Fort first. After informing Desiree, they were about to descend the mountain when one of the bandits, standing among the group, seemed hesitant as if he had something important to say but lacked the courage. However, upon seeing the two demonesses slowly moving away, this bandit made up his mind and rushed over. Heroine, please wait. What do you want? Hearing the voice behind her, Roxy stopped and turned around, seeing a young bandit running towards her. Puzzled, she asked what it could be that made this little bandit brave enough to approach her. Even the little Doreen looked at him curiously. Suddenly, under the gaze of both Dorines, the little bandit, who had mustered up the courage to come forward, became nervous and forgot what he wanted to say. Just speak quickly. Seeing the young bandit standing dumbfounded, Roxy said impatiently. Only then did the little bandit snap back to reality. Heroine, I once saw our Bruce receiving a mysterious person. Tell me, do you know who this mysterious person is? Did you hear what they talked about? Heroine, that time during my night patrol, I accidentally saw our Bruce hosting an odd, mysterious figure. That person wore a bullhead mask. I only knew it was a man, approximately 7 feet tall. As for what Bruce discussed with him, I don't know. But Bruce seemed very fearful of that mysterious person. It wasn't fear, more like how a servant looks at the emperor. I think Bruce might be subordinate to that mysterious person. The young bandit recalled and said, unsure because it was at night, and he wasn't spying intentionally. Due to the distance, he didn't hear their conversation. Very well, thank you for your information. Here's some reward for you. I hope you walk the right path and do not return to being a bandit. Although they didn't learn anything too concrete, they now knew of a mysterious man wearing a bullhead mask, which was significant information. Roxy handed over a jade bottle containing a third-grade pill that could help someone break through to the innate realm. Thank you, heroine. Surprised by such a gift, the little bandit gratefully accepted the bottle and thanked Roxy, knowing the gift couldn't be simple. Without saying more, Roxy took Desiree's hand and headed down Upper Mountain towards Windcloud Fort. Sis, why don't we fly? This way is too slow. Impatient, Desiree suggested flying and didn't wait for Roxy's response before riding Lee into the sky, bringing Roxy along without her realizing it. Before Roxy could enjoy the sensation of flying, she noticed the scenery rapidly changing. Soon, they landed on a hilltop, and they and their dog were quickly surrounded by people on the hill. Faye, have we arrived at Windcloud Fort already? Only now recovering from shock, Roxy realized they had covered 100 miles in just a blink. Normally, it would take about 2 hours at their previous pace. Yes, look above. Isn't it written Windcloud Fort? Desiree pointed to the highest point of the hill where a flag stood, inscribed with Windcloud Fort. Who are you, and why are you here at Windcloud Fort? These bandits merely surrounded Roxy and Desiree but did not attack, recognizing that they had flown in and deducing they were at least airstride realm experts. Call your Bruce out. I need to speak with him. Do we know who this heroine is? Princess Polly of the 7th House, Roxy. Roxy revealed her identity to intimidate the bandits. Ah. Hearing Roxy's title, the bandits were startled, never expecting the 7th Princess of Polly to arrive at their fort, especially seeking their Bruce. But noticing she only brought a little Doreen, the bandits relaxed, guessing she wasn't here to cause trouble. Yet, some were uneasy, considering their fort often engaged in child trafficking. Could she be here to question their Bruce? 7th Princess, please wait. I will bring our Bruce out immediately. A bandit stepped forward and quickly left, dispersing the others surrounding Roxy. They dared not stay, knowing she was the 7th Princess of Polly and likely an airstride realm expert. The bandit soon returned with the Bruce, explaining Roxy's visit. You're saying the 7th Princess of Polly came here with a little Doreen? Yes, Bruce. She claimed to be the 7th Princess, and it should be true. Chapter 57. Bruce of Fengyun Bandit Stronghold. The chief of Fengyun Bandit Stronghold pondered after getting confirmation from one of his men. He wondered why the Christina would come to him. Logically, if they were coming to besiege Fengyun Stronghold, it wouldn't be a princess but rather military troops. Even if this princess had achieved the Yukong realm, she shouldn't have come alone, as her presence wouldn't mean much even in that realm, since he himself projected the same level of power externally. Bruce, should we take care of that Doreen? The thug didn't say it explicitly but made a throat-slitting gesture, meaning they should kill Roxy. They were bandits who didn't fear the princess just because she was royalty, unless they couldn't beat her. Idiot. Can't you think for once? If someone dares to come here openly, they definitely won't be so easy to deal with. I've always told you, we can be bandits robbing people, but we should at least be educated and intelligent ones. Go down now. I'll meet this princess myself. The chief reprimanded the thug harshly after his suggestion and walked out. Meanwhile, outside, Roxy and Desiree exchanged glances. Roxy asked Elias through her gaze whether he detected anything unusual. She didn't want what happened at Xianxia Mountain to repeat, but Elias shook his head. Elias was also puzzled. If the chief of Xianxia Mountain truly had ties with Fengyun Stronghold, there was no reason Fengyun wouldn't know about the events at Xianxia. But based on current circumstances, it seemed they were unaware of the situation, suggesting Fengyun wasn't allied with the mysterious masked figure. There was another possibility, that the rescuer of the Xianxia chief hadn't informed Fengyun. However, that scenario was unlikely given that the rescued person seemed useless and might have been killed outright. These complex questions puzzled even Elias, who rarely needed to consider such issues. With overwhelming power, he usually solved problems easily, so he stopped overthinking. Rare guest indeed. Who would have thought the illustrious Christina would visit our humble bandit stronghold? Isn't your father worried about leaving his precious daughter here? A voice suddenly rang out as the chief emerged from inside. Upon meeting Roxy, he assessed her realm status immediately. He found her to be only at the true spirit 4th level, not Yukong, which confused him as his subordinates reported that she flew here. Although flying below the Yukong realm was rare, some extraordinary martial arts could achieve this in the true spirit world. Still, such techniques were extremely precious and unlikely possessed by the Shilling Empire. Thus, after confirming Roxy's realm, the chief started testing her reaction. As for Desiree and Elias, the chief barely gave them a second glance. Just a little Doreen and a big black dog, not worth worrying about. That's not your concern, Bruce. I'm here mainly to ask some questions. If you cooperate, I might let you off, otherwise, your fate will be the same as those at Xianxia Mountain. Ha ha ha. Just you at true spirit 4th level? You're the first to threaten me like that. The chief laughed loudly, though a trace of suspicion flickered in his eyes. Had something gone wrong at Xianxia? Despite Roxy's lack of discovery, Elias noticed the chief's hidden unease. Uncle, not just her, there's me and Elias too. Oh. Desiree's words drew the chief's attention. A young Doreen, surrounded by bandits, showing no fear intrigued him. He reassessed Desiree and Elias again. They were clearly ordinary, even the black dog was nothing special. Do you know? Listen up. This Doreen is the invincible expert Desiree, here to find her mom. Uncle, do you know where my mommy is? Desiree showed a portrait while speaking. The surrounding bandits burst into uncontrollable laughter at her claims. But their laughter soon ceased as they saw their chief intensely staring at the portrait in the little Doreen's hand. Little Doreen, look elsewhere for your mom. She isn't here. My name isn't Little Doreen. I'm the invincible Desiree. You're lying. You must know where she is. I told you, she's not here. Leave now, or you'll never leave. The chief's expression turned sour, urging the child to depart quickly. Himph. You liar. Watch how I teach you a lesson. Desiree, despite being small, was clever. When the chief examined the portrait, there was an obvious emotional response. Even if he didn't know her mother, he must have seen the portrait before. After her words, Desiree produced a large spoon, kicked off with her tiny legs, and soared toward the chief, landing a blow right on his head. Taken aback by her speed and power, the chief hastily raised his arm to block, hearing a loud crack. He felt his bones break under the impact. ####Chapter 58. The startled Bruce. The Bruce had to retreat over 10 meters before he could stop, staring in astonishment at Desiree. He was completely taken aback by her strength. Despite his apparent rank of Yukong realm, he was actually a Huangji realm powerhouse. Yet, this little Doreen, barely 5 years old, had managed to force him back over 10 meters with just one swipe from her spoon. Moreover, She broke the bones in his arm. Could this little Doreen possess some sort of divine strength? Bruce did not detect any spiritual energy fluctuations from Desiree, so divine strength seemed like the only plausible explanation. It was unimaginable for a 5-year-old Doreen to be a Huangji realm cultivator. Bruce, kill them for me. Seeing the Bruce being hit by a little Doreen, one of the bandits shouted and the others surrounding Roxy and her companion immediately attacked.
No.
Before the Bruce could say anything more, another spoon shadow flashed towards him. His face turned pale as he darted aside, abandoning all thoughts for his subordinates. Unfortunately, he had overestimated his own abilities. Just as he thought about dodging, a lethal spoon smacked into his shoulder, sending him flying. He crashed to a halt 100 meters away, spitting out blood. When he looked back, he drew in a sharp breath of fear. What had been a group of hundreds ready to attack Roxy and her companion now lay unconscious on the ground. In Fengyun Fort, apart from the Bruce being in the Huangji realm, there were also several Yukong realm members, including 2 among the attackers just now. Now they all lay incapacitated on the ground, and he had no idea how they ended up like that. This little Doreen started to instill genuine fear in him. Who exactly are you? How can you be this powerful? The Bruce looked at Desiree with dread. This little Doreen, with her innocent voice, had rendered him unable to fight back with just 2 spoons. When had the Shieling Empire produced such a monster? No wonder Roxy, a 4th-tier true spirit realm Doreen, dared to come to his fort. She must have been accompanied by this terrifying monster. Didn't I hit your head just now? Why are you forgetting who I am so quickly? Desiree was puzzled. Hadn't she mentioned her name twice already? Was her reputation not well known enough? Bruce, you better tell us what you know. Do you know where the person in the portrait is? Otherwise, it'll be a lot of pain for you. Roxy approached the Bruce, warning him that if he didn't confess, soul searching would render him useless. I don't know what you're talking about. I told you I've never seen that woman in the portrait. How can I tell you where she is? So, you refuse to speak? With your strength, you should know about soul searching. Do you really want to become an idiot? The Bruce's face darkened. He knew the consequences of soul searching on a cultivator. If he went through it, there would be no good outcome. Let me handle it, sister. I have a way to make him speak the truth, Desiree said excitedly, producing a strange pill in her small hand. A black, irregular-shaped pill. Faye, what kind of pill is that? Roxy was curious about the oddly shaped pill. It seemed familiar but strange at the same time. This is a pill I researched and created myself. I gave it a powerful name, Truth Pill. It was meant for Carter, but he suddenly went into seclusion. Now, I can test its effectiveness here, Desiree said proudly. She had made it based on the knowledge taught by her teacher to make her father reveal information about her mother. But since Wyatt unexpectedly went into seclusion, she decided to use it on the Bruce instead. Roxy chuckled bitterly. This Doreen was planning to drug her father, truly unique. If Roxy knew Desiree had already done this before, she had drugged her teacher to escape from Laga village, who knows what she would think. However, in the Bruce's ears, Desiree's words sounded different. Did she really consider him a guinea pig? He would rather undergo soul searching than take this unknown pill. Soul searching might not necessarily turn him into an idiot, but an unknown pill might very well do worse. He refused to take it, even if it killed him. Open your mouth. But sometimes, refusal was futile. Desiree walked up to the Bruce and, inexplicably, he opened his mouth as if it were beyond his control. Your breath smells terrible. Desiree covered her nose in disgust. The pill flew into the Bruce's mouth on its own. The moment the pill entered his mouth, it dissolved, and he regained control of his body. Trying to spit it out, he found it had already entered his system, making him panic even more. How strong was this Doreen? Just a word from her and he lost control of his body. An unheard of technique. Do you know where my mother is? Don't know. To everyone's surprise, the Bruce, who was still trying to cover his mouth, answered without hesitation. Both Roxy and Desiree were momentarily stunned. It appeared the pill had worked, but their brows furrowed upon hearing his answer. Could it be that they were overthinking things? Perhaps the Bruce truly didn't know the whereabouts of Michaela. Desiree felt disheartened again, disappointed once more. Roxy felt bad seeing her friend upset. Faye, don't be sad. Let's ask a bit more. Okay. If you don't know where Faye's mother is, have you seen this portrait? Yes, I've seen it. ####Chapter 59. The mysterious Vansged person. When Roxy spoke, the Bruce knew something was wrong. Indeed, after she finished speaking, he couldn't help but respond. Hearing the Bruce's answer, both Roxy and Desiree exchanged glances, and surprise flickered in their eyes. Where did you see it, and who showed you the portrait? It's Spurt. The Bruce had just begun to speak when a mouthful of blood spewed out, and he fell straight to the ground. Roxy was startled. She quickly checked the Bruce and her expression changed. He had already died. Little sister, what happened to him? He's dead. Dead. Faye, could there be something wrong with your pill? Roxy couldn't figure out how the Bruce had died and suspected that it might have been due to the pill from Desiree. After all, it was Desiree's own concoction, so there might be some unforeseen side effects. No, someone tampered with his soul. If he said anything he shouldn't, his soul would be extinguished. Just as Roxy finished speaking, Elias, who had been in the form of a black dog, turned into human shape and continued. Even Elias was slightly surprised. It seemed that the mysterious masked person was no simple character, having altered the Bruce's soul without even Elias noticing. It's you. Seeing Elias transform into human form, Roxy exclaimed in fear, recognizing him immediately. Wasn't this one of the people who killed Jacob? Roxy never imagined that one of the trio was actually Elias in disguise, which explained why Elias was so powerful. Among the spirit beasts in the true spirit world, those capable of transforming into humans were at least tier 10 spirit beasts, equivalent to human sage realm. Little Vansester, let's go back first. We can wait until Vansester comes out of seclusion before letting him take you to find Lady Vansester. Elias ignored the surprised Roxy and addressed Desiree, suggesting they return to Laga village while waiting for Wyatt to emerge from seclusion. Why? Not only was Desiree confused, but Roxy also looked at Elias doubtfully. She didn't understand why Elias suddenly wanted Desiree to go back. They had just obtained some clues, and now was the best time to search. Yet Elias wanted Desiree to return to Laga village and wait for Wyatt to come out of seclusion. Little Vancister, think about it. Everything we've encountered clearly has been arranged by Lady Vancister, given that she has such formidable support. From this alone, we can tell that Lady Vancister is no ordinary person. But even if she is so extraordinary, why hasn't she returned to see you? There are only two scenarios. Either Lady Vancister has something very important to deal with, leaving no time to visit Little Vancister. Or, based on what we saw at Hartley Gate, if the person in the picture really is Lady Vancister, there wouldn't be any important matters preventing her from coming. The remaining possibility is that Lady Vancister has encountered a powerful enemy and is hiding to avoid trouble, thus unable to visit you. So, whether for Lady Vancister's safety or yours, I believe we should return to Laga village first. Laga village is the safest place. After analyzing the situation for Desiree, Elias admitted that these were merely his speculations, not entirely certain of their truthfulness. However, he still wanted Desiree to return to Laga village. This wasn't because he feared being unable to protect her, but because he worried it might impact Michaela. No one knew Michaela's current state. If Desiree publicly searched for Michaela, especially if she was indeed hiding from enemies, it might cause problems. Elias was well aware of Wyatt's strength, and Michaela, being his wife, wouldn't be any less powerful. Thus, if Michaela had enemies, they would likely be formidable. In light of the unknown circumstances, Elias believed returning to Laga village was the best option. Elias, are you saying my mom is in danger? If so, I won't go back. I must find Lauren and help her fight the bad guys. Upon hearing Elias suggest her mother might be in danger, Desiree grew anxious and resolved not to return to Laga village. Elias was speechless. His words had backfired, strengthening Desiree's determination to find her mother. Little Vancister, if you insist on finding Lady Vancister, then we must be more cautious. We need to lower our profile, Elias conceded reluctantly, advising they change their approach and act more discreetly. Okay, as long as we don't go back. Zhao Doreen, notify your emperor father privately to look for Lady Vancister, without alarming too many powerful figures, Elias instructed Roxy. Previously, she had mobilized the entire empire to assist in the search. Alright, I'll contact my father now. Roxy responded and sent a message via a communication jade pendant to Emperor Alejandro. Then Desiree asked Elias, where should we go next to find Lauren? With my current strength, I haven't found Lady Vancister anywhere in the true spirit world. If she is here, it would only be in the forbidden lands or special areas. Let's head to those forbidden places. If Lady Vancister is hiding from enemies, she would likely be concealed in such locations. Elias thought for a moment and concluded that only the forbidden or restricted areas were beyond his detection. Some unique formations also fit this description. However, Elias didn't hold much hope. Since Wyatt, who was extremely powerful, hadn't searched for Michaela, there must be a reason. Let's get moving. With a goal in mind, Desiree urged them into action. Under her urging, Elias reverted to his large black dog form. Desiree climbed onto Elias's back, and the duo disappeared from sight, reappearing outside Xianxia Empire. After they left Xianxia Empire, in a remote village within Xianxia, an Amonly man, previously hunched over, suddenly straightened up. His frail appearance transformed instantly into that of a Aiden wearing a mask that obscured his face. Damn it! Why are there such strong individuals in this world? And they seem to be targeting the Emperor. Could it be the Jediah people have discovered something? Chapter 60. Entering the Misty Mountains. A voice emerged from the masked figure, revealing a mixture of anger and fear. Due to his unique physique, he had cultivated an exceptionally advanced concealment technique. It was precisely because of this that he managed to escape under Christian's divine awareness. Only after sensing that Christian and her group had left the Xianxia Empire did the masked figure dare to reveal himself, mainly because Christian had been truly terrifying earlier. No, I need to notify them and also inform his Imperial Vance Jesty, the masked figure mused as if realizing something. He hurriedly took out a jade amulet and began inscribing information on it. Given the severity of what happened, he needed to report it. The Misty Mountains of Songlong territory is one of its forbidden zones. The mountains are perpetually shrouded in a strange black mist, hence their name. If it were only for this peculiarity, they wouldn't be considered a no-go area. What makes these mountains especially sinister is the fact that the black mist can both block divine awareness and suppress cultivators' power, making them one of the 4 major restricted zones in Songlong territory. And it gets worse. There resides within a great terror, rumored to be at the Emperor realm level. Strangely enough, this terror doesn't seem affected by the mist and can operate freely. Additionally, countless beasts inhabit the mountains. Even human cultivators of the same realm would think twice before entering. Anyone who ventures inside might never come back out. There is a legend about an Emperor-level powerhouse who once entered but emerged gravely injured, slipping into a coma upon returning to his forces. Rumor has it he hasn't woken up since. After this incident, hardly anyone dared to enter. Those with a death wish ventured only as far as the outskirts of the mountains. Despite being dangerous, the mountains still held immeasurable resources. Thus, some daring cultivators would take risks, especially independents or those chased to this region. They hoped a stroke of luck could change their lives. Suddenly, 2 figures, one large, one small, appeared outside the Misty Mountains. These were none other than Teresa and her companions, recently departed from Fengyun stronghold. Of course, Christian, as Teresa's mount, was present too. It was Christian who led them here. Christian, what is this place? Will we find Lormy's trail here? Teresa looked at the vast mountain range covered in ominous black fog and asked dubiously. Little Vancister, I don't know where this is either, but I do know it's a forbidden area in true spirit world, a place even I cannot penetrate. I believe if Lady Mother is hiding from enemies, she will choose places like this. Let's hurry in. We must find any clues about Lormi. Alright, but we must be cautious. Who knows what dangers lurk in such a place, especially when my divine awareness is already obstructed. In truth, Christian didn't want to risk it. As a divine beast, nothing in the true spirit world should pose a threat. Yet even its divine awareness was hindered here, leaving Christian wary of what anomalies might lurk. But Teresa insisted on finding her mother, so Christian had no choice but to be vigilant. After warning the two, Christian stepped into the misty mountains. Instantly, Christian felt its power suppressed, though only by about 30%. Even so, it was alarming since Christian's 30% strength still surpassed the true spirit world's Emperor Realm. Therefore, an Emperor Realm cultivator would lose half their power here, and Christian realized it couldn't use its divine awareness here either. For cultivators unable to use divine awareness, they become no different from ordinary humans apart from their cultivation level, and their combat effectiveness significantly diminishes. For instance, a sword cultivator uses divine awareness to control their weapon. Without it, controlling a sword becomes impossible, illustrating just how perilous this place is. Initially riding Christian, Teresa found herself gently held in Christian's human form upon entering the primitive forested area. This arrangement allowed for quicker reactions in case of emergencies. The Misty Mountains comprise colossal trees with no proper paths due to lack of visitors. However, despite its wild nature, this region teemed with rich resources. Aside from minerals and spirit veins, the land brimmed with various medicinal herbs and fruits. Christian, put me down quickly. Look at all these vegetables and fruits. Let's pick some while looking for Lormi. Teresa exclaimed, a die-hard foodie excited by the bounty around her. Help pick the vegetables and fruits. Later, we'll stew those big meat chunks. Since encountering bandits on Upper Mountain, Teresa hadn't eaten much. Her special constitution required regular meals infused with spiritual energy, or else eating was futile. Faye, isn't this too risky? Roxy interjected, bewildered. Wasn't their purpose to find her mother? Why focus on cooking? It's fine, little sister. Just a bit of meat won't hurt. All right, Roxy conceded. Reassured by Christian's formidable presence, they continued deeper into the mountains, harvesting abundant herbs and fruits, most over a century old. Even 1,000-year-old herbs were common, filling Roxy's storage ring within a couple of hours. Chapter 61. The Moon-Devouring Demonic Wolf. Although Roxy was a princess of the Xiling Empire, her storage ring was only a treasure-tier artifact. The space within it was limited. Additionally, she had prepared a lot of items when they set out, but most of them ended up being unnecessary. Having gathered so much gold and treasure on Mount Shangfang, and then such a large quantity of medicinal herbs here, her storage ring was now completely full. This was the first time Roxy encountered this situation, and she felt somewhat embarrassed as she approached Desiree. Danielle, my storage ring is full. Why don't we have dinner first before continuing? Ah, so soon? Desiree glanced at her own storage ring, which was still less than a tenth filled. She couldn't understand why Roxy's was already full. Did Roxy pick an unusual amount of herbs? Thinking this, Desiree quickly took Roxy's storage ring and tried to check its contents. Why can't I see what's inside? Little Vancister, did you forget that divine consciousness is suppressed here? Oh right. Big sister, take all the herbs out for me to see how much you've picked. Desiree had momentarily forgotten about the suppression of divine consciousness. The reason they could store herbs in their rings was because they had bonded with them. Once they recognized and bonded with their storage rings, they could store objects simply by touching them and willing it so. However, without bonding, it wouldn't be possible. As for Elias, being a divine beast, he didn't use a storage ring but instead used the unique internal space characteristic of divine beasts. After hearing Desiree's words, Roxy felt even more embarrassed. Actually, she hadn't picked that many herbs. Other things were occupying most of the space. Still, she took out all the herbs from her storage ring and placed them before Desiree. Indeed, Roxy had picked quite a number, around 1,000 plants, and all were over 300 years old. That's all? Seeing only these few herbs, Desiree was bewildered. She thought Roxy would have picked a lot more based on her earlier statement about her storage ring being full. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Roxy's face. Just then, a voice came to her aid. Little Vancister, Zhao Doreen has only a treasure-tier storage ring, which doesn't have much space. It can't hold many items. Is that true? Big sister, I have several storage rings for you to choose from. Thanks to Elias's explanation, Desiree understood that Roxy's storage ring was too small. After putting away the herbs, she handed Roxy a few storage rings. Danielle, it's fine. I can just get rid of some useless things. Even if Roxy didn't take Desiree's rings, she knew these weren't ordinary artifacts. She could feel the energy emanating from the rings. Besides, compared to Desiree's extraordinary strength, could the storage rings she gave be simple items? It's alright. I have plenty of these. Here, take this one. Seeing Roxy hesitating, Desiree picked one at random and handed it over. She indeed had many of these rings. This? Roxy looked at Elias uncertainly, thinking whether she should accept, considering Desiree's youth and possible unawareness of the importance of a high-grade storage ring. Just take what little Vancister gives you. It will make things easier later on. As Roxy was essentially Desiree's nanny, taking care of her daily needs, a higher-grade storage ring would indeed make things more convenient. If Roxy had a better ring, this situation wouldn't have occurred. Alright then. Danielle, thank you for your gift. Thinking it over, Roxy agreed. Elias's reasoning was valid. A higher-grade storage ring would indeed be more convenient. Go ahead and bond with it through blood. I'll prepare something for little Vancister to eat. We'll move once she's done eating. Elias examined Roxy's new storage ring, a low-grade immortal artifact storage ring, far superior to her previous treasure tier 1. Such a ring couldn't store immortal artifacts. Therefore, it was practical for Roxy to bond with it first. Thank you, Milton. Roxy thanked him, then found a spot to bond with the ring while Elias cleared a patch of ground. Desiree wasn't idle either. She released the earth dragon they had killed and asked Elias to process its meat, preparing essential items herself. Soon, the water in Desiree's pot began to boil, and Elias had processed the dragon meat, dropping a significant portion into the pot. A delicious aroma soon filled the air, and before long, Desiree and Elias began eating. Roxy hesitated, but ate a small amount. Howl. Just as the trio sat around the pot enjoying their meal, a pack of beastly howls echoed from the distance. When Roxy looked around, she saw a group of demon beasts had appeared unnoticed. These are moon-devouring demonic wolves. At the sight of these demon beasts, Roxy identified them immediately as the fearsome moon-devouring demonic wolves from the true spirit realm, and her expression turned grave. Wolves themselves are pack animals, but Roxy was horrified because moon-devouring demonic wolves were different from other wolf species. They were a higher-order demonic beast, born with aerial flight capabilities, reaching sage realms as adults. Not only were they more ferocious, but they possessed a powerful innate skill, demonization. Upon demonizing, a moon-devouring demonic wolf could enhance its power by 1 level. For example, if an aerial realm moon-devouring demonic wolf underwent demonization, it could reach Emperor realm. Plus, being pack animals, encountering them was always undesirable. Roxy couldn't believe she'd meet them here. Earlier, she had wondered why, despite this place being a forbidden zone, they hadn't encountered any demon beasts upon entering. Now, facing this horrifying encounter with moon-devouring demonic wolves, Roxy felt a wave of despair wash over her. ####Chapter 62. The Old Vanson Deep in the Mountains. Elias, there are so many of your kind around. Roxy, unsure of what to do, suddenly heard Desiree's voice and finally remembered that 2 powerful figures were still with them. However, something crossed her mind, and her expression turned uneasy again. In her understanding, Elias should be around level 11, equivalent to a great sage realm cultivator. But for some unknown reason, their powers were suppressed here. Like herself, she originally had a true spirit 4th stage cultivation level, but now she could only exhibit the power of a golden body 4th stage, losing 2 major realms. To put it bluntly, Roxy couldn't even defeat a young moon-devouring demon wolf, let alone encounter adults. If these moon-devouring demon wolves also suffered suppression, it might be manageable. But if they didn't, it would be troublesome because adult wolves had Saint Realm strength. If they underwent demonification, they would reach the Great Sage Realm. Additionally, there must be a wolf king among them, which would be even stronger, perhaps reaching the Great Sage Realm as well. The thought terrified Roxy. No wonder this place was forbidden. Little Vancestor, they are wolves and I am a dog. No, I am a Chelan. How can you compare these damned beasts to me? A bitter smile appeared on Elias's face. How could these ugly beasts be compared to him, a mighty divine beast? It belittled his status. Elias, don't take it so seriously. Actually, they don't look that different from you. Desiree didn't seem scared at all. Instead, she started arguing with Elias, thinking the wolves looked somewhat like him. Roar. Elias let out an angry roar, and the previously agitated moon-devouring demon wolves began vanishing one by one. Within moments, they were all gone. This was entirely due to Desiree's words. Although he couldn't be mad at her, he could vent his anger on these unlucky wolves. Elias, why did you kill them all? That's such a waste. Looking at the vanished wolves, Desiree pouted. So much meat, gone just like that. Little Vancestor, haven't you forgotten how bad wolf meat tastes? Elias smiled bitterly. His master had everything going for her except her fixation on monster meat. Wolf meat was coarse and tough, something even he, as a monster, couldn't stomach. Not to mention Desiree, who was a little foodie. That's right, then never mind. Desiree had simply felt sorry seeing all that meat disappear. Hearing Elias's reminder made her recall how bad wolf meat tasted. Then, they continued eating dragon meat without a care in the world. Roxy finally realized what was happening. Her gaze toward Elias changed once more. Initially, she guessed he was a level 11 monster, but now she believed he must be at least level 12, equivalent to the Emperor realm. This reassured Roxy completely. She grew even more respectful of Wyatt, someone who could command an Emperor realm monster and have it transform into a large black dog. He must be incredibly powerful to teach Desiree such prowess, far surpassing any legendary sanctuaries. Without monster interference, Desiree and Elias finished the dragon meat within about an hour. The trio then continued deeper into the mountains. Along the way, they encountered other monsters, which Elias easily dispatched. Once, Roxy narrowly avoided being ambushed by a snake monster thanks to Elias's quick reflexes. From then on, she stayed close to Desiree. After more than a month of wandering through Misty Mountain Range, they finally approached the mountain's depths. One day, while walking as usual, Desiree said something startling. Big sister, there's an old man over there. Let's ask him if he knows about my mom. An old man? Roxy looked in the direction Desiree pointed, but only saw a dense forest. Faye, where's there an old man? I don't see anything. It's quite far. It's normal you can't see. While Roxy was confused, Elias spoke up. After Desiree mentioned it, he checked that area using his divine senses, discovering that his powers and divine senses were no longer suppressed. He indeed saw an old man several billion miles away, not a human but a sage medicine transformed into human form. With this realization, Elias led the duo and instantly transported them before the old man. The sudden appearance startled the Amon, who reflexively tried to flee but stopped abruptly. Who are you? What business do you have here? Addressing Elias, the Amon released a wave of pressure, causing Roxy's complexion to pale. Put away that useless pressure. It does nothing to us. Aiden, I came here looking for my mother. Have you seen her? Immediately after Elias spoke, Desiree impatiently asked. They hadn't seen another soul since entering. Finally spotting a human-like figure, Desiree desperately wanted to know if her mother had been seen, though the Amon wasn't truly human. Hearing Desiree and Elias, and noting their expressions, the Amon knew they were at a similar realm. Thus, he retracted his pressure but wondered who Desiree's mother could be. Little Doreen, who exactly is your mother? Chapter 63. Unfortunate Armin. For some reason, looking at the little Doreen in front of him made Armin feel oddly familiar, yet he was certain he had never met her before. This is my mother. My mother's name is Michaela. Old sir, Have you seen my mother? Meng Danielle took out a scroll, on which was painted a portrait of her mother, Michaela. Armin's face couldn't help but twitch as he saw the figure in the painting. You say this person in the painting is your mother? Yes, it's my mom. What does a mom mean? Lauren means mom. Old grandpa, don't you know what mom means? Oh right, you're a spirit plant and don't have a mom. Senior, what Faye means by mom is mother, Roxy quickly explained. She didn't understand why Meng Danielle would say mom, a term she hadn't understood before herself. Others called their parents father and mother, but Meng Danielle called them dad and mom, something many people weren't aware of. Ha ha ha. Very good, very good. I never thought you would be her daughter. If that's the case, then you will stay here with me to make amends. Senior, what do you mean? The old man's laughter shook Roxy, making her pale. She asked fearfully, wondering how this old man seemed not to be a good person. What do you mean? I'm naturally going to keep you here. Never thought this little Doreen would be her daughter. Since she escaped last time, I'll catch her daughter now. No wonder the little Doreen felt familiar. She was that woman's daughter. It really seemed like even heaven was helping him. His enemy's daughter actually came here voluntarily. You're a bad old man, bullying my mom. Watch me beat you until you cry for mommy and daddy. Just as Armin finished speaking, he saw a chubby little fist coming his way. Without thinking, he reached out to grab it. If he couldn't handle an adult, could he possibly lose to a little Doreen? Bang! At the moment his hand touched the chubby fist, a powerful force surged forth from it, making him feel as if he had been hit by a fierce beast. His body flew backward involuntarily. Before Armin could even realize what was happening, he felt another presence sit on top of him, followed by a barrage of punches landing on his body. Bang! 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 The sound of fists hitting flesh echoed, leaving Armin dazed. He could only cower on the ground with both hands over his head, letting the punches rain down on him. A series of anguished cries burst from his mouth. He couldn't even resist, still unable to grasp what had just happened. Faye, stop hitting him. Keep beating him and he'll die. Let's find out what's going on first. Half an hour later, as Armin's screams became weaker, Roxy hurriedly pulled Meng Danielle's hand. Otherwise, the old man would be beaten to death before they could get any information about Michaela. Himph! Vancied me so angry, this old man daring to bully my mom. Even after being pulled away by Roxy, Meng Danielle still seemed unsatisfied and kicked Armin one more time with her small foot. Don't pretend to be dead. Get up and answer our questions, or we'll really kill you. Seeing Armin lying on the ground pretending to be dead, Elias had to threaten him. Despite Armin's previous agonized cries, he only suffered some superficial injuries. At most, he was bruised and swollen. There was no serious harm. Meng Danielle merely wanted to teach him a lesson. Only after Elias's warning did Armin shakily stand up, his eyes filled with fear at the sight of Meng Danielle. He couldn't fathom how a 4- or 5-year-old Doreen like Meng Danielle could wield such immense strength. As a Xianxia, he was completely helpless against her assault. Armin's true form was a spirit herb, the purple moon vine, which had finally broken through after hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation, becoming an immortal herb. He had always lived here, and it was only 3 years ago when he prepared to break through to mid-stage Xianxia that he was interrupted by a suddenly arriving woman. That woman who interrupted his breakthrough, he would never forget, was none other than Meng Danielle's mother, Michaela. Michaela not only interrupted Armin's breakthrough but also stole a spirit herb he had guarded for 10,000 years. Naturally, Armin disagreed, leading to him being thoroughly beaten into submission by Michaela. Who knew that today he would meet that crazy woman's daughter? Thinking he could turn the tables, Armin ended up being beaten by Meng Danielle once again. Armin felt like his heart was breaking. It was embarrassing enough losing to an adult, but losing to a little Doreen made him feel like his centuries of cultivation had gone to the dogs. Aiden, do you know my mom? Where has my mom gone? Little senior, I indeed saw your mother, but I don't know where she is now. Armin didn't dare play tricks anymore, calling Meng Danielle little senior, knowing he couldn't even defeat her, especially with an unknown youth standing beside her. Describe the situation when you saw the lady, and explain what you meant by saying she escaped. Elias guessed that Armin probably didn't know where Michaela went, but knowing the past events might provide some clues. This alright? Originally, he didn't want to revisit such humiliating events, but seeing Elias's fierce expression, Armin had no choice but to recount everything. Previously, Armin guarded a unique spirit herb, the Yin-Yang Chaotic Green Lotus, which he planned to use to break through to mid-stage Xianxia. When he was about to break through, Michaela appeared, asking to borrow something from Armin. The item she wanted to borrow was the Yin-Yang Chaotic Green Lotus. This herb was crucial for Armin's breakthrough, so he naturally refused. As expected, not only did Michaela beat him up, but she also took the Yin-Yang Chaotic Green Lotus. Saying that Michaela escaped was merely to save face. He couldn't admit he couldn't fight her. You're still trying to lie? If mother really needed a spirit herb, wouldn't your true form be better? Confess now. After hearing Armin's story, Elias didn't believe him. Would Michaela forsake an immortal herb for a mere spirit herb? Such a ridiculous lie couldn't fool Elias. An anthropomorphized spirit plant was valuable enough for anyone with knowledge, so why would she settle for less? I hope this translation meets your expectations and keeps the original tone intact. If you need any further adjustments, feel free to ask. Chapter 64. The Ancestral Demon Dragon That Devours Souls. Sir, you misunderstand. My original form is indeed a medicinal plant, but merely the least potent purple moon vine, which only became an immortal medicine by sheer coincidence. As for the spirit medicine taken by that esteemed individual, it's different. It's a rare special spirit medicine with the power to revive the dead. Furthermore, it can also restore one's foundation and heal wounds. I observed that the esteemed person's energy was chaotic, suggesting severe injuries. Esteemed sir, every word I say is true. Please forgive me this once. Armin was helpless. Everything he said was indeed true. The Yin-Yang Chaotic Green Lotus did possess these effects, though it had been seized by Michaela. The Yin-Yang Chaotic Green Lotus is a twin spirit medicine, divided into Yin and Yang, colored black and white respectively. It is called such because it possesses dual attributes. The black yin-yang chaotic green lotus can only be consumed by men, while the white one is only for women. If consumed incorrectly, it would disrupt yin and yang, turning men into women and vice versa. Michaela took the white one, but Armin was different. He himself was already an immortal medicine. If he were to consume the yin-yang chaotic green lotus, it would only enhance his realm without any other side effects. Do you really not know where my mother went? At this moment, Desiree was extremely anxious. According to Armin's account, her mother was injured, and she didn't know her current condition. Roxy had a different expression altogether. Initially, she thought Armin was merely at the Emperor realm, but after hearing him speak, she realized he was already an immortal plant. If Desiree and Christian could beat Armin without him having any means of retaliation, did it mean they were also immortals? This thought made Roxy's heart race wildly. She initially believed two emperors were the pinnacle, but now she realized her perspective was too narrow. Roxy wasn't aware of Christian's strength, but she knew Desiree very well. When she first met her a few years ago, Desiree was merely at the Xianxia realm, yet in just 4 or 5 years, Desiree had skyrocketed from there to surpass the immortal level. How could Roxy not be astonished? Esteemed sir, I truly do not know. Perhaps you should ask the individual inside since that person headed in after leaving here. Afterward, intense battle sounds came from within, but I don't know what happened afterward. Armin genuinely didn't know where Michaela went, but he provided useful information. Following Armin's words, all three looked toward the depths of the mountain range. Christian immediately noticed a vast, pitch-black palace in the deepest part. Inside the palace stood a Benny dressed entirely in black. Christian's eyes flashed with surprise as he identified the Benny's true form, a black dragon. If it were just a black dragon, Christian wouldn't have been surprised. However, he discerned that this wasn't an ordinary dragon. Ancestral demon dragon that devours souls. The ancestral demon dragon that devours souls was similar to Christian, who was the world's sole black jade Kylan. Meanwhile, the ancestral demon dragon was one of the 2 earliest dragons to appear in the world. There were rumors that the world's firstborn dragons were a pair, one male, one female. But something happened later on, causing the male dragon to become demonic. Hence, the 2 divine dragons fought, and no one knew the outcome. After that great battle, the demon dragons vanished completely. Christian never imagined he'd encounter a demon dragon here. He doubted whether this dragon was the same as in the legend, given that this one was only at the celestial immortal level. Little Vancestor, let's meet this demon dragon. Perhaps we'll find out Lady Mother's whereabouts. Sure. Desiree naturally saw the Benny in the depth. Nodding slightly after Christian spoke, she replied, let's go. Christian prepared to take them over but was stopped by Desiree. Christian, let's pick some vegetables before we go. There are still many vegetables over there. All right. Then, Christian led the 2 away from Armin, who finally breathed a sigh of relief seeing them leave. What a family of freaks, and each one more monstrous than the last. Her mother earlier, although I couldn't defeat her, wasn't as formidable as today when I couldn't even retaliate. Unbelievable. This little Doreen is even more terrifying. I couldn't even react in defense. I need to find another place to live. If another couple comes looking for their wife and daughter, my life might not be safe. Armin contemplated moving away, worried about more freaks coming. Moreover, from their conversation, they seemed to be searching for the Dragon King. If they engaged in a battle, he could get caught in the crossfire. Thus, Armin decided to leave for safety. With this resolution, Armin wasted no time. However, before leaving, he planned to take all the spirit medicines he guarded. When Armin reached his guardian's site, seeing the desolate spirit fields, he let out a soul-piercing scream. What was once a field filled with spirit medicines was now barren. Even the remaining yin-yang chaotic green lotus had vanished. Armin collapsed onto the ground. He knew the trio must have stolen everything because no outsiders had come. After dedicating half his life to cultivating these medicines, they were snatched away in an instant, an unbearable reality. But thinking of Desiree's monstrous strength, Armin couldn't do anything. He left disheartened. Meanwhile, Christian swiftly transported Desiree and Roxy to the massive palace. Just as the 3 appeared before the palace, a Benny walked out, the very dragon Christian saw earlier. I sense her presence within you. The Benny ignored Roxy, who was only at the true spirit realm 4th rank, but he couldn't help frowning at Christian and Desiree, whose realms were inscrutable. Yet, he detected a familiar scent from Desiree, prompting him to stare at her and speak. Great Alton, tell me where her mother is. Human, this place isn't meant for you. Given your cultivation, I'll spare you this time. Leave immediately, or else I won't be so courteous. The Benny, oblivious to what Desiree meant, demanded they leave immediately. Chapter 65. The Unfortunate Demonic Dragon Avatar. For some unknown reason, the Benny felt an ominous premonition deep within him. If he did not drive away the 3 people before him, he would be in for a disaster. This was his 6th sense as a strong practitioner. Moreover, there were 2 individuals here whose cultivation levels he couldn't gauge. They were either ordinary people or at a higher realm than himself. But if they were ordinary people, they wouldn't have made it here. Yet, the idea of them being at a higher realm seemed unbelievable to the Benny. Although he was only an avatar of the main body, he still possessed the strength of a late-stage celestial immortal. He had lived here for untold thousands of years and hadn't encountered anyone who could defeat him, except for a mad woman a few years ago. This place was merely the true spirit realm. It was unlikely to house so many immortals. But his instincts weren't wrong, which led him to ask Christian and the others to leave. So, you're just a soul avatar. No wonder you only have the power of a late-stage celestial immortal. Then your true form must be the spirit-devouring Bradley demon dragon. Christian hadn't initially noticed that the Benny was a soul avatar. Only after arriving did he realize it. If that was the case, then the Benny's true form was definitely the spirit-devouring Bradley demon dragon. Instantly, Christian became curious about this creature. The Benny instantly went on the defensive when he heard Christian's words because this was the first time someone identified his true form. Even the madwoman from a few years back couldn't discern it. Despite being just a soul avatar, any harm to it could affect his true self. Moreover, anyone who knew his true form wasn't to be underestimated. He worried Christian and his companions might be after his true self. Even dragons, generally considered precious from head to toe, paled in comparison to the significance of the Bradley demon dragon, one of the earliest born dragons in the universe. You don't need to be nervous. We're just here to inquire about some information and won't do you any harm. Seeing the Benny's apprehension, Christian said with amusement. If he intended harm, the Benny's anxiety would be futile unless his true self intervened. But his true self had vanished countless years ago, leaving only this soul avatar behind, hinting at an accident that kept it from appearing. Yet, considering the Bradley demon dragon was one of the ancestors of celestial dragons, Christian wouldn't mind helping if possible, provided it didn't offend the wrong entities. The Benny remained tense despite Christian's words. It was unprecedented for anyone to recognize him as a soul avatar. Without further ado, Christian showed the painting of Michaela he received from Desiree and asked, "Do you know her?" "I'd recognize her even if she turned to ashes," he replied bitterly, unable to forget his defeat by a human. "Tell me where she is." Christian's face lit up with hope, quickly following up, despite the unfriendly tone, as he wanted to learn Michaela's whereabouts. "I don't know. Hurry up and tell me where Lormi is, or I'll hit you." Desiree brandished a large ladle, though her chubby face failed to convey any real menace, making her threat more amusing than intimidating. "I said I don't know. Now leave quickly." The Benny dismissed her, turning away with disdain. He was baffled by the audacity of a mere human child threatening him. "Where are you going?" Ignoring him, Desiree swung the ladle, and with a loud bang, the Benny was sent flying into a palace door. "You dare defy me!" Recovering, he lashed out with a palm, the forceful wind knocking Roxy off balance, though Christian pulled her back in time. Desiree, seeing the incoming palm, didn't flinch but met it head-on. A battle ensued between big and small. Soon, the Benny tragically realized that despite his late-stage celestial immortal prowess, he couldn't beat a human toddler. "I won't let you be arrogant. Speak up, or I'll beat this bad person to a pulp." Desiree chased him, hitting him with her oversized ladle while scolding him. He could only flee and defend passively, still screaming from each hit. His defenses were useless against the ladle striking flesh. Roxy watched in shock, her expression revealing internal turmoil as she witnessed the chaotic scene. "Human, you're not playing fair. Put down your weapon if you're so tough." "Hmph. I can still beat you into a pig's head without a weapon. Ladle, help me teach him a lesson." With those words, Desiree threw the ladle, releasing a terrifying pressure towards the Benny. Originally expecting her to fight unarmed, the Benny was stunned when the ladle acted on its own, striking him relentlessly. It indeed proved that he could be beaten senseless without weapons since the ladle moved independently. Paling at the ladle's force, he was struck on the forehead, crashing to the ground, stars dancing before his eyes. Ignoring his daze, the ladle struck him thrice more. Splat! Blood and teeth sprayed from the Benny as he fainted, startling Roxy. "Good job, ladle." Desiree clapped her chubby hands delightedly, praising the ladle, which flew around her twice in satisfaction. Stashing the ladle, she approached the unconscious Benny, pulling out a pill and forcing it into his mouth. Both Roxy and Christian's jaws dropped. They recognized the pill as Desiree's truth pill, her own creation. Chapter 66. News of Michaela. After Desiree made the Benny swallow the truth pill, she took out a small water pot. She opened the lid and poured water directly into his two nostrils. Then Desiree immediately stood up and watched as the water she poured in sprayed out of the Benny's nostrils like fountains. Just like when the Amens used bamboo tubes to force-feed water to unwilling cattle, with water spurting from their noses. Cough, 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 cough. The Benny instantly woke up from his unconscious state, coughing continuously. His face turned red, resembling a monkey's bottom. "Hee hee. This is so much fun," Desiree said, clapping her hands. This left Roxy and Lee speechless, while they silently mourned for the Benny for 3 seconds. Desiree gave a nod to Lee, who understood and came forward. "What's your name?" "Skygate. Did she come here before?" "Where is she now?" Lee showed the portrait of Michaela to the Benny and asked, noticing that the truth pill had taken effect. "She did come here, but I don't know where she went. However, I speculate she might have gone to the ancient battlefield." Upon answering Lee's first question, the Benny realized something different. He didn't want to answer, yet he couldn't help it. Even if he covered his mouth, he still answered and even divulged his speculations. The Benny's face finally showed panic, unsure why he was obediently answering Lee's questions. "What did she do when she came here before? Did you two have any unpleasant incidents?" 3 years ago, she came asking me for my essence blood. Naturally, I refused, leading to a battle. Despite her being injured, I still couldn't defeat her. After being defeated, I was left crippled by her, unable to recover ever since." "How did you guess she went to the ancient battlefield? Where is the ancient battlefield located?" Lee couldn't imagine Michaela coming to snatch dragon blood. Moreover, given what the Benny said about her injuries, a late-stage heavenly immortal couldn't defeat Michaela. This revealed Michaela's strength. She must be at least an immortal king or higher in cultivation. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to overpower him even when injured. "I figured it out during her battle outside with that immortal herb. She snatched a yin-yang chaotic green lotus, which primarily serves to reconstruct one's foundation. My true form is the ancestral devouring dragon, and my essence blood can also help reconstruct foundations. However, just these two aren't enough for a cultivator wanting to rebuild their foundation. To rebuild one's foundation, one must possess primordial spirit fetus and primal divine water. By taking both the yin-yang chaotic green lotus and my essence blood, it's clear she intends to reconstruct her foundation. Primordial spirit fetus only forms in places like the ancient battlefield, hence my speculation that she headed there. And the entrance to the ancient battlefield can only be found in Central Heaven Domain." Realizing he couldn't resist, the Benny confessed everything he knew, mainly due to fear of Desiree's identity. A young Doreen with such profound cultivation and wielding at least an Immortal King-level ladle implied someone powerful backing her. Being merely a clone, he couldn't afford to provoke them. Lee, shall we go to Central Heaven Domain to find Lauren now? Yeah. Although Michaela might not still be in the ancient battlefield after so long, not going meant they had no clue where else to look. So they decided to visit the ancient battlefield in case they found other clues. Without tormenting the Benny further, Lee led Desiree and Roxy away. Watching them leave, the Benny sighed deeply before returning to his palace. Senior, do you know how to get to the ancient battlefield? A month later, the trio emerged from Misty Mountains, but were unsure of where to head next since none of them had been to Central Heaven Domain. I've never been to the ancient battlefield. How would I know the way? What should we do now? There must be teleportation arrays between realms. Let's find the most formidable sect and ask them. After consideration, Lee suggested this. They belong to the true spirit world's Azure Dragon Realm, billions of miles away from Central Heaven Domain. Without a teleportation array, it would take an indeterminate amount of time to reach. Though Lee could traverse space, a destination was necessary. Without knowing where, even Lee couldn't help. Deciding, Lee extended his divine sense across the entire Azure Dragon Realm and soon found a power dominated by Empyrean-level figures. With a flicker, Lee reappeared above a sect along with the two Doreens. Then he released a pressure covering the sect beneath. Tianwu Holy Land was one of the 3 strongest Holy Lands in Azure Dragon Realm, with 3 Empyrean-level Amons residing within. In the restricted area of Tianwu Holy Land, 3 Amons were cultivating when they suddenly sensed an overwhelming presence. They felt like leaves on a vast sea, vulnerable to collapse at any moment. Knowing a superior power had descended, they appeared above the sect in surprise. Roxy was ignored as their attention focused on Lee and Desiree, sensing immense pressure emanating from them. Greetings, Senior. All 3 bowed to Lee, acknowledging his superiority without knowing his exact realm. No need for formalities. Do you have a teleportation array to Central Heaven Domain? We need to travel there. Indeed, we have a teleportation array to Central Heaven Domain, but it's currently under maintenance. If you're not in a hurry, perhaps you'd like to rest here while we finish repairs? When the array is ready, we can send you to Central Heaven Domain. As the strongest Holy Land, Tianwu naturally possessed inter-realm teleportation arrays, requiring regular maintenance. Seeing Lee's deep cultivation, the Amon hoped to strengthen relations, inviting him to stay. The translation follows the original text structure and tone while ensuring natural English flow. Names are transliterated using pinyin for consistency. Chapter 67. Visiting the Heavenly Van Sertial Sanctuary. I don't know how long it will take to repair your teleportation array. If it takes too long, then never mind. Respected Senior, it should only take 2 or 3 days. It shouldn't take up too much of your time. In that case, we will trouble your sect for a while. Braden agreed when he heard it would only take 2 or 3 days. If it had been a much longer time, he would have gone on his own. Senior, you're too kind. Your visit to our Heavenly Van Sertial Sanctuary is an honor. Please follow me. I'll arrange accommodation for you. The Milton of the Heavenly Van Sertial Sanctuary was delighted, never expecting such a powerful person would come to their sanctuary. Although the Heavenly Van Sertial Sanctuary was the strongest in the Songlong region and had 3 great Emperor realm cultivators, with himself being the most powerful one at 6th level Great Emperor, they weren't among the top in the true spirit world. This was because the Songlong region was one of the poorest areas in the entire true spirit world. Being this strong already made them exceptional. Acton guessed that Braden must be from another region and was at least 7th level Great Emperor or higher since he couldn't sense Braden's exact level. Soon after, Acton led Braden and the others to a private courtyard named Tiangong Garden, which was the best guest accommodation in the sanctuary. Senior, please rest here for a moment. I'll go prepare a banquet for you and send someone to inform you later. All right, thank you for the trouble. Braden didn't refuse Acton's invitation to the banquet entirely due to Desiree. He didn't care about eating himself, but he knew Desiree would want to eat. When Acton left, Braden transmitted a message to him, reminding him not to disappoint Desiree. Indeed, there was precedent. The little Doreen wouldn't eat anything that didn't contain spiritual energy, no matter how famous the chef. When Acton received the message, he looked back at Desiree with some surprise, realizing the little Doreen might be the most distinguished among the 3. Brother, why did you invite them to stay here? What if he finds out we deceived him? It's fine. I didn't deceive them. Our teleportation array indeed had issues, but it has been repaired. It only delayed by 2 or 3 days. I feel that Senior is at least 7th level Great Emperor. If we gain his help, everything will be much easier. Brother, you said he's at least 7th level Great Emperor. Do you think he'd easily help us? They were strangers to the Heavenly Van Sertial Sanctuary, and even passing travelers. How would such a strong person get involved unless absolutely necessary? If before I wouldn't be sure, but now things are different. As long as we can make the little Doreen happy, it shouldn't be a problem. What do you mean, brother? The other 2 were shocked. Wasn't she just a regular person? Could she influence Senior's decisions? Just like themselves, as Miltons of the Heavenly Van Sertial Sanctuary and Great Emperors, even the sanctuary's holy son or their own descendants couldn't sway their decisions. No matter how noble her identity was, it seemed unlikely she could influence a Great Emperor's decision. So they were puzzled. And they didn't know these 3 people. Why was Acton so certain? Just before we left, Senior sent me a mental message. He asked us to ensure all dishes at the banquet contain spiritual energy, especially high-grade demon beast meat, because his young master only eats food containing spiritual energy. Can you understand what this means? Do you mean that Senior is merely a servant of that little Doreen? The 2 understood the implications. A 7th level Great Emperor or higher as a servant meant this family had immense power. From this, they could see how noble the little Doreen was. If they could make her happy, they might indeed get Senior's help. She's just a 4 or 5-year-old Doreen. Give her some benefits, and she should be pleased. Right. Milton 3. Inform Fanny to prepare the most luxurious banquet. All food must be made with spiritual materials. Also, prepare more meat, especially high-grade demon beast meat. Acton instructed the other Amon, who went off to find the sanctuary's lord and convey Brayden's requirements. While the Heavenly Vansertial Sanctuary was busy preparing for Brayden's visit, the Miltons of the other two sanctuaries in the Tsonglong region were also meeting to discuss their visit to the Heavenly Vansertial Sanctuary tomorrow. Brayden, we forgot to ask that old man if he saw Mommy. By a small stream in Tiangong Garden, Desiree was playing with the water barefoot. She suddenly remembered they hadn't asked Acton. Perhaps her mother had passed through here when going to the Central Heaven domain. Fancied they could find some news of her mother. Kimberly, didn't Senior say he would set up a banquet for us soon? We can ask him then. Yes, we'll wait until then. Desiree thought about it and agreed. Hearing about the banquet made her swallow unconsciously. However, she restrained her urge to rush to the banquet immediately and started examining the environment. Brayden, once we find Mommy and return home, let's renovate our place. Look, it's much more comfortable here. Sure, once we find Mistress, we'll renovate our courtyard. We can divert the 7 Treasure River from the back mountain into our courtyard. Yes, then I won't need to run to the back mountain every time I want to eat 7 treasure fish, Desiree said happily. Just then, she seemed to notice something interesting and stared at a spot with shining eyes. Chapter 68, Shocked Acton. Brayden, look over there. There are so many green vegetables. Since we haven't had a meal yet, why don't we pick those vegetables? Hearing Desiree's words, Brayden looked in the direction she pointed. In the vast expanse of medicinal fields that stretched as far as the eye could see, various kinds of spiritual medicines were indeed cultivated here, not much different from what they saw in the Misty Mountains. In fact, this place seemed to have more spiritual medicines than the Misty Mountains, since the latter was naturally grown and couldn't possibly concentrate all the herbs in one area. However, the area Desiree was pointing at was clearly a spiritual medicine field cultivated by the Heavenly Vansertial Sanctuary. It was densely planted, but lacked the maturity found in the Misty Mountains. When Brayden realized these were spiritual medicines cultivated by the Heavenly Vansertial Sanctuary, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. If they really went and picked these herbs, he wondered what the Heavenly Vansertial Sanctuary would do. Little Vansester, these are vegetables cultivated by others. Let's not pick them. We already picked so many in the Misty Mountains before. Can't we just pick more after you've eaten? Brayden advised Desiree. There was no need to do something like this, especially since they needed to use someone else's teleportation array. Causing trouble wouldn't be wise. Moreover, they had indeed collected an abundance of spiritual medicines in the Misty Mountains, enough for Desiree to eat for a year nonstop. All right then, Desiree's eyes flickered with reluctance as she replied. Beside her, Roxy finally realized that Desiree had her eyes on someone else's spiritual medicines. Roxy was speechless. She couldn't see where there were any spiritual medicines because she lacked the strength to peer into the distance. Soon, a disciple of the Heavenly Vansertial Sanctuary came to announce that the banquet was ready and invited the trio to attend. The three followed the disciple out of the Heavenly Palace Garden, winding through the sanctuary until they arrived at a palace. At this moment, Acton was waiting with 2 other Amens. Next to them stood a woman, none other than the Holy Vansester of the Heavenly Vansertial Sanctuary, Xianxia. The seniors have arrived, please come in. Seeing the trio approaching, Acton hurriedly greeted them respectfully and led them into the palace. Wow, so many delicious things. Upon entering the palace, Desiree spotted a large table on the left side filled with various dishes. Without hesitation, she rushed over and climbed onto a chair. Spotting the golden roasted chicken, she immediately took a bite. Wow, Sister Brayden, come over quickly. This meat is delicious. Brayden and Roxy smiled and sat down beside Desiree. Roxy took the chicken from Desiree, wiped her hands with a handkerchief, and began tearing pieces off the chicken, placing them into Desiree's bowl. Faye, you shouldn't eat so rudely. Remember to mind your manners, Roxy said while helping her. Princess, this is a level 3 demon beast called Xiaoyaoji. Though it isn't a high-level demon beast, its meat is the most tender. If Princess likes it, I can ask for more dishes to be prepared, Acton said upon seeing Desiree's delight. He proceeded to introduce the rest of the dishes on the table. There were about 36 dishes on a 20-seat table, with 28 being made from various demon beasts' meat. The centerpiece, Dragon Venus Auspiciousness, was crafted from 2 level 10 dragon and phoenix demon beasts, indicating the efforts put forth by the Heavenly Vansertial Sanctuary. Acton and the other 3 members of the Heavenly Vansertial Sanctuary sat with the trio but did not partake much, merely accompanying them. Only Desiree and Brayden were eating heartily, while Roxy ate only foods with less essence due to her cultivation level. This feast lasted for over 2 hours, and everyone enjoyed themselves immensely. Princess, this is a small gift from us. We hope you will like it. After the feast, the group moved to the other side of the palace, where Xianxia served them a cup of spirit tea herself before stepping back. Although Xianxia was puzzled why their ancestor showed such reverence to Desiree, she knew it wasn't the time to ask. Her curiosity about Desiree's identity grew. Her ancestor was a 6th-stage Great Emperor Realm cultivator, among the strongest in the Azure Dragon domain. Yet he treated this young Doreen as if she were royalty. Wow, you also brought gifts? Thank you, Grandpa. Grandpa, take this peach as well. Carter always says we should exchange gifts. You gave me something, so I'm giving you this peach. Desiree handed over a peach after taking the ring from Acton. This is a divine peach? Acton nearly choked as he saw the peach. Though he hadn't seen one, the sweet fragrance and divine aura surrounding it confirmed it was indeed a divine peach. A rare fruit only found in the Immortal realm. A divine peach was extremely precious. Finding even one in the true spirit world was difficult, let alone a divine peach. Yet Desiree offered him this precious peach without hesitation. Acton hesitated, glancing towards Brayden, fearing that taking it might offend him, given Desiree's young age and possible unawareness of its value. If little Vansester gives it to you, you should accept it. It's just a peach, Brayden responded nonchalantly. These peaches, named Ling Meng cherries, were originally grown by Wyatt and had long been common fare in Lajie village. During Desiree's escape from Lajie village, she had picked almost 1,000 of these peaches. She often took them out to eat when bored. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Princess. Acton nervously accepted the divine peach, bowing deeply. He never imagined he'd one day have the chance to consume one. With this divine peach, he believed all 3 of their cultivations could improve by 2 minor stages. If consumed by himself, it might even allow him to break through to the 9th stage of the Great Emperor realm. Grandpa, have you ever seen my mom? Chapter 69. Speechless Acton. Desiree paid no attention to the astonishment of Acton and his group. After receiving the spirit dream peach from Acton, she took out a painting of her mother and unfolded it, starting to inquire with Acton. Acton looked at the painting in front of him, unsure of Desiree's intention. He cast a puzzled glance at Elias. The lady in this painting is my mistress. She should have gone to Central Heaven Domain 3 years ago. Have you seen her by any chance? Senior, we have always been cultivating in the Forbidden Area and haven't seen this lady. Moreover, although our Heavenly Vansertial Holy Land does have a teleportation array leading to the Central Heaven Domain, it isn't located within the Holy Land. However, we can call back the Amen guarding the teleportation array. Then, we can ask for some news. The teleportation array wasn't located inside the Heavenly Vansertial Holy Land. It could also be said that the teleportation array didn't belong to the Heavenly Vansertial Holy Land. However, it just so happened that they managed it during this century. Interdomain teleportation arrays did not belong to any particular force as they were jointly constructed by all forces. Each interdomain teleportation array was guarded by the strongest local force. Based on the opinions of the various forces, each would guard for a number of years. The spirit stones obtained during the guarding period belonged to the respective force. However, if anything went wrong with the teleportation array, that force had to ensure that it was resolved. In Songlong Domain, these arrays rotated every 100 years, and now it was the turn of the Heavenly Vansertial Holy Land to manage it. The interdomain teleportation array in Songlong Domain rotated every 100 years, with the 3 major Holy Lands taking turns to guard it. Every century, the 3 major Holy Lands would decide through martial contests who would manage the teleportation array for the next 100 years. The Heavenly Vansertial Holy Land was the strongest among the 3, and the disciples never disappointed their Holy Land, securing victory for 3 consecutive centuries. As a result, the other 2 Holy Lands held significant grievances and secretly united to forcefully seize the teleportation array. This was why Acton wanted to cultivate a good relationship with Desiree. If the other 2 Holy Lands united against them, the Heavenly Vansertial Holy Land wouldn't stand a chance. Despite being the strongest among the 3, there were still limits to its strength. With the other 2 forces uniting against them, Acton knew his Holy Land would suffer losses. But the sudden appearance of Elias gave him hope. If he had Elias's help, even if the other 2 Holy Lands attacked, he wouldn't worry too much. Alright, I'll trouble you with that. Fanny, go fetch the Amen guarding the teleportation array immediately. Yes, Ancestor. Shauna didn't say much, turning around and leaving the banquet hall towards the Holy Land's outer areas. Now she finally understood why her ancestor was so respectful. A person who could casually gift immortal fruits, wouldn't the force behind her be formidable? Thus, Shauna didn't dare delay, and quickly headed for Tianyang City. Back in the Holy Land, Desiree began examining the gifts sent by Acton. Inside the storage ring, Acton placed quite a lot of items, including 1 billion high-grade spirit stones. Apart from high-grade spirit stones, there were 10,000 spirit crystals, 3 supreme holy weapons, pills, spirit herbs, and minerals. One could say that Acton had spared no expense this time, but these items weren't much to Desiree. She glanced at the contents of the ring, pulled out some spirit herbs, and then handed the storage ring to Roxy. Faye, aren't these gifts from Senior for you? No, just a pile of broken rocks. Sister, you keep them. Desiree naturally knew what those were considered spirit stones, but to her, anything except spirit herbs and demon beast meat were mere rocks, things she didn't need. To Acton and his group, hearing Desiree's words made them embarrassed, their faces showing a slight wry smile. Thinking about how Desiree could casually give away spirit dream peaches, what they sent might indeed be regarded as mere rocks. That sister will keep them safe for Faye first. You can have them when Faye needs them. Roxy, upon hearing Desiree's words, knew that Acton must have sent spirit stones, as only Desiree would refer to spirit stones as rocks. She took the storage ring and put it away but couldn't help but take a peek. Inside, there were high-grade spirit stones piled like small mountains, 10,000 spirit crystals, and other resources. There were also 3 powerful-looking weapons. Roxy couldn't help but smile bitterly, thinking if Acton had sent spirit herbs, Desiree might have been delighted instead. After interacting for some time, Roxy got to know Desiree better and realized her favorite things were spirit herbs and demon beast meat. Chatting pleasantly with Acton, half an hour passed, and Shauna returned with a Benny. Greetings to the 3 venerable ancestors. There's no need for such formalities. In recent years, you've been in charge of the teleportation array, right? Come take a look. Did you see this lady 3 years ago? After telling the Amen to rise, Acton waved him over and pointed to the painting on the table. Jorge thought his ancestor called him back to discuss the teleportation array, but unexpectedly, it wasn't about that. Jorge approached the table curiously and gazed at the painting. In the painting, there was a woman in white attire, appearing like a celestial maiden descended from the heavens, even more beautiful than their Holy Land's supreme lord. Jorge almost got lost in her beauty, wondering how beautiful she would be in real life if this painting could already captivate him. Milton Bow, have you ever seen this lady? Seeing Jorge's daze, Shauna couldn't help but remind him. After all, 3 important guests were still present. Following Shauna's reminder, Desiree and her companions also looked at Jorge expectantly, hoping to hear useful information from him. Replying to your lord, I haven't seen this lady. Indeed, Jorge hadn't seen her. Such a noble and beautiful woman, if he had, he certainly wouldn't forget. But in the past decade, he truly hadn't encountered her. Upon hearing Jorge's words, everyone frowned. Then, Elias asked, I wonder if there are other teleportation arrays in Songlong Domain leading to Central Heaven Domain. Replying to Senior, each domain has only 1 interdomain teleportation array, as building one is too complex. Chapter 70, The Vancestor and Servant's Actions. Elias fell silent after hearing this. If there was only one teleportation array, then Michaela would have had to use it to go to Xianxia domain. Given that Michaela was injured at the time, flying there herself was not an option. It was too far, and she must have been in a hurry. Therefore, the only possibility was that Michaela disguised herself then. It wouldn't be so obvious and could avoid enemy detection. Thanks for your trouble. We'll return to rest now. Please inform us when the teleportation array is repaired. No trouble at all. Senior, I will escort you back to rest. I'll personally notify you once the array is fixed. That's unnecessary. We can find our way back. You should tend to your duties. Well then, all right. Fanny, please escort our seniors back. Yes, Bradley. Shauna accompanied the three of them back to Tiangong Garden before leaving. Once inside, Desiree anxiously asked, Elias, do you really think Mother went to Xianxia domain? It should be correct. That little dragon ate xuanhuan's truth pill and couldn't lie to us unless the pill didn't work. How could it not work? I made it myself. I'm the greatest little expert in the world. How could my pill fail? Desiree stood up from her chair as if someone had stepped on her tail, urgently defending her invention. Yes, xuanhuan is the best. Your truth pill surely wouldn't fail. I think Mistress definitely went to Xianxia domain, but she must have disguised herself. Otherwise, she would have been recognized just now. Elias quickly agreed, knowing that upsetting the little Doreen would be hard to soothe. Yes, Mother probably went incognito to Xianxia domain to avoid attracting bad people. So, we need to search for her there. Kimberly, don't worry about finding Mother right now. It's getting dark. I'll prepare everything for you. Get some rest after washing up. Alright then. Xianxia prepared Desiree's toiletries. By the time Desiree finished washing up, it was completely dark outside. Previously, Desiree would sleep as soon as it turned dark, but her recent trips had changed this habit. Now she lay with Xianxia and couldn't fall asleep, persistently asking her to tell stories. But as a former princess, Xianxia wasn't good at storytelling. Reluctantly, Xianxia began sharing her own experiences as stories. Surprisingly, the little Doreen became engrossed and wouldn't sleep until Xianxia continued. Kimberly, it's very late. Let's get some sleep. Otherwise, you'll be too sleepy tomorrow. Alright. Desiree finally went to bed without further pestering. Seeing her obedience, Xianxia gently stroked her head and also fell asleep. Hours passed, and Desiree opened her eyes. She gently nudged Xianxia beside her, who remained still. Slowly, Desiree's figure faded from the bed. Typically, cultivators don't need much sleep, but because of Desiree, Xianxia usually slept with her. Moreover, being in the heavenly Vansirtial sanctuary and guarded by Elias, Xianxia felt particularly secure. Meanwhile, in another room, Elias immediately opened his eyes when Desiree disappeared from her bed. His spiritual senses followed her, curious about where she was going. When he saw her appear at the heavenly Vansirtial sanctuary's spirit herb garden, a bitter smile crossed his face. Desiree still had those herbs on her mind. Following closely, Elias also vanished, reappearing above the spirit herb garden. He waved his hand, casting a spell to conceal the entire garden. He then joined Desiree in picking the herbs. Seeing Elias, Desiree smiled broadly. To avoid being caught, she moved quietly. As the two were stealthily picking herbs, a disciple of the heavenly Vansirtial sanctuary approached. This disciple walked unsteadily, either half asleep or drunk, approaching the herb garden. Suddenly, he rubbed his eyes vigorously and looked again, only to find the herb garden missing. He suddenly jolted awake and stumbled back, shouting, "Bad news! The spirit herb garden has vanished." His cries alerted other guards. 10 disciples rushed out from a palace and confronted him. "What are you babbling about, Davin?" Shouting in the middle of the night like a madman. An Aemon named Sue scolded the frightened disciple, assuming something terrible had happened. "Milton Sue, it's serious. The spirit herb garden has vanished." "Bullshit. How could such a large herb garden vanish? You need a beating." Despite his anger, Milton Sue glanced toward the garden. Huh. Milton Sue's words died in his throat as he rubbed his eyes again. Still, no garden appeared. Alert the sect. Without turning back, Sue flew towards the garden. Other disciples followed, raising the alarm in the sanctuary. When Sue and the disciples reached the herb garden, they found that it hadn't vanished but was hidden by an array. Meanwhile, Elias and Desiree heard the shouts earlier. "Xiaojuren, others are coming. Let's go back quickly. Just a bit more. There are still many delicious herbs left. Let's pick some more before returning." Alright. After thinking it over, Elias agreed. He had set up a protective array around the entire field, ensuring no one could open it until Acton arrived. With time on their side, they picked a few more herbs. Note * the names provided, e.g., Shauna, Michaela, Desiree, are kept in pinyin as per the instructions for maintaining accuracy in character names. Chapter 71. The two sacred sites taking the blame. At this time, outside the spirit fields arrived a large number of experts from the Tianwu Holy Land, even attracting the attention of Holy Lord Shauna. For Shauna to become the Holy Lord of Tianwu Holy Land, while it was partly due to the contributions of her ancestral Aemons, her own formidable strength cannot be overlooked either. Being at the 6th rank Great Sage Realm, she ranks within the top 10 in strength at the Tianwu Holy Land excluding the venerable ancestors. However, even with such capabilities, Shauna was powerless against the sudden appearance of an array formation in the spirit fields. "Lord Holy, do you know what kind of array formation this is?" Beside Shauna stood several Aemonly men, all senior figures in the Holy Land, some at the Sage Realm and others at the Great Sage Realm. One of them asked Shauna, "This doesn't look like any ordinary formation, rather more like an energy barrier. But whoever made it has a far higher cultivation level than me, making it impossible for me to break through. How outrageous! Who would dare to steal spirit medicines from our Tianwu Holy Land? If I find out who did this, they won't have an easy time," one of the hot-headed Aemons said. "This is the Tianwu Holy Land, the strongest Holy Land across the entire Azure Dragon domain." Given the audacity of this act, the Aemon's anger was understandable. However, considering his incapability to breach the energy barrier, he could do little even if he found out the perpetrator. Milton 8, why don't you think about how to break through this energy barrier instead? Lord Holy, what should we do now? Milton 8's face flushed red, then he asked Xianxia, acknowledging that his previous words were just venting frustration. Don't worry, I've already notified the venerated ancestor. Upon realizing the energy barrier couldn't be breached, Xianxia promptly informed the Holy Land's ancestor. The matter was too serious. The spirit field stored the Holy Land's vital resources. If all the spirit medicines were stolen, it would result in significant losses for the Tianwu Holy Land, leaving them without medicines for quite a long period. Spirit medicines are essential resources for refining pills, which are crucial for disciples' cultivation. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared beside Xianxia, none other than the 3 venerable ancestors at the Grand Imperial Realm from the Tianwu Holy Land. Bradley. Yes, what exactly happened here? One of the ancestors questioned. Bradley, for some unknown reason, there's now an energy barrier covering the spirit fields, concealing everything inside, Xianxia explained quickly. I suspect someone tried to steal our spirit medicines, but we couldn't break the energy barrier, hence disturbing the ancestor. That's audacious, stealing from the Tianwu Holy Land. It's practically asking for death. Acton raged and immediately slapped the energy barrier. A soft sound echoed as the energy barrier protecting the spirit field shattered, revealing its original appearance. Everyone stared in shock. The once flourishing spirit field looked like it had been mauled by a dog. Bad. Recalling something, Acton darted towards the depths of the spirit fields. Others followed suit. Upon reaching the deepest part, seeing the plant emitting faint starlight still intact, Acton breathed a sigh of relief. Who could have done this? To infiltrate the Holy Land and steal spirit medicines like this requires great audacity. Who else but the Wuxia Hall and Heavenly Realm Bow? They seem to have united thoroughly. They've thought of this malicious plan just to harass us. Be on guard tomorrow. Understood, Bradley. Acton pondered on the 2 other strongholds in the Azure Dragon domain but didn't realize he'd unjustly blamed others, whereas the real culprits were already asleep back in Xuanhuan. Starting now, additional personnel will guard the spirit fields, and the Holy Land's defensive arrays will be activated. We enter level 1 readiness status. Understood, Bradley. After arrangements, Acton returned to the forbidden area and looked at the 2 beside him, saying, Brother 2, Brother 3. I'm preparing to consume a fairy peach to break through my cultivation. Tomorrow, I'll give them a lesson they won't forget. Tianwu Holy Land boasts 3 Grand Imperial ancestors. Acton is at the 6th rank Grand Imperial Realm. The other 2 are at the 3rd and 1st ranks respectively. As the most powerful Holy Land in the Azure Dragon domain, 2nd place goes to the Wuxia Holy Land, which also has 3 Grand Imperial ancestors. Among them, the strongest one is at the 5th rank Grand Imperial Realm, the others at 4th and 1st respectively. Last in rank is the Heavenly Realm Holy Land, with only 2 Grand Imperial ancestors, both at the 5th rank Grand Imperial Realm. In terms of combat power, it's comparable to Wuxia Holy Land. Regarding the experts beneath the Grand Imperial Realm, all Holy Lands have similar numbers. The difference lies only in the combat power of the Grand Imperial Realm. No single Holy Land can rival Tianwu Holy Land alone. But if 2 combined forces, Tianwu Holy Land would stand no chance. Because 3 5th rank Grand Imperials could counteract Acton, while the 4th rank could eliminate the 3rd rank from Tianwu Holy Land, creating a fatal flaw. If the 3rd rank dies, the remaining 1st rank would also fall. Without its Grand Imperial level experts, Tianwu Holy Land wouldn't stand a chance, causing deep concerns for Acton. Previously, Acton felt tense about the lone fairy medicine deep in the spirit fields, reserved exclusively for his breakthrough. Now, thanks to Desiree's gift, a fairy peach, he isn't worried anymore. Fairy peaches differ from fairy medicines. They can be consumed directly for breakthroughs, whereas fairy medicines need to be refined into pills with other spirit medicines to make them suitable for cultivators. Otherwise, the intense spiritual energy could destroy a cultivator's body. Due to the milder essence contained in fairy fruits, they can be ingested directly by cultivators at least at the Grand Imperial Realm or above. Chapter 72. Understanding the situation. Brother, are you planning to consume the Immortal Peach? Yes. Rest assured, I won't consume the Immortal Peach myself. We 3 will divide it equally and strive for a breakthrough by tomorrow morning. They functioned as a single unit. Only together could they achieve their strongest potential. Besides, he wouldn't have enough time to fully assimilate all the energy from the Immortal Peach if he took it alone. If not for the special circumstances, Acton would not have considered sharing the peach equally. He would at least ensure that he got the lion's share. Big brother, I'm only at the 1st level of the Great Emperor Realm and can't refine that much energy. You and 2nd brother should take more. Upon hearing Acton's intention to share the peach, Guiyashan was delighted but realized his limitations. Even if Acton shared the peach, he wouldn't be able to refine its full power. It would be better for Acton to take more so that he might achieve an even greater breakthrough. Then, perhaps eliminating the other 2 major sanctuaries would not be impossible. Big brother, Gallagher is right. Among us 3, you have the highest cultivation. It makes sense for you to take the largest share. After Guiyashan spoke, Brett echoed his sentiments, agreeing with his proposal. That's enough. I've already decided we'll share equally. Just focus on refining the peach's power. If you can't refine all the peach's energy, seal the rest. You can refine it gradually when you have the time. Acton did not change his mind. After speaking, he took out the Immortal Peach given by Desiree, dividing it into 3 equal parts. I'll start refining now. You should hurry too. After dividing the peach, Acton left first. He went deep into the forbidden area to carefully plant the peach pit and used a whole bottle of spirit liquid to irrigate it. Only then did he return to his meditation room, consuming 1/3 of the Immortal Peach and starting his cultivation. When the morning sun shone into a room in Heavenly Palace Garden, Roxy, who had been asleep all night, opened her sleepy eyes. Seeing Desiree half lying on her, Roxy smiled contentedly. She didn't wake Desiree immediately, but instead carefully got up herself. Only after taking care of her own affairs did she rouse Desiree. After the three of them finished breakfast, they left Heavenly Palace Garden because Desiree wanted to tour Tianwu Sanctuary. Otherwise, staying there all day would drive her crazy. Upon leaving Heavenly Palace Garden, they found a woman waiting outside, presumably arranged by Tianwu Sanctuary. Welcome, honored guests. There's no need for formalities. We'd like to tour the sanctuary. Is that acceptable? Our Ernan has already instructed us before leaving that the three honored guests can visit anywhere freely within our sanctuary. Shall I escort you around now? Krista was a direct disciple of Tianwu Sanctuary and a personal disciple of Xianxia. At a young age, she had already reached the air-riding realm, surpassing even some small sect masters. She was assigned by Xianxia to take care of Desiree and the others and had arrived early this morning to wait for them. However, Krista dared not disturb them and waited outside Heavenly Palace Garden until now. Where did your Ernan go? Hearing Krista's words, Roxy grew curious. Based on Acton's previous attitude, he had seemed very important. Yet, the Ernan was absent, even leaving the sanctuary, which Roxy believed unlikely unless something critical required attention. Though these were likely confidential matters of Tianwu Sanctuary, people naturally have curiosity. Roxy asked casually, and both Desiree and Elias looked at Krista, eager to hear her response. To answer you, honored guest, our Ernan has gone to Ocean City. Ocean City is where the teleportation array is located. The other two great sanctuaries of the Azure Dragon region have united to seize control of the teleportation array. This revision ensures that the sentence reads naturally in English while accurately conveying the meaning from the original text. It also maintains consistency in terminology and style. Initially, we weren't too concerned, but last night, those despicable sanctuaries sent experts to steal medicinal herbs from Tianwu Sanctuary. Their actions enraged our Ernans thoroughly. This morning, the three Grand Ernans, along with all the Amens and most disciples, have headed to Ocean City. Knowing that Roxy and her companions were esteemed guests of Tianwu Sanctuary and that the three Grand Ernans held them in high regard, Krista did not withhold information. She explained everything openly. Upon hearing about the stolen medicinal herbs, Roxy glanced surprisedly at Desiree. Yesterday, Desiree mentioned wanting to pick vegetables in Heavenly Palace Garden, only being stopped by Elias. Now, hearing about the stolen herbs made her wonder if Desiree had been involved. Could it be Desiree? Considering Desiree's obsession with medicinal herbs, Roxy wondered if Tianwu Sanctuary had misjudged the situation. However, she wasn't foolish enough to voice her thoughts aloud. If it was wrong, let them continue to err. Clearly, they disagreed. Seizing control of the teleportation array? Is it the array leading to Central Sky Region? Isn't it under the jurisdiction of Tianwu Sanctuary? Elias, disregarding Roxy's thoughts, questioned with confusion after hearing Krista. They needed to use the teleportation array to reach Central Sky Region, and he hoped nothing would go wrong. Honored guest, the teleportation array doesn't belong to any specific force. These cross-region arrays are built collectively by various forces. We merely have management rights. In Azure Dragon region, the three great sanctuaries jointly control the teleportation array. Initially, we agreed to a century-long rotation. Every century, we host a martial competition. Whichever sanctuary wins retains control of the teleportation array for the next century. Now, the other two sanctuaries are trying to seize control from us because they lost the competitions for the past 2 centuries. Our third consecutive century of victory has driven them to desperation. Thus, the plot unfolds amid the political maneuvering and internal dynamics of these powerful entities, setting the stage for further conflict. ##### Chapter 73. Desiree watches the spectacle. That must mean the old man went to fight, miss. Why don't we go watch the old man fight too? Said Desiree with glowing eyes after hearing Krista's words. Although she didn't fully understand the concept of management rights, she knew that Acton and his group were there to fight others. So Desiree no longer wanted to stroll around the Holy Land idly. Instead, she wished to see Acton fight in Tianyang City. Roxy looked at Krista questioningly after hearing Desiree's suggestion, silently asking Krista to take them over. Do the three lords wish to go to Tianyang City? Actually, Krista was hesitant to bring Desiree and the others over because she worried about what might happen to them, which would be difficult to explain to her master. However, her master had specifically instructed her to fulfill any condition requested by the trio. Yes, please trouble you to take us there. Roxy spoke, acknowledging not only Desiree's interest but also her own desire to witness this grand event, the conflict among the three great holy lands, which she had never seen before. As for Elias, he had no objections as his primary task was simply to protect Desiree's safety, supporting whatever she decided unconditionally. Very well, please follow me. Krista summoned a vessel and invited the three aboard. Actually, Tianyang City was not far from Tianwu Holy Land. Flying through the sky would take only half a day. Krista used the vessel mainly out of consideration for Roxy's status, as she could not yet fly. Though Roxy might seem like a mere servant in Krista's eyes, it was wise to respect appearances. Even if a servant, she served someone important. So Krista maintained proper decorum. The vessel's speed was comparable to flying through the air but was much more comfortable, using minimal personal energy for navigation. About an hour later, Krista landed the vessel in a bustling city square. Apprentice, how did you come here? Xianxia immediately recognized Krista's vessel and approached upon her arrival, seeing Roxy and Desiree step out. Greetings, senior. Though surprised, Xianxia quickly greeted and welcomed Desiree. The sight of Desiree, Roxy, and Elias caused Acton and others nearby to hurry over. Young seniors, why have you come? Acton approached with 2 amens from Tianwu Holy Land, bowing to Desiree and Elias. This gesture did not go unnoticed by representatives from the other 2 holy lands, who cast their gaze towards the trio. What is that young Doreen's identity? Why would Acton show such respect? In one corner of the square, a gathering of people listened to an amen express confusion. He was none other than Jeremiah, the strongest amen from Wuxian Holy Land. Following his remark, others murmured in agreement. She must be some lineage descendant from another domain. An amen from Tianjia Holy Land speculated, since within Songlong domain, the 3 holy lands were the strongest powers. For Acton to show such deference, the person must carry significant clout, likely originating from a holy land. Wu fellow Taoist, do you think today's matter will proceed without complications? Fellow Taoist Yi, are you overthinking? Now that our two holy lands have united, do you believe Tianwu Holy Land can still stand against us? As for those three, while we cannot sense the Aiden's cultivation, his power shouldn't exceed ours. Moreover, they likely aren't from Songlong domain. If he dares to intervene, we won't hesitate. Yes, Wu fellow Taoist makes sense. A servant and a little Doreen, with a bodyguard, none of them seem formidable. Leaving aside the discussions between Wuxian Hall and Tianjia Holy Land, Desiree followed Acton to sit with the Tianwu contingent. Grandpa, weren't you going to fight? Why hasn't it started yet? Little senior, it's not that we want to fight. They have been extremely disrespectful, trying to break the rules after losing a fair contest. They now wish to seize control of the teleportation array. Last night, they even sent people to steal our spirit medicines. I was just debating this when you arrived. Oh, how terrible. Stealing others' belongings? Grandpa, punish them and make them return the stolen medicines. Desiree responded angrily, making Elias struggle not to laugh aloud. Acton, stop your nonsense. I clearly stated we never sent anyone to steal your spirit medicines. Jeremiah, who had been paying close attention, stood up in frustration. They were indeed disputing this very matter, but hadn't sent anyone to steal. Thus, they refused to take the blame. They aimed only to seize control of the teleportation array, not initiate full-scale war, which would be too risky despite their combined strength being enough to match Tianwu Holy Land. Humph! You dare break pre-established rules and accuse us falsely. Why should I believe your lies? I didn't expect Jeremiah to act so shamelessly, stealing from our holy land yet denying it. You despicable cowards disgust me. Acton refuted vehemently, infuriating Jeremiah almost to spitting blood. Acton, I challenge you to a duel. Certainly, come on then. I've long disliked your presence. Will you face me? Immediately, Acton appeared on a high platform and continued berating Jeremiah. Chapter 74, Acton activates taunt mode. Seeing Acton appear on the high platform, Yanni's lips twitched uncontrollably. He did not have the courage to challenge Acton one-on-one. If he really had that ability, they wouldn't need to collaborate with the Heavenly Realm Sacred Ground to deal with the Heavenly Vansertial Sacred Ground. How about it? Are you too afraid to come up? Yanni, let me make this clear. Your two sacred grounds united to try and seize control of the teleportation array, didn't you? Now I'll give you a chance. I'll take all of you on. Initially infuriated by Acton's words, Yanni was momentarily stunned once Acton finished speaking. A wild joy spread across his face. True, he couldn't defeat Acton on his own, but he hadn't anticipated that Acton would be so arrogant as to want to fight them all alone. Yanni couldn't help but glance at Gilbert beside him, and both saw a hint of wild glee in each other's eyes. This Acton was simply digging his own grave. What? Are you all cowards? Don't tell me you're too scared to come up here. Acton, you are incredibly overconfident. Since you seek your own demise, we will grant it. Just don't cry for help when you lose, Yanni said, trying to contain his irritation. Yet he was also wary of the possibility that Acton might request help from the other two members of the Heavenly Vansertial Sacred Ground if things went badly. Don't worry, even if I beg and cry, I won't ask for help. Come on, get up here quickly. Acton saw through Yanni's intentions easily. In the past, he indeed lacked such confidence, but now it was different. After consuming the Immortal Peach last night, his realm had significantly advanced. Even Acton hadn't expected the fruit to have such an effect. Originally, he thought that splitting one Immortal Peach among 3 people would allow him to advance 1 level, but unexpectedly, he advanced 2 levels. Now, Acton was already at the 8th level of the Great Emperor realm. Not only had he advanced 2 levels, but the other 2 members of the Heavenly Vansertial Sacred Ground had also advanced 2 levels each. Empowered by this newfound strength, Acton dared to taunt Yanni. He wasn't afraid even if all the Great Emperors from both factions joined forces against him. As Acton finished speaking, Yanni appeared on the platform, accompanied by 2 figures, 2 Great Emperors from the Heavenly Realm Sacred Ground. The other 2 members of the Vansertial God Sacred Ground remained below, as Yanni believed that 3 were sufficient to deal with Acton. Moreover, they could prevent the other 2 members of the Heavenly Vansertial Sacred Ground from interfering. You 3 aren't enough. Have the other 2 come up too? Acton, you are far too overconfident. Beat us 3 first before you boast. Yanni seethed inwardly at Acton's arrogance. He was just 1 level higher than them, yet acted as if he were invincible. While Yanni and his companions were only at the 5th level of the Great Emperor realm, their combined power gave them a significant advantage against a 6th level opponent like Acton. Forget it. I'll deal with the others after defeating you 3. I'll let you make the first move. Don't say I bullied you later. Humph. Yanni coldly snorted, unwilling to speak anymore. All he wanted was to beat Acton into submission without another word. Vansertial God's Body. Dominant Body. Activate. From the start, Yanni unleashed his strongest technique. Vansertial God's Dominant Body was a secret method of the Vansertial God Temple that not only strengthened the user's physical body but also boosted combat prowess by 30%. Gilbert and Oliver of the Heavenly Realm Sacred Ground were not far behind. Both brothers excelled in the Dominant Body technique, a special physique that, if perfected, could rival an Imperial-grade weapon. Furthermore, being born from the same mother, the brothers shared a telepathic bond and practiced a formidable cooperative formation. All these advantages gave the trio the confidence to challenge Acton. Before Acton's recent breakthrough, their combined attack would have given him considerable trouble. However, now Acton watched as the trio attacked with their strongest moves, a hint of ridicule appearing on his face. 3 powerful auras filled the high platform, distorting the surrounding space. Clang, boom, boom. Their attacks hit Acton almost instantaneously, but were blocked by a protective energy field around his body. Acton didn't even counterattack. It can't be. Yanni found it unbelievable that Acton blocked their strongest attacks with just an energy shield. He had fought Acton before, and even then, it wasn't as hopeless as breaking through a simple shield. But now, with all 3 of our strongest attacks, you didn't even retaliate. How is this possible? More bark than bite. Did you skip breakfast? Vansib, you should eat first and come back later. Acton hadn't laughed like this in a long time. Now, he relished the opportunity to taunt the trio, savoring their frustration more than their defeat. He understood that mental trauma was more damaging than physical wounds. Breaking their spiritual resolve was far more satisfying than killing them. From this, it was evident that Acton harbored a rather dark heart. Even Elias, watching from below, shook his head in disbelief. Elias easily recognized Acton's advancement, acknowledging his improved strength. Advancing 2 realms in such a short time showed impressive cultivation potential, partly due to Desiree's immortal peach. Acton, you're too overconfident. I don't believe one energy shield can stop us. Yanni nearly spat blood at these words, attacking Acton again. Gilbert and Oliver followed suit, using every skill at their disposal. A series of metallic clashes echoed from the platform, leaving the disciples of the 3 sacred grounds stunned. The disciples of the heavenly Vansertial sacred ground cheered, while those from the Vansertial God Temple and Heavenly Realm sacred ground felt a growing sense of panic. Everyone knew what awaited them if their ancestors couldn't defeat Acton. Chapter 75. Flying in the air. You've been fighting for so long. It's about time I make a move. Seeing that the 3 had attacked him for such a long time and still couldn't break through his aura of energy, Acton lost any interest in toying with them further. As Acton finished his sentence, his body trembled. The protective aura around him shattered, and Jeremiah along with the other 2 were all sent stumbling back. Acton didn't give the trio any chance to react. He flashed behind them and kicked out fiercely. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive sounds rang out, accompanied by their screams as Jeremiah and the others were kicked down by Acton. Falling back towards their own sacred land, they sprawled on the ground like dogs eating dirt, with clear footprints on each of their buttocks. This was intentional on Acton's part. He aimed at their butts specifically to humiliate them for targeting his Tianwu sacred land. Lying prone on the ground, Jeremiah and company wished there was a hole to bury themselves in rather than face ridicule here. They were the venerable amens of their sacred lands, yet now they faced such humiliation by Acton, even being laughed at by their own disciples. They had utterly lost face. While Jeremiah and the others wanted to disappear into a hole, their disciples knew nothing of this. Upon seeing their amens on the ground, the disciples quickly helped them up. Milton, are you alright? Standing beside Jeremiah was a Benny named Campbell, the palace Vancestor of the Wuxian temple. He anxiously asked his amen, "Get lost? Does it look like something is wrong with me?" Jeremiah shook off Campbell's hand and cursed. Physically, Jeremiah was uninjured. His dignity, however, was wounded. Being publicly kicked in the butt, lying on the ground in an embarrassing posture, he felt he had lost all face and naturally treated Campbell poorly. Though Campbell was scolded, he dared not retaliate and just stood there awkwardly. Jeremiah, however, paid no attention to Campbell. Looking at Acton with hate, he believed Acton was intentionally humiliating him. "I told you all 3 can't defeat me. You vent your anger on your own disciples after being kicked on the butt. Even I am ashamed for you. Grandpa, kick their butts again. I want to see flying people. Woo." Just as Acton finished speaking, Desiree hopped onto a chair clapping her hands loudly, only to be swiftly carried down and silenced by Roxy. Jeremiah was a mighty Emperor Realm expert, and Roxy thought Desiree's actions were too impolite. This would only embarrass him more. They were merely spectators. If these people turned their anger towards them, even if they weren't afraid of the 2 sacred lands people, it would still be troublesome. Ha ha ha. Great, great, great. If Little Senior wants to watch flying people, then I'll perform again. Roxy's worries did not bother Acton. He immediately understood what Desiree meant. It was just wanting to see flying people. A small request like this, Acton naturally agreed to fulfill Desiree's wish, and also because he himself found joy in kicking the 3. Immediately following his words, his figure flashed away from the platform, reappearing behind Jeremiah before delivering another powerful kick. With a light whooshing sound, Jeremiah vanished from his disciple's sight, sent soaring high up into the air. Following this, Acton reappeared behind Gilbert and kicked with similar force, causing Gilbert to vanish as well. Oliver reacted instantly, darting far away, but he still couldn't escape Acton's kick. After sending Oliver airborne, Acton didn't stop. Reappearing behind Jeremiah, who was already falling, Acton had sealed half of Jeremiah's strength when kicking him previously, aiming to get multiple kicks in. Stupefied, everyone watched as Acton's figure rapidly darted between the 3, continuously sending them flying into the sky. Hee, this is too fun. I also want to play. Desiree couldn't help but join in, disappearing from the chair. She nimbly weaved through the crowd, each kick sending a disciple of the Wuxian temple airborne. Ah, ah, thud, thud, thud. As screams echoed, those kicked by Desiree flailed wildly as they fell back to earth, crashing with loud thuds. Brat, you're courting death. The remaining 2 amens of the Wuxian temple wouldn't stand idly while Desiree bullied them. One amen rushed towards Desiree. He dared not attack Acton, but he couldn't allow a little Doreen to bully his temple, so disregarding her age, he attacked. "I think you're the one seeking death." Acton kept an eye on Desiree. Seeing the shameless behavior of the Wuxian temple's amen, a great Emperor realm attacking a child, he intervened. Desiree was his benefactor. If she got hurt under his watch, where would his reputation be? Even ignoring the power backing Desiree, he could never forgive himself. So, as the amen attacked, Acton intercepted him mid-air, flashing past even the plummeting Oliver. "Let go of that old man. Let me handle it." Just as Acton prepared to strike, Desiree's voice came from behind, followed by her sudden appearance behind the great Emperor realm amen. Thud. The Wuxian temple's great Emperor amen suddenly disappeared. Looking up, Acton saw pain contorting his face. This surprised Acton. He hadn't expected Desiree to be so strong, capable of overwhelming a great Emperor realm expert with a single kick. Chapter 76. Under someone's roof, one must bow. While Acton was stunned, Desiree's figure had already vanished, flashing towards the disciples of the Vansirtial God Sanctuary and Heavenly Realm Sanctuary once more. It wasn't until he heard screams of agony that Acton snapped out of his shock and darted toward Jeremiah. All of you, seize that little Doreen. Jeremiah and Gilbert had already recovered from their initial shock and now saw Acton attacking them again. Realizing this, Jeremiah issued the order. He too had noticed that Desiree must have an extraordinary identity for Acton to treat her as such. Understanding that they couldn't win against Acton, Jeremiah ordered them to capture Desiree as a hostage. Protect young miss with all your might. Acton also gave an order to protect Desiree. He couldn't let anything happen to her here, or it would mean no peace for his heavenly Vansirtial sanctuary. After issuing the command, Acton stopped holding back against Jeremiah. He had only been toying with him before, but now Jeremiah's actions had clearly crossed the line. His aura, reaching Emperor Stage 8th level, burst forth. Jeremiah, you should not have given that order. You will pay the price for your ignorance, Acton said in a cold tone, his gaze like one who was looking at the dead. How can this be? You are actually at Emperor Stage 8th level? Jeremiah was terrified by Acton's strength. An Emperor Stage 8th level power was not weaker than any other domain sanctuaries, which explained why they were completely helpless against him just now. Songlong Domain was the poorest among all the domains in the true spirit world. In Jeremiah's memory, Songlong Domain had never produced a strong figure above Emperor Stage 7th level. The strongest ones only reached Emperor Stage 7th level, and that was tens of thousands of years ago. Moreover, it wasn't someone from their three major sanctuaries, but a wandering cultivator. Since that cultivator left Songlong Domain, no one had broken through Emperor Stage 7th level. This was precisely why Acton could hold the top position in Songlong Domain, while being only at Emperor Stage 6th level. Of course, that was what people knew publicly. There were many powerful figures in secret in Songlong Domain, just like in the previous Misty Mountains. Now seeing Acton at Emperor Stage 8th level, how could Jeremiah not be shocked? Humph. Jeremiah, nothing is impossible in this world. Do you regret it now? Acton scoffed. His original plan was just to teach Jeremiah a lesson, but things were different now. Without further ado, Acton severely beat up Jeremiah and the others, sealing their cultivation, and brought them to Desiree. The battle had already ended by then. Although the disciples of the two sanctuaries outnumbered those of Heavenly Vansirtial Sanctuary, without Jeremiah and the other two emperors, the remaining amens and disciples were no match for the two other emperors of Heavenly Vansirtial Sanctuary. Young miss, these three have been captured. You may deal with them as you wish. Acton respectfully said to Desiree. He owed everything he achieved today to her. If it weren't for the immortal peach she had given him, he wouldn't have one so easily. Just leave it to Grandpa. Desiree didn't feel like punishing them anymore after having some fun earlier. She had attacked only because she wanted to have a little fun. Hearing Desiree's words, Jeremiah and the others secretly sighed in relief, thinking that as long as Desiree didn't press charges, their lives would be spared. All right. Seeing Elias and Roxy not saying anything, Acton could only comply. Turning around, he said to Jeremiah, young miss does not wish to hold you accountable. Consider yourselves lucky today. But since you dared to disrespect her, letting you off easily would be unfair. Both your sanctuaries will compensate young miss with 10 million supreme spirit stones, each, and another 10 million to my Heavenly Vansirtial Sanctuary. You will also return double the amount of spiritual herbs stolen from us last night. Acton laid out his demands. Such punishment was already lenient. It only required compensation in spirit stones. Don't push us too far, Acton. I've said I did not steal any of your herbs. I can compensate with spirit stones, but doubling the amount of stolen herbs is out of the question. Jeremiah was furious upon hearing Acton's demands. While compensating spirit stones was acceptable, he really hadn't stolen any herbs from Heavenly Vansirtial Sanctuary. If they compensated double the stolen herbs, it would admit to the entire Songlong domain that they had indeed stolen from someone else. That was a huge black stain he couldn't bear. No one would join the Vansirtial God Sanctuary afterward if that happened. Really not you who sent someone to steal? Hearing Jeremiah's explanation, Acton looked at him with doubt, and then at Gilbert and his brother. Stop looking at us. We swear to the Heavenly Tao that we absolutely did not send anyone to steal your spiritual herbs, Gilbert and his brother hurriedly clarified. Vansetters like this were no laughing matter. It would affect their reputation forever. Acton was confused. Looking at their expressions, they didn't seem to be lying. But if it wasn't the two sanctuaries, who else could have done it? However, he couldn't have imagined that the thief who stole the herbs from his sanctuary was now revered like an ancestor by him. Fine, I will believe you this time. Both your sanctuaries must compensate a total of 400 million supreme spirit stones, and this matter will be considered closed. Agreed. Though an additional 100 million supreme spirit stones was added, they had to bow under someone's roof and reluctantly agreed to Acton's conditions. Even paying 200 million was painful even for a sanctuary's reserves. They had initially coveted the transmission array for its wealth, but now they had to pay out that much in compensation. Chapter 77 Compensation. I will give you an hour to go back and fetch the spirit stones. If you two can't bring the spirit stones over within that hour, then these amens and disciples will stay here forever, Oscar said as he released Jeremiah and Gilbert's cultivation after seeing them agree, telling them to get the spirit stones now. As for the others, they were held here to prevent Jeremiah and Gilbert from playing any tricks. Oscar didn't believe that these two would be willing to abandon these amens and disciples. These people were all highly cultivated, and were the pillars of their respective sanctuaries. Abandoning them would mean the sanctuaries would be virtually defunct. Jeremiah and Gilbert knew they had no choice. After shooting a fierce glance at Oscar, they left. Oscar was not affected by their looks. Now at the peak of the great Emperor realm, he was not afraid of these two sanctuary forces. Watching Jeremiah and Gilbert leave, Desiree glanced at Lee, who understood her meaning from her eyes. Two invisible auras quietly followed Jeremiah and Gilbert. Originally, Desiree hadn't had any specific thoughts, but when she heard Oscar demand compensation, her mind started working. Senior, please wait a moment. They should return soon. It's fine. Desiree was not concerned about this. She casually replied and took out a peach to eat. Her mind was not on the spirit stones at all. To other cultivators, spirit stones were indispensable resources and currency, but to Desiree, they were almost useless, less valuable than a good meal in her eyes. Seeing the peach in Desiree's hand, Oscar couldn't help but twitch his lips. What was considered a rare treasure in the celestial realm was just an ordinary fruit to Desiree. While feeling amazed, Oscar also became curious about Desiree's strength. For someone who could treat celestial peaches as common fruits, how strong must she be? Furthermore, when Desiree acted earlier, Oscar couldn't sense her strength, making it seem like she only used physical power. However, Oscar dared not ask. He knew some things were better left unknown, lest they bring trouble upon himself. Senior, can the Chansongjun be used tomorrow? During the waiting process, Roxy asked Oscar, as she didn't see any signs of repair on the Chansongjun. Senior, the transmission array is already usable now. If Senior isn't in a hurry, why not rest here overnight and leave early tomorrow? Although Roxy was only at the 4th stage true spirit realm, seeming like a toddler learning to walk compared to Oscar, due to Desiree's relationship, Oscar still respectfully called her Senior. As the saying goes, if we cannot respect the monk, we should respect the Buddha. Even though Roxy was merely Desiree's servant, because of Desiree's status, Oscar showed sufficient respect. Danielle, should we head to the Central Heaven Realm now, or stay here overnight and leave tomorrow? Roxy couldn't make decisions for Desiree, so she asked her after knowing the Chansongjun was operational. I haven't toured the old gentleman's sanctuary yet. Let's go to the Central Heaven Realm tomorrow. Desiree had originally wanted to visit the Heavenly Van Sertial Sanctuary but came here because she heard something interesting was happening. Therefore, saying this did not raise suspicion in Roxy. Whether she truly intended to visit the Heavenly Van Sertial Sanctuary was known only to herself. Upon hearing Desiree would leave the next day, Oscar felt somewhat pleased. The longer Desiree stayed, the more chances he had to build a good relationship with her, which could benefit the entire Heavenly Van Sertial Sanctuary. Perhaps, if she were happy enough, she might even give him another celestial peach. If such happens, I'll be grinning even in my dreams. Junior Senior, it's quite hot today. Why don't you go back to the sanctuary first? Once Jeremiah compensates us, I'll send it over. Alright. Little sister, let's go back to the sanctuary to play. Desiree also found sitting there boring, and agreed right after Oscar finished speaking. Then, she told a leading beside her. Okay, I'll take the senior back now. A leading now also called Desiree Senior, following the example set by the Aemon. After replying, a leading took out her boat and flew back to the sanctuary with Desiree and company. Fanny, there's nothing left here. Go back and accompany Junior Senior. Remember, absolutely do not make Junior Senior unhappy. If anyone upsets Junior Senior, don't blame me for being unsentimental. Seeing the departing boat, Oscar instructed Melanie, fearing any disciple might upset Desiree. Yes, Milton. Melanie bowed to Oscar, then disappeared, reappearing on Elite Ying's boat. About 10 minutes after Desiree left, Jeremiah and Gilbert returned, expressionless, approaching Oscar. This ring contains 200 million high-grade spirit stones. Check it yourself. This one is mine. Both handed a ring to Oscar, containing the high-grade spirit stones required for compensation, each giving 200 million. You two are quite wealthy, aren't you? So fast in gathering 200 million high-grade spirit stones. I'll accept them gladly. Oscar chuckled as he accepted the rings, but his words made Jeremiah and Gilbert's lips twitch. Deep down, they cursed Oscar's ancestors many times. If not for Oscar holding their sanctuary's Aemons and disciples hostage, they wouldn't have returned so quickly. Moreover, although both brought out 200 million high-grade spirit stones, it essentially emptied their treasuries. Even as powerful factions in the Azure Dragon realm, with abundant resources and contributions from lower-level sects and families, expenses matched income. With countless disciples cultivating daily, the resource consumption was astronomical. Thus, despite being sanctuaries, they wouldn't typically store too many high-grade spirit stones, most treasures being of other types. The others would be kept here as hostages to prevent Jeremiah and Gilbert from playing tricks. Oscar didn't believe they could abandon these Aemons and disciples. These people were not weak in cultivation, all pillars of their two sacred lands. Abandoning these people would render the two holy grounds defunct. The two who had their cultivation released by Oscar knew they had no choice but to glare fiercely at Oscar before leaving. As for Oscar, he didn't care about their looks. Now he was at the 8th level of Great Emperor Realm and was no longer afraid of the two sacred grounds. Seeing Jeremiah leave, Desiree glanced at Brayden, who also understood her meaning. Two currents of energy quietly attached themselves to Jeremiah and Gilbert. Desiree hadn't originally intended to do anything special, but when she heard Oscar make Jeremiah compensate, a devious thought began forming. Senior, please wait a moment. They should be back soon. It's fine. Desiree didn't really care. She just casually replied and took out a peach to eat. She wasn't thinking about the spirit stones now. To other cultivators, spirit stones were indispensable resources and currency, but to Desiree, they were useless, probably even less valuable than a good meal. Looking at the immortal peach in Desiree's hand, the corner of Oscar's mouth couldn't help but twitch. In his eyes, the immortal peaches which only existed in the immortal realm were just ordinary fruit to Desiree. At the same time as being shocked, Oscar was also curious about Desiree's cultivation. The one who could eat immortal peaches like ordinary fruits, how strong could she be? And just now, when Desiree attacked, Oscar failed to perceive her strength. It looked like she used merely her physical power. However, Oscar dared not ask. He knew some things better left unknown. Otherwise, they might cause trouble. Senior, can we use the teleportation array tomorrow? During the waiting period, Roxy asked Oscar, not seeing any sign of repair on the teleportation array. Senior, we can use the teleportation array now. If Senior is not in a hurry, why don't you rest here for the night and leave early tomorrow? Although Roxy was only at the 4th level true spirit realm and seemed like a toddler learning to walk to Oscar, due to Desiree's relationship, he still called her Senior. As the saying goes, even if not for the sake of the Buddha, do it for the temple. Though Roxy was Desiree's servant, because of Desiree's status, Oscar showed enough respect. Faye, should we go to Central Heaven Domain later, or rest here tonight and leave tomorrow? Roxy could not decide for Desiree. When she knew the teleportation array was usable, she still asked Desiree. I haven't even toured Grandpa's sacred ground. Let's go to Central Heaven Domain tomorrow. Desiree originally wanted to visit the Tianwu Holy Land, but came here instead when she realized there was something exciting to see. So, now Roxy wouldn't be suspicious. Whether Desiree really wanted to visit the Tianwu Holy Ground was known only to her. When Oscar heard Desiree would stay till tomorrow, he felt a bit happy. With Desiree staying another day, he had more opportunities to build a good relationship. Improving relations with her would be greatly beneficial to his Tianwu Holy Land. Vansib, maybe Desiree would be happy enough to give him another Immortal peach. If so, he would laugh even in his dreams. Junior Senior, it's quite hot today. How about Junior Senior returning to the Holy Land first? I will send over the compensation from Jeremiah when it arrives. Alright. Little Doreen, let's return to the Holy Land to play. Desiree agreed immediately after Oscar finished speaking, finding it boring to sit here. Then Desiree spoke to Qingying beside her. Sure, I'll take the senior back now. Qingying now called Desiree Senior. Didn't her ancestor call her Senior too? After agreeing, Qingying took out her boat again and flew back to the Holy Land with Desiree and the others. Fanny, there's nothing else here. Go back and accompany Junior Senior. Remember, absolutely don't upset Junior Senior. If anyone offends her, don't blame me for being unreasonable. Looking at the departing boat, Oscar reminded Melanie, fearing that a disciple might offend Desiree, causing him problems. Yes, ancestor. Melanie bowed to Oscar, disappearing from the spot in a flash, reappearing on Qingying's boat. Just a short while after Desiree left, Jeremiah and Gilbert returned. They approached Oscar expressionlessly. This ring contains 200 million top-grade spirit stones. Count it yourself. This is mine. Both handed a ring to Oscar containing the top-grade spirit stones he required. Each provided 200 million top-grade spirit stones. It seems your two places are quite wealthy. You managed to gather 200 million top-grade spirit stones so quickly. Since that's the case, I'll happily accept it. Oscar took over the rings cheerfully. However, his words made Jeremiah and Gilbert's corners twitch. They had already cursed Oscar's ancestors for generations, wishing they could have been faster. Besides, taking out 200 million top-grade spirit stones had nearly emptied their treasuries. Although they had plenty of various resources from lower-level sects and families, daily cultivation expenses of many disciples were a terrifying number. Therefore, although holy grounds possessed considerable assets, they didn't store much of those precious top-grade spirit stones. Most of their reserves were other treasures. Chapter 78. Desiree on the Vancertial Arena. Now that I've compensated you with spirit stones, we can leave, right? Although Jeremiah wished he could eat Acton alive, he still restrained himself. He couldn't help it. So what Jeremiah wanted most now was to leave this place and not see Acton's face again. Otherwise, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to hold back. Of course. Acton, am known for my honesty. You may leave whenever you want. I won't bother you anymore. Hearing Acton's words, the two turned around and left, taking their disciples from their own holy lands out of Tianyang City. Hope to see you next time. Seeing these two obnoxious fellows leave, Acton couldn't resist loudly adding one more sentence. As Acton finished speaking, Jeremiah, who was flying, nearly lost control of his breath and almost fell down. This scene was spotted by Acton, who immediately burst into laughter, delighted at being able to infuriate his old rival like this for the first time. The ancestor is wise. The ancestor is wise. Seeing the Wuxian Holy Land and Heavenly Realm Holy Land flee in disorder, all the disciples and amens of the Tianwu Holy Land shouted together. This made Acton even happier. All the disciples and amens present today were each rewarded with 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. After arranging some affairs in Tianyang City, Acton returned to the Holy Land with those disciples and amens. Come. Anyone wants to challenge me? If you win, I will reward you with a candy. If you lose, just crawl 3 circles on the ground. When Acton returned to the Holy Land and found Desiree, she was standing on the martial arena shouting. Below the arena stood numerous disciples from the Holy Land. Moreover, Acton noticed some of the disciples had sorrowful faces as if they had been wronged. Fanny, what's going on? Acton asked Melanie, puzzled by Desiree's behavior and wondering what this candy reward was about. Bradley, here's what happened, Melanie answered while laughing and crying at the same time. It turned out that Fanny had accompanied Desiree on a tour of the Holy Land. Unexpectedly, when they reached the martial arena, seeing disciples sparring on it, Desiree insisted on playing on it too. The martial arena was specifically established by the Tianwu Holy Land for its disciples to resolve disputes through duels and practice their skills during peaceful times. At first, seeing that Desiree was only 4 or 5 years old, none of the disciples dared to go up against her. After all, they were Holy Land disciples. How could they fight a little Doreen, especially such an adorable doll? Even if they did, they would feel guilty inside. Plus, considering she was accompanying the Holy Vancestor, they dared not offend her. Had it not been for Melanie being there, these disciples might have wanted to pick her up and cuddle her. The little Doreen was just too charming. Seeing no one dare to challenge Desiree, Melanie worried that it might upset the little Doreen, so she gestured for her disciples to step up. Helplessly, a disciple with the lowest cultivation was pushed onto the martial arena. They thought Desiree was just a child and believed a low-level disciple would suffice. The disciple, who climbed up with a bitter face, received a meaningful look from his Holy Vancestor. Misinterpreting it, he assumed it meant not to hurt Desiree. Nodding at his Holy Vancestor, he planned to play along without using his powers. However, just as he prepared, a figure flashed past him. He found himself soaring high before he could react and was thrown out of the arena, landing hard on his buttocks. Already having a bitter expression, his face now resembled a bitter gourd. Despite being the weakest among them, he was still at the Air Vancestory realm. Now, he was tossed off the stage by a 4 or 5-year-old little Doreen, making his expression even uglier. Initially bustling with chatter, the place turned silent when the disciple was kicked off the arena. Everyone stared at Desiree as if she were a ghost. Brother, hit me once to check if I'm dreaming. Smack. Damn, you actually hit me. On the platform, a disciple told another one nearby. Just after his words, he felt a burning pain on his face. Senior brother, my hand really hurts. You're not dreaming. What the hell, you brat? You swelled my face. How could it not hurt? Smack. The senior brother slapped the junior brother back, leaving the latter feeling wronged as he whispered, Senior brother, didn't you ask me to hit you? Why did you hit back? I asked you to hit me, but not with so much force, especially on the face. I just wanted to make sure you woke up, senior brother. Mumbling under his breath, the junior brother moved away, fearing another slap from the senior brother. What are you muttering about? Nothing. I'm just saying senior brother is wise and brave. Humph. Good, you have some sense. Follow your senior brother well, and he'll lead you to fly. Yes. After everyone came to their senses, they realized Desiree wasn't ordinary. No wonder she could accompany the holy Vancestor. This sparked their fighting spirit. If Desiree were a regular child, they wouldn't think of challenging her, but from the previous incident, it was clear that her cultivation wasn't low. Thus, this time, without Melanie forcing them, a female disciple from the Tianwu Holy Land volunteered, reaching the third stage of Emperor Realm. But she met the same fate as the earlier disciple. After greeting Desiree, she was also kicked off the arena. Covering her face, the female disciple quickly ran away, unable to face others. Melanie, watching everything, was also torn between laughter and tears. Desiree clearly enjoyed kicking people and chose to return to torment their disciples. Melanie couldn't say much, but could only pray that her disciples had strong mental fortitude. With the failure of a third-stage Emperor Realm disciple, other disciples beneath the arena hesitated to challenge, fearing similar fates, especially being kicked on the buttocks. Because no one dared to challenge, Desiree used candies to entice others to step onto the arena to spar with her. Acton witnessed this scene upon his return, and thus sought an explanation from Melanie. Chapter 79. A single kick KO. Whoever steps onto the martial arena, regardless of winning or losing, will be rewarded with 1,000 top-grade spirit stones by the Holy Land. Acton's voice echoed in all the disciples' minds as he noticed no one stepping up to the martial arena. He could see that Desiree had taken a keen interest in this activity. If no disciple dared step forward, it would indeed be awkward. To cheer up Desiree, Acton was willing to do anything. As an old saying goes, there are always brave souls when rewards are substantial. He couldn't believe these disciples could resist the temptation of 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. The mental strength of the disciples wasn't part of his consideration. If they couldn't withstand this kind of challenge, then he felt the Holy Land didn't need to bother training them. The sudden appearance of this voice startled the disciples. When they looked around and saw Acton next to the Grandmaster, excitement filled them. This was 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Even if not for the spirit stones, they still needed to step up. What if the Patriarch took a liking to them and accepted them as personal disciples? Wouldn't that mean soaring straight to the heavens? Though nobody could discern Desiree's cultivation level, considering her age, it was unlikely she surpassed every single disciple here. They speculated that it must have been some bizarre body technique making her too fast to react to, giving Desiree an advantage. Moreover, the group of people looking at a certain direction included over 10 elite disciples standing together. All of these elite disciples possessed Tai realm cultivation, even including some holy people. Such power should easily subdue Desiree, right? Immediately after Acton's voice echoed out, a disciple stepped up onto the martial arena, specifically one at 9th level Huangji realm. I am Damien. Young lady, watch out. I am the invincible young master Desiree. You also need to be careful. If you lose, you'll crawl 3 circles below. But if you win me, princess, I'll share a candy with you. Desiree mimicked Damien's salute, but her words left him speechless. Especially her title, Invincible Young Vancestor. What on earth was that? He came here for 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, not her candies. Damien, along with everyone else, including Acton himself, was rendered speechless. Regardless of his confusion, Damien prepared defensively, not intending to attack immediately. Firstly, because Desiree was just a child. Secondly, he wanted to gauge her strength. If her speed was her main advantage, a defensive stance would be fine. After figuring out her capabilities, he would then send her off the platform, securing the 1,000 spirit stones without harming her. Suddenly, Damien noticed Desiree vanish in front of him. His heart tightened. Indeed, very swift. Boom. Without surprise, Damien was kicked off the stage again. Now he realized her speed wasn't the only factor. He had defended with full strength, yet even a peer-level opponent couldn't kick him off. So, Desiree must be at least at the Tai realm. Damien sighed bitterly. He wondered where Grandmaster found such an anomaly. A 4 to 5-year-old Doreen with Tai realm cultivation. What were they, mere disciples then? With a bitter laugh, Damien got up to leave, but Desiree called him back. Big brother, you haven't crawled 3 circles yet. Damien didn't know how to respond. He hadn't thought about crawling earlier. Yet this little Doreen remembered clearly. Damien turned to Acton helplessly. Was he really expected to crawl? Crawling would embarrass not just him, but the whole Holy Land. Since rules are set, everything must follow the rules. We can't break our word, said Acton, understanding Damien's hesitation. Tianwu Holy Land valued integrity, so breaking promises wasn't an option. Forget the dignity of the Holy Land. Rules were rules. Hearing this, Damien nearly cried but dared not say more. Considering Grandmaster and Patriarch's treatment of Desiree, she was certainly someone important. With Grandmaster personally accompanying her and Patriarch here, she couldn't be ordinary. With a mournful face, Damien squatted down and crawled 3 circles. Sure enough, seeing this, Desiree clapped happily. These are your 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Take them. After Damien finished crawling, Acton handed him the spirit stones. It didn't matter now. Desiree was happy. Thank you, Patriarch. Upon receiving the spirit stones, Damien's mood brightened. These spirit stones meant resources for breaking through to the Tai realm. Hurry, who's next? Win and get candies. Ignoring the rest, Desiree shouted to the other disciples upon seeing Damien crawl. Little sister, let me play with you. Immediately, another disciple stepped up, drawing comments from those watching. Great, senior brother Vance is here. He should send the Doreen down this time. Absolutely, senior brother Vance is an elite disciple and has recently broken through to the sage realm. She won't stand a chance against him. Pity though. Pity? What? The spirit stones. Didn't you hear? Anybody stepping up gets 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, win or lose. I almost went myself, but brother Vance was quick. If he beats her, we lose out on the spirit stones. Good point. Chapter 80. Acton's Regret. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Dougie. Please give me your guidance, young lady. Dougie was unaware of what the disciples were discussing below. After introducing himself to Desiree, he looked at her with a relaxed expression. He was confident in his abilities as a true disciple of the Holy Land, having reached the first level of Sage Realm. Such power would make him an Amon-like figure in those lower-ranking sects. B-Watch. Big brother, your name sounds so strange. Young Doreen, it's not B-Watch. It's the character for Fertile Land, not nest as in beehive. Oh, I thought you meant beehive. Are you ready? If so, let's begin. The name Dougie was a wound Dougie didn't like to mention. In the past, he had been mocked by many because of it. But that was all in the past. Through constant efforts, he finally became a true disciple of the Holy Land and broke through to the first level of Sage Realm. No one dared to make fun of his name anymore. I'm ready, let's go. This time, Desiree did not initiate the attack but waved her hand towards Dougie. Seeing this, Dougie was taken aback. He didn't expect Desiree to invite him to strike first. Sorry, young Doreen. Without further ado, Dougie bowed again towards Desiree and released his domain. A domain was a unique ability exclusive to sages. It only appeared upon reaching sage status. In the cultivation world, there was a saying, all beneath a sage are mere ants. While cultivators below sage level might sometimes fight beyond their rank, when faced with a sage, all such hopes turned to nothingness. It was virtually impossible for those below sage level to defeat someone above. The only exception could be a sage who hadn't comprehended their domain, but such occurrences were rare. Those who broke through to sage level generally had their domains, though each domain was unique. Some increased combat strength, others provided auxiliary support. Regardless of its type, if an opponent was engulfed by the domain, they would experience suppression. Dougie's domain was somewhat special. It acted as a form of auxiliary field, designed to bewilder the enemy, akin to an illusionary realm. His plan was to confuse Desiree before gently sending her off the martial stage without causing harm. Why isn't Vance Sr. attacking? Didn't the young Doreen ask him to start? He might be hesitant, considering she's just a Doreen. Yeah, Vance Sr. is truly compassionate. In fact, it wasn't just the disciples who were confused. Dougie himself was puzzled. Having already deployed his domain, why did Desiree seem completely unaffected? Big brother, if you don't move soon, I'll have to kick you. Desiree tilted her head, looking at Dougie with a curious expression, wondering why he hadn't attacked yet. Dougie frowned. He felt a sudden tightness in his heart. Why was Desiree unaffected? Could she be beyond the sage level too? But that seemed unlikely. It seems big brother doesn't want to fight. How about I send you down for 3 laps then? Desiree looked curiously at Dougie. Then her figure vanished and reappeared behind him. Her short legs aimed a swift kick towards Dougie, but as she approached, Dougie reacted and dodged. Just as Dougie was relieved, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his buttocks and began to fall off the martial platform. Bang! The sound echoed in everyone's hearts, plunging the disciples into silence once more. Dougie had fallen off the platform, signaling the defeat of a true sage-level disciple. Hee. Remember to do your 3 laps, big brother? Seeing Desiree's innocent smile, Dougie felt somewhat depressed. He never imagined Desiree would be so formidable, barely managing even 3 strikes. Without another word, he crawled 3 laps around the platform, collected his reward of 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, and left. Kimberly, shall we stop now? Let's visit somewhere else, Roxy said, worried that all the heavenly Van Sertial Holy Land disciples would be kicked off. Indeed, with Desiree's skill, no matter how many came up, they would meet the same fate, being kicked off the stage. While Acton wouldn't say anything, it would certainly tarnish the heavenly Van Sertial Holy Land's reputation. Fine. These people dawdle too much. What a waste. I even brought out candies to reward them. After Roxy spoke, Desiree found it increasingly boring. Everyone hesitated, waiting for her to call them up. If you don't want the candies, I'll eat them myself. Desiree hopped down from the platform, skipping over to Roxy, holding a jade bottle. She poured out a handful of pills and popped them into her mouth one by one. Seeing Desiree seemingly upset, Acton originally wanted to comfort her, but as he saw the pills she ate, he froze. Is that an immortal pill? Unfortunately, Desiree had already walked away, leaving no one to answer his question. However, Acton was sure that what Desiree consumed was indeed an immortal pill, as the aura radiating from it matched the divine energy he felt from the immortal peach he recently ate. If he had known that Desiree's candies were immortal pills, he would have gone up regardless of embarrassment. Who knows, he might have received one. Bradley, what did you say? Shauna, beside Acton, didn't hear clearly but noticed his shock and asked. Just now, young senior consumed an immortal pill. You've missed a monumental opportunity. Bradley, even if all the disciples went up, do you think they could win against her? Shauna looked speechless at her ancestor. At Tianyang City, she witnessed the grand imperial Milton of the Van Sertial God Holy Land being kicked away by Desiree. How could their disciples possibly win? Let's go. Acton sighed. He knew it was unrealistic. Let alone the disciples, even he had no confidence in defeating Desiree. From her consumption of immortal pills alone, Acton understood the vast gap between them. Chapter 81. Unexpected news. Acton said with some regret, then quickly followed Desiree's pace. Acton personally accompanied Desiree as they toured the entire heavenly Van Sertial Holy Land. There were no further incidents during this time. except for a small mishap when Desiree visited the Illusory Pavilion. The Illusory Pavilion was a special space within the heavenly Vansertial Holy Land, essentially used as a training ground for disciples through an illusory realm. Once inside the illusory realm, it would reflect an opponent based on one's strength, offering special rewards for victorious battles. Winners could continue challenging or choose to leave after winning. This place was particularly favored by heavenly Vansertial Holy Land disciples. After learning of the Illusory Pavilion's existence, Desiree entered the illusory realm to experience it firsthand. However, her strength was too formidable. The Illusory Pavilion could not generate an appropriately strong opponent, resulting in its overload and explosion due to excessive energy consumption. The entire pavilion turned into nothingness, startling the young lady who had been eagerly awaiting her opponent. The sudden explosion took everyone by surprise. Acton was at a loss, thinking that Desiree's excessive force had caused the explosion, but he was unaware that she hadn't even exerted herself. Little Senior, these are the top-grade Spirit Stones compensatory payment from the 2 Holy Lands, totaling 300 million. After escorting Desiree back to the Heavenly Palace Garden, Acton handed her a storage ring containing 300 million top-grade Spirit Stones. 200 million came from the Heaven Realm Holy Land and Vansertial God Holy Land as compensation, while the additional 100 million was a gift from Acton. Big sister, you keep them. Desiree didn't take the ring. She had no interest in Spirit Stones, having always let Roxy manage them. Roxy was already accustomed to this routine, immediately taking the storage ring and putting it away after Desiree finished speaking. She didn't question the extra 100 million Spirit Stones, knowing it must be a gift from Acton. Senior, I have a question. I wonder if it's alright to ask. After putting away the storage ring, Roxy addressed Acton, having long wished to ask this question but refrained because Desiree was still touring the heavenly Vansertial Holy Land. Vancy, I know what it is? Acton was curious, unsure of Roxy's query. Even Desiree and Elias looked at her intently. Senior, based on your relationship with the other 2 Holy Lands earlier, it doesn't seem very friendly. Why did you so easily let them go when, in Tianyang City, you clearly had overwhelming power? Roxy couldn't understand why, despite their united opposition against him, he didn't eliminate the 2 Holy Lands, settling only for trivial compensation. This wasn't the behavior of a powerful sect, puzzling Roxy. In Shieling Empire, such conflicts usually end with mutual destruction, not just simple compensation. Alas, do you think I wanted to destroy them? But I didn't dare. If it were in the past, if I had the power, they wouldn't dare unite against me without facing annihilation. But now it's different. Not only do I not dare destroy them, but even if they had the power, they wouldn't dare destroy our heavenly Vansertial Holy Land. Ah, why is that? Acton's words left the 3 momentarily stunned, wondering if there was some unseen restriction. Our 3 major Holy Lands are now under someone else's control. Although we're separate entities, we're restricted from fighting each other. Why? Can't you just do whatever you want now? And, what kind of person or force can have such influence over all 3 major Holy Lands? As Acton spoke, Roxy grew more puzzled. Who could subdue all 3 Holy Lands simultaneously, and why did Acton seem so wary? Miss, I can't disclose who has subdued us. That's okay. But can you explain why they want you to submit and restrict you from fighting each other? Roxy didn't press further, respecting his reluctance, though still curious about the mysterious force. Desiree giggled and vanished from the room, reappearing next door in Elias's quarters. ####Chapter 82. Emptying the Spiritual Medicine Fields. Elias, are you ready? Little Vancister, rest assured. I've been prepared for a long time. I just need to wait for you. Little Vancister, our plan has changed tonight. I intend to steal all the spiritual medicines from the other 2 sects tonight. Are you trying to lure out the people behind them? Tinsley was only 5 years old, but her intelligence surpassed everyone else's. When Elias said this, she immediately understood what he meant. That's correct. I suspect that this matter might be related to the matriarch, but we first need to draw out the people behind them. Perhaps we will get some unexpected news. Alright, let's act quickly then. Then the 2 disappeared from the room, already outside the Tianwu Holy Land by over 100 miles. Using the aura Elias had planted on Atli earlier, he quickly located the Wuxian Holy Land. Elias first cast an illusionary array over the entire Wuxian Holy Land, and then with Tinsley in tow, they appeared inside the spiritual medicine fields of the Wuxian Holy Land. For safety reasons, Elias also cast an illusionary array, ensuring that as long as no one's cultivation exceeded his, their actions would remain undetected. Little Vancister, regardless of the type of spiritual medicine, transplant everything into the ring space. It may prove useful later. Following Elias's instructions, this time Tinsley didn't pluck the herbs individually but used her mana to transplant large sections of the herbs directly into the ring space. Tinsley's storage ring was given to her by Burke, awarded by the system during a sign-in event. Burke then gifted the ring to his daughter. The ring was a divine artifact, with endless space inside. Tinsley specifically set aside an area for cultivating spiritual medicines. Meanwhile, Elias, being a divine beast, had an internal space determined by his strength, which was also extraordinarily vast. With the combined efforts of both, the entire Wuxian Holy Land's spiritual medicine fields were emptied in just half an hour, leaving nothing but barren earth. Onward to the next destination. Having gained experience from the first attempt, when they arrived at the Tianjia Holy Lands fields, it took them less than half an hour. The Tianjia Holy Lands fields were also left barren. By the time they returned to the Tianwu Holy Land, dawn had begun to break. Elias instructed Tinsley to return and rest. Their travel plans were cancelled, and they intended to stay for a couple more days. After returning to the Tianwu Holy Land, Elias dismantled the arrays in the other 2 Holy Lands. Otherwise, they wouldn't have noticed their spiritual fields were empty. Bad news. Bad news. All the spiritual medicines are gone. The following morning, when the disciple guarding the field went to tend to the herbs, he was shocked at the sight before him and shouted frantically. Hearing the shouts, the senior members of the Wuxian Holy Land were alarmed. Even the Saint Lord Emil collapsed upon seeing the barren fields. It's over. It's all over. Has heaven decided to destroy the Wuxian Holy Land? Emil lay limp on the ground, muttering deliriously. Just yesterday, the sanctuary had lost 2 billion high-quality spirit stones, causing financial issues. Now, another disaster struck, making him believe the Wuxian Holy Land was being targeted by the heavens. Saint Lord, what do we do now? And Amon, who oversaw the spiritual fields, asked anxiously. He feared he might lose his life due to negligence. Quickly summoned the Bradley. Realizing he needed help, Emil could only hope the Bradley would find clues. Suddenly, Emil remembered Xiao Yifeng's words about the theft at Tianwu Holy Land, which he initially dismissed as an excuse. But now, he wasn't so sure. Soon, Atli appeared, his face dark as he surveyed the empty fields. A powerful pressure radiated from him, causing disciples and Amons to kneel. Who was responsible for guarding the spiritual medicine fields? Atli roared. If someone couldn't detect such a significant theft, why keep them around? Bradley, was responsible, the Amon stammered. How did you guard them? Why are all the medicines gone and you're only reporting this now? Atli grabbed the Amon by the neck, almost strangling him in anger. I don't know what happened. There was no disturbance last night. I was always paying attention. Furthermore, I checked until dawn, and the herbs were still there. So, you're saying the medicines vanished instantly? Bradley, I swear by the heavens that every word is true. If I lie, may I be struck down by lightning. Although Wuxia was terrified, he spoke the truth. He indeed monitored the fields last night. What he didn't realize was that he was under Elias's illusionary array, seeing only what Elias wanted him to see. After Wuxia finished speaking, Atli loosened his grip, puzzled. He believed Wuxia dared not joke about something so serious. If Wuxia told the truth, how did the medicines disappear? Could someone really empty the entire field instantly? Bradley, didn't Tianwu Holy Land also report a theft yesterday? Could it be the same person? Emil reminded Atli. Given the circumstances, the thief must be highly skilled. After all, they were one of the 3 major sanctuaries of the Zhanghong domain, supposedly the strongest force. Yet, this happened twice without detection. How simple could the thief be? Trouble. Atli suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly retrieved a jade pendant from his storage ring and inscribed a message on it. Simultaneously, in the Tianjia Holy Land, Yawufa also inscribed a message on a jade pendant. Both sent their messages simultaneously and received each other's transmissions. After reading the contents, both stood frozen in place. Chapter 83. Gathering at the Tianwu Holy Land. Little Senior, everything is ready. Should we head to the teleportation array? Acton asked Desiree, who was drinking milk, in a slightly bent posture. He was preparing to take Desiree and her group to Tianyang City. Grandpa, I want to play here for 2 more days before leaving. Is that okay? Desiree said as she sipped her formula, causing Roxy beside her to be momentarily stunned. Weren't they supposed to go to Central Heaven Domain today? Doesn't this little Doreen want to find her mother? Yes, little Senior can stay as long as you like. It's an honor for our Tianwu Holy Land. Acton was also taken aback, but then felt overjoyed. He actually wished Desiree would spend more time playing here. So without any hesitation, he agreed with an unremitting smile. Even if not for any benefits from Desiree herself, her identity alone was enough to ensure that befriending her would be beneficial and harmless. Little Senior, where do you want to go today? I will personally accompany you. I don't have any specific place in mind now. Grandpa can go about your business. I'll call you when I need something. Well, alright then. Hearing this, Acton could only sigh and stepped out of Tiangong Garden, immediately instructing the people outside. Fanny, Little Senior wants to play around our Holy Land for 2 more days. Dismiss them all for now. And remember, take good care of Little Senior. Fulfill whatever she needs. Acton instructed Shauna. If not for his own cultivation consolidation needs, he would definitely remain to keep watch. However, due to time constraints, after his cultivation breakthrough, he had no chance to consolidate his power. This matter, though minor, held significant risks. An unconsolidated breakthrough could lead to a drop in cultivation if anything went awry, making it much harder to recover compared to breaking through initially. Hence, cultivators typically consolidated their power right after breaking through, especially emperors like him. A regression in cultivation could cost him a lifetime's worth of chances to advance further. Without Immortal Peaches, he wouldn't have broken through to this level otherwise. Now hearing that Desiree wanted to stay 2 more days, he promptly decided to consolidate his cultivation. Bradley, rest assured, I know what to do. Alright, I shall return. Acton trusted Shauna wholeheartedly. Turning to leave, his eyebrows creased upon sensing several Imperial-level presences approaching. They were familiar, those whom he had humiliated yesterday, the likes of Jeremiah. His figure vanished from Tiangong Garden and reappeared above the Holy Land, eyeing the direction with confusion. The presences he sensed belonged to Jeremiah and company. Acton couldn't understand why they had come again so early unless they were seeking revenge, but there were no signs of cultivation advancement. Before he could make sense of it, Jeremiah and company appeared before him. Jeremiah, did you bring spirit stones again? Despite not knowing why they came, Acton couldn't resist taunting him. Perhaps they were just natural enemies. Jeremiah's face darkened. He never thought Acton was this despicable before, yet since yesterday, he seemed nastier while becoming stronger. Acton, I'm not here to argue. I have important matters to discuss. Really? Speak then. Let me hear your so-called important matters. Seeing Jeremiah's stern expression, Acton remained calm. Does this involve a venerable? You're going to talk about it here? Acton frowned, realizing this wasn't trivial. He knew exactly who Jeremiah referred to by venerable. Follow me. Turning, Acton flew back into Tianwu Holy Land, followed by Jeremiah and others. All this caught the attention of Desiree and Elias in Tiangong Garden, both intrigued by the mention of venerable, presumably linked to the 3 major Holy Lands conqueror, in the restricted area of Tianwu Holy Land. Now, explain why it involves a venerable. Back in the restricted area, Acton became serious. Vansetters involving venerables were far beyond their capabilities to handle. Is it true that your Holy Land's medicinal herbs were stolen yesterday? What are you implying, Jeremiah? Acton, act with integrity. Such matters are not something I joke about. Hearing this, Acton was enraged, but quickly realized the context shift. Wasn't Jeremiah talking about a venerable? Why bring up herb theft? Did your herb fields get stolen too? Without speaking, Jeremiah and Gilbert nodded solemnly. If true, all 3 holy lands have been robbed. This wasn't trivial. The entire Songlong domain had only 3 holy lands, each protected by imperial-level cultivators. Yet all 3 were simultaneously burglarized, suggesting a coordinated plot against them. Jeremiah couldn't figure out how this happened or the thief's evasion method. How many were stolen? Significant losses? Acton's expression was grave. Initially suspecting Jeremiah and company, he now realized they were all targeted. All gone. Everything's been stolen. Jeremiah sighed bitterly. If not for the total loss, he wouldn't have approached Acton. What? Everything stolen? Chapter 84. Notification to the Venerable. Baxter immediately stood up, looking at Yanni in disbelief. He had never expected Yanni to say such a thing, which explained his grief-stricken expression. Baxter glanced at Yanni and then at Gilbert, who also nodded. Clearly, the celestial herbs from the Heaven Realm Sanctuary had also been stolen completely. Baxter knew exactly how many celestial herbs were cultivated in their own sanctuary's fields. The Vansertial God Sanctuary and the Heaven Realm Sanctuary, being 2 of the 3 great sanctuaries, would have comparable quantities of herbs in their fields. So many herbs being stolen simultaneously was nothing short of shocking for Baxter. Are you saying the celestial herbs of the Heavenly Vansertial Sanctuary haven't all been stolen? Seeing Baxter's stunned reaction, Gilbert asked with some puzzlement. No, we found out early enough that only a small portion was stolen. Furthermore, this thief was peculiar. He seemed to have a specific goal, taking a few plants here and there, but none of them were particularly valuable. Upon hearing Baxter's words, Yanni and Gilbert exchanged glances, baffled. Why is it different for the Heavenly Vansertial Sanctuary compared to our own? Our entire garden was stripped bare regardless of herb quality. Brother Chio, since your disciples discovered this, did you find any clues? No, it was a disciple guarding the field who went outside late at night and noticed. Our entire sanctuary's garden was sealed by a barrier no one could break until I arrived and removed it. By then, the thief was long gone, and I found no residual traces within the garden, indicating they cleaned all evidence. Our side has similarly found no traces. If not for the attacker being more skilled than us or an expert in stealth, there's no explanation. So why have you come to me now? Notify the Venerable. Yanni and Gilbert exchanged another look. Indeed, notifying the Venerable was the only option left. With all their herbs gone, completing their annual quota was impossible. Notifying the Venerable might provide a solution, whereas keeping quiet could lead to severe repercussions if they failed to deliver. Don't you think you've gone mad? Do you think the Venerable won't kill you for this failure? What else can we do? In just a month, we need to submit our herbs. Can we gather enough in such a short time? Gilbert rolled his eyes at Baxter. Wasn't he considering their situation too? It might not be impossible to gather the herbs. Brother Wu, do you have a plan? At Yanni's words, Gilbert saw a glimmer of hope. If they had a solution, perhaps they wouldn't need to notify the Venerable. This depends on Brother Chio's willingness to help us. Yanni looked at Baxter. Only he could aid them now. Do you mean you want me to supply the herbs? Baxter instantly understood the implication. There was no other way he could assist them unless he provided the herbs. His face darkened as he fixed Yanni with a dangerous gaze. Exactly. It's our only choice now. Out of the question. Brother Chio, rest assured, we will not let you help without repayment. Once we get through this crisis, whatever you want, I'll agree to it. Moreover, we'll repay you double the value of the herbs. You can count on this. This isn't about money. Your sanctuary's herbs were stolen too, and you must also meet your quota. If I help you both this year, what about next year? Even with our time-accelerating array, growing sufficient herbs within a year is impossible. If I help you submit herbs this year, what about next year? We shouldn't discuss this further. Notify the Venerable. Baxter's resolve was firm. Yanni was asking him to join their doom. Why would he agree? As he said, even if he helped them this year, what about next year? He'd have no herbs to submit then. This was clearly dragging him into their downfall. Though their sanctuary's fields used time-accelerating arrays, only a 10-fold speed increase was possible. They needed at least 500-year-old herbs for submission. Collecting herbs from the wild required significant manpower and resources, and most wild herbs were guarded by beast spirits. Sending people to gather herbs en masse would result in huge losses, making this option unfeasible. Another method might work. The 3 sanctuaries ruled many subordinate sects that contributed resources annually. They could demand herbs from these sections. But this would likely lead to resentment and rebellion, causing long-term problems. Thus, it was also impractical. Unbeknownst to Baxter, agreeing to Yanni and Gilbert's request would have led to similar consequences for the Heavenly Vansertial Sanctuary. Fortunately, Baxter didn't consent, and Tinsley and Yanni had been eavesdropping on their conversation. Since that's the case, you should notify the Venerable. Seeing Baxter's unwavering stance, Yanni had no choice but to agree. Yes, I believe notifying the Venerable is best. He might find the culprit with his power. Relieved that Yanni had conceded, Baxter sighed and pulled out a purple jade token, beginning to inscribe the message. ##### Chapter 85. Speculations about the Vansked Vansen. Just as Acton sent out his message, deep within the Altan Abyss of the Songlong region, a masked man took out a jade pendant and paused for a moment after reviewing the message. This masked man was the same bull-headed figure that Li had been looking for. After Li and company left Fengyan Fort, he came to the Altan Abyss. The Altan Abyss is another forbidden area in the Songlong region, infamous for housing a level 12 demonic beast. Vansini human powerhouses had once tried to subdue this demonic beast, but ended up failing miserably. Not only were they unable to subdue it, but many were left mangled and bruised by the beast. Gradually, no one dared to come here anymore. Apart from the Altan, there was nothing else of value in the Altan Abyss. Moreover, perpetual layer of black mist shrouded the periphery of the Altan abyss. Although this black mist wasn't poisonous, it could obstruct cultivators' probing senses. It was precisely because of this feature that the masked man chose this place. The Altan that previously laired here had long been subdued by him. Someone actually managed to steal medicinal herbs from all 3 holy lands at once. Could this be targeting the Emperor's respect? The masked man did not reply to the message immediately because he felt that this matter was definitely not simple. The 3 holy lands were already the strongest forces in the Songlong region. To achieve what had happened, one would have to be at least a 9th-tier Great Emperor realm. However, there weren't many people with such strength in the Songlong region, and those who did have such strength had already been warned by him. As for whether it could be someone from another region, that possibility was also slim because they also had their people in other regions, so such an event should not occur. Could Wesley of Jediah know we're in the true spirit world? This was the only possibility he could think of, though without knowing exactly what was happening, he didn't dare jump to conclusions. Altan, you go to the Tianwu Holy Land. Something has happened over there. Help me investigate clearly what's going on. If you handle this task satisfactorily, I can unbind the contract on your body, granting you freedom. The masked man thought about this and said to the giant dragon lying some distance away. He was still unsure of the situation and did not want to take the risk himself. Fortunately, he had enslaved rather than killed the Altan, which now proved useful. Really? As soon as the masked man finished speaking, the originally reclining giant dragon transformed into a Benny standing before the masked man, asking uncertainly, because previously, it had suffered no shortage of beatings from the masked man, assuming it would have to live under his tyranny forever. Now, hearing it might gain its freedom, it couldn't help but feel happy. Isn't it just going to the Tianwu Holy Land to check on a few things? Such a simple task would surely succeed. Moreover, it had dealings with Acton before since Acton had once come here but was driven back by itself. Having a chance to see an old acquaintance again, it couldn't resist taking advantage, at least getting some hardship pay. It certainly wouldn't dare ask the masked man for benefits, but the Tianwu Holy Land was different, because they couldn't defeat it. Of course. But don't try to fool me. If I find out, you know the consequences. Vancister, rest assured, I will not disappoint you. I'll head to the Tianwu Holy Land right away. Reassured by the masked man, the Altan quickly guaranteed, fully aware that if it deceived the masked man, its outcome would be dire. Furthermore, it had never thought of deceiving the masked man. It knew all too well the terror of the masked man. As a peak level 12 demonic beast, the equivalent of a peak 9th tier Great Emperor, it could not even last one move against the masked man, showcasing the masked man's transcendent strength beyond the Great Emperor realm. Wait, take my token with you. The masked man took out a black jade pendant, engraved with a bull's head on one side and the number 9 on the other. After the Altan received the jade pendant and put it away, its figure instantly vanished from the Altan abyss. The masked man, after watching the Altan leave, also disappeared shortly thereafter. At the Tianwu Holy Land's restricted area, how did it go? Did the Venerable say anything? Seeing that Acton hadn't spoken after sending the message to the Venerable, Jeremiah anxiously asked. Previously, he seemed nonchalant, but now he was extremely nervous. After all, he had witnessed the Venerable's prowess. Despite being an Aemon of a holy land and a great emperor powerhouse, he knew he was just an ant that could be crushed at any time in the Venerable's eyes. I don't know, perhaps the Venerable is busy. There's no response yet. If you're anxious, you can ask him yourself. Compared to Jeremiah's nervousness, Acton remained relatively calm. After all, the Tianwu Holy Land lost only a small portion of its medicinal herbs. As long as no problems arose later, it would not affect the annual tribute of medicinal herbs required. Thus, he maintained his usual demeanor. He had also deployed more disciples to guard the herb fields and assigned an Aemon, Guayashan, who was at the Great Emperor realm, to watch over them. This decision was made after learning that the Wuxian Holy Land and Xianxia Holy Land had both been robbed. He feared the thief might make a comeback. Let's wait then. Perhaps the Venerable is cultivating. I believe the Venerable will respond soon. Jeremiah glanced at Acton, frustrated because he didn't know how to explain the situation to the Venerable and hence let Acton notify him. If he had wanted to do it himself, why would he need Acton? Alright, if that's the case, you two can wait here while I go check if the little guys have replanted the medicinal herbs. Although a small portion of Tianwu Holy Land's medicinal herbs had been stolen, many were damaged and needed replanting. The herb fields were quite busy, and Acton wanted to show his presence to Jeremiah and Gilbert. Jeremiah and Gilbert understood Acton's intention, to highlight that his place still had medicinal herbs, whereas theirs had been completely looted. Even knowing Acton's ulterior motives, Jeremiah had nothing to say and instead wanted to see the Tianwu Holy Land's medicinal herb fields. Jeremiah looked at Gilbert and then said to Acton, Brother Chio, could you bring us to the herb fields for a look? Vancini human experts once attempted to subdue this demonic beast, but all their efforts ended in failure. Not only did they fail to subdue it, but many were left battered beyond recognition by the beast. Gradually, no one dared to venture here anymore. Apart from the black dragon that resided here, the place was utterly barren. Moreover, the outer periphery of the Altan Abyss was always shrouded in black mist, which, while not poisonous, could obstruct cultivators' detection spells. Precisely because of these conditions, the masked man chose to come here. The black dragon that previously dwelled here had already been subdued by him. Someone managed to steal medicinal herbs from the 3 major holy lands simultaneously? Could this be aimed at the Imperial Bradley? The masked man didn't immediately reply to the message because he felt this matter was far from simple. The 3 holy lands were already the strongest forces in the Songlong region. To achieve such a feat, one would need to be at least in the 9th rank of the Great Emperor realm. However, there weren't many people in the Songlong region with such power, and those who did have such strength had been warned by him before. As for whether someone from another domain could have done this, the possibility was slim. They also had operatives in other domains, so something like this shouldn't happen without notice. Could the Imperial Lord Jediah know we're in the true spirit world? This was the only plausible explanation he could think of, though he dared not jump to conclusions until he knew more. Altan, Go to the Tianwu Holy Land. Something has happened there. Investigate and find out what's going on. If you handle this task satisfactorily, I will release you from your contract and grant you freedom. Thinking this, the masked man addressed the giant dragon lying nearby. Given that the situation was still unclear, he did not want to take unnecessary risks. Fortunately, he hadn't killed the black dragon but had enslaved it, never imagining it would be useful now. Really? As soon as the masked man finished speaking, the giant dragon transformed into a Bini and appeared before him, asking uncertainly. Having endured much abuse from the masked man, it thought its life would be forever bound to servitude under his tyranny. Now, hearing it could be free, how could it not be excited? It's just a matter of investigating the Tianwu Holy Land, isn't it? Such an easy task should be a sure success. Besides, it had dealings with Acton before since he had visited the Altan Abyss once, though it drove him back then. Meeting an old acquaintance again was an opportunity to take advantage of things, at least get some compensation. Demanding favors from the masked man was out of the question, but the Tianwu Holy Land was different. They couldn't defeat him. Of course. But don't try to deceive me. If I find out, you know the consequences. My lord, rest assured, I will not disappoint you. I'll head over to the Tianwu Holy Land immediately. With the masked man's assurance, the black dragon hastily promised. He knew if he dared to lie, his fate would be dire. Moreover, he had never considered deceiving the masked man because he understood how terrifyingly powerful he was. As a peak level 12 demonic beast, equivalent to a peak 9th rank great emperor, even with such strength, it couldn't withstand a single move from the masked man, indicating that the masked man was undoubtedly a transcendent powerhouse beyond the great emperor realm. Hold on, take this token with you. The masked man handed over a black jade pendant, one side carved with a bull's head, the other side engraved with the number 9. The black dragon received the jade pendant, glanced at it, and stored it away, disappearing into the Altan Abyss. Seeing the black dragon leave, the masked man paused briefly and then vanished as well. Hashtag in the forbidden area of Tianwu Holy Land. How did it go? Did the Venerable One say anything? Seeing that Acton had remained silent after sending the message to the Venerable One, Jeremiah asked nervously. Although he had acted composed earlier, he felt incredibly anxious as the situation approached. After all, he had seen the Venerable One's prowess before. Despite being Amens of a holy land and possessing great emperor strength, he clearly knew that in the Venerable One's eyes, he was merely an ant that could be crushed at any moment. I'm not sure. Vansib the Venerable One is busy. There's been no reply yet. If you're anxious, feel free to ask personally. Compared to Jeremiah and the others' nervousness, Acton seemed calmer. After all, the Tianwu Holy Land had lost only a small portion of its medicinal herbs. If nothing went wrong later, it wouldn't affect the annual quota of medicinal herbs he needed to pay. Moreover, he had increased security, deploying many disciples to guard the herb fields and even assigning a great emperor Amen, Guayashn, to oversee them. This decision was made after learning about the thefts at the Wuxian Holy Land and Heavenly Boundary Holy Land, as he feared the thief might return. Let's wait a bit. The Venerable One might be cultivating. I'm sure he'll provide instructions soon. Jeremiah shot a glance at Acton. He had no idea how to explain things to the Venerable One, so he had Acton send the message. If he had done it himself, why would he need Acton? Alright, if so, please wait here. I'll check on the herb fields to see if the younger ones have replanted everything. Although only a small portion of Tianwu Holy Land's medicinal herbs was stolen, many were damaged and needed replanting. So the herb fields were quite busy, and Acton simply wanted to show presence in front of Jeremiah and Yiwu Fa. Both Jeremiah and Yiwu Fa understood Acton's intentions. He just wanted to imply that his medicinal herbs were still intact, unlike theirs, which were completely depleted. Knowing Acton was intentionally showing off, Jeremiah had nothing to say but rather wanted to visit the herb fields. Jeremiah glanced at Yiwu Fa and said to Acton, Brother Chio, can you take us to the herb fields? Chapter 86. The arrival of the Altan at Heavenly Vansurcial Sanctuary. Of course, I can agree to this small request. Acton was actually hoping they would come over. Hadn't he thought the same before? So Acton didn't refuse Yanni's suggestion. Then Acton led the two out of the forbidden area, heading towards the spirit herb fields of Heavenly Vansurcial Sanctuary. As the trio neared the fields, an ear-piercing alarm suddenly rang out. That was because the alarm sounded whenever Heavenly Vansurcial Sanctuary's protective mountain formation was under attack. Just as the alarm blared, a figure appeared in the sky above the sanctuary. Upon spotting the Bini who had suddenly emerged, Acton immediately rushed over and confronted him. Yanni and Gilbert also moved in. The three surrounded the Bini in a triangular formation. Anyone capable of breaking through the powerful protective formation of Heavenly Vansurcial Sanctuary must possess formidable cultivation. With recent incidents involving stolen herbs, the three all suspected that this man might be connected to those thefts. After Acton and his companions surrounded the man, more Amens from Heavenly Vansurcial Sanctuary emerged, forming another ring around them. Meanwhile, Yonatan and Desiree were watching events unfold from the Celestial Palace Garden. They too had noticed the appearance of the Bini. Desiree even seemed eager to join the fray but was held back by Yonatan. Since they weren't sure of the man's identity, it was better not to reveal themselves yet. However, Yonatan still tugged Desiree towards the entrance, surprising Shauna who was accompanying the group. But recalling Desiree's monstrous strength and Yonatan's unfathomable power, Shauna kept silent and closely followed Desiree. If any danger arose, she would shield Desiree first. No matter what, she couldn't let anything happen to her. Outside, after surrounding the Bini, Acton asked, "Who are you? And why have you intruded on our Heavenly Vansurcial Sanctuary?" Hee. You forgetful old man. Don't tell me you've forgotten your old dragon friend? Your cultivation has certainly improved, reaching 8th stage Emperor realm. The Bini was none other than the Altan from Altan Abyss, dispatched by the masked person. During its previous confrontation with Acton, it had been in its true form, so Acton failed to recognize it now. Just who are you? If you don't explain, don't blame me for being rude. Acton's face darkened. This man was calling him old man in front of everyone, especially Yanni and company. Well, 1,000 years later, not only did your cultivation improve, but your temper seems to have grown as well. Do you think you're safe now that you've broken through to 8th stage Emperor realm? Have you forgotten the day 1,000 years ago when I thrashed you so badly in Altan Abyss? You are the Altan from Altan Abyss. Hearing the man's words, Acton recognized the identity based on earlier comments and instantly recalled who it was. That's right, it's Grandpa Dragon himself. Surprised? Acton couldn't help but inwardly curse. Indeed surprised, but not happy at all. Though hating the Altan, Acton knew he couldn't defeat it even with Yanni and Gilbert. Beasts, especially one a tier higher like the Altan, were much stronger than humans at similar realms. Acton realized the Altan always resided in the Abyss but now left, hinting at some significant reason. Considering his earlier transmission to the Venerable, perhaps the Altan and the Venerable were connected, showcasing Acton's perceptiveness. Yanni and Gilbert, upon identifying the man as the Altan, instinctively took several steps back. Neither had visited Altan Abyss but knew how terrifying it was. Never imagining this man to be the legendary Altan, their retreat was a subconscious response. If the sacred herbs were stolen by the Altan, they would give their lives to stop it from leaving. You, a mighty demon emperor, can't have just shown up for nothing. Recovering from shock, Acton said calmly. This is my master's token. He sent me to inquire about your matters. Speak up. The Altan handed over the jade pendant given by the masked person. Upon recognizing it, Acton confirmed his suspicions. The Altan had been subjugated by the Venerable. It's the Venerable's identification token. Let's return and discuss further. Acton wanted to take the Altan back to the forbidden area, but saw Desiree approaching. Hey, little black dragon in the sky, come down. I need to ask you something. Before Acton could react, Desiree's voice startled him, almost falling from the sky. Yanni and Gilbert recognized Desiree, never expecting her to still be within Heavenly Vancertial Sanctuary. Her command-style call to the Altan left them speechless. Aiden, is this your disciple? The Altan's expression turned grim, being called Little Black Dragon by a human child and commanded thus. As a demon emperor with a deity standing behind him, it usually received respect everywhere. Like before, after Acton acknowledged the Altan's identity, he dared not say a word. Power brought such deference. Lord Altan, she's just a child. If she offended you, please accept my apology. Please don't hold it against a mere child. While apologizing to the Altan, Acton gestured fiercely to Shauna to quickly remove the young Doreen. Yes, Lord, let's discuss the Venerable's orders inside. She's just a few-year-old child who doesn't know you. Not only did Acton plead on Desiree's behalf, but Yanni did as well. Given her immense strength at such a young age, her background wouldn't be simple. If conflicts arose from her, it could harm their relations with the Venerable, which would be disadvantageous. Therefore, Yanni pleaded for her too. Chapter 87. The Altan wants to cry. Himph. I will forgive her this time, but if it happens again, I will not let her off easily. Seeing that Acton and the others had said so much, the Altan, after another cold snort, no longer held a grudge against Desiree. After all, it still had tasks at hand. After the Altan spoke, Acton, Jeremiah, and Gilbert breathed a sigh of relief, their hearts easing up slightly. Acton hurriedly gave Roxy and Elias meaningful looks, signaling them to persuade Desiree. Desiree was just a child and didn't know better, but wouldn't the two adults act sensibly? Didn't they see how everyone feared the Altan? But both Roxy and Elias pretended not to notice Acton's look. Elias didn't take the Altan seriously at all. Knowing it wasn't the one he was waiting for, Elias even wanted to strike it down with a single claw. And Roxy, knowing that Elias's strength was at least at the Immortal level, naturally also disregarded the Altan, thus ignoring Acton's gaze. Disobedient little Altan, wait until I teach you a lesson. Just as the Altan stopped arguing with Desiree and prepared to inquire about the situation from Acton and the others, Desiree's soft voice sounded again. Then they saw her pick up a spoon and dash towards the Altan on her short legs, which left the three people and the dragon stunned. After the initial shock, the Altan was filled with rage. This human Doreen was too annoying. He had already decided not to mind her, yet she still dared to ignore him. Now, she was coming at him with a spoon. The Altan resolved not to tolerate this little brat any longer. His pride as a demon emperor would be compromised. Oh, growl. A dragon's roar emerged from the Altan's mouth, followed by the appearance of a massive dragon head in front of it, lunging towards Desiree. No. Acton's heart almost leaped out of his chest. He shouted loudly and attempted to save Desiree, but suddenly she vanished. Bang. A muffled sound echoed. Acton turned around with great difficulty and saw the Altan lying on the ground nearby, its mouth twitching, clearly having been struck hard by that spoon. I won't let you disobedient little Altan eat me, princess. I won't let you disobey me. Desiree didn't stop after knocking the Altan down. Instead, she continued hitting it with the spoon, cursing it with each blow. Senior Xiao, please stop. You'll kill it if you keep hitting. At this moment, Acton finally snapped back to reality, quickly pulling Desiree away. He hadn't expected her to be so powerful, knocking the Altan unconscious with a single spoon. Jeremiah and Gilbert felt the same way. Although they knew Desiree wasn't simple since they first met her in Tianyang City, they thought her strength was roughly at their level. But now, the Altan, a peak great emperor-level demon emperor, was felled by her in an instant, leaving them in despair. How could they explain this to the Venerable, who sent the Altan here to investigate the stolen spirit herbs? Now, Acton, Jeremiah, and Gilbert harbored some resentment towards Roxy and Elias. They had signaled them, but neither had tried to stop Desiree. Yet, they only resented silently, afraid to speak aloud lest they provoke further trouble. Grandpa, let go of me. I need to teach this disobedient little Altan a lesson. Desiree struggled slightly but didn't break free from Acton's grasp. A sly glint flashed in her eyes. Watching Desiree struggle, Acton cast a pleading look at Roxy and Elias, his face displaying an expression even worse than crying. Little master, we should ask it more questions first. Roxy and Elias both knew what Desiree wanted. To eat dragon meat. While Elias didn't object to Desiree eating dragon meat, it wasn't the right time, as they hadn't figured out what was going on yet. Once they found out what they needed, whether Desiree wanted to boil or roast the dragon made no difference. Seeing Acton's plea, Elias spoke up. Fine then. Seeing Elias speak, Desiree put away her spoon, letting Acton, Jeremiah, and Gilbert breathe a collective sigh of relief. They had saved the Alton's life. Elias approached the Alton and struck it with a stream of spiritual energy, bringing it back to consciousness. Just as it attempted to flee, it realized all its power had vanished. At the moment the spoon hit its head, the Alton knew it had encountered a formidable opponent. Upon regaining consciousness, it tried to escape but discovered its peak great emperor strength was gone. Who are you? Why did you seal my powers? Let me tell you, my master is an immortal. The Alton tried to intimidate Elias by mentioning its master, but Elias's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Elias knew the Alton's master was the person he sought. He inspected the Alton's soul, ensuring it wouldn't die unexpectedly. Do you want to live, little Alton? If you do, call your master. Otherwise, I'll flay you alive, throw you into boiling oil, and dip you in some chili sauce for seasoning. Cluck. The Alton froze in disbelief. Were these people crazy? Did they not hear it mention its master being an immortal? They actually dared threaten it, wanting to boil it in oil and season it with chili sauce? What even was chili sauce? My master is an immortal. Aren't you afraid of him? Smack. You shut up and get your master here, or else you're dead. The Alton had barely finished speaking when Elias slapped it across the face, sending it crashing to the ground. A red imprint appeared on its face, which began to swell. As Elias slapped the Alton, Acton, Jeremiah, and Gilbert were dumbfounded. They originally wanted Elias to calm Desiree, but instead, Elias started beating the Alton and demanded it bring its master. What was he planning? Hadn't they heard that the Alton's master was an immortal? Suddenly, a wild idea sprang up in their minds. Could Elias be the one who stole their spirit herbs to lure out the venerable? Otherwise, their sacred grounds, existing for thousands of years, had never experienced such thefts. The theft coincided with Elias and company's arrival, leading them to believe their suspicions were 80% accurate. You bully the dragon too much? Chapter 88. The Venerable One appears. Oh ow. A deafening scream pierced the sky as the black dragon suddenly writhed in agony on the ground. In Braden's hand, however, appeared a piece of dragon scale, with droplets of fresh blood trickling from it. The black dragon had already revealed its true form after Braden sealed its powers. Just now, seeing that the black dragon was not cooperating, Braden instantly tore off a piece of dragon scale from beneath its jaw. Do you believe I wouldn't peel every scale off your body and then pull out your tendons one by one? I'll give you one last chance to summon your master. Otherwise, you won't even find a place to cry. Braden threw the dragon scale to the ground, took out a handkerchief to wipe his hands, all the while threatening the black dragon. If the black dragon did not follow his orders, Braden would undoubtedly treat it exactly as he threatened. You just wait until my master arrives and sees how rampant you will be. Finally, fear showed on the black dragon's face, genuinely terrified by Braden's actions. It had never been subjected to such torment, even when it was enslaved by the masked person. This Braden before him seemed even more cruel than the masked person, 100 times over. Seeing freedom within reach, the black dragon naturally didn't want to die here. It also guessed that Braden must be an immortal too. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare treat it this way after knowing its master was an immortal. As for whether its master could defeat Braden, that wasn't something it should worry about. After all, it was forcibly enslaved by the masked person and felt no emotions. After making its decision, the black dragon couldn't resist threatening Braden again before sending a mental message to its master. However, it cleverly did not mention being utterly powerless against them. Right after the black dragon sent the message, in a mountain range 10,000 miles away from the Alton Abyss, a masked man suddenly stopped in his tracks. This was the same masked person who had left the Alton Abyss along with the black dragon, due to sensing potential danger. Receiving the black dragon's message confirmed his suspicions. Although the black dragon said it had discovered information about the lost elixir herbs and asked him to handle it, the masked man knew well the black dragon's nature. If it had truly uncovered the truth, it would have solved the issue itself instead of asking for help. After some thought, the masked man took out a puppet from his storage ring, forced a drop of his essence blood onto it, and began rapidly forming seals with his hands. As the masked man cast seals onto the puppet, it gradually transformed into the shape of a Benny. When the masked man finished, the puppet turned into a Benny standing before him. Then he handed the man a black robe and mask. Activate. After helping the Benny put on the black robe and mask, the masked man tapped the man's forehead, bringing life into the once lifeless figure. Go to the heavenly Van Sertial Holy Land and check what's happening. If the black dragon dares to betray me, kill it. With that, the Benny nodded and vanished. The masked man also disappeared right after. Back at the heavenly Van Sertial Holy Land, the black dragon, having sent the message to its master, started licking its wounds. Acton, Jeremiah, and the others were afraid even to breathe, fearing they might anger Braden. If they received a slap each, they'd have nowhere to cry. Mao Danielle stared intently at the black dragon, as if fearing it would escape. Braden and Roxy stood quietly beside her. Braden, did you inform your master? After a brief wait, Mao Danielle couldn't help but ask the black dragon, growing impatient. Yes, my master is coming immediately. This time, the black dragon quickly responded after hearing Mao Danielle's voice, not wanting to suffer more at Braden's hands. Bang! Just as the black dragon finished speaking, it felt a sharp pain in its head and lost consciousness, its massive head falling to the ground motionless. Hee, we have dragon meat today. Mao Danielle giggled, putting away her spoon and then gesturing to collect the black dragon's body. Her action stunned everyone, including Roxy, leaving only Braden relatively calm. Following Mao Danielle's words, Acton and Jeremiah finally snapped out of their shock, staring at her in horror. That was a peak demon emperor level beast. Yet, she wanted to eat it. Wasn't that wasteful? One must know, A demon beast's entire body is precious, especially a peak demon emperor level black dragon. Dragon scales are ideal for forging armor, dragon blood can be used for medicine or enhancing battle pets, dragon horns, bones, and tendons can be used to forge weapons, and dragon meat can indeed be eaten, but rarely so directly, as its potent spiritual energy is too fierce for most to assimilate. The best use would be refining it into elixirs. Kimberly, its master hasn't even arrived yet. What if it didn't notify its master? Roxy sighed, unable to understand why she couldn't wait a bit longer to eat the dragon meat. If the black dragon lied, they'd lose a valuable lead. Even if Acton and the others managed to contact the so-called Venerable One, it might not show up. It's fine. Its master is already here. Just as Roxy spoke, Brayden looked towards a direction and replied. Everyone followed his gaze and saw a black dot approaching from afar. In moments, a black-robed man wearing a bull-headed mask appeared before them. Acton and Jeremiah knelt immediately upon seeing the masked man. Pay homage to the Venerable One. Hashtag chapter 89. The Angry Brayden. Where is the Alton? What exactly is going on? Why do I have to come here to handle it? The masked figure looked coldly at the three people, Acton included, but when he saw Brayden and Desiree, a flicker of fear flashed deep in his eyes. Before Acton and the others could respond, the masked figure vanished from their sight, leaving the three of them stunned. Come back here. Brayden reached into the void, and the previously disappeared masked figure reappeared, now held by the scruff of the neck by Brayden. You still want to run in front of me? Do you really think so little of your black ancestor? With one hand, Brayden threw the masked figure onto the ground, sealing his powers so that he couldn't escape again. Seeing the masked figure lying like a dead dog, Acton and the others were at a loss. In theory, they had all submitted to the masked figure as representatives of the three great holy lands, and should be on his side. But now, seeing the masked figure so easily subdued by Brayden, did it even matter which side they stood on? Moreover, they had only bowed to the masked figure's might. Now, since Brayden had easily overpowered him, they should be grateful to Brayden. But thinking that Brayden might be the culprit who stole their spiritual herbs, gratitude was hard to muster. Plus, the masked figure was only captured, not killed. Thus, their feelings were complex, unsure of what to do, trembling and acting like ostriches. Do you recognize this person? Do you know where she is? Perhaps Brayden thought the masked figure might be someone connected to Michaela. After sealing his powers, Brayden showed him Michaela's portrait. However, the masked figure remained unmoving, neither looking at the portrait nor responding. Seeing this, Brayden frowned, reaching out to remove the mask. An expressionless middle-aged face appeared before them, but this face made Brayden frown deeper. It didn't seem like that of a true immortal expert. In the immortal world, cultivation levels are divided into 10 realms: human immortal, earth immortal, true immortal, heaven immortal, profound immortal, spirit immortal, immortal king, immortal emperor, ancestral immortal, and celestial lord realm. Each realm is subdivided into early, middle, late, and perfect stages. Initially, Brayden detected the masked figure as an early stage true immortal, but now he wasn't sure. If he wasn't planning to kill him, there was no reason for such an expression. Also, he clearly fled upon seeing Brayden, indicating he was avoiding him. Brayden guessed this Benny must have been one of the powerful figures who appeared earlier on Upper Mountain, aware that they were looking for Michaela. Perhaps he misunderstood them as Michaela's enemies, hence the avoidance. Curious, Brayden touched the forehead of the Benny, probing his mind with his divine sense, only to find no sea of consciousness. Damn it, how dare you play tricks on me? Once I find you, you'll see the consequences. Realizing this wasn't a real person, Brayden slapped the Benny's head, shattering his physical form. Instantly, the Benny vanished, leaving behind only a puppet on the ground. Simultaneously, everything the Benny experienced as a puppet was transmitted back to the creator's mind. In a remote town within the Azure Dragon domain, a Aiden drinking in a small tavern suddenly changed color, dropping his wine glass. It's indeed for the Emperor. It seems Kramer already knows we're in the true spirit world. No, I need to return and see the Emperor. Ignoring the fallen glass and the strange looks from fellow patrons, the Aiden left a gold ingot and hastily departed the tavern, severing all contact with Brayden and discarding even the communication jade pendants of Acton and the others, clearly fearing being tracked. From the Aiden's actions, it was evident he was extremely cautious, not allowing any room for mistakes. At their level, one could track someone via even the faintest trace of chi. A substitute puppet. Seeing the puppet left behind, Desiree explained to Roxy about the substitute puppet, which he had only heard her master describe before. Faye, what's a substitute puppet? Miss Zhao, Vancestor said that a substitute puppet is a common method in the immortal world, created from special puppet wood. If exploring dangerous realms or fleeing, you can merge a drop of your essence blood into the puppet and activate it using a special technique. The activated substitute has about 60% of the owner's strength and can help complete any perilous tasks without harming the owner if it dies. Roxy and the others were surprised by Desiree's explanation. They hadn't realized immortal beings had such methods. If there were many substitute puppets, wouldn't it be like having infinite clones? Indeed, while a substitute puppet could assist with dangerous tasks, it wasn't quite the same as a real person. First, the puppet lacked independent thought and followed only the owner's commands. Without a soul, its expression was always blank. That's why Brayden didn't detect it immediately due to the mask. Had he noticed sooner, he could have traced it back to its owner. Unfortunately, the masked figure abandoned control over the puppet long ago, making it impossible for Brayden to track him, causing Brayden's anger. Little Vancestor, quickly bring out that Alton for me to see. Chapter 90, The Cunning Vansked Vanson. That's my meat. Desiree quickly turned around, thinking Elias wanted to snatch her meat. This almost made Elias fall over. Little Vancestor, I don't want your meat. The Alton is the man's contracted beast. I can trace that guy's location from the Alton's soul. Is that so? Desiree finally breathed a sigh of relief and released the Alton's physical body. Elias rushed to the Alton's head and placed his hand on it, trying to sense something. Cunning fellow. Elias couldn't help but curse. He didn't think the man would be so cautious as to abandon the Alton and withdraw his divine soul. Then Elias looked at Acton. He knew Acton also had the masked man's message jade token, but didn't hold much hope. You try to send another message and see if you can reach him, Elias said. But he discreetly tucked the Alton's body away while speaking. Desiree, who had been watching the Alton's body, pouted. Before she could say anything, a spoon appeared in her hand, ready to hit Elias. Little Vancestor, let me keep it for you first. I'll make some barbecue tonight. Elias quickly stepped back, explaining. Otherwise, even he wouldn't endure a spoonful from Desiree. Humph. Elias, I warn you, if you dare swallow my meat, I'll definitely have Dad butcher you and cook dog meat stew when we get back. Don't worry, little Vancestor. Elias listens the best and won't eat your meat. Elias shuddered under Desiree's threat. If she went home and told on him, his master would certainly slaughter him. What are you looking at? Hurry up and send that message. Feeling threatened, Elias could only vent his frustration on Acton, who was still watching. Yes, I'll send the message to the Venerable now. Acton sighed inwardly. Why was he always the one to suffer? Why did Elias single him out? But Acton quickly took out the masked man's message jade token, carved a message, and sent it out. Senior, the message has been sent. Give me the jade token. Seeing that Acton could still send messages, Elias felt relieved, grabbed the token, and started searching for the masker's imprint. Found it. Let's go, little Vancestor. Elias quickly found the masked man's mark in the token, locked onto the location, and left with Desiree and Roxy. When they reappeared, they were in front of a little beggar holding 3 jade tokens. The sudden appearance of Elias and company startled the little beggar, who hid the jade tokens behind his back, thinking Elias was there to rob him. Kid, where did you get those jade tokens? Looking at the little beggar, Elias knew they had wasted another trip. The masked man must have discarded the token, or it wouldn't end up in a child's hands. These? I picked them up. Do you want to take my jade tokens? Kid, give the jade tokens to the sister, and she will buy them from you with silver. Roxy spoke up before Elias could, pulling out 10 pieces of silver. Roxy wasn't being stingy. Giving too much might endanger the kid, who was just an ordinary child. Too much silver might even cost him his life. Really? The little Doreen is telling the truth. Look how pretty she is, just like me. She patted the beggar on the shoulder, pointing at herself. Her words left Roxy and Elias speechless. I heard the storyteller on Xianxia say that the prettier the woman, the more likely she is to deceive people. Ugh, that infuriates this princess. Who said that? I'll dismember him. Hearing the beggar, Desiree spun around in anger. How dare someone slander beauties? Watching Desiree react this way, Roxy and Elias couldn't help but laugh. It was their first time seeing someone rile up the little Doreen so much. Kid, don't worry. Here's the silver first, then you give me the jade token. Roxy stroked Desiree's head, handing the silver to the beggar, who swallowed hard upon seeing the silver. He quickly took the silver, dropped the jade tokens, and ran away as if fearing Roxy would take the silver back. Elias ignored the fleeing beggar and inspected the jade tokens, finding a message from Acton indeed. That guy is too cunning. He knew we were looking for him and threw away the jade token. Now what should we do? Back to Heavenly Wu Sanctuary first. We're heading to the Central Sky Realm immediately. It's too difficult to find that guy again. And if he's connected to the matriarch, he'll inform her of our actions. It will be even harder to find information about her afterward. Their faces all darkened. Elias then led them back to Tianjiang City, where the disciples initiated the teleportation array to the Central Sky Realm. Learning that Elias and company had gone to the Central Sky Realm, Acton and the others sighed in relief, afraid that Elias would take out his frustrations on them. They already knew that their lost elixir herbs were stolen by Elias's group to lure the Venerable out. Acton, since you brought them out, you must compensate us for our losses. Do I look like I have any intention of paying? You're welcome to chase after Elias Sr. Acton, you've pushed us too far. If you hadn't kept them at Heavenly Wu Sanctuary, we wouldn't have lost our herbs. Shouldn't you compensate us for the loss? Stop with your nonsense. They came here themselves. If you have any guts, chase them to the Central Sky Realm. If I report this to the Venerable, do you think he will punish you? Why don't you go ahead and tell him? Get out of the sanctuary, or I'll throw you out myself. Chapter 91. Michaela. Acton was not at all afraid of Jeremiah's threats, setting aside whether they could still contact the Venerable or not. Even if they could, so what? Acton reckoned that the Venerable might now be fleeing for his life, and wouldn't have time to bother with these matters, which is why he didn't fear Jeremiah's intimidation. You? Fine, then we'll just wait and see. I will definitely inform the Venerable about this matter. Please do as you wish. Bradley, what if they really tell the Venerable? Seeing Jeremiah and Gilbert angrily leave, Shauna asked somewhat worriedly. The Venerable's puppet had 60% of a true immortal strength. If the Venerable were to come personally, Heavenly Vancestor Sanctuary would definitely not end well. Although Desiree and the others came on their own, they had stayed at the sanctuary for 2 days. When the Venerable sought retribution, he certainly wouldn't listen to their explanations. Don't worry. The Venerable should not return, and even if he does, it might only be after a few years. Acton wasn't overly concerned. Given how fearful the Venerable seemed of Desiree and the others, his strength must be inferior to hers or Elias. With Elias and company in Central Heaven Domain, the Venerable would undoubtedly flee. With Elias around, the Venerable definitely wouldn't dare return anytime soon. Besides, Elias might catch him one day. Why would Acton worry about Jeremiah informing on them? Leaving those thoughts aside, Desiree and her companions, having arrived in Central Heaven Domain via teleportation array, found an inn to rest. Little Vancestor, the masked person is likely wary of us now. If we appear like this, our target will be too obvious. In the future, I will appear as a black dog. Zhao Doreen, please take good care of little Vancestor. After careful consideration, Elias said to Roxy and Desiree. The masked man had noticed Elias's existence and would surely inform his companions. Meeting them again under these circumstances, while they wouldn't recognize others, others would recognize them and would naturally be on guard. But if Elias appeared as a black dog, it would confuse people and benefit them to some extent. Senior, rest assured, I will take good care of Faye. Senior, Faye, please rest first. I'll go inquire about the ancient battlefield. All right, go ahead. Elias transformed back into a large black dog and lazily replied to Desiree. She did not say anything but took out Michaela's portrait and looked at it quietly. In Biting Realm's first absolute danger zone, the Deadwater region, this place was desolate year-round. But today, a mysterious figure appeared. It was Casimir, who had returned from Songlong Realm. Stopping before the Deadwater region, Casimir scanned the area within 100 miles with his divine sense, confirming no pursuit before breathing a sigh of relief. However, he did not enter immediately, but sat cross-legged and meditated for a day and night until dawn. Then he plunged into the Deadwater region. The Deadwater region was essentially the world boundary sea, connecting the 3,000 major worlds and minor worlds within the universe, teeming with violent spatial wind blades. Without the power of a celestial being, one could not withstand the spatial wind blades. Any being below the celestial rank entering here would surely die. No one dared to enter this region in the true spirit world. Even those who had reached the celestial rank chose direct ascension instead. While celestial beings could resist the spatial wind blades, the greatest danger here wasn't them. This region was an entry point for the 3,000 major and minor worlds, filled with numerous illusory portals, densely packed together, forming a vast ocean world resembling a neural network. Anyone entering this place had a 99% chance of getting lost and ending up in another world, making a return nearly impossible in this lifetime. Moreover, hidden within the world boundary sea were many void giants that fed on other life forms. Without sufficient strength, entering here meant certain death. Carefully avoiding the surrounding spatial wind blades, Casimir proceeded cautiously according to the route he remembered. After more than 3 days, he arrived at a smaller illusory portal, plunging straight into it. After passing through the portal, Casimir found himself in a mountain range. After another 2 days of travel, he finally reached the deepest part of the mountains, shrouded in eerie black mist. Holding a jade pendant in his hand, Casimir unleashed a burst of spiritual energy, revealing a heavy stone door from within the mist. Placing the jade pendant into a slot on the stone door, it began to slowly rise. Once fully opened, Casimir walked inside. Inside, the environment was completely different, resembling a paradise with birdsong and floral scents, surrounded by immortal chi. Casimir knelt before a palace, removed his mask, and spoke respectfully. 12th Imperial Guard Casimir seeks audience with the Imperial Lord. After a brief moment, the palace doors slowly opened, revealing a red-clad woman. Casimir, why do you seek the Imperial Lord? Lady Sylvana, I have urgent news to report to the Imperial Lord. Please facilitate my audience. Come in. The woman called Sylvana glanced at Casimir, then turned to walk inside, followed closely by Casimir. As one of the 12 Imperial Guards and Michaela's battle pet, her status was naturally higher than the others. Wait here for a moment while I inform the Imperial Lord. They reached the central palace, where Sylvana pushed open the door and went inside, leaving Casimir to wait respectfully outside. Lord, Casimir has returned and says he has urgent matters to report. Sitting on a dais inside was a white-clad woman, around 25 or 26 years old, exuding noble and cold beauty. Clad in a white dress, her stunning features and deep brown eyes made one hesitant to meet her gaze. She was the mother Desiree had been searching for. Michaela? Let him in. Michaela's voice sounded as refreshing as a spring breeze, evoking no malicious thoughts. Yes, Lord. Chapter 92. Michaela's concerns. Servant Benito pays respects to the Imperial Sovereign. Benito, why have you returned? Reporting to the Imperial Sovereign, this servant discovered a powerful individual investigating your Vansjesti's whereabouts in the Songlong domain. I suspect Kramer has learned of our affairs in the Xinling realm. Explain in detail what happened. Michaela's expression turned cold as she interrogated the Imperial Guard Benito. After losing her virtue to Wyatt in the Xinling realm, Michaela had returned to the Xianling realm. Upon returning to the Xianling realm, Michaela ordered a full-scale war against Kramer. A month later, however, she discovered she was pregnant. Keeping it secret from everyone, Michaela gave birth to Desiree in hiding. Fearful for her daughter's safety amidst the ongoing conflict with Kramer, she sent her daughter back down to the Xinling realm. When Michaela returned to the Xianling realm again, her Justinin palace was already showing signs of decline. Due to her 4-year absence while pregnant, military morale had become disordered. Thankfully, her timely return prevented a complete collapse, but they had already lost their strategic advantage. The only way to regain the upper hand was to defeat Kramer, so Michaela challenged him. Both Michaela and Kramer were at the peak of the immortal sovereign realm. Neither could easily overpower the other. Their battle raged for 3 days and nights without a decisive winner. Realizing further combat would result in mutual ruin, benefiting other forces, Michaela proposed a ceasefire, which Kramer agreed to readily. However, just as Michaela was preparing to leave, Kramer launched another ambush on her. To Michaela's shock, he produced a semi-artifact weapon, catching her off guard. She barely managed to escape after putting up a fierce fight, but her strength was severely diminished, even falling from her position as an imperial sovereign and sustaining damage to her foundational power. After witnessing Michaela's escape, Kramer did not relent. Instead, he intensified the attack on Justinin Palace, determined to seize it. To demoralize Justinin Palace's defenders, he publicly revealed Michaela's injuries and loss of power. Without seeing Michaela, Justinin Palace quickly suffered a major defeat. Kramer pushed the Justinin Palace to the brink of destruction, causing many disciples to surrender. Persuaded by her guards, Michaela fled with 12 imperial guards. To evade pursuit, she decided to hide in the Xinling realm, planning to regain her strength before reclaiming everything from Kramer. Michaela also hoped to visit her daughter in the Xinling realm, but she feared that Kramer's men might track her there, so she never dared to see her child. Now, hearing Benito's report about possible pursuers, Michaela's expression became unusually serious. Her strength had not yet recovered, and repairing her damaged foundation required rare treasures. She had managed to collect 3 items, but lacked Tai Chi Divine Water, which hindered her recovery. Currently, she was only at the late-stage Immortal King realm, making her no match for any single Imperial Guard Kramer might send. The guards accompanying her were also injured to varying degrees. Recovery in the Jinling realm was difficult due to the scarcity of immortal herbs, but it was relatively safe compared to the Sealing realm. Hearing Benito's words made Michaela anxious. Benito then recounted his encounter and some speculations. Can we confirm his cultivation level? What puzzled Michaela was if this was truly Kramer's people, why would they bring a child? If not, how did they know about her existence and investigate her whereabouts? Reporting to the Imperial Sovereign, I only know that his cultivation surpasses mine, but I cannot determine the exact level. If not for my skills in concealment, I might have been captured already. I hurried back to warn the Imperial Sovereign and inform others to be cautious. He is now heading towards the Zhongtian domain. Benito, go back first. I will notify them to be careful. Once you return, focus on locating the Tai Chi Divine Water. Yes, Imperial Sovereign. Michaela let Benito go, knowing that finding Tai Chi Divine Water was crucial. Without restoring her foundational power, encountering Kramer's forces could mean certain death. Imperial Sovereign, can we trust Benito's report? Asked Sunny, appearing after Benito left. His claims sounded exaggerated. Sunny found it hard to believe a 5-year-old Doreen possessed such power unless it were someone like an immortal king. Even in the Sealing realm, it was unheard of for a human child to reach such levels. Benito has been with me since the beginning. He wouldn't lie to me. Besides, he didn't directly confront them, so the information might not be accurate. Go spread the warning regardless. We must be cautious. Kramer is very cunning. AI, sighed Michaela. If only the seer were here, we could find the Tai Chi Divine Water. The seer would surely know its location, aiding her recovery. But in the lower realms, finding the seer was impossible. Moreover, Michaela was unaware that Kramer targeted her precisely because of her longing for the seer. If things were known, perhaps she wouldn't desire to meet him. My lord, shall I secretly return to the Sealing realm to find the seer and gather information on Kramer? No, it's too dangerous. Moreover, the seer disappeared years ago. No one knows where he is. Without my permission, no one may return to the Sealing realm. Yes, my lord. Chapter 93. The situation in the ancient battlefield. What Michaela didn't know was that at this moment, not only did she want to see the prophet, but there was another person who wanted to meet the prophet even more, Kramer. Kramer had very grand ambitions and had already found the prophet a decade ago. From the prophet's words, he learned that if he wanted to fulfill his own aspirations, there was one key person he needed. That person was Michaela. Not only did Michaela possess the opportunity to break through to the celestial sovereign realm, but she could also assist him in reaching the pinnacle of power. This was precisely why Kramer desired to possess Michaela. Thus, Kramer began pursuing Michaela with fervor, but Michaela was like an iceberg that hadn't melted for millions of years, remaining unmoved no matter how hard Kramer tried. In desperation, Kramer set a trap for Michaela, attempting to forcibly claim her as his own. Unfortunately for him, despite having such a good opportunity, Michaela managed to escape to the lower realms, ultimately benefiting Kin. This led to the war between their two families. Although Kramer defeated Michaela with a semi-artifact later on, Michaela proved worthy of being someone even the prophet envied due to her great opportunities. Under those circumstances, Michaela somehow still managed to escape, making Kramer even more determined not to let her go. However, Kramer changed his plans somewhat. He intended to wait until Michaela's major opportunity emerged before taking everything from her again. In the spirit Immortal realm, within the Eternal Happiness Holy Land. On a cliff at the back mountain of the Eternal Happiness Holy Land, a Benny lay on a reclining chair, accompanied by 4 exquisitely beautiful women. The Benny was none other than the master of the Eternal Happiness Holy Land, Kramer. At this moment, a figure in black robes knelt before him. The figure in black robes was completely shrouded in darkness, revealing only a pair of pitch-black eyes, with a shadowy appearance that would be undetectable in the night. I've already said, haven't I? Don't come back unless it's necessary. Do you know the consequences if you ruin my plan? Your Vance Jesty, I have significant news to report. Otherwise, I wouldn't risk coming back. Speak. Your Vance Jesty, a mysterious powerful individual has appeared in the lower realms, inquiring about Michaela. Might this be the opportunity your Vance Jesty has been waiting for? What kind of powerful individual? Do you know their identity? Why are they asking about Michaela? Your Vance Jesty, we currently do not know their identity or strength, but they are at least of the Immortal King realm, 1 man, 1 woman, and a little Doreen. The 2 are accompanying the little Doreen in search of her mother, and the mother she is looking for is Michaela. Mother? What is a mother? Your Vance Jesty, your subordinate has never heard of this term mother, but it likely means parent. Suddenly, Kramer stood up from the reclining chair, emitting a powerful pressure that knocked the 4 women and the black-robed figure to the ground. Cursed. After a long while, Kramer reined in his aura, grinding out the words with clenched teeth, feeling that all his efforts had ultimately benefited others. Find a way to confirm the Doreen's identity. If she truly is Michaela's daughter, you must find a way to capture her for me. Yes, your Vance Jesty. With a wave of his hand, Kramer dismissed the black-robed figure and the 4 women beside him. Come forward. Your Vance Jesty. Do we have any news on the prophet yet? And has the man's identity been uncovered? Your Vance Jesty, both the prophet and the man seem to have vanished. No matter how hard we try, we can't find any trace of them. Moreover, the man's identity is very mysterious. There is no information about him in the spirit Immortal realm. I suspect he may not be from our Chang'an domain. It doesn't matter if he's from our Chang'an domain. Dig deep into the earth if you must, but find him. The prophet was captured by him, so finding him will lead us to the prophet. Yes, your Vance Jesty. Michaela, you will belong to me, and no one can stop it. Kramer murmured these words, his figure vanishing from the cliff. In the true spirit realm, Central Sky Domain. After Roxy's inquiries, they finally obtained the location of the ancient battlefield, although it was quite far from the city they were in. Their current city was located at the center of the Central Sky Domain, the largest city called Heavenly Harmony City. The ancient battlefield, however, was in the northern part of the Central Sky Domain, specifically in a place called Cluster City, which was billions of miles away. Fortunately, there was a teleportation array connecting them to Cluster City. Roxy and Desiree rested at an inn for one night and set out at dawn the next day. After paying a fee of 10 top-grade spirit stones, they entered the teleportation array to Cluster City along with their dog. Upon arriving at Cluster City, Roxy discovered that to enter the ancient battlefield, one needed a ticket, meaning the ancient battlefield was controlled by several major forces. These major forces used the ancient battlefield as a training ground for their disciples, but they knew they couldn't completely control it. Therefore, they released some quotas for smaller factions or solitary cultivators to enter, provided they acquired tickets. Due to limited slots, a martial arts competition was established. The ancient battlefield opened once a month, and thus, the competition also took place monthly. The top 1,000 participants in the competition could obtain entry tickets to the ancient battlefield. However, the major forces had another rule. All resources obtained in the ancient battlefield had to be handed over at a rate of 30% upon exiting. Although the conditions were harsh, many people still yearned to enter because obtaining an opportunity inside would mean a rapid ascent to power. Moreover, such events had indeed happened in the true spirit realm before, which made those solitary cultivators strive to enter the ancient battlefield. Danielle, the next martial arts competition is more than 10 days away. Should we wait for the competition to start and get a ticket, or should we seek another method? 10 days is too long. Those major forces have plenty of quotas, so let's just ask them for 2 tickets. Desiree did not want to wait that long. Since the major forces had plenty of tickets, why waste time competing for a few limited slots? Let's go to the Alding family in Cluster City. They're reportedly an imperial clan here, so they should have quite a few quotas. While Roxy was gathering information about the ancient battlefield, she naturally inquired about the forces in Cluster City as well. She knew that the strongest family here was the Alding family. The Alding family was considered an imperial clan in Cluster City, meaning they had an emperor-level powerhouse in their lineage. Given their strength, they would definitely have plenty of quotas. Borrowing a couple of tickets should not be too difficult. Alright, let's go to the Alding family. Chapter 94. Visiting the Alding family to meet the Nick. Based on the information she had gathered, Roxy brought Desiree directly to the front gate of the Alding family. However, they were stopped by the guards. Please inform your master that we need to discuss something important. Which faction do you belong to? What do you want from our master? We're just passing by itinerant cultivators. We would like to borrow 2 slots for the ancient battlefield and hope you could help facilitate this request. Itinerant cultivators? Those wishing to obtain slots for the ancient battlefield can participate in the Martial Combat Conference in 13 days. Why did you come to our Alding family? Do you know what kind of strength our Alding family possesses? Leave quickly. It's impossible for our master to meet you. The 2 guards were stunned for a moment, expecting Roxy to be someone of significant power. But now they learned she was just an itinerant cultivator. Seeking an audience with their master was beyond her reach. Moreover, even if Roxy managed to see their master, the Alding family would not allocate ancient battlefield slots to her. While most of these slots were controlled by major factions, there were many top-tier forces in the true spirit world. Despite being one of the major factions, the slots for the ancient battlefield were highly contested within their clan as well. Typically, these slots were reserved for younger generations within the clan. Even the guards themselves wouldn't get a chance, let alone an outsider like Roxy. So when they heard Roxy wanted ancient battlefield slots, they immediately dismissed her without much thought. Wasn't she here to make a joke? Brothers, all I ask is that you report this to your master. Whether or not I get the slot is another matter, and I won't blame you either way. These are my humble tokens of gratitude. Please help me out. Roxy knew she could acquire slots through the Martial Combat Conference, but that would mean waiting for over 10 days. Vansager factions were different. Their disciples could enter the ancient battlefield as long as there were available slots. The guards eyed the storage ring Roxy handed over and, probing with their divine sense, discovered a stack of 10,000 superior spirit stones inside. They exchanged glances, each seeing shock reflected in the other's eyes. How could a mere itinerant cultivator casually offer 10,000 superior spirit stones? Though they were part of an imperial lineage, they stood at the bottom of the hierarchy, earning only 100 middle-grade spirit stones per month. Suddenly faced with 10,000 superior spirit stones, how could they not be shocked? Even splitting the spoils would yield 5,000 superior spirit stones for each of them, equivalent to several decades of earnings. They were tempted indeed, yet hesitated. Helping to pass on the message wasn't a problem, but what if Roxy offended the family head? Then their efforts would be futile. Despite the low pay, their position in the Alding family carried significant weight, ensuring respectful treatment wherever they went in the settlement city. The Alding family, renowned across the Central Heaven domain, made them cherish their roles deeply. Brothers, if you help me, I can double the reward. Rest assured, I won't involve you. Greedy looks flashed in the guard's eyes, which didn't escape Roxy's notice. Thus, she offered to double her reward. Lady, given your sincerity, we'll pass on your request. Whether or not our master sees you depends on him. One guard discreetly pocketed the storage ring while speaking more gently to Roxy. Naturally, even if Vancestor Alding doesn't see me, I won't hold any grudges. A smile spread across Roxy's face. If these guards agreed to relay her message, Vancestor Alding would inevitably meet her due to sheer curiosity. Normally, such requests weren't reported, but their unusual actions would pique his interest. Lornance later, one guard returned. Lady, it's not a good time. Our master has gone out on business, but thanks to my efforts, the Nick has agreed to meet you. But, thank you brother. Here's some extra remuneration for your assistance. Roxy understood the guard's implication. A bit more spirit stones would seal the deal. She suspected he never saw the family head anyway. Nonetheless, she added 2,000 spirit stones to the pile. Her storage ring contained ample resources, and perhaps her generosity might earn substantial returns. Roxy claimed to borrow slots, but realistically, she'd have to fight for them. Once the Alding family realized Desiree's strength, they'd likely apologize profusely, and those spirit stones would follow. Follow me, lady. I'll take you to the Nick. The guard took the additional spirit stones and grinned broadly. His efforts hadn't been strenuous, yet Roxy had rewarded him generously. Though merely a guard, his cousin was a concubine to a core disciple of the Alding family, granting him some connections. Shortly thereafter, Roxy entered the main building under the guard's guidance. He left them to wait outside. After half an hour, as Desiree grew impatient, an Amenly man approached. Greetings, senior. Recognizing him as the Alding family's Nick, Roxy respectfully bowed. Etiquette must be observed before relations turn sour, especially in the true spirit world where strength reigns supreme. You wish to borrow ancient battlefield slots from our Alding family? Do you think we'd give you slots? Little Doreen, I suggest you leave and wait for the martial combat conference. If you're lucky, you might secure a slot. The Nick, Seamus, originally intended to avoid Roxy, but considering his cousin's connection, he decided to meet her. However, he never planned to grant slots, merely curious about who sought them from the Alding family. Upon meeting Roxy and Desiree, his interest waned. Roxy was merely a fourth-rank true spirit realm cultivator, while Desiree appeared as an ordinary child. Disinterested, he glanced once and prepared to leave, regretting his decision to meet her. Chapter 95, Seamus, wanting to cry. Aiden, we've waited for you for so long, can you just dismiss us like this? At least give us 2 spots before you send us away. Desiree pouted, sounding slightly upset. This old man was too ungracious. He had promised to meet them but made them wait for so long. If he chased them away after just a few words, wouldn't they have waited in vain? Little Doreen, my Alding family won't give you any spots. Leave now while I'm in a good mood. Humph. You, old man, take advantage of my princess-like goodwill and give us the spots now, or I'll certainly teach you a lesson. Haha. Little Doreen, do you know who you're facing? You're the first person to dare threaten me at the Alding family. Seamus laughed out loud at Desiree's words. A 5-year-old Doreen dared to come to the Alding family to threaten him. Wasn't she here to make fun of him? Putting aside that the Alding family was an imperial clan, even his personal cultivation was already at the 9th level Great Sage realm. In Settlement City and even the entire Juzhou, he was also a well-known powerhouse. Who would dare speak to him like that? Now he had actually been threatened by a 5-year-old little Doreen. If not for Desiree's cute appearance, he might have slapped her away already. Himph. Do you even know who I am? Oh, tell me who you are. Seamus became curious after hearing Desiree's words. He wanted to hear what kind of identity she could possibly have, allowing her to talk to him with such confidence. Most importantly, Roxy didn't stop her when she saw Desiree threatening him. If Desiree didn't know what her identity represented, Roxy must have known. But Roxy didn't stop Desiree, which proved that unless both were idiots, there must be some extraordinary background behind them. This was why Seamus had not acted yet. Although the Alding family was indeed an imperial clan, they wouldn't offend uncertain individuals or forces randomly. You listen up. Your ladyship is Desiree, the unmatched little master. How about that? Scared by my name? Giggle. Bang. Seamus, a mighty 9th level great sage, toppled to the ground upon hearing Desiree's words. Indeed, he was startled by her fame. Seamus finally confirmed one thing. Roxy and Desiree weren't ordinary people. He had spent so much time here dealing with these 2 fools. Come in. Getting up from the ground, Seamus called out. 2 Alding family disciples came in respectfully and greeted Seamus. Please follow my instructions, Miltons. Drive these 2 out. Seamus didn't want to lay hands on them himself because he felt it would sully his dignity. People would say that he actually contended with fools. Yes, Milton. Himph. You nasty old man. I'll teach you a lesson for daring to drive your princess away. Before the 2 Alding family disciples could act, Desiree struck first. She punched each of them and then rushed towards Seamus. When Seamus saw his disciples being taken down by 2 punches from a little Doreen, he was shocked. They were both airstride realm cultivators. Regardless of how strong they were, it wasn't possible that they couldn't deal with a little Doreen. Could it be that there was a hidden powerhouse nearby? However, Seamus couldn't think more as Desiree continued attacking him. Reflexively, he raised his hand to block her small fist. Bang! Seamus felt an immense force coming from Desiree's small fist. His body flew backward and crashed into a pillar on the edge of the hall before stopping. Seamus spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire left arm went numb, losing all sensation. Before he could recover, another figure leaped onto his body. Punches rained down on him like a storm. Seamus tried to defend himself, but his left arm was already useless from the beating. Just as he lifted his right arm, it was knocked down by another punch. He couldn't defend against her attacks. He cautiously dodged the powerful yet tiny fists, trying not to get hit on the face. At this moment, Seamus desperately wanted to cry. Whose alternate persona is this? Asking a great lord to put it away. For goodness sake, you, a 5-year-old little Doreen, are stronger than a 9th level great sage. Couldn't you have told me earlier? 2 ancient battlefield slots? Forget 2. I would have given you 20 if you'd said so. Unfortunately, Desiree was completely unaware of Seamus's thoughts. She was too busy enjoying her victory on top of him. Danielle, that's enough. Don't kill him. At first, Seamus managed to dodge a bit, but over time, each punch from Desiree made him grow weaker. Now, he no longer even attempted to avoid her attacks, letting the punches land on his body. Roxy feared that Desiree might accidentally kill Seamus in her playfulness. Alright. Stopping at those words, Desiree allowed Roxy to pull her up. Roxy brushed off non-existent dust from Desiree's clothes as if she were worried about dirt on Seamus's body. Milton, can we have the ancient battlefield slots now? After tidying up Desiree, Roxy asked Seamus. Despite his miserable appearance, these injuries were not fatal to a 9th level great sage. The reason Seamus hadn't gotten up yet was likely due to shame. Upon Roxy's words, Seamus hurriedly got up, stepping back from Desiree. Predecessor, I will have someone bring the ancient battlefield slots immediately. Please wait a moment. Seamus quickly composed himself, speaking respectfully to Desiree. Now, he treated her like an emperor. Even though he couldn't fathom how a young Doreen could be so powerful, this child was absolutely not someone he could afford to offend. Just 2 ancient battlefield slots? It wasn't a big deal. He could give them. Come in. Again, 2 Alding family disciples walked in. However, they gave puzzled looks at the 2 lying on the ground and the unusual state of Seamus. They hadn't heard anything outside. So why did these 2 seem to be knocked out? Moreover, the Grand Milton looked different today. Still, they dared not ask more, merely bowing respectfully. Please instruct, Grand Milton. Bring Alding Wangning and Alding Yujiao here. Yes, Grand Milton. Chapter 96, Securing a Slot. The 2 disciples turned and walked toward the exit. Just as they were about to leave the Grand Hall, they were suddenly stopped by Milton Seamus. Great Milton, is there anything else you need? Take these 2 away. Seamus pointed at the 2 disciples lying unconscious on the ground. He felt humiliated that 2 of his disciples had been knocked out by a young Doreen, but he didn't reflect on his own situation. Even as a 9th stage great sage, he had been unable to put up any resistance. Yes, Great Milton. The disciples did not dare ask further questions. One disciple carried each of the unconscious ones out. After the 2 left, Seamus respectfully invited Roxy and Desiree to take their seats. Young seniors, what brings you to the ancient battlefield? Our Alding family has quite a few personnel there. If you don't mind, we could do some running around for you. We indeed have matters to attend to in the ancient battlefield, but first, tell us more about it. Alright, let me tell you about the ancient battlefield. The ancient battlefield is a special realm, much like those mystical realms, except it remains open year-round whereas the others only open at specified times. No one knows how the ancient battlefield came into being, but we know that many great battles took place there, with countless lives lost. Just like the mystical realms, it contains rare spirit medicines and fruits. Moreover, being an ancient battlefield, it holds relics, martial techniques, and cultivation methods from ancient times. Some lucky souls can even gain significant legacies. The major forces of True Spirit World all hold territories there, treating it as a second home to train their disciples, mainly to protect them during training, as it's perilous inside. Besides bandits and killers, it also harbors malevolent spirit beasts. These malevolent spirit beasts come in human and beast forms, formed from the grudges of ancient humans or beasts who died here. They are very powerful, some can use martial skills, and they're naturally immune to physical and magical attacks, making them extremely difficult to kill. Only lightning and fire stand a chance. If you encounter them, try to avoid them. However, if killed, they yield soul-enhancing crystals known as warrior soul crystals. Seamus revealed everything he knew without reservation, as it was not secret information. Vansony who entered knew these things. Precisely because of the warrior soul crystals, many sought entrance, especially due to other treasures and rarities found there. As Seamus finished explaining, the 2 earlier discussed disciples returned, accompanied by a man and a woman. Greetings, Great Milton. Why did you summon us? Dave, Rosanna, hand over your ancient battlefield jade pendants. You won't be going this time, and I will compensate you later. Why, Great Milton? Alding Wangning and Alding Yujiao were taken aback. The slots were hard-won through duels. Not everyone in the Alding family got a chance, especially after reserving some slots internally. Remaining slots were fought for, encouraging diligence among disciples. Those who wanted to advance quickly would vie for slots, knowing failure meant falling behind. Why so many questions? Hand them over now. Are you disobeying me? Seamus's tone became stern. There were guests present. Do you think it right to ask why, disrespecting me as Great Milton? It's not that we don't respect you, Great Milton, but these slots were earned through duels. We deserve a reason. Alding Yujiao remained silent, but shared similar sentiments. They couldn't lose their spots unjustly. These young seniors wish to enter the ancient battlefield. Hand over the jade pendants. You'll be compensated later. Are you senile? Giving our slots to outsiders, a 4th stage true spirit and a non-cultivator? Bang. How dare you speak? Do I look senile to you? Fail to hand over the pendants, and I'll revoke your annual resources. Furious, Seamus slapped Alding Wangning to the ground and threatened both to hand over the jade pendants. These disciples were becoming unruly. Great Milton, I will not accept this. I will report this to the Ernon. Showing defiance, Alding Wangning planned to lodge a complaint with the Ernon. This wouldn't happen in other families or sects. Insubordination was swiftly punished. Go ahead. Give me the pendants now. Seamus snatched the jade pendants from their storage rings and sent the 2 flying out. He wasn't worried about complaints. Once the Ernon knew of Desiree's strength, he'd make the same decision. Young seniors, these jade pendants are your tickets. Show them to the guards upon arrival. Oh, thank you, Grandpa. But you upset me just now, and now my limbs ache. What should we do? Please forgive my actions. Here's a small gift. I hope you understand. Seamus grimaced. Despite being injured, he had to compensate Desiree. This young Doreen was deviously cunning, but in such a situation, he could only reluctantly offer a gift. Chapter 97, Entering the Ancient Battlefield. Senior, you've been thoughtful. Then I'll accept it on behalf of my young miss. Seeing that Desiree didn't take Seamus's storage ring, Roxy hurriedly received the storage ring. It was only thanks to Desiree's intervention that the spirit stones she had previously given away finally returned. Although Roxy hadn't checked what was inside the storage ring, she assumed there wouldn't be much missing. Little senior, do you need me to send you 2 to the ancient battlefield? Seamus now did not want to face Desiree at all, but he also didn't dare openly drive her away. Therefore, he asked whether they needed someone to escort them to the ancient battlefield. No need. We can go ourselves. Afterward, Roxy led Desiree out, and Seamus accompanied them until they were completely out of the Alding family compound before he turned back with a sigh of relief. After some thought, Seamus walked toward the deeper parts of the Alding family estate. With this crazy Doreen suddenly appearing, he needed to report the situation to the family's Aemon. On the other side, after leaving the Alding family, Roxy and Desiree headed towards the center of the settlement city, where the entrance to the ancient battlefield was located. The settlement city didn't exist in the past. It was only due to the appearance of the ancient battlefield that more people started coming here, eventually forming a city. Because everyone converged on the ancient battlefield, and too many people perished within it, the city was named Settlement City. Later, some imperial clans and holy lands occupied Settlement City, establishing their own families and sects, which continued up until now. Settlement City was vast, and it took Roxy half an hour walking before reaching the city center. There stood 2 tall pillars at the city center. Between the 2 tall pillars stood a phantom gateway. On either side of the pillars stood 10 guards each. Near the entrance to the ancient battlefield was a dark pavilion, presumably where the guards overseeing the entrance resided. From time to time, some young people could be seen entering the ancient battlefield. Roxy knew that those who could enter now must be disciples from major forces or large families. Only these people enjoyed the privilege of free entry and exit. As for small factions and solitary cultivators, they could only enter once a month. Moreover, after coming out each time, they had to hand over 30% of their resources, indicating that they were heavily exploited by the major forces. Desiree and Roxy arrived at the entrance, handing the jade pendant they obtained from the Alding family to the guard. After checking, the guard returned the jade pendant to them. Due to the Alding family emblem on the jade pendant, these guards treated Desiree and Roxy very courteously, assuming they were from the Alding family. If it were a solitary cultivator or a small faction member, upon entering the ancient battlefield, their jade pendants would be taken back so others could enter the next month. Furthermore, if it were solitary cultivators or small sect members entering, they would have their storage rings inspected to determine how much resources they had gathered. But since these major forces exploited the solitary cultivators, those individuals naturally felt reluctant. So if a solitary cultivator entered and gathered significant resources, they would use most of them inside before coming out to avoid having to submit a large portion. If they didn't submit any resources, they would be placed on a blacklist, making future entry difficult. This revision ensures the meaning is accurately conveyed, reads naturally in English, and maintains consistency in terminology and style. As for those solitary cultivators' behavior, while the major forces knew about it, they couldn't prevent it, so they just ignored it. Roxy pulled Desiree, with Desiree riding on Elias. This scene drew many people's attention. But when they realized Desiree and Roxy were from the Alding family, these people stopped thinking much further, believing they were just going in for a look around since there was a branch of the Alding family inside. Is this the ancient battlefield? Once the two passed through the gateway, a desolate, decayed air immediately greeted them, and the environment was not pleasant. Looking around, one could see shattered bones scattered everywhere, as well as pieces of broken corpses in some areas. Miss, where should we go to inquire about Mom? The Grand Milton of the Alding family said there are many forces here. Let's find a populated area first and ask. Roxy didn't know where to start looking for Ainsley, but since there were branches of various powers here, they might find some information. Choosing a direction, the two and a dog began moving forward because the place looked roughly the same everywhere, and they didn't have a map, so they just picked a random direction. Faye, do we need to rest a bit? 3 days later, Roxy and Desiree appeared in a barren desert. Wiping the sweat off her forehead, Roxy asked. They had already been in the ancient battlefield for 3 days, but hadn't seen a single person, nor had they gathered much resources. Roxy only found a few artifacts, but their spiritual power was gone, leaving them virtually useless except for being sharp. Desiree, however, picked a few medicinal herbs and didn't have much else. They hadn't encountered the spirit beast mentioned by Seamus. How about we eat something first? I haven't had meat soup in a long time. Desiree agreed to rest a bit. Roxy guessed this Dorian was truly hungry, as they hadn't eaten well for several days. Deciding this, Desiree immediately set to work, bringing out a large chapter 98, Saving Jesus, the fun spirit beast. Little miss, you can start eating now. After another cup of tea had passed, Desiree called out and filled a plate with dragon broth. This was the portion she had set aside for Elias. Kimberly, I won't eat this imperial dragon broth. Its spiritual energy is too potent for me to digest, and besides, I'm not hungry. Cultivators, after reaching the stage where they could absorb chi into their bodies, no longer needed to eat daily. Upon achieving the true spirit realm, the spiritual energy within them would suffice for bodily functions. Typically, cultivators ate little once they reached the innate stage, unless they were food enthusiasts like Desiree. Roxy had already reached the 4th level of true spirit. She indeed didn't need to eat, but in truth, she couldn't refine such powerful spiritual energy. Doreen, have some. Your current cultivation level is quite low. If you keep needing the young master's protection, how will you be able to take care of her? Elias remarked as it continued to savor its bowl of dragon broth, highlighting Roxy's relatively lower realm. Senior, is this alright? Roxy's face turned slightly red, clearly embarrassed by Elias's comment. In reality, she felt insulted by being criticized by a dog. Don't worry, I'll ensure you don't die. Thank you, Senior. Roxy was overjoyed. With Elias's assurance, she cautiously ladled a small portion of the broth into her bowl. Even though Elias promised to protect her, she didn't dare eat too much, knowing that refining the spiritual energy from the broth would still require time. Moreover, this was an ancient battlefield, where unknown dangers could arise at any moment, a fact Roxy was well aware of. Seeing that Roxy had only taken a small portion, Elias nodded approvingly. This showed Roxy in a new light. While the two humans and the dog were enjoying their meal, Aiden was fleeing towards their location from the southwest, pursued by a vaguely translucent figure. The spirit beast seemed to be playing with him like a cat with a mouse. It could easily catch up to him, yet it lingered just behind him, tormenting him. That damn Eva dared to toy with me. Pray that I don't escape or you'll regret it. The Aiden glanced back at the spirit beast tailing him, understanding it was mocking him, but powerless against it. His name was Jesus, a wandering cultivator at the 5th level of Spirit Sea. He had fought tooth and nail for a place in the ancient battlefield. Inside the battlefield, Jesus befriended 2 other wandering cultivators. They invited him to join their team, saying they had discovered a hidden cave where there might be a sage's legacy. However, it was guarded by a spirit beast at the 9th level of Spirit Sea. Eva was at the 7th level, while Kirsten was at the 8th level. Their plan was for Eva and Kirsten to distract the spirit beast while Jesus explored the cave for treasures. If successful, they would divide the spoils equally. But things didn't go as planned. There were actually 2 spirit beasts inside the cave. Realizing their predicament, all 3 fled. Despite being the lowest in rank, Jesus was the fastest runner. When Eva was about to be caught, she asked Jesus for help. Moved by her plea, he pulled her along, only to be betrayed when Eva stopped running, pushing him towards the spirit beast before escaping herself. If Jesus hadn't possessed a teleportation scroll, he would have perished then. Though he escaped, the spirit beast relentlessly pursued him, as if recognizing him as its target. The scroll was only a common item, allowing a 1-kilometer teleport, which meant nothing to a 9th level spirit beast. Little Vancestor, someone is coming our way. On the other side, Roxy had begun refining the spiritual energy from her meal, while Elias suddenly sensed 2 beings heading their direction from miles away. Desiree paused her meal upon hearing Elias. She saw Jesus being chased by the spirit beast. So that's a spirit beast? This was her first encounter with a spirit form, and she paid little attention to Jesus. Little Vancestor, should we save that fellow? Elias noted the impending danger Jesus faced, with the spirit beast almost upon him. He's heading this way, so let's save him. My stinky dad always said saving a life equals building a 7-tier pagoda. Though even my stinky dad doesn't know what a 7-tier pagoda is, it must be something very honorable. But don't kill the spirit beast. Let's capture it for study first. Understood. With no visible action, Elias teleported both Jesus and the spirit beast right before Desiree, trapping them both in place. Jesus recognized the presence of a formidable power, his eyes reflecting fear. Behind him, the spirit beast similarly trembled, realizing it was immobilized by an overwhelming force far beyond its own capabilities. Elias, this spirit beast is so much fun. My hand can pass through its body, but I feel nothing. Desiree tried to touch the spirit beast, only for her hand to pass right through it, marveling at the phenomenon. Chapter 99. Roxy breaks through to the Yukong realm. Brayden just smiled inwardly at Desiree's words, but it created a different situation for Jesus and the Een spirit beast. At this moment, Jesus couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had almost been eaten by the Een spirit beast, yet in the eyes of this little Doreen before him, the terrifying Een spirit beast had turned into an entertaining pet. The Een spirit beasts also wore expressions of fear. They were formed from the lingering resentment after strong individuals died, and could be considered to have been reborn. However, if they were killed again in this state, they would completely disappear from the world, leaving nothing behind. I've heard that you have Wu soul crystals inside your bodies, and that you're also very afraid of fire and lightning? Desiree spoke to herself as she extended her small hand to feel over the Een spirit beast's bodies. But she found nothing, discovering no Wu soul crystal. Didn't you say there are Wu soul crystals? Why can't I find them? Desiree touched her chin and tilted her head as she looked at the Een spirit beast, her eyes filled with confusion. Little Vancestor, we probably need to kill the Een spirit beasts for the Wu soul crystal to appear. Brayden couldn't help but transmit sound to Desiree. These Een spirit beasts were indeed quite strange, and perhaps only formed in these ancient battlefields. Then let's try fire first. After hearing Brayden's message, Desiree snapped her fingers lightly, and suddenly a flame appeared on her finger. She placed her finger near the Een spirit beast's hand. Wailing sounds emerged as soon as the flame appeared in the Een spirit beast's hand. The flames instantly engulfed its hand, spreading quickly like encountering gasoline. The tragic cries of the Een spirit beast disappeared as it was immediately burned clean by the flames. Desiree extinguished the flames, revealing a pale white, diamond-shaped crystal floating where the Een spirit beast once stood. There really is a Wu soul crystal, but how is it similar to those stones? Desiree stared at the Wu soul crystal floating in front of her. After examining it in her hand, she gave an honest evaluation. In fact, Wu soul crystals were very similar to spirit stones, just smaller and containing soul power which wasn't present in spirit stones. Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. The moment the Een spirit beasts were killed, Jesus realized he could move again and hurriedly bowed to Desiree. Despite her young appearance, Desiree was stronger than him, and in the true spirit world, everything revolved around strength. Regardless of age, if someone's cultivation realm was higher, you had to address them as Senior. Big brother, do you know where there are the most people nearby? Senior, if you want to find a crowded place, go to Luxia Inn. There are the most people there. Where is Luxia Inn? Can Big brother take us there? Senior, Luxia Inn is deep within the desert. If Senior gives instructions, I will do my best to complete them. Jesus agreed without hesitation. To leave the ancient battlefield alone might lead to more dangers. Moreover, Desiree had saved him earlier, and guiding her to Luxia Inn wouldn't be too difficult. Staying with her might even provide some benefits. Even if not, being with her was safer than going alone. Then thank you, Big brother. Let me finish this dragon soup, and we'll set off. Would you like to eat some? Desiree was happy that Jesus agreed to guide them to Luxia Inn, but she hadn't finished her dragon soup yet. Senior, please don't be too polite. I'm not hungry. You can slowly enjoy your meal. Jesus looked at the pot of soup swirling with spiritual energy. Desiree mentioned it was dragon soup, presumably made from a high-level dragon-type monster. He didn't want to suffer unnecessarily and indeed wasn't hungry. Okay then. Desiree said no more and focused on finishing her bowl of dragon soup while Jesus found a spot to meditate. Earlier, he had been struck by Eva and spent much time fleeing, depleting nearly all his spirit energy. Had Desiree not saved him, he would have surely been drained dry by the Een spirit beasts. Humans hunted Een spirit beasts for their Wu soul crystals to cultivate, and similarly, Een spirit beasts hunted humans, sucking out their life force to elevate their own realms. Half an hour passed, and Desiree and Brayden finally finished the dragon soup. Desiree belched contentedly, but Roxy was still absorbing the spiritual energy from the soup. Rumble. An hour later, a powerful aura suddenly emanated from Roxy. Her realm shot up rapidly. True Spirit 4th level, 5th, 6th, Yukong 1st level. Her cultivation reached Yukong 8th level in the blink of an eye, leaping over 10 minor and 1 major level. The sudden breakthrough woke Jesus from his meditation. His eyes widened as he watched Roxy's realm skyrocketing, the fastest he had ever seen. Who else's breakthrough happened step by step? Roxy had broken through 13 levels consecutively. His eyes were filled with envy towards Roxy, whose breakthrough would surely be recorded in history if known by the outside world. Is this the Yukong realm now? Roxy sensed her strength and realized she had broken through to the advanced Yukong realm. Danielle, thank you so much. Roxy sincerely thanked Desiree. She wanted to thank Brayden too, but held back seeing the stranger beside them. Without Desiree, it would take her another 30 years or more to break through the Yukong realm. Yet, following Desiree for just a few months allowed her to advance from True Spirit 4th level to Yukong 8th level. Why are you thanking me, little sister? This big brother said he would take us to Xuanhuan, so let's set off. For Roxy's gratitude, Desiree felt puzzled. What did she do to receive thanks? Danielle, who is he, and why is he taking us to Xuanhuan? While Roxy was breaking through by absorbing the spiritual energy of the dragon soup, Brayden had blocked external disturbances. Therefore, she knew nothing about Jesus. After Brayden explained via mental communication, Roxy understood and, together with Desiree and Brayden, followed Jesus towards Xuanhuan. Chapter 100, Anselm's Fatal Mistake. Senior, with 3 more days of travel, we can reach the Flowing Sands Inn. On a high ground in the desert stood a tent. Inside, 3 people and a dog were resting. None other than Desiree and her companions heading for the Flowing Sands Inn. Due to the harsh conditions of the desert, Jesus, only at the 5th level of the Spirit Sea realm, couldn't endure the long journey. Even Roxy, at the 8th level of the Airborne realm, found it tough, as they had been traveling nonstop for over 10 days. During this period, they encountered several humans and Yinling beasts. Among them were 3 individuals who attempted to rob Desiree and her group but were dealt with effortlessly. A boy and a Doreen, accompanied by a small child, were easy targets for others' greed in this ancient battlefield where survival was paramount. However, those people never expected to encounter someone even more terrifying than an Yinling beast, Desiree. So, their fate was sealed, and all Wu Hui crystals obtained from slaying Yinling beasts were kept by Roxy. Well then, let's take a rest and set off again, Desiree said after drinking 2 gulps of happiness water. The heat made the young Doreen less cheerful. She even brought out the treasured happiness water she usually hoarded. In the scorching desert, having an ice-cold sip of happiness water felt incredible, but the other 2 felt differently. After resting for more than half an hour, they resumed their journey toward the Flowing Sands Inn. However, after another 1.5 hours, they encountered another group. Eva. Recognizing the figure ahead, Jesus clenched his teeth and called out. Among the group before them was none other than Eva, who had betrayed him earlier. Didn't expect you'd still be alive, boy. Eva recognized Jesus too, but she hadn't thought he'd survive and appear here. Is this the Eva you mentioned? Roxy asked, looking at the woman in front of her, puzzled. She had learned about Jesus's previous experiences during their journey. Senior. Yes, this is Eva, a venomous and heartless woman. Jesus, have you practiced cultivation to the point of being foolish? Self-preservation justifies any means. I only did what was necessary to stay alive. How could that be wrong? If you were in my shoes, I believe you would also sacrifice others to save yourself. Besides, we're not even acquaintances, merely temporary allies. In danger, each person flees for their own safety. Jesus was speechless, enraged by Eva's shameless words. If not for his help, she would have already been eaten by the Yinling beast and wouldn't be standing there talking casually. Honey, is this the fool you mentioned earlier? Aiden embracing Eva spoke up. Their group consisted of 8 people, clearly led by the youth, likely someone Eva had recently attached herself to. Vancestor Kong, this is the fool I mentioned. Let's ignore him and go quickly. This place is unbearable. We'll get to the Flowing Sands and soon so I can properly serve you, Vancestor Kong. No rush, Anselm said, releasing Eva and walking toward Desiree. Eva frowned, knowing this troublemaker had definitely taken a liking to Roxy. As a maniac for women, Anselm didn't dare oppose him due to her weak cultivation. Miss, I am Anselm, 3rd son of the Imperial Kong family. You're also heading to the Flowing Sands Inn, right? Why don't you join me? I have hands and legs to move on my own. Please step aside and don't obstruct us. Roxy replied coldly. Anselm wasn't a good person, and his gaze was invasive, making Roxy feel repulsed. The mention of his imperial family meant nothing to her. Do you mean to disrespect the Kong family? If you value your life, step aside. Delaying our affairs, even if you belong to an imperial family, won't be tolerated. Fine. You're the first to dare defy the Kong family. I hope you don't regret it later. Anselm, as the 3rd son of the Imperial Kong family, wasn't low in cultivation. He had recently advanced to the Sovereign Peak realm, albeit through heavy reliance on elixirs. He saw Roxy at the 8th level of the Airborne realm, daring to threaten him. How could he, as a member of the Imperial family, allow such insolence? Seize them, but don't hurt the beauty. Once I'm done playing, you can have your reward. Yes, 3rd young Vancestor. At Anselm's command, 6 guards surrounded Roxy and her group. These guards enjoyed many women under Anselm's favor, but Roxy's beauty was unmatched. Behind Anselm, Eva smiled, thinking Jesus was truly unfortunate. They dared to offend Anselm, the 3rd son of an imperial family. Could mere itinerant cultivators challenge an imperial son? Her decision to align with him proved wise. With good service to Anselm, her rise was imminent. Tai realm. Sensing the guards' realms, Roxy felt the might of the imperial family. Even mere guards possessed Tai realm strength. In the Shilin Empire, this level would make an Amen of a second-grade sect. Here, they were just guards. Faye, it seems we need your help again. Tai Realm was beyond Roxy's capability. Against Anselm at the Sovereign Peak Realm, she might fare well, but Tai Realm was far beyond her reach. Ha ha ha. Little beauty, if you're scared, just comply with my master. Asking for help from a little Doreen. Do you think she can fight us? Roxy's words caused the guards to burst into laughter, believing she was panicking and seeking help from a child. No way, no way. It's too hot and will dirty Faye's clothes. Elias, handle it. Desiree shook her head, patting Elias's dog head, instructing the dog to deal with them. Hearing Desiree's words, the guards couldn't help laughing again, finding the situation utterly ridiculous. Chapter 101. Anselm wetting himself from fear. At that moment, Elias was also in a foul mood. His little master was truly despicable. It was such a hot day. Wouldn't he soil his own clothes instead of dirtying the fur on my body? However, despite his thoughts, Elias still took action. As soon as more Danielle slid off his back, Elias moved swiftly. A black shadow flashed by with several bangs heard one after another. The 6 guards surrounding them were sent flying away. Their chests caved inward, and they fell silently to the ground, clearly dead without a doubt. After killing the 6 men, Elias didn't stop but slowly walked toward Anselm. The sudden change left Anselm and Eva stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening. It wasn't until Elias approached Anselm that he snapped out of his shock. Seeing Elias so close, Anselm immediately collapsed onto the ground. He was just a spoiled rich second-generation cultivator. When had he ever seen such a savage black dog? He was paralyzed with fear at Elias's imposing presence. Roar. Ah, don't kill me, don't kill me. I'm the 3rd young master of the Imperial clan. You can't kill me. Elias's sudden roar made Anselm burst into tears. Closing his eyes, he frantically waved his arms as if trying to shoo Elias away. Suddenly, an unpleasant odor wafted into their noses. When they looked at Anselm, they saw a stream of liquid flowing from under him, clearly having lost control of his bladder and bowels from fear. Yuck, how disgusting. Let's get out of here. More Danielle quickly covered her mouth and nose, moving rapidly away from Anselm. Roxy and Jesus hurriedly followed, disappearing instantly from the scene. Little Vancestor Kong, are you okay? It took Eva a while to recover from the shock. She quickly rushed forward to help Anselm up. Although she despised him, she could not ignore his privileged background. Even if Anselm was as worthless as waste, she would tolerate him because she believed he wouldn't let those people go. Ultimately, she would still have Anselm in her grasp. When Eva pulled Anselm up, he noticed more Danielle and the others were gone, and only then did he feel his heart relax. Whoever you are, you're all doomed. You've offended the Kong family. I won't let you off. Anselm gritted his teeth, staring in the direction of the Sands Motel. He knew more Danielle and the others must have gone there, intending to make them die in the ancient battlefield. Right, we definitely can't let them go. How dare they offend little Vancestor Kong like this? A flash of joy crossed Eva's face, realizing Anselm would indeed not spare them. Just as Eva rejoiced, a long sword suddenly pierced through her chest. She glanced down at the sword piercing her chest, then looked incredulously at Anselm. KK Kong, little Vancestor Kong, you? Go to hell, bitch. If it weren't for you, how could I be humiliated like this? Moreover, you saw something you shouldn't have. Anselm kicked Eva away, blaming everything on her. She was merely a plaything he had picked up temporarily. Moreover, since Eva witnessed his humiliation, how could Anselm possibly leave her alive? Not just Eva. Anyone who saw him embarrassed today had to die. Even his guards, now dead, would not have been spared had he acted. You better wait and see. Soon you'll learn the consequences of offending me. After kicking Eva away, Anselm ignored her. It didn't matter if she didn't die right away since he had already destroyed her chi-si, leaving her powerless. This was the ancient battlefield. Eva, stripped of her cultivation, was even more dangerous than he, an Imperial Peak Realm cultivator. He wanted Eva to slowly experience death here while he tore open a scroll and vanished instantly. Watching Anselm leave, the barely alive Eva glared with venom, but soon her expression turned to fear. TSK. Who would have thought there'd be a free meal here? I am truly lucky. An eerie spirit beast appeared, looking at the motionless bodies of the 6 guards and the terrified Eva. It floated towards Eva with a mocking laugh. In the southeastern part of the ancient battlefield lay a small city named Kong City, the domain of the Donghua region's Imperial clan Kong family. Suddenly, in one of its residences, a figure emerged from space. It was none other than Anselm, who had wet himself from fear earlier due to Elias's roar. The scroll he had torn in the desert was a spatial scroll drawn by Bradley in the Emperor realm within the clan, capable of teleportation with positioning functionality. Such spatial scrolls were usually only possessed by the core members of the Imperial clan, serving as a means of self-preservation. Fortunately for Anselm, he had one. Upon returning to his room, Anselm first cleaned himself up, changed into fresh clothes, and then walked out. When did you return, 3rd young Vancestor? As Anselm approached the main building, an Amon stepped out. In Kong City, everyone knew him as Old Street, the steward of the Kong family. No one knew his real name, except perhaps the patriarch who brought him here. Old Street was surprised because Anselm had only left Kong City a few days ago on a quest for opportunities. Why did he return so quickly? Steward, is grandfather inside? Yes, 3rd young Vancestor, he's inside. Shall I inform him? No need. I'll go see grandfather myself. Go about your business. Very well, this old servant will leave then. After Old Street left, Anselm tidied his clothes, pushed open the door, and walked in. An Amon sat inside sipping tea. Did you encounter some danger? You actually used the spatial scroll I gave you. The moment Anselm entered, the Amon questioned him. The spatial scroll Anselm used was crafted by his grandfather with a fragment of his divine soul embedded within. If the scroll was activated, the creator would know, which explained the Amon's query. Grandfather, please take revenge for me. Anselm knelt before the Amon, his face tear-streaked. Despite being a carefree and hedonistic second-generation cultivator, he was the one most doted on by Rolf. His two older brothers were obsessed with cultivation, showing no interest in women. In contrast, Anselm had no passion for cultivation but a fervent desire for women. Thus, Rolf placed the responsibility of continuing the Kong lineage on him. Seeing Anselm in this state, Rolf immediately stood up from his seat. Andrea, tell grandfather who bullied you, and I'll tear apart their bones for you. Chapter 102. Arrival at the Flowing Sand Inn. Grandfather, I don't know who they are, but they killed the 6 Tai realm guards I took out. Now they've gone to the Flowing Sand Inn. They even threatened Andrea that they would uproot our Kong family, not taking us seriously at all. Grandfather, you must avenge Andrea. Ridiculous. How dare they ignore our Kong family so brazenly? What cultivation realms do they possess? How many are there? Rolf became enraged upon hearing Anselm's words. Whether or not his grandson was telling the complete truth, anyone who dared kill members of the Kong family was wrong. Even if the other party belonged to an imperial clan, they couldn't bully the Kong family like this. They clearly didn't respect them at all. How could Rolf not be furious? Grandfather, their cultivation isn't very high. One is 8th level void traversing realm, another 5th level spirit sea realm, and there's also a 5-year-old little Doreen. It was a demonic beast accompanying them that acted. It should be a demon venerable. Andrea, are you saying they are 1 man, 1 woman, and a 5-year-old Doreen? Yes. Grandfather, have you seen them before? That's enough. Go back and rest first. Grandfather will handle this matter. Rolf did not reply to Anselm directly, but instructed him to rest as he needed to confirm some things. All right then. Grandfather, make sure you catch that woman for me. I want to teach her a lesson. It was her order that killed my guards. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Rolf absent-mindedly replied, and seeing his grandfather seemed preoccupied, Anselm did not dare disturb him further and quickly left. As soon as Anselm left, Rolf's figure disappeared too. Meanwhile, after 2 days of travel, Desiree and company finally arrived at the Flowing Sand Inn. The Flowing Sand Inn was different from other parts of the desert. While it was rare to encounter people elsewhere in the desert, the Flowing Sand Inn resembled a bustling city, hotel with constant comings and goings. Jesus, is this Flowing Sand Inn truly just an inn? Roxy initially thought Flowing Sand Inn was the name of a force, but now, seeing the influx of people, she realized it was indeed an inn. The Flowing Sand Inn is an inn. Didn't Senior Fei say we should find a place with lots of people? All right then. Do you know anything about this inn? Anyone who can run an inn here must have significant backing, right? As you say, it's not simple. Behind the Flowing Sand Inn stands the #1 assassin organization of true spirit world, the Flowing Sands. It's an organization willing to kill anyone as long as the price is right. There are rumors that even emperors can be killed if the spirit stones are paid. Speaking these words, Jesus kept his voice low, almost afraid someone might overhear. This was understandable, given he was only 5th level spirit sea realm. Openly discussing the Flowing Sand Inn could invite trouble. Upon hearing Jesus' words, Roxy and Desiree's eyes lit up. They felt they had come to the right place. The Flowing Sands organization became the top assassin group in true spirit world, not only due to its formidable power, but also because intelligence was crucial in assassinations. Accurate intelligence revealed target details, making it the key to success. Sometimes, information could be more important than strength. After all, assassins operate in shadows and ambushes. Direct confrontations were not their strong suit. If their strength wasn't vastly inferior, information was definitely more critical. Why were they here? To find Michaela, and this Flowing Sand Inn was the perfect tool for the job. Jesus, here are some spirit stones for you. Thank you for guiding us over the past 10 days. With plans in mind, Roxy handed Jesus a storage ring containing 1 million premium spirit stones as payment for his efforts. Taking him along in their future plans wouldn't be convenient. Being a lone cultivator, involving Jesus could only put him in danger. Thank you, Senior. To serve you is an honor. If you need anything, feel free to seek me. Though I lack power, I can handle errands. Jesus accepted the ring, knowing Roxy wasn't lacking resources and that he truly needed these. Jesus, for old time's sake, you should leave the ancient battlefield immediately. Roxy advised Jesus for his own good, remembering how they had offended Anselm. She knew he would seek revenge. They weren't worried, but Jesus was vulnerable. Only by leaving could he survive. Senior, I'll leave the ancient battlefield now. Jesus bowed to Roxy and Desiree before departing, understanding her advice. Faye, let's go inside. Yeah. Once they entered the inn, they found it crowded with patrons. Vansony were surprised to see a beauty with a young Doreen, wondering why anyone would bring a child into the dangerous ancient battlefield. Moreover, upon discovering Roxy's cultivation, they were even more surprised. A void-traversing realm cultivator accompanied by a child, reaching the Flowing Sand Inn was indeed unexpected. Therefore, they didn't underestimate her. Sir, would you like to dine or stay? We're here to talk business with your boss. Right away, please follow me. The waiter understood. They were here for business beyond dining or resting. He led Roxy and Desiree to a door behind the counter leading to the backyard. Please wait here while I inform the manager. Returning to the largest room in the backyard, the waiter briefly spoke to Roxy, then entered without waiting for a reply. After a short wait, he came out, gesturing Roxy in. She pulled Desiree and followed without hesitation. State your intended target, and I'll charge accordingly based on the target's information. An Amonly man sat in the room, likely the innkeeper. Upon Roxy's arrival, he promptly spoke. I'm not here to kill. Chapter 103. The Black-Cloaked Vanson. Miss, you should know no one has ever dared to toy with the Flowing Sands organization. Do you understand what you're saying? The Amon finally turned to Roxy and spoke after she finished talking, his words filled with menace. To be the top assassination organization, aside from sheer power, each member of Flowing Sands was naturally ruthless. Seeing Roxy dare to play tricks on him, the Amon was naturally furious. I certainly know what I'm saying. Although I didn't ask you to kill anyone, I am here to discuss business. I know your intelligence network is one of the best in the assassin world, so I want to buy information on someone's whereabouts. Roxy disregarded the Amon's threat and calmly explained her intentions. They came here to inquire about Michaela's whereabouts. If Michaela had indeed come to the ancient battlefield to seek a congenital spirit fetus, then given the Flowing Sands resources, they would likely know about Michaela. Perhaps Michaela herself had even visited the Flowing Sands Inn. And where else would she go if she wanted to find the congenital spirit fetus? Haha. Another person looking to buy information? Do you think we're just an intelligence agency? The Amon chuckled coldly. While Flowing Sands specialized in assassinations, not intelligence gathering, Roxy's request was for information again. However, since they weren't disrupting anything, the Amon decided to hear what kind of information Roxy needed. At worst, he could take advantage of her financially. Yet Roxy's eyes lit up upon hearing the Amon's words. If people had previously sought information from him, it might have been Michaela. She's named Michaela. I want to know where she is now. Despite this speculation, Roxy didn't directly ask but instead unfolded a portrait of Michaela before the Amon. If Michaela had indeed come to ask for information, the Amon would surely recognize her. Otherwise, there'd be no point in questioning further. Who are you, and why do you need her information? The Amon frowned at the portrait before him, subtly signaling someone behind him. Grandpa, this is my mother. Do you know where my mother is? Please tell Faye, okay? Mother? What is a mother? Grandpa, you're silly. A mother means mother. Mother? Are you saying she's your mother? The Amon's heart raced. Could this little Doreen be Michaela's daughter? But he had never heard of such a thing. Yes, Grandpa, please tell Faye where my mother is. I'm sorry, I don't know where she is. You're lying. You know my mother. Why won't you tell me? I warn you, don't force me to hurt you. You should, wait a moment. I don't know where she went, but our Vancestor does. The Amon initially wanted to make them leave, but changed his mind, having just received a transmission from his Vancestor instructing him to bring Immortal to meet him. So, where is your Vancestor? Immortal only heard that the Amon's Vancestor knew her mother's whereabouts and didn't notice his change in tone. Please follow me, the Amon said as he walked out of the room toward the back garden. Immortal followed immediately, as did Roxy. Although Roxy noticed the Amon's hesitation, she thought nothing of it, considering how powerful Immortal and Elias were. They soon arrived at a rock formation, where the Amon cast a spell, revealing a faint gateway within the rocks. Without a word, he entered, leading them down a slightly inclined passage illuminated sparsely by oil lamps every 100 meters. After half an hour, they emerged into a vast space. At its center stood a pillar crowned with a large oil lamp illuminating the entire area. Stone doors lined the walls, likely hidden training grounds for the elite members of the Flowing Sands organization. Please wait here. My Vancestor will see you shortly. Good luck. The Amon left without understanding why his Vancestor wanted to see them. He wouldn't enter this area without orders. Upon his departure, a heavy stone door sealed the entrance. Seeing the closed stone door, Roxy felt anxious until Immortal's voice broke the silence. Turning around, she saw another figure had appeared. A black cloaked figure revealing only 2 eyes. Had Immortal not spoken, Roxy might have been startled. You carry her aura. Could you truly be her daughter? The black cloaked man was baffled. When did Michaela have a daughter, and how old could she be? She must have hidden this well. If not for his familiarity with Michaela's aura, he would doubt himself. Now his thoughts were swirling. I'm Mother's daughter. Uncle Black, please take me to Mother quickly. Agreed. To Roxy's surprise, the black-cloaked man readily agreed. However, the Emperor isn't here. Follow me, and I'll take you to see him. Turning towards the central pillar, the black-cloaked man spun it 3 times, revealing a teleportation array. Follow me. Stepping into the array, he vanished. Just as Immortal was about to follow, Elias stopped her. Be careful, young Vancestor. There's something off about this guy, and he's very powerful, definitely at least an immortal king. Ah, should we follow him? Roxy gasped, realizing the black-cloaked man was at least an immortal king. Why not? This is the closest we've ever been to finding Nikki. We just need to be cautious. Let's go then. Chapter 104, Divine Prohibition. Desiree hurriedly pulled Roxy into the teleportation array, with Elias closely following behind. Once they emerged from the array, they found themselves in a dense forest. The robe man was waiting for them ahead. Upon seeing Desiree had arrived, a hint of a smile appeared on his face hidden by the black veil. Where are we? Where's my mother? Little Honorable One, the Empress Lord is currently cultivating in a very safe place. I'll take you to her now. The robed man released a small arc and gestured for Desiree and Roxy to board. After exchanging a glance with Elias, Roxy picked up Desiree and stepped onto the arc. Once Desiree was aboard, the robed man joined them and steered the arc in a specific direction. After a day and night of flight, the arc finally stopped before a grand palace. The 3 disembarked. Little Honorable One, the Empress Lord is inside. Please follow me. Okay. Desiree tried to pull Roxy into the palace, but Elias's voice stopped her. Roxy immediately held back Desiree. There's no one inside. You must have betrayed Lady Vancestor. As Elias spoke, he transformed back into human form, having already scanned the palace multiple times. There was no presence within. The robed man referred to Michaela as Empress Lord, indicating he should be Michaela's subordinate. Yet, he was luring Desiree here, which was highly suspicious. There were only 2 explanations. First, the robed man had betrayed Michaela and wanted to trap Desiree, possibly using her to threaten Michaela. Second, he hadn't betrayed her but was unsure about Desiree's identity, wanting to verify it before acting. Elias believed more in the first explanation because everything the robed man did seemed too abnormal. If he was uncertain about Desiree's identity, he could simply have asked Michaela instead of bringing her here. I didn't expect a beast like you to be so smart. Yes, I did betray her, but what can you do now? Have you noticed your spiritual energy becoming increasingly stagnant? Try mobilizing it. The robed man was surprised at Elias's quick realization. However, he wasn't afraid and admitted openly, as he had tampered with the arc earlier. Roxy quickly tried to summon her spiritual energy but found it completely inaccessible, as if she never possessed any. Even Elias's expression changed. While he could still mobilize his energy, it became slow and sluggish, like an electric car running out of power. Dishonorable. You used poison. Ha ha ha. You're wrong. It's not poison but a divine prohibition, a potion said to bind even deities. I obtained this in a secret realm in the immortal spirit world. Without the antidote, anyone under divine prohibition will never use spiritual energy again. This was meant for Michaela, but now using it on you isn't a waste. With this Doreen in my hands, I don't believe Michaela won't listen to me. In fact, everyone might have guessed that this robed man was the same one who appeared at Kramer's court in the immortal spirit world. Also one of Michaela's 12 imperial guards, bribed by Kramer. If following Kramer's orders, the robed man should have brought Desiree to Jediah's sanctuary, but he had his own plans. Kramer wanted to capture Michaela to seize the opportunity for breaking through the celestial sovereign realm, as Michaela harbored this potential. Since this potential existed, why couldn't it be for him? He confirmed from the moment he saw Desiree that she truly bore Michaela's bloodline due to its distinct nature. Having been with Michaela for millennia, he knew her bloodline power well. So, he intended to control Desiree. Once Michaela's opportunity arose, he would use Desiree to threaten her and claim the potential for himself. If he achieved the celestial sovereign realm breakthrough, all figures like Kramer and Immortal Spirit Emperor would kneel to him. Humph. You're really a bad guy. Elias, teach him a lesson. Upon realizing the robed man had betrayed her mother, Desiree ordered Elias to punish him. Elias didn't hesitate and attacked the robed man with a palm strike, but the robed man swiftly evaded. Forgot to tell you something. Those under divine prohibition cannot use spiritual energy. The more you use it, the faster the potion works. And if you actively use it, even with an antidote, you'll become a commoner for life. Ha ha ha. The robed man laughed, feeling secure as he couldn't sense Elias's level. Now, he wasn't worried at all since Elias had just used his spiritual energy, accelerating the potion's effects and soon turning him into a dead dog. Realizing the anomaly, Elias ceased his attack, returning to protect Desiree. Elias's face darkened. He couldn't believe that a mighty divine beast like him was tricked by such a minor player. However, besides being concerned for his cultivation, Elias wasn't overly worried about Desiree's safety because he wasn't the biggest asset protecting her, merely a fighter. Little Vancister, this divine prohibition is potent. Don't use your spiritual energy. Little Vancister, let the great cauldron handle it. So powerful? I don't feel anything unusual. Desiree was puzzled, having checked her body without finding any issues. Her spiritual energy flowed smoothly. Little Vancister, aren't you poisoned? If Desiree hadn't been affected by the divine prohibition, the robed man's plan would fail. Perhaps they could find Michaela this way, as he knew where she was. Elias felt hopeful. Chapter 105, Desiree cried. No, look how powerful my fists are. Desiree retorted to Lee, emphatically waving her tiny fist to prove she wasn't poisoned, as indeed, she was not affected by the divine prohibition poison. But it could also be said that she did get poisoned. After all, Desiree had been together with them, and if even Lee had been poisoned, she wouldn't be an exception. However, due to her unique constitution, the swallowing Dao body, anything infused with spirit energy entering her body would be absorbed and converted into her strength. The divine prohibition, though formidable, was essentially a type of spiritual medicine, and thus contained spiritual energy. So in fact, Desiree did come under its influence. However, her Dao body metabolized it, preventing her from exhibiting symptoms like Lee. Impossible. This is divine prohibition. No matter how high your cultivation, once poisoned by divine prohibition, you lose your spiritual power. How can you not be affected? The hooded figure simply couldn't believe Desiree was untouched, considering they were on the same arc for over a day. Even Lee, who he found hardest to fathom, succumbed to the poison. Why would a little Doreen like Desiree stand a chance against it? Humph. I'm the unbeatable prodigy. How could I be affected by your poison? Watch me bash your rodent face into a pig's head. Desiree disdainfully snorted, producing a large ladle which she promptly swung at the hooded man. Humph. So what if you're invincible or unaffected by divine prohibition? What can a mere child do? The hooded man snorted back upon seeing Desiree dare to attack. He retaliated immediately. As their fight ensued, Lee and Roxy hurriedly distanced themselves, knowing they currently had no access to spiritual power and dared not remain to watch the combat. The hooded man was a perfected immortal king, and so was Desiree. However, she was just a 5-year-old Doreen with no battle experience. Previously bullied individuals posed no real threat to her. Thus, Desiree easily defeated them. Now facing the hooded man, one of Jenna's 12 imperial guards, his vast practical experience far surpassed hers. After just a dozen exchanges, Desiree started to falter. Her cultivation was entirely through ingestion, and she hadn't mastered any martial techniques. You laughable daughter of Jenna. Too bad you don't know how to fight. Give up now. Upon discovering Desiree's cultivation initially, the hooded man had been shocked. Such prowess in such a young Doreen was unprecedented even in the celestial spirit realm. Children there might be born with the rank of celestial immortal due to the realm's nature, but serious cultivation began around age 6. Even then, initial cultivation proved arduous. Yet here was 4 to 5-year-old Desiree with the same cultivation as him. Yet after exchanging a dozen moves, he realized she only possessed cultivation without the skills to apply it or any combat experience. Recalling Kramer's words and witnessing her power, the hooded man felt increasingly excited. He might soon acquire these incredible powers for himself, intensifying his assault. Thud. A dull thump resounded as Desiree was sent flying backward, struck by the hooded man's palm. You dog. You're courting death. Seeing Desiree flung away, Lee quickly caught her, burning with rage. She was his master's beloved daughter, and despite appearing uninjured, she had clearly taken a blow. Unfortunately, Lee lacked the power to retaliate, feeling utterly helpless. Yet he knew the hooded man's fate was sealed for daring to strike Desiree. No deity could save him. Wah. Cradled by Lee, Desiree burst into tears. Unaccustomed to such humiliation and missing her parents, she naturally erupted in sobs. Ordinarily, this would have been unremarkable, but Desiree's crying instantly caused a dramatic change in the heavens. Thunder boomed and darkness enveloped the sky at the instant Desiree cried out. Dark clouds swirled ominously, lightning flashed, thunder roared. It was as if a powerful being was transcending. A terrifying pressure emerged from various artifacts floating around Desiree. Her usual cooking pot, her flask for storing spirit liquid, the ladle in her hand, bracelets, trinkets, even kitchen utensils, all hovered before her. An overwhelming pressure emanated from these items, pinning the hooded man to the ground, immobilized. Meanwhile, Roxy stared in shock, realizing that Desiree's mundane cookware comprised powerful artifacts. She had even used those very utensils. Lee found this less surprising, knowing Wyatt had prepared these things for his daughter long ago. Just as Roxy wondered about the situation, Desiree's black robe, previously draped behind her, flew off her body, moving in front of the artifacts. To Roxy's astonishment, the black robe transformed into a black-clad woman, hovering in midair. Then, astonishingly, the floating artifacts bowed respectfully to this woman. Chapter 106, Michaela and Biting Domain. The scene before her eyes completely refreshed Roxy's perception, not just for her, but even for the hooded figure standing there at the moment. Even with his experience, he had never seen a magical treasure transform into a human being. At most, he had heard that the artifact spirits could take on human form, but such treasures were unheard of by him, as those capable of transforming their spirits into humans were all Empyrean artifacts, far beyond the reach of a mere immortal king like himself. Yet, the black-robed woman appeared to have directly transformed from a magical treasure. This was clearly not an artifact spirit, as although they could assume human form, their bodies would be ethereal, essentially spiritual entities. Even a little immortal king dares to bully our young master. Have you thought about how you'll die? The black-robed woman ignored the artifacts behind her, and an icy voice echoed from her lips, clearly directed at the hooded figure. At this moment, the hooded man shakily stood up because once the black-robed woman appeared, the pressure from the artifacts immediately ceased. Heidi, don't kill him yet. He hasn't told us where Mistress is. Quickly find the antidote for old Vancestor Black. Elias worried that Heidi might kill the hooded man instantly, so he hurriedly interjected, despite the hooded man earlier stating that if the divine prohibition was triggered, any antidote would be useless. Bang! Just as Elias finished speaking, he was sent flying backward. Heidi now stood where Elias had been. Bastard! You failed to protect young Vancestor and let them suffer. Now you dare to talk back? Just wait for Vancestor to serve you up on a platter. Hey sister, I'm sorry. I was tricked by this despicable person. Elias stood up with an awkward smile. Indeed, it was his fault for overestimating his abilities and underestimating the hooded man's deviousness. Young Vancestor, what should we do with this guy? Heidi no longer paid attention to Elias and asked while hugging Desiree, who was still sobbing, indicating how deeply upset she truly was. Young Vancestor, stop crying. If you cry anymore, you won't be the unbeatable prodigy anymore. Elias quickly came over to comfort her, but after his words, it seemed Desiree remembered something heartbreaking, and she cried even harder. Go away, you can't console anyone properly. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Elias felt awkward. He really didn't know how to comfort people, especially children. He was all, you're asking for death. Heidi flew into a rage, grabbing the hooded man by suction and placing her palm on his forehead. Since he refused to speak, soul-searching was the only option. However, as soon as Heidi grabbed him, the hooded man spat out blood. Though the hooded man's eyes reflected fear toward Heidi, a glint of madness remained, indicating he anticipated his end. After beginning the soul search, Heidi quickly realized something was off. The hooded man's soul contained only half the information, leaving only partial details about Michaela, with the rest deliberately destroyed. Damn it! Unable to obtain the needed information, Heidi angrily hurled the hooded man to the ground. Shawl, did you find out where mommy is? Forgive me, young Vancestor. This fellow was too cunning. He destroyed half his memories. I only found out that Mistress is in the death waters of Biting Domain. Heidi felt embarrassed, as her intervention was too late. The hooded man had destroyed half his soul, effectively turning him into an idiot even if Heidi spared him. Let's go to Biting Domain right away. Upon learning her mother was in the death waters of Biting Domain, Desiree couldn't wait another moment. Although the location wasn't precise, it gave them a direction instead of wandering aimlessly. Desiree naturally wanted to find her mother quickly, hoping to understand her current situation. Wait a moment, young Vancestor. I need to find the antidote first. Elias stopped Desiree as she prepared to leave. He rushed to the hooded man, removing the storage ring from his hand. Young Vancestor, please check inside for the divine prohibition antidote. Elias had no other choice since he couldn't use any magic power. How could he accompany Desiree to Biting Domain without recovering? Originally, he intended to ask Heidi for help, but after disabling the hooded man, she had returned to her shawl form on Desiree. The other artifacts similarly returned to Desiree, some entering her storage ring. Only 3 of them remained here. All right. Desiree accepted the storage ring Elias handed her, removed the hooded man's restrictions, and emptied its contents. Despite the hooded man's cunning, his wealth seemed meager. The storage ring contained little beyond spirit stones, elixirs, and random items. Chapter 107. Arrival at the Biting region. Bang. Damn thing. There's no antidote for the divine prohibition. Despite Lee's thorough search, he couldn't find an antidote for the divine prohibition, and in his anger, he kicked the black-robed figure. In truth, what Lee didn't know was that the black-robed figure did have an antidote when he obtained the potent drug called divine prohibition. But there were only 2 doses of the antidote. He had used one on himself to test the effects of divine prohibition, and the other dose on the group when he had ambushed them. Therefore, the black-robed figure truly had no more antidotes left. What do we do now? Is there really no other way to counter it? Roxy felt somewhat disheartened. If she and Li could not counter the effects of the divine prohibition, how would they be able to accompany Desiree to the biting region? Young Vancestor, since you weren't affected by the divine prohibition, shouldn't you have a way to neutralize this? Li thought of Desiree. The three of them had been together, yet Desiree wasn't poisoned by the divine prohibition. Could it be that she had a way to help them neutralize its effects? I don't know. Desiree genuinely did not know. She hadn't eaten anything special, and they had all been together. She was unaware that her unique constitution might be the reason. Senior, could this be due to Faye's constitution? Just as the three were at a loss, Roxy suddenly remembered something Wyatt had said previously about Desiree's rapid advancement being due to her special constitution. Yes, why didn't I think of that? A single word awakened the dazed dog. After Roxy spoke, Li remembered. He knew Desiree possessed the devouring Dao body. That body, known for devouring everything, must have actively devoured the divine prohibition's potency once it entered her system. That's why Desiree wasn't affected by the drug. It was also bad luck for the black-robed figure to encounter Desiree with her devouring Dao body. However, even if Desiree didn't have the devouring Dao body, his plan would still have failed because she had too many trump cards up her sleeve. Young Vancestor, please help me check if you can absorb the potency of the divine prohibition. Okay. Desiree held Li's hand, but after waiting for a while without seeing any action from Desiree, Li had to ask. Young Vancestor, isn't it possible? Not exactly. I don't know how to do it. Also, how would I know what the divine prohibition's potency is like? Li, Roxy. After all that, it turned out the little Doreen just didn't know how. Li thought even Desiree couldn't handle the divine prohibition's potency. Young Vancestor, use your divine soul to enter my body. There's a different kind of energy within me. Just absorb all of that energy. Is it that simple? Why didn't you say so earlier? Li wore a bitter smile. He thought Desiree would know. Who knew she wouldn't? You should have asked if you didn't know. But these were just thoughts in Li's mind. He wouldn't dare say them aloud, or he'd suffer the consequences. Guided by Li, Desiree quickly found a different kind of energy within Li's body. Without much effort, once Desiree sensed the peculiar energy, a suction force emerged from her body, instantly drawing out all the divine prohibition potency from Li's body. All right, young Vancestor, stop sucking. Anymore, and I'll really become a dead dog. The suction force from Desiree didn't stop after absorbing that particular energy and continued to draw out Li's magical power. This frightened Li, for if his entire magic power was drained, he would indeed become a dead dog. Because Desiree's absorption differed from Li using up his magic power, it could be replenished through cultivation or consuming pills. But Desiree's devouring Dao body could consume everything inside Li's body, including his power, realm, and even his vitality and spirit. Hearing Li's words, Desiree let go of his hand. Only then did Li heave a sigh of relief, having been nearly scared to death. Hee. Grand Dog Bud's magic power has returned. Li laughed and walked toward the black-robed figure. Earlier, the figure claimed that even if there was an antidote, it wouldn't change his fate of becoming an ordinary person. Now, wasn't his power back? Miss, should you let me suck too? Faye, please help. How could Roxy refuse? Having gotten used to possessing power, she felt extremely uncomfortable now without it. When Li didn't find the antidote, Roxy had almost given up hope. Thankfully, Desiree could help them. With experience, Desiree swiftly drew out the divine prohibition's potency from Roxy's body, without repeating Li's earlier situation. By the time Desiree finished with Roxy, Li had already tormented the black-robed figure to near death. Not only had Li crippled him, but he also broke all 4 limbs, leaving the figure laughing eerily rather than screaming in pain. Young Vancestor, let's head to the biting region. Li didn't kill the black-robed figure, but left him to his own devices. Without power and with broken limbs, his fate was predictable. Yes, let's get going. Then Li disappeared with the others, reappearing in a massive city, Tianhe City, the largest city in Zhongtian region. Previously, Li had used a teleportation array to reach here, so he knew there would be an array to the biting region. They quickly reached the teleportation square, paid the spirit stones, and stepped onto the array to biting region. Upon arriving at the biting region, they realized they had no clue where the Deadwater region was. Helpless, Li led the group to the strongest holy land in the biting region. Using the same tactics, Li emitted a sliver of pressure to summon the great emperor of this holy land, as they had no idea who else to seek. Greetings, Senior. Vancy, I inquire why Senior has come to our Aliana holy land. Before Li and the others stood 8 Amons, 3 of whom were Amonly women, and the rest included 4 Amonly men and a Benny. The woman who spoke first was at the 9th heaven of Great Emperor Realm, and the 7 behind her were not far behind. The Benny was at the 2nd level of Great Emperor Realm, with 2 at 3rd level, 1 at 6th level, 1 at 7th level, and the remaining 2 at 8th level. Chapter 108. The Shock of the Imelda. The old woman was named Star, the strongest Milton of the Aliana Holy Land. It was she who spoke to Braden respectfully, because that feeling of death had been too real just now. She herself possessed a strength at the peak of the 9th stage Great Emperor Realm, needing only an opportunity to transcend and become an immortal. Someone who could evoke such a sensation in her must definitely be at least of the immortal level or higher. Who could not be respectful facing such a presence? What left Star bewildered was how there could be an immortal descending upon their holy land. They hadn't intersected with anyone of this stature. Your cultivation at the peak of the 9th stage Great Emperor Realm is passable. You should know where the Death Waters are, right? Escort us there. Star. All Miltons. Braden's words were like critical hits to the audience. Cultivation realms had always been a source of pride for them, but now they received a merely passable evaluation, especially from the most powerful person in their holy land. But remembering Braden's unfathomable power, they could only accept it helplessly. Senior, the Death Waters in the true spirit world are forbidden territories. Senior, you wish to visit the Death Waters? That's correct. Let us there. If Senior isn't in a hurry, why not rest here for a while first? Allow me to make preparations before escorting you. Star said, her expression slightly changing. The Death Waters were off limits in the true spirit world and could also be considered a place of no return. Star wanted to first settle matters at the Holy Land and prepare items as precautions against never coming back. No need. Let us now. This. All right. Looking at Brayden's cold face, Star swallowed her concerns, fearing that another word might send her to meet her ancestors. Turning around, Star instructed her companions and even left behind her legacy. Though Brayden found it puzzling, he didn't pry. After all, leading through the Death Waters seemed a grave task, possibly fatal. Senior, please board the vessel. It's quite a distance to the Death Waters, and we must use this vessel to travel. After finishing her instructions, Star brought out a sacred artifact-grade vessel. Aliana Holy Land was in the center of Biting region, while the Death Waters were in the far north, requiring over 10 days of flying. Spatial rifts weren't viable due to instability caused by the Death Waters. After Brayden and his group boarded the vessel, Star set course toward the Death Waters. With its sacred artifact-grade status, the speed wasn't slow. 3 days later aboard the vessel, within a certain gateway of the Death Waters, a white-robed woman in a palace suddenly stopped meditating, her face pale as if sensing something ominous. Holding 12 jade pendants in her hand, her expression changed drastically when she noticed cracks on one of them and the small flame within extinguished. This white-robed woman was none other than Michaela, Desiree's mother. She recognized these pendants, storing a wisp of soul fire, a technique reserved for grand sects and major powers. A broken pendant with an extinguished soul fire meant the holder had perished. These 12 pendants belonged to her subordinates, the 12 Imperial Guards. One pendant breaking signified one guard's demise. Did the Jediah dogs come so quickly? Imelda. Greetings, Empyrean Lord. The jade pendant for Giles broke, and its soul fire is extinguished. What? Imelda, kneeling initially, sprang up in disbelief. Giles, her fellow Imperial Guard, shared a cultivation realm of full-stage Immortal King. Despite injuries, he was still an Immortal King, in the true spirit world. Who could kill him? Moreover, Giles was the most cautious, and arguably cunning among them. During the great battle with Jediah Holy Land, he survived. Why did he die after entering the true spirit world? A terrifying thought struck Imelda. Jediah's people must have descended, otherwise, who could defeat Giles? Her face darkened. She had warned all guards earlier about possible descent from Jediah Empire, urging caution. Yet, so soon, one was dead without any distress signal, suggesting he couldn't even ask for help. Chapter 109. Searching for a needle in the ocean. Ah, is it really irreparable? Michaela sighed. In truth, she had long suspected that the true spirit world would not have the primal divine water. She had only asked them to look for it as a form of consolation. The primal divine water only appeared during the dawn of creation and only for a month. If no one found it within that time, it would vanish into hiding, making it incredibly difficult to locate. No one knew when the true spirit world was formed, and there couldn't be any beings alive from the moment of its formation until now. Even if the primal divine water did appear back then, it might have already been taken by another being. But Michaela refused to give up. Without finding the primal divine water, her foundation could never be restored. Without restoration, her strength would never return to the level of an immortal emperor. And without that power, how could she possibly take revenge on Jediah, the bastard? Suddenly, two figures flashed in Michaela's mind, her daughter and Wyatt. For a moment, Michaela wanted nothing more than to go back to that small village and live a quiet life with her family. Although she disliked Wyatt, he was still her daughter's father, a fact that would never change. But Michaela knew this was just a fantasy. As long as Jediah was still out there, she could never go back and see her daughter, or it might cost her daughter's life. Imelda, call everyone back. Your Imperial Highness. Imelda was taken aback. Not only was Michaela not leaving, but she was also calling everyone back. Was the Empress planning to challenge Kramer in a decisive battle? Go. Yes, Your Imperial Highness. Michaela indeed had this intention. If her foundation couldn't be restored, hiding further served no purpose. It would be better to wait here for Jediah's people. They were 12 strong, and if they came, they could fight together and kill Jediah's men. Afterward, she would let all the Imperial Guards leave. She herself would visit her daughter once before departing to return to the spirit realm. Perhaps there she could find a glimmer of hope. Milton, this is the Death Waters. After several days of continuous flight, Lara, who controlled the boat, finally arrived at the Death Waters. She respectfully explained to Christian, "This is the Death Waters? How can we find Mother here?" Meng Danielle looked at the vast sea stretching endlessly before her, her little face filled with confusion. How could they find her mother amidst this ocean? Milton, are you looking for someone here? Lara was stunned by Meng Danielle's words. She had always assumed Christian and his companions were going to another world, not realizing they were searching for someone here. Could anyone be found here? This place was the Boundary Sea, a special area connecting all worlds. It was full of spatial wind blades and terrifying void beasts. Trying to find someone here was like trying to find a needle in the ocean. It was nearly impossible. Moreover, the thousands of entrances made it easy to get lost. How could they possibly find anyone here? Did they plan to search each world one by one? Not a problem, Christian replied coolly. Milton, don't you know this is the connection point between thousands of worlds? It's practically impossible to find anyone here. Lara stared speechlessly at the trio. Now she understood why these three seemed so inexperienced. They had dared to come here without knowing anything. If she weren't worried about retaliation from Christian, she would have turned around and left. She had no intention of following three novices into the Boundary Sea. Tell me about this place. Christian noticed something amiss and asked Lara for information. Now he understood why she had earlier sounded like she was preparing for the worst. He realized this place was indeed the connection point between thousands of worlds. Christian was well aware of what this meant. If this was truly the connection point, they might easily get lost and enter other worlds. Entering a world below the divine realm wouldn't be too bad, but if they accidentally ended up in a realm above it, it could be problematic. While this was a connection point for the myriad worlds, the exit points were unpredictable unless under special circumstances. To return, They would need to find the correct entrance from the myriad worlds, just like how they entered from the true spirit world. Lara was speechless, but still recounted everything about the boundary sea to Christian. Whether they chose to enter was their decision. Here is your reward. You may leave now. After understanding the situation, Christian handed over a small sword to Lara. Since she had never entered the boundary sea, she was of no use here. Thank you, Milton. Lara quickly accepted the small sword. The swirling divine energy on it indicated it was at least a divine sword. Indeed, it was a divine weapon, an inferior one forged by Wyatt and discarded due to his high standards. Later, Christian found it during an escapade outside and brought it back because of the lingering scent of Wyatt. Though inferior, it was still valuable for Lara, who was only an emperor-level cultivator. Milton, what do we do now? After Lara left, Roxy anxiously asked. They hadn't anticipated such complexity. Could they find Michaela? Let's enter and see. Christian decided after some thought. This was their closest chance yet, and he wouldn't give up easily. They had to explore to understand the situation. With a wave of his hand, Christian created a protective barrier around them before leading the two into the boundary sea. Once through the water, they arrived in an expansive space filled with shimmering, illusory portals. Milton, this place is like a labyrinth. How will we ever find her? Roxy was amazed by the sight, but simultaneously felt powerless. Just as Lara had said, finding a hidden person here seemed impossible. Chapter 110. An unexpected discovery. However, at this moment, Brayden did not pay attention to Roxy but instead extended his divine sense to explore everything around. Brayden wanted to see if he could catch even a hint of Michaela's aura. Although no one had ever met Michaela, Desiree possessed a jade pendant that Michaela had left for her. Brayden had smelled Michaela's aura on it before. Unfortunately, Brayden found nothing, as space windblades were everywhere, making this the most unstable place. It was impossible to find any lingering aura in such a place since the space windblades had already scattered everything. The space windblades would disrupt everything that appeared here. Little Vancestor, can you sense Lady Mother's bloodline aura? With no other options, Brayden placed his hope on Desiree, as their mother-daughter relationship meant she might be able to sense the bloodline aura within a certain distance. Desiree closed her eyes after Brayden spoke, attempting to feel something out. Though she wasn't entirely sure what a bloodline aura was, she just needed to sense something familiar. After a long while, Desiree opened her eyes. It was clear from the little Doreen's expression that she hadn't sensed Michaela's bloodline aura. Chinger, don't lose heart. Perhaps you're still too far away from Lauren. As long as we keep searching, we will surely find your mom. Yeah. No matter how difficult it is, Chinger, you must find Lauren. Encouraged by Roxy, Desiree picked herself up and even gave herself a thumbs up. Little Vancestor, there are only two viable methods now. Brayden, hurry up and tell us what else we can do. Alright, the first method is for us to search one area at a time. Every so often, Little Vancestor will try to sense the aura again. If we get close enough to Lady Mother, you'll definitely feel something. As long as we're willing to invest time into the search, we'll eventually find her. Senior, and the second method? Roxy thought this first method would require a lot of time and wasn't guaranteed to work, so it was a rather crude approach. The second method is to wait. Wait. Roxy was taken aback, and Desiree also looked at Brayden questioningly. Would waiting really allow them to see Lauren? Yes, that's right. Think about it, Little Vancestor. If the black-cloaked man earlier was under Lady Mother's command, then if he's dead, Lady Mother would surely know. This would draw Lady Mother's attention, making her believe it was done by her enemies. Consequently, she would take action. She might either choose another hiding place or recall all her subordinates. Either way, Lady Mother will emerge. Once Lady Mother comes out, we'll definitely be able to find her. After Brayden finished speaking, both Roxy and Desiree's eyes lit up. This indeed was a good plan, certainly better than the first. Brayden, what if Lauren has already left this place? Desiree suddenly wondered. If her mother had already left, wouldn't waiting be futile? Although the black-cloaked man's memory indicated that her mother was in the Deathwater region of North Tingyu Domain, what if she had gone somewhere else? This was very possible. No matter how hidden a place was, over time, the risk of exposure increased. Michaela couldn't have missed this point. That's not impossible. In that case, let's search here for 3 months. If there's still no news after 3 months, we can inquire elsewhere. What do you think, Little Vancestor? Alright. Good. Let's get started. Seeing Desiree agree, Brayden immediately began acting. To ensure they wouldn't get lost, he left a trace of his aura behind. With this trace, as long as they remained within the border sea, no matter the distance, Brayden could return here. Thus, the three of them embarked on their journey, wandering aimlessly as they searched one place after another. Fortunately, Brayden was powerful, and with his protective magical light shield, the flying space windblades merely created tinkling sounds around them. Several days passed, and despite searching countless places, they found nothing. What a hellish place. I wish I could destroy it all, Desiree muttered dejectedly. There was nothing here. Not even a spot to make a meal, as there was nowhere to stand. Chinger, don't get discouraged. Even if it's boring, we need to persist, and we can't destroy this place. Big sister, I know. Carter told me to always persevere because perseverance leads to victory. Exactly. Chinger is truly understanding. Big sister, why can't we destroy this place? Think about it, Chinger. If we destroy it, what if your mother is in one of the worlds here? Then she won't be able to return. You're right. Hold on. As Roxy and Desiree chatted while walking, Brayden's voice suddenly broke in, causing them to stop involuntarily. Senior, did you discover something? I feel battle fluctuations ahead. Let's go and check it out quickly. Indeed, Brayden detected battle fluctuations ahead, which was strange because no one came here except for Michaela and her subordinates. Let's hurry and check it out. It might be someone connected to Lauren. Desiree had the same thought. Over the past few days, they hadn't seen anyone, not even a ghost. Rhodes had mentioned there might be spatial behemoths here, but they hadn't encountered any. So when Brayden said someone was fighting ahead, Desiree was excited. Even if the fighters weren't her mother or subordinates, they could still ask for information from whoever was there. With a wave of his hand, Brayden led Roxy and Desiree forward. About half an hour later, they finally saw two figures battling ahead. Upon seeing the figures, the three felt a spark of surprise. One figure wore a tiger head mask, and the other was a strange beast, a spatial behemoth, which flashed through their minds simultaneously. Chapter 111. Numerous doubts. The void beast was as large as a water buffalo, with a head resembling that of a chelan but sporting a single horn. Its body was covered in scales, much like those of a dragon. Its limbs were robust and powerful, yet unlike its body, they were covered not in scales but in fiery red fur, revealing sharp claws at the hooves. Bang! Just as Desiree and her two companions appeared, the masked person glanced back and was struck by the void beast's claw on his shoulder, sending him flying backward. He landed directly toward Desiree's side, causing Elias and the others to momentarily freeze. Was this really happening? Roar. Excitement or some other emotion seemed to fuel the void beast as it let out a roar upon seeing the masked person fly back. In a flash, it lunged at the masked individual again. As the void beast roared, the masked person who had been flung away seemed to regain his senses, and he darted off in another direction, ceasing his engagement with the void beast. Come back here. Elias wouldn't let the masked person escape. Reaching out, he yanked the fleeing masked man back just as the void beast attacked. Scram! Elias's shout sent a powerful wave of energy crashing into the void beast. With a loud thud, the creature flew back and slammed into the ground several dozen meters away. It struggled to rise, eyeing Elias warily. Woo woo woo. The void beast let out mournful cries as if it had encountered a natural predator, then turned tail and ran. The masked person, now pulled back by Elias, watched this scene with an inexplicable fear. This Aiden was terrifying. The intel stated he was only a celestial king, yet he effortlessly overpowered someone stronger than himself, even forcing the void beast to retreat. What the hell kind of celestial king is this? Stefan cursed internally, cursing all the ancestors of Casimir. He himself was a perfected celestial king, and the void beast was almost a celestial emperor. So Elias had to be at least a celestial emperor too. But when did the Jace have such a powerful ally? Did the Jace hide this strength all along? Seeing us and running away, you must know about us. But don't be alarmed, we are not your enemies. Elias worried that the masked man might act unpredictably like the black-robed man before, potentially destroying his own memory. That could delay their plans indefinitely. Stefan, aren't they already enemies? They attacked without provocation. How else would you call them? Yes, Uncle Tiger, don't be scared. We aren't bad people. I'm looking for my mother. Do you know where she is? Uncle Tiger, can you take Faye to find her mother? Desiree knew outsiders referred to mother instead of mom, so she adjusted accordingly. She looked up at Stefan hopefully, leaving him momentarily stunned. Hey, snap out of it. Elias released Stefan from his grip but kept the surrounding space sealed. These people were slippery, after all. I don't understand what you're talking about. I have matters to attend to, so I'll leave now. Stefan, feeling dazed, tried to walk away but hit an invisible barrier set by Elias. It seems you don't trust us. Listen, Michaela is my master, and this is my young mistress, Desiree, her biological daughter. We've come to find the master, not his enemies. You must be under her command. You should recognize her aura. Feel the young mistress's bloodline to verify. Impossible. Our emperor never had a man. Your story is so implausible, no one would believe it. Stefan's voice was tinged with anger. Were they slandering their emperor? Roxy. Elias. They were puzzled by Stefan's reaction. Could they have made a mistake? Do you recognize this portrait? Roxy hurriedly took out a portrait from her storage ring and showed it. Fine, ask quickly. Chapter 112. A word of caution. Callahan took out a communication jade pendant and inscribed all the events here into it, then sent the message out. Senior, I need you to open the spatial barrier here. I can no longer send any messages out. Christian casually lifted the spatial seal he had set earlier. He was not worried about Callahan having the ability to escape. If Callahan could indeed escape in front of him, then he might as well be ready for his funeral. And Callahan had no intention of fleeing now. He wanted to figure out what was going on too. Perhaps there was an even bigger scandal waiting to unfold. In a palace within a certain world in the Boundary Sea, 11 individuals currently resided inside, 7 men and 4 women. However, seated at the main position was a woman in white. Sylvana. Callahan has not returned yet? Emperor, based on the time, Callahan should have returned by now. Perhaps something has come up? Sylvana was also puzzled. Although she had sent the last communication to Callahan, by now he should have been back. Yet, there was still no sign of Callahan. They had a total of 12 Imperial guards. Excluding Earl's demise, there were still 11 left. But excluding herself, who had always been by the Emperor's side, the other 9 had already returned. At this moment, Sylvana was quite worried. After losing one companion not long ago, now another did not return on time. It was impossible not to be concerned. If another of them were to fall, the situation would become extremely serious, indicating they were in grave danger. Suddenly, Sylvana sensed that her communication jade pendant received a message. She quickly retrieved it, but after reading it, she was stunned. Sylvana, is everything alright? Seeing Sylvana frozen in place after reading the message, Michaela frowned and asked, hoping nothing else went wrong. Emperor, you should see this yourself. Not knowing how to convey the news, Sylvana handed the jade pendant over to Michaela, letting her read it herself. Michaela hesitated slightly, but then took the jade pendant from Sylvana and projected her divine soul into it. Upon reading the contents of the jade pendant, Michaela immediately stood up from her seat, drawing everyone's attention. No way, this can't be possible. How is this possible? He's just an ordinary person with no cultivation. How could Faye possibly find us here? This must be a trick by Jediah's dog. This is fake. But wait, how could Jediah know I have a daughter? Oh no, are they both in trouble? After reading the message in Sylvana's jade pendant, Michaela stood up, muttering to herself, her mind racing with possibilities. Emperor, are you okay? Seeing Michaela seemingly in a trance, Sylvana asked anxiously, waving her hand in front of Michaela. I'm fine. Instantly, Michaela resumed her usual stern demeanor and sat back down. Her expression revealed that she was still processing what had just happened. Sylvana, what exactly happened? The 9 others below, seeing Michaela's state, could no longer contain their curiosity, and one of them asked Sylvana. Callahan has been captured. What? Is it Jediah's people who captured Callahan? Where is he now? How many of Jediah's people came? And what are their levels of cultivation? We can't let this go. I must go save Callahan. Hayden, get back here. Seeing someone about to rush off to save Callahan, Sylvana immediately called him back. The Emperor hadn't given any orders, so why the rush? Sylvana, aren't we supposed to save Callahan? With Erla's death, we didn't know about it then. But now Callahan is asking for help, can we just watch him die? The Emperor hasn't spoken yet. Why the hurry? Besides, although Callahan was captured, it seems, probably, likely that it wasn't Jediah's people. Sylvana, what's really going on here? Can you explain clearly? We're all in the dark. Why don't you take a look yourselves? Instead of explaining further, Sylvana passed the jade pendant around. The matter was too unbelievable, and Sylvana didn't know how to articulate it. Hayden took the jade pendant and examined it, while the others likewise projected their divine souls into it. Upon finishing the message, everyone was equally stunned. Emperor, that? It took some time for them to recover from the shock. One of the men finally addressed Michaela, but that, repeated several times without finding words, yet everyone knew what he was trying to ask. So, all eyes turned to Michaela. 5 years ago, I did indeed give birth to a daughter. Michaela understood their concern and openly admitted to giving birth to a daughter. She also recounted the incident of being ambushed by Jediah's people. As this situation unfolded, she knew it was futile to hide it any longer. If the one who came seeking was indeed her daughter, they would eventually find out. Better to be upfront about it. Actually, Michaela hadn't intended to hide this information. She had simply been worried about her daughter's safety, which was why she kept it a secret until now. Emperor, if that's the case, then Little Highness can't possibly understand cultivation matters. Could this be a trap set by Jediah? Yamis, didn't Callahan mention that the Little Doreen's bloodline matches the Emperor's? This strongly indicates that she is indeed Little Highness. But Emperor clearly stated that Highness and Little Highness are ordinary people. Now, the one who captured Callahan is an immortal Emperor. Is that possible? But what about the bloodline match? This? Yamis was speechless. He knew bloodline aura couldn't be faked, but the Emperor had explicitly said Highness was an ordinary person. So, how could Little Highness be accompanied by an immortal Emperor? Also, Casimir had previously mentioned that the Doreen suspected to be Little Highness was a cultivator with considerable cultivation. These contradictions perplexed everyone, leaving them unsure of how to proceed. Sylvana, send a message to Callahan to bring them in. Emperor, absolutely not. If this is indeed Jediah's trap, a single immortal Emperor is beyond our capability to handle. Please reconsider, Emperor. Yes, please reconsider. Everyone urged Michaela cautiously, realizing the gravity of the situation. If they fell into Jediah's trap, there would be no chance of turning things around. Hashtag Chapter 113, the image retention formation. However, one person's expression was off. A cold smirk flashed across her face, hidden from others. But everyone was too busy persuading Michaela to consider carefully, and no one noticed the oddity in her expression because everyone's attention was on Michaela at the moment. So, what do you suggest we do? Michaela was also perplexed. On one hand, she wanted to confirm if the person outside was indeed her daughter, but if it was a trap, then her decision could lead to everyone's demise. She had just made up her mind, but after their persuasion, she wavered again and could only wait to see if they had any ideas. Everyone looked at each other, unsure of what to do. They were worried that Michaela might fall for Kramer's trap. Yet, they understood her intention to confirm if the outsider was truly her daughter. Such matters were understandable. Emperor, why don't we set up an image retention formation here? You can leave this place and go somewhere else, a voice suggested. We'll stay behind and wait for them to come in. When they do, you can observe through the formation. If it's really Little Lord, you can return immediately. If it is Kramer's trap, then you should leave the true spirit world and head back to the immortal realm, but not to the Wuling domain. As everyone was uncertain about how to proceed, a woman suddenly spoke up. All eyes turned to her. The woman was named Lorraine, one of Michaela's 12 Imperial Guards, and arguably the wisest among them. Her suggestion was met with agreement from everyone else. It was indeed a good plan. However, if it was Kramer's trap, these Imperial Guards might not be able to return, but none of them objected. They were Michaela's Imperial Guards, prepared to meet their end at any moment while accompanying her into the true spirit world. As long as Michaela could return to the immortal realm, not the Wuling domain, their revenge would still be possible. The immortal realm was vast. Justin Palace was just one of countless powers in the Wuling domain. As long as Michaela didn't return to the Wuling domain, Kramer would have a hard time finding her. Initially, when they fled, they intended to go to another domain, but now they understood why Michaela came to the true spirit world. It was for Little Lord. Emperor, Lorraine's method is good. Let's follow her plan. Yes. Lorraine indeed has a good idea. Do you all really think this is okay? If this is Kramer's trap, do you know your fate? Emperor, there's no need to say more. Since the day we followed you, our lives have been in your hands. As long as we can help alleviate your worries, even if it means sacrificing our lives, we are content. Yes, Emperor, this is what we feel deep down. Let's use this method. Good. I, Michaela, swear by my soul and to the heavens that if you unfortunately perish today, I will take revenge for you at any cost. Seeing everyone ready to face death without fear, Michaela was deeply moved. She felt that having such loyal subordinates in her life made everything worthwhile, even if it ended in her demise. Everyone, let's begin setting up the formation. Seeing Michaela agree, Josh smiled slightly and said so. The other 9 people took out materials and began setting up the image retention formation. Meanwhile, Elias, Callahan, and the others had been waiting in the boundary sea for news. After Callahan sent the message back, nearly a quarter of an hour had passed, yet no response had arrived. Callahan, right? You didn't send the message to Lady, did you? During the waiting time, they had learned that the masked man was Callahan, one of Michaela's 12 Imperial Guards. Please don't misunderstand, sir. I did send the message to Lord Josh, but they may still be deliberating. Please wait a bit longer. I believe the information will arrive soon. Callahan wasn't as afraid anymore. He believed the little Doreen in front of him must be Little Lord due to the familiar bloodline force that couldn't be mistaken. If the youth called himself Little Lord's subordinate, then they were allies, and Callahan was less fearful. All right, let's wait for another quarter of an hour. If there's no response, you must take us to find Lady. Yes, sir. After waiting for a while, Callahan's communication jade pendant lit up. He quickly revealed the message inside. Bring them in. Come, Uncle Tiger, hurry up and take Fatal Lormy. Upon seeing the message, Desiree jumped excitedly. Finally, she could see her mother. It had been a year since Desiree left Liga village in search of her mother, traversing much of the true spirit world. Now, she could finally reunite with her mother. How could she not be happy? Follow me, please. I'll take you back to see the Emperor. Callahan said nothing more. Since Josh had instructed him to bring Elias and the others back, it meant the Emperor agreed. He had no further concerns. With Callahan leading the way, they traveled for another few hours before reaching the entrance of a world. Callahan stepped in, and Elias, carrying Desiree, followed suit. Inside, they found themselves in a mountainous area. After 2 days, Callahan led Elias and the others to the deepest part of the mountains, where they encountered a mysterious black fog. Once Callahan cleared the fog, a hidden palace appeared. Upon entering, however, Desiree saw no sign of her mother. Lormy, why isn't Mommy here? Desiree looked around anxiously, hoping to find her mother, but there was no trace of her in the palace. Uncle Tiger, didn't you say Mommy was here? Desiree's eyes welled up with tears as she asked Callahan, who stood beside her. Elias and Roxy also stared at Callahan, puzzled. Callahan was equally confused. Why was the Emperor nowhere to be seen? Chapter 114, Mother and Daughter Meet. Callahan glanced at the Imelda beside him, but no one paid any attention to Callahan at that moment, as they all were gazing at Desiree. She looked so much like her. The Imperial Guards noticed how closely Desiree resembled their Emperor. If not for other considerations, they would have believed in her identity without a doubt. Lord Imelda, is the Emperor not here? The Emperor is not here. Then? Don't worry, we've already set up the projection array. Once the Emperor confirms her identity, he will naturally return. Imelda explained to Callahan and also addressed Desiree and her 2 companions. After Imelda spoke, they all activated the projection array together. As everyone activated the projection array, an illusory large screen appeared in the center of the palace, followed by a figure materializing on the screen. Lormy, it's Lormy. Desiree immediately recognized the figure on the screen as her mother, whom she had been searching for all along. This made the little Doreen overjoyed. She rushed towards the screen but was stopped by Imelda because the image was only a projection. It was impossible to touch her mother this way. Young lady, please stand still here and don't move around. Once our Emperor confirms your identity, the Emperor will return. Yes, Kimberly won't move. I want Lormy to confirm my identity, and I also want to see Lormy clearly. Desiree nodded earnestly and stood still, her eyes glued to the figure on the screen as if afraid it would disappear at any moment. Meanwhile, on the other side of the projection array, Michaela confirmed with certainty at first glance that this was indeed her daughter. Don't ask why, this was just a mother's intuition. Kimberly, you're really my Kimberly. Oh, Lormy speaking. Lormy, Kimberly finally found you. I miss you so much. Can Lormy come back now? When Desiree heard her mother's voice coming from the screen, she was even happier. She hadn't expected to hear her mother's voice as well. If Wyatt saw this scene, he would definitely say that cultivators could video call now. Indeed, the so-called projection array worked much like a regular video call. Not only did it show the figures of both parties, but also allowed them to converse. Kimberly, do you know what your father looks like? Though Michaela was certain Desiree was her daughter, she wanted to verify further since she wasn't by Desiree's side. So Michaela asked, knowing that if this weren't Jace's trap, then Desiree would certainly know what Wyatt looked like. And if it were a trap, it would be impossible for Desiree to know what Wyatt looked like, as no one had ever seen him. Kimberly, of course I know what Carter looks like. Lormy, are you trying to see Carter? Look, Lormy, this is what Carter looks like. With a flick of her small hand, Desiree cast a spell, revealing a phantom-like image before the screen, the very likeness of Wyatt. On the other side of the projection array, Michaela confirmed that the figure Desiree revealed was indeed the man who had taken her maidenhood. Even if he turned to ashes, she wouldn't forget him. At that moment, Michaela felt relieved. This was indeed her daughter she hadn't seen in 5 years. Kimberly, did I leave you a jade pendant? Do you have it with you? Lormy, do you mean this jade pendant? Desiree pulled out a jade pendant from her neck, which she had always worn, as her father told her it was left by her mother. Wait for me, Kimberly. I'm coming to see you right now. Seeing the jade pendant around Desiree's neck, Michaela instantly recognized it as the one she had personally refined, a pendant that no one could imitate. It contained a drop of her essence blood and a strand of her soul. Without hesitation, Michaela ended the conversation and disappeared from the screen. Great, Lormy is finally coming to see Kimberly. Sister, can you help Kimberly check if I look good? Knowing her mother was about to return, Desiree became slightly nervous, worrying whether she looked her best to make a good first impression on her mother. Kimberly, you are the most beautiful. Roxy was also delighted, happy for Desiree, as the little Doreen had finally found her mother. Yes, Kimberly feels she is the prettiest too, just like Lormy. Everyone laughed at Desiree's words, including Michaela's 11 Imperial Guards, finding Desiree incredibly adorable. Judging by Michaela's attitude, This lovable little Doreen was indeed their emperor's daughter, their young empress. Little empress, are you called Desiree? Imelda approached Desiree with a smile, squatting down and unable to resist touching her chubby cheeks. They were soft and elastic. Sister, I'm the unmatched prodigy Desiree. What's your name, sister? Imelda. All the Imperial Guards. What a grand and majestic title. As for whether she was truly unrivaled, they didn't know, but the name certainly was. Yes, I'm Imelda, the Emperor's only battle pet. You can call me Venus directly, Little Empress. Hello, Little Empress, I'm Casimir. Hello, Little Empress, I'm Hayden. Hello, Little Empress, I'm Zuri. Encouraged by Imelda, the rest of the Imperial Guards introduced themselves, one after another to Desiree. They couldn't resist pinching her cheeks, having seen how mesmerized Imelda was while touching Desiree's face. Each guard, upon introducing themselves, gently touched Desiree's face, enjoying the comfortable feeling. Suddenly, while talking with the guards, Desiree seemed to sense something and looked toward the door. Indeed, a figure appeared at the palace entrance. Lauren me. Desiree pushed past the guards and dashed towards the figure, throwing herself into the arms of none other than Michaela, who had hurried back from elsewhere. Kimberly, my Kimberly, mother has finally seen you. Michaela lifted Desiree up and gently stroked her face, tears welling up in her eyes. Desiree missed Michaela, and Michaela's longing for her daughter was just as intense, if not more so. Desiree was her heart's flesh and blood, and they had been apart for 5 long years without even one meeting. Even though Michaela knew where her daughter was, she dared not visit her, experiencing a kind of torment others couldn't understand or feel. Chapter 115. The crowd doubts life. Lorimi, why are you crying? Mulan Danielle saw the tears streaming down Michaela's eyes and quickly took out a handkerchief to gently wipe them away. Faye, Lorimi is just so happy to see you. It made me too joyful. Though Michaela didn't immediately understand her mother's words, she guessed it was just how mothers express their feelings, something she hadn't experienced before. Vansib, this was simply how they called each other in that small village, and she was now following Mulan Danielle's lead. Oh. The teacher taught Faye that when someone is extremely happy, they might cry, right? Yes, Faye is very smart. But who is this teacher? Lorimi, the teacher is the one Carterdy invited to teach Faye knowledge. Faye, how did you find your way here? Where is your father? After the initial happiness, Michaela felt some anger. She had entrusted her daughter to that man, yet he let her run off to such a distant place all by herself. What if she encountered danger? This was truly irresponsible. Now that her daughter was back with her, she couldn't trust her with an irresponsible man again. Even if there were dangers, she would keep her daughter close. At least then she could watch over her anytime. Lorimi, Smelly Carterdy has already entered closed meditation, and Faye sneaked out to find Lorimi. Isn't Faye amazing? Michaela. Imperial Guards. Roxy. Lee. Everyone was speechless at Mulan Danielle's words. Michaela and the Imperial Guards hadn't expected Mulan Danielle to sneak out like this. How dare she be so reckless? Yet, somehow the little Doreen found her own mother. They all admired this, but felt relieved when they noticed Lee standing beside her. After all, Lee was an immortal emperor, so how could any danger befall her in true spirit world? However, what baffled everyone was the fact that the Empress had always said their emperor was an ordinary person. So where did this immortal emperor come from? Moreover, according to Mulan Danielle, she only left after her father entered closed meditation. This meant the Empress either misunderstood or the emperor had been hiding his true strength all along. Faye, isn't your father just an ordinary person? How could he enter closed meditation? And how did you attain such cultivation that even I can't determine your realm? What ordinary person? Smelly Carterdy is super strong. Even Lee can't beat him. Lee, little Vancister, praise your master if you must, but don't drag Lee into it. Also, Lorimi, do you know Faye is really strong? Previously, Faye met a black-clothed man wearing a fox mask. That guy was bad. He wanted to trick Faye into going somewhere to imprison her and use her to threaten Lorimi. But Faye beat him so badly he couldn't fight back. Lee, Roxy. Both of them were speechless at Mulan Danielle's lie. Clearly, it was she who got beaten up, yet now she claimed victory. Did she have to exaggerate so much just to impress her mother? But after hearing this, Michaela and the Imperial Guards stared at Mulan Danielle in shock. If what Mulan Danielle said was true, the person who couldn't fight back might be Earl, one of their 12 Imperial Guards. Faye, did that person wear a fox mask? Yes. He also said he was Lorimi's subordinate. He lied. He's just a bad guy who wanted to capture Faye to threaten Lorimi. Michaela frowned. Could it really be Earl? Did he betray her to capture her daughter and use her against her? Michaela looked at Lee, who, seeing her gaze, respectfully bowed. Lee greets the Empress. Empress, everything the young master said is true. That person did claim to be one of your Imperial Guards, but had betrayed you. But you don't need to worry. I've already dealt with him. So, does that mean Faye is now an immortal king? Michaela no longer cared about Earl's fate. Though she was saddened by his betrayal, her mind was now focused on her daughter. Indeed, young Vancister is now at the immortal king level. Michaela. Everyone was shocked by Lee's words, especially Michaela. She knew exactly what Faye could do, having given birth to her. Faye was only 5 years old, just 5. Michaela thought about herself at that age. She had probably been playing in the mud, but her daughter was already an immortal king. Did she practice cultivation on dogs these past few years? Not only Michaela, but the 11 remaining Imperial Guards felt similarly. Each of them had practiced for tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years, but still remained immortal kings. Now, learning of Mulan Danielle's cultivation, they all lowered their heads in humiliation, feeling unworthy. Faye, what is your father's cultivation? And how did you cultivate so quickly? From this moment on, Michaela developed a bit of curiosity about Wyatt. In her perception, Wyatt was just an ordinary person. But now, not only had he entered closed meditation, he had cultivated their 5-year-old daughter into an immortal king within a few short years. Even the heavenly dignitaries of true spirit world wouldn't have such prowess. I don't know what Carter's cultivation is, but he says he's the strongest expert under heaven, so he must be stronger than an immortal king. Mulan Danielle said this casually, but her words left everyone speechless again. No wonder Faye had such a Midoriya-like name. It was inherited from her father. Lee, you should know your master's strength, right? Mulan Danielle was young and might not fully understand her father's cultivation, but since Lee called Wyatt master, he must know Wyatt's strength. In response to the Empress, I also don't know my master's cultivation. I am completely helpless against him. Even Lee didn't know Wyatt's cultivation. Essentially, nobody knew his real strength. To put it simply, nobody combined could match Wyatt. And your cultivation is? Translator's note. The term, Midoriya-like, is used to imply that Mulan Danielle's naming style resembles that of Midoriya Izuku from My Hero Academia, who has an exaggeratedly heroic name. Here it suggests that Mulan Danielle's father has given her a grandiose title. Chapter 116. The Shocked Crowd. I am now at the peak of divine veneration, Brayden replied to his mistress. Everyone. After Brayden spoke, everyone was silent. They truly didn't know what to say. Even Roxy, who was usually outspoken, remained quiet. Although no one knew exactly what level of cultivation a divine veneration was, since it had divine in its name, it must be a level within the divine realm. Not a single immortal emperor existed among them. While Michaela was once an immortal emperor, it was known that above this rank were the ancestral immortal and heavenly venerable realms. Only after transcending the heavenly venerable realm could one ascend to the divine realm. Thus, it became apparent how formidable Brayden's cultivation was. Originally, they all assumed Brayden was an immortal emperor. But for him to declare he was at the peak of divine veneration, it was beyond comparison because the gap was simply too vast. Suddenly, they thought of something even more terrifying, the cultivation level of Wyatt. Previously, Brayden had mentioned that he couldn't last a single move against his master. What kind of cultivation level did Wyatt have? Loremy, let's go back to find Carter. Desiree didn't ponder as deeply as the others. Finally having found her mother, she now wanted to return to Laga village. After all, the little Doreen hadn't seen her father for a whole year. Now that she had finally found her mother, she naturally wanted to return home. As Desiree said these words, everyone turned their gaze toward Michaela, unsure if she would accompany Desiree back. Alright. Originally, Michaela wouldn't have returned, as she still faced powerful enemies. However, after learning about Brayden's cultivation, Michaela reconsidered and agreed. Another crucial reason was her immense curiosity about Wyatt. She wanted to understand him better. Additionally, Michaela didn't want to be separated from her daughter anymore, knowing that due to her own reasons, her daughter had been deprived of maternal love for 5 years. Michaela wanted to make up for lost time, so she agreed. Desiree was delighted when she heard her mother agree to return with her. Let's go. We're going home. Desiree took her mother's hand and turned to leave, but she was stopped by a voice. Wait. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, discovering it came from Brayden. Everyone stared at him in confusion, unsure why he called out. Brayden, don't you want to return? Little Vancestor, it's not that I don't want to go back, but we need to deal with some rats first. I wouldn't want to bring along any ungrateful ones. Everyone. They all looked at Brayden in puzzlement, unsure of what he meant, but there was one person whose expression changed. Immediately after Brayden spoke, a flicker of panic flashed across the face of one of the 11 Imperial Guards, a woman, but it vanished quickly, unnoticed by others. Brayden, are you saying someone here betrayed me? Of everyone present, only Michaela grasped the implication. Earlier, Earl had betrayed her, so the idea of another betrayal wasn't far-fetched. At the same time, Michaela hated Wesley I intensely for going to such lengths to target her. Yes, mistress. Do you wish to come forward on your own, or should I drag you out? I advise you to admit it yourself. If not, the consequences will be different. After Brayden spoke, he turned to the 11 guards, who glanced at each other uneasily before subtly distancing themselves. Everyone feared that the others might be spies, though they had worked together for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. None of them could guess another's thoughts. Since you don't wish to come forward, don't blame me. Seeing no one stepping forward, Brayden's expression turned cold. Attempting to deceive him was underestimating Brayden. Brayden, let me do it. Let me do it. Hearing that there were traitors, Desiree became intrigued and hurriedly stopped Brayden from acting. Roxy and Brayden immediately understood what Desiree intended, appreciating her approach. Thus, Brayden halted his actions, but sealed the space around them with his power to prevent anyone from escaping. Danielle, do you have a way to help Lauren find the traitors? Michaela was curious why her daughter showed such interest and what method she had in mind. Lauren, just watch. I'm really good at this. With a slight prideful air, Desiree revealed a jade bottle in her hand. Upon seeing it, both Roxy and Brayden exchanged looks of confirmation. Lauren, this is a pill I developed myself. It's really powerful. And I gave it a great name, Truth Pill. Anyone who takes it can't lie, and will tell everything. Is that so? You're really clever. Michaela felt speechless. She thought her daughter had a better plan. To think it was the Truth Pill she had concocted. Could it be safe? Michaela wasn't alone in her concerns. The 11 Imperial Guards felt similarly. What if it killed them? Here, everyone, take one pill each. Ignoring their doubts, Desiree left Michaela's embrace, approached the guards, and handed out the pills. Watching the irregularly shaped pills, everyone's mouths twitched, turning to look at Michaela for reassurance. Seeing Michaela remain silent, they realized what she expected. Taking a deep breath, Sunny stepped forward and swallowed a pill. His expression seemed like heading for execution. Yet, thinking he couldn't betray the master and considering Little Lord's skills, it probably wasn't poison. Encouraged by Sunny's reaction, the other guards also took the pills. Watching their actions, Sunny felt somewhat exasperated. They had used him as a guinea pig. Truly despicable. Translation provided maintaining paragraph structure and line breaks similar to the original text. Chapter 117. The Stupid Tamsin. After the other 10 individuals swallowed the truth pill, only one woman was left. Without hesitation, she approached Desiree to grab the pill. Just as her hand was about to reach it, she suddenly moved her palm up an inch and pulled Desiree in front of her. Seizing Desiree's vital points, she quickly retreated, putting a significant distance between herself and the others. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Tamsin, you're courting death. Michaela was instantly enraged, not expecting anyone to betray her and even capture her daughter. Stop. Your Imperial Vansjesty, if you let me go, I swear I won't harm this Doreen. Otherwise, if I die, she dies too. Tamsin, His Imperial Vansjesty has always been generous to you. How could you betray him? Quickly release little Imperial Vansjesty. The shocked group swiftly surrounded Tamsin, astonished by her audacity to hold a 5-year-old hostage. If anyone wasn't anxious at this moment, it was Brayden. In fact, he hadn't known there were traitors. He was merely trying to intimidate them. However, Desiree's pills did work, so Brayden said nothing. But what Brayden didn't expect was that there were indeed traitors, meaning Michaela's movements had been known to the enemy all along. Yet they hadn't acted, indicating a hidden agenda. You big meanie, let go of Faye or I'll hit you. Desiree, being involved, wasn't scared but certainly wasn't happy either. No one likes being held hostage. Don't worry, little Doreen. If your mother lets me go, I won't hurt you. Humph. You're a bad person. It's impossible for you to leave. I'm going to beat you up. Sister Hay, help me beat this bad person. Desiree wouldn't let Tamsin escape. This was an enemy of her mother. She wouldn't let anyone who bullied her mother get away. Yet Desiree knew she couldn't use her strength. But why would the little Doreen have so many tricks up her sleeve? Bang! As Desiree spoke, Tamsin flew backward, crashing into the palace wall and spitting out a mouthful of blood. When everyone, including Tamsin, wondered who attacked, the black cloak on Desiree's back suddenly detached itself. Then, to everyone's astonishment, it transformed into a black-clothed woman. She lifted her hand, pulling the injured Tamsin over and holding her tightly. A mere immortal king dared to hold our young master hostage. Truly, you know no fear of death. Heidi said this to Tamsin before striking her sea of chi, stripping away her cultivation. Heidi pays respects to Lady Mother. Lady Mother, this person has been stripped of her cultivation. You may dispose of her as you see fit. After incapacitating Tamsin, Heidi threw her on the ground and knelt before Michaela, bowing. This? Michaela was speechless. A cloak turning into a human and addressing her as Lady Mother. She'd never seen anything so absurd. And how could a cloak transform into a human? What level of magical treasure was this? Loremy, this is Faye's cloak. Isn't it amazing? Desiree joined Michaela, holding her hand with pride. Seeing her mother shocked brought her joy. Lynn, Faye, what grade of magical treasure is this? Why can it transform into a human? And where did you get this cloak from? Loremy, Carterty gave Faye this cloak. He didn't say what grade it is. Hey sister, what grade of magical treasure are you? Desiree turned to ask Heidi after replying to her mother, genuinely unaware of the cloak's level. Little Vansester, my grade is Supreme Upper Grade Divine Artifact. Everyone. Speechless, how could it be another divine-related artifact? No wonder it could transform. It's a divine artifact after all. Loremy, did you hear that? Hey sister says she's a Supreme Upper Grade Divine Artifact. Yes, it's quite powerful. If you like it, Loremy, Faye will give it to you. Faye, you're such a good Doreen. But Loremy can't take your things. Keep it with you, and then you'll be safe. Though Michaela coveted the divine artifact, she wouldn't take her daughter's possessions. Moreover, with Faye having a divine artifact, she felt reassured about her safety. Not to mention Brayden, the peak divine venerable, was around too. Michaela now felt much more secure about her daughter's safety. Michaela no longer hated Wyatt as intensely. At least he was good to his daughter. Alright. If Loremy doesn't want this one, Faye will ask Carterty to make another one for Loremy when we return. Can we go home now, Loremy? Yes. Let's wait until Loremy asks a few more questions before we go. Okay, hurry up and ask Loremy. Desiree agreed and sat down, taking a bunch of grapes from her storage ring to munch on. Imelda, isn't that fruit little Imperial Vansjesty eating the supreme fairy fruit 5-colored miracle fruit? Benito initially paid no mind as Desiree sat in the Imperial seat, but upon seeing her eat grapes, he was stunned. He couldn't believe what he saw, a top-tier fairy fruit capable of raising the rank of a celestial being just by eating one. Now, little Imperial Vansjesty had a whole bunch. Benito whispered to Imelda, afraid he might have misseen the 5-colored miracle fruit. Even Imperial Vansjesties would likely be surprised by this sight. If the fairy realm's inhabitants saw this, they would probably try to seize it immediately. You aren't mistaken. That's indeed the 5-colored miracle fruit. Little Imperial Vansjesty is indeed very wealthy. Imelda, seeing Desiree eat the grapes, couldn't help but exclaim. Had it not been for propriety, she would have asked for a couple herself. Despite Benito's whisper, others heard him and noticed the 5-colored miracle fruit in Desiree's hand, murmuring in amazement. Chapter 118. The Powerful Truth Pill. Ah. Hey, big brothers and sisters, what's going on? Tinsley was munching on some grapes when she suddenly felt many eyes watching her. She looked down and indeed saw many people staring at her. This made Tinsley feel a bit shy, but as she spoke, the Imperial guards quickly turned away and stopped looking at her. It was impossible to tell Tinsley, little Imperial ruler, we crave your colorful exotic fruit, give us some. If they had said that, they would have lost all face before the little Imperial ruler. They were exalted celestial kings, how could they crave a child's things? As Tinsley spoke, she also caught the attention of Adelita. Looking over at her daughter, she noticed the colorful exotic fruit in her hand. However, Adelita was only slightly surprised. With a venerated deity accompanying her daughter, it wasn't strange for her to have top-tier celestial fruits. Although Tinsley found everyone's behavior a bit odd, the little Doreen was naturally optimistic. Seeing that everyone stopped looking at her, she happily continued eating her fruit. You, Giselle, when did you start betraying me? It has been quite some time, hasn't it? Adelita shifted her attention from her daughter to interrogate Giselle. Yet her voice lacked sadness and instead carried more relief. Fortunately, this betrayal was discovered now, causing no major damage yet. Otherwise, Adelita would have regretted it. At the same time, she felt even more fondness towards Tinsley, feeling that her daughter was truly her lucky star, since both traitors among the Imperial Guards were exposed by her daughter. Isn't this a lucky star? Imperial ruler, kill me? Giselle didn't answer Adelita's question but instead muttered those words and then fell silent, possibly due to her sea of chi being shattered or some other reason. Lady, perhaps you should try the young master's pill. Elias couldn't help but suggest, drawing everyone's attention to the pills in his hand. These were the truth pills that everyone had consumed earlier, which fell during Tinsley's abduction by Giselle. Elias had picked them up at some point. When they took the pills earlier, no one really expected them to work. They just ate them while playing along with Tinsley. But now, hearing Elias, they began to wonder if the pills actually worked. All right. After pondering for a moment, Adelita agreed. She signaled to the Imelda, who swiftly took a pill from Elias. Approaching Giselle, the Imelda forced the pill into her mouth and used her finger to press on Giselle's throat, helping her assimilate it with magical power. The Imelda nodded at Adelita, her curiosity piqued as to whether the young Imperial ruler's pill would be effective. Answer my previous question. 10 years ago, Jace approached me, and I betrayed you from that moment. Adelita was shocked. She hadn't realized Giselle had betrayed her so early. No wonder Jace knew her movements and ambushed her, leading to her losing her chastity. Giselle, haven't I treated you well? After just one meeting with Jace, you betrayed me? Adelita couldn't hide her pain. These 12 had followed her for thousands to tens of thousands of years, and now 2 had betrayed her. Jace captured my brother and threatened to kill him if I didn't assist him. I know I have wronged you, Imperial ruler, but please, do one last favor for me. After my death, rescue Vinny. He is innocent. Fine, I will honor your request. Upon learning that Giselle was coerced, Adelita felt a bit better and promised to fulfill her request. Since you've betrayed me, does that mean Jediah knows about our hiding place? Why hasn't he come to kill us yet? Adelita was wise enough to consider this. Jediah couldn't possibly let her go unpunished. Since he hadn't attacked, there must be something unknown happening here, prompting her to want to uncover the truth. Imperial ruler, I don't know much. Jace only required me to report your whereabouts and any significant changes around you immediately. Giselle truly didn't know more than that. Everything she said was true because Jace had targeted Adelita since their encounter. With Giselle's words, everyone frowned. If even Giselle didn't know, then they were at a loss too. Imperial ruler, what should we do next? Adelita thought for a moment. Let's discuss this later. They would need to capture Jace to get more information. She then turned to the remaining 10 guards, causing tension among them. Would the Imperial ruler interrogate them next? Are there any others among you who have betrayed me? Vowed to serve you until death. Indeed, Adelita planned to question them, but fortunately, none of the undesirable outcomes Adelita feared occurred. Very well, all of you can stand. With Giselle's example, Adelita believed her daughter's pill worked. Since these individuals showed no signs of deceit, they remained loyal. Lormi, can we go home now? At that moment, Tinsley finished her grapes and asked Adelita, feeling bored here. Yes, Lormi will take Faye home right away. Holding her daughter, Adelita kissed her cheek tenderly before heading out. Imperial ruler, what should we do with her? Seeing Adelita leave, the Imelda asked because Adelita had not addressed Giselle's fate after questioning her, nor had she shown any intention to kill her. Leave her here. Whether she can survive depends on her luck. Giselle, heavily injured and stripped of her sea of chi by Eru, was now an ordinary person. Out of understanding her predicament, Adelita didn't kill her, leaving her fate and boundaries see up to her own fortune. The Imelda shook her head at Giselle and walked away. Her current situation was her own doing. Had she not betrayed Adelita and instead informed her of the threats, Adelita might have helped save her brother. But having chosen betrayal, Giselle garnered no sympathy. Chapter 119. Michaela returns to Laga village. The Divine Phoenix no longer cared about the Een Snake and followed everyone outside. After more than 2 days, the group of over a dozen people finally emerged from the Boundary Sea. Another week later, the group left the Boundary Sea and finally arrived at the outside world. Once outside, Michaela released an ark, preparing to sail to the Aliana Holy Land. Only in the Aliana Holy Land were there interdomain teleportation arrays. However, before Michaela could board the ark, she was stopped by Desiree. Lauren, Elias can take us back. It would take too long on the ark. Is that possible? Though Michaela knew where Laga village was, the distance from here was just too far. Even as an immortal king, she wouldn't be able to manage it. Moreover, her foundation had been damaged, and with so many people present, she definitely couldn't transport them all. But as soon as Michaela finished speaking, she realized she might have overthought things. Elias possessed peak divine venerable cultivation, making it extremely simple for him to bring them through space. A mere thought would suffice as long as he knew the coordinates. Milady, this is a small matter. Elias laughed, then waved his hand to open a spatial tunnel. Milady, please. Yes. Michaela nodded to Elias, then carried Desiree into the spatial tunnel. The others followed closely behind, with Elias and Roxy entering last. What? Who's there? Amador, who was dazing off at the entrance of a small courtyard in Laga village, suddenly sensed a powerful spatial fluctuation. He immediately rushed into the yard. Since Desiree had run away, Amador had sat by the courtyard gate every day, hoping she would return soon. As days turned into a year, Desiree still hadn't come back. Amador felt each day drag on endlessly. If the master emerged from seclusion and found the young mistress missing, he would inevitably face punishment. Suddenly, while in a daze, Amador sensed strong spatial fluctuations and hurriedly returned to the courtyard, seeing a spatial tunnel materialize inside. A figure in white stepped out of the tunnel, leaving Amador momentarily stunned. It was none other than Michaela. Michaela, equally bewildered, recognized Amador but couldn't understand why he was here. Imperial Lady Justinu? Seer? Both spoke simultaneously, their voices filled with confusion. Amador couldn't fathom how Michaela, the former empress of a mortal spirit realm, ended up in his master's courtyard. Similarly, Michaela was puzzled as to how the seer from a mortal spirit realm appeared here at Wyatt's place. However, when Amador saw Michaela holding Desiree, he made an educated guess. This must be his mistress. Teacher. Fayas brought Lauren back. Desiree immediately broke free from Michaela's embrace, running to Amador and boasting. Amador's expression changed upon hearing her words. This subordinate Amador greets mistress. Trembling nervously, Amador hurriedly knelt before Michaela. A closer look revealed his body quivering slightly. Seer, please rise. Michaela was taken aback, but quickly helped Amador to his feet, still puzzled. Amador, respected by everyone in a mortal spirit realm, even revered by celestial sovereigns, was acting so humble, an unusual sight indeed. Thank you, mistress. Since I've sworn allegiance to the master, and you are the master's wife, calling you mistress is only fitting. But, I wonder why the seer is here. Lauren, Carter invited teacher to teach Faye knowledge. Of course, teacher is here. Lauren, do you know teacher as well? Desiree couldn't help but ask, wondering how teacher knew her mother. If only they had known earlier, perhaps teacher could have helped her find Lauren much sooner. Seer? The appearance of the 10 Imperial Guards also saw Amador, each displaying a confused look, trying to make sense of his presence. Ha 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 everyone, Elias has finally returned. Haven't you seen the mistress yet? Just as the guards were pondering, a booming laugh echoed behind them, followed by Elias stepping out of the spatial tunnel. And in that moment, something truly bizarre happened. A scene they'd never forget. In their eyes, the fruit tree, Godwin said, her words causing everyone, especially the 10 Imperial Guards, to cringe. Hashtag chapter 120, the shocking little courtyard. Thank you all, but I wish to take my revenge on my own. Michaela was moved. She could tell that their intentions were sincere, but she still declined Godwin's offer. Well then, Godwin thought for a moment and agreed. Revenge was best taken personally, and even if help was needed, it might not be his turn. Perhaps when the Vancestor emerges from seclusion, he would handle it himself. What role would there be left for them? Bradley, can you help the lady recover her foundation? Since Michaela didn't need them to take action, they must do something to assist the lady. Helping her recover her foundation seemed the most urgent matter at hand. But Godwin herself couldn't do it, so she turned to Azariah for advice. It was uncertain whether he had this ability or not. The lady's foundation was damaged by injury, but it's not a serious kind. Recovery isn't difficult. However, we will need some materials. The auxiliary ones are manageable, but the primary ingredients, the primordial godly water and the prenatal spirit embryo, are somewhat troublesome. Azariah paused to think. These two materials, while not particularly high grade, required special conditions and environments to form. Senior, these are the materials I prepared, but I've been unable to find the primordial godly water, hence the delay. Upon hearing this, Michaela presented the materials she had gathered, except for the final ingredient, primordial godly water, which she had no leads on. Oh, did the lady prepare the materials? Why did you only find one Yin-Yang Chaos Green Lotus? And this blood essence is too low level. Only the prenatal spirit embryo is acceptable, though its age is a bit young. Azariah scrutinized Michaela's offerings, immediately spotting the shortcomings. Bradley, the blood essence is the best I could find, and I thought one Yin-Yang Chaos Green Lotus would suffice. Lady, the blood essence doesn't matter. We can have Bo provide a vat of it later. As for the Yin-Yang Chaos Green Lotus, one lotus is enough, though two would be better. Azariah chuckled, explaining this. However, his words made Bo twitch, wondering if he had offended Azariah somehow, suggesting he should provide a whole vat of blood essence. Isn't this just asking for his life? And for merely restoring a damaged foundation, does it really require that much blood essence? Should I try borrowing another one? Michaela hesitated. She knew the Yin-Yang Chaos Green Lotus had male and female variants, but hadn't heard of using two together. Initially, she only grabbed one white Yin-Yang Chaos Green Lotus, assuming it would suffice. Now, she considered going back to get the other one, as she wanted the best materials for recovery. Loremi, mommy, I have one too. Before Azariah could respond, Desiree proudly presented an identical green lotus, except hers was black. Faye, how did you get a Yin-Yang Chaos Green Lotus? Michaela looked at the lotus in her daughter's hand with surprise, recognizing it as sharing the same origin as her own. I found it outside. Michaela. She was momentarily speechless, but decided not to dwell on it, taking the lotus from her daughter. Bradley, do you know where to find the primordial godly water? Everything was ready except for the primordial godly water. Surely Azariah would know about its whereabouts. Lady, I know someone who has the primordial godly water, but he's very powerful. I may not be able to defeat him. Is there anywhere else it might be found? From Azariah's tone, Michaela understood that he was probably certain he couldn't win, otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken like that. I don't know of any other places. Please wait a moment while I check if I can trade for it with other treasures. Bradley, if it doesn't work out, we can search slowly without forcing it. Rest assured, lady, I'll be fine. Azariah spoke confidently before disappearing instantly from the courtyard, leaving no trace of where he went. After Azariah left, Elias introduced Michaela to the identities of those present. Meanwhile, in the Jediah Holy Land within the Immortal Realm, Jediah D. June was deep in thought, gazing at a jade pendant on a cliff. Could the opportunity mentioned by the seer be Michaela's daughter? In the silence, a murmuring voice broke through. It was Jediah D. June speaking to himself. The jade pendant he held contained a message from Tamsin. After Michaela and company left, Tamsin sent a message requesting Jediah D. June to rescue her, but he insisted on knowing the details first. Reluctant to divulge the truth, Tamsin eventually revealed information about Desiree under threat to her brother's safety. She omitted details about Elias and Ariu. With her chi-si destroyed, she believed recovery was impossible, and thus, Jediah D. June likely wouldn't come to save her again. Hence, why reveal the full story? Bring in the attendants. Greetings, Your Excellency. Jackson, Take 20 Immortal Kings down and capture Michaela and her companions. Focus especially on her daughter. Yes, Your Excellency. In a unique space within the vast wasteland's sacred realm, Azariah appeared. As he arrived, a figure suddenly materialized before him. Bodhi, old ghost, why are you here? Trying to steal again? Glover, what nonsense is this? Do I look like someone who steals? You do because you're not human. Get lost now, or I'll beat you and send you back into chaos, never to return. Bodhi tree, why are you so rude? Just picking one fruit after tens of thousands of years. Does it really matter this much? It matters greatly. Bodhi tree. Chapter 121. The Lying Bodhi Tree. Glover, look at this. The Bodhi tree, unwilling to continue arguing with Glover, had a mission to accomplish. He took out a jade bottle. This was the item he had brought to trade for the primordial divine water with Glover, because according to his information, only Glover possessed it. Earlier, Glover said that the Bodhi tree wasn't human, which was true as it was actually a tree. But Glover also wasn't human. His original form was a world tree. The Bodhi tree was a Bodhi, while Glover was a world tree. Both entities existed since the dawn of time. However, the Bodhi tree had been enslaved by a powerful mysterious force and was given to Wyatt. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Bodhi tree had coveted the boundary fruits of the world tree, sneaking one when Glover wasn't paying attention. After being discovered, they fought for 3 days and nights without any outcome due to equal strength. Yet, Glover, whose essence was the world tree, understood spatial laws better than the Bodhi tree. After seeing that he couldn't harm the Bodhi tree, Glover used spatial rules to send him away, trapping him in a special space. Although Glover didn't know how the Bodhi tree escaped back, it did so under the influence of a strong, mysterious power. You've stolen this from where? Listen to you. I found this unintentionally. How can you say it was stolen? This is a good thing. The fountain of life. You must know about it. I have 3 drops here. You went and stole the old hag's fountain of life? Bodhi tree. Why does this old fellow not stop mentioning stealing? It was just about eating a boundary fruit once, an incident that occurred tens of thousands of years ago. I came to you on business today. I know you have primordial divine water. I will trade these 3 drops of the fountain of life for it. No exchange, no exchange, get lost quickly. Glover looked at the jade bottle in the Bodhi tree's hand, but ultimately refused the trade. With the old fox's nature, the fountain of life drops in his possession were surely stolen. If he traded, he might lose both the primordial divine water and the fountain of life. Hey Glover, you're going too far. I'm losing big on this trade. You know the primordial divine water has no use for you anyway. It just takes up space. But the fountain of life is different. 1 drop can increase your lifespan by 1,000 years and elevate our realms. Vansib, you'll need it to break through. How could you refuse such a good deal? What you say is indeed true, but I don't want to face that old hag's pursuit. Get lost before she comes here. If you provoke her here, see what happens to you. Damn, Glover, don't regret it. The Bodhi tree also seemed to fear the old hag Glover spoke of. After threatening Glover, he left, realizing the cunning old fellow wouldn't fall for it. Now this method obviously won't work. He needed to return and report. If delayed, he might really be unable to leave. If Glover kept being unreasonable, next time, he would bring the master to witness his torment. Just wait until the next life for that. Seeing the Bodhi tree finally depart, Glover mocked sarcastically before turning to leave. His body suddenly stiffened, turning back again with difficulty. Sure enough, another figure appeared. A familiar yet feared one. Hee. Why is Ali visiting me? Do you need my assistance with something? My fountain of life has been stolen of 3 drops, and I detect its aura here. How do you explain that? A cold voice came from the woman, making Glover shiver involuntarily. That old scoundrel indeed stole the fountain of life. Thank goodness he hadn't fallen for it. Ali, don't misunderstand. I would never do such things. It was the Bodhi tree who stole the fountain of life. He just brought 3 drops of the fountain of life here, trying to trade for the primordial divine water. I didn't agree, and he left not long ago. You should go find him. Hope you're not lying. Ali sensed it. The place did have the Bodhi tree's aura. After saying this, she left. Hee. Let's see how that old scoundrel dies for daring to provoke that crazy old hag. In Juling Village, True Spirit Realm. Mistress, I'm sorry. I failed to obtain the primordial divine water. I have disappointed you. After leaving Glover, the Bodhi tree returned. Glover refused the trade, and he could only wait until Wyatt came out of seclusion. Wyatt mentioned he would be in seclusion for a year. Now, the year was almost over, so Wyatt should be coming out soon. Don't worry, this isn't urgent. Let's inquire slowly if there are other places to find it. Patriarch, now that we have more people here, the courtyard is obviously too small. I plan to expand it. Is this okay? Wyatt's courtyard was small with only 3 rooms. It was sufficient for a family of 3, but insufficient for 10 Imperial guards. They can't possibly rest outside, sitting exposed to the elements. At least they need a sheltered place. Mistress, certainly, but outside our courtyard is the Master's protective barrier. To expand, we need to remove the barrier. Only the Master could breach it. Why not wait until he comes out of seclusion? What do you think, Mistress? Outside the courtyard was indeed protected by Wyatt's barrier, but it wasn't impossible to break as Bodhi tree claimed. He had the capability but dared not risk it. Besides providing defense, the barrier mainly concealed the aura, preventing strong entities from detecting the area. Unless someone personally visited, no one would know what was inside. Otherwise, others or beasts would have found it long ago. After doing something dishonorable earlier, the Bodhi tree feared being tracked. Only with Wyatt's barrier could he dare to return. Removing it now could invite that crazed woman's pursuit, posing no significant threat to himself but potentially harming Michaela or Desiree. If that's the case, let's wait until he comes out of seclusion. This translation captures the essence and style of the original text while ensuring fluency and accuracy in English. It maintains the storyline coherence and structure as provided. Chapter 122. Wyatt emerges from seclusion. Michaela could only temporarily give up, but she also became curious about Wyatt's strength. From the way people treated the Bodhi tree, it was clear that he was the most powerful among them. Though Michaela didn't ask, judging by Braden, Lee, the strength of the Bodhi tree surpassed that of a divine venerable. If Wyatt was their master, what level of strength had he reached? As she walked back, pondering these thoughts, she suddenly encountered someone just as she was about to enter the door. The figure coming out hadn't expected anyone to enter, and Michaela, lost in her thoughts, hadn't noticed either. Plus, since it was Desiree's room, no one else should have been inside. So the two figures collided unexpectedly, both momentarily stunned. Michaela? Wyatt's expression froze as he immediately recognized the person hugging him. Michaela, the woman who had forced herself on him and disappeared for years. Wyatt's system had just finished upgrading. After waking from his slumber, without even checking the rewards, he hurriedly headed out because he missed his daughter. Little did he know, Michaela was about to enter at that moment, causing them to bump into each other. You let go of me. Please, you're the one hugging me. Did you get hit by love poison again? Wyatt felt speechless. This beautiful woman seemed to have a less than functional brain. Thankfully, his daughter wasn't like her. You're the one poisoned by love, along with your whole family. Wyatt. Wyatt propped his forehead with one hand and gave Michaela a disdainful look while breaking out in a cold sweat. Only someone incredibly dense would say such things. Wasn't that equivalent to cursing herself? Realizing Wyatt's expression, Michaela came to her senses. He was her man, and his daughter was hers too. Cursing his entire family was like cursing herself. Her already flushed face turned even redder. She hastily pushed Wyatt away and returned to her room, too embarrassed to face anyone. So bizarre. Muttering to himself, Wyatt continued walking out but stopped after taking a step. He wondered how Michaela ended up here in his home. Was she planning to take his daughter back? No, I finally managed to raise her to walk and talk. Absolutely can't let her take my daughter back. If she wants to see her daughter, she must stay. If she wants to take her back, not a chance, even windows will be closed. Yes, exactly, Wyatt, keep it up. Deciding firmly, Wyatt made a fist pump gesture and walked out to check on his daughter, wondering if Amador had taken good care of her. Creak. Upon stepping into the courtyard, Wyatt saw many new figures, both men and women, seated haphazardly. But he quickly recalled that Michaela had brought back bodyguards. Sure enough, this woman brought guards, clearly planning to snatch the daughter. Fortunately, I'm out of seclusion, or I might have lost her. The Imperial Guards, noticing Wyatt, rushed over immediately. Servants pay respect to the divine venerable. Wyatt. Why were they so polite? Were they trying to play emotional cards? No matter how courteous, he wouldn't let them take his daughter back. Feigning aloofness, Wyatt ignored the guards and walked toward Amador's room, intent on projecting an unapproachable demeanor. Seeing Wyatt leave, the guards exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of how to proceed. The divine venerable is so handsome and cool. No wonder he earned the Emperor's favor. Merle, you're in heat again. Need the Emperor find you a mate? You're the one in heat. Not really. Don't you think the divine venerable isn't aloof? He seems to dislike us. Just as Merle and White Ram debated, Casimir cautiously remarked, noticing the disdain in the divine venerable's eyes. Yet, they had just met. How could they annoy him? Vancy, we didn't bow properly earlier? Black Turtle, we usually bow the same way to the Emperor. Is there something wrong? This is different. Think about it. The divine venerable's cultivation is far stronger than the Emperor. We should bow on our knees next time? Yes, Black Turtle makes sense. Let's kneel next time. What do you think, Venus? Agreed. Let's kneel next time. Unaware of the guard's discussion, Wyatt entered Amador's room, where Amador immediately knelt to greet him. Greetings, Vancister. Congratulations on emerging from seclusion. Lou, where's Faye? Vancister, the young mistress went to play on the hillside. What a little rascal. Wyatt used his divine sense to locate Desiree. Soon, he found her riding Braden, chasing a wild rabbit for dinner. Braden, hurry, I want to treat Lauren to roasted rabbit tonight. Watching the rabbit get closer, Desiree cheered and urged Braden to speed up. Just as Braden was about to catch up, the scene changed abruptly. Bang! Caught off guard, Braden crashed into Wyatt, bouncing backward, while Wyatt caught Desiree in his arms. Which Turtle's grandson dared ambush Black Grandpa? Carter, you emerged? That's great. Standing up, Braden froze mid-sentence, even stepping back a couple of steps. Woof. He lowered his head, whimpering like a fan spinning rapidly, creating afterimages with his wagging tail. Braden, did you go wild all year? Faye, do you want dog meat stew for dinner? How about Carter make some for you? With a smirk, Wyatt glanced meaningfully at Braden, causing him to cower guiltily. Chapter 123 Understanding the Situation. Bud, are you going to butcher Lee? Bud, Lee is very obedient. He even brought Faye out and found Mother. Bud, can we not eat Lee? Originally, upon hearing Wyatt's words, Lee was already trembling all over. After hearing Desiree's plea, Lee immediately lay down on the ground. In his heart, Lee continuously lamented, Young Vancister, did you plead like this? Clearly, you forced Lee out. How could it be said that Lee led you out? If you say so, wouldn't the master really slaughter me? That woman was found by Faye? Yes. Mother was indeed found by Faye. Bud, isn't Faye very capable? Faye is the most capable. While praising his daughter's prowess, Wyatt cast a menacing look at both Lee and Amador, making both of them on edge. Faye, tell father how you managed to bring back that woman. Wyatt was curious. His daughter had been sent here shortly after birth. Logically, she shouldn't have recognized Michaela. How then did she find Michaela? Faye just found her that way. Wyatt. Faye, go play for a while. Bud needs to talk with Avril about something. Okay then. Wyatt knew he wouldn't get anything useful from his daughter, so he let the little Doreen go first. He had to get to the bottom of things, because he realized he might have misunderstood Michaela. It wasn't Michaela who wanted to take the daughter away, but rather his daughter who brought the woman back. Lou, tell me what happened here. Vancister, I'm not entirely clear either because young master knocked me out before she left. I don't know what exactly happened. Amador said somewhat embarrassedly. As a great seer, he had unknowingly been knocked out by a 5-year-old Doreen. Just thinking about it now made his face red. But he dared not remain silent once Wyatt questioned him. Indeed, after hearing Amador's account, Wyatt looked at him with peculiar eyes. This old man seemed pretty useless. Before retreating to meditate, he had entrusted his daughter to him. Yet he got knocked out by the little Doreen right off the bat. Lee, speak. Yes, Vancister. Instantly transforming into a human youth, yet still kneeling on the ground, Lee recounted everything that happened after Wyatt went into meditation in the process of searching for Michaela over the year in detail to Wyatt. After listening to Lee's story, Wyatt understood. No wonder he had heard news of Michaela in the Xianling world previously only for her to suddenly disappear. Turns out she fled to the Xianling world to escape her enemies. However, Wyatt's expression turned cold again. Someone dared to bully his woman. Although that woman may not recognize him yet, Wyatt had set his sights on Michaela. Bullying should be done by him, not others. Do you know who her enemies are? In reply to Vancister, Mistress has never mentioned it, nor is Lee clear. But I do know Mistress's enemy must be in the Xianling world. Bang. Get lost. This is just obvious talk, isn't it? Wyatt kicked Lee away. Michaela being from the Xianling world, naturally, her enemies would also be there. Could they be anywhere else in the Xianling world? After kicking Lee away, Wyatt prepared to leave but was stopped by Amador. Old Lu, is there something else? Vancister, I have sinned. Please punish me. Alright, since nothing happened to Faye, let's leave it at that. Wyatt didn't truly blame Amador. He understood his daughter's character well. It was natural for Amador to be unable to watch over her. Fortunately, he had prepared many divine artifacts for his daughter earlier. If in the Xianling world, it minimized the risks she faced. Vancister, what I mean is not related to young miss, but to the mistress. Amador decided after much internal struggle that if he came forward voluntarily, it might carry less risk. However, if he remained silent and later Wyatt found out, punishment, and possibly death, was certain. Though the events were not intentional, if not for him, maybe none of this would have happened. Now, not only was Michaela hunted down, but her foundation had been damaged as well, all due to his unintentional actions. Speak. Vancister, the matter is as follows. Then Amador told the entire story of 10 years ago when Kramer asked him to divine something, leading to Kramer taking action against Michaela due to his prophecy. After listening to Amador, Wyatt fell into thought. Although he always heard Amador bragging about his abilities, he hadn't expected this old guy to actually be quite skilled, predicting Michaela's significant opportunity linked to himself. But it seemed fate had already predetermined everything. Without Amador, Kramer wouldn't have taken action. Without Jediah's action, Michaela wouldn't have ended up in his room. Consequently, the subsequent events wouldn't have transpired. If Michaela hadn't encountered him, she wouldn't have had such a significant opportunity. I won't blame you for this. Whether or not to tell her, you decide. Wyatt didn't blame Amador. After all, Lu's actions were unintentional. Moreover, without him, he might not have had such a lovely daughter. Thank you, Vancister. I will explain clearly to Mistress. Hearing Wyatt would not punish him, Amador breathed a sigh of relief. Since he told Wyatt, he planned to tell Michaela too. Otherwise, it felt like an ever-present thorn, itching to be relieved. Leaving the two behind, Wyatt decided to find Michaela and have a proper conversation. With a daughter grown, he couldn't allow her to live in a single-parent family. Besides, Michaela was beautiful, and having her as a wife would be excellent. Greetings, your Imperial Vancejesti. Upon leaving Amador's quarters, Wyatt saw the Imperial guards bowing to him, all on their knees. Thinking of his previous behavior, Wyatt felt slightly embarrassed. Fortunately, everyone was on their knees and looking down. You are all commendable. Rise. Wyatt knew these people were loyal to Michaela. He had a good impression of them. In those difficult times, they hadn't betrayed her. That was enough reason to appreciate them. Thank you, your Imperial Vancejesti. Chapter 124, Agreement. After telling these people to get up, Wyatt was about to return to his room when Michaela came out carrying Desiree. Nidhogg. As soon as Desiree saw Wyatt approaching, she immediately broke free from Michaela's arms and ran towards him, causing Michaela to frown. Looks like I need to spend more time with Faye, otherwise she won't like me anymore in the future. Michaela muttered softly to herself. Clearly, she was holding the little Doreen. But as soon as the little one saw that man, she abandoned her without a second thought. Faye, what do you want to eat tonight? Should Carterdy make something for you? Carterdy. Originally Faye wanted to roast a wild rabbit for Loremy tonight, but before I could catch one, I was brought back by Carterdy. Carterdy, you have to help Faye catch a wild rabbit. Okay. Carterdy will help Faye catch a wild rabbit. Shall we go look for some wild rabbits now? Yes. Great. Let's hurry and catch some wild rabbits. Loremy, are you coming with us to catch wild rabbits? Sure, Loremy will go with Faye. Rarely did such an opportunity arise to bond with her daughter, so Michaela naturally wouldn't let it slip away. However, there was still one thing to resolve. Wyatt, you can see now, I have 10 Imperial guards here, but your courtyard is clearly not large enough. So I think we should expand the courtyard. Sure. Just let them handle it. It's not a big deal. Wyatt glanced at his small courtyard. Indeed, it was too small. Since those were Michaela's Imperial guards, it wouldn't be appropriate for them to live cramped together. Therefore, he agreed without hesitation. After all, it wasn't a significant issue. I previously asked Patriarch Bodhi about this. He said that the boundary outside this courtyard is set by you and cannot be opened. Only you can open it after breaking through. Wyatt. Bodhi tree. Wyatt felt a bit strange. Although there was indeed a boundary he had placed around the courtyard, it was just something he had casually set up. Would the Bodhi tree's realm really be unable to open it? Bodhi, did you get into trouble again? Please forgive me, Vancister. The Bodhi tree clearly could open it, but claimed he couldn't, obviously worried about something. Thus, Wyatt immediately guessed that the old guy must have caused some trouble. So, speak up. This isn't like you at all. Vancestor, the situation is like this. The lady's foundation was damaged, right? But now we are short of one spiritual treasure, primordial divine water. And I happen to know that an old guy has the primordial divine water, so I thought about exchanging for it, but who knew that the old guy refused? So? Wyatt looked at the Bodhi tree in surprise. Had this guy forcibly taken someone else's treasure? Well, since I didn't have any treasures, I borrowed 3 drops of life essence. The Bodhi tree's expression was somewhat unnatural. He indeed didn't have any treasures, and since he couldn't defeat others, he had to borrow their treasures. Are you sure it's borrowing? Vancestor, it was sneaky borrowing. Wyatt. Michaela. Talent. Wyatt heard someone speak about stealing so openly for the first time. However, since it was for his wife, he didn't blame the Bodhi tree. Go ahead. Let them help construct the courtyard. Yes, Vancestor. Vancestor, what about the graves of those villagers outside? Wyatt's place was not far from where the villagers were buried. If they expanded the courtyard, they would undoubtedly disturb the spirits of the deceased. When people die, it's like extinguishing a lamp. They have already found peace. Let's expand to the back mountain instead and not disturb them. Yes, Vancestor. Carterdy Daddy, I want to divert water from the 7 Treasures River into our home. Then Faye can catch the 7 Treasures fish every day. Desiree suddenly remembered the environment of Heavenly Vancertial Holy Land's Heavenly Palace Garden, which had a picturesque stream, making it very pleasant. Sure. Faye can design it however she likes. Elias, did you hear that? This task is up to you. Don't worry, young master. Elias will build it exactly like the Heavenly Palace Garden. Let's go. We're going to catch wild rabbits. Seeing nothing else needed doing, Wyatt called out to Michaela and walked out. After instructing Imelda, Michaela hurriedly followed. Once the family of 3 left the small courtyard, all those who could transform into human form did so because they were helping to build the new home. Wyatt led his wife and daughter into the back mountain. The little Doreen chased after the animals like a whirlwind, running around everywhere. Meanwhile, Wyatt took the opportunity to learn about Michaela. Though they had no feelings for each other, the existence of Desiree gave both a common purpose. Naturally, Wyatt was willing to accept Michaela. After all she had been through, and her curiosity about Wyatt, she no longer disliked him. However, she was hesitant to accept him outright. Michaela asked Wyatt to give her some time, and he readily agreed. They made this agreement. Tonight, I'll help you restore your foundation. Also, your cultivation level is a bit low. I'll help enhance it as well. Otherwise, in a few days, you won't even be able to keep up with your daughter. Do you have primordial divine water? Isn't it just primordial divine water? Not only can I use it to repair your foundation, but it would be enough for you to bathe in. What's bathing? It means taking a shower. Shameless. Hey, why am I shameless? Carterdy Loremy, what are you talking about? Look, Faye has caught 2 wild rabbits. Why haven't you caught anything yet? Faye, shall Carterdy perform a magic trick for you? Carterdy, I'm 6 years old this year. Your tricks that fool 3-year-olds won't work anymore. Desiree looked at her father disdainfully. Wasn't he just trying to use magical power to catch the rabbits? She could do that too. Upon hearing her words, Wyatt couldn't help but blush. This Doreen was growing up, and his old tricks were no longer fooling her. Then we can't use magical powers. Let's have a contest to see who catches the most wild rabbits. Let's meet back here in an hour. Carterdy, no cheating. Whoever cheats turns into a puppy. Start. After saying that, the little Doreen immediately sprinted off, causing Wyatt and Michaela to chuckle. They smiled at each other and chose a direction to quickly leave. This was the outermost area of Thunder Mountain Range, where even first-level beasts were rare. Plus, Desiree was at the Immortal King stage, so they weren't worried about her safety. If a beast encountered her, it would be the beast who should worry. Chapter 125, The Tree of Life. An hour later, the family of 3 reunited at the same spot. The little Doreen happily released the wild rabbits she had caught. Carterdy Loremy, I caught 11 wild rabbits. Kimberly proudly announced. Wow, you're so impressive, Kimberly. Carterdy only managed to catch 8 rabbits, 3 fewer than you. Yes, Kimberly is truly remarkable. I only caught 5, half as many as her, Michaela said, not yielding to her daughter but genuinely acknowledging the difference. She was once a mighty empress in the spirit world, yet without using her cultivation, capturing wild rabbits indeed proved quite challenging for her due to her lack of experience. If it weren't for her strong physical body, she might not have caught even 5. As for Wyatt, he had intentionally allowed his daughter to outshine him. Hee. Of course I'm good. I'm an unbeatable little expert. Carterdy, should we continue? Kimberly, these wild rabbits are enough. Let's leave some for next time, okay? In reality, if they wanted to satisfy their hunger, these rabbits wouldn't suffice. But Wyatt decided to head back because he noticed a visitor at home. Alright then. Wyatt lifted his daughter into his arms and waved his hand to collect the wild rabbits. Then he walked back, holding Michaela's hand. Startled by this sudden gesture, Michaela tried to pull away, but her strength was no match for Wyatt's. Realizing she couldn't break free, she cast a sidelong glance at him and let him lead her back. Seeing that she stopped struggling, Wyatt couldn't help but smile triumphantly, inwardly thinking, little missy, can't handle you after all. Sure enough, there was a guest waiting in Wyatt's courtyard. However, this guest was less than pleasant to host. Bodhi old ghost, didn't think you'd hide in such a remote place. It took me quite a while to find you. You can't possibly believe hiding here would keep your theft hidden from me. Hand over the source of life now, or I'll kill every demon here. At that moment, 2 figures lay unconscious in the courtyard. Bodhi stood before a woman, while the others stood behind him. They hadn't expected the woman to be so powerful. Just a casual wave of her hand had knocked out 2 people. Although those 2 weren't very strong, the group sensed Bodhi's fear towards this woman. Millie, are you mistaken? I've been here all these years. How could I have stolen your source of life? Don't get it wrong. I'm sure Glover stole it because only his space essence is complete. Only he has such ability. Really? Glover told me that you exchanged 3 drops of the source of life for primordial water with him. Still trying to deny it? Moreover, the source of life originates from my body, and I've detected its aura on you. I'll give you 10 breaths. If you don't hand it over, don't blame me for being rude. Is that so? I'd like to see how rude you can be. Are you going to kill them all? Just as Millie finished speaking, a voice echoed from outside the courtyard. Aiden appeared, holding a little Doreen in one arm and pulling a woman by the other. Greetings, Vancestor, Emperor. The speaker was none other than Wyatt, who had returned with his wife and daughter. Everyone kneeling at his presence surprised Millie, because Millie saw Bodhi kneel too. Bodhi, who was of equal rank to her. Now seeing Bodhi kneeling to what appeared to be an ordinary human, she couldn't help but be astonished. Interesting. You're a tree of life. Perfect for shading the yard expansion I've planned. Stay here from now on. Wyatt naturally didn't recognize the tree of life initially, but he knew from his previous knowledge and system scans. The tree of life was a supreme treasure rumored to extend life, which Bodhi must have borrowed. Who are you? Millie frowned. One who could immediately identify her true form was certainly no ordinary person, but at least of the same rank as her. Her strength was formidable. Even Bodhi and World Tree feared her. Yet, she knew her limits. Her actual power was on par with Bodhi's, but because she could heal instantly as the tree of life, she preferred direct combat. This made others reluctant to fight her. Now, seeing someone Bodhi acknowledged as a master, Millie felt uneasy. This unknown powerhouse must be stronger than Bodhi to gain such respect. My name is Wyatt. You will address me as Vancestor or Young Lord. You, Xylan Mu, I only came to reclaim what belongs to me. I don't wish to make enemies. Return the source of life, and I'll leave. You've already hurt my people, yet you say you don't want to be my enemy? I offer you 2 choices. Willingly become my property by rooting here, or I beat you until you submit. Everyone was stunned. Wyatt's boldness was shocking, especially to Michaela's guards, whose admiration for Wyatt deepened, surpassing their loyalty to Empress Michaela. A big mouth. Show me how you plan to defeat me. Translation notes asterisk. Ensured names are transliterated correctly. Vance maintained the original tone and style. Paragraph structure and line breaks were preserved. Natural and fluent English was used, avoiding grammatical errors. ####Chapter 126. Subduing the Life Divine Tree. The Ollie was indeed wary of Wyatt, but seeing his aggressive stance, her temper flared up as well. Even if Wyatt was stronger than her, she didn't fear injury, for she believed he couldn't do much to her. So, after saying a few words, the Ollie shot out a palm towards Wyatt as a probing attack. Only then did Wyatt leisurely release his grip on Michaela's hand. Bang! Wyatt's palm reached out and struck the Ollie's shoulder. The impact sent her flying with a loud bang. Holding his daughter in one arm, Wyatt had used only one hand to send her flying, showcasing his supreme power. No matter how strong his opponent was, he was always superior. Are you a being above the primordial chaos realm? This time it's my misfortune, but I will remember this slap and repay it someday. Though the Ollie was sent flying by Wyatt, she wasn't injured. Standing up, she muttered a sentence before flying away. Anyone who could easily send her flying must be a being above the primordial chaos realm, which only innate gods or demons possessed. Such beings were beyond her capabilities, even with her endless healing abilities. So, she fled without hesitation. Just come and go as you please? This world isn't that simple. Wyatt didn't care about what the primordial chaos realm was. He only knew he was invincible. Seeing the Ollie attempting to flee, he extended his hand and grabbed her. The Ollie, now just a small dot far away, was immediately pulled back by Wyatt's spirit-infused palm. Let me go. The Ollie was finally afraid. She hadn't expected Wyatt to be so powerful, leaving her completely helpless. Was the strength of those above the primordial chaos realm really this formidable? Don't worry, I'll let you go soon. After saying this, Wyatt forcefully entered the Ollie's origin essence with a powerful divine soul, quickly binding her under contract. Ollie, pay homage to your master. From the moment the Ollie attacked Wyatt until she became his subordinate, only a moment had passed. Everyone present was stunned. Rise. Once this place is built, find a spot here to root yourself. Yes, Vancestor. I don't want to see any internal strife among you. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Wyatt warned everyone. He knew they often squabbled, but Wyatt tolerated it as long as it didn't escalate into life or death battles. Yes, Vancestor. He ordered them all to work, but kept the Bodhi tree and the Ollie behind. Wyatt took out a jade bottle from the Bodhi tree. What is this? Vancestor, this is the life spring, precisely what the shameless old thing stole from me. What does it do? Vancestor, the life spring is a celestial treasure condensed from my own essence. A single drop can extend one's lifespan by 1,000 years, heal any injury, and boost cultivation. Hearing this, Michaela was astonished. No wonder the Ollie chased after them for just 3 drops. Losing even 1 drop would be heartbreaking. Indeed, a remarkable treasure. Let's see how effective it is with a whole bottle. Wyatt was surprised by its effects, but only for a moment. With his unparalleled cultivation, he wouldn't get injured, and his lifespan was already long, so the life spring's benefits were insignificant to him. He wanted to try it just for the taste. Bodhi tree, Ollie. Both were speechless at Wyatt's comment. Try a whole bottle to see its effects. Only someone with immense confidence could say something like that. Why? Do you hesitate to give it? Wyatt noticed their expressions but couldn't see where he went wrong. Wasn't it just asking for a bottle to taste? Vancestor, you misunderstood. It's not that I'm unwilling, but I simply don't have that much. Wyatt, isn't this produced by you? Don't you have even a bottle? Vancestor, yes, it's produced by me, but not casually. It takes 1,000 years to produce 1 drop. These past years, I've used some myself and traded some with others. Now, I only have half a bottle left. The Ollie handed over a jade bottle containing roughly 200 drops of life spring, gathered over countless years. So little? I thought you had an infinite supply. Wyatt took the bottle, uncapped it, and smelled it. a faint floral scent with a rich life force. He decided to save it for his daughter, thinking it would significantly boost her cultivation. Wife, take this. After I repair your foundation, try a drop and see its effect. Wyatt put away the half bottle and handed over the 3 drops to Michaela. The life spring increased both lifespan and cultivation, making it valuable for her. No way, that's too precious. You should keep it. Michaela waved her hands, hesitant to accept such a valuable item. If I give it to you, just take it. We're not strangers. Wyatt forced the bottle into Michaela's hands, causing the Bodhi tree to grit his teeth. It had taken immense effort to steal it from the alley, only to be given away like this. But the Bodhi tree dared not object, watching helplessly as Michaela pocketed the bottle. Vancister, if mistress is to use it, I suggest diluting it first. At her current cultivation level, she might not be able to refine the life spring's energy. Alright, you two, get back to work. Wyatt had already entrusted the rabbit to Elias and Roxy, even the young Doreen helping. With some spare time, he planned to first repair Michaela's foundation, then check the rewards from the system upgrade. Yes, Vancister. Wife, shall we begin repairing your foundation now? Wyatt, you haven't asked for my agreement yet, and you're calling me wife. Please use a different term. Hashtag chapter 127. Michaela restores her foundation. Sure thing, honey. Michaela looked at Wyatt speechlessly. She was too lazy to argue with this old rascal, and decided to let him call her whatever he wanted. Honey, bring out the spiritual materials you prepared for me to take a look. I'll help you restore your foundation and then enhance your cultivation. I'll take you back to the immortal spirit realm with your husband and give that old immortal a beating of his life. Don't be shameless. For some reason, if someone had spoken to her like this in the past, Michaela would have slapped them. But now, for some unknown reason, she didn't dislike what Wyatt said. In fact, she felt secretly delighted. Michaela's face flushed slightly as she handed a storage ring to Wyatt and quickly went into her daughter's room. Wyatt chuckled, looking at Michaela briefly before examining the contents of the ring. 2,000-year-old Yin-Yang chaotic green lotus, a primordial spirit embryo, and a vial of divine-level essence blood. These materials are way too low grade, Wyatt muttered. Then, a translucent screen appeared before him, a new feature after the system upgrade called the System1-318. The System1-318 contained an immense collection of treasures from all dimensions, but Wyatt needed money to buy them. The currency used in the mall was called sacred crystals, which Wyatt hadn't seen before. However, after the system upgrade, he seemed to recall receiving some rewards in the form of sacred crystals. Checking the balance in the System1-318, he saw he had 100 million sacred crystals, not much, but definitely not insignificant. Searching for Yin-Yang chaotic green lotus in the mall, rows of them appeared before him. A century-old lotus cost 1 sacred crystal, a 1,000-year-old one cost 100, while a 10,000-year-old one required 10,000. After checking the price for a million-year-old lotus, 5 million each, he selected 2. Spending a total of 10 million sacred crystals, Wyatt realized he needed to purchase each plant separately, which left him feeling a bit disappointed. After buying the Yin-Yang chaotic green lotus, Wyatt spent another 50 million on a vat of primal god water, leaving him with 40 million sacred crystals. Wyatt left the yard again, instructing Bo to contribute a vial of essence blood. Though there were better options in the System1-318, it wasn't possible to pay with Huabei credit. I've prepared everything for you. Now strip and get into the bathtub. I'll help you refine the medicinal power. Though Wyatt didn't know how to restore the foundation himself, he could consult the system. After understanding the method, he gathered everything and returned to his daughter's room. Don't bother with this nonsense. I can refine the medicinal power myself. Get out of here, and don't peek. Michaela rolled her eyes at this guy, who always tried to take advantage of her. She could definitely refine the medicinal power herself, yet this fellow insisted on helping. Are you sure? If you were using those earlier materials, you could do it yourself, but those were too low grade. They could repair your foundation, but they wouldn't be the best option. Why should I believe you? You have the means to use the best, but your current strength isn't enough to refine these energies, Wyatt explained. Although Michaela didn't trust him, Michaela thought Wyatt only wanted to take advantage of her but couldn't find evidence against him because she indeed sensed powerful spiritual energy from the bathtub. In that case, just ask Alexia to help me. Michaela suddenly remembered Alexia, whom Wyatt had just subdued. While Michaela didn't know Alexia's exact level, she knew Alexia was stronger than herself. Alright, as you wish. Wyatt didn't insist. Alexia indeed had the capability, and being a subjugated entity, Wyatt trusted her more. Wyatt left, greatly relieving Michaela, who feared Wyatt might stay. Vancy, he really just wants to help me refine the energy, Michaela muttered, reviewing the procedure for restoring her foundation. Soon, Alexia entered. Greetings, mistress. You don't need to be so formal, Alexia. Please help me. Although Alexia was respectful, Michaela didn't put on airs, knowing Alexia treated her with respect due to Wyatt. If not for Wyatt, I might never meet such a being. I understand that to earn others' respect, I must possess equivalent strength. Mistress, don't worry. Vancister has already instructed me. Once you enter the bathtub, leave the rest to me. Okay. Michaela turned away, slowly undressing and stepping into the bathtub. Even though Alexia was female, Michaela still felt uncomfortable undressing in front of someone else. Mistress, I'm starting now. Okay. In the courtyard, several barbecues were set up. 5 of them roasted wild rabbits, 3 had 7 treasure fish, and the remaining 6 roasted various demonic beasts from Thunder Mountain Ridge, caught by Christian and Bo. Otherwise, the rabbits alone wouldn't suffice. This time, Wyatt made it lively and inviting. Even Black Jade, who normally rested on Desiree's shoulders, joined in. Apart from Roxy, everyone present was at least divine level, and the courtyard's renovation had long been completed using grand spells. However, Wyatt's small courtyard remained untouched, retaining its original appearance. Only the backyard was modified, with a small stream added in front of the house. Now the courtyard resembled a small estate, albeit smaller, adorned with many pavilions and terraces built according to Christian's design per Desiree's wishes. Carterdy, the barbecue is almost ready. Why hasn't Mommy come out yet? Loremy is bathing. She should be done soon. Is that so? Let's wait for mommy a bit longer. Carterdy, can Faye have some happy water tonight? Of course, no matter what Faye wants tonight, Daddy will get it for you. Chapter 128. Breaking through to mid-Bradley Immortal. Subsequently, Jeffrey stored the already roasted wild rabbits and 7 treasures, fish, and carried Desiree around the courtyard. Since most people weren't skilled at barbecuing, Wyatt provided on-the-spot instructions, especially for Michaela's 10 Imperial guards. While guiding them, Wyatt also conjured a large dining table, similar to those revolving tables found in hotels. Except their version was powered by an array system, using spirit stones rather than electricity. After about half an hour, Wyatt sensed a surge of energy from within the room, his face revealing a hint of amusement. Chinger, your mother should be done. Why don't you go call her out to enjoy the barbecue? Okay. The little Doreen skipped back while Wyatt placed all the barbecue on the table. He also bought a crate of cola and several cases of beer from the system space. Although they lacked spiritual energy, eating barbecue like this felt more comfortable, especially since they were chilled. By the time Wyatt had everything set up, Desiree had already brought out Michaela. The current Michaela radiated a different kind of beauty compared to before. Moreover, her aura was entirely changed. Previously weakened due to damaged foundation, she now exuded vitality. Additionally, Michaela's cultivation had increased. Before her injury, she was a full Emperor Immortal. After falling to late-stage King Immortal, she not only regained her former full Emperor Immortal level, but even advanced further to mid-Bradley Immortal. Congratulations, Imperial Lord, Mistress, on repairing your foundation and advancing your cultivation. Everyone was aware that Michaela had been repairing her foundation. Seeing her emerge with the fleeting aura just now, they understood what had transpired. Thus, everyone bowed to greet and congratulate her, particularly the 10 Imperial guards, who were naturally the happiest. Since fleeing the spirit realm, they had lived in constant fear for years, fearing the day the Jediah Imperial Lord would strike. Now, their Empress had finally repaired her foundation, surpassing her previous strength, and gained a powerful protector in Wyatt. Although they did not know Wyatt's strength, through interactions with Elias and others, they learned about their realms and power levels. They knew the realm above Immortals was the Divine Realm, and Elias and his group were at the Divine level. Since Wyatt was their master, wouldn't his cultivation be even higher? Therefore, Wyatt was indeed their ultimate pillar of support. You've all worked hard. There's no need for such formality. Michaela was naturally pleased. She hadn't expected that the spiritual treasures Wyatt prepared would be so powerful, not only repairing her foundation but also breaking through her previous limits. Bradley Immortal. This was a realm Michaela had longed for. Reaching it in the blink of an eye was something she could never have imagined. Thank you, Michaela whispered beside Wyatt, knowing that without him, she might never have repaired her foundation, let alone reached Bradley Immortal level. So, how does my wife plan to thank me? Wyatt whispered back, teasingly blowing into her ear, causing Michaela's body to stiffen, her face flushing. This made Wyatt quite surprised, not expecting her to be so sensitive. What are you thanking for? Isn't this what you're supposed to do? Wyatt. He hadn't expected her to say that. Weren't women supposed to express their gratitude? Why don't I check on your health tonight? Wyatt, don't forget our agreement. Do you want to break it? Michaela first froze, then flushed with anger, twisting the flesh at Wyatt's waist in a 360-degree spin. Was this man always thinking about these things? And saying it in front of so many people? How embarrassing. Michaela's reaction left Wyatt momentarily stunned, but he acted as if in pain. This skill usually performed only by women on Earth. Carter, what's wrong? As Wyatt grimaced, the little Doreen turned back and curiously asked, puzzled by her father's appearance. Nothing, I was bitten by a mosquito. Kimberly, isn't the barbecue delicious? Desiree glanced oddly at her father, wondering if there were mosquitoes here. But she didn't think much about it, and continued to eat the barbecue. Michaela released him as soon as Desiree looked back, pretending to focus on her food. But she cursed Wyatt 18 times in her mind, calling him a mosquito. How infuriating. With so many people around, Michaela decided to leave him be for now but knew her chance would come. Meanwhile, in the central territory of the Kong clan, a masked man in black reported to Aiden seated at the head of the room. Did you say that woman is a princess of a small empire in the Azure Dragon domain? Yes, young Vancestor. According to Phantom Tower's report, the Christina in Azure Dragon domain is named Roxy, and her resemblance to the portrait you gave us is unmistakable. A small empire's princess can make it to the central territory? Seems she obtained some fortune. Inform Phantom Tower to ascertain her whereabouts. I will immediately ask grandfather to take me to the Azure Dragon domain. Yes, young Vancestor. Bitch, just wait. I won't let you off easily. You'll learn the consequences of offending the Kong clan. After the masked man left, Anselm murmured and swiftly exited the room. When he arrived at his grandfather's room, he found about 20 people inside. Lenia, is there something you need? Rolf saw his grandson rush in, but being busy entertaining guests, he couldn't pay much attention. Grandfather, I found that woman. She is the princess of the Shieling Empire in Azure Dragon domain. Grandfather, please help me get revenge. Alright, step out for now. Sure. Anselm saw his grandfather was busy with many people, likely discussing important matters, so he said nothing more. Clan leader Kong, looks like you have some troubles too. Don't laugh, my lord. My unworthy grandson was bullied by a woman with a little Doreen in the ancient battlefield, now demanding vengeance. Chapter 129. Journey to the Hailing Empire. As Rolf finished speaking, the person sitting in front of him frowned and then asked, You just said your grandson offended a woman on the ancient battlefield who was with a little Doreen around 5 years old, right? Sir, that's correct, Rolf replied, although he found it a bit strange that these people were interested in such a trivial matter. However, he did not give it much thought. Do you have their portraits? Gordon's heart stirred. Could this be the person he was looking for? Sir, I do have their portraits, but they are with my good-for-nothing grandson. If you need them, I'll fetch him immediately. Gordon nodded lightly, and seeing Gordon's genuine interest, Rolf quickly instructed Leaf to summon Anselm back. Shortly after, Leaf returned with Anselm, who looked far from pleased. He had left earlier intending to relax with a servant, but had barely taken off his clothes when Leaf interrupted him. The thought of killing Leaf crossed his mind, but he eventually let it go. Grandfather, what more do you need from me? Have you prepared to set out and help me take revenge? Liner, avenging you isn't urgent now. Do you have the portraits of those two with you? Show them to this, sir. Anselm stood dumbfounded at his grandfather's words, questioning the identity of these people who could make his grandfather so respectful. After all, they were an imperial clan, and his grandfather was at the peak of the great emperor realm, just one step away from becoming an immortal. Despite being a second-generation cultivator, Anselm had enough intelligence to realize that anyone earning his grandfather's respect must be a formidable figure. He obediently retrieved 2 portraits from his storage ring and handed them to his grandfather. Rolf unfolded the portraits and presented them to Gordon. Gordon studied the figures in the portraits, one adult and one child, unfamiliar to him. However, Gordon passed the portraits to a shadowy figure behind him. Tamsin, don't say we haven't given you a chance. Is this them? Is the little Doreen Michaela's daughter? The woman standing behind Gordon was none other than Tamsin, whom Michaela had left in the Boundary Sea. After sending a distress message to Kramer, she assumed he had abandoned her. Surprisingly, Kramer sent someone to rescue her. Unfortunately, these rescuers did not treat her kindly. Not only did they torture her, but they also brought her younger brother's severed arm as a threat, coercing her to help find Michaela. Under duress, Tamsin complied, leading them to some clues about Michaela. Gordon initially planned to find a helper in Zhongtian region and chose the Kong family for their imperial lineage, thus leading to this encounter. Yes, the little Doreen is indeed little imperial lady. Upon confirmation from Tamsin, the portrait's child was confirmed as Michaela's daughter, Desiree. Without hesitation, Tamsin revealed the identity. Excellent. Head of the Kong family, can you confirm if they are in the Songlong region's hailing empire? Gordon's face finally showed a hint of satisfaction because they would soon complete Kramer's task. Rolf glanced back at his grandson. He hadn't been clear on where Roxy had gone since Anselm had handled the entire affair. Anselm recounted the information gathered by his subordinates. You mean to say this woman is a princess of the hailing empire, yet you cannot confirm if she is there? Yes, sir, but I've already dispatched people to confirm. It shouldn't take long for updates to come through. After listening to Anselm, Gordon's fingers began tapping rhythmically on the table. Finally, he stopped and spoke. Head of the Kong family, please escort us to the hailing empire. If this person is truly there, I will fulfill one request from the Kong family. Since Roxy was a princess of the hailing empire, and the young Doreen had been with her, it was highly likely Michaela might be in the hailing empire too. Regardless of whether Michaela was there or not, Gordon was willing to take the risk rather than miss this opportunity. My lord, whatever you command, my Kong family will comply. Please wait a moment while I arrange everything. We will set off immediately. Rolf was elated at Gordon's promise. Even though he wasn't sure of Gordon's exact cultivation level, he knew they were definitely above the immortal realm. Earning a promise from an immortal was a significant boon for the Kong family. Plus, he was planning to visit the hailing empire anyway. This way, he had earned a promise from an immortal without lifting a finger. Very well, proceed. Rolf bowed respectfully to Gordon and quickly departed, intending to mobilize the most powerful members of the Kong family to ensure a smooth journey. In less than a short teacup of time, he gathered over half of the Kong family's strongest fighters, including 3 Amons at the peak of the Great Emperor realm, 10 at the peak of the Sage realm, and 100 at the peak of the Saint realm. With these 21 individuals added to Gordon's group, the massive contingent headed towards the teleportation array. The mobilization of such a large number of strong warriors caught everyone's attention in Zhongtian region. Speculation spread that the Kong family was possibly preparing for war, especially in Tianhe City, where the Fu family, a rival imperial clan, also began assembling their forces, fearing Rolf's arrival indicated an imminent attack. When the Fu family leaders saw Rolf leading a group rushing towards the teleportation array, they realized their misinterpretation. Lord, it seems the Kong family has left via the teleportation array. Gavang, momentarily dumbstruck, turned to look at the one who had spoken, feeling embarrassed. I'm not blind. Everyone, get back to your training. Enough nonsense. The scene sets up a significant turn in the story, revealing new alliances, motives, and potential confrontations. Each character's actions add layers to the plot, building tension as they prepare to embark on an important mission. Chapter 130, Indifferent Rolf. The strong figures and disciples of the Fu family dispersed like birds at once after Gavin spoke. In no time, they vanished before Gavin. Only 8 people remained on the scene. After all the disciples ran back, Gavin said to one of the middle-aged men, Ijan, you follow them over and see what that Kong family is up to. Yes, bud. Avram responded to his father, and then walked towards the teleportation array. Once Avram disappeared into the teleportation array, Gavin turned around and left as well. Speaking of Rolf's group, after being teleported by the array, they appeared in Tianyang City within the Songlong domain. Rolf took out a map to confirm the direction and then tore a spatial passage, leading the strong figures through it. After everyone under Rolf's command left, another Benny emerged from the teleportation array. It was none other than the trailing Avram. Avram did not see anyone from the Kong family when he came out. He asked the administrator of the teleportation array and learned that the Kong family had left by tearing a spatial channel. Avram couldn't help but frown. Damn it. What are these Kongs up to? Running off to the Songlong domain. Could there be something big happening here? After muttering to himself, he sensed the spatial fluctuations in this place and then tore open a spatial channel, following suit. But Avram didn't know Rolf's destination and could only roughly head in the general direction they went. Shilling Empire was just a medium-sized empire within the Songlong domain, above which were superior empires and imperial dynasties, making Shilling Empire's territory relatively small. Though Rolf had a map of the Songlong domain, it still took him several traversals before finding the capital city of Shilling Empire. Without wasting words, Rolf enveloped the entire imperial city with a terrifying aura, forcing everyone to crouch on the ground, and some even coughed blood and fell unconscious. the ruler of the Xianxia Empire, come out and see me. Rolf's voice reverberated throughout the entire city, and after he finished speaking, many more residents spat blood and fainted. Soon after Rolf's voice faded, 4 figures flew up from below, stopping 100 meters before Rolf. Meeting our predecessors, I am the ruler of the Xianxia Empire. Vancy, I ask why these honorable predecessors have come to our empire. Vanserlin's face darkened like coal. These people had gone too far by pushing down all the citizens in his imperial city and causing many to fall unconscious spitting blood. Do you recognize the individuals in these portraits? Rolf produced 2 portraits, precisely Roxy and Desiree's. As Vanserlin looked at the portraits, his brows couldn't help but wrinkle because he immediately recognized his daughter, while the other portrait depicted a predecessor's daughter. I don't recognize these 2 individuals, senior. Might I ask why you're looking for them? Why not say, my whole empire would happily serve you, Vanserlin replied cautiously, probing their intentions instead of outright acknowledging anything. However, such tactics were laughably obvious to the old fox. Rolf, you're being dishonest. Rolf extended his hand, bringing the 4 individuals right before him, and immobilized all their actions instantly. Now confess, or I'll kill everyone in your imperial city. You know I can do it. Senior, I don't know what you mean. I truly don't recognize these individuals. Himph. Stubborn fool. Rolf coldly snorted and slapped downwards. A huge spiritual chi palm descended and left a deep crater in the city below. Within its reach, everything turned into pulp, shaking the entire imperial city. I'll give you 10 seconds. If you're still dishonest after that, your Xianxia Empire won't exist anymore. 10. Boom. 9. Boom. As Rolf counted down, his hand kept slapping without pause. Every number he called resulted in a slap, and with each slap, more people perished. Stop, stop, I confess, I confess. By the time Rolf reached 6, Vanserlin broke down. Even though he didn't know how his daughter offended these powerful figures, he couldn't watch his subjects die. These figures might be formidable, but his daughter was with Desiree, alongside an extremely powerful big black dog. They should be able to handle them, right? And there was an even more terrifying powerhouse backing Desiree. To save his subjects, Vanserlin had to admit it. So you finally talk? I thought you'd be stubborn. Quickly, tell me where they are. Senior, one of the portraits depicts my daughter, but they left over a year ago. I don't know where they are now. Vanserlin told the truth since Roxy hadn't stopped moving ever since her return and had no time to report her arrival to him. Don't know? Senior, I swear to the heavens that what I've said is true. I dare not deceive you. Rolf frowned. Though he confirmed Roxy's identity, he didn't know her location. Since Vanserlin dared to swear to the heavens, he wasn't likely lying. But this wasn't a problem for Rolf. Hand over your daughter's communication jade pendant. Vanserlin paused but handed over Roxy's jade pendant anyway, as he was powerless to resist. After receiving the pendant, Rolf carved a message and sent it out, tracking the aura within it, and followed it. Sir, they've been located. Should we proceed now? Ebenezer nodded approvingly of Rolf's actions. Indeed, he behaved like someone capable of great things. To him, those killed by Rolf were mere ants, and even if Rolf wiped out everyone here, Ebenezer wouldn't bat an eye. With Ebenezer's approval, Rolf withdrew his aura and released his pressure on Vanserlin. He saw no need to further assault Vanserlin, who was nothing more than an ant to him. Kill them all. Just as Rolf prepared to tear open space again to leave, Anselm ordered a nearby strong figure. Seeking revenge against Roxy, he naturally wouldn't spare anyone linked to her. Thus, he instructed the killer to take out everyone, showing Roxy the consequence of offending him. Chapter 131. Saving the Imperial City. As Anselm finished speaking, Vanserlin, who had initially believed that he and the people of the Imperial City were saved, was instantly struck by fear. He had already betrayed his daughter. Could it be that they still couldn't save the remaining citizens of the Imperial City? At this moment, Vanserlin regretted bitterly. If he had known these people were so heartless, he would never have betrayed his daughter even if everyone in the Imperial City died. Vanserlin could only look at Anselm with a resentful gaze. However, what greeted him was an enormous spirit energy palm. Seeing the spirit energy palm about to land on him, Vanserlin closed his eyes. If he must die, then so be it. At least he did not betray the citizens of the Xianxia Empire, and even in death, there was no regret. However, after closing his eyes for some time, Vanserlin felt no sign of death. Opening his eyes again in confusion, he saw an unknown figure appear before him, effortlessly blocking the descending spirit energy palm. Who would have thought such a powerful individual like you is hidden within this tiny Xianxia Empire? Nevertheless, today it doesn't matter who comes. Those who are meant to die will die. Looking at the suddenly appearing figure stopping the blow from their saint, Anselm unexpectedly replied. Anselm had not anticipated that within such a small empire, there existed another saint. He indeed felt somewhat surprised. For Vanserlin, the ruler of this empire, was merely at the sovereign realm, while the other 3 Amons were merely Tai realm practitioners, guard rank within their clan. Therefore, when a saint appeared here, Anselm felt quite taken aback. But it was just a fleeting surprise. Saints. This time the Kong clan had dispatched 100 individuals, all at the 9th rank saint level. Even if there were some unforeseen events, the outcome wouldn't change. Your words hold much truth. Those who are meant to die will die, but the ones who will die today are you. The mysterious figure merely blew gently, shattering the spirit energy palm unleashed by the Kong family's saint. Its voice echoed coldly. Per my master's orders, I shall take all of you away, so please come along. Upon finishing his words, with a slight wave of its hand, every person present vanished from their spots, including the mysterious figure itself. Bradley, wasn't that someone we know? After everyone disappeared, Vanserlin asked hesitantly because the figure seemed vaguely familiar. Probably one of the 3 women, Kennedy, Nicolette, and Godwin. A royal ancestor responded uncertainly because the figure was facing away from them, making it hard to confirm. Their guess wasn't far off. The figure that appeared was indeed Godwin. Ever since Rolf came to the Xianxia Empire, Wyatt knew. However, unaware of their true intentions, and assuming they were enemies of the Empire, he didn't intervene much. Still, he kept an eye on them. Because Wyatt realized the strength of these people was considerable, he paid more attention. Later, he discovered they were targeting his daughter. He wanted to see how Vanserlin would handle the situation. However, Rolf's cruelty displeased Wyatt, prompting him to send Godwin to act. Elsewhere, the group led by Rolf brought back by Godwin were now lying on the ground, stripped of their powers by Godwin. Vansester, I've brought them all back. Go enjoy your barbecue, Wyatt said casually, tearing off a leg from a roasted rabbit for Desiree. Meanwhile, Michaela stood up as she spotted Tamsin among the captives. Alongside her, the 10 Imperial guards also rose, recognizing Tamsin and others. Seeing Michaela, Loki, and his team of 20, sealed of their abilities, showed both surprise and fear. Fear gripped them. Being imprisoned and stripped of power, even Kramer didn't possess such prowess. When did Michaela gain such formidable allies? And this was all happening in true spirit world. Tamsin, you've disappointed me greatly. Loki, did Kramer send only you? Does he fear death so much? But no matter. Soon, I'll return to Immortal spirit world. Everything he gave me, I'll repay 1,000-fold. Feng Shun, strip their cultivation, break their limbs, and throw them into the depths of the mountain ranges. Let them become food for beasts. Michaela said nothing further to these people, dismissing them like mere underlings. With children around, she didn't want her daughter witnessing bloodshed, hence instructing Feng Shun to disable and abandon them in the wilderness where they would become beast fodder. These are emperors of Immortal spirit world. Michaela clearly wasn't one for compassion. Severing their limbs ensured they wouldn't escape. Understood. Your Vance Jesty. Nobody pleaded for mercy. Sealed by Godwin, they lacked even the ability to speak. Empress, what should be done with the rest? Qinglong inquired as there were still over 100 captives left. These people came with Loki. They aren't good either. Once identified, exterminate them all. Understood, Empress. Qinglong took Rolf and his followers away, followed closely by the remaining 8 Imperial guards. Michaela returned to her daughter, acting as though nothing unusual had happened. Kimberly, let's finish eating and stop, okay? Children shouldn't indulge too much. Michaela watched her daughter eating voraciously, expressing concern, as it was already the 3rd wild rabbit she had eaten. It's fine, let her eat. Translation note. This chapter retains the original tone and style of the text, preserving the narrative flow and the characters' personalities, ensuring coherence with prior events. The story maintains a natural, fluent delivery in English without grammatical errors. Chapter 132. Rewarding Roxy. Wyatt, Faye is only a 6-year-old child. How can she eat so much at one time? This can seriously damage her body. Didn't you raise Faye this way before? As Wyatt finished speaking, Michaela immediately criticized him. Did this man have no common sense at all? Wyatt, looking at Michaela who seemed somewhat angry, gave her a strange look. However, he couldn't deny that Michaela was strikingly beautiful even when she was mad. Faye isn't an ordinary child. Have you not seen her current cultivation level? Not to mention 3 ordinary wild rabbits. Even 3 demonic beasts wouldn't be enough for her. These things aren't nearly enough for her. Besides, Faye has a special constitution. Once these things enter her body, they are instantly refined. Otherwise, how do you think she achieved her Immortal King cultivation? Michaela looked speechlessly at Wyatt, but then remembered her daughter was indeed an Immortal King now, and thus the food wasn't enough for her. You mean our daughter has a special constitution? Michaela was surprised. She clearly remembered examining Desiree right after giving birth, and she wasn't any kind of special constitution. How did her daughter suddenly become special now? Could it have awakened later on? Special constitutions could indeed be divided into innate and acquired ones. Innate ones referred to those that had already awakened at birth, and were often accompanied by unusual phenomena at birth. Acquired ones meant that they hadn't awakened at birth, and were cultivated through specific techniques or skills. This included hidden constitutions which needed special techniques to activate. Such constitutions were also considered acquired. Innate and acquired constitutions also varied in strength. Generally speaking, innate constitutions were stronger than acquired ones, but there were exceptions. Some acquired constitutions may not be inferior to innate ones, and can even surpass them. Of course, Faye's is the swallowing Dao body. Swallowing Dao body? Michaela was stunned. She had never heard of such a constitution. What was a Dao body? Michaela knew of spirit body, immortal body, and divine body, but Dao body was indeed the first time she heard it. Was it stronger than a divine body? Yes, exactly the swallowing Dao body. As its name suggests, as long as she constantly swallows spirit-filled objects, Faye's cultivation can continue to break through. Wyatt looked proud. After all, this constitution was something he had obtained for his daughter, and he had also nurtured her into an immortal king. Michaela was shocked. She couldn't believe her daughter's constitution was so powerful. By merely swallowing spirit-filled objects, her cultivation could increase. This kind of constitution was unheard of to her. No wonder her 6-year-old daughter had reached immortal king. So many people dreamed of this power. But for the past year, if I hadn't been in deep sleep, Faye would likely have surpassed heavenly sovereign level. Miss Xiao, thank you for taking care of Faye previously. Just now, because of our family matters, the royal family suffered some losses. So I will grant your royal family a grand opportunity. My lord, you overstated. Actually, I didn't help much, and instead, I received a lot of benefits. Besides, I like Faye very much. Roxy, though unaware of what happened to the royal family, thought that with adult Godwin's intervention, the losses shouldn't be too severe. And it was true that she gained much from staying with Desiree. Her current 8th tier Air Ascension realm attested to this fact. Not to mention, Desiree had given her a lot of gifts. The single immortal artifact's ring on her finger alone outweighed everything else. And inside the ring were mountains of high-grade spirit stones, ores, magical treasures, etc. Initially, Roxy intended to return these items to Desiree upon her return, but the little Doreen didn't need them. Later, when Roxy tried to hand them over to Michaela, She simply didn't care about the contents of the ring. One thing at a time. I promised a grand opportunity to your royal family, and I won't just talk. Here's a jade pendant I specially made. After returning to the royal family, find 10 loyal people for use. Simply crush the pendant to enhance their cultivation levels. As for you, forget it. Let me directly boost your cultivation. After some consideration, Wyatt shot a burst of magic energy into Roxy's body. Her cultivation skyrocketed, as if propelled by a rocket until a teacup of time passed and stopped. Her cultivation jumped from 8th tier air ascension to 1st tier sage realm. Without damaging her foundation, Wyatt had boosted Roxy to her limits. If he weren't concerned about her foundation, even immortals could reach higher realms with a mere thought. Am I a sage realm cultivator now? Feeling her newfound power, Roxy murmured in disbelief, finding it too fantastical. Don't focus on cultivating further recently. Your main priority should be consolidating your realm and familiarizing yourself with your power. Thank you, young Vancestor Mu. Roxy immediately kneeled down, respectfully bowing to Wyatt for the significant gift of fortune. Go back. Wyatt calmly accepted Roxy's gratitude, understanding that while it was trivial to him, it was a massive favor to her. Yes, young Vancestor Mu. Big sister, remember to come play with Faye again. When Roxy turned to leave, Desiree called out to her. After all, they had spent a year together, and Desiree felt some dependency on Roxy. Now, however, the little Doreen found her mother and her father was back, lessening her reliance on Roxy. Soon, everyone resumed their revelry, and Wyatt let them enjoy this rare moment without interference. The next morning, when Michaela came out of her room, she saw Amador kneeling outside, perplexing her as to what was happening. Seer, why are you here? Get up quickly. Amador sees mother, this subordinate has sinned. ##### Chapter 133, Michaela's speechlessness. Michaela's eyes were filled with confusion. She couldn't understand why Amador was here to apologize to her. Even if Amador had done something wrong, shouldn't he be apologizing to Wyatt? Prophet, please get up and explain first, she said. Amador was revered by everyone in the immortal spirit realm as a prophet, and Michaela treated him with equal respect despite his current position under Wyatt. Lady, please let me finish explaining, Amador replied humbly. All right, go on. Michaela was both speechless and curious. She wanted to hear what Amador had to say that made him kneel here so early in the morning to apologize. Lady, it happened like this, Amador began, organizing his words. He recounted the events of 11 years ago, when Kramer sought his divination. This led to Kramer taking action against Michaela. Amador hadn't foreseen the aftermath, how he himself would be invited back by Wyatt, nor how his prophecy would intertwine Michaela with Wyatt. Now, Michaela had become his lady, which prompted Amador to seek forgiveness from her. If not for his prophecy, Kramer wouldn't have targeted Michaela. However, conversely, without Amador's prophecy, Michaela might never have had the chance to reach the Bradley immortal realm, nor would Wyatt have awakened his system or gained an immortal wife. Upon hearing Amador's explanation, Michaela gave a bitter smile. She never imagined that the revered prophet would be the one responsible for her suffering. Does he know about this? Lady, I've already apologized to Vancestor. Then didn't he punish you? No, Vancestor said this is your decision, lady. Well, get up then. Michaela wasn't sure how to punish Amador. The fault wasn't really his. He merely followed Kramer's request for a divination. Kramer's actions were too extreme. Yes, lady. After dismissing Amador, Michaela went to find Sylvana and others. Now that her foundation was restored and her cultivation had advanced, it was time to return and take revenge. Empress, are we going back alone? Lorraine asked hesitantly after listening to Michaela. Do you want to bring someone else along? What about Vancestor? Let Kimberly stay here. She's still young. Michaela was now at the mid-stage Bradley immortal realm. Dealing with Kramer was effortless, and she didn't want to bring her daughter into the chaos yet. How can this be? My wife has been bullied like this, and I can't just stand by and do nothing. Lormy, Kimberly is very strong. Kimberly wants to help mommy fight the bad guys. As Michaela spoke, Wyatt entered with Desiree in his arms. Wyatt would never agree to let her return alone. Greetings, Empress, little Empress. You all go down first. In a bit, I'll help boost your cultivation. We'll return to the immortal spirit realm in 3 days. Yes, Empress. The 10 Imperial Guards respectfully left, each smiling widely. Having Wyatt enhance their cultivation was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I'm returning for revenge, not sightseeing. Do you want to drag Kimberly into this conflict? The immortal spirit realm is more dangerous than the true spirit realm. Even if your strength can ignore everything, what about our daughter? She's so young and has such cultivation. If anyone found out, it would attract powerful figures. What if she's in danger? Mufian, did you not consider your daughter's safety? Michaela didn't want Wyatt to go because she was worried about their daughter. Desiree was only 6, but already had the full power of an immortal king. Such strength, if known, would invite unwanted attention. The worst-case scenario could involve her being coerced into joining a powerful faction, or even becoming a puppet. Michaela wouldn't risk it. So, what are you saying? Wyatt responded, sounding somewhat unreasonable. I'll just kill those old bastards, then she'll be safe. Michaela. Was that what she meant? She almost wanted to bang her head against the wall. Initially, she thought Wyatt had realized his mistake, but his next words almost sent her over the edge. Did he seriously think about wiping out the immortal spirit realm? If Wyatt did that, they'd be enemies of the entire realm. They wouldn't have peace even if they returned to the true spirit realm. Relax. Don't worry. Not only am I unmatched, but even Elias and the others can easily destroy the immortal spirit realm. I promise no harm will come to Kimberly, and I can't trust you going alone. If you want a peaceful life here, fine. But since you can't let go of the past, I, your husband, will secure a future for you. Whether it's becoming a palace master or ruling the immortal spirit realm, anything is possible. Wyatt understood Michaela's concerns, but viewed them as trivial. This woman didn't desire ordinariness. Wyatt would make her ruler of all. This translation preserves the original tone, structure, and nuances of the Chinese text while ensuring it reads naturally in English. It maintains character consistency and ensures the storyline remains coherent. Chapter 134. The Art of Cultivation and the Tao Scripture. Michaela placed a hand on her forehead, utterly speechless about Wyatt's words. However, she knew he was telling the truth. If Christian were to protect Desiree, the latter indeed wouldn't be in any danger. She didn't want to argue further to avoid getting angered to death again. You take our daughter to play for a while. I'll go prepare something to help them enhance their cultivation. You should also consolidate your current level, and when the time comes, I'll assist you in elevating it. Is this safe for them? Enhancing the cultivation of Sunny and the others would naturally be best, but Michaela worried that such an approach could harm their future prospects, as forcing growth is not always beneficial. Don't worry, there won't be any issues. If there are any problems, I can force them once more. Bastard. Infuriated, Michaela kicked at Wyatt, but he simply dodged with a laugh and left. Lauren, did you force Dad before? And since Mom forced Dad, why do you still call him a bastard? Michaela. Be good, Faye. Don't pay attention to what Dad says. He never takes anything seriously. What would you like to do today? Shall we play together? Michaela made a vow to herself to limit her daughter's exposure to Wyatt, lest she be completely corrupted. Lauren, are we leaving here? Yes, I have some matters in the immortal spirit realm that must be resolved, so we have to leave. If you want to return someday, we can come back here. Michaela no longer hesitated about taking her daughter to the immortal spirit realm, knowing it was futile anyway since she couldn't convince either father or daughter. Faye, can I say goodbye to my little sister? Of course, shall we go together? Yes. Michaela took Desiree out of the courtyard, planning to visit Roxy in the Imperial City. Godwin followed them. Meanwhile, back in his room, Wyatt decided it was best to refine some elixirs. He also noticed that some of the 10 Imperial guards had latent injuries. However, before refining the elixirs, he needed to prepare a cultivation technique for Desiree, who was now 6 years old. Wyatt browsed the system store but found no suitable technique for his daughter, which troubled him. System, didn't you say you have everything? Why isn't there a technique suitable for my daughter's constitution? Host, you haven't checked in today yet. Wyatt. What nonsense. But he paused, realizing something. System, I want to check in. Ding. Congratulations on a successful check-in. Reward. 1 copy of the Swallowing Tao Scripture. System, you really know how to play. Wyatt sighed, appreciating the system's timely assistance. It seemed the system always provided what he needed. He wanted a cultivation technique for his daughter, and it promptly delivered one, obviously tailored for her Tao body. System, can this technique be directly implanted into my daughter's mind? Of course. Wyatt smiled, knowing his daughter wouldn't willingly cultivate. It wasn't in her nature to focus. With the system implanting it intelligently, he wouldn't need to force her. After securing the technique, Wyatt began refining the elixirs. He intended to refine Sacred Brilliance pills, which could help elevate one's realm. These pills could vary in quality depending on the ingredients. Spiritual herbs yielded spiritual pills, and immortal herbs yielded immortal pills. Since the 10 Imperial guards were all at the Immortal King stage, Wyatt aimed to create immortal pills but also bought some spiritual herbs to practice with first. Refining a single batch required 132 types of spiritual herbs, none of which were cheap. Despite his wealth, Wyatt wanted to ensure every resource was well utilized. While Wyatt was busy refining, Michaela and Desiree were nearing the Imperial City. Just outside its 100-mile perimeter, they encountered a Benny. Young lady, please stop. Is there something you need? You're from this empire, right? I'm wondering if you saw a group of strangers yesterday? Michaela frowned. Didn't Wyatt already deal with those people yesterday? Could there be leftovers? And now they've come here. Fortunately, she intercepted them. At the courtyard, she wasn't worried, but she was concerned about the Shieling Empire's inhabitants. The man before her was a great emperor. Even with Roxy's enhanced cultivation to sage, she couldn't possibly contend with a great emperor. Are you with them? Not exactly. I was just curious and came to check, but I lost track of where they went and thought to ask you. Then ask your Amens. It turned out she misjudged the situation. Lucky she asked another question, or she might have acted rashly. Michaela then left. Tai watched her depart, confused by her words. He wondered why she said that. Unbeknownst to him, he had narrowly escaped a dangerous situation. As he tried to pursue for clarification, his communication jade pendant lit up. After reading the message, Tai stood frozen, only regaining his senses after some time before quickly departing. He finally understood Michaela's remark. The Kong family had been exterminated. The Fu family had known since yesterday but forgot about Tai until now, prompting his recall. Michaela arrived at the Imperial City shortly after, entering the palace effortlessly because Alejandro had ordered everyone to remember Desiree, even if they didn't recognize him as emperor. Please wait a moment. I'll inform Princess 7. A eunuch in one of the palace halls politely informed Michaela. Go ahead. The English translation retains the original tone and style of the Chinese text, ensuring fluency and coherence with the story's context. The structure and line breaks mirror the original format for consistency. Chapter 135. A day tour of the Imperial City. At this moment, in the Royal Forbidden Zone, Roxy was observing 10 individuals cultivating inside a radiant barrier. She could sense that their cultivation levels were rapidly increasing, and a hint of satisfaction appeared on her face. The radiant barrier came from the jade pendant Wyatt had given her earlier. After returning to the royal palace, she had selected 10 people under Vanserlin's recommendation and used the jade pendant for them. Among these 10 people, Vanserlin and 3 Aemonernons took 4 spots, while Jacqueline took 1 spot. The remaining 5 spots went to 2 princes and 3 commanders of the Imperial Guards. These selections were carefully made by Vanserlin, and how much they would improve depended on their talent. Even if the improvement wasn't substantial, it would still grant them some say in the Zonglong domain. Suddenly, Roxy frowned as she sensed someone touching the defensive array outside the restricted area. She had clearly instructed no one to disturb them. However, after a brief pause, Roxy walked towards the exit. If it weren't urgent, no one would dare disturb her here. When Roxy opened the stone door of the forbidden zone, she saw the head eunuch of the royal household standing outside, which caused her to frown again. The servant greets Princess Seventh. Long live the princess. Yongfu, why are you here? I said no one should disturb me. In response to Princess Seventh, little senior Immortal is looking for Princess Seventh at Yunoheo Hall. What? Is Kimberly at the Imperial Palace? Roxy was startled. She knew who Yongfu referred to as little senior Immortal. It was none other than Desiree. But since she had only returned yesterday, why did Desiree come to see her today? Realizing she couldn't delay, Roxy quickly shut the stone door and rushed towards Yunoheo Hall. Yongfu hurriedly followed her, knowing he shouldn't linger in such a crucial place even as the head eunuch. As Roxy sprinted, she soon reached the entrance of Yunoheo Hall, where she took a moment to tidy up her attire. She was aware that Desiree wouldn't come alone. There were bound to be others with her, possibly even Desiree's parents. Sister, we're here to bid farewell because Kimberly is going to the spirit realm with Lorimi to fight bad guys. Are you going to the spirit world? Roxy was surprised. She knew Michaela would return to the spirit world eventually, but didn't expect Desiree to go along. Because Michaela's return to the spirit world would likely involve a battle, and Desiree was still so young. Based on her understanding of Michaela, she wouldn't bring the little Doreen. Yes, Carterdy said bad guys hurt Lorimi, so we have to help Lorimi fight. Sister, I might not be able to play with you for a long time. Why don't you take sister with you to the spirit world? Kimberly, your sister hasn't achieved immortal rank, so she can't go to the spirit world. If you want to play with her, why not stay here? Although immortals can't descend casually, it wouldn't cause problems unless they wreak havoc. Moreover, celestial beings generally won't descend unless necessary, due to the differing spiritual energies between realms. An immortal's cultivation drops upon descending, as mortals cultivate spiritual energy, while immortals cultivate divine energy. And non-immortal cultivators can't survive in the spirit world due to its immense pressure, unless born in the spirit world and recognized by the heavenly Tao, which grants them an immortal body even without cultivation. No way, Kimberly wants to help Lorimi fight. The little Doreen shook her head vigorously, not missing out on such exciting adventures. Kimberly, sister can't go to the spirit world. When you're done fighting the bad guys, you can come back to play. That's true. With Michaela and Roxy's reassurances, Desiree spent the rest of the day touring the Imperial City with Roxy. Meanwhile, Michaela had Godwin set up a celestial formation outside the Imperial City as gratitude for Roxy hosting Desiree for a year. By the time Michaela returned to Legia Village, Wyatt had already refined the elixirs, and the 10 Imperial Guards had started cultivating after taking them. Carterdy, pick Kimberly up. Carterdy, do you have a reward for me? Desiree snuggled into Wyatt's arms and asked sweetly. Oh, why do you think that? Wyatt was curious how his daughter knew he had a gift ready, especially since he hadn't mentioned it. Carterdy, didn't Kimberly help you find mommy? Don't you think you should reward Kimberly? Ha ha ha. Wyatt laughed heartily, surprised by his daughter's candidness. Yes, you're right, Carter should reward you. What do you want? Wyatt's laughter instantly triggered a teasing reaction from Michaela. Chapter 136, Immortal Spirit Realm, Wuling Domain. Carter, you decide? But Faye won't be happy if it's not fun. Alright, how about Carter rewards you with a little friend? Little friend? What kind of little friend? Here, this one. Wyatt took out a giant egg about a meter high. This was one of the rewards from the system upgrade, a pet egg. Carter, are we going to cook this egg for Faye? Wyatt. This Doreen is just a little foodie, always thinking about eating. This is a pet egg awarded by the system and it's a chaos grade pet egg. Faye, this isn't for eating. It's a pet egg. After Faye's blood recognition, it will hatch and grow up to play with you and protect you. Likely. Yes. Wyatt responded and then started helping his daughter bond with the pet egg. Once the contract was successful, he took out a large amount of divine crystals to feed the pet egg. Normally, bonding a pet egg requires absorbing the master's essence blood and mana to hatch. But with the system's help, Desiree only needed to contribute 1 drop of essence blood. While the pet egg absorbed the divine crystals and hatched, Wyatt also passed on the Swallow Dao Classic to his daughter, instructing her to study its contents whenever she had time. The Swallow Dao Classic wasn't just a cultivation technique. It contained all kinds of knowledge, including mystic arts, martial techniques, and array formations. After finishing this, Wyatt handed over a jade bottle to Michaela, which contained pills specifically refined for her to enhance her realm. Using life source and some immortal herbs, the bottle held 10 pills, and Wyatt estimated that after taking all the pills, Michaela's cultivation would reach the peak of Celestial Sovereign. 3 days quickly passed, and Michaela's 10 Imperial Guards emerged from seclusion. Their cultivation levels had significantly improved, with the lowest being early stage Immortal Emperor and the highest late stage Immortal Emperor. Meanwhile, Desiree's pet egg, after 3 days of absorbing divine crystals, successfully hatched into a small fox. The little Doreen was extremely delighted. The system-awarded pet egg was called the Chaos Celestial Fox, a celestial fox egg born in chaos. If properly nurtured, it could reach the chaos grade. As for the meaning of chaos, Wyatt knew well from his previous life on Earth. It was a concept from mythology referring to the most primitive state before Pangu separated heaven and earth. Clearly, such a pet wasn't ordinary. Even at birth, it possessed the strength of a celestial sovereign, showing that the Chaos Celestial Fox was extraordinary indeed. Carter, if we go to the Immortal Spirit Realm, don't we have to abandon our new courtyard? Of course not. We can take the entire courtyard to the Immortal Spirit Realm with us. Yeah. Hurry up and store the courtyard, Carter. Wyatt smiled and picked up his daughter, then flew into the sky with Michaela and the 10 Imperial Guards. With a wave of his hand, he stored the entire courtyard into the system space. Let's go to the Immortal Spirit Realm, Wyatt said, then stretched out his hand, creating a spatial passage. He carried his daughter and led Michaela into it, followed by the excited 10 Imperial Guards. They were finally returning to the Immortal Spirit Realm after years of hiding, and they would return in an unstoppable manner. Previously, when they were still in the Immortal Spirit Realm, they were in the Wuling Domain, the poorest region in the entire immortal spirit realm. Thus, there weren't many powerful figures in Wuling Domain, and only 5 places reached the level of Holy Land: Jediah Holy Land, Justin Palace, Qinghua Sect, Lingyan Pavilion, and Justin Imperial Dynasty. Jediah Holy Land and Justin Palace were the weakest, with only Jace as an immortal emperor in Jediah Holy Land, and Michaela as an immortal emperor in Justin Palace. Both their realms were at peak immortal emperor. Although the two forces had similar strength, many immortal kings were killed due to Michaela, and only 12 imperial guards managed to escape with her to the true spirit realm. Tragically, 2 of them were traitors, causing Justin Palace to be eradicated in Wuling Domain, with everything taken over by the other 4 major forces. In the cultivation world, everyone looks out for themselves in times of hardship, and those willing to lend a hand are few and far between. Among the 5 major forces in Wuling Domain, the strongest was Justin Imperial Dynasty, boasting the most immortal emperors and territory. The second strongest was Lingyan Pavilion, followed by Qinghua Sect, while Jediah Holy Land and Justin Palace were the weakest. Justin Imperial Dynasty had 11 immortal emperors, including a half-step Bradley level Aemon. Now, Michaela's 10 imperial guards were also immortal emperors, and Michaela had advanced to mid-stage Bradley Immortal. Plus they had the mysterious Wyatt, an imperial sovereign whose true strength was unknown. Naturally, the 10 imperial guards were very excited because they would soon reclaim what they had lost. In the Flame Mountain range of Wuling Domain, suddenly, a spatial passage appeared outside the Flame Mountain range, from which walked out over a dozen figures, Wyatt and his group. Carter, is this the immortal spirit realm? Why is it so hot here? As soon as they stepped out of the spatial passage, a wave of heat hit them, making the little Doreen in Wyatt's arms very uncomfortable. Yes, this is indeed the immortal spirit realm, but it seems like something went wrong. Carter, did you take a wrong turn? Haha. Wyatt laughed because he indeed had set a random coordinate, not realizing how far off it was from his intended destination. Wife, check where we are. Let's leave this place quickly. It feels like a fiery mountain. Follow me. It's naturally hot in Flame Mountain range, but luckily Xianxia isn't too far. The former Justin Palace was located on a snow peak near the outskirts of Xianxia, not too far from the Flame Mountain range. One was in the south, the other in the north. Given their current speed, it would take no more than 3 days to fly there, indeed not too far. Michaela glanced at Wyatt and flew in a direction. She knew Wyatt didn't know the exact location of the snow peak, but simply shot him a look without further comment. Flying like this is exhausting. Why don't we use my ark? Wyatt summoned an ark and boarded it with his daughter. Michaela and the others saw Wyatt already on the ark and had no choice but to follow. Let someone control the ark. I'll do it. This kind of work suits me. As soon as Wyatt finished speaking, Benito headed toward the control room. His enthusiasm stemmed entirely from the aura of the ark. Chapter 137. Return to Snow Peak. Earlier, when Wyatt took out the ark, the leaked aura startled everyone. That mere hint of aura made them feel an overwhelming sense of death. It should be noted that this was just an ark, a specialized vessel for travel, not a weapon meant to slay enemies. Yet, even this ark brought about a sense of doom. Could it be just a simple magical treasure? Precisely because of this, Casimir was eager to experience it. It was a rare opportunity indeed. As Casimir left, the remaining 9 Imperial guards snapped back to reality. They inwardly cursed Casimir, who was usually so mild-mannered, but became cunning in critical moments. Everyone felt infuriated by Casimir but couldn't say much. After all, their own reactions were slower. With Casimir controlling the ark, they arrived at Snow Peak in less than 2 days. This speed astonished everyone. Had they flown on their own, it would have taken around 3 days. The ark's speed exceeded even the immortal emperors. In the immortal spirit world, even celestial sovereign-grade artifacts could not match such speed, indicating that this ark was at least an artifact of divine power. Who dares come here? This is Jediah Holy Land's territory. All outsiders are forbidden to fly. Please land immediately. Just as the ark appeared a few miles from Snow Peak, 2 figures emerged, halting the Arkansas. Those on board, including Michaela, had grim expressions. This place used to be their territory, now firmly occupied by the Jediah Holy Land. Although they had guessed as much, seeing it confirmed was still hard to bear. Let's go. Holding his daughter, Wyatt said and stepped out. If they were here, then they had to face it. You of Jediah Holy Land, you dare occupy our Snow Peak. Watch me, Grandpa Bull, destroy you all today. Casimir was the fastest one besides Wyatt and Michaela. Even before he emerged, his voice echoed throughout Snow Peak. Snow Peak was the collective name for the region. It was vast, previously being the headquarters of the Spirit Immortal Palace. Because these peaks remained snow-covered year-round, it was called Snow Peak. Contrasting with the previous blazing mountain range, it symbolized ice and fire. You're the Spirit Immortal Emperor. Michaela was recognized immediately upon appearing. The 2 guards' faces showed terror. They forgot to run. Die. In a flash, Casimir appeared before them, palm striking both men. With 2 bangs, the guards were smashed into pieces. Bam. Just as Quinian gloated, a sudden pain on his head made him yell. Turning angrily, his fury vanished instantly upon recognizing the person behind him. Great Venus, why did you hit me? Casimir's voice carried grievance. Shouldn't killing enemies earn praise instead of punishment? And he saw anger on Great Venus's face. This baffled Casimir. Did acting rashly displease the Venus? You audacious bull, how dare you ask why? You killed them brutally, didn't you see little princesses here? Casimir froze, forgetting Desiree was present. He glanced over and saw Wyatt covering her eyes. You're Vance Jesty, sorry. Old bull got too excited. It won't happen again. Just be cautious next time. Deal with those people first. Yes, you're Vance Jesty. People were already flying over due to Casimir's loud words. Naturally, many headed this way. Moreover, Casimir's words were clear. People from Jediah Holy Land rushed over. Seeing the incoming crowd, Wyatt ordered the 10 Imperial guards to handle them first. Upon his command, the 10 guards engaged, controlling their strength well. Carterdy, put Ling down. Ling wants to fight the bad guys too. Seeing the 10 guards engaging enemies, the little Doreen couldn't resist. She was here to help her mother fight villains, right? No. Before Wyatt responded, Michaela coldly refused. How could she let Desiree involve in killings? But neither knew that little Desiree had killed many already and felt no aversion. Ling, you're too young to fight. When Ling grows up, you can help lure me, okay? Humph. Isn't it just fighting bad guys? Ling isn't inexperienced. I'm an unmatched expert. These punks aren't enough for my teeth. Carterdy, release me, or I won't help you onto mommy's bed tonight. Ah. Wyatt quickly covered her mouth, his heart racing. Why must this troublemaker reveal everything? Wyatt glanced at the beauty beside him. Indeed, Michaela was looking at him coldly, waiting for his explanation. Wife, listen, this Doreen just talks nonsense. Do I look like someone who'd do that? You don't. Wife, I knew you understand me best. You're exactly like that. Wyatt. Could this conversation continue? Feeling somewhat depressed, Wyatt smiled wryly. A normal Aiden with a beautiful child's mother beside him, sleeping together seemed natural, yet why did he feel like the villain? Ouch. Suddenly Wyatt felt a sharp pain in his hand, and the daughter he was holding disappeared, leaving him speechless. When did this little monster become so violent? Not allowing her to join yet insisting, she actually bit him. Meanwhile, Desiree was far away, wielding a large ladle, knocking anyone within reach. As she struck, they fell one by one. Look at your parenting, turning her into a brute. Watching the distant scene, Michaela's eyes flickered wildly, still finding fault with Wyatt. Chapter 138, Terrible News. Dear, this isn't my fault. Is our daughter not becoming so violent because she went out to look for you? Our daughter used to be very obedient. Wyatt would not take the blame for this. Once he accepted it, it would be impossible to shake off. Moreover, what Wyatt said was true. The little Doreen had indeed been very obedient before, but after he emerged from his seclusion, he noticed a significant change in his daughter. It seemed she was developing into a little devil. This is all your fault for not watching over our daughter. Otherwise, how could she have sneaked out? Dear, I don't think this is a bad thing. If our daughter hadn't gone out, how could she have found you back? If she hadn't brought you back, when would you have repaired your foundation? Without that, how could you return to the immortal spirit world now? No matter what, Wyatt would not admit he was wrong and started reasoning with Michaela. While the couple debated, their daughter was already having a field day playing. The disciples of the Jediah Holy Land who saw Desiree scattered and ran away. Although this place was occupied by the Jediah Holy Land, most of these people were not highly cultivated, generally not exceeding the rank of an immortal king. Occasionally, if an immortal king appeared, they would be killed by the 10 Imperial Guards. So the little Doreen played joyfully, and this Doreen would snatch their storage rings every time she knocked someone out, a typical bandit behavior. After about an hour, on Snow Peak, apart from Wyatt and his group, there wasn't a single person from the Jediah Holy Land left standing. On the main peak of Snow Peak, inside the Justinan Palace's Grand Hall, Michaela sat in her former palace lord's position. The 10 Imperial Guards stood lined up on either side, while Wyatt sat beside her holding their daughter. In the middle of the 10 Imperial Guards, a Benny knelt. He was the only surviving immortal king intentionally spared by the 10 Imperial Guards. Tell me, are there any survivors in Justinan Palace? Justinan Empyrean, I didn't expect you would dare to return. I have already informed the Empyrean. Just wait until our forces lay siege again. Is that so? That's convenient. I've returned specifically to kill the dogs of the Jediah. Since you refuse to cooperate, you're no longer of use. Take him away and deal with him. Also, clean up Snow Peak and search to see if there are any imprisoned members of our Justinan Palace. Yes, Empyrean. Hayden moved forward and grabbed the Benny, heading outside. The remaining 9 guards hurriedly followed. After they left, Michaela led Wyatt to the backyard. Back in the courtyard, Wyatt cleaned up and then released their family compound. They might have to live here for quite a while. News of the Justinan Empyrean's return spread quickly through the Wuling realm. With so many people around Snow Peak, some surely managed to escape, and those who fled spread the news of the Justinan Empyrean's return. The various forces in the Wuling realm were all surprised by this news. No one expected the Justinan Empyrean, who had escaped, would return. However, everyone knew that since she dared to return, the Justinan Empyrean must have some plan. Either a breakthrough in cultivation or finding a powerful ally. All parties dispatched spies to Jiangcheng to get first-hand information. Vansini suspicious figures also rushed towards Jiangcheng after this news. In the northern part of the Wuling realm stood a towering mountain named Tianshan. On Tianshan, the Jediah Holy Land was located, one of the 5 major powers. On a cliff in the back mountain of the Holy Land, the Joshua was lost in thought, holding a jade pendant. No one knew what he was thinking, but it was clear from his expression that his mood was terrible. After a long pause, he murmured, I didn't expect you would dare to return. Did you find your opportunity? Having received word of Michaela's return to the immortal spirit world and losing contact with the 20 immortal kings he sent down, the Joshua suspected they were all dead. Since Michaela returned openly, she must have means to confront him. The Joshua believed this could only be due to Michaela's newfound fortune. Must we come to this end? Come in. Pay respect to the Empyrean. Gather all disciples and affiliated sections. Set off immediately towards Jiangcheng. Surround Snow Peak entirely. I do not want even a fly to escape. Yes, Empyrean. The figure acknowledged and vanished instantly, as if never present. Mao Xianxia, I told you everything should belong to me. Wait and see. After mumbling, the Joshua also vanished. His long-planned actions were finally coming to fruition. Michaela did not know about these external events. Even if she did, she wouldn't care. Whether or not the Joshua sought her out, she would not let him off. At this moment, Michaela was on the shortest peak of Snow Peak. Through the investigation of the Imperial Guards, they discovered a large number of prisoners in an underground prison. The prison was built after the Jediah Holy Land occupied the area. All the prisoners were captured Justinan Palace disciples, but they were in poor condition. They were chained and sealed in cultivation, with old and new wounds, clearly suffering daily torment. Milton 8, where's my master? Why can't I see her here? Michaela felt worried, anxious, and nervous. She couldn't find the person she hoped to see. When Michaela decided to flee earlier, she didn't realize the Joshua was intentionally letting her go. She thought her master was holding back the Joshua to buy her time. But now, Milton 8 and many disciples were here, except her master. Empyrean, the old Empyrean. She has already been killed. Dear, are you okay? Upon hearing Milton 8's words, Michaela staggered. Wyatt quickly steadied her, showing concern. Even Desiree watched her mother worriedly. She heard what Milton 8 said. Her mom's teacher was killed, and her mom looked extremely saddened. The little Doreen held her mom's hand tightly. Empyrean, please leave us behind. Once the Jediah dogs arrive, it will be troublesome. Milton 8 and the others were unaware of external events since they were imprisoned. Injured and unable to flee far, Milton 8 did not want Michaela to be captured. Chapter 139. Rebuilding Spirit Immortal Palace. Fei Youngmu, do you have a way to save my master? Michaela ignored Milton 8's words. After being silent for a while, she asked Wyatt. Though her question seemed absurd, she still voiced it out. The reason was naturally because of Wyatt's unfathomable strength. Perhaps there was hope. Honey, this happened several years ago. After so much time, even I can't do anything. If it were within a year, there might have been a glimmer of hope. Though he had an invincible cultivation, he wasn't omnipotent. And the person had already been dead for several years. They might have already reincarnated. He truly had no means. If Michaela's master's soul hadn't dissipated right after death, it would have been much easier. Wyatt could easily have saved her. But back then, Michaela and her companions had fled to the true spirit realm, leaving the amens and disciples of the Spirit Immortal Palace captured. No one could have preserved her master's soul. Kramer certainly wouldn't allow her master's soul to escape. Therefore, despite Wyatt's invincible strength, he couldn't help. Jediah scoundrel, I will make your life worse than death. Even though she had guessed the outcome, hearing it confirmed still left Michaela heartbroken. Now, her hatred for Kramer was beyond description. Imelda, release all the disciples and treat their injuries as quickly as possible. Yes, Your Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, I, Michaela, have wronged you all, causing you to suffer so much. But rest assured, the Spirit Immortal Palace will continue to flourish. I have returned to take revenge on Jediah. If you're willing to follow me, Michaela, I promise no one will ever bully you again. Of course, if you wish to leave after your injuries are healed, I will provide you with a sum of immortal stones as compensation. As for your choice, it is entirely up to you. Michaela needed disciples to rebuild the Spirit Immortal Palace, and these people were the best helpers. However, she wouldn't force them. If someone was afraid and wanted to leave, she wouldn't let them down but would give them resources as compensation for their suffering. Palace Ancestor, we are still here not because we fear Jediah's sacred ground. As long as you don't drive us away, we will always be loyal to the Spirit Immortal Palace. That's right. We've been waiting for you to return and lead us in another battle. As Michaela finished speaking, all the disciples expressed their loyalty. They were the most faithful followers of the Spirit Immortal Palace. The timid ones had either surrendered or escaped long ago. Those who remained until the end stayed true to the end, and they weren't killed because Kramer used them as hostages. Very well. You'll be proud of today's decision. A rare smile appeared on Michaela's face. These people didn't blame her and were willing to trust her again. These disciples would become the first generation of the Spirit Immortal Palace. Michaela was determined to recreate the glory of the Spirit Immortal Palace. The 10 Imperial Guards released the seals on the disciples' cultivation levels and distributed healing pills. There were 11,300 disciples left, including 3 amens, Milton 8, Milton 12, and Milton 13. Among the disciples, only one true transmission disciple remained, a mid-stage, transcendent immortal. Most were inner disciples, ranging from true immortals to celestial immortals. A once flourishing sacred ground was now reduced to this. As the disciples were healing, Michaela and Wyatt stepped outside. She had something else that required his help. Honey, if you need any assistance, just say so. Even making Jediah kneel before you is achievable. It's unnecessary. I'll wait for him here. However, there is something I need help with. You've seen their cultivation levels aren't high, and there aren't many of them. When Jediah's sacred ground mobilizes its forces, I don't want any more disciples to die. So, you must set up a protective mountain formation at Snow Peak to ensure their safety. Easy, I'll arrange it right away. Wyatt initially thought it was a big deal, but this was just a small task. Bo, get to work. Wyatt didn't want to handle such trivial matters himself. Why bring them along otherwise? As soon as Wyatt spoke, a dozen figures appeared before him, led by Bo. Behind Bo were members of the Bo clan. All divine beasts granted to Wyatt as a system reward. Greetings, Lord, Lady, young Vancestor. Bo, lead your clan to set up a protective mountain formation at Snow Peak. It doesn't need to be too powerful, just an ordinary divine array will do. Yes, Lord. Bo bowed and left with his clan. Their expertise in formations and restrictions meant even a heavenly sovereign would ruefully admit defeat against their defenses. Honey, I see many buildings have been destroyed. How about I have them rebuild everything? Otherwise, it doesn't seem fitting. Since Michaela intended to rebuild the Spirit Immortal Palace, Wyatt, as her partner, naturally supported her fully. The current state no longer matched the grandeur expected. After the battle a few years ago, many structures were ruined. Furthermore, since it was occupied by invaders, much of it was further damaged. This environment didn't resemble a prestigious sect at all. If Michaela only intended to exact revenge, she could have destroyed Jediah's sacred ground and left. But now that she aimed to rebuild the Spirit Immortal Palace, the place definitely needed renovation. If newcomers saw the dilapidated state, who would want to join? Sure, handle it however you see fit. Michaela knew Wyatt was right, so she agreed without hesitation. Keeping those idle hands busy would be better. Let's get started. You guys, all come over here. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With Wyatt's command, figures swiftly gathered before him, excitement evident on their faces. In the true spirit realm, they rarely got a chance to act, so having a mission in the immortal spirit realm was exciting for everyone. This task is yours, Yushin. Transform this place into the best and strongest sacred ground. Yes, Lord. Hashtag 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 end of chapter. Hashtag 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 chapter 140. Time origin sign in. Wife, leave the construction to them. Let's go back. I won't return just yet. You take our daughter back. All right then. Wyatt didn't say much because it was unlikely that Michaela would be in danger here no matter where she stayed. After Wyatt returned to the courtyard with Desiree, he took out a jade vial and handed it to his daughter, saying, Faye, this is candy that Dad has specially made for you. But you can't eat too many or give any to others. Only one at a time, understood? The pills inside the jade vial were specially prepared by Wyatt for his daughter to enhance her cultivation. Moreover, the medicinal power of these pills was significant. Anyone below the level of Celestial Sovereign who ate it would burst from excessive energy. Therefore, Wyatt had to caution his daughter to avoid accidents. However, Desiree's special constitution was unharmed by the pill, though initially she might fall into deep slumber, which wouldn't be an issue as her cultivation advanced. Actually, Wyatt deliberately did this because the people from the Jediah Holy Land would surely come soon, inevitably leading to battles. He was worried about his daughter causing trouble again, so he gave her the pills, ensuring she would sleep through the commotion. When she woke up again, the Jediah Holy Land issue would have already been resolved. Carter, does that mean even Mom can't have these candies? No. Lauren's cultivation level is still too low to consume these candies. They are only for Faye. Oh. Then, will Mom cry if she doesn't get any candies? Hee. Don't worry, Faye. Carter has given Mom some other candies, so she won't cry. Wyatt couldn't help but smile wryly. Fortunately, Michaela wasn't around, otherwise, this little Doreen would have embarrassed everyone. Well, that's good. I'll try one first to see if it tastes good. The little Doreen poured out a pill, claiming she wanted to taste it, but actually driven by her sweet tooth. This tastes great. Carter, you should prepare more for Faye. This vial isn't enough? Desiree liked it immediately after tasting the pill, drawn by its fragrant aroma. Sure, Carter will make more for you in the future. Of course, Wyatt agreed to this, although producing these pills was not simple. They were crafted using the essence of life combined with immortal herbs. The presence of the life source's aura made Desiree naturally fond of them. Even Wyatt enjoyed this aura greatly. Had there been more of the life essence, Wyatt himself would have tried, but he could only keep it for his daughter for now. He had plans to set up a grand time array after dealing with the Jediah Holy Land, planting the source spirit within. Her task would be to produce the life essence. Within minutes of consuming the pill, Desiree nestled into Wyatt's arms, evidently falling asleep. Checking her once more, finding no issues, Wyatt placed her gently on her bed. System, I want to sign in. Wyatt needed a few more things to set up the time array. He hoped the system would provide him something good, especially being his first sign-in in the immortal world. Host sign-in successful, rewarded with a strand of time origin. Great job. System, all that year spent sleeping to upgrade you was worth it. I love this reward. System exists solely for the host. Whatever the host desires, the system will find it, ensuring satisfaction. Host, do you wish to assimilate the time origin? Assimilate. Without hesitation, Wyatt responded. In an instant, profound information flooded his mind, allowing him immediate comprehension once fully absorbed. Within minutes, Wyatt assimilated the time origin. This origin came with a powerful time skill, a glimpse of 10,000 years. With his unmatched cultivation, anyone on whom Wyatt used this skill would reach their lifespan limit instantly. This wasn't the extent of the skill's power. It could accelerate aging but also reverse it. If Wyatt wished, he could turn an Aemonly person back into an infant. He had to admit, it was impressive. As Wyatt comprehended the time origin, the Justin and Palace disciples rescued by Michaela recovered quickly after taking healing pills. When they left the prison and returned outside, they found the snow peak bustling. The previous occupants from the Jediah Holy Land had disappeared, replaced by unfamiliar faces. Even though those figures weren't trying, they exuded strong pressure. Imelda, what's going on? Solomon, these people are Emperor's subordinates. Do not offend them. Emperor? Yes, Emperor's matters are complex. Let's meet Emperor first. Okay. Solomon, the 8th Aemon of Justin and Palace, guessed that the Aiden beside Michaela must be the revered Emperor. They all called Michaela Palace Vancister, but only her Imperial Guard called her Empress. Hence, Emperor referred to Empress's husband. Considering Wyatt's child earlier, Solomon envisioned an emotional backstory. Probably Michaela fled and was pursued by Jediah Holy Land, but Wyatt saved her at a critical moment. Love blossomed, and with his powerful background, he came to seek revenge and rebuild the Justin and Palace. Thankfully, it was just Solomon's imagination. Otherwise, Wyatt would have awarded him for creativity. Empress, all disciples have recovered. Soon Imelda led over 10,000 disciples to Michaela, as per her earlier instructions. Very well. Our Justin and Palace is being rebuilt. Join them in assisting. Yes, Empress. Hashtag chapter 141. Another breakthrough. Snow Peak was bustling with activity, while at this moment on the Tiannan Mountains Jediah Holy Land, all disciples and affiliated forces had gathered following Kramer's orders. There were over 100 war arcs alone, which differed significantly from regular arcs as they were much larger. War arcs were mainly used for transporting people and were equipped with demon crystal cannons, powered by monster cores. The higher the grade of the core, the more powerful the demon crystal cannon. A demon-level beast core could even kill an immortal king. Van Search. Kramer sat atop a nine-tailed heavenly fox, looking over the assembled army. The nine-tailed heavenly fox was both his mount and his battle pet, a fully evolved immortal king-level battle pet. Though not particularly strong in combat, it possessed the innate ability to create illusions, affecting anyone of equal rank who faced it. If one became trapped in its illusion, they would be lost forever within it and vulnerable to being killed. Following Kramer's command, all the arcs flew towards Xianxia City, causing shock wherever they passed. With such significant movements, other forces' spies naturally reported back that Kramer was going to eliminate Michaela. At the center of the Wuling domain, billions of miles around belonged to the Justin imperial dynasty. In the imperial palace of Justin, Emperor Justin sat on his dragon throne. Your Majesty, all disciples from Jediah Holy Land have mobilized and are heading towards Xianxia City. Even Kramer has personally set out. You may leave. Yes, Your Majesty. As the spy departed, a figure appeared before Emperor Justin. Without greeting or bowing, this figure simply stood there. Yush, is the information you provided accurate? There can't be any mistake. It came from my senior brother's divination, so it must be correct. Otherwise, do you think Kramer would be so adamant about targeting Spirit Immortal Palace? Now it depends on your decision, Your Majesty. Yush, if this information is accurate, do you think Michaela is foolish enough to return to Wuling Domain without preparation? She had left earlier, only to boldly come back. Do you think she would return without a trump card? These two are not simple adversaries, Emperor Justin said, referring to Kramer and Empress Michaela. Knowing someone wanted to kill her yet returning so openly suggested she had preparations. If she had no trump card, I wouldn't believe it. And the other side, knowing she returned, also surely anticipated her having some backup plan. So, let's sit back and watch them fight. Yush hesitated for a moment, understanding that Emperor Justin didn't intend to intervene directly, but rather watch the conflict unfold. I believe the other two major powers share the same thought. Let's see who ends up benefiting the most. Emperor Justin's words echoed as his figure disappeared from the Grand Hall. Meanwhile, similar scenarios played out in the other two major sanctuaries within Wuling Domain, each planning to capitalize on the conflict. 3 days later, Snow Peak had undergone tremendous changes. The previously dilapidated landscape now featured numerous palaces surrounded by immortal essence, chi so dense it almost turned into liquid. Birds chirped and flowers bloomed everywhere, with immortal cranes occasionally flying by. Boom! Suddenly, like a thunderclap, a powerful pressure spread across Snow Peak, felt by all disciples. This is the Emperor's aura. He has broken through again. In the central part of Snow Peak stood a towering mountain, with 10 smaller peaks surrounding it. On the third peak to the right, a Benny sitting on a cliff muttered as the pressure intensified. After murmuring, the man flew toward the main peak, joined by 9 others who also headed there. Snow Spirit Peak. Halfway up Snow Spirit Peak lay a small courtyard filled with exotic flowers, plants, and rare fruit trees. In the center stood a large tree whose lush branches covered the entire yard. At the rear was another tree, less abundant but exuding vibrant vitality, emitting a strange fragrance when approached closely. Beside it stood a small hut-like room from which a woman emerged. The woman was none other than Empress Michaela of Spirit Immortal Palace. When she reached the front yard, Wyatt was already waiting. Seeing her, he hurriedly greeted her. Dear, you're amazing, breaking through a stage in just 2 days. Talking nonsense. Michaela rolled her eyes. Was it really because of her prowess? Actually, it was due to a time array Wyatt had set up. Otherwise, how could she break through so quickly after just reaching mid-stage Bradley Immortal? Did you secretly kiss me, dear? How else would you know my mouth is oily and my tongue smooth? I don't care about your lechery. Michaela rolled her eyes again and then vanished from the courtyard, reappearing inside the palace. Pay respects to the Empress, congratulating her on furthering her cultivation. 10 figures, formerly peak leaders, were already waiting in the palace. Rise. Thank you, Empress. One of our spies reports that Jediah Holy Land has mobilized and will reach Xianxia City within a couple of hours. Any suspicious individuals have also appeared around Xianxia City, likely spies from the 4 great sanctuaries. Some have even dared venture near Spirit Immortal Palace. Zurirat, who managed the intelligence department, briefed Michaela after standing up. Ignore those insignificant pests. Have you finalized plans for the recruitment event in 3 months? Yes, Empress. All details have been settled, with Milton Solomon taking charge. Good. Make the necessary preparations. Today, we shall settle the score with Jediah Holy Land. Chapter 142. Enemies meeting, eyes red with rage. Michaela stood up and walked outside, her voice resonating throughout the entire Spirit Immortal Palace. All Spirit Immortal Palace disciples follow me to face the enemy. As Michaela's voice spread across the entire palace, disciples appeared from various places within the Spirit Immortal Palace. These disciples either sprinted or flew on their swords, rushing toward the main gate of the palace. In the immortal spirit realm, only those who have reached the celestial immortal level can fly on swords because the spatial density and gravity here are incomparable to the lower realms. In the lower realms, even a human immortal can tear through space, but in the immortal spirit realm, achieving the power to tear through space requires at least the spiritual immortal level. When Michaela arrived at the main gate, many disciples soon gathered. Their faces were not filled with fear but rather excitement. In these 2 or 3 days, they had been through too many shocking events. Most notably, their palace master had broken through her cultivation bottleneck. Breaking free from the constraints of a mortal emperor, she was now an ancestral immortal. Moreover, Michaela's 10 imperial guards, who were now the 10 peak masters, each had attained the immortal emperor level. With such strength, how could they not be excited? Hayden, distribute all the magic crystal cannons to everyone. This time, we must make Jediah's dogs run away with their tails between their legs. Yes, your Majesty. Seeing all the disciples assembled, Michaela instructed Hayden. These disciples' cultivation levels were generally not high, and there were far too few of them. Michaela naturally couldn't let them engage in a pitched battle with the Jediah Holy Land, so she had long ordered Hayden to forge a large number of magic crystal cannons. Thanks to Wyatt's support, these magic crystal cannons were the best available. To maximize their power, Wyatt even had people hunt a large number of imperial-grade beasts. Now, even if it weren't just one Jediah Holy Land, but even a coalition of the 4 great holy lands, the Spirit Immortal Palace would not fear them. With tens of thousands of magic crystal cannons firing together, even an immortal emperor would be doomed. Hayden acknowledged the order and began releasing row after row of magic crystal cannons, lining them up in front of the Spirit Immortal Palace's entrance. There were a total of 20,000 cannons. Vansijik crystal cannons require energy to operate, and one person can control multiple cannons simultaneously. So even though the Spirit Immortal Palace had a relatively small number of people, it was enough to operate the 20,000 cannons. After distributing the cannons, Hayden took out numerous storage rings and handed them to the Spirit Immortal Palace disciples. Each ring contained the cores of Imperial-grade beasts. The rings contain the cores of Imperial-grade beasts. When the time comes, hit them hard. Don't worry about wasting cores. We have plenty. Ha ha ha. Milton Hayden, please rest assured. We will definitely beat those bastards into pulp to satisfy our hatred. Milton Jasper laughed loudly, looking at the piles of cores in the ring. He endured no shortage of torture when imprisoned by Kramer. He hated the people of the Jediah Holy Land to the core and was overjoyed now that he had this chance for revenge. The other disciples also echoed his sentiment, then began loading the cores into the magic crystal cannons, preparing for the upcoming battle. An hour passed swiftly for cultivators, and now the crowd at the Spirit Immortal Palace could see many black dots appearing in the distant sky. Not only that, many figures also appeared within 10 miles of the palace. However, these people were merely spectators and dared not get too close. To lose their lives while spectating would truly be a regrettable end. The black dots in the sky quickly approached the Spirit Immortal Palace. They were disciples from the Jediah Holy Land coming from the southern Tian Mountains. They disembarked from large boats, forming a semicircular formation around the Spirit Immortal Palace. The Jediah Holy Land disciples looked in shock at the current state of the Spirit Immortal Palace, never expecting it to have transformed into a magnificent cultivation ground in just a few days. However, when they saw the 10,000 plus people at the mountain gate of the Spirit Immortal Palace, everyone laughed. How kind-hearted the Spirit Immortal Palace was, creating such an excellent cultivation site just for them. As for the magic crystal cannons in front of the gate, they were already being overlooked. So what if they were magic crystal cannons? They weren't lacking in those, and they had dozens more times than the Spirit Immortal Palace. Suddenly, a beast cry sounded, and a spatial channel opened before all the Jediah Holy Land disciples. Out came a nine-tailed heavenly fox. Jediah dogs. Upon seeing the man riding the nine-tailed heavenly fox, Michaela's voice turned icy cold. The man was none other than Teddy, the supreme master of the Jediah Holy Land. Michaela, I didn't think you'd dare come back. This time, I won't let you escape. Rest assured, even if you tried to let me go, I wouldn't. After today, your Jediah Holy Land will cease to exist in Wuling region. Ha ha ha. Michaela, is this puny force all you've got? When my Spirit Immortal Palace was at its peak, it wasn't your match, and you were chased to the lower realms. Now, what makes you think you can destroy my Jediah Holy Land? Or did you finally break through the Immortal Emperor bottleneck? Teddy burst into laughter upon hearing Michaela's words, not taking her seriously at all. She was merely his defeated foe, and earlier, he had reduced her cultivation level through his own hands. Even if she encountered a stroke of luck, who knew if she had even regained her previous level? Moreover, he had mobilized all disciples of the Jediah Holy Land, including its subordinate forces, outnumbering the Spirit Immortal Palace hundreds or even thousands to one. Even spitting could overwhelm the small number of Spirit Immortal Palace members. What did they have to counter him? Humph. You only succeeded because you ambushed me with a half artifact. Otherwise, do you think I'd lose to you? Michaela's face was cold. If it weren't for Teddy's sneak attack, how would she have lost her cultivation and suffered damage to her foundation? If things were different, she wouldn't have fled the immortal spirit realm, and her master wouldn't have died defending her retreat. Her millions of Spirit Immortal Palace disciples wouldn't have been reduced to mere thousands. Thus, the enmity between the two factions could not be resolved unless one was completely wiped out. Victors are kings, losers are bandits. As long as the goal is achieved, what difference does using some tactics make? Michaela, I'll give you one last chance to submit to me. Hand over all your resources, and perhaps I might spare your life. Otherwise, after today, the immortal spirit realm will no longer have a Spirit Immortal Palace, and you, Michaela, will become my captive. Is that so? Then let us fight. Hashtag chapter 143. Battle begins. Boom. As Michaela finished speaking, the impatient disciples of Justin Palace instantly activated the already prepared demonic crystal cannons. The moment the cannons sounded, powerful energy beams shot out from them, piercing through the protective light barrier around Justin Palace and landing among the crowd of Jediah Holy Land. Boom. Boom. Asterisk. With the cannon's energy striking down, explosions immediately erupted within the ranks of Jediah Holy Land. Caught off guard, many disciples of Jediah Holy Land were blasted into the air. Some could be heard screaming in agony, while others didn't even have time to cry out before being torn apart by the energy blasts. Attack. Destroy this place completely. Do not let a single one escape. Seeing his own disciples suffer heavy casualties, Teddy immediately ordered a counterattack. Justin Palace's demonic crystal cannons were indeed formidable. Even Teddy felt a sense of pressure when facing them. However, Justin Palace only had about 20,000 cannons, and their manpower was limited. It would be impossible for them to cover all directions thoroughly. If his people could break through and rush into Justin Palace, it would be the end of Justin Palace. Following Teddy's orders, the disciples of Jediah Holy Land scattered and charged towards Justin Palace, each wanting to be the first to break through and claim victory. Unfortunately, the disciples of Justin Palace were well prepared. They redirected the cannons towards the fastest advancing forces, effectively suppressing the attackers and preventing any breakthroughs. Why are you all useless? Can't you try to advance from other directions? Seeing wave after wave of disciples heading straight towards the same spot, and certain death, Teddy turned pale with rage. Justin Palace was vast. Why couldn't they find another way to advance? Wasn't it obvious that they would be killed by focusing on a single point? Although the demonic crystal cannons were powerful, their range was limited. Once beyond that range, the cannons would lose their effectiveness. Teddy never expected his disciples to be so stubborn and inflexible. He decided that after destroying Justin and Palace, he would need to properly train these disciples. They had become too complacent. Finally, upon Teddy's reminder, some disciples started advancing from other directions, moving away from the main entrance of Justin and Palace. Still, many remained concentrated at the entrance to maintain pressure. As for those attempting to break through from other directions, Justin and Palace ignored them as if they weren't there at all. Teddy was puzzled watching this unfold. Michaela wouldn't be so foolish as to let anyone advance unchecked. A bad feeling crept over him. Just as he was about to order caution, screams echoed from afar. Teddy quickly looked around and saw gusts of wind blades, lightning, golden light, or ice arrows shooting out from within Justin and Palace, instantly killing the disciples who had ventured too close. Everyone, attack the formation with full force. The mountain protection formation requires enormous energy to sustain, and Justin and Palace likely has little spirit stone resources to maintain it. Teddy immediately recognized this as Justin and Palace's mountain protection formation. Maintaining such a formation for an extended period would require a significant amount of spiritual energy. Justin and Palace had been destroyed once before, and Michaela had only just returned. It was unlikely they had sufficient spirit stones to sustain the formation long term. Thus, with persistence, breaking through the protective formation was only a matter of time. Teddy had plenty of time and was willing to sacrifice waves of disciples if necessary. Most of the advancing forces were from subordinate factions or outer disciples of his holy land. Their deaths wouldn't trouble him. His purpose in mobilizing the subordinate factions was simply to use them as cannon fodder. Michaela observed all this coldly, not overly concerned. Would the mountain protection formation truly collapse due to depleted energy? It could happen, but only if it were an ordinary formation like the one used by Justin and Palace a few years ago. The current formation was set up by the Bo clan and was a divine-level mountain protection formation. It didn't rely on spirit stones for energy. Instead, it had its own spirit-gathering array that could draw enough energy from the surrounding area to function continuously. In other words, as long as there was spiritual energy within 100 million miles, the formation wouldn't cease operation. Even if there were no more spiritual energies, the entire underground of Justin and Palace was crisscrossed with hundreds of divine veins, providing endless power. Would Michaela worry about Teddy exhausting Justin and Palace's energy supply? Not at all. Moreover, a mountain protection formation was far more than just a defensive measure. It included hundreds of offensive arrays. With this formidable formation in place, no matter how many people Jediah Holy Land sent, they would die in droves, unable to breach the defenses. Concentrate all firepower on Jediah Holy Land's main forces. After observing for a while, Michaela realized that the cannon fodder posed no real threat. She then gave orders to her disciples. She was no longer content with killing these pawns. Since Teddy wouldn't care about losing them, she aimed to target Jediah Holy Land's main forces. Upon receiving Michaela's orders, Justin and Palace's disciples ceased paying attention to the cannon fodder and focused their demonic crystal cannons directly on Teddy's position. Immature. All inner disciples board the battle arcs. Destroy this turtle shell to pieces. Michaela relied on demonic crystal cannons and formations, but Jediah Holy Land had their own cannons. Each battle arc carried 20 demonic crystal cannons, and here there were over 100 arcs. Though outnumbered in terms of cannons, the arcs were highly mobile. By concentrating all firepower on a single point, they could shatter the protective formation. Additionally, sending the inner disciples onto the arcs reduced their losses while allowing damage to be inflicted on Justin and Palace. Yes. A large number of Jediah Holy Land's disciples boarded the battle arcs, which rose into the air and aimed all cannons at Justin and Palace's entrance. Boom. Boom. Asterisk asterisk. Energy beams simultaneously struck the protective barrier around Justin and Palace, causing ripples to spread across its surface. But that was all. Note: the translation aims to preserve the original tone and structure while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Chapter 144. Teddy, the Heartless. I never thought Justin and Palace had such a formidable mountain protecting array. The demon crystal cannons of Jediah Holy Land have bombarded it without causing any damage at all. Those watching from afar couldn't help but exclaim in awe when they saw the power of this mountain protecting array. Indeed, Jediah Holy Land has thousands of demon crystal cannons, and one can sense that the inner Dan used by Jediah is at least Xian Immortal level. With so many cannons attacking simultaneously with no effect, I estimate Justin and Palace's protective array must be at least a 7th level Immortal array. Yes. A 7th level Immortal array? I doubt even Jediah Holy Land has one. Spectators discussing Justin and Palace's mountain protecting array speculated among themselves. A 7th level Immortal array corresponded to an Immortal King. Unless an Immortal Emperor intervened, even hundreds of Immortal Kings bombing for 3 days and nights might not break through its defenses. And clearly, Jediah Holy Land didn't have that many Immortal Kings. Thus, its current actions were merely depleting its own resources. At this moment, several miles away from Justin and Palace, two figures concealed themselves in the void. One suddenly asked, Emperor Justin, can you tell what level this array is? Justin shook his head before replying, though I can't identify its exact level. It's definitely above 8th level. You're sure? If my memory serves correctly, your Imperial formation in Justin Dynasty was only 7th level. It was laid out by an Bradley Array Vancestor from Thunder Realm after you spent a large sum of money. How could Justin and Palace possess an 8th level Immortal array? Such a formation is rare even across the entire Immortal Spirit world. Yush was somewhat surprised by Justin's words. Setting up an 8th level formation required not just an Imperial Array Vancestor but an Bradley Array Vancestor. Shouldn't be wrong. Perhaps this is the reason why Michaela dared to return. So, let's see the situation. If Michaela only possesses these means, then we still stand a chance. If she has hidden strengths, we may have to ally with Justin and Palace. Michaela, I never expected you to have such methods, but do you think a 7th level array can protect you? If that's all you got, you underestimate us, Jediah Holy Land. After all the warship's cannons had bombarded for half an hour, using up their reserves, Justin and Palace's mountain protecting array remained unharmed. Teddy ordered a halt as he realized it was indeed a 7th level immortal array that demon crystal cannons couldn't penetrate. Do I underestimate you? No, you're wrong. It's not that I underestimate you, but fundamentally look down on you, Dog of Jediah. I told you today is the day our grudge will be settled. The time you wasted was your most peaceful moments before death. Now, prepare for the judgment of death. 10th Peak Leader, follow my order. All Jediah disciples who come to Justin Palace today, kill them all without mercy. Follow the Emperor's command. Boom. Upon Michaela's order, the 10 Peak Leaders nodded and vanished outside Justin Palace. Their bodies emanated terrifying pressure. The intense pressure covered a 10,000-mile area, distorting even space. Storm clouds gathered over Justin Palace, as if the sky would collapse anytime. Spectators and those hiding nearby paled, even Justin Dynasty's emperor, because his dynasty didn't have 10 immortal emperors either. Originally the weakest, Justin Palace suddenly boasted numerous immortal emperors. Justin reflected on Michaela's fortunes. It turned out she returned backed by such a trump card, which meant his plan needed adjusting. It's impossible. Why did they all become immortal emperors? This must be an illusion. Teddy couldn't remain calm upon realizing the 10 peak leaders were immortal emperors. Although the strongest was only late-stage immortal emperor, sheer numbers mattered. Looking at Jediah Holy Land, there was only him, a lone immortal emperor, with the next strongest being a half-step immortal emperor. How could he fight? Dog of Jediah, did you think I was bluffing when I said you'd be erased from the immortal spirit world after today? Die. Michaela paid no mind to Teddy's shock, appearing before him and striking a palm towards him. Ha ha ha. Michaela, who would have thought you had such great fortune? No matter. After today, everything will belong to me. Just as Michaela's palm neared Teddy, he strangely appeared far off, laughing madly. Humph. Come get it if you can. Michaela used her full immortal emperor strength. She wanted Teddy to experience utter despair gradually. Killing him immediately would be too merciful. Michaela, do you remember this thing? Even if you're an immortal emperor now, whatever tricks you use today will end with you as my prisoner. While dodging Michaela's attacks, Teddy took out a small flag from his storage ring. This flag was a semi-artifact used to ambush Michaela years ago, but was now a true artifact. This was Teddy's trump card against Michaela. Even knowing Justin Palace had 10 immortal emperors, Teddy had only been initially shocked. Dog of Jediah, you used lives to forge such an evil item. Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? Seeing the flag emitting dark power, Michaela grimaced, sensing the grievous energy, evidence of countless souls being sealed within. Ha ha ha. I must thank Justin Palace for contributing 100,000 souls. Otherwise, my 10,000 ghost banner wouldn't be ready yet. As for divine retribution, breaking through to the venerable level is already uncertain, let alone divine retribution. However, if I obtain your great fortune, such worries won't exist, so you still must die. Michaela, I'll make you taste the agony of being surrounded by former disciples. Oh, and another piece of news, your master's soul is in there too. Ha ha ha. Chapter 145, Teddy's Last Resort. You're asking for death. When Michaela heard that Teddy had used her master's soul to forge the 10,000 ghost banner, she abandoned her original plan of slowly torturing him. Instead, an endless rage overtook Michaela. She had been an orphan adopted by her master who raised her and taught her all her skills. Michaela regarded her master as a mother figure. Hearing of her master's death was already devastating, and now learning that Teddy had turned her master's soul into a resentful spirit filled Michaela with fury. Before, she believed her master, though killed, still had a chance at reincarnation. Now, knowing her master wouldn't even have that chance, Michaela felt immense anger. You've achieved Bradley Immortal level? Michaela unleashed her full power, a terrifying pressure overwhelming Teddy, suppressing all his strength. Teddy initially thought Michaela's trump card was her rank as one of the 10 peak immortal sovereigns, but now he realized Michaela had actually advanced to Bradley Immortal. However, Michaela didn't care about Teddy's shock. After subduing him, she easily seized the 10,000 ghost banner from his hand. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Michaela, who would have thought your luck is so great? This works out well. Once I take everything from you, it will all belong to me, Kramer. Suddenly, Teddy laughed maniacally. Michaela's good fortune only made him more elated, because soon all this would belong to him. Dying and still trying to bluff? If you're so confident, use all your tricks. Otherwise, you won't get another chance. Ha ha. Michaela, you shouldn't have given me this opportunity. Feeling the pressure on him lift, Teddy chuckled and pulled out a jade pendant from his storage ring. Michaela, be afraid. With a crazed look, Teddy crushed the black jade pendant in his hand. Instantly, an eerie black mist emerged from the pendant. Hee hee. Boy, you made the right choice. Since you chose, I won't go back on my word. So, who do you want me to kill for you? The Doreen in front of you? The black mist formed a sinister figure in the air, emitting chilling laughter that sent shivers down everyone's spine. And as the chilling laughter spread, people below the rank of Immortal Sovereign began bleeding from their 7 orifices. Soul attack. Though Michaela remained unharmed, her face paled too. The laughter contained a powerful soul attack. Among cultivators, what was most vulnerable? It was the soul. If one's physical body was injured, no matter how severe, they could rely on medicinal pills or time to heal. But if the soul was damaged, it was far more serious because there were very few soul-healing immortal medicines, some might say none at all. There weren't many alchemists who knew how to make such pills either. Hence, healing a damaged soul was nearly impossible. Only through long-term rest could one hope to recover, but even then, it was risky and affected one's power significantly. Knowing this weakness could put one in grave danger if their enemies found out. Protector Alden, just help me capture her, and in return, my entire sanctuary will follow Protector Alden's commands. Hee hee hee. A late-stage Bradley Immortal little Doreen? Boy, remember your promise, or else you know what happens when you cross us, Underworld. Teddy, you've actually allied with the Underworld. You're digging your own grave. Upon hearing Protector Alden's words, Michaela was alarmed. She had heard of the Underworld, an organization whose existence was known to everyone in the Immortal realm. The Underworld was shrouded in mystery. No one knew where their headquarters was located. Not only were they enigmatic, but also incredibly powerful, feared even by those at the peak of celestial sovereign. A millennium ago, a minor branch offended the Underworld, leading to the death of their young master. In retaliation, the entire sect, tens of thousands of disciples, including 3 peak celestial sovereign amens, were exterminated. Since then, the Underworld became a dreaded name, infamous for their merciless actions. Any who crossed them met a cruel end. Their souls taken away by the Underworld, for reasons unknown. Their attacks were equally bizarre. Every assault carried a soul attack component, and their members could resist common offensive spells. Everyone present, including Michaela, was shocked. Even those waiting to ambush were fleeing, fearful of the Underworld's wrath. Little Doreen, will you surrender, or should I capture you myself? Phantom nonsense. Michaela attacked Protector Alden with a palm, launching a freezing hand toward him. Protector Alden laughed wickedly, turning into black mist that slipped through the ice. Ice affinity, huh? Pity, your cultivation isn't high enough, or it might have been troublesome. Members of the Underworld were highly resistant to common attacks. Only special elemental abilities could harm them. Like Michaela's ice element, but it needed equal or greater power to be effective. Michaela was a late-stage Bradley Immortal while Protector Alden was at the peak, so even her ice attacks did minimal damage. Come here. Ducking her attack, Protector Alden whipped out a chain toward Michaela. The chain seemed to traverse space and appeared suddenly in front of her, wrapping around her before she could react. Chapter 146, The Downfall of Teddy After Killing Envoy Alden. Boy, I've already captured the person for you. Offer up your soul now. As Envoy Alden lashed out his iron chain to imprison Michaela, he turned around and said this to Teddy. However, at that moment, Teddy seemed dazed and did not respond to Envoy Alden. On the contrary, he widened his eyes, showing a trace of fear on his face. Boy, do you want to renege on your promise? Seeing Teddy not responding, Envoy Alden's voice rose a few decibels. Previously, Teddy had agreed with him. If Alden helped solve an issue for him, then Teddy would dedicate his soul to be enslaved by Alden, essentially turning Teddy into Alden's puppet. With Teddy as his puppet, wouldn't the entire Wuling region become his private playground? In Envoy Alden, another powerful figure has appeared. Teddy spoke hesitantly because, in the moment Envoy Alden turned his head, a Aiden suddenly appeared beside Michaela. This Aiden just waved his hand and broke the iron chains on Michaela. But Envoy Alden didn't seem to notice this, which made Teddy's heart race. In fact, Teddy had seen this Aiden before. It was a few years ago when this very Aiden had appeared before him and abducted the seer. What chilled Teddy even more was that Envoy Alden's iron chain was known to be a divine artifact. He had experienced its terror firsthand in the past, yet now it was casually snapped by a wave of this Aiden's hand. This was a divine artifact. Envoy Alden frowned, then turned back to look at Michaela. Indeed, there was a Aiden beside her, and the iron chain lay in his hand. Boy, do you also wish to meddle in my affairs from Netherworld? What the hell, if you're playing tough, why shouldn't I? You dared to attack my wife. Shouldn't I intervene? The newcomer was none other than Wyatt from the back courtyard. He had been paying attention all along, but simply didn't want to intervene. However, seeing Envoy Alden dare to act against Michaela, Wyatt felt compelled to act. Besides, he couldn't stand Envoy Alden's pretentious attitude. Since you wish to interfere, let's see if you have the strength to match. Though Envoy Alden didn't fully understand Wyatt's words, once Wyatt acted, he wasn't going to hold back either. As he spoke, he exerted force to retrieve his iron chain, only to find that it remained firmly in Wyatt's grasp, unmoving. Boy, I didn't expect you to have some skill. Let me show you my power. Bang. Enough blabbering. Isn't it just a matter of... Muo Tianyu reached out and pulled out a somewhat ethereal figure from Teddy's body. With this ethereal form extracted, Teddy, who had been floating mid-air, dropped to the ground. You can't kill me. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Didn't you hear my wife say that you won't die easily? I'll send you to hell to live for a while. It's impossible. Impossible. The wheel of heaven and hell is beyond anyone's control. Why would it listen to you? Moreover, you killed Netherworld's Envoy Alden. Netherworld will not let you off. Even if I don't die well, neither will you. Teddy refused to believe Wyatt's words because such interference had never happened before, not even by heavenly respecters or gods. Although Teddy knew he was doomed today, Wyatt had killed Envoy Alden, and Teddy believed Netherworld wouldn't let Wyatt off the hook. Is that so? Today, I'll show you whether I can interfere in Hell's affairs. Del, why don't you come out and meet me? Wyatt addressed Teddy's soul, then spoke mysteriously to the air. Regarding Netherworld's revenge? If Netherworld didn't come, fine. If they dared to challenge him, Wyatt was ready to retaliate. It wasn't a big deal. Just as Wyatt finished speaking, the sky turned dark, and a crack opened in the ground, revealing a short, fat figure wearing elaborate robes and a crown. As this figure emerged, a chilling aura enveloped everyone present, making them feel as if they'd stepped into an ice cave on a hot June day. From the crack, faint cries of agony could be heard, causing a shiver down everyone's spine. Looking into the crack revealed only chaos, with nothing else visible. Little one, I greet the high god. Yes, did you see this old fellow in my hand? My wife said she doesn't want him to die too easily. Take him back and torture him for 10,000 years. As for his future reincarnations, let him spend 100 lifetimes as a domestic pig. No problem. Shall I proceed according to the high god's command? Yes, go ahead. Wyatt nodded in satisfaction. The short, fat figure was obedient, and he handed over Teddy's soul to the Dell. Chapter 147. The Destruction of Eternal Bliss Holy Land. Come back, all of you. You're wasting time on such a trivial matter. As Alicia left with Teddy's soul, Wyatt addressed the 10 peak masters outside. All of them were immortal emperors, Yet they couldn't finish off those minor foes and even had the time to stand around watching. How unprofessional. Greetings, Supreme Lord. Supreme Lord, aren't we supposed to kill them? Venus asked after returning to Wyatt, bowing first. Michaela had previously issued an order for all-out extermination, but Wyatt called them back, and they had to comply. Yet some ambiguity still lingered in their expressions. It's not that you shouldn't kill, but you're too slow. Let me handle it. Destroy. Wyatt replied to Venus and then spat out the word, destroy. Venus and the others saw the distant, eternal bliss Holy Land disciples suddenly freeze. These disciples crumbled into dust as if weathered by the wind, dissipating without a trace or even a scream. You see, isn't this settled? Michaela. 10 Peak Vancistors. Disciples of Justin and Palace. Everyone was speechless, but mixed with awe due to the overwhelming power displayed by their Supreme Lord. Just one word, and hundreds of thousands vanished. Who wouldn't be in awe? This guy has done it again. That was what Michaela thought at that moment. Because he was so good at showing off. What comparison could there be between his own power and that of the 10 Peak Masters? Though Venus and the others were all immortal emperors, Eternal Bliss Holy Land and its affiliated forces totaled tens of thousands. 10 people would take time to deal with that many, especially given the presence of numerous immortal kings within Eternal Bliss Holy Land. Wife, should we kill these ones too? After putting on a show, Wyatt turned to ask Michaela while looking at the hidden observers miles away. Knowing these weren't Eternal Bliss Holy Land members, Wyatt wasn't sure about Michaela's stance. Upon hearing Wyatt's question and seeing his gaze, the distant onlookers felt a chill run down their spines, wondering if they'd receive a destroy word too. They feared not only for their lives but also for the consequences. Nobody would dare seek revenge, and even their families or sects would disavow them. The hidden figures from the 4 great holy lands were also terrified. They didn't have the will to flee because they knew fleeing was futile under Wyatt's watchful eyes. They could only wait and see how Michaela would handle them. They hadn't acted improperly, they merely observed. Despite harboring different thoughts, they hadn't taken action. Greetings, honored senior. Greetings, honored senior. Instead of fleeing, they appeared at the gate of Justin and Palace, paying respects to both Wyatt and Michaela. Justin Imperial Dynasty, Xianxia Pavilion, Xianhua Sect, you all are here. Do you wish to avenge Teddy? Michaela glanced coldly at them, knowing they were the saints and Aemon figures of the 3 major holy lands. Though she doubted they'd avenge Teddy, their intentions were far from pure. Vansony had seized territories following her disappearance. Naturally, Michaela held no goodwill towards them but chose not to confront them outright for now. Killing everyone was impractical, and Justin and Palace's future depended on maintaining relationships within the Wuling realm. Mistress Mu-Jess. Teddy conspired with the Netherworld. He clearly intended harm towards our Wuling realm. The Lord of Justin Imperial Dynasty responded. He used living souls to create diabolical treasures. I would have killed him myself. Seeking revenge is unthinkable. Indeed, that's precisely what I think too. Such a person doesn't deserve pity. Your mercy in not killing him already shows kindness. Following Justin Imperial Dynasty's response, Xianxia Pavilion and Xianhua Sect expressed similar sentiments. Confronting Wyatt and Michaela was out of the question. I heard you annexed much of Justin and Palace's territory and assets. What do you plan to compensate? Michaela wanted not only vengeance but acknowledgement of their actions. Now that Justin and Palace was ranked as a 2nd-grade Holy Land with her as a late-stage Bradley Immortal, these 3rd-grade Holy Lands owed tributes. In the Immortal Spirit world, forces were ranked from 9th to 1st grade, with 1st being the strongest. Above 1st grade were Holy Lands divided into 1st to 3rd grades. Only realms led by Immortal Emperors could be Holy Lands, and Immortal Emperor-led ones were typically 3rd grade. A 2nd-grade Holy Land required an Bradley Immortal and at least 10 Immortal Emperors, which Justin and Palace now met. 1st-grade Holy Lands needed Celestial Sovereigns and at least 100 Bradley Immortals. Hehe. Mistress Mu-Jess. We always disliked Eternal Bliss Holy Land. When Mistress Mu disappeared, we temporarily managed your resources to prevent them from taking over. Now that you've returned, we'll return all lands and resources and offer a tribute of 100 billion high-grade Immortal Stones to celebrate Justin and Palace's reconstruction. Justin Imperial Dynasty's Lord forced a smile. While they indeed took action, they gained little due to geographic limitations. Most territories and resources were seized by Eternal Bliss Holy Land, but now they dared not argue. Returning the less valuable territories and offering tribute was better than risking more conflict. Reasonable. Xianxia Pavilion also offers 100 billion high-grade Immortal Stones and returns all managed territories. The other 2 followed suit with similar terms. Their promises were grand, making Wyatt speechless. If these performances were on Earth, they'd win Oscars hands down. Hashtag Chapter 148. Rewards. I hope you remember what you've said. Also, each year, you must contribute 1/10 of your income and resources to Justin and Palace. Michaela was well aware of these people's true colors, but she didn't say anything further, only finalizing the annual contribution they needed to make. In reality, Michaela didn't need these resources at all because earlier, Wyatt had already given her a storage ring filled with an abundance of resources. However, needing or not needing is a different matter altogether. The proper attitude must still be maintained. Moreover, demanding just 1/10 of their yearly income from Michaela was already very lenient. If this were any other 2nd-class Holy Land, they would have to contribute at least 3/10, and sometimes even 5/10. Only a few had to pay 5/10, mostly 3/10, because anyone who had to contribute 5/10 would definitely voice significant opposition. Such consequences might result in either being ousted or relocating away from such a power, as no one could bear such losses. Complying with Imperial Lord Mu's decree. Listening to Michaela's words, Justin Imperial Lord felt relieved, never expecting Michaela to ask for only 1/10 of their resources. This was unprecedented. They had already prepared for Michaela to demand at least 3/10, yet it turned out that she only required 1/10. Why are you still here? Do you expect my wife to invite you all to dinner? Seeing these people hadn't left, Wyatt found it strange. Michaela's words were clearly a dismissal. Did they not understand? Senior, it's not that we don't wish to leave, but the Yuming people are notorious for holding grudges and being ruthless. Senior killed one of their protectors just now, and we're worried. Justin Imperial Lord chuckled bitterly. He understood Michaela's intention but feared retaliation. Do you really care about me? Get lost. We don't need your worry. It's just killing a single avatar. The concern isn't for you. It's for themselves. Seeing Wyatt's expression, Michaela couldn't help but speak up. They wouldn't be so kind-hearted. Their concern was solely for their own safety. As Justin Imperial Lord correctly pointed out, Yuming people were indeed vengeful and merciless. If someone offended them, they would retaliate fiercely, not just against the offending party but against the entire region, as there were precedents in the spirit immortal world. Wyatt looked speechless at Michaela. Why was she stepping on him in front of outsiders? Wasn't she undermining his dignity? Wyatt wished to take her back and properly educate her, but recalling their agreement, he dismissed the idea. As a civilized person, he must persuade her by moral means, not force. If Yuming dares to stir trouble in Wuling territory, I will handle it. Remember to send the gifts on time. Don't worry about other matters. Also, our Justin and Palace plans to open recruitment for disciples in 3 months. Please help spread the word. Be sure to attend then. Wyatt knew the earlier Yuming protector was merely an avatar. Whether avatar or real body, Wyatt didn't take him seriously. Alden's failure to retaliate was better. If he dared to come, Wyatt wouldn't mind killing him. So he wasn't worried at all. And regarding the recruitment in 3 months, Wyatt naturally knew. With the 3 Vansager Holy Lands present, he could let them promote it freely. This would attract more talented disciples to join, fulfilling Michaela's dream of spreading Justin and Palace's fame far and wide. Wyatt intended to help her achieve this. As for why he wanted the 3 Vansager Holy Lands to come after 3 months, it was to ensure they brought gifts. These fellows were undoubtedly incredibly wealthy, and Justin and Palace would certainly require substantial resources in the future. Though he didn't lack resources himself, nobody would ever complain about having too much. Resources are like money in everyone's pocket. Who wouldn't want more? Senior, please rest assured. We will complete your task and promote it thoroughly. We will personally attend in 3 months to offer congratulations. Very well. Wyatt nodded. Although he somewhat looked down on these people, they were obedient. After Wyatt spoke, Justin Imperial Lord and his group bowed again before leaving. With their departure, the disciples of Justin and Palace finally cheered. Their Justin and Palace was finally rebuilt, their enemies all destroyed, settling a decade-old feud. Not only was vengeance achieved, but Justin and Palace had also been promoted to a second-class Holy Land, the first in the entire Wuling territory. Everyone was naturally elated. Disciples, in 3 months, we will begin recruiting new disciples. Everyone's effort is greatly appreciated. To reward today's performance, I have an announcement. All storage rings from the deceased disciples of Jediah Holy Land belong to whoever finds them. There's no need to return them. Looking at the excited disciples, Michaela was also pleased and decided to reward generously. These Jediah Holy Land disciples numbered in the tens of thousands. Even 100 spirit stones per person would amount to an enormous sum. With Justin and Palace currently having only around 10,000 people, the wealth from Jediah's disciples far exceeded this number. This reward was truly generous. Such rewards probably wouldn't even exist in first-class Holy Lands. Long live the Palace Vancestor! Long live the Palace Vancestor! The disciples were initially stunned, then overjoyed, never expecting Michaela to distribute all spoils to them. Instantly, they all cheered, not unlike tens of thousands chanting together. Go ahead. Thank you, Palace Vancestor. All the disciples thanked her again, rushing towards the mountain gate. Even the 3 Amens joined, except for the 10 Peak Vancestors. Watching this scene, Wyatt felt like witnessing bandits plundering a village. Sylvana, take Casimir and Hayden to Jediah Holy Land, kill everyone, and bring back all the resources. Yes, your Imperial Highness. The resources on the bodies of those disciples were trivial compared to what was stored in Jediah Holy Land's treasury. Michaela wouldn't waste these resources. After instructing, Michaela returned with Wyatt. She had an important matter requiring his assistance. Chapter 149. Enraged Dharmapala Alden. In the domain of Changji, there lies a mountain range that spans 3 realms. In the immortal spirit world, this mountain range is known as the 3 Realms Mountain Range, within which countless demonic beasts thrive. This place serves as a paradise for demonic beasts and both a heaven and hell for humans. Inside it are not only innumerable demonic beasts, but also all sorts of rare treasures. Demonic beasts are invaluable resources in themselves. Their inner crystals can be used as power sources for spirit cannons, or for refining pills or cultivation by martial artists. The hides, essence blood, bones, and flesh of demonic beasts each have various unique uses. This makes adventurers flock to the 3 Realms Mountain Range. Be they disciples of sects, solitary cultivators, or royal family members, no one could remain indifferent to the resources within the 3 Realms Mountain Range. But these people only dared to scavenge in the outer regions. Few dared to venture deep into the mountains. Even venerable Amens who had reached the heavenly sovereign realm would not dare to enter unless absolutely necessary. Deep inside the 3 Realms Mountain Range, there were equally powerful demonic beasts in large numbers. Under similar conditions, humans were often at a disadvantage compared to these demonic beasts. Thus, very few dared to venture deep inside. However, unknown to everyone, deep within the 3 Realms Mountain Range lay a hidden force that even the resident demonic beasts hadn't discovered. Right at the center of the 3 Realms Mountain Range was a chasm so deep it seemed to touch the abyss, with eerie black mists floating up from its depths. Occasionally, a passing demonic beast that accidentally encountered those black mists would inexplicably die. A bizarre sight. At the deepest part of the chasm, hidden within the black mist, stood a pitch-black palace. One would only notice it if standing directly before it. Suddenly, within a room of the palace, a Benny cloaked in black let out a spurt of blood. You boy, how dare you kill my soul avatar? No matter who you are, you're dead for sure. Justin and Palace in the Wuling realm, huh? You will pay for this. The figure under the black robe gritted his teeth, speaking vengefully. He was precisely the Dharmapala Alden, who had lost an avatar to Wyatt. Previously, Dharmapala Alden had been tasked with establishing a branch in the Wuling realm. His avatar sought out the Saint Lord of Jediah Holy Land, Teddy. Teddy did not immediately agree, as he had his own plans and considered Dharmapala Alden a trump card. Unfortunately, in Wyatt's eyes, Teddy's trump card was nothing more than a fly to be swatted away. His greed ultimately led to the entire Holy Land's downfall to the hands of the Justinan Palace. After saying this, Dharmapala Alden left his room and entered another grand hall, where an enigmatic figure appeared before him. Executor Kumu, how is the plan proceeding? Reporting to Dharmapala, we've implemented the plan across multiple continents, causing chaos. We're now expediting the collection of souls. Continue as planned in those continents. Now arrange for them to focus on the Juzhou area in the Wuling realm, especially the Justinan Palace in Juzhou. Yes, Dharmapala Alden. Executor Kumu acknowledged and turned into a wisp of black mist, vanishing, while Dharmapala Alden returned to his room once again. On snowy Spirit Peak of Justinan Palace, Wyatt returned with Michaela, looking somewhat puzzled at her seriousness. Hadn't the Jediah Holy Land already been destroyed? What could be so serious as to make her look like this? Was she still worried about the matters of the Netherworld? Wife, is there something else? Wyatt, you've always wanted me to accept you. If you can bring back my master, I'll agree right now. Really? Wyatt felt elated, but then realized this didn't feel right. He spoke boldly. Wife, what you're saying? You're my wife, and since you call her master, she's my master too. If I have the ability, it's my duty. You don't need to use this as a bargaining chip. Give me the garbage artifact, and I'll prepare to revive your master. Wyatt knew about what Teddy and Michaela had discussed earlier. No wonder they couldn't find her master in hell. It had been refined into the artifact by Teddy. As long as Michaela's master's soul remained, Wyatt could save her. If he failed this task, how could he face the system? Do you really not want to use this as leverage? No, definitely not. I believe my sincerity will move you. Wyatt looked extremely sincere, almost willing to swear under the heavens. Hearing this, Michaela felt a flicker of change within her heart. If you don't need this leverage, take your time to impress me. Wife, rest assured, I will impress you. But if you insist on using this as leverage, I can live with it. Why don't we reminisce tonight about our past events? One moment, Wyatt had been very serious, but in the next, he was grinning playfully, almost like a mischievous uncle trying to trick a little Doreen. Get lost. Initially touched, Michaela kicked Wyatt in irritation. She shouldn't have been moved by him. This man never changed, always thinking about lewd things. Michaela was speechless. This is what my master looks like. Find her in the 10,000 ghost banner. Michaela revealed her master's image and handed over the 10,000 ghost banner she had seized. Uncertain about its condition, she didn't dare open it rashly. Wife, rest assured, I will bring your master back perfectly. Wyatt accepted the banner seriously. Though he promised Michaela, he'd never done anything like this before. Do you need any help? No, go ahead and rest. I'll return to prepare. Wyatt waved, turning to head towards the back courtyard straw hut. After 2 steps, he paused. Wife, it seems you lack equipment. The items in this storage ring are gifts for you. Choose what you need and claim ownership. Wyatt turned, pulling out a storage ring containing equipment he had crafted, all above the level of celestial sovereign artifacts, with quite a few divine artifacts included. Wyatt knew Michaela had been struck down due to Teddy's semi-divine artifact in the past. Although he forgot previously, it wasn't too late to gift them now. Hashtag chapter 150. Preparing to revive Vancestor Michaela. That guy. Watching Ken leave gracefully, Michaela said with a hint of annoyance. However, she didn't say anything more and went back to her room. On the other side, after entering the back courtyard's room, Ken immediately opened the system van cell because he needed to find out what preparations were required. After all, this was his first time attempting to revive someone, and it wasn't just anyone. Any mistakes would be disastrous. Ken browsed through the system van cell and bought a guide on how to create a body and revive a living being. Only after reading it did he realize that reviving a person was no simple task. First, you needed an appropriate body. This body could be crafted using various treasures or made from a recently deceased strong individual's body. Each type of body had its own advantages. Crafting a body using treasures made it easier for fusion and significantly increased the chances of success. However, such a body would only be an ordinary immortal body without any special constitution. Using a strong individual's body, especially one with a unique constitution, allowed the revived soul to inherit that special trait. Yet, because it was someone else's body, the integration wouldn't be perfect, and there might be some issues. Another problem was that these bodies often harbored residual resentment. Integrating with them wasn't straightforward. If the soul being revived was weaker than the resentment within the body, the result might not be the desired individual but rather a powerful resentful ghost. I don't have a strong individual's body here, so I guess I'll have to craft one myself. Ken didn't collect corpses, so naturally, he had no access to a strong individual's body. Therefore, he decided to craft one himself. Even though it wouldn't have a special constitution, it wasn't too big of a deal. He could simply use better materials. Asterisk ring, host, let me remind you, the system van cell also sells ready-made bodies, including those with special constitutions. You should take a look. Asterisk, just as Ken was about to buy materials to craft a body, the system's voice interrupted his thoughts, causing his eyes to light up. Why go through the trouble of crafting one when ready-made options were available? And these even included special constitutions, making everything simpler and less labor-intensive. Ken started searching in the system van cell, and various bodies appeared before him, both male and female. What surprised him most was that each special constitution came in 2 bodies, one male and one female. System, why do these bodies lack facial features? Asterisk host, isn't this convenient? After purchasing, you can modify the appearance as you wish. Just imagine the face you want while attaching your divine soul to the body. Asterisk, Tongzi, You always know how to make things easier. Thank you for the compliment, host. Everything is for you. Ken smiled, noticing how the system seemed more human-like, possibly due to an upgrade. It felt almost like having a servant dedicated entirely to his service. As Ken began selecting a body, he found himself slightly depressed. The special constitution bodies were prohibitively expensive. With only 40 million sacred crystals left, even the cheapest special constitution body cost 180 million. Tongzi, these bodies are too expensive. Can you offer a discount? Host, everything in the mall has a set price, so no discounts are available. Can I at least get a loan? Unfortunately, no loans either. Host, Ken. He had just praised the system in his mind, but now he felt his praise had been a bit hasty. Wasn't it supposed to serve him wholeheartedly? Host, you haven't signed in today. Feeling puzzled, Ken checked his system space and pulled out a treasure, a 9-tier tower-shaped artifact rumored to be a holy weapon, which he received as a reward this morning. System, didn't I sign in this morning? Perhaps you remembered wrong. Why not try signing in again? Well, then, system, I want to sign in. Ken tentatively spoke, and immediately, the system's voice rang out. Ring, congratulations on successful sign-in. You've received 1 billion sacred crystals. Alright then. Ken couldn't help but laugh. The system was giving him unexpected benefits, and he had no reason to refuse. With funds secured, Ken selected a divine body, costing 1.67 billion. This body was perfect for women and came with complementary cultivation techniques, making the expenditure worth it. Of course, there were better options, but considering Michaela's master had only been a celestial king and her soul had been refined into the 10,000 ghost banner by Teddy, even if he could rescue her soul, it would likely be damaged. Giving her too powerful a body right away might be overwhelming. After buying the body, Ken sculpted the appearance based on the portrait Michaela had shown him. He then purchased 2 pills from the system van cell, the 9 transmutations pure spirit pill to clear negative emotions from the soul, and the muscle growth blood fusion pill to expedite the integration of the soul and body. Finally, Ken took out the 10,000 ghost banner and sent his powerful divine consciousness inside to search for the master soul. The souls, already transformed into evil spirits, quickly scattered in terror upon sensing Ken's presence. Seeing thousands of evil spirits, Ken couldn't help but sigh. Most of these souls must have belonged to Justin and Palace disciples, unjustly killed and transformed into spirits by Teddy, who truly deserved worse than death. Chapter 151. Wyatt's Joy. Wyatt searched within the 10,000 ghost banner for a while and finally found Sheridan's soul at its deepest point. Sheridan was the name of Michaela's master, and now her soul looked at Wyatt with a face full of terror. Although she had lost her consciousness, her instinct told her that Wyatt was a source of immense fear. After finding Sheridan's soul, Wyatt did not say much because words were meaningless at this moment. He reached out, grabbing Sheridan's soul in his hand, and then withdrew his divine soul from the space inside the banner. After imprisoning Sheridan's soul, Wyatt fed her the 9-turn cleansing elixir. The pill instantly turned into a stream of energy as it entered her soul. As the elixir's energy entered Sheridan's soul, a sudden cry of agony rang out, and her expression twisted in pain. With each cry, black mist began to emerge from her soul but was quickly incinerated by Wyatt's flames. Wyatt knew this was the effect of the 9-turn cleansing elixir, a necessary process to cleanse her soul. There was nothing he could do to lessen her pain. Just as Sheridan's scream echoed, Michaela, who was in the front yard watching over her daughter, heard the sound. Recognizing it as her master's voice, she immediately vanished from the room, rushing towards the commotion. When Michaela appeared in the backyard, she saw her master's soul floating in the air, emitting cries of agony. Wyatt, what's wrong with my master? Michaela asked anxiously. She dared not make any rash moves as she noticed black mist emanating from her master's soul. Don't worry, dear. I'm helping your master clear negative emotions so that she can be revived, Wyatt explained briefly. The process is painful, and only she can endure it. Won't there be any danger? Trust me, love. I won't let anything happen to your master. Just watch and have faith in me. Wyatt added, I've invested a lot into reviving your master. This body I've prepared for her even has a special constitution. Special constitution? Michaela was skeptical. Could a crafted body really possess a special constitution? Was he just showing off? Dear, I didn't lie. Your master's new body indeed has a special constitution. A body. Feiyong, thank you. Michaela knew that despite his usual antics, Wyatt would not joke about such matters. Such lies would be easily exposed. Since you appreciate it so much, how about a kiss? Wyatt teased, knowing it was an impossible request but enjoying riling up the icy woman. However, Michaela's next words stunned him into silence before turning into wild joy. After you help revive my master, I'll consider it. Even for Michaela, saying this made her blush, though she maintained a cool demeanor. This is a promise, don't you dare renege, Wyatt said happily. With this promising start, he felt victory wasn't far off. Michaela ignored him and focused on Sheridan's soul. As time passed, Sheridan's cries grew softer, and a hint of awareness returned to her eyes. Soon, all traces of negativity would be cleared. About the time it takes to drink a cup of tea later, the black mist ceased, and Sheridan's cries stopped. Feiyong, is my master better now? Yes. Wyatt released his hold on Sheridan's soul, allowing it to float toward Michaela. Schwer, why are you here? Didn't I die? Vancister, you're finally conscious. Schwer, what happened? Sheridan was confused. She remembered being killed by Teddy and having her soul turned into a vengeful ghost. How could she be conscious now, and why was her disciple here? Let's wait until Vancister integrates with her body. We can talk after that, Wyatt suggested. All right. Vancister, enter this body first. We'll discuss everything after. Sheridan looked at the body lying on the ground. It matched her appearance, and realized it must have been crafted by Michaela and Wyatt to save her. Without hesitation, she merged with the body. The process was simple. Once her soul integrated, she would control the body. Dear, give Vancister this elixir and help her absorb its power. It will speed up the integration process. Wyatt handed a muscle-growing blood-merging pill to Michaela, who administered it and used her powers to aid Sheridan. Inside the body, Sheridan felt the influx of medicinal energy. Knowing it was her disciple's assistance, she focused on integrating with the body fully. Chapter 152. Sheridan successfully revived. Boom. At one moment, a powerful imperial aura suddenly emanated from Sheridan's body, pressing down on the small space so heavily that it seemed to tremble and was about to fall apart at any second. Both Wyatt and Michaela were taken aback. They hadn't heard of anyone breaking through a realm while being revived. The pressure coming from Sheridan clearly indicated she had broken through to a mortal emperor, but Wyatt quickly connected this to her 9 divine body. This unique constitution comes with its own cultivation technique. If Sheridan made breakthroughs after regaining control of her body, it made sense to him. Fei Yong, what's happening? Hee. Of course, it's because of her special constitution. I forgot to tell you earlier, this body not only possesses a unique constitution, but also comes with a matching cultivation technique. Now that Vancister has regained control of the body, her breakthrough is quite natural. After all, this is a divine body. Fei Yong, thank you. A look of surprise flashed across Michaela's face, followed by her making a bold decision. She swiftly kissed Wyatt on the cheek. Wyatt. Wife, you actually ambushed me. No, I didn't feel anything. You need to do that again? Without giving Michaela a chance to react, Wyatt pulled her into his embrace. Before Michaela could say anything, Wyatt covered her mouth. Michaela struggled a few times, but how could she break free from Wyatt's arms with her current cultivation level? After symbolically struggling for a bit, she gave in as if resigned to her fate, leaving Wyatt feeling triumphant, finally reclaiming his dignity. Lorimy and Carterdy are kissing, shameless. Just as Wyatt was about to make his next move, a voice sounded behind them, causing both of them to jump and quickly pull apart. No need to turn around to know who it was. Michaela's face flushed red like a ripe apple as she shot Wyatt a glare. Michaela wished she could sink into the ground. She felt utterly embarrassed, knowing her daughter had caught them just when that guy ambushed her. Wyatt also couldn't help but laugh and sigh. He saw their little Doreen covering her eyes with her hands. Through the gaps between her fingers, it was obvious she was peeking out of curiosity, which made Wyatt both amused and annoyed. He found it amusing that the mischievous child had learned to sneak peeks, but was vexed that she disturbed his moment. After this incident, it would be hard to find another opportunity like that again. Fei, how did you come here? Wyatt turned and picked up the little Doreen, originally thinking she would still be asleep for a few more days. He never expected her to wake up so soon. Carterdy, Fei naturally woke up after sleeping. Fei came looking for Lorimy and Carterdy. Carterdy, were you and Lorimy kissing to have a baby brother for Fei? Wyatt. Michaela. Fei, don't talk nonsense. Earlier, Mommy got sand in her eyes, and Daddy was helping Mommy blow it out. Michaela hurriedly took her daughter and explained. Otherwise, how could she face her daughter later? Lorimy's lying. Fei clearly saw Daddy and Mommy kissing. But don't worry, Mommy. Fei really likes having a little brother. Even if Mommy gives birth to a little brother for Fei, Fei won't blame Mommy. The little Doreen seemed excited, almost fearing that if she didn't like a brother, Mommy wouldn't give her one. Hearing her words, Wyatt showed a hint of unease, which Michaela noticed. With a swift movement, she pinched Wyatt's waist fiercely, her gaze threatening. Wyatt shuddered. Fei, Mommy wasn't lying. Believe Daddy, Mommy really had sand in her eyes earlier. Right, everything Mommy said is true. Let's go play, okay, Fei. Wyatt quickly agreed, picking up Desiree from Michaela's arms before the little Doreen could say anything else and quickly left. He worried that if they stayed longer, who knows what else the child might blurt out. Besides, his task was complete. It was better to leave early. The master and disciple surely had much to discuss after their near-death experience. Wyatt carried his daughter and toured the entire Spirit Immortal Palace while checking Desiree's cultivation level. Her previous slumber was due to the pills he had refined. Now awake, it meant she had fully absorbed the pill's power. After examining Desiree's cultivation, Wyatt smiled. Just a few days ago, Desiree was at the peak Immortal King stage. After refining and absorbing a pill, she had now broken through to Immortal Emperor, reaching mid-stage. It wouldn't be long before she caught up with her mother. Carterdy, is this Mommy's sect? Yes, this is Mommy's sect. From now on, Fei will have many playmates. Will they play with Fei? The little Doreen asked uncertainly, recalling past visits to other sects where people seemed reluctant to play with her. Of course they will. This is Mommy's sect, and she's the palace master. You're their little palace master. If they dare not play with Fei, you can tell Mommy, and she'll spank them. Unbeknownst to Wyatt, as he spoke, all disciples of the Spirit Immortal Palace felt a sudden tightness in their hearts, as if facing a fierce beast. Everyone looked nervously around but found nothing. The uneasy feeling soon dissipated. Hee, that's great. Desiree laughed happily, knowing she would have many companions to play with. Meanwhile, Michaela in the backyard, seeing Wyatt flee with their daughter, couldn't help but smile helplessly. Just then, Michaela felt a sense of anticipation. She turned back excitedly and saw a figure standing behind her. Vancister. Michaela threw herself into Sheridan's arms, unable to describe her emotions. When she thought her master had died, she felt heartbroken, guilty, and harbored endless hatred toward Everjoy's sacred land. Thinking she would never see her master again, it was hard to remain calm even for someone of her character when given the chance to see her master alive again. Chapter 153. Sheridan's Happiness. Vancister, let me introduce him to you. His name is Wyatt, my Dao companion, and this is our daughter, Desiree. After reuniting with her Vancister, Michaela brought Sheridan to the Grand Hall of Snow Spirit Peak to introduce Wyatt and the little Doreen. Earlier, Michaela had already told her Vancister everything, including how she was revived. This made Sheridan feel as if she were listening to a story. She was also genuinely happy that her disciple had found a good home, considering Michaela as her own daughter just as Michaela saw her as a mother. Vancestor, since your Xianxia Vancestor, you are now my Vancestor too. If you ever need anything, please let me know. I will make sure to handle it for you. Wyatt hurriedly greeted Sheridan respectfully, knowing that she was an Aemon to Michaela and deserved respect. Fei Yong, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Without you, I wouldn't have been revived. Xuanhuan has quite a stubborn personality, so please bear with her in the future, Sheridan replied humbly. She understood well that power determined one's status. Given Wyatt's strength, if not for Michaela, he probably wouldn't have even glanced at her. Moreover, he had saved both her and her disciple, making Sheridan naturally very courteous toward him. Vancestor, rest assured, I will treat Xianxia very well. Danielle, call her. Seeing the little Doreen curiously observing Sheridan, Wyatt reminded her. Vancestor, my name is Desiree. You can also call me the Invincible Little Expert. The little Doreen exclaimed excitedly. Danielle, you should call her Bradley Vancestor, not Vancestor. Wyatt quickly corrected his daughter, trying to prevent confusion. Carterdy, Vancestor looks so young. Calling her Bradley Vancestor makes her sound too old, right? The little Doreen tilted her head, questioning. Danielle, she is Lormy's Vancestor, so you must call her Bradley Vancestor. It's a term of respect based on generations, not age, Wyatt explained patiently. Is that so? The little Doreen looked puzzled but eventually addressed Sheridan as Bradley Vancestor, which delighted Sheridan immensely. She picked up Desiree and held her close. Danielle is such a good Doreen. Why don't you stay by Bradley Vancestor's side? I'll teach you cultivation, okay? As Sheridan pinched the little Doreen's chubby cheeks, her words left both adults momentarily stunned. Danielle's current cultivation level far surpassed Sheridan's, and teaching her seemed out of place. But it wasn't Sheridan's fault for thinking this way. She couldn't sense Danielle's high cultivation level, and it was unimaginable that a 6-year-old could be stronger than her. No. Danielle doesn't want to cultivate. I'm already an invincible little expert, and don't need to cultivate anymore. Desiree knew all about cultivation, and hated it because it was boring. At Sheridan's suggestion, her head shook like a rattle drum. Really? Danielle is already an expert, so shouldn't you focus more on cultivation? Don't you want to become a great expert? Sheridan couldn't believe Desiree's words, and continued persuading her. It's unnecessary. When Danielle grows up, she'll naturally become a great expert. Sheridan was speechless. Could one really become a great expert without cultivation? Looking at the couple, she gestured for them to persuade the little Doreen. At 6 years old, it was the prime time to start cultivating. Vancestor, Danielle's constitution is unique. Her cultivation increases naturally, so maybe skip this for now. Michaela discreetly informed her Vancestor, fearing that Sheridan might be discouraged by Danielle's strength. Even she had been shocked when learning about her daughter's strength, which had grown even stronger over time. Xuanhuan, aren't you also confused? If Danielle has a special constitution, then she should cultivate even more diligently. Otherwise, it would be a waste, wouldn't it? And what kind of constitution can increase strength without cultivation? If it exists, why isn't Danielle already strong? Sheridan scolded her disciple, having never heard of such a thing in her hundreds of thousands of years of life. Bradley Vancestor, look, Danielle does have cultivation. The little Doreen suddenly demonstrated her power, emitting a powerful aura. Before Wyatt could stop her, there was a loud thud as Sheridan, who had been sitting, was knocked to the ground by the overwhelming aura. Danielle, retract your aura quickly. Didn't you see that Bradley Vancestor fell? Michaela sighed, rolling her eyes at Wyatt. Couldn't he have simply asked their daughter to retract her aura instead of mentioning Sheridan falling? Why did you make it sound like I embarrassed her? Vancestor, are you alright? Michaela quickly helped Sheridan up, concerned about her expression. Vancestor. Xuanhuan, what's Danielle's cultivation level? Only after a moment did Sheridan regain her composure, clearly surprised by the immense power she had felt. As an immortal emperor herself, she couldn't withstand the mere aura of the little Doreen. Vancestor, Danielle is currently a middle-stage immortal emperor. Haha, good. I never thought I'd live to see such a prodigy, and even my own grand disciple. To everyone's surprise, Sheridan burst into laughter, repeating good 3 times. Seeing her normal reaction, Wyatt and Michaela relaxed slightly. Bradley Vancestor, I didn't mean to. You're not angry, are you? Not angry. Bradley Vancestor is delighted. Who would have thought little Danielle is already so powerful? Sheridan embraced the little Doreen and kissed her forehead, her smile never fading. She couldn't be happier to have such an outstanding grand disciple. Chapter 154, The Vengeful Li. In the Wuling domain, Sui Prefecture. Note, I've made Ling as Wuling to follow the pinyin translation and ensure it reads naturally in English. Sui Prefecture is a region adjacent to Juzhou. Within Sui Prefecture lies the Yangji Empire. At this moment, deep within the palace of the Yangji Empire, the second prince was kneeling before a mysterious mass of black mist. Sir, I have prepared everything as you instructed. Please see. Very good. I promise to grant you my power and make you the emperor of this land. But I hope that once you become the emperor, you will diligently help me with my tasks. Otherwise, the consequences will be unbearable for you. A middle-aged voice emerged from the black mist. The second prince, still kneeling on the ground, shivered and immediately assured the black mist. Sir, please rest assured. Once I become the emperor of Yangji, I will devote myself fully to serving you. Remember your words, or death itself will be a luxury you cannot afford. Another voice sounded from the black mist, followed by a jet of dark light shooting out and piercing into the second prince's body. Ah! As the dark light entered his body, the second prince couldn't help but scream in agony, his face twisting in terror as sweat drenched his body instantly. Hee, little boy, enjoy it. The sinister black mist laughed eerily and vanished instantly, leaving only the echoes of the prince's screams reverberating through the room, while the guards outside seemed oblivious. Elliot, unaware that the black mist had disappeared, felt nothing but endless pain, as if someone was tearing his flesh apart piece by piece. He did not know how long it lasted, perhaps an hour, or perhaps a day. When he finally regained consciousness, night had already fallen. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. I've finally endured it. Bud, Crosby, are you ready? This time, I'll surely surprise you. Everything in the Yangji Empire belongs to me. No one can change this outcome. Feeling the fierce power coursing through his body, Elliot burst into maniacal laughter and then mysteriously vanished from the spot. Tai Hall. Inside Tai Hall, Aiden was reading reports. Perhaps feeling tired and needing a break, or reminiscing about something, he rubbed his temples after finishing the document and spoke softly. Alban, how is that useless person doing now? Your Highness, since the second prince was confined to the Tranquil Mind Pavilion, he has been quiet. Perhaps he has truly repented. Just as the Aiden finished speaking, a black figure appeared before him, bowed, and reported. Repent? Perhaps. Alban, send him to reunite with his mother after I ascend the throne tomorrow. Yes, Your Highness. On the 5 strange peaks of Justinan Palace, 2 figures appeared. A little Doreen riding a big black dog, strolling leisurely up the mountain path. Lee, does Uncle Nyo really know where there's a fun place? Yes, he must know. I've heard him say before that he knows the Wuling domain very well. Given the context, it would read more naturally in English to say he knows the Wuling domain very well, rather than he knows the Wuling domain better than anyone, as it conveys the meaning more fluently while maintaining accuracy. Also, please note that Wuing seems to be a proper noun transliterated from Chinese, which is kept as is since it's likely a place name. For a more polished translation of this part, yes, he must know. I've heard him say before that he's very familiar with the Wuling domain. Lee's eyes gleamed with certainty as he confidently answered Desiree. Then let's hurry and find Uncle Nyo. We should go play first, and come back when the conference starts. Little Vancestor, shouldn't we tell Vancestor first? What if? Lee, don't be such a coward. With me here, Carter won't hurt you at all. Do you forget last time? When Carter wanted to kill you, wasn't it I who pleaded for mercy? Well, okay. Lee responded reluctantly. The little Doreen had asked him to take her out to play, but Lee had no idea where to find fun places and feared punishment afterward. However, he also worried that if he refused, he would be tormented by the Doreen. So, he agreed, planning to involve someone else, the Yates among the 10 Great Peaks, whom he still resented for being tricked in the true spirit world. Greetings, young palace lord. Soon, Desiree rode Lee up to the 5 strange peaks. A disciple saw her and hurriedly bowed. Although Justinan Palace only had 10,000 disciples now, each peak had its own share of disciples after the establishment of the 10 Great Peaks. Everyone knew Desiree, the beloved daughter of the palace master, and adored her for her cuteness. However, despite their affection, they still maintained proper etiquette, lest they disrupt the rules. Big brother, is Uncle Nyo inside? Replying to the young palace lord, Yates is currently forging artifacts in the workshop. Is there something you need? Yes, big brother, can you take me there? Well, alright. Although Yates had told them not to disturb him, considering it was Desiree, the disciple hesitated but eventually agreed. He led Desiree into the palace and soon arrived at Yates's forge. Young palace lord, please wait here. I will inform Yates. Yes, thank you, big brother. Seeing the adorable Desiree, the disciple almost reached out to pinch her chubby cheek but reconsidered. If he made her cry, he didn't know how to explain to the palace master. Instead, he pulled a wind chime next to the door. I said, don't come disturbing me. Yates, who had been working inside, opened the door irritably but changed his tone upon seeing Desiree. Little Emperor, what brings you here? Is there something you need? Quickly brushing imaginary dust off himself, he picked up Desiree, puzzled as to why she would seek him instead of Venus Goddess, whose peak was closest to Snow Spirit Peak. Uncle Nyo, do you know where there's a fun place? A fun place? Little Emperor, what kind of place counts as fun? Yates paused, unsure what Desiree meant by fun, as he was too rough and simple-minded to understand her refined interests. Chapter 155, Desiree exits Justinan Palace. Interesting places are those with strange and unusual things, or perhaps rare existences. All of these can be considered fun places. Uncle Nyo, you're already such a big person. How can you not know what fun places are? Hee. Little Emperor, don't be angry. It's not that Uncle Nyo doesn't know interesting places, but I'm unsure of what kind of fun you're looking for. But if Little Emperor wants to see some strange and unusual things, you might as well go to the neighboring Sui Prefecture. There's a naturally formed small secret realm there. In this secret realm, there are many strange and unusual things, and it's completely safe. If Little Emperor wants to go, you can take a look over there. Oh right, does Emperor know you want to go out? When Casimir heard Desiree talk about strange and unusual things, he immediately thought of a small secret realm in Sui Prefecture. Everything inside was quite peculiar. Although he wasn't sure if it matched Desiree's expectations, in his heart, that secret realm was indeed rather strange and utterly safe. After Casimir spoke, he suddenly remembered that since Desiree wanted to go out, he didn't know if Emperor knew about it. Of course, I wouldn't have come here to find Uncle Nyo otherwise. I would have snuck out long ago. If Uncle Nyo doesn't believe Faye, you can ask Lauren right now. Just as Casimir finished speaking, the little Doreen said seriously, her expression hinting at a slight resentment that Casimir didn't trust her. Hee. I, of course, believe in Little Emperor. I just asked a question out of concern. Do you need Uncle Nyo to send someone to guide you? Seeing that the little Doreen seemed slightly upset, Casimir hurriedly acknowledged his mistake. Since Desiree had spoken so definitively and even suggested asking Emperor, he believed Emperor had genuinely agreed. Moreover, Brayden was still with Desiree, so there would be no danger. Casimir was confident in Brayden's strength. If it weren't for his own task, he would have personally escorted Desiree. But this was a mission from Michaela, which he had to complete. No need, Uncle Nyo. I can just ask anyone when I get there. You should go back to your work. Desiree declined Casimir's offer to send someone, wriggled out of his embrace, and ran back to Brayden's back. After bidding farewell to Casimir, she left. Casimir watched as the little Doreen and the dog departed, shook his head, and turned back to continue the unfinished tasks. At the same time, Michaela, who was handling affairs in the main hall, quickly stood up when she saw her master Sheridan walk in. Vancestor, weren't you playing with Faye in the courtyard? Why did you come here? Don't worry about the disciple recruitment ceremony. I've already arranged everything. We just need to wait 3 months. Sheridan. Schwer, Faye said she would come to find you earlier, didn't she? Didn't she come? Sheridan asked with some confusion. She had been playing with the little Doreen in the courtyard, but after a while, the little Doreen said she wanted to find her mother. Sheridan couldn't stop the little Doreen, so she agreed, thinking there wouldn't be any danger in Justin and Palace. Moreover, they were on the same peak, not far apart, so she hadn't said much. But after Desiree left, she suddenly had something to ask Michaela, which led her here. Now, hearing Michaela's words, Sheridan was puzzled. So Desiree hadn't come here at all. Could the little Doreen have gotten lost? Vancestor, Faye hasn't come to find me. When did this happen? Michaela's expression froze, sensing something was off. After asking Sheridan, Michaela spread her divine consciousness over the entire snow spirit peak. Unfortunately, she found no trace of Desiree. Not only was Desiree gone, but Braden was also missing from the courtyard. Michaela deduced that the little Doreen had probably sneaked out again with Braden, which left her speechless. The Doreen was getting more cunning, having deceived her great-grandmaster again. It hasn't been long, maybe around half an hour. Vancestor, you were tricked by the little Doreen. She's long gone from Snow Spirit Peak. I think she's run off to play somewhere again. What? Then why aren't you finding Faye right away? What if she encounters danger? She's still just a child. Hearing Michaela's words, Sheridan became anxious, forgetting for a moment that the little Doreen's cultivation surpassed hers. However, it was understandable. Desiree was only 6 years old. No matter how strong she was, everyone still saw her as a child. Vancestor, the little Doreen is very smart and will be fine. And Braden is with her. You don't need to worry about her safety. Michaela comforted her master. If she hadn't known Braden's strength, she would have been worried too. But with Braden being a god-level entity, who could hurt him in the immortal realm? Besides, Desiree had plenty of protective measures. So Michaela wasn't overly concerned, though she felt a bit amused. The Doreen could have just asked openly if she wanted to go out. Ensuring her safety, Michaela would have likely agreed. Why resort to sneaking around all the time? That's unacceptable. Faye is still young. What if she gets cheated? This is the immortal realm, not the true spirit realm. And remember, Wyatt killed someone from Yama's path. What if they target her in retaliation? I must find Faye. While Michaela wasn't worried about Desiree's safety, Sheridan was. Especially given that Wyatt had killed a member of Yama's path, an organization known for its ruthless methods. Sheridan feared Desiree might encounter Yama's path's retaliation, which could be troublesome. When Michaela heard Sheridan mention Yama's path, her face also changed. Those people were notoriously elusive. If they really targeted Desiree, there might indeed be danger. Vancestor, wait a minute. Do you know where she went? Let me ask first before we act. Michaela stopped Sheridan, knowing they needed direction before setting out. After speaking, Michaela sent messages to the 10 Peak leaders, instructing them to come over. She also informed the current Grand Milton of Justin and Palace. Chapter 156, The Criticized Casimir. After Michaela had passed on the message for a while, the 10 Peak Masters and Great Milton Solomon arrived at the palace. After paying respects to Michaela and Sheridan, everyone looked at Michaela. Great Milton, have you received any message from our guards? Kimberly has sneaked out of the palace. What? Little Palace Vancestor snuck out of the palace? Palace Vancestor, I haven't received any message from the disciples. When did Little Palace Vancestor sneak out? Solomon was taken aback. He thought it was some other matter. Who knew it was Little Palace Vancestor who sneaked out, yet he hadn't received any alert from the guards. As Michaela asked, Casimir standing among the crowd had a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Once again he had been deceived by the Little Empress. Had he known, he should have confirmed with the Empress beforehand. Otherwise, Little Empress wouldn't have sneaked out. He didn't expect the young Doreen to be so cunning, lying seriously right in front of him, as if Michaela really had agreed to her leaving the palace. So, anyone saw Kimberly leave? Seeing that Solomon wasn't aware, Michaela then turned to ask the 10 Peak Masters. However, she didn't hold much hope, because if that little Doreen decided to sneak out, no one would know. All these people's cultivation levels were lower than Elias's. With Elias providing cover for her, even she herself might not have been able to detect their departure. The 10 Peak Masters all shook their heads, indicating they did not see anything. Seeing this, Michaela felt a bit helpless. Empress. I saw Little Empress leave. Just as Michaela was about to notify Wyatt, Casimir spoke up guiltily. Upon hearing his voice and seeing his expression, everyone revealed a hint of confusion. Casimir, since you saw Little Empress leave, why didn't you inform Empress? Kenny, who stood beside Casimir, questioned. Was this guy foolish? He saw Little Empress leaving but neither stopped nor informed Empress. I didn't know Little Empress was sneaking out. She said Empress had already approved her leaving, so I didn't report it. How could Little Empress be so cunning? Casimir mumbled the last part under his breath, so softly that even Kenny next to him barely heard. Everyone looked speechless at Casimir. This guy is usually pretty smart. Casimir, where did you see Kimberly leave? Do you know where she went? Did she go with Elias? Empress earlier, Little Empress rode Elias Sr. to my 5 Wonders Peak and asked me where there are interesting places. So, you told Little Empress, didn't you? Imelda gave Casimir a disparaging look. This guy actually helped Little Empress sneak out. And what did you tell her? Empress, Little Empress wanted to find some odd places to play, so I told her about the Bai Ling small secret realm in Sui Prefecture. I think Little Empress might have gone there. Although Casimir mentioned the Bai Ling small secret realm to Desiree, he couldn't confirm if she indeed went there. Empress, shall I bring Little Empress back? No need, go take care of your own business. Michaela didn't agree for Imelda to go out. Regardless of whether the Doreen went to Sui Prefecture or not, even if found by Imelda, it wasn't certain she could be brought back. Yes, Empress. The 10 Peak Masters and the Great Milton left, each murmuring complaints at Casimir. However, Casimir didn't dare argue, remaining silent amidst their scolding. Vancister, may I ask what you came here for? Knowing her daughter's situation now, Michaela was less worried and asked Sheridan. Schwer, maybe I should first go fetch Renee back. No need, Vancister. If you go, you might not find her. Let Feiyong handle it later. With Elias accompanying her, she won't be in danger. Elias? The black dog? Is Elias a powerful beast? Sheridan didn't know about the prowess of those animals in the courtyard, assuming they were just for fun. But after hearing Michaela's words, she started to guess. Vancister, whether Elias's true form is a dog, I'm not sure. But Elias's strength is indeed formidable. Even a full-fledged celestial venerable wouldn't be a match. Michaela didn't know Elias's true form, but she understood his power well. Even though she didn't fully grasp the power of a divine-level being, it was definitely beyond what a celestial venerable could handle. Oh, that black dog is that powerful? Sheridan was genuinely surprised by Michaela's words. She truly didn't expect Elias to be so strong, which explained why Michaela wasn't too worried about her daughter's safety. Vancister, not only is Elias powerful, but none of the animals or plants in my courtyard are simple. Some are even more powerful than Elias. So, you don't need to worry too much about the Doreen. What did you come to discuss? Alright. In fact, it's nothing major. Only about the recruitment assembly in 3 months. I wanted to know your thoughts on the previous disciples who left Justin and Palace. If they try to rejoin in 3 months, how will you handle them? Sheridan visited because many disciples previously left Justin and Palace. Now with Jediah's sacred land being destroyed, a fact known throughout the entire Wuling region, and Justin and Palace ascending to a second-class sacred land, many would want to join. This included those who left before. Who wouldn't want to join a powerful sect? Vancister, since they left Justin and Palace when we faced difficulties, allowing them back now is impossible. We do not need disciples who cannot endure hardships together. Michaela had plans. She wouldn't accept the former defectors. While self-preservation isn't wrong, she couldn't tolerate such people. Given their past behavior, they might do it again if Justin and Palace faced another crisis. Therefore, Michaela was firm on this issue. Well, since you have a plan, I won't say more. Sheridan originally wanted to say something but, seeing Michaela's resolute expression, decided not to press further. Chapter 157. Desiree wants to drink flower wine. Little Vancister, weren't we going to Sui Prefecture? Why did we come into the city? On a street in Jiang City, Elias asked Desiree with some confusion. After they left Justin and Palace, Elias originally intended to head towards Sui Prefecture, but Desiree had directed him here. You're so silly, Elias. If we really went to Sui Prefecture, wouldn't Lauren find us very quickly? How would we be able to play then? We'll walk around here first, and then head in the opposite direction. That way, Lauren won't find Faye so quickly. Desiree sat on Elias's back, munching on snacks, speaking as she ate. Oh, so little Vancister went to Wuxia Peak earlier just to mislead Wendy, right? Exactly, this should be the diversionary tactics Island taught us. Hehe, Faye is indeed smart. Little Vancister, Jiang City isn't far from the sect. What if Wendy sends someone to look for us here? Don't worry. Because it's too close to the sect, Lauren won't look for us here. This is called darkness under the lamplight, according to Xylan. As long as Carter doesn't come looking for us, no one else will find us. If we are found, that's your fault. The conversation between Desiree and Elias immediately drew the curiosity of passersby. However, most only paid brief attention. After all, talking magical beasts were not uncommon in the immortal world, and even minor families would often have some contracted magical beasts. The reason people were curious about Desiree was her age. Children in the immortal world typically started cultivation at this age. It was rare to see children around 6 years old. Usually, those who made some achievement in cultivation around 8 or 9 would be more commonly seen. However, there was an exception. One person continued to pay attention to Desiree, but not because of her. Little Vancister, why is this my problem now? It's obviously your problem. If we're found, it means you didn't hide our trail well. Isn't that your fault? Elias. For some reason, Elias felt Desiree's logic made sense, leaving him speechless for a moment. Elias, that place looks pretty busy. Want to go in and take a look? When Desiree rode Elias past a building, she saw many people coming and going. Out of curiosity, she suggested to Elias. As Elias looked up, his dog mouth couldn't help but widen. Above the entrance to the building, there was a sign that read, Happiness Pavilion. Little Vancister, kids and Doreens aren't allowed in there. Didn't you see everyone going in as male? Elias, you're lying. Aren't there a few big sisters standing by the door? Little Vancister, they work there, so naturally, they stand there. And inside, they drink flower wine. You don't drink, Little Vancister. What are you going in for? Elias, what's drinking flower wine? Is it tasty? Not at all. It's hard to drink. Let's go, Little Vancister. Elias wanted Desiree to leave as soon as possible. It would be troublesome if this little Doreen entered. But sometimes the more you don't want something to happen, the more likely it does. As soon as Elias finished speaking, Desiree jumped off his back. Elias, if you don't want me to go in, you must be hiding something. I need to see what's going on. Desiree spoke and ran straight to Happiness Pavilion's entrance, making Elias's legs weak and almost causing him to fall. Little one, this isn't a place for you. Leave quickly. A young woman who was attending to guests was momentarily stunned when she saw Desiree, but kindly urged her to leave. Little Vancister, let's go. Kids can't enter. After the woman's words, Elias hurriedly pulled on Desiree's clothes, trying to lead her away. But the little Doreen stood firmly rooted. No matter how much Elias pulled, she didn't budge. Big sister, isn't this where they drink flower wine? Why can't Faye go in? I also want to taste flower wine. Ha ha ha. A little Doreen like you wants to drink flower wine? We grown men drink it. Isn't that funny? Upon hearing Desiree's request, the guests burst into laughter, finding it hilarious. Himph. You're the one who sounds like a little brat. Your whole family sounds like little brats. I want to drink flower wine. So what? Elias, let's go in. Seeing someone call her a brat, Desiree became upset and pulled Elias inside after giving a reply. Wah. At this moment, Elias broke down, his energy getting chaotic, forgetting to conceal himself. Ha ha ha, this Doreen has spunk. I'd like to see how she drinks flower wine. Watching Desiree drag Elias inside, a Benny who was about to leave laughed and followed. Others who were watching did the same, crowding into Happiness Pavilion, eager to see Desiree drink flower wine. My goodness, how did you let a little Doreen in? Are your eyes blind? Once inside, a woman in her 30s came forward, blocking Desiree's path. She glanced toward the entrance, but said nothing upon seeing the crowd entering. Miss Jean, she came specifically to drink flower wine. You can't turn a customer away. Go away. This is serious business, and I don't corrupt children. Young Doreen, why are you here alone? This isn't a place for kids. Go back to your parents. Big sister, I heard you have flower wine here. Can I try it? Desiree seriously asked, genuinely curious what flower wine was and whether it tasted good. Young Doreen, flower wine is for grown men only. Kids can't drink it. Hashtag chapter 158. The provocative Vanstam. Vanstam, I must advise you not to let my young master drink flower wine here. Otherwise, if my master finds out, your joyful pavilion will be shut down for sure. Considering its own life, Braden whispered a warning to the madam of Joyful Pavilion. He was worried that the madam might suddenly lose her mind and let Desiree drink flower wine here, which would result in more deaths. Braden knew all too well how protective Wyatt and Michaela were of Desiree. If they found out she came to a brothel to drink flower wine, they would level this place. Initially, the madam wore a smile, but her face turned grim as soon as she heard Braden's warning. While Joyful Pavilion was indeed a brothel, it wasn't an institution anyone could threaten easily due to its complex background. Even after Justin and Palace was occupied by Jediah Holy Land, they didn't dare to touch Joyful Pavilion. Now, being threatened by a celestial beast infuriated her. Originally, she had no intention of receiving Desiree, adhering to Joyful Pavilion's principles. But now, she decided otherwise. Wasn't Braden warning her not to let his young master drink here? She would do just the opposite. Let Desiree drink flower wine, and even for free. She wanted to see what Braden's master could do to make Joyful Pavilion shut down. She didn't believe they had that capability. Although she wasn't clear about Braden's cultivation level, it couldn't exceed that of a heavenly immortal at most, considering she herself was a perfected true immortal. Desiree looked around 6 or 7 years old. Yet she was still a mortal who hadn't even begun cultivation. Based on this, her father likely wouldn't be very powerful, perhaps only reaching the level of a spirit immortal. Little Doreen, do you really want to drink flower wine? Of course. Why else would I come in? Big sister, bring me some flower wine quick so I can taste it. If it's good, I'll come here every day. Bring this noble guest a table full of the best drunken immortal brew, ordered the madam. Looking at Desiree's innocent appearance, the madam inexplicably felt a sense of guilt. But oddly enough, she seemed to enjoy this feeling. When she ordered the drunken immortal brew, a wicked idea flashed in her mind. What if she kept this little Doreen here and raised her into Joyful Pavilion's top courtesan? How satisfying would that be? After all, the Doreen was incredibly cute and would undoubtedly grow up to be a stunning beauty. Perhaps she could rely on her for retirement. Boom. When the madam finished speaking, Braden was utterly dumbfounded. He couldn't understand why she, who had been about to kick Desiree out, suddenly decided to receive her. This was practically asking for death. Just as Braden prepared to transform into human form to teach the madam a lesson, Desiree happily patted his head 3 times, interrupting his plan. Hee hee. Big sister, you're so nice. If your flower wine is good, I'll introduce many people to come drink it. Very well, thank you, little Doreen. Please follow me. I'll take you to a good meal with fine wine. Unaware that she was walking a dangerous path, the madam proceeded without hesitation. Braden saw her as a dead woman and figured he'd rather get a beating from the master than risk his life trying to stop Desiree. As the madam led Desiree into a private room, Michaela returned to the backyard of Justin and Palace, finding Wyatt. Honey, did you finish so quickly? Didn't you say you'd be back late? Wyatt was puzzled as Michaela rushed back. Earlier, she had said she might be busy until nightfall, leaving him to take care of their daughter. Why are you back so early? Did you miss me? Wyatt moved closer, intending a sweet embrace, but Michaela evaded him. Wyatt, how did you watch our daughter? She left Justin in Palace without you knowing. If you don't find her today, you'll never enter my room again. Wyatt. Honey, are you mistaken? Didn't Sheridan tell me she went to find you? Just then, Wyatt sensed something amiss. Using his divine consciousness, he checked outside Justin in Palace and nearly choked when he saw what happened. Damn dog, bring Faye back to me now. Suddenly, the entire Wooling domain darkened as a huge face appeared in the sky, emitting an enraged voice. When this face appeared, an overwhelming pressure enveloped Wooling domain, making all living beings feel the threat of death. With Wyatt's furious cry, Michaela also sensed the different atmosphere and extended her divine consciousness. Mu Fei Yang. Seeing her daughter in Xianxia, Michaela gritted her teeth and vanished instantly. Dead Braden, wait till I get back to deal with you. Back in Joyful Pavilion, Braden shuddered upon hearing Wyatt's voice. He knew Wyatt had discovered what was happening. Desiree paused mid-bite when she heard Wyatt's voice, but soon resumed eating because the roasted meat smelled too delicious. It was just one outing for good food, nothing significant. Servant greets mistress. Just as Braden prepared to force Desiree to return, a figure appeared in the room, and Braden immediately transformed into a Aiden, kneeling down. Lauren, why are you here too? Are you also drinking flower wine? The story continues with increasing tension as the parents confront the situation at Joyful Pavilion. Hashtag chapter 159. The couple's fury. Desiree's shocking words stunned both the little black dog kneeling on the ground and Michaela, who had just arrived. If it weren't for the inappropriate occasion, the little black dog might have rolled on the floor laughing. Michaela, however, gave the little black dog a stern glare before turning to Desiree with an unhappy expression. This Doreen was truly unruly. This wasn't a place they should be. Danielle, Weren't you supposed to go to Suizhou's by Ling Miniature Realm? Why did you come to Xianxia, and even to a place you shouldn't be? Though furious, Michaela didn't take her anger out on her daughter. She understood that her daughter liked to wander around, which is why she hadn't wanted to bring the father and daughter back to the Spirit Immortal world previously, fearing that one day Desiree would run off and get into trouble. Lauren, I originally planned to go to Suizhou, but Elias said that if we went there, Carter would easily find out. So, Elias brought me here. He said it was some sort of misdirection strategy, ensuring Carter wouldn't find Danielle so easily. Desiree noticed Michaela's displeasure and, to avoid punishment, promptly shifted the blame onto Elias. Upon hearing this, the little black dog, still kneeling on the ground, trembled in fear, knowing he had been sold out by his young master again. You damned Elias. Looks like you've forgotten your past punishments. Before Elias could explain himself to Michaela, another voice interrupted, and another figure appeared in the private room. It was Wyatt, who had followed them. Carter. Seeing Wyatt appear, the little Doreen immediately put down her roasted meat and ran to Wyatt, hugging his legs in a pitiful manner. Slap. You brat. You're becoming more reckless. Is this a place for you? Ignoring the pitiful look on her face, Wyatt slapped her bottom. He knew his daughter too well. She must have brought Elias to Xianxia herself. To avoid punishment, she was now pushing all the blame onto Elias. Wah. As soon as the slap landed, the little Doreen started crying dramatically, exaggerating her sorrow. Moreover, she cried towards Michaela, clearly signaling her to intervene. Hey, you're actually crying now? Wyatt saw through her act immediately and raised his hand to slap her again, but someone stopped him mid-action. Wyatt, do you normally discipline your daughter like this? Danielle is so young. How can you hit your daughter? She said Elias brought her here. If you ever dare hit my daughter again, see if I'll talk to you. Wyatt. Wyatt looked at the woman speechlessly. Could she not see through such an obvious ploy? Clearly, it was all an act, yet she fell for it. No wonder she had been tricked before. With such intelligence, it was a miracle she hadn't died long ago. Anyone else would have been dead many times over by now. Elias, take Danielle back. If you let her run out of the Spirit Immortal Palace again, you know the consequences. Wyatt didn't want to argue with Michaela, fearing it would affect his IQ, so he simply ordered Elias to take Desiree back. Since Desiree had shown up here, for whatever reason, Wyatt needed a scapegoat. Thus, the Happy Pavilion became the perfect target. Moreover, since Desiree had come once, there was a chance she would come again. So Wyatt decided that Xianxia should no longer have brothels. Yes, Vancestor. Elias didn't dare object and disappeared with Desiree. Watching her daughter leave with Elias, Michaela didn't say anything further. At that moment, the couple's thoughts were surprisingly aligned. They agreed that there should be no brothel in Xianxia. After seeing Elias take her daughter away, Michaela's divine consciousness enveloped the entire Happy Pavilion, searching for the highest-ranking cultivator there. Suddenly, two figures appeared before the couple, brought there by Michaela. One was the madam who had received Desiree earlier, and the other was a late-stage celestial immortal Amon. Michaela guessed he was likely a strong protector of the establishment. You people at Happy Pavilion have real guts. Not only did you open a brothel in my territory, but you also let my daughter enter such a filthy place. Michaela's expression was cold. Xianxia belonged to the Spirit Immortal Palace, and there had been no brothels here until after the destruction of her palace. But none of that mattered now because after today, there would no longer be a Happy Pavilion in Xianxia. What kind of people are you, daring to disrupt our Happy Pavilion? Are you not afraid of losing your heads? The Amon sternly rebuked them, believing their audacity was fueled by their formidable cultivation. Oh, hearing you say that, it seems Happy Pavilion has some backing. Perhaps you should call out the person behind Happy Pavilion. I dislike complications and prefer resolving everything at once. Before the Amon could finish threatening them, Wyatt spoke up. Given the old man's boldness, Happy Pavilion must have substantial backing. Wyatt wanted to settle all issues at once, rather than deal with constant disruptions from insignificant troublemakers. Even if they couldn't cause real harm, they were irritating, weren't they? Humph. You aren't worthy of meeting my master. I advise you to release us and compensate Happy Pavilion with 1,000,000 high-quality spirit stones. Then, we'll overlook your disturbance. Otherwise, not only will you two suffer, but the forces behind you will also face dire consequences. To Wyatt's surprise, the old man ignored his warning and continued to threaten them, even demanding compensation in spirit stones. Wyatt furrowed his brows. He hadn't expected people in the Spirit Immortal world to be so bold under these circumstances. Either Happy Pavilion had significant backing, or the old man had some grudge against them, intentionally trying to harm Happy Pavilion's backers. Chapter 160. Ari. Crack. Ah. Whether this old man intended to harm Xuanhuan or if Xuanhuan indeed had powerful backers, after threatening him, Wyatt was not about to let it go easily. As soon as the old man finished speaking, Wyatt suddenly appeared beside him and broke one of his legs with a stomp. You dare threaten me at the brink of death? I'll give you another chance. Call your master from behind Xuanhuan. Otherwise, my next stomp won't be on your leg but your head. Fine, fine. Since you are so stubborn, I will comply. Hope you don't regret it. The old man saw no wavering in Wyatt's eyes, only a look of disdain for all life. It seemed that human lives were like ants to Wyatt. The old man knew that Wyatt was dead serious. He would truly kill him. If you keep jabbering, I'll cut out your tongue. Seeing the old man still trying to threaten him, Wyatt kicked him again, breaking his other leg this time. But the old man did not scream anymore. He just gave Wyatt a harsh glare before taking out a communication jade pendant. In Rougeau of Willing Domain, there is a first-tier force named Xuanhuan, specializing in running brothels. A brothel running power could become a first-tier force in an entire province entirely because of their master behind the scenes. In fact, this wasn't much of a secret. Everyone knew that Xuanhuan's influence was due to someone named Ari, and Ari held another identity, that of the second prince of Justin dynasty. Everyone simply feared Ari's status. At the heart of Rougeau stood a cluster of palaces with a rather otaku name, Beauty Garden. Every person in the palace complex, apart from Ari, was a beauty. Even the maids serving tea were exceptionally beautiful. In a pavilion within Beauty Garden, Aiden with a pale face lay on a rocking chair, surrounded by several women. One massaged his head, two held his hands, two others massaged his legs, while another knelt before him, peeling grapes and feeding them into his mouth. Nearby, a group of women danced sensually, wearing only transparent veils that revealed tantalizing glimpses as they moved. Suddenly, a woman hurried in and whispered something into the Aiden's ear. He waved his hand, and the dancing women departed. What happened? Is there anyone who doesn't know Xuanhuan is my business? Who dared to cause trouble? Do I need to tell you how to handle it? Send the rhino guards over, capture those two, and obliterate the force backing them. Ari said this nonchalantly because he had the clout. Although his father, the emperor, and his Aemon brother viewed him as a hedonistic second-generation immortal, no power in Wuling domain dared to disrespect him. Two people causing trouble in his Xuanlu didn't concern him. Your Highness, Jiangqing belongs to the territory of Justin Palace. Is this really wise? What if? Justin Palace? Hearing those three words, Aries' casual expression turned serious. He naturally knew about Justin Palace, a second-grade holy land even the Justin dynasty couldn't offend, not to mention him, being merely the second prince. Do you know who caused the trouble? Your Highness, they haven't mentioned names, only saying it was a couple because their daughter went drinking at our Xuanlu. I suspect it might be the person seen earlier in the sky, which means at least an accomplished immortal king. We shouldn't provoke such a strong entity, especially in Jiangqing. Wilma, a sort of overseer in Beauty Garden, worried that the troublemakers might belong to Justin Palace. If they could transmit pressure from Zhuzhou to Ruzhou, they must be at least accomplished immortal kings. Worse, if they belonged to Justin Palace, things would be troublesome. What Wilma didn't realize was that the pressure not only enveloped Ruzhou but made the entire Wuling domain tremble in fear. Had she known, she might have already taken Ari to apologize. In that case, let them compensate with spirit stones. Also, find out who these two are. Ari feared offending Justin Palace, hence the compensation offer. Yet, he also wanted to know who dared cause trouble in his Xuanlu. If they belonged to Justin Palace, he'd have to settle with compensation. Otherwise, whatever they took would be returned 100-fold. His spirit stones weren't easy to come by. One needed strength. Your Highness, they specifically requested to see you. What should we do? Ari. Your Highness, I know what to do. I'll personally go to Jiangqing and ensure everything is resolved perfectly. Seeing Aries' gaze, Wilma shivered and quickly bowed. Go ahead. Yes, Your Highness. After saluting, Wilma left swiftly towards Zhuzhou. Being an early-stage immortal emperor, it wouldn't take her long. Meanwhile, back at Xuanlu, Wyatt waited impatiently for half an hour until a figure appeared. A woman? Are you their master? Wyatt asked curiously. Why would a woman run a brothel? It was none other than Wilma, who arrived from Ruzhou. Glancing at Wyatt and Michaela, she frowned. She couldn't sense Michaela's cultivation level, yet Wyatt seemed ordinary. But how then had they managed the prior pressure? I'm not their master, but I can decide matters concerning Xuanlu Vancy. I know which force you both belong to. If Xuanlu has offended either of you, I sincerely apologize here and promise to compensate for all losses. Chapter 161. Aldener's Fear. Wilma couldn't sense the realms of Wyatt and Michaela, knowing it must be because their cultivation levels were higher than hers. Therefore, she maintained a very respectful attitude. She herself was at the initial stage of Immortal Emperor, and those whose realms she couldn't sense would have at least the latter stage Immortal Emperor power. She didn't want to offend such formidable individuals. Even if the Justin Empire was powerful, recklessly offending these strong figures wouldn't be wise, especially given that this was the territory of the Justin Palace. Wilma even suspected that Wyatt and Michaela might belong to the Justin Palace since no strong figures from there had appeared yet, which was quite telling. This place was so close to the Justin Palace. If anyone caused trouble in Jiang City, the Justin Palace wouldn't ignore it. But they hadn't seen anyone from there. I'm Michaela. You should know my identity now. This matter isn't something you can resolve. Go fetch your master. If today's events don't satisfy me, you should know the consequences. Wilma was only at the initial stage of Immortal Emperor, and such strength didn't impress Michaela. Ignoring her current late-stage Bradley immortal power, any one of the 10 peak Vancistors could handle Wilma. Michaela knew that to make Wilma call forth her superior, she needed to instill fear in Wilma. Only then would she summon her superior. Wilma pays respect to the immortal spirit sovereign. Upon recognizing Michaela's identity, Wilma's face instantly changed, hurriedly bowing to Michaela. This wasn't Bradley immortal. Even the superior of her own superior wouldn't dare to offend this presence. Who would have thought that Shihuang Tower would offend such a powerful being? Since you've recognized my identity, you should know what to do. Immortal Spirit Sovereign, please rest assured. I will notify the prince immediately for an apology. Wilma naturally knew how to proceed. After paying respects to Michaela, she hurriedly sent a message to Ari, informing him about the situation and Michaela's identity. After notifying Ari, Wilma also sent a message to the Emperor of the Justin Empire, Aldener, as she had been dispatched by Aldener to protect Ari. With such developments, Wilma felt it necessary to inform Aldener, fearing Michaela might kill them all. Upon receiving Wilma's message, both Ari and Aldener were greatly alarmed. Ari, ignoring the beauties tending to him, hurriedly rushed towards Zhuzhou Jiang City with a trusted aid. Meanwhile, Aldener in the Justin Empire wished he could have killed Ari earlier. He had never imagined his rebellious son would cause such trouble. Recognizing the giant face in the Wuling domain sky as Wyatt, Aldener couldn't believe his rebellious son had offended such a formidable figure. Note: I've maintained the context while ensuring it reads fluently in English. The name Wuing seems to be a mix of Chinese and Pinyin, so I used Wuling for consistency. Who was Wyatt? He was Michaela's partner, and possibly a profound heavenly venerable with unfathomable powers. A heavenly venerable stood at the peak in the entire immortal spirit realm, let alone in their small Wuling domain. Note: Ling is translated as Wuling to maintain consistency in terminology and ensure it reads naturally in English. Indirectly offending the Justinan Palace due to the Jediah Holy Land wasn't enough. Now his rebellious son had come out to further complicate things. Could Aldener not be terrified? Though very fearful, Aldener didn't immediately rush to Zhujiang City. Instead, he first went to the Imperial Treasury to prepare the compensation he had previously promised. He needed to provide the compensation and prepare valuable treasures for this trip. Yush, help me divine and see if there's any danger. Having taken most of the treasures from the Imperial Treasury, Aldener asked the man beside him just before leaving the treasury. This was already the second time offending the Justinan Palace. What if he met his end at Michaela's hands? So Aldener asked Yush to divine his safety. If this trip indeed posed a mortal threat, he would leave the Wuling domain. Aldener, already fearing for his life, did not immediately head to Zhujiang City, but instead went to the Imperial Treasury of his dynasty first. He needed to deliver the previously promised compensation and prepare treasures for this new indemnity. Yush, help me divine if this trip holds any danger, Aldener said to the man beside him as he gathered a significant portion of the treasures from the treasury before leaving. This was their second offense against the spirit Immortal Palace. What if he were killed by Michaela? Hence, Aldener sought divination from Yush. Should there truly be a life-threatening danger, he would absolutely leave the Wuling domain. Nobody wished to die in vain. After all, one had hope only if they stayed alive, right? You're Vance Jesty, don't even think about such things. I tried divining Michaela earlier after returning from the spirit Immortal Palace, but her fate has already been altered. Nothing concerning her can be divined. Yush gave a bitter smile, adding that he had suffered backlash when attempting to divine Michaela's matters. After realizing Michaela's destiny was changed, Yush knew no information could be obtained through divination unless one possessed the same power as the person who altered her fate. Clearly, he lacked such strength, especially knowing it was connected to Wyatt, whom they regarded as a heavenly venerable. With a sigh, Aldener admitted there was no other choice but to pray for survival. Otherwise, his entire empire might be ruined by his son's actions. With Yush accompanying him, Aldener set off toward Zhujiang City, arriving within half an hour given their full Immortal Emperor level. Greetings, Immortal Lord. Greetings, Senior. Aldener greeted respectfully upon seeing Wyatt and Michaela at the Joyful Pavilion. Wyatt commented on Aldener being the owner of the Joyful Pavilion, regretting not having killed them earlier. According to Michaela's earlier briefing, the Justin Imperial dynasty was the strongest force in Wuling with over 10 immortal emperors. If Aldener had advanced further, his dynasty could have become a second-class Holy Land, making him the dominant figure in Wuling. However, Wyatt's words sent shockwaves through Aldener and Yush. They immediately knelt before him, pleading for mercy and claiming ignorance of the incident, attributing the entire situation to Ares' actions. Aldener offered 80% of the dynasty's resources in exchange for sparing the empire, submitting fully to Wyatt's judgment on his son. Wyatt was left speechless. His casual comment led to such immediate capitulation, questioning if cultivators were all so fearful. Had Aldener known Wyatt's thoughts, he would surely retort that those who stood above never understood the dread faced by those below. No one would willingly court death. After all, living meant hope, right? Emperor, stop thinking about it. I tried earlier when returning from Justinan Palace. Michaela's destiny has already been altered. Nothing about her can be divined. Yush bitterly smiled. He had tried after returning from Justinan Palace, but failed to divine anything related to Michaela, instead getting injured by a backlash. Yush realized Michaela's destiny was altered and couldn't be divined without equivalent power to the person who altered it. He clearly knew he lacked that strength, attributing everything to Wyatt, whom they viewed as a heavenly venerable. Sighing deeply, Aldener could only pray this trip wouldn't cost him his life. Otherwise, the Justin Empire would be utterly ruined by his rebellious son. Taking a deep breath, Aldener, accompanied by Yush, left for Zhujiang City. Both being perfected immortal emperors, they arrived within half an hour. Meeting Immortal Spirit Sovereign, meeting the senior. Aldener approached Wyatt and Michaela respectfully. Well, who would have thought you, old fellow, owned the Xuanhuan Tower? No wonder you had such audacity. Looks like not killing you earlier was a mistake. Without waiting for Michaela to speak, Wyatt spoke up. He hadn't expected Xuanhuan Tower to be Aldener's. According to the information Michaela had previously shared with him, the strongest force in the Wuling domain was indeed the Justin Empire, which boasted over 10 experts at the Immortal Emperor level. Should Aldener achieve any further breakthroughs, the Justin Empire could elevate to a second-class Holy Land, thereby becoming the paramount power in the Wuling domain. Boom. Aldener and Yush's hearts trembled. They immediately kneeled before Wyatt. Senior, spare my life. I didn't know what happened, and Xuanhuan Tower wasn't my creation. It's all my rebellious son's doing. I offer 80% of Justin Empire's resources. Please spare us this once. As for my rebellious son, I'll submit him to your disposal, no questions asked. Wyatt was speechless. He had just made a casual comment, but Aldener knelt immediately. Were cultivators really this timid? If Aldener knew Wyatt's thoughts, he would vehemently protest. Standing tall doesn't hurt, does it? Didn't he think of his own strength? With any slightest fighting chance, why would he kneel and offer 80% of the Justin Empire's resources? Chapter 162. The Justin Imperial Dynasty surrenders. Wife, how should we deal with them? Should we accept their compensation and apologies, or wipe them all out? At this moment, Michaela and her husband sat in chairs. In front of them, 5 people were kneeling, shivering. After Aldener and Holden kneeled, Wilma also knelt. The remaining 2 were the madam and the old man. Since their ultimate masters had already knelt, could they not follow suit? Aldener, I can spare you this time, but you must fulfill 3 conditions of mine. Otherwise, I will annihilate your Justin Imperial dynasty today. Michaela was now half calmed down. After all, the emperor of an imperial dynasty had knelt, showing recognition of his wrongdoing. Speaking of which, Aldener wasn't really at fault. During the waiting period, she had sent the Imelda to investigate the background of the Joyful Pavilion. It indeed wasn't owned by Aldener. It belonged to the worthless second prince of Justin Imperial dynasty, and her daughter came there on her own accord, not forced by the Joyful Pavilion. While killing Aldener would vent some anger, It wouldn't benefit her or the spirit Immortal Palace. Please instruct, Your Excellency Xianling Emperor. No matter what Michaela demanded, preserving life was paramount. Everything else didn't matter. Even if she asked him to kill his disobedient son, he wouldn't bat an eye. Not that the rebellious son had much significance. As an emperor, Aldener alone had dozens of princes. Sacrificing a few for his own life preservation was nothing. This was the cultivation world, a realm where power reigned supreme and only the fittest survived. Firstly, I don't want to hear about the joyful pavilion existing in the Wuling domain again. Secondly, your just and imperial dynasty will submit to my spirit Immortal Palace, becoming one of our subordinate forces. Thirdly, everyone who witnessed today's events at the joyful pavilion must die. Michaela laid out her 3 conditions. She wanted to kill everyone at the joyful pavilion because they had seen her daughter enter it. She couldn't tolerate anyone saying her daughter had ever entered a brothel. Regarding Aldener's worthless second prince, Michaela didn't mention him because she believed Aldener wouldn't let Ari off, given everything started due to the joyful pavilion he operated. Alex, standing beside her, didn't say anything. Regardless of how Michaela handled things, he had no objections. Especially since only those at the joyful pavilion would die. If Alex were handling this, the entire Just and Imperial dynasty would be eradicated. By comparison, Michaela's demands were merciful. Subject Aldener pays homage to Your Excellency. Subject Holden pays homage to Your Excellency. Subject Wilma pays homage to Your Excellency. Without hesitation, Aldener bowed to Michaela, indicating his acceptance of her conditions. Stand up first. Michaela's expression finally softened. However, these people were cunning old foxes, and she no longer fully trusted verbal promises. Even loyal Imperial guards could betray her, so why trust these old foxes? You have some way to restrict them, right? Michaela asked Alex. Though she could make Aldener swear by the heavenly Tao, she preferred to believe in Alex's methods. Of course. My wife knows I'm all powerful. This is just a small matter. Alex understood Michaela's concern. It was about preventing betrayal. He quickly searched through the system store and found a secret method for absolute enslavement. For 3 million holy crystals, he purchased the xuanhuan soul-devouring technique, a method specifically designed to enslave souls. The enslaved would obey the master's commands absolutely, even committing suicide without resistance. More importantly, even if the enslaved person died and reincarnated, they would remain enslaved. Wife, I'll teach you the xuanhuan soul-devouring technique, which can enslave other souls. As long as their strength doesn't exceed yours by more than 3 major realms, you can enslave anyone anytime. The technique was formidable. Unlike other methods that required the target to be unable to resist, this only restricted based on Michaela's strength. If the target's strength didn't surpass her by more than 3 major realms, Michaela could enslave them without limitation. Michaela, currently a late-stage Bradley Immortal, could handle any challenge in the spirit Immortal world without fear. Alex touched Michaela's forehead, transmitting the technique instantly. With system assistance, she mastered it immediately. Without the system, even her level of expertise wouldn't allow her to understand, let alone master it perfectly. To enslave someone 3 major realms higher, the technique needed to be perfected. With Alex's touch, intricate information flooded her mind, as if she had always known it. Thanks to the system's intervention, Michaela instantly grasped the xuanhuan soul-devouring technique. Michaela looked at Alex in astonishment. She was amazed by both the technique and his strength. He could pass on such a powerful technique effortlessly. Moreover, she realized he used the extraction method, transferring skills from himself to her. Though effective, this method permanently erased the skill from the original owner and shortened lifespan based on the skill's complexity. She felt regret for asking Alex to do this, as she could have made Aldener swear by the heavenly Tao instead. Chapter 163. Aldener's Ruthlessness. Fei Yang. Actually, you don't need to give me your essence to let me cultivate by myself. Your method does a lot of damage to you. Wyatt. Wyatt blinked his eyes, puzzled about how Michaela suddenly became so affectionate. Was this what people usually meant when they said women were changeable creatures? Indeed, quite fickle-minded. She had been glaring at him angrily just a moment ago, and now she was worrying about him. It was fortunate that Michaela didn't know what was going through Wyatt's mind. Otherwise, she would definitely have slapped him. No problem. Who told you I could do this for my wife? Although Wyatt wasn't sure why, it was a perfect time to strengthen their relationship. So he reached out and gently touched Michaela's long hair, speaking tenderly. Michaela's face turned slightly red, but she didn't pull away from his touch, making Wyatt smile even more. Wyatt hadn't expected such an outcome. It seemed the 30 million sacred crystals were well spent. Looks like he should send her more gifts in the future. Seeing Wyatt's affectionate expression, Michaela felt deeply touched. Although Wyatt usually acted lecherous, during their interactions, he had been truly kind to her. Wyatt merely caressed her hair without taking any further action. There were still matters unresolved here. Also, he understood the principle that haste makes waste. He knew he needed to put in more effort to win her heart completely. And Michaela also realized it wasn't the time for such talk. After Wyatt retracted his hand, she turned around, her expression once again turning cold. Michaela cast the primal chaos soul-devouring spell instantly, enslaving the souls of Aldener and his 2 companions. This eased her expression significantly. Greetings, Vancestor. The 3 men bowed again after being enslaved by Michaela. Their demeanor showed a noticeable change from mere submission. They now harbored genuine respect for her. While Aldener had submitted earlier because Wyatt was there, deep down, they still resented becoming someone else's slave. But now that their souls were enslaved, they regarded Michaela as a deity, ready to carry out her orders unconditionally. Get up. I'll leave this matter to you. Don't disappoint me. Since Aldener was already enslaved, Michaela saw no reason to stay longer. She found the air tainted with something unsavory. Please rest assured, Vancestor. I will handle everything properly. I will not let you down. Vancestor, this ring contains some resources to compensate little Vancestor. After making a promise, Aldener handed over a ring to Michaela. It was prepared beforehand. Thank you. Without hesitation, Michaela accepted the ring, then turned to Wyatt. Let's go back. Okay. Wyatt nodded, and both vanished on the spot. Soon after, a man and a woman entered the area where Wyatt and Michaela had been. Your humble servant greets his Xianxia. Bud, what are you doing here? The man and woman were none other than West and one of his confidants. However, West hadn't expected his father to be here, but he quickly figured out it must be due to his own actions causing trouble involving the Justin and Palace. No one else was around except for those loyal to them. West thought his father had handled the issue. Had he known, he wouldn't have rushed here. Just as West was thinking this, a large hand slapped his face, sending him flying. Bang! West crashed into the wall, embedded in it, spitting blood and swelling on one side of his face. Where Aldener once couldn't get West on the wall, now he slapped him into it, unable to be dislodged. You foolish thing. You dare ask why I am here? If not for your incompetence, would I have had to come here? Aldener was furious. It was all because of West opening the Joyful Tower that led to today's events, making him a slave. He used to be an esteemed emperor, now reduced to a slave. It was too much of a reversal. Wilma, take this rebellious son back to Roost State and exterminate everything related to him. Fail, and you know the consequences. Yes, Imperial Sovereign. Wilma grabbed West, then disappeared instantly, knowing the consequences if she failed. Yush, handle the matters here. Investigate everyone who visited Joyful Tower today. If news leaks out, we will all die. Rest assured, I know what to do. With Yush in charge, Aldener didn't want to stay any longer. He had other matters to attend to back home. West, obsessed with women, was just a worthless person. Yet, previously, Aldener sent Wilma to protect him because of his mother, Concubine Lee. Though she was an empress, she was his favorite concubine. Now, to eliminate everything connected to West, Concubine Lee would be included. Such was the cruelty of imperial family politics. In the royal favor, you got everything. Out of favor, you risked losing your life. Companionship with the emperor was like walking beside a tiger. A terrible scream erupted from the main peak of Justin and Palace, startling many disciples meditating nearby. They looked toward Shuling Peak curiously. Unfortunately, their limited cultivation prevented them from seeing anything clearly. They dared not use their divine senses, so they gossiped about what happened. At the rear courtyard of Shuling Peak, Lee had returned to his black dog form but was faring poorly. He lay trembling on the ground, his front and hind legs bent at unnatural angles. That's enough. It's not entirely Lee's fault. You don't need to vent your anger on him. Hashtag chapter 164. The upheaval in the Xianxia Empire. In the backyard of Snow Spirit Peak, Wyatt was about to continue punishing Braden, and Michaela, who had been watching from the side, couldn't help but speak up. Michaela had already asked Braden for the details earlier. Indeed, it wasn't Braden's fault. It was all because that little Doreen insisted on going into Joyful Tower, and even Braden couldn't stop her. However, to save face for her daughter, Michaela used telepathy to understand Braden's situation, which is why she spoke up on his behalf. This time, I'll spare you for my wife's sake, but if this happens again, I will break all 5 of your legs. Woo-woo. Braden whimpered a couple of times and nodded hurriedly at both Wyatt and Michaela, but Wyatt ignored his pitiful expression and waved him aside. For Braden, whose cultivation was strong, breaking 2 legs was nothing more than a trivial matter to recover from. Shayna, you've become more mischievous recently, running off to such a place. How can a Doreen like you go there? Starting tomorrow, you'll follow Vancestor Amador to study diligently and practice cultivation for 5 hours every day. Oh. The little Doreen's eyes welled up with tears as she responded with a tone filled with grievance. She realized that her father and mother were genuinely upset this time, so she dared not play any more tricks. Seeing the aggrieved look on her daughter's face, Wyatt sighed. Although she agreed this time, he knew she wouldn't stay quiet for long. Shayna, if you really want to go out to play, it's not impossible, but you need to tell Lorme and Carterty first, and you can't go alone. You can ask Braden or Godwin to take you out, but you have to listen to them. Only then can we be assured, understand? Wyatt felt it necessary to explain clearly to his daughter. He knew it was impossible to keep her confined within the sect. Carterty, Shayna understands. Shayna will be obedient and won't worry Lorme and Carterty anymore. Good Doreen, now go with Vancestor to study. Okay. With Desiree leaving with Amador, the matter came to an end, and the Justin and Palace returned to its usual tranquility. Suizhou, the Xianxia Empire. The Imperial Palace no longer exuded its former calmness, but was instead cloaked in a suffocating atmosphere. Yesterday, something significant happened in the Xianxia Empire. Yesterday was supposed to be the Crown Prince's coronation day, but unexpectedly, the imprisoned Second Prince suddenly appeared and swiftly killed the Crown Prince. It wasn't just the Crown Prince who died. Anyone who supported him also met their end at the hands of the Second Prince. Even their emperor didn't escape unscathed. Second Prince Elliot slaughtered everyone until they acknowledged him as the new ruler. Now, Elliot was the undisputed ruler of the Xianxia Empire. At present, in the Imperial Palace of the Xianxia Empire, a group of ministers knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. Above them sat the new ruler, Elliot. Heavenly Might General, where are you? A lazy voice echoed from above. In an instant, a Benny in armor crawled forward from below. I'm here, your Vancestor, please give your orders. Previously, although they stood without chairs, at least they could stand straight. Now, they had to kneel. And previously, they referred to themselves as ministers. But now they had to call themselves servants, a humiliation beyond measure. But they had no choice. The current Elliot was terrifying, acting like a madman who would mercilessly kill anyone who resisted him. If being killed normally was one thing, Elliot had some strange artifact that allowed him to capture people's souls after killing them. This way, even death wouldn't lead to reincarnation, and their souls remained under his torment. Even those who had submitted to Elliot were controlled by some mysterious poison. You will lead all the available troops of the Xianxia Empire to attack Juzhou tomorrow. Along the way, encounter any resistance from noble families, sects, or empires, and annihilate them without mercy. Yes, servant obeys. The Heavenly Might General responded with a grimace. The Yangji Empire was just one empire among many others in Suizhou. This order was akin to a death sentence, but agreeing was better than dying at Elliot's hand. At least they could still reincarnate. Don't worry, I will send 10 shadow guards with you. If you encounter any formidable opponents you cannot handle, they will deal with them. Seemingly aware of the Heavenly Might General's concerns, Elliot's lazy voice sounded again. 10 figures materialized around him, shrouded in black robes, their faces obscured. From the oppressive aura emanating from them, it was clear they were immortal emperors. Elliot's quick control over the Yangji Empire was thanks to these hidden shadow guards. All the ministers kneeling in the hall trembled at the sight of these shadow guards. They feared these figures intensely, a fear they would never forget. Servant obeys. The Heavenly Might General crawled back out, only to find himself drenched in sweat upon standing outside the hall. Looking at the 10 shadow guards accompanying him, despite his fear, he felt slightly relieved. With these guards, he might achieve some results. He knew sects and noble families would also have immortal emperors, but the shadow guards' strange attacks reassured him. Without further delay, the Heavenly Might General left the capital city to return to the military camp to prepare for the assault. The Yangji Empire was located in the eastern part of Suizhou, ranking among the top 10 most powerful empires. Zhuzhou was right in their direction but separated by 2 other empires and a third-class Holy Land. However, the Holy Land only had 2 immortal emperors, while the Heavenly Might General had 10. He quickly mobilized the entire army, 600,000 soldiers, to launch an assault on the Guangzhou Empire. The sudden attack caught the Guangzhou Empire off guard, and soon 3 cities were captured. All the residents of these 3 cities were killed, as Elliot had instructed no mercy should be shown, and no surrenders accepted. The Heavenly Might General's task was to massacre, unaware that the souls of the slain citizens were being captured by an eerie force. Chapter 165. Overwhelming power. After losing 3 cities, the Vanced Tide Empire finally reacted and began to consolidate its forces to counterattack. However, it was impossible for an empire's entire military strength to be concentrated in one city. By the time the Vanced Tide Empire's main army had gathered, they had already lost 8 cities, with casualties reaching into the millions. Kevin, are you all from the Yangji Empire mad? How could you disregard the holy order of the Xuanhuan sacred land and provoke conflict between our 2 nations without reason? You mercilessly slaughtered everyone in the cities. Your Yangji Empire is truly demonic. The Vanced Tide Empire has already reported this to the Xuanhuan sacred land. You can just wait for punishment. Before the city of Funyang, which was 10 miles from Suizhou, there were more than 300,000 troops stationed here. These were the fastest forces the Vanced Tide Empire could muster in recent days. Troops from other regions were also on their way. The person who spoke earlier was a senior general of the Vanced Tide Empire. Facing them were 600,000 troops of the Yangji Empire, with General Jed standing at the forefront. After these few days of bloodshed, Jed had gradually put aside his fear of Elliot, and now oddly found some pleasure in the slaughter. Kevin completely ignored the words of the Vanced Tide Empire's general. The Xuanhuan sacred land was only a third-grade sacred land. If it had been before, he would have been terrified because the Yangji Empire did not have any immortal emperors among its ranks, and naturally dared not offend the sacred lands. But things were different now. He had 10 immortal emperors hidden by his side, while the Xuanhuan sacred land only had 2 immortal emperors. With such power, did he still need to fear the Xuanhuan sacred land? He even somewhat hoped the Xuanhuan sacred land would appear so he could witness how immortal emperors would be butchered. At the thought of this, his blood boiled. Attack. Kevin ignored the general of the Vanced Tide Empire and gave the order to attack. Killing these soldiers would mean the imminent downfall of the Vanced Tide Empire. Empires like theirs generally had armies numbering between 500,000 to 700,000. Here, the Vanced Tide Empire had 300,000 troops. If all these were killed, it would eliminate half of their military strength. With 10 immortal emperors supporting him, wiping out the Vanced Tide Empire was only a matter of time. Moreover, an immortal emperor had promised Kevin that if he killed these 300,000 troops, he could help elevate Kevin's cultivation significantly. He was currently at the peak spiritual immortal stage. If he gained a major rank, he would become a peak immortal king. With such temptation, Kevin could not possibly hesitate. Kill. The face of the Vanced Tide Empire's general turned dark. His previous words clearly had no effect. The Yangji Empire seemed utterly deranged. However, with the Yangji troops advancing, he could not stand idly by. Thus, he ordered an all-out assault. Leading from the front, the general flew out despite being outnumbered by half, but resolved not to lose in morale. Losing momentum would mean surrendering, and besides, reinforcements were on the way. With a plop, unexpectedly, just as the general flew out over 10 meters, a black chain pierced his chest. Before dying, he saw a shadow flash past. If he hadn't died, he would have noticed 10 black figures swiftly moving across the battlefield, each killing an officer. These black figures were the 10 immortal emperors accompanying Kevin. Their tasks included collecting souls and exterminating strong opponents. Although these officers were mere ants compared to the black-robed figures, they were considered powerful by the Yangji Empire's troops. Kevin brought only 600,000 troops. If too many were killed, it wouldn't incite further war. So far, the Yangji Empire's troops had suffered minimal losses except for a few unlucky ones. Hurry, flee. They are demons, even the general has been killed. Within half an hour, the Vanced Tide Empire's army was scattered. Someone shouted this, and the Vanced Tide soldiers rushed back toward the city walls. Yet, fleeing made them easier targets. Terrorized, they were cut down faster, while the Yangji troops grew fiercer. In just half a day, Funyang City fell under the overwhelming force led by Kevin, who chose to rest temporarily. Pay respects, venerable ancestor. Inside the mayor's mansion of Funyang City, Kevin knelt respectfully before a robed figure. With the destruction of 300,000 Vanced Tide troops, I will fulfill my promise as agreed. But remember, such fortune comes at a price. You will endure unimaginable pain to obtain this opportunity. If you cannot withstand it, you will not even have a chance for rebirth. Do you still wish for this? After hearing the robed figure's words, Kevin paused but then understood. Opportunities never came easily. Yet, he knew that if he refused this chance, he might never break through in cultivation on his own. Venerable ancestor, I have decided. I, Kevin, choose this opportunity. Hehehe. I hope you can endure. The robed figure laughed wickedly, then pointed a finger at Kevin's forehead. Ah! Instantly, intense pain spread through Kevin's body, causing him to scream in agony. Hehehe, enjoy it slowly. The robed figure vanished after a sinister laugh, leaving Kevin curled up on the ground, enduring pain beyond human endurance. What Kevin experienced was very similar to what Elliot had gone through. A unique method of the underworld realm. The robed figures belonged to the underworld realm, acting under Enforcer Alden's orders to incite war and collect fresh souls. Those transformed like Kevin became outer members of the underworld realm. Chapter 166. Armies gather at the city walls. Sui Prefecture, Balan Mountains. In this mountain range lies a sacred land known as Xuanhuan Sacred Land. At this moment, in the main hall of Xuanhuan Sacred Land, over a dozen people are engaged in discussion. Great Holy Lord, who should we send to handle matters with the Xianxia Empire? A senior sitting below asked a Benny at the top dais. After receiving the communication from Rangshao Empire, they had started their deliberation here. Some Amens advocated for strong suppression while others favored neglect, since even if those empires caused trouble, they would still have to pay tribute annually. However, the Amens advocating for strong suppression claimed the Xianxia Empire was disregarding the Xuanhuan Sacred Land because it had previously announced that empires without deep grudges should not wage war lightly. Any war declaration had to be reported to the Xuanhuan Sacred Land first. The actions of Xianxia Empire now were seen as an affront to them. Eventually, Holy Lord Ronnie ended the debate. As a pro-war faction member, he decided to warn the Xianxia Empire. Didn't Isaiah recently break through to Justinin? Let him handle this matter. He can gain experience and spread the might of Xuanhuan Sacred Land. It's a win-win. Brilliant strategy, Holy Lord. All the Amens in the hall cheered, agreeing with Ronnie's plan. Isaiah is Ronnie's son and also the young lord of Xuanhuan Sacred Land. He recently broke through to Justinin. Note that Justinin power is typically only attained by outer gate Amens in the sanctuary. Most importantly, Isaiah is still quite young. In merely 1,000 years of cultivation, his talent is monstrous even among second-class sanctuaries. Isaiah has always been well protected within Xuanhuan Sacred Land, unknown to the outside world. With his successful breakthrough to Justinin, Ronnie plans to send him out to see the world. Bruce Milton, you'll accompany Chungjin this time. But don't interfere. Let him handle things himself. Isaiah is not only Ronnie's son, but also Xuanhuan Sacred Land's hope. Although he wanted his son to succeed, Ronnie would never put him in danger. With Isaiah's Justinin strength plus Xuanhuan Sacred Land's reputation, handling conflicts between two empires isn't hard. Furthermore, Bruce Milton is a perfected Immortal King powerhouse. His cultivation surpasses Xianxia Empire's ancient Ernons. Having the Bruce Milton along ensures absolute safety. Yes, Holy Lord. So be it. Once you return, take Chungjin to Juzhou. I plan to send him to participate in the Justinin Palace's Disciple Recruitment Assembly. With Chungjin's talent, if chosen as a disciple by a powerful member of Justinin Palace, Xuanhuan Sacred Land will gain a reliable backer. Juzhou borders Sui Prefecture, and news of Justinin Palace upgrading to second-class Sacred Land and hosting a recruitment assembly has already spread across neighboring prefectures. Not only are wandering cultivators rushing there, but many small sects, clans, and forces like Xuanhuan Sacred Land have sent their disciples to join. After all, there are no second-class sanctuaries in Wuling region. With Justinin Palace newly upgraded, many will attend this assembly. Since it just opened its gates widely for recruitment, the standards wouldn't be overly strict, an opportunity for various forces. Understood, Holy Lord. I'll find young Vancestor now. Acknowledged. After Bruce Milton saluted and left, everyone else dispersed. Soon after, Bruce Milton found Isaiah and explained the mission. They rode Bruce Milton's war beast out of Xuanhuan Sacred Land. Hee, did I survive? This must be the power of perfected Immortal King. In Fuyang City's governor's mansion, an unknown amount of time had passed before Ralph, who had fainted from pain, regained consciousness. Sensing his greatly increased power, he chuckled. He didn't expect to succeed. Thinking back on the pain, he was still scared. At one point, he felt he couldn't endure anymore. His consciousness grew increasingly hazy until he finally lost consciousness. Rangshao Empire, prepare to face your doom. Ralph muttered and left the mansion. With this new strength, he aimed to accelerate Rangshao Empire's destruction. Leading his troops towards Rangshao Empire's capital, they left no living thing unharmed along the way. Post-breaking through to perfected Immortal King, the army's speed increased significantly. Within half a month, they reached the outskirts of Rangshao Empire's capital. During this half-month, Ralph adjusted some plans. Though the attack was swift, the army suffered losses. To better complete Elliot's task, Ralph enslaved many Rangshao Empire citizens, thus increasing rather than reducing his troops. Bud, the Xianxia Empire has reached the city walls, but Xuanhuan Sacred Land still hasn't sent anyone. Shouldn't we run? In Rangshao Empire's palace, Aiden tremulously spoke to the seated Benny above. This Aiden was the crown prince of Rangshao Empire. Above sat the emperor. Long ago, they reported the invasion to Xuanhuan Sacred Land, which promised to send enforcers, yet none arrived. With the Xianxia Empire besieging the capital, if they didn't flee, they would die here. The emperor knew his son made sense, but was reluctant to abandon his empire. Still, he awaited Xuanhuan Sacred Land's arrival. Bud, stop hesitating. By dawn, Xianxia Empire will surely attack. We only have city guards left. No way we can defend against them. Seeing his father hesitating, Enos wished he could slap some sense into him. Sadly, he could only think it. All right, we'll leave at the second watch tonight. Prepare. Understood, Bud. Relieved, Enos quickly left the hall. Younger, you'll have to suffer. Watching Enos leave happily, Nina murmured, then rapidly left the hall. Chapter 167. Michaela is going to Sui Zhou. In Juzhou, Justin and Palace's Dark Knight Peak. Peak Vancestor, this message was transmitted from Suizhou. I feel that something is amiss here, so I believe it should be brought to your attention, a disciple said as he handed a jade slip to the woman standing before him. The woman was none other than Zuri, one of the 10 great protectors of Justin and Palace. Zuri, the Peak Vancestor of Dark Knight Peak, was responsible for all intelligence gathering within Justin and Palace. Although the palace had few disciples, the Dark Knight Peak was already taking shape. Currently, Zuri had dispatched people in several states surrounding Juzhou, and now she had received news from Suizhou. What puzzled Zuri was why any news from Suizhou would reach her at all. Despite having informants in the neighboring states, unless it pertained to something beneficial or detrimental to Justin and Palace, such information usually wouldn't come her way. However, Zuri remained professional and took the jade slip to review its contents. As she read on, her expression changed subtly. Is this information accurate? The contents of the jade slip weren't concerning initially. After all, small empire wars couldn't affect Justin and Palace. Moreover, since this was merely a matter in Suizhou, it should have no impact whatsoever on Justin and Palace. But what caught Zuri's attention was the mention of suspected Yama realm, netherworld, powerhouses among the troops of Xianxia Empire. This warranted Zuri's immediate attention because their Emperor Zun had recently killed a Yama realm powerhouse, and everyone knew the Yama realm held grudges and sought retribution at every opportunity. Could these suspicions in Suizhou be targeting them? Even though it was just speculation, Zuri deemed it necessary to report this to the Empress. You may step down. Inform our agents in Suizhou to thoroughly investigate those mysterious individuals, but be extremely cautious. I will go and find the Empress immediately. Yes, Peak Vancestor. With that, Zuri put away the jade slip and instantly disappeared, only to reappear in the hall of Shuling Peak. However, she didn't find Michaela there. Knowing Michaela would likely be in the backyard if not in the main hall, Zuri headed over. Protector Zuri requests an audience with the Empress. This backyard was where Michaela lived. Even the 10 Peak Masters couldn't enter without permission. Zuri paid her respects at the gate, and Michaela, who was currently helping her daughter study in the backyard, paused upon hearing Zuri's voice. Come in. Andrea, Mommy needs to check on something important. I'll return to help you study later, alright? Michaela told her daughter after allowing Zuri inside. Lorimi, can Andrea accompany you? Seeing Michaela stand up to leave, little Desiree quickly rose and tugged at her mother's hand, curious about the situation. Michaela knew her daughter was eager to go out after being confined indoors for over half a month. Alright then. Michaela pinched her daughter's chubby cheek and reluctantly agreed, understanding how much her daughter wanted to explore. If she kept secrets from her daughter, Desiree would do everything possible to uncover them. To prevent further issues, Michaela decided to take her along and picked her up, walking outside. Zuri, what's going on? Michaela saw Zuri in the courtyard. Given that Zuri never approached her without reason, Michaela guessed something significant had occurred. Empress, this message comes from Suizhou, indicating the appearance of suspected Yama realm powerhouses within an empire. Michaela furrowed her brows upon hearing Yama realm. Could this be retribution? But if it were, wouldn't they directly target Justin and Palace? Though puzzled, Michaela still took the jade slip from Zuri and examined it. The details in the message suggest that these mysterious hooded figures might indeed be from the Yama realm. But why would they assist an empire in seizing territory? Michaela was bewildered by this development. Based on the description, the hooded figures resembled Yama realm powerhouses. Yet, the Yama realm was notorious across the entire immortal spirit realm. Why would they aid a small empire in territorial conquests? It felt like the Yama realm was targeting her since Xianxia Empire's attacks aligned with Justin and Palace's direction. Empress, shall I personally investigate? Zuri knew that sending disciples of true immortal level wouldn't yield thorough results. Therefore, she offered to investigate herself. No, it's too dangerous. They are suspected to be immortal emperors. You know how unpredictable and powerful Yama realm members can be. Even with equivalent strength as an immortal emperor, you won't be a match for them. Michaela had witnessed firsthand the formidable nature of Yama realm powerhouses. Ordinary methods couldn't defeat them unless there was overwhelming force. Don't worry about this. I'll send someone else to investigate clearly. Yes, Empress. Zuri understood the terror of the Yama realm and didn't argue further. Lorimi, are we going out to play? Can Andrea come too? Desiree, despite not knowing the details, deduced from her mother's words that something required her mother's attention. Hence, she wished to join. Andrea, Mommy isn't going out to play. I have business to attend to. Stay home with Daddy, okay? No. Andrea wants to go with Mommy. Alright, Michaela conceded, knowing her daughter wouldn't settle for refusal. However, she was aware of the Yama realm's terror. If the mysterious individuals in Suizhou were indeed from the Yama realm, she might not be able to handle them, especially with her daughter in tow. So Michaela needed assistance from Wyatt. Fei Yong, we received news from Suizhou, suggesting the presence of Yama realm powerhouses. I suspect they might be targeting us, and I plan to investigate. Since our daughter insists on coming along, please send some people to escort us. Please note, in English, the names are rendered as follows. Michaela, Wyatt. Chapter 167. Michaela is going to Suizhou. In Juzhou, at the Spirit Immortal Palace's Dark Knight Peak. Peak Vancestor, this is the message sent back from Suizhou. I find this matter a bit strange, so I think it should be reported to you, a disciple said as he handed over a jade slip to the woman in front of him. This woman was none other than Zuri, one of the 10 great protectors of the palace. Zuri was the Peak Vancestor of Dark Knight Peak, which was responsible for all intelligence operations. Although the Spirit Immortal Palace didn't have many disciples, Dark Knight Peak had already developed quite an organization. In the surrounding states of Juzhou, Zuri had dispatched people to gather information. Now, they had received a message about developments in Suizhou. What perplexed Zuri was why news from Suizhou would reach her here. Despite having operatives in nearby states, she wouldn't normally receive reports unless it affected or could benefit the Spirit Immortal Palace. However, what alarmed her was that the report mentioned suspected strong figures from the netherworld within the Xianxia Empire's army. a matter requiring immediate attention given the recent killing of a netherworld warrior by their own divine sovereign. Knowing the netherworld's vengeful nature, could this presence in Xuanhuan be directed towards them? Though just a suspicion, Zuri felt it important enough to report to the Emperor. You may leave first. Instruct our operatives in Xuanhuan to investigate these mysterious individuals thoroughly but cautiously. I'll report this to the Emperor immediately. Yes, Peak Vancestor. Zuri then disappeared and reappeared at Shuling Peak's main hall. Not seeing Michaela there, she knew her whereabouts would be in the rear courtyard and headed there promptly. Zuri, request an audience with your Imperial Vancestor. The rear courtyard was Michaela's living area. No one, not even the Peak Masters, could enter without permission. Hearing Zuri's voice while accompanying her daughter in study, Michaela paused, puzzled. Come in. Faye, Mommy has something to attend to briefly. Can Mommy return to continue studying with you afterward? Lormi, can Faye come along too? Seeing her daughter stand up eagerly, Michaela knew Faye was curious and restless after being cooped up studying for weeks. All right. Michaela pinched her daughter's chubby cheeks affectionately and carried her out to meet Zuri. Zuri, what's the matter? In the courtyard, Michaela saw Zuri who wouldn't come unless there was a significant issue. Your Imperial Vancestor, we've received a message from Xuanhuan mentioning suspected netherworld warriors aiding the Xianxia Empire. The mention of netherworld caused Michaela to frown. Could this be a retaliation against the palace? But shouldn't they target the spirit Immortal Palace directly if so? Michaela read the jade slip handed to her, confirming that the mysterious cloaked figures likely belonged to the netherworld. Yet, she was puzzled why such a formidable organization would assist a minor empire in territorial disputes. Would you like to go personally and investigate, your Imperial Vancestor? I don't think that's wise. It's too dangerous, Michaela replied. The report suggests they are possibly divine emperors in strength. You know how unpredictable the netherworld can be. Even if you were on par with them, you might not be a match. Given her past encounters with netherworld fighters who were resistant to most injuries, Michaela knew ordinary people couldn't stand against them without overwhelming power. Don't worry about it. I will send someone else to verify the situation. Yes, your Imperial Vancestor. Understanding the danger, Zuri accepted Michaela's decision without further protest. Lormi, are we going out to play? Can Faye come too? Sweetheart, Mommy isn't going out to play. I need to handle some matters outside. Stay home with Daddy, okay? No, Faye wants to go with Mommy. All right then, Michaela sighed, realizing resistance was futile. But aware of the netherworld's terror, she needed to consult Ezekiel for support. Faye Young, we've received intelligence from Xuanhuan suggesting possible netherworld presence there, and I suspect it's aimed at us. I intend to investigate but need someone to accompany us, especially since Faye insists on coming along. She wouldn't risk her daughter's safety. I have retained the pinyin names while translating into natural English. Chapter 168. Wyatt leaves the palace. Yama? Yes, it's that Alden Guardian you killed before. He was from Yama. Seeing Wyatt's puzzled expression, Michaela guessed this man had forgotten about Yama, leaving her speechless. But Michaela's guess was indeed accurate. Wyatt had truly forgotten about Yama. After all, in his eyes, no matter what power or strength existed, they were just matters that could be settled with one slap. As for any retaliation from Yama, Wyatt took it as a joke. That's why he felt somewhat puzzled when he heard Michaela mention Yama. Oh, you mean the black-clothed person I slapped to death earlier? Are they causing trouble again? Yes, this news comes from Xuanhuan. You might as well read it yourself. Michaela didn't quite want to talk to Wyatt. She took out a jade slip and handed it over to him to read, because sometimes even a casual remark from him could make her gloomy for a long time. And Wyatt was also curious. He accepted the jade slip Michaela offered, but couldn't resist touching her hand while doing so. Not only that, he drew a small circle on the palm of her hand with his finger, which earned him an eye roll from Michaela. Wyatt chuckled softly, withdrew his hand, and then his divine soul flowed into the jade slip to read the message. He finished reading it very quickly. However, Wyatt didn't say anything. Instead, he extended his divine soul towards Xuanhuan to examine the ongoing battle within the Xianxia Empire. They are indeed people from Yama. Though Wyatt wasn't familiar with Yama, the aura of these black-robed individuals matched that of the previous Alden Guardian. This could only happen if they practiced the same cultivation method. Moreover, these individuals all wore black robes, not much different from Yama. So Wyatt immediately recognized them as members of Yama. Can you be sure? Why would they involve themselves in the affairs of the Empire? Could there be some conspiracy? They are indeed people from Yama. That part shouldn't be wrong. As for their motives, I'm not sure. But the reason they are helping the Xianxia Empire is because they are collecting the souls of the dead. Wyatt's divine soul had already surveyed the events in Xuanhuan and naturally saw the souls of the deceased being collected by Yama. This made Wyatt recall a novel he read back on Earth in his past life, where a force called the Soul Hall specifically collected dead people's souls. Could it be that this Vancestor of Yama wants to learn from Soul Emperor and use the collected souls to practice some powerful cultivation technique? Honey, this is a small matter. You don't need to go. You should stay at the sect and cultivate. Just right. I'm not very familiar with those areas in the Immortal world. I plan to take a trip around, and I can handle the matters in Xuanhuan. Wyatt had been idle at home every day, like some second-generation scion who did nothing. Lately, he also wanted to go out and travel. Now that this opportunity presented itself, Wyatt decided to go for a spin since he hadn't really ventured outside after coming to the Immortal spirit realm. Plus, he didn't want his delicate wife facing rats, so he figured he would deal with the rats on his way. All right. Without hesitation, Michaela agreed. After all, she didn't want to face the people of Yama herself. With Wyatt handling Yama's matters, she would naturally have more leisure time. Lormi, are you not going out to play? Then I'll go with Daddy. Hearing that Michaela wasn't going out, the little Doreen, Desiree, cooed, thinking that it was fine as long as she could go out. Going out with Wyatt would be even more fun. Danielle, you must be good when you're with Daddy. With Wyatt taking her daughter, Michaela was certainly reassured, at least in terms of safety, so she didn't try to stop them. Yes, Danielle is the best listener. Desiree nodded and reached out her arms to Wyatt, asking to be held. Without saying a word, Wyatt picked her up. In the past half-month, the Doreen had indeed been quite obedient. Taking her out for a short trip wouldn't hurt, which was better than her sneaking out on her own. Godwin, come with me. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Just as Wyatt spoke, Godwin, originally in a chicken coop in the yard, clucked and quickly ran out. By the time Godwin reached Wyatt, he had transformed into his true form. A huge phoenix appeared in the courtyard. Wyatt jumped onto Godwin's back while holding his daughter. Chirp. A phoenix cry sounded, and Godwin soared into the sky, flying towards Xuanhuan. Hee. Carter, let me down quick. I want to ride the phoenix. As Godwin flew away, Michaela could still hear her daughter's laughter. She shook her head and walked back to her room. Both father and daughter weren't ones to stay put. Who knew how many people might suffer because of them going out, especially with Godwin, the divine beast, along. Although there were phoenixes in the immortal spirit realm, they were the top-level existence among spirit beasts. Michaela seldom saw anyone who could tame a phoenix. Her own combat pet, Sylvana, though a phoenix, was hatched from a spirit egg she found by chance in an ancient relic site. Otherwise, with her former empress of immortal strength, she would not have had the courage or ability to catch a phoenix. Moreover, she rarely let others know that Sylvana's true form was a phoenix. If the Venus clan found out, they might even attack. Meanwhile, in the capital city of Xuanhuan in the Raging Tide Empire, a fierce battle was underway. Initially, the ruler of the Raging Tide Empire planned to leave the crown prince behind in the palace while escaping himself. However, just as he was about to escape, he received news that a powerhouse from the Nine Origins Holy Land had arrived, leading him to cancel his plans to flee. What he didn't expect was that although the Nine Origins Holy Land sent a strong warrior, it seemed rather ineffective. After just a few rounds of engagement, they were injured, plunging the ruler of the Raging Tide Empire into despair. If only he had known that the Grand Milton of the Nine Origins Holy Land was so useless, he would have escaped the Imperial City much earlier. It's impossible. You are merely a small kingdom of the Xianxia Empire. How could you possibly have achieved the full mastery of a mortal king? And why is your attack so bizarre? The Grand Milton of the Nine Origins Holy Land stared at Joab in shock, unable to believe that a general from the Xianxia Empire possessed strength equal to his own. According to intelligence, the strongest figure in the Xianxia Empire was their old ancestor, who was only at the late-stage Immortal King level. The Grand Milton believed that with his full mastery of a mortal king and being from the Nine Origins Holy Land, the Xianxia Empire would dare not defy his commands. But the Joab in front of him paid no heed to his identity and even exceeded him in strength. Humph. I thought the Grand Milton of the Nine Origins Holy Land was impressive, but you are not much. Since that's the case, prepare to die. Chapter 169. Isaiah's escape from death. Christian did not pay attention to the seemingly Fengkong to Grand Milton. He coldly uttered a sentence and then raised his palm again to strike at the Grand Milton. Note, Fengkongda was left untranslated in the user's input. The proper English translation for Fengkongda is insane or mad, so I've completed the translation accordingly. Revised translation. Christian did not pay attention to the seemingly mad Grand Milton. He coldly uttered a sentence and then raised his palm again to strike at the Grand Milton. All the fear he once had towards Xuanhuan Holy Land seemed to be infused into this strike. Now, Xuanhuan Holy Land was no longer a towering mountain in his heart, but instead felt like an insignificant ant that could be crushed at will. As Joab's palm descended, a terrifying aura pulled the Grand Milton back to reality. Seeing the rapidly descending spiritual energy palm, the Grand Milton knew he couldn't withstand this blow. But the Grand Milton could not dodge. Behind him was the hope of Xuanhuan Holy Land, Isaiah, the young master he had brought out for training. Young master, leave quickly. Go back and inform the patriarch about what happened here. The Grand Milton turned around and shouted at Isaiah, who was already stunned, then attacked Joab with all his might. He could die here, but Isaiah absolutely could not. He also believed that Ronnie would avenge him. Ha 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 ha. You won't get away today, you'll all stay here forever. Joab laughed maniacally. These people were truly naive. The entire imperial city was surrounded by his million-strong army, and secretly monitored by 10 great immortal emperors. Forget just the Grand Milton of Xuanhuan Holy Land. Even if the patriarch himself came, they would all die here. Boom. The attacks collided, emitting a loud boom. Joab remained motionless in midair, while the Xuanhuan Holy Land Grand Milton was pushed back more than 10 steps. He's so strong, the Grand Milton murmured, trying to steady his chaotic internal energies. He had struck out in a rush, but used his full strength. Yet, he was still forced back more than 10 steps. This demonstrated Joab's terrifying power, and it seemed as if his own attack had been absorbed by Joab. However, the Grand Milton didn't have time to think much before he launched another strike at Joab. Across from him, Joab watched Isaiah escape and a sinister smile appeared on his lips. Die. As Joab spoke, his figure vanished from the spot. The Grand Milton, who was attacking him, suddenly froze as if something had pierced through his body. Struggling, the Grand Milton looked down at his body, seeing no visible wounds. Thud. The Grand Milton's body fell from the air, landing lifelessly on the ground. At that moment, Joab reappeared where the Grand Milton had been. Even until death, the Grand Milton didn't know how he died, but the Emperor of the Wild Wave Empire saw roughly what happened. As soon as Joab appeared, he seemed to transform into a phantom, instantly passing through the Grand Milton's body. Heh heh heh. Xuanhuan Holy Land's young master? Might as well stay. Watching the fleeing Isaiah, Joab cackled, then disappeared again, reappearing in front of Isaiah. You killed the Grand Milton? He has already gone ahead. Now it's your turn. Joab savored the feeling of playing cat and mouse. It was something he could only have dreamed of before, yet now he could casually toy with the young master of a holy land. No wonder everyone craved immense power. It allowed one to do whatever they wanted. You can't kill me. I'm Jiuan Holy Land's young master. My father is the patriarch, and my grandfather is the immortal emperor founder of the Holy Land. If you kill me, my father and grandfather will never forgive you. Isaiah had never been this terrified. In Jiuan Holy Land, he was everyone's revered young master, the most talented prodigy in the Holy Land. His first training mission ended in such an unexpected tragedy, leaving him momentarily overwhelmed. He remembered what the Grand Milton had said when they set out. They were just going to mediate a war between two empires. With their prestige, no empire would dare refuse them. Instead, the Grand Milton had just been killed, and now it was his turn. Haha. Jiuan Holy Land's young master? Just like this? Don't worry, after I kill you, your father and grandfather will soon join you. Guaranteed you'll all be reunited. Joab sneered, looking at the panicking Isaiah. Someone like Isaiah, a second-generation elite, was beneath him, even when he wasn't as powerful as now. Finishing his words, Joab reached out toward Isaiah's chest. Just as his hand was about to pierce through his chest, a massive black shadow blotted out the sky over the imperial city. With the appearance of the shadow, Joab froze in place, as did all the Yangji imperial soldiers who were killing within the city. Surviving citizens of the Wild Wave Empire struggled to look up, seeing a gigantic celestial beast hovering above the imperial city. Is that a phoenix? The emperor of the Wild Wave Empire asked shakily, as the celestial beast resembled those described in ancient texts, but differed slightly. Jiu. Suddenly, a phoenix cry rang out, and the terrifying aura from the beast dissipated. Its figure slowly descended. You underworld minions sure have some nerve to create chaos in Wuling Domain. Do you really not fear death? As the beast descended, a voice resonated from above. Everyone realized someone was riding on top of the celestial beast. You are from the underworld? Taking advantage of Joab's sudden pause, Isaiah had already distanced himself from Joab. Hearing the voice from above, he looked at Joab in terror. So that's why Joab dared to kill the Grand Milton and even tried to kill him. He was from the underworld. Who are you? Knowing I'm from the underworld, you dare interfere? Joab ignored Isaiah and focused on the figures, a larger one and a smaller one. The underworld? A mere joke to me. Godwin, kill them all. Dennis wore a look of disdain, not even bothering to lift a finger but merely ordering Godwin. Yes, Vancestor. Godwin instantly transformed into human form and pointed at Joab. No visible attack flew across, but suddenly Joab's body was enveloped in flames. Within moments, the flames, and Joab, vanished without a trace, leaving not even a scream. Who exactly are you? To dare kill one of our underworld puppets? Aren't you afraid of being wiped out? Hashtag chapter 170, the wind listening plane. At the very moment Godwin killed Joab, 10 figures suddenly appeared before her. One of them, with an icy voice, spoke up. These 10 figures were precisely the 10 great immortal emperors sent by Elliot to accompany the army, and the one who had spoken was the one who had helped Joab become an immortal king. Though they, the people from Netherworld, could indeed enhance a person's strength, they too had to pay a price. The more people their enhanced individuals killed, the more benefits they reaped. Conversely, this also held true. Elevating Joab to a perfected immortal king's strength without any return, and then having him killed not only humiliated them but also disgraced the Netherworld. Extermination of the clan? You insignificant ants aren't even worthy. Die. Godwin's expression was cold as she scoffed at the Netherworld figure's threats. With a wave of her hand, a ball of flame shot out. Upon leaving her palm, the flame split into 10, flying directly toward the 10 Netherworld immortal emperors. Godwin did not intend to waste words on them. Arrogant. The 10 Netherworld immortal emperors, angered by Godwin's blatant disrespect, instantly flew into a rage. This was the first time someone had ignored them so completely. When Godwin's flames approached them, their figures transformed into a black mist, trying to evade her fire attack. Although they had felt Godwin's terrifying power earlier, they didn't think she could kill them. After all, they were immortal emperors. Moreover, their cultivation methods were exceptionally bizarre, making it impossible for ordinary attacks to harm them. Even Venus' divine fire couldn't instill fear in them. Unfortunately, they had overestimated their own strength and underestimated Godwin's terror. If it were a peer or even a slightly stronger opponent, they might have been able to ignore the attack. But they were only immortal emperors, while Godwin was on an entirely different level. Even in their form of eerie black mist, they couldn't escape the searing divine fire. Their fate was better than Joab's at least. They let out a few screams before perishing. Vancestor, those rats are gone. Returning to Wyatt, Godwin reported nonchalantly, as if nothing significant had happened. It was her first time accompanying Vancestor on an outing, and she was determined to make sure he was satisfied. It was only because that black dog was injured and needed a month to recover that she got this chance. Go to the Solar Extreme Empire and kill all the Netherworld people. Not a single Netherworld person is allowed in Wuling Domain. Wyatt had already said that if anyone from Netherworld dared cause trouble in Wuling Domain, he would not hesitate to kill them. Since they had come despite knowing the risks, Wyatt naturally wouldn't let them off. But he was here for a leisurely trip with his daughter and certainly wasn't going to deal with minor nuisances himself, hence why he brought Godwin along. Having both a mount and a bodyguard was quite useful, a free labor force, after all. Yes, Vancestor. Godwin disappeared with a nod. Wyatt glanced at the stunned army. They followed orders. He had no intention of killing them. Disperse. Wyatt's voice echoed in everyone's mind, accompanied by a powerful pressure that compelled them to obey. Already scared stiff by Godwin's display, the army quickly fled in panic. Their general and mysterious experts were dead, and they feared for their lives, wishing they had extra legs to run faster. You come here. As the army scattered, Wyatt gestured to the ruler of Raging Tide Empire. Cole's body trembled as he nervously approached Wyatt. Humble servant Cole pays respect to the venerable senior for saving our Raging Tide Empire from peril. Judging by your attire, you're the ruler here, right? Do you know where the Bowling mini-domain is? His daughter had originally intended to visit this place, but ended up going to Jiang City for unknown reasons. Now Wyatt had the time to take her there. The Baoling mini-domain is located on the Wind Listening Plain, exactly at the border between Raging Tide Empire and Solar Extreme Empire. Due to the recent invasion, I'm not sure if it still exists. To reach it, fly south for a day. You will recognize it by the rows of wind chime trees growing there. Ah, thank you. Wyatt nodded, then pulled Desiree towards the direction Cole pointed. Though walking normally in mid-air, each step took him thousands of miles, vanishing from Cole's sight in mere breaths. He used a supernatural ability called Close Horizon. While Cole didn't know Wyatt's cultivation, he inferred it must be formidable since even his mount was impressive, likely Immortal Emperor perfected. It would normally take an Immortal Emperor perfected a day to reach the Wind Listening Plain from here. Unbeknownst to Cole, Wyatt arrived in less than the time it takes for tea to brew. These are the wind chime trees? How peculiar. Wyatt marveled at the rows of trees adorned with chimes. The wind produced melodious ringing sounds, almost like music. If this scenery existed on Earth, it would become a hot tourist spot, but here it went unappreciated. Carterdy, these trees are so strange. Can Faye dig some of them up and plant them back home? Not only did Wyatt enjoy it, but Desiree also found it fascinating, wanting to transplant the wind chime trees. Of course Faye can. Since you like them, Carterdy will move them all back home. That way, you can hear this beautiful music every day. Wyatt didn't refuse his daughter's request. The chimes sounded soothing, and since the trees were unclaimed, moving them all back posed no problem. With a wave of his hand, he transported the entire area of wind chime trees, soil included, into the system space for later planting. Let's go. Daddy will take you inside the Baoling mini-domain and see what interesting things lie within. After relocating the trees, Wyatt took his daughter's hand and headed towards a nearby ethereal portal, the entrance to the Baoling mini-domain. Chapter 171. The Bud and Daughter Fooled by a Horse. Wyatt carried his daughter to the illusory gateway, glanced at it, and then stepped inside. As soon as Wyatt crossed the threshold, a wave of dizziness washed over him, but it passed as quickly as it came. When Wyatt felt solid ground beneath his feet, he and his daughter had already arrived in a picturesque valley. Flowers of all varieties bloomed around them, making it feel like they were immersed in a sea of blossoms. Not far from Wyatt was a clear pond fed by a stream cascading down from the mountaintop. Mist droplets rose where the stream met the water, creating a breathtaking scene that harmonized perfectly with the surrounding landscape. Wow, this place is so beautiful. While Wyatt was observing the surroundings, Desiree exclaimed and hurriedly wriggled out of her father's arms, running toward the pond. Wyatt chuckled and followed her. The scenery was indeed beautiful, but unfortunately, there was no spiritual energy present here. This small secret realm was more like a secluded paradise, an ideal place for ordinary people to retire. It was far removed from strife and worries. However, since this was the immortal spirit world and yet devoid of any spiritual energy, it seemed unlikely that anyone would choose to live here. What puzzled Wyatt was how such a place could exist as a secret realm without a trace of spiritual energy. Normally, secret realms were artificially created by powerful figures as places to leave behind their legacies. Occasionally, the world itself might form mystical places naturally, known as secret realms, which typically contained abundant resources but were also the most perilous. Wyatt had previously learned that the 100 Spirits secret realm was one such natural formation. Yet, when discovered, it lacked any valuable resources for cultivation and even had no spiritual energy. The first explorers nearly destroyed the place before being stopped by a passing monk who pointed out that although the realm lacked spiritual resources, it was home to many animals. Initially, people kept exploring, hoping to find some hidden spiritual energy. But despite numerous investigations, no one found anything. Gradually, fewer people ventured into the secret realm until it was eventually forgotten. Wyatt extended his divine consciousness, swiftly covering the entire area. The secret realm wasn't large, comparable to a small town. After checking thoroughly 3 times, he concluded that it was less a secret realm and more like a zoo, teeming with various animals. Danielle, let's go. Carter will show you the animals. Seeing that there wasn't much else of interest, Wyatt decided to take his daughter on a quick tour of the animals before leaving. He lifted the little Doreen into the air and drifted toward the animals he had spotted earlier, marveling at the strange creatures. Wow, Carter, look. There are so many horses over there. The little Doreen pointed excitedly at a group of peculiar horses grazing nearby. These horses were unusual, sporting single horns on their heads and wings on their backs, with colorful coats of varying hues. It was the first time Wyatt had seen such horses, and even the Immortal Spirit World records made no mention of them. Do you want to ride one? Sure. Amused by her enthusiasm, Wyatt teleported to the horse herd and settled onto the back of a fiery red unicorn flying horse. The sudden intrusion sent the herd into chaos, scattering in every direction. Only the horse under Wyatt stayed put, though it began to buck, clearly trying to throw its riders off. Hee. The more the horse jumped, the more delighted the little Doreen laughed. Wyatt felt like he was on a merry-go-round. Little horse, fly up high with Danielle, and I'll give you candy. Laughing, Desiree patted the horse's back. To their surprise, the horse flapped its wings and attempted to lift off. It did rise, albeit only about 30 centimeters above the ground, leaving Wyatt speechless. Flying. Little horse, go higher. Catch up with the others. Bang. Before Wyatt could react, the horse let out a startled cry and collapsed, kicking up dust clouds. The horse lay sprawled on the ground, foaming at the mouth, leaving both father and daughter stunned. Carter, what's wrong with the horse? Maybe it's tired. Wyatt dismounted and helped his daughter down. His plan to ride the horse was thwarted. Too bad these weren't demonic beasts. Carter, is the horse all right? Just fine. Desiree hadn't finished speaking when both father and daughter stared in disbelief as the supposedly incapacitated horse suddenly flew away into the sky. Did we just get fooled by a horse? It seems yes. Wyatt couldn't believe he'd been outwitted by a horse. It was embarrassing, but at least no one else was around to witness it. Is this horse possessed or something? Muttering, Wyatt stretched out his hand, and the now distant horse returned to face him. You're fooling me? If you don't fly my daughter around once today, I'll roast you for meat. The restricted horse continued to but received a sharp slap on the head from Wyatt. Wyatt believed this cunning horse could understand him perfectly. Chapter 172. Unexpected discovery. Sure enough, the horse became much more obedient after being smacked by Wyatt. It no longer neighed incessantly, but for some reason, Wyatt detected a hint of grievance in its eyes. If you take my daughter for a nice little flight, and then I'll set you free. This is your good fortune, and yet you still feel wronged? Wyatt chuckled as he spoke, then lifted the little Doreen onto the horse's back, instructing her to hold onto the mane. Show off a bit. Wyatt patted the horse and released it from his control. Feeling the restraining force vanish, the horse instantly took to the skies. The horse finally flies. Carter, hurry up and join us on our flying steed. Whether it was because the horse wanted to escape again, or genuinely feared that Wyatt might slaughter it, it did fly. This delighted the little Doreen immensely. Just as she finished speaking, Wyatt's figure appeared on the horse's back. This time, the flying horse didn't falter. It soared steadily through the air. Kimberly, are you having fun? Yeah, Carter. Can we ride this horse home? In the future, Kimberly can go out riding on a flying horse. Kimberly, this is just an ordinary horse. Although it has some clever tricks, it's not very useful. If you want to ride, you could ride your chaotic Skyfox, or even Venus and Heavenly Dragon. Which one isn't better than this horse? Wyatt was speechless. Why would this Doreen choose to ride such an ordinary horse when she had powerful divine beasts at her disposal? Wasn't she giving up something precious for trivial gains? Am I supposed to look down on someone? Just as Wyatt finished speaking, a voice seemed to sound suddenly. He paused, then looked down at the horse with shock. You can actually speak? As he spoke, a surge of powerful soul energy flooded into the horse's body. Wyatt wanted to see what kind of monster this was. An ordinary horse talking? How could he not be shocked? Even if the horse had cultivation, it wouldn't have been so surprising. But this was just an ordinary horse without any cultivation, though it looked somewhat different. What is this energy? So peculiar. Wyatt quickly noticed a strange power within the horse, constantly sapping its essence and spirit. Little horse, what is that strange energy in your body? You're not an ordinary horse, are you? Little horse, are you also a powerful divine beast sealed here by someone evil? Speak up quickly, and I'll ask Carter to save you. At this moment, the horse descended from the sky. It had muttered under its breath, unable to tolerate Wyatt's boasting, only to be overheard by him. Heavenly dragons were among the most prestigious divine beasts in the higher realms. For Wyatt to suggest his daughter ride one was absurd. Just leave here now. Some things are beyond your understanding. The horse spoke, no longer hiding its ability since it had already been discovered. Only because of Desiree's earnest desire to save it did it allow them to leave. Otherwise, it would have ignored them. Little horse, you don't need to be afraid. I'm an invincible little expert, and my dad is an even greater expert. We can definitely save you. It's futile. The seven-colored illusory celestial horse clan bears the ancient god-extinguishing curse. Forget about people from your immortal spirit realm. Even in the higher realms, few can break it. If you don't want trouble, you should leave immediately. After the horse spoke, Wyatt's soul once again enveloped the entire secret realm. This time, he examined all the animals inside. As expected, each animal harbored the same strange energy as the horse. So, you're called the seven-colored illusory celestial horse. Why do all the animals here carry this energy? Is this part of some great powers plot? Also, there must have been many people entering this place before. Did none of them notice this strange energy in your bodies? Although Wyatt wasn't sure how long Bai Ling's secret realm had existed, many people had entered when it first appeared. Had no one noticed these animals' anomalies? How could they discover anything with their weak powers? You're the first. But matters like this aren't meant for someone from the lower realms to meddle in. The horse showed a hint of mockery. Indeed, many from the immortal spirit realm had come initially, but with their strength, they could never have discovered the truth. Yet the horse couldn't fathom how Wyatt had managed to notice it. Could Wyatt really be a great expert? Even if you're like this, you still mock others? Not only those from the higher realms, but even from realms above that. None can withstand my palm. Little horse, if I save you, will you acknowledge me as your master? Well, Aiden, since you're so brave, try unsealing the god-extinguishing curse first. The horse found Wyatt amusing and didn't believe he could do it. But since Wyatt said so, it no longer tried to dissuade him. Wyatt would naturally give up after failing, especially since even it couldn't break the curse. Is this what you call the ancient god-extinguishing curse? So difficult to break? Just as the horse was thinking of how to watch Wyatt's embarrassment, Wyatt's voice rang out. Suddenly, it felt lighter as the force that had been consuming its essence and spirit vanished. Its eyes widened as it saw Wyatt holding a jet-black energy in his hand, which was still struggling. You. A flash of light transformed the horse into Aiden, who pointed at the black energy in Wyatt's hand, unable to form coherent words. You can turn into a human too, like Christian? The little Doreen remarked, surprised to find the horse could transform into a human just like Christian. Kimberly, demon beasts at a certain level can assume human form. The god-extinguishing curse in his body has been removed, allowing him to revert to his true form. However, his current strength seems lacking. When Wyatt cleared the curse, the Aiden's strength returned. Yet Wyatt sensed that the Aiden's cultivation was far inferior to Christian's. Whether it was originally low or weakened by the curse remained unclear. Chapter 173. Wyatt's speculation. Rubbish. I am the most talented young master of my clan. It's just that I was drained of too much essence and spirit by the ancient god-annihilating spell. Even now, I still possess the power of an initial stage celestial deity. Such power can destroy the immortal spirit realm if I wanted to. The Aiden seemed very agitated when Wyatt suggested that his strength wasn't remarkable. He glared at Wyatt angrily as he retorted. If not for the fear of Wyatt, he would have killed him with a slap. However, he could not gauge Wyatt's true strength and did not dare act rashly. Despite looking like an ordinary person, Wyatt had easily removed the curse from his body. This indicated that Wyatt was no ordinary individual. Even though he had partially recovered his strength, he still found Wyatt terrifying. Moreover, since Wyatt had helped clear the curse from his body, he owed his life to Wyatt. Plus, there were still many members of the seven-colored illusory Skyhorse clan who needed Wyatt's help to recover. Therefore, under any circumstances, he dared not offend Wyatt. Is that so? Why don't you go out there and show me how you would destroy it? Wyatt chuckled, amused at the audacity of this guy who claimed he could destroy the immortal spirit realm. Although such power might exist, destroying the entire immortal spirit realm was practically impossible. He might even be annihilated by the heavenly Tao upon stepping out. The heavenly Tao of the immortal spirit realm would not allow anyone whose power greatly exceeded its limits to remain. Otherwise, they would be driven away or killed. However, Wyatt himself was an exception because he not only had invincible cultivation, but also possessed a system that even the heavenly Tao could not touch. As for Braden and others, they were rewards from the system and naturally were not subject to the heavenly Tao's rules, since the heavenly Tao could not detect their existence. Wyatt did not know if there were hidden deities in the immortal spirit realm, but even if there were, they wouldn't dare appear recklessly. Being detected by the heavenly Tao would bring severe punishment. Senior, I was just speaking out of turn. How could I possibly destroy the immortal spirit realm? The Aiden felt embarrassed as Wyatt's words hit home. He knew that destroying the immortal spirit realm was unrealistic, and his earlier statement was merely spoken in haste. Even if the heavenly Tao spared his life and only drove him away, he would have to return to the divine realm, a path leading to certain death. Therefore, he had no choice but to rely on Wyatt. Senior, can you save all of us in the seven-colored illusory Skyhorse clan? Sure. But what benefits can I get from helping? And I want to know why your clans ended up here. Saving the seven-colored illusory Skyhorse clan was not difficult, but Wyatt couldn't offer assistance without compensation. Additionally, Wyatt was curious about how these clans ended up in this situation and who was targeting them. Senior, I need to discuss it with my father before agreeing, but I can't tell you why we are here. Fine, go ahead. Wyatt casually extinguished the god-annihilating spell in his hand, preparing to listen to the Aiden's story as if it were mere entertainment. Senior, the seven-colored illusory Skyhorses, including all the creatures in this secret realm, originate from the unending wasteland of the divine realm. A century ago, a powerful demonic beast appeared in the unending wasteland. He called himself the Urban and sought to rule over our entire domain. Naturally, we refused to comply, but what surprised everyone was that the demon god was indestructible, far beyond our capabilities. With the overwhelming power of the Urban, many clans submitted to him, while those who refused, like us, were cursed with the ancient god-annihilating spell. You've seen the outcome. Those of us affected by the spell were cast into the immortal spirit realm by the Urban, left to fend for ourselves. The Aiden recounted the events, giving Wyatt a clearer understanding of the situation. Essentially, they had lost a territory dispute and suffered as a result of their refusal to submit. If Wyatt were in charge, he wouldn't leave any resistance alive. However, Wyatt's interest was piqued by the mention of the Urban. According to Earth's mythology, nine-headed demon had been documented. He wondered if it matched the mythical accounts. Legends say the nine-headed demon existed since the dawn of creation, residing in the void and darkness. Its true form was a giant serpent with 9 heads, virtually unkillable due to its regenerative abilities from absorbing spiritual energy. It was known as the strongest immortal beast with an indestructible body. Do you mean the 9-headed demon is a serpent with 9 heads? Yes, Senior. Have you encountered it before? No. Wyatt had some guesses. The 9-headed demon mentioned by the Aiden must be the 9-headed beast. He wondered how it appeared in the upper realms and questioned why there were records on Earth. Could Earth once have been a cultivation world too? This speculation sparked Wyatt's interest in Earth. He briefly considered finding a way back, but ultimately decided against it, knowing there were people here he couldn't leave behind. The young lord of the seven-colored illusory Skyhorse clan looked puzzled at Wyatt. If Wyatt hadn't seen the Urban, how did he know its form? Nevertheless, he waited patiently for Wyatt's decision. Go gather the members of your clan. If your terms can persuade me, removing the ancient god-annihilating spell might be possible. Wyatt wasn't afraid of the Urban. On the contrary, he hoped it would come down so he could witness this mythical beast firsthand. Please wait a moment, Senior. I'll gather the clan right now. The young lord was delighted and left after bidding Wyatt farewell, never expecting to meet such a powerful figure in the lower realm. Carter, are the flying horses going back with us? Faye likes them? Yes. All right. If Faye likes them, Carter will catch these sky horses for her and let Faye ride them every day. In this translation, I have carefully maintained the original tone, style, and structure of the Chinese text, ensuring a natural and fluent English rendition. Chapter 174. Choosing to submit. As long as it was something her daughter liked, Wyatt would even go so far as to capture the 7-colored phantom skyhorse and bring it back. Everything else didn't matter. Rumble. Soon, a rumbling sound echoed, even with a shaking sensation. Wyatt looked up in the direction of the sound, only to see smoke rising not far away. This made him recall a particular scene. In an instant, the young master of the 7-colored phantom skyhorse clan returned to Wyatt's presence, followed by a dense crowd of phantom skyhorses. Within this herd were also various other animals, seemingly drawn by some rumor. After all, if they could recover their powers, who would want to remain ordinary creatures? And suffering from the ancient god-slaying curse wasn't just about losing strength. Every day, they had to endure the agony of having their life force slowly drained. If all their essence were consumed, they would die. The curse was extremely malicious. Those afflicted and their descendants were doomed, meaning that if they couldn't break the ancient god-slaying curse, these species would gradually be wiped out. Senior, everyone from my 7-colored Phantom Sky Horse clan has arrived. If you have any conditions, please state them. Greetings, Senior. All the animals spoke human language and bowed respectfully to Wyatt. Fortunately, there were no others around, or it might have frightened people. Senior, what conditions do you need to help us clear the curse? Whatever the 7-colored Phantom Sky Horse clan can do, we won't hesitate. After all the animals had greeted him, a pure white heavenly horse within the herd spoke up. It was likely the leader of the 7-colored Phantom Sky Horse clan. My requirement is simple, you must submit to me. Otherwise, I don't care what you do. Wyatt wasn't lacking in resources, power, or treasures, so he had no demands. Having these horses submit was merely to find some playful companions for his daughter. The leader of the Heavenly Horse clan, hadn't expected Wyatt to directly present such a demand. 100 years ago, they came here because they refused to submit in the upper realm. Who knew that now they were still faced with the same condition? Hadn't they suffered for a century for nothing? Senior, can you offer another condition? The leader cautiously asked. This wasn't the outcome they wanted. Unfortunately, Wyatt shook his head in refusal. Besides submitting to me, you have nothing left that could move me. I'm already lenient because of my daughter. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother with you at all. Actually, this is the best outcome. At least I don't require much from you. Just entertain my daughter when she gets bored. You can consider this carefully. Wyatt stopped speaking and gave them time to deliberate. It didn't matter if they agreed or not. If they refused, Wyatt would take their young master back. After all, having one heavenly horse was sufficient. Seeing Wyatt's firm stance, the members of the Heavenly Horse clan began discussing among themselves but reached a quick decision. Finally, they chose to submit to Wyatt. Submitting to him was different from submitting to the Jueying demon deity, who was clearly more cruel. Jueying only wanted them to serve as livestock for blood offerings, while submitting to Wyatt only meant accompanying a little Doreen in play. Senior, we choose to submit. But can you lead us out? What's difficult about that? I can ensure the heavenly Tao of the immortal spirit realm doesn't detect you. This small matter is manageable. But once you're out, suppress your strength. Don't use power beyond the immortal spirit realm's limits, or I'll be helpless. Wyatt could indeed hide them from the heavenly Tao's perception, provided they didn't exceed the immortal spirit realm's strength, or they'd still be detected. They were divine beasts captured by Wyatt, not system rewards, unless he sought help from the system. Yet Wyatt had never tried asking the system for help, and didn't know if it would work. Besides, he didn't want to trouble the system over such a minor issue. Fine, then let's clear the ancient god-slaying curse for you. Wyatt smiled and planted a restriction in the minds of all the horses before waving his hand. Strange, dark energy emerged from the horses. Roar. When the energy exited their bodies, it formed an eerie skull in the air, roaring at Wyatt. Frightening who? Wyatt held his daughter and said, then snapped his fingers. A burst of flame flew towards the skull, engulfing it instantly. Meanwhile, in the deepest part of the unwithered region in the divine realm, 9 massive heads appeared in the sky. Roaring in unison, powerful suction emerged from these heads, sucking in various demon beasts below into their mouths. However, this was irrelevant to Wyatt. After dispelling the skull, all the horses transformed into humans, men and women, numbering around several thousand. I've planted a restriction in your minds along with my aura. As long as you don't use power exceeding the peak venerable level in the immortal spirit realm, the heavenly Tao won't detect you. You should never betray me. I can kill you with a thought no matter where you run. Though Wyatt wasn't afraid of betrayal, it was necessary to warn them. We will respect our ancestors' command. Good. Kimberly, let's go out now. There was nothing interesting left here, so Wyatt planned to leave for other places since there was nothing but scenery here. Carter, what about them? Please, Senior, remove the curse from us as well. We are willing to lead our entire clan in submission to you. Hearing Wyatt was leaving, the other animals hurriedly pleaded, as they too wished to escape this cursed place. Kimberly, do you want to turn Mommy's sect into a zoo? Wyatt chuckled, somewhat helplessly. He subdued the 7-colored phantom sky horses because they were beautiful and could carry his daughter around. But the animals before him were quite unsightly, like the crocodile-like creature that just spoke. Not only did it look ugly with spikes on its back, but it wasn't suitable for riding either. Hashtag chapter 175, promoted to zoo director. Apart from the animal that resembled a crocodile, Wyatt didn't think much of the other 2 animals. One looked like a large bird similar to a peacock, which seemed passable in terms of its body shape, but it only had 1 leg, making it unable to walk normally and could only hop around. Wyatt felt that even a kangaroo would be better as a mount, at least it would be safer. The other animal, while appearing more normal, couldn't be used as a mount either. It was an insect-like creature that resembled a mantis, and Wyatt didn't know its name. If he really brought these creatures back to Justin and Palace, it would indeed turn into a zoo. Then, before the disciple recruitment ceremony even began, he would have inadvertently recruited a whole bunch of disciples for Justin and Palace. Good. Carter, let's bring all the animals back and designate a section of the back mountain as a zoo. Or Carter, you can move this small realm back, so Kimberly can come play here anytime. Upon hearing zoo, Desiree immediately got excited, having heard many stories about zoos from Wyatt when she was little. Now, being able to own her own zoo made Desiree very happy, even suggesting that Wyatt move the entire small realm back. Wyatt regretted mentioning the zoo now. It seemed Justin and Palace was destined to become a zoo, and he would end up being its director. But Wyatt thought about it, and realized moving the small realm wasn't entirely impossible. As long as he restricted these species from leaving the realm at will, it could serve as a zoo for his daughter. Old Vance, go inform the leaders of all the races here. Or, you can explain to them that I can help those who wish to submit by clearing the ancient god-slaying curse from their bodies. Those who don't want to submit can stay here indefinitely. Wyatt reasoned that if they submitted, he would help clear the curse from their bodies. Otherwise, they could remain animals here forever. Understood, Vancestor, Arthur responded, gathered a few members of his race, and left. Wyatt waited with his daughter for about half an hour before Arthur returned with a group of animals. Following Arthur were 13 types of animals, including the 3 already present and the 7-colored heavenly phantom horse, totaling 16 races affected by the ancient god-slaying curse. Vancestor, all the leaders of the races are here. I've explained your conditions, and they all agree to submit. When Arthur found the leaders of these races, he had already explained everything, and they agreed readily. After all, who wanted to die when they could live? Since Wyatt had the power to help them clear the ancient god-slaying curse in the immortal spirit world, his identity and strength must be extraordinary. Submitting to such a powerful human was better than submitting to a demon, leading to their unanimous choice. Very well. Since you have chosen to submit, I will accept you under my protection. But understand this. After I remove the curses from your bodies, none of you can leave this place without my permission. As for cultivation, you don't need to worry. I will address the spirit energy issue, and your task is to play with my daughter whenever she comes in. Do you understand? Yes, Vancestor. Very well. Wyatt nodded. These leaders understood the situation, and he said no more. His soul instantly enveloped the entire secret realm, clearing the curses from their bodies. Within a few breaths, Wyatt removed the curses affecting all races in the Bai Ling secret realm. Afterward, he planted restrictions in the minds of the race leaders, while not implanting any in the minds of the followers. Controlling the leaders sufficed. Although these weren't humans, their races valued hierarchy far more strictly, and rarely did anyone defy their leaders' orders. Moreover, Wyatt restricted their movement within the realm, making it unimportant whether the followers were bound or not. You may remain here temporarily. I will move the entire small realm soon and figure out how to adjust the spirit energy here. After instructing them, Wyatt turned to leave but was called back by Arthur. Vancestor, please wait. What is it? Is there something else? Actually, Vancestor, this place initially had spirit energy. It was just sealed by the urban. If you break the seal left by the urban, the spirit energy will naturally return. Arthur mentioned this because previously, this place had spirit energy and was a sanctuary for cultivation. However, the urban had drained the source of the small realm and sealed its laws using an array, leading to the loss of spirit energy. If Wyatt broke the array, the spirit energy would gradually recover. While it wouldn't return to its former glory without the realm's core, it would still suffice for cultivation. Impossible. I already examined the entire realm when I first entered. There were no signs of an array. Are you mistaken? Hearing Arthur, Wyatt was puzzled. He had checked the realm upon entering and found no traces of any array. There's a pond near the entrance, Vancestor. The urban sealing array is set at its bottom. Ah, you're right. I did not check the pond's bottom. Wyatt paused, surprised that the urban was so cunning, placing the array at the bottom of a pond. Upon entering, Desiree had run to see the pond, and Wyatt saw nothing but a small waterfall, so he didn't check the bottom. Moreover, the pond was at the entrance. Who would inspect a pond's bottom casually? Perhaps that's why the urban placed the array there. Chapter 176, Desiree, who has been targeted. After learning that the Jewing Demon God's array was located at the entrance pond, Wyatt also flew toward the exit. Desiree, on the other hand, rode on a 7-colored phantom celestial horse, which flew her over. As for the remaining races, they all left. Despite being confined here, each race still possessed its own territory. Now that the curses within their bodies had been lifted, they naturally returned to their territories to cultivate. After enduring so much torment from the ancient god curse spell, their realms had fallen considerably long ago. Once Wyatt broke the formation, they could slowly return to their original cultivation levels. The Bai Ling micro-realm was not large, and it took Wyatt only a few minutes to reach the entrance pond. He extended his divine soul towards the bottom of the pond. Didn't expect this pond to be quite deep. Wyatt's divine soul descended over 1,000 meters before hitting the bottom. At the bottom of the pond, he noticed a hidden array, one of those sophisticated ancient formations. Wyatt did not recognize this ancient array, but it didn't matter. Breaking the formation did not necessarily require understanding the array. Brute force would do as well. His powerful divine soul formed into a fist and punched towards the array with a loud boom. Following the roar, the water in the entire pond flew upward like a massive dragon emerging, and the moment the sound echoed, the entire Bai Ling micro-realm shook several times. The shaking came abruptly but subsided quickly. With the shaking settling down, Wyatt carefully sensed the realm, noticing an added trace of faint spiritual energy. It looks like there's no need for me to set up another array. The spiritual energy here will gradually recover, murmured Wyatt, realizing the spiritual energy in the area would grow denser over time. Danielle, are you going to ride it out? Carter, why not? Forget it, do as you wish. Wyatt initially wanted to say something but decided against it. After Wyatt and Desiree exited the micro-realm, Godwin was already waiting outside. Vancestor, all the Yama realm people in the Yangji Empire have been killed. Should I find and destroy their main lair? Godwin had previously intended to examine the memories of the Yama realm people he killed to find their base. However, these Yama realm individuals were highly skilled in matters of the soul. Even Godwin couldn't access their soul memories because whenever he tried, the Yama realm strong one self-destructed, both physically and spiritually. However, if Wyatt agreed, Godwin was confident he could find the Yama realm's lair by combing through the Xianling world. These thankless tasks, let's skip them. Anyway, as long as there are no Yama realm people in Wuling domain. Wyatt did not agree with Godwin's suggestion. He was inherently indifferent to such matters as long as the Yama realm stayed out of Wuling domain. If they ever harassed Wuling domain again, he wouldn't mind wiping them out, but now he really didn't care. Unknown to Wyatt, when Godwin killed off the Yama realm's experts in Wuling domain, Alden Hufa, the protector at the Changji division, was already informed. Along with the news, Alden Hufa received information about the spirit Immortal Palace Vancestor having a 6-year-old daughter who hadn't started cultivating yet. Enraged, Alden Hufa immediately summoned 10 perfect Bradley Deity-level experts. Greetings, Protector Alden. I'm giving you a task. In more than 10 days, the Spirit Immortal Palace in Wuling Domain will hold a disciple recruitment assembly. You need to infiltrate and become disciples there. Remember this, Doreen. She is the daughter of the spirit Immortal Palace Ancestor. Whether or not you become disciples there, you must find a way to kill her. Creating chaos within the spirit Immortal Palace is ideal, especially killing any talented disciples there. But be cautious of this man. He is likely a heavenly sovereign realm expert. Do you understand? Yes, Protector. Go. Alden Hufa waved his hand, and the 10 perfect Bradley deity-level experts vanished instantly. An evil smile spread across Alden Hufa's face. He was furious at the spirit Immortal Palace. If he wasn't nearly ready to break through, he'd go himself. But since he was about to reach mid-heavenly sovereign, he sent these 10 first. Killing everyone at Spirit Immortal Palace would be ideal. Even if they couldn't destroy it, annoying them was good enough. Later, after breaking through to mid-heavenly sovereign, he would settle the score for that slap. But Wyatt didn't just catch the ire of the Yama realm's Alden Hufa. A demon god in the upper realm also harbored a grudge against him, although Wyatt was unaware. At this moment, Wyatt was leaving Suejo with his daughter. Outside Suejo lay the largest sea in Wuling Domain, called the Spirit Band Sea. This name did not mean it lacked spiritual energy. Rather, few creatures willingly ventured there due to countless powerful sea demons inhabiting it. The Spirit Band Sea's fame surpassed even the Three Domains Mountains. While the outer regions of the Three Domains Mountains saw humans hunting beasts, the Spirit Band Sea's outer areas were completely abandoned. Humans feared the wild sea demons here. No territorial boundaries existed among them, so even outer regions often hosted Imperial Realm sea demons. This made the Spirit Band Sea undesirable, as visitors might encounter an Imperial-level demon right away. However, the sea demons seemed unable to leave the waters for too long, easing nearby regions' fears. Still, the sea demons attacked nearby states every century, causing immense losses early on. After experiencing this a few times, nearby states became smarter. Approaching each centennial unrest, they sought help from powerful forces in adjacent regions. Beasts were valuable, and with the long-standing animosity between humans and demons, many large forces willingly sent experts to support. They gained prestige and treated the experience as training for disciples, while harvesting beast materials for elixirs and artifacts. It was a win-win situation. Today, 4 figures appeared in the Spirit Band Sea. It was Wyatt, his family, and the horse. Chapter 177. The Spirit Prohibited Sea. Bud, this sea is so vast. Let's go play in the water. Didn't you say there would be a lot of seafood here? Linger has never tasted seafood before. Can we catch some and eat them? Looking at the expansive sea, Desiree suddenly remembered what her father, Wyatt, had told her about seafood, and the little Doreen instantly became very interested in trying it. Alright, let's have a big seafood meal today. Bud hasn't tasted seafood in a long time either. Wyatt became interested when his daughter mentioned seafood. Since he came to True Spirit World through transmigration, it was indeed over 10 years since he had tasted seafood. So he quickly agreed with her suggestion, but after all, this was not Earth but the spirit realm. So he did not know if the marine life here would be the same as on Earth. Vancestor, something's not right here. Just as Wyatt and his daughter were preparing to go into the sea, Godwin frowned beside them and spoke. She sensed many entities approaching their direction. What do you mean? Is there something wrong? Wyatt wasn't used to constantly using his divine soul to sense the surroundings, so he didn't know what was happening in the sea. But upon hearing Godwin, he extended his divine soul to investigate. So many sea monsters are heading towards us. Are they all so fierce? Roar. As Wyatt finished speaking, suddenly, a strange fish with 2 legs leapt out of the water and lunged at him with a monstrous roar. The moment the strange fish neared Wyatt, a burst of flame appeared, engulfing the entire creature and turning it to ashes that dissipated into thin air. Roar, roar, roar. Just as Godwin killed the fish, several more figures roared and leaped from the sea, charging towards Wyatt and the others. Bud, there's so much meat here. Linger wants to catch some. Looking at the sea monsters leaping out of the water, Desiree's eyes gleamed as she watched the creatures charge at her. After speaking to Wyatt, a large spoon appeared in her hand. Be careful. Wyatt didn't stop his excited daughter. He knew well of her dependence on monster meat, and here in the spirit realm, these were spirit beasts, creatures containing powerful spirit energy. Eating them would indeed benefit her cultivation. Moreover, Wyatt himself had never eaten spirit beast meat and wanted to taste it too. With him around, there was no danger for his daughter, so he naturally didn't intervene. Hee, don't worry, Bud. Linger will be careful. Desiree giggled and swung her large spoon at a large fish coming toward her. The fish, only a celestial immortal in strength, was no match for her. It hadn't even realized what was happening before being knocked dead by the spoon. With a wave of her hand, she stored the fish in her storage ring. Bang, bang, bang. Sounds of impact echoed as Desiree moved swiftly among the monsters. Each movement resulted in another sea beast being killed and collected. Her actions left Ali, who had transformed into human form, completely stunned. He had never gauged Desiree's strength before, but now, seeing her in action, he realized she was already at the mid-stage of a mortal emperor. She looked like she was just 5 or 6 years old, an age where most should just start cultivating. Yet, Desiree was already an immortal emperor. Such talent was unprecedented, even in the upper realms. If she could achieve such prowess, what must Wyatt be like? No wonder Wyatt could casually cleanse them of the ancient god-slaying curse and show no fear towards Jueying, the demon god. At this moment, Apollon understood how lucky their race was to meet Wyatt. Roar. Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed from beneath the sea. A massive black shadow leapt up, accompanied by countless tentacles appearing around Wyatt and the others. These tentacles shot towards them like arrows, accompanied by a terrifying pressure. Is this a tentacle monster of the celestial venerable realm? Looking at the dense tentacles, Wyatt immediately thought of a certain type of sea creature known as the octopus, famous for its tentacles. However, this one was different from what he remembered. The octopuses on Earth had 8 tentacles, but this one had hundreds. Had it evolved because of increased power? Wyatt didn't know the reason. Perhaps it wasn't like the Earth octopus and was only similar in appearance. Why not make some grilled squid today? In a flash, Wyatt's mind turned, and the numerous tentacles attacking them vanished. The enormous mouth of the sea beast also disappeared. Bang! A huge sound erupted near the shoreline as the sea beast was suddenly smashed onto land. Both Godwin and Apollon, who had been ready to act, froze momentarily. Similarly frozen was the massive sea beast. It hadn't felt any attack and was suddenly on the shore. However, the sea beast only hesitated for a second. Its countless tentacles propped up its massive body as it scurried off in another direction. It had to escape quickly. With the power of a celestial venerable at its peak, it had expected an easy feast, but instead met a horrifying enemy. Being flung onto the shore without feeling any attack indicated an adversary far beyond its capability. So it fled without hesitation. Wyatt and the others stared dumbfounded as the sea beast ran away. Just a moment ago, it seemed so aggressive. Why did it flee suddenly? Come back here. Wyatt reached out, pulling the sea beast, which was almost back in the sea, to his front. Then he flicked his finger, sending a surge of spiritual energy into its body. The giant sea beast struggled a couple of times and went still. After killing it, Wyatt turned to look at the sea, frowning. Something felt off. Normally, these sea beasts attacked humans only when they intruded into their territory. They had just arrived at the sea without even touching the water. If one or two beasts attacked, it would be understandable, but Wyatt's divine soul sensed a massive swarm of sea beasts moving towards them, as if drawn to something. Note: the structure and tone of the original passage have been preserved while ensuring the translation is natural and fluent in English. Chapter 178. Secret plot to assassinate Desiree. However, at this moment Wyatt didn't care why the sea monsters were so frenzied. He waved his hand, sending a burst of magic down into the ocean. A circle of light then appeared on the water's surface. The light circle rapidly expanded, soon covering the entire area for countless miles around. The sea monsters that had just begun surfacing collided with the light circle. A series of bangs resounded as the sea monsters were bounced back into the water by the light barrier, but they continued leaping out in succession. It wasn't until a few minutes later that the sea monsters gradually calmed down, causing all four of them to breathe a sigh of relief. Though it would have been easy for the four to slay these sea monsters with their cultivation levels, it would still be exhausting. Besides, Wyatt hadn't figured out what was happening yet, and couldn't be bothered to kill the sea monsters. Anyway, there were already enough giant sea monsters from earlier. Even 3 days of eating iron-griddled squid wouldn't finish it all. Come on, Faye, Carterdy will make you something especially delicious today. Wyatt scooped up his daughter and walked back, moving away from the edge of the sea to a flat piece of land where he put her down and prepared to refine the necessary tools on the spot. Carterdy, what is iron-griddled squid? Is it yummy? Of course, you'll know once you try it. But first, Carterdy needs suitable tools. Why don't you play while I work on making them? Okay, then I'll cook some fish soup for now. Hurry up with the tools, Carterdy. All right. Wyatt patted his daughter's head, then rummaged through the system space, taking out a piece of black iron emitting a cold aura. This is netherworld black iron. As Wyatt pulled out the piece of black iron exuding cold air, Jeff, who was nearby, suddenly cried out in surprise, causing Wyatt to glance at him. You do have quite some knowledge to recognize netherworld black iron. Wyatt smiled, having taken out a piece of netherworld black iron as a reward from the sign-in system. The system had mentioned that netherworld black iron was extremely rare, even in the upper realm, and thus a valuable mineral. Wyatt hadn't expected Jeff to recognize it. Was this mineral common in the upper realm? Vancestor, netherworld black iron is indeed very rare in the upper realm. I recognized it because a fist-sized chunk of netherworld black iron appeared in our unwithered territory 1,000 years ago. 3 divine respects died over that piece, eventually seized by a powerful human. However, within days, it was rumored that the human died inside his cave. So intense? Wyatt was dumbfounded. If just a fist-sized piece of netherworld black iron caused such frenzy, then the basin-sized piece he held, if exposed, would likely cause even more chaos. Given the situation, it seemed netherworld black iron was indeed very rare, something even divine respects would fight over. Vancestor, it's best not to let others know about treasures like this in the upper realm. Otherwise, it will surely bring big trouble. Seeing that Wyatt seemed unaware of netherworld black iron's allure, Jeff felt compelled to warn him. Despite Wyatt's great strength, if people in the upper realm learned he possessed such a large piece of netherworld black iron, it would lead to dire consequences. Even someone as powerful as Wyatt couldn't avoid endless trouble if targeted. No worries, it's just a piece of netherworld black iron. Why make it sound so serious? It's not like I stole it from someone. Wyatt brushed off Jeff's words. Others might be cautious, but he, Wyatt, had nothing to fear. Anyone who dared steal from him would learn why flowers are red. Ignoring the matter further, Wyatt held the netherworld black iron in his left hand, snapped his right fingers, and a flame suddenly appeared before him. Placing the large piece of netherworld black iron into the flame, he began refining the iron griddle squid tool from memory. What Jeff deemed impossible to refine even with divine fire melted into molten iron in just a few minutes under Wyatt's flames. Then, in a scene Jeff would never forget, Wyatt refined without a furnace, doing everything mid-air. During the process, he also added another rare mineral, even rarer than netherworld black iron. Within half an hour, Wyatt had successfully forged his desired tools, ones equipped with self-heating arrays. Once finished, Wyatt brought out the suspected octopus-like sea monster. With several swift movements, he cut off its numerous tentacles, saving one while storing the rest. The massive sea monster's body was incinerated cleanly by Wyatt's flames. To eat iron-grilled squid, the best part was the squid wings, and even one from this giant sea creature was enough for the 4 of them. Wyatt began processing the squid wings while Desiree started cooking fish soup. As Wyatt busily prepared delicious food, 10 uninvited guests arrived in the Wuling territory. Based on intelligence, the target has left Justin and Palace and gone to Sui Prefecture. 8 of you go to Sui Prefecture to assassinate the target. while we two stay in Juzhou to assassinate Justin and Palace's disciples. In a small town on the outskirts of Juzhou, 10 robed figures sat around a wooden table. One of them addressed the remaining 9. Jamie, is it necessary to send 8 people to kill just a little Doreen? Moreover, Alden Guardian instructed us to infiltrate Justin and Palace. If we directly assassinate Justin and Palace's disciples, won't it attract that man's attention? Don't worry. That man is currently in Sui Prefecture, which is why I sent you 8 there. As for here, the strongest is only a middle-stage Bradley Immortal, not worth much concern. Right now, Justin and Palace has only around 10,000 disciples. If all these disciples are killed, they will urgently need new recruits, giving us a chance to infiltrate. But you 8 must be careful. According to Alden Guardian, he may very well be a Heaven Respect realm cultivator. Don't fail. Hee. Just possibly a Heaven Respect. Even if it's real, so what? We've killed such beings before. Are you being too tense, Jamie? Just be cautious. If we can't complete Alden Guardian's mission, we'll all be punished. Hashtag chapter 179. Unlucky Yama attendants. Hill once again consulted with everyone, and then the 10 figures vanished into the civilian residence, leaving behind only 2 mummified corpses. The speed of an Bradley Immortal was terrifying. Hill and another attendant arrived in Jiang City in just a little over an hour. Within the Yama branch offices, only those who had achieved Bradley Immortal status could become attendants. Early sovereigns could be protectors, while hall masters had to have at least middle-stage sovereign strength. And Yama's branch offices covered more than half of the 54 regions of the spirit realm, demonstrating just how formidable Yama was. Hill, ahead is Justin and Palace. Shall we directly infiltrate it? Yes, we'll each enter from one side. Apart from hunting down Justin and Palace's disciples, it would be best if we also eliminate some of their powerful individuals. After all, the soul power of strong individuals is a great supplement, especially for immortal emperors. I've heard that Justin and Palace has 10 immortal emperors. Fine, let's do it. In an instant, the 2 figures transformed into black mist and disappeared. At this moment, Justin and Palace hadn't activated its protective mountain array. Even though the array didn't require spirit stones to maintain operation, under normal circumstances, no sect would keep such defenses running indefinitely unless necessary. Precisely because of this, the 2 Yama experts were able to infiltrate Justin and Palace undetected. What they didn't know was that as soon as they entered, they were noticed by a dog. To be precise, it was discovered by a black dog lounging under a big tree in Xueling Peak's courtyard. This black dog, naturally, was Braden. His legs had been broken and confined by Wyatt for a month, and he was now idly using his divine soul power to cover the entire Justin and Palace, watching the busy disciples out of boredom. Earlier, Braden had seen 2 rats sneak into the sect. Though these rats weren't much in Braden's eyes, to the sect's disciples, they were like ancient beasts. Bradley, there are 2 rats sneaking into our sect. Should I alert the mistress? The mistress isn't yet powerful enough to deal with these 2 rats. Don't tell her to avoid making her worry. Braden, you go handle them. The branches of the Bodhi tree rustled, and a voice emerged from within. The Bodhi tree immediately recognized that the 2 were perfect stage Bradley Immortals. Given Michaela's current later stage Bradley Immortal level, she couldn't possibly stand against them. Therefore, the Bodhi tree instructed Braden to take action. Bradley, have you seen what state I'm in? Can I even move? It's only 2 days until my punishment period ends. I don't want to be punished again. You'd better get someone else. Braden looked at his bent dog legs and spoke in a depressed tone. With 2 broken legs, how is he supposed to hop around? Why are you so afraid, Braden? This is your chance to earn merit. Even if you restore early, the master won't blame you. No, still not. Let Clinton handle it. They set up the formations, yet allowed 2 rats to sneak in. This is clearly Clinton's responsibility. Braden vigorously shook his head. Even if it was a chance to earn merit, he wasn't willing to risk it. Who knew if Wyatt would consider it a significant achievement? Moreover, the defensive arrays were set up by the Bo clan. Even if the main array wasn't activated, there should be some restrictions. Allowing someone to sneak in so easily was definitely their negligence. Little Bo, aren't you going yet? If the disciples get killed, watch out when the master returns. Braden turned to look towards the pond and said this. Just as he finished speaking, a carp leaped out of the water. These Yama people are really persistent. Transforming into a Aiden, the carp walked out angrily, recognizing instantly that the intruders were from Yama. Previously, when Protector Alden visited Justin and Palace, Wyatt's subordinates were aware, which was why the Bo commented as such. Though appearing slow, the Bo vanished from the courtyard in an instant and reappeared on a small path within the sect. Fortunately, Justin and Palace was vast with few disciples around, most scattered across the 10 main peaks, allowing them to avoid encountering the Yama members for now. The Yama members intended to secretly hunt without making a big scene or using divine soul detection. Up until now, they hadn't encountered any disciples, making Ahil increasingly impatient. However, at this moment, Ahil suddenly saw Aiden walking towards him. A flash of joy crossed his hidden face beneath the black robe. You people from Yama are truly courting death, daring to sneak into our sect. Looks like you can't wait to die quicker. Just as Ahil was about to strike once the disciple got closer, he heard the disciple speak, addressing him directly and even knowing he was from Yama. Surprised, Ahil realized he'd been detected. Believing himself undiscoverable, this unexpected turn of events alarmed him. Understanding that something had gone wrong and that he'd been found out, Ahil knew staying here wasn't safe. Justin and Palace was far more complex than their intelligence suggested, hiding information they couldn't obtain. As Ahil prepared to leave, he suddenly found himself immobilized. Looking at the Justin and Palace disciple, he saw a cold smile on his face. Since you dared to come, you should be prepared for death. There's no escape. This person wasn't a Justin and Palace disciple, but the Bo who had left the courtyard. The Bo smirked coldly and snapped his fingers. Snap. The sound echoed, and Ahil's body vaporized at visible speed, unable even to cry out. One more. I need to modify the formation before Vancestor returns. This way, these rats won't be able to sneak in anymore. Muttering to himself, the bow vanished and reappeared before the other Yama attendant, snapping his fingers again. This Yama attendant also vaporized like a hill, dissipating into nothingness. After disposing of the two rats, the bow circled the edge of Justin Palace, examining how to modify the formation, ensuring it didn't require activating the main array while preventing any further infiltration by these rats. After circling, he formulated a plan. ##### Chapter 180, Wyatt's Wrath. Wyatt was unaware of the events that transpired at Justin Palace, just as Protector Alden at the Changji Domain branch had no clue. Protector Alden never imagined that Justin Palace was far from what he thought it to be. In fact, Protector Alden underestimated Wyatt. Moreover, Protector Alden didn't foresee that his decision would result in the entire Changji Domain branch being wiped out. Meanwhile, Wyatt, who was in Suizhou, finally got to enjoy iron plate squid after many years. Due to the superior ingredients, the dish tasted several times better than anything he had eaten in his previous life on Earth. Andrea, are you full? Carterdy, Andrea is full. The iron plate squid you made is really delicious. Let's make some for Mommy when we get back. She will definitely love it too. Sure. We'll make some for Lorme when we get back. Wyatt chuckled and gently patted the little Doreen's head. He didn't quite believe she would actually share it with her mother. Mostly, the little Doreen just wanted more for herself. Earlier, Wyatt had planned to use one sea monster tentacle to make the iron plate squid, but after finishing one, the little Doreen still wanted more. So, Wyatt had to make another one. Typically, one sea monster tentacle could satisfy 3 to 5 people, but here they were 4 people, and most of the squid was consumed by the little Doreen. Had Wyatt not stopped her, the little Doreen might have eaten another tentacle. Since the sea monster was a full circle Tianzuan, even though Andrea was currently at mid-immortal emperor stage, overeating could lead her to fall into a deep sleep. Wyatt primarily brought her out to play, so he couldn't afford her falling asleep. Now that she could play to her heart's content under his supervision, she wouldn't run off on her own again. Therefore, Wyatt did not continue making the squid. Let's go. The little Doreen packed up her tools happily and bounced toward Wyatt. However, an unexpected change occurred just then. A long sword silently stabbed toward Desiree, and a ding sound rang as it struck the cloak on her back, producing a sharp clang. Although the sword didn't penetrate her body, the force from the sudden attack sent Desiree flying. Damn! Fortunately, Desiree was heading toward Wyatt, and he noticed the attack as it happened. However, due to its suddenness, Wyatt was too late to act. Quickly, he caught his daughter in his arms, and then an uncontrollable rage surged within him. Someone dared to assassinate his daughter right under his nose. As Wyatt's voice echoed, a terrifying pressure emerged around him. Several shadowy figures appeared near him, spitting blood audibly. Not only those figures, even Godwin and Jeff nearby couldn't avoid spitting blood. Wyatt's aura was truly terrifying, especially in his utmost fury. Even Godwin and Jeff suffered collateral damage. Again, it's you people from the Netherworld realm. You are courting death. Wyatt instantly recognized these 8 shadowy figures by their attire, aura, and ethereal bodies. He couldn't believe that the Netherworld realm was so bold as to send assassins against his daughter. No wonder others shuddered at the mention of the Netherworld realm. They were truly ruthless, sending 8 full-circle Bradley Immortals to kill a little Doreen. Wyatt grabbed one of the Netherworld realm strongmen effortlessly. Without hesitation, he began extracting the soul to find the lair of the Netherworld realm, vowing to wipe it out along with the fugitive Protector Alden. Bang! Just as Wyatt started the soul extraction, the captured strongman exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Luckily, Wyatt reacted quickly, forming a protective light barrier around him to prevent the blood from reaching him. Very well. You placed a seal in your soul, thinking I won't find your base now? How wrong you are. Your value has ended. Let's end this. With those cold words, Wyatt slapped the remaining 7, and with a single bang, they vanished. After dealing with the 7 ants, Wyatt extended his powerful divine soul across the entire Wuling domain. Everything in Wuling domain came into his awareness. However, Wyatt found no trace of the Netherworld realm's base, only a few insignificant minions. Even these he didn't spare, knowing they were Netherworld spies. Wyatt then stretched his divine soul further, determined to kill Protector Alden today. His unrestrained search caused panic not only in Wuling domain but also outside. I found you. No matter how deeply you hide, since you offended me, you shall perish. Under Wyatt's powerful divine soul, all natural formations and hidden powerhouses were examined. Though the hidden cultivators were enraged by his intrusion, sensing Wyatt's overwhelming strength, they could only resign themselves to fate. Thankfully, Wyatt didn't target them directly, yet they were still shocked, wondering which fool had offended such a powerhouse. When Wyatt detected the Netherworld realm's hiding place deep within the 3 domain mountains and broke through the formation restrictions, the Hall of Ancestor at the Netherworld branch knew immediately. Quentin appeared outside the branch, looking gravely around. His voice echoed. I don't know which senior has descended upon our Netherworld branch. Please show yourself out of respect for the Netherworld. Quentin, a middle-stage Tianzuan, felt the presence of an even stronger force. Despite relying on the entire Netherworld realm, he remained calm. Translated accurately with respect to tone and style, maintaining the paragraph structure and ensuring coherence with previous content. Chapter 181. Annihilation of the Changji region's Netherworld division. Meanwhile, Wyatt was still in Suizhou. Just as he was about to obliterate everything after locating Protector Alden's presence, he heard Jamal's voice. A sneer crossed Wyatt's face. With a flick of his hand, a spatial passage appeared before him. Holding his daughter in his arms, Wyatt stepped into it, followed closely by Godwin and Jeff. The scene changed instantly, now revealing a mountain range. Underneath Wyatt was precisely the Netherworld's branch in Changji region. Milton, you've broken through our formation with such actions. Shouldn't you give us an explanation? Are you asking for an explanation from me? Well, I'll give you one then. You actually dared to send people to assassinate my daughter. I've come here to annihilate all of you. Is this explanation satisfactory? Wyatt said coldly. How shameless could someone be to ask for an explanation after sending assassins against his daughter? Milton, although your power is indeed formidable, our netherworld isn't just anyone to bully. I advise you not to bring trouble upon yourself. Lines creased on Jamal's face. Wyatt had completely disrespected him, but he knew he couldn't win against Wyatt. But he still had his backbone. He didn't believe Wyatt would dare kill them. If so, Wyatt would definitely face endless pursuits from the netherworld. Trouble? Indeed, it is some trouble, but nothing much. At worst, it's a waste of time. Do you have any last words? If not, I will send you on your way. Friend, are you truly going against the netherworld? So these are your last words? Since that's the case, go die. Wyatt's expression turned cold. With a raised hand, a slap pressed down. As Wyatt's palm descended, a massive spirit energy palm appeared, covering the entire netherworld division. As Wyatt attacked, Jamal attempted to escape, but before he could move, he was immobilized. Our Lord of Netherworld will never forgive you. You'll end up joining us. Feeling his inability to move and seeing the looming spirit energy palm, Jamal screamed desperately. However, Wyatt ignored Jamal. Even if the Lord of Netherworld came, it would merely take a wave of his hand. Thus, Wyatt paid no mind to Jamal's threats. Boom. A resounding explosion shook the heavens and earth. The entire Xianxia region, along with nearby regions, felt the tremor. After around an incense stick's worth of time, the tremor subsided. Where the Netherworld division once stood, only a deep palm print remained, with everything else vaporized into nothingness. In the surrounding billion-mile radius, not a single beast was left, like a vacuum had formed. Because within this billion-mile radius, all beasts were scared away. With their escape, it meant hardship for those who hunted beasts in the Three Regions mountains. Let's go. Wyatt didn't care about those hunters. If they ventured here to hunt beasts, they should be prepared to face various challenges. Vancestor, should I locate and destroy other Netherworld branches? Godwin asked as they saw Wyatt preparing to leave. From the situation, this was just one branch of Netherworld. Clearly, there were other branches in different regions. Not eradicating Netherworld entirely could mean future troubles, which was why Godwin suggested this. For Godwin, destroying a force in the Immortal realm wasn't difficult. It was merely a matter of time. Enough. The Immortal realm has 3 lands and 54 regions. Spending time hunting these rats, I might as well spend more time with Faye. All this happened because of that so-called protector Alden. Killing him should stop these rats from causing trouble. But if Netherworld dares to interfere again, I'll wipe them out. Wyatt didn't want to bother with Netherworld anymore. Even for him, it would take considerable time, not to mention Godwin. Previously, Michaela had explained the Immortal realm's geographical divisions to Wyatt. It consisted of 3 lands, each with 18 regions. They were currently in the Jieshan continent, alongside the Jingshan and Shijie continents. Each land had 18 regions, each divided into numerous states, approximately the size of a true spirit realm. Finding all 54 regions would indeed waste time, especially given the unique locations within these regions. Jeffrey estimated there were places even Godwin might not find, like the previous Bowling micro-realm. Without Wyatt, Godwin wouldn't have managed the ancient divine extermination spell. Hence, Wyatt didn't let Godwin act, fearing he'd need to rescue him later. The 4 continued their journey towards Juzhou. By the time Wyatt returned to Juzhou, the Justin Palace's disciple recruitment ceremony was almost starting. Unknown to Wyatt, his reluctance to destroy the entire Netherworld led to many Justin Palace disciples being killed later. These details aside, 3 days after Wyatt returned to Justin Palace, the recruitment ceremony officially began. System, check in for today. Upon waking from a dream where Michaela finally accepted him and they engaged in passionate battles, Wyatt immediately checked in. Ding. Host has successfully checked in. Congratulations on obtaining the Dragon Illusion Divine Fruit. Today's reward isn't Holy Crystal God Vein? Wyatt was pleased with the change. Recently, daily rewards had been either Holy Crystals or top-tier Divine Veins. Sometimes, he even neglected checking in, letting the system handle it. Today's active sign-in was because of last night's pleasant dream. Believing today was his lucky day indeed, the reward was different. Chapter 182. A bustling scene. System. What is the effect of this illusory Dragon Divine Fruit? Host. The illusory Dragon Divine Fruit is a top-tier divine fruit with very mild medicinal properties. Even someone at a low realm can consume it without issue. It's the best divine fruit for enhancing cultivation. Can my wife consume it with her current cultivation? Michaela was now in the late Bradley Immortal realm. If this illusory Dragon Divine Fruit could be consumed by her, it might even allow Michaela to break through to the Heavenly Sovereign realm. Of course. Not bad, not bad. Then I'll keep it for her to consume. System. You should have brought a few tons of such divine fruits so that everyone in Spirit Immortal Palace could rapidly break through. Host. You should let your wife consume hers first. If the host has further needs, there will still be opportunities to obtain more. The system also replied to Wyatt. However, the sound of its voice seemed slightly different to him. Still, he didn't pay much attention to it. Today is the Disciple Recruitment Assembly, and I must go see it. I've never encountered such an event from childhood to adulthood. Wyatt did not think much about the system's words. He muttered something to himself before quickly getting up and dressing, then woke his daughter up. While Desiree got up and dressed, Wyatt prepared breakfast for both of them. As for Michaela, she hadn't returned last night, but spent the entire night cultivating at the Patriarch Hall. Danielle, are you ready? If you don't hurry up, you'll miss all the fun. Desiree had developed the habit of sleeping in, as evidenced by Wyatt guessing that if there wasn't anything interesting to watch today, he definitely couldn't wake her up. Even after waking up today, she was still groggy. Despite Wyatt having already finished preparing breakfast, she still hadn't gotten herself together. Carter, which dress should I wear today? Just as Wyatt spoke, Desiree walked out holding a pile of clothes and asked him. This made Wyatt find it somewhat amusing. No wonder this Doreen took so long. She was fussing over what to wear. Did it need to be so grand? It was like she was going for an interview. Our Danielle is naturally beautiful. She looks lovely no matter what she wears. Why don't you wear this flowing floral dress today? Wyatt looked at the clothes seriously before picking up a dress and suggested. The dress Wyatt chose wasn't ordinary. It was crafted from a divine material by himself. Furthermore, it was an inferior-grade divine artifact, fashioned after styles from Earth. Not only did it provide excellent defense, but it also had temperature-regulating features and could change 3 colors at will. Since Desiree had been attacked by Netherworld, Wyatt worried about his daughter's safety and crafted this. Apart from this dress, there were other outfits as well. Hee. Then I'll listen to Dad and wear this dress today. Desiree giggled happily and then bounced back into her room, which pleased Wyatt. Wyatt extended his soul sense towards the backyard where a woman was meditating with her eyes closed. He glanced at her cultivation level and nodded. This woman was none other than Desiree's contract battle pet, the Chaos Celestial Fox. Ever since Wyatt returned to Spirit Immortal Palace, he'd let the Chaos Celestial Fox cultivate there. Due to the time acceleration array, the Chaos Celestial Fox had already broken through to the Heavenly Sovereign Realm, reaching a divine grade. Though Wyatt possessed unparalleled strength, he couldn't always be by his daughter's side. So he needed to quickly train the Chaos Celestial Fox. System, when will Godwin and their cultivations be unsealed? During the wait for his daughter, Wyatt asked the system. Godwin and Elias's bloodlines were powerful, but they were limited to this level of cultivation due to restrictions. Host. Naturally, many attended the Disciple Recruitment Assembly at Spirit Immortal Palace, attracted by its new status. After all, who wouldn't want their child to become a disciple of a second-class holy land? Son, although I'm not capable, I sold all our family assets to send you to Spirit Immortal Palace. Van seek sure to become a disciple, even if just a servant disciple. At the outer edge of the crowd, a Benny dressed in coarse clothing instructed his teenage son. Carter, don't worry. I'll do my best to become a disciple and ensure you live a better life. Prince, remember the Lord's instructions. Be careful inside Spirit Immortal Palace, and don't reveal your identity as the Crown Prince. Also, this storage ring contains some spirit stones. Use them to build connections with senior disciples or amens if possible. If one walked through the crowd, they would hear similar scenarios everywhere. Amens advising their young ones, and the young attendees giving themselves silent encouragement, hoping to become disciples of Spirit Immortal Palace. Chapter 183. Arrigo's Reluctance. Grand Hall of the Justinian Palace. Palace Fancister, it's time. Should we begin the recruitment ceremony? Solomon asked respectfully, addressing Michaela seated on the high throne. This time, Solomon was handling all aspects of the recruitment ceremony, and besides accepting disciples, the Justinian Palace also needed to recruit some administrative personnel. Apart from Michaela and Sheridan, there were only Solomon and 2 other amens who could handle important matters in the Justinian Palace. The number of Justinian Palace disciples was currently small, but after this recruitment ceremony, the manpower would definitely be insufficient. Let's begin. Yes. Solomon responded and exited. As for Michaela and the heads of various peaks, they remained in the hall since going out now wouldn't serve any purpose as there were several stages to the recruitment process. After leaving Snow Spirit Peak, Solomon flew straight toward the mountain gate. Though Justinian Palace resided on a snow-covered peak that didn't appear very large, the interior was extraordinarily vast. From an aerial view, Justinian Palace resembled a massive city due to the effects of the formation, which expanded the internal space. Even with his full power as a perfect immortal king, it took Solomon a few minutes to reach the mountain gate. Today, Solomon was especially delighted. Just a few months ago, he was a prisoner. Now, not only had he regained his freedom, but his cultivation had reached the peak of the Immortal King realm, and he was now the Grand Milton of Justinian Palace. Greetings, Grand Milton. Upon seeing Solomon arrive, the 4 disciples guarding the mountain gate quickly saluted. Open the gate? Yes, Grand Milton. The 4 disciples acknowledged, promptly pulling open the huge gates that had been shut for months. As the gates of Justinian Palace opened, a cacophony of voices filtered through. However, with the gate opening, the noises gradually quieted down, and those attending the recruitment ceremony felt a dense wave of spiritual energy rush toward them. This left everyone outside astonished. If just the leaked spiritual energy from within Justinian Palace was this rich, what kind of experience would they have cultivating inside? This solidified everyone's resolve to give their best performance and try to become disciples of Justinian Palace. This was indeed a rare opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Solomon, the current Grand Milton of Justinian Palace. Before the recruitment begins, I have 2 points to address. Firstly, any former disciples who have previously left Justinian Palace will not be accepted. Do not think you can pass unnoticed. Even if you manage to enter now, if discovered later, the penalty is death. Secondly, our first test involves evaluating one's heart and nature. I advise anyone harboring ill intentions toward Justinian Palace. If detected by the formation, your punishment will range from loss of cultivation to complete obliteration. I hope everyone remembers this. You may now enter the mountain gate in an orderly manner. If you pass this stage, you will be transported to the second test location. As Solomon finished speaking, he tossed a compass toward the gate. It emitted a bright light, then transformed into a shimmering portal. The compass Solomon threw wasn't simple. It was specially crafted by Bo at Michaela's order specifically for today's recruitment. Moreover, this formation could be used indefinitely, meaning any future individuals entering Justinian Palace with malicious intent would be detected by it. After completing these preparations, Solomon stepped aside to let the candidates enter. However, his words caused a stir among the crowd. Vancini faces displayed regret, anger, and frustration because they were former disciples or officials of Justinian Palace. Upon learning that Justinian Palace had destroyed Jediah Holy Land, re-established itself, and even risen to the status of a second-rank Holy Land, they naturally wanted to return. Yet, before they could even be evaluated, they were disqualified. Naturally, their faces turned ugly as they felt resentment towards Michaela. However, with Justinian Palace now a second-rank Holy Land, no matter how reluctant they felt, none dared to cause trouble and could only leave dejectedly. Not everyone left though. Some were particularly stubborn, including the former second Milton of Justinian Palace. Solomon, You were merely the 8th Milton of Justin Palace. Why don't you let us return? We've contributed so much to Justin Palace. At the time, even the Palace Vancestor fled. Couldn't we protect ourselves? Yes, and we did it to preserve Justin Palace's strength for revenge in the future. Led by the 2nd Milton, several former disciples chimed in agreement. They had gathered once Justin Palace announced its recruitment plans, but were kept out until now. When they finally arrived, they heard this unexpected news. Following the 2nd Milton's comments, those planning to leave stopped. With his lead, perhaps they might still have a chance to return. To preserve strength for revenge? So why did you loot the palace resources when fleeing? And where were you when the Palace Vancestor returned to rescue us? Or when Jediah Holy Land attacked Justin Palace? Now you have the audacity to say such things. The Palace Vancestor preserved strength to return and seek vengeance. You are cowards fleeing out of fear. This is an order from the Palace Vancestor. If you disagree, go see her. Whether you can survive afterward is up to you. Leave now, or you'll face consequences. Solomon didn't care about their past positions. Their betrayal sealed their fate. He wasn't afraid of trouble either. Michaela had given him permission to handle anyone causing disturbances. Now, Justin Palace feared no one. I'll certainly speak with the Palace Vancestor, but first, I need to teach you a lesson. Who do you think you are to become the Grand Milton of Justin Palace? Arrigo sneered and launched himself at Solomon, releasing his late-stage Immortal King aura, which instantly pressed down on everyone nearby, some even vomiting blood under the pressure. Causing trouble in Justin Palace means you're looking for death. Chapter 184. Killing Arrigo, the disciple recruitment begins. Solomon never thought Arrigo would dare to make a move here. He immediately became furious. There was no face left for anyone despite their shared surname. With a wave of his hand, Solomon sent those who had been knocked down away from the scene. In an instant, he vanished from his original spot and reappeared in front of Arrigo. As Arrigo looked on in horror, Solomon's palms swept towards him. At this moment, Arrigo's face was filled with both fear and disbelief. Although Solomon had previously been an Amon of Justin Palace, his cultivation back then was merely at the mid-Immortal King stage. How could he have reached full Immortal King in just a few months? However, no matter how much Arrigo doubted it, it couldn't change his fate. Solomon's palm strike was something he couldn't resist. With a loud bang, Arrigo was slapped away like a fly. Spit. Arrigo flew 100 meters before hitting the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to lift his head to look at Solomon. Oh, how is it possible? How could you be a full Immortal King? Swoosh. Arrigo's words caused a flurry of gasps among the crowd. Although everyone felt Solomon's aura was terrifying, they hadn't expected him to be a full Immortal King. Especially those who were originally disciples of Justin Palace knew about Solomon's previous cultivation. It was indeed at the mid-Immortal King stage. But Justin Palace had only been rebuilt for 3 months, and in these 3 months, Solomon had advanced from mid-Immortal King to full Immortal King. This left the disciples in awe. At that moment, they couldn't help but think, if they hadn't fled back then, would they have achieved such significant improvements as well? The Vancestor's abilities are far beyond your understanding. Since you dared to cause trouble at the gate of Justin Palace, die. Solomon didn't want to waste time talking to Arrigo. Today was the day of Justin Palace's disciple recruitment. He couldn't let Arrigo delay things. So, he coldly said and delivered a palm strike straight down onto Arrigo's crown, a sound resounding in everyone's ears. Arrigo's body slumped limply. Any objections? After killing Arrigo, Solomon didn't even spare him a second glance. Instead, he turned to the disciples again. Upon meeting Solomon's gaze, those who had been demanding to see Michaela lowered their heads in silence. Now scram, or I'll kill all of you. Boom. With Solomon's words, the former Justin Palace disciples scattered, fleeing hastily as if wishing they had more legs. Apologies for the interruption. Those who were injured can come to me for a healing pill. Rest assured, this won't affect your assessment. Solomon ignored the ones who left, knowing their paths would never intersect again. He addressed those who came for the examination. Those who were injured by Arrigo's aura initially thought they wouldn't have another chance to join Justin Palace, but hearing Solomon's offer brought them great joy as they approached him. Meanwhile, those who were unharmed walked towards the illusory gateway, not deterred by what had happened. Instead, it strengthened their desire to join Justin Palace. Firstly, Justin Palace was now a second-rank sacred ground, the only one in Wuling region. Joining Justin Palace meant their future cultivation would be smooth sailing. Secondly, they looked down on cowards like Arrigo, who fled during Justin Palace's conflict with Jediah's sacred ground and never returned to help. Now, when benefits appeared, they wanted to return to Justin Palace. Such things did not exist. And Arrigo daring to disrupt the entrance ceremony. Wasn't he disgracing Justin Palace? Thus, Arrigo deserved his fate. Did they not see Solomon sparing the other disciples? The first round of tests, without malicious intent, was straightforward, a simple traversal through an array. It proceeded quickly. Perhaps because Solomon had killed Arrigo earlier, nothing else disrupted the process. Within a couple of hours, all the candidates entered the array. Justin Palace will also be recruiting management staff today. If you're interested, you can apply. However, there's a cultivation requirement, at least heavenly immortal level. Seeing no more disciples entering for assessment, Solomon addressed those still at the entrance. Some had brought their own disciples, while others were there for spectacle. Being Justin Palace's recruitment event, they naturally wanted to observe, even if they couldn't enter Justin Palace themselves. Upon hearing about this new opportunity, everyone rejoiced. But when they heard the requirement of being at the heavenly immortal level, sighs followed. Grand Milton, does your sect have a time limit for the recruitment of management personnel? Some quick-witted individuals saw another angle. They might not meet the criteria, but their clans or sects could. If time allowed, they would certainly send clan amons over, even for a position as low as an attendant in Justin Palace. I'm giving you 3 days. Solomon understood their thoughts and thus set a deadline. The recruitment wouldn't end soon, so giving them 3 days was acceptable. Moreover, with the array protecting the entrance, there was no risk from outsiders. Even if they entered Justin Palace within this period, they wouldn't handle anything important. Thank you, Grand Milton. Everyone bowed to Solomon, grateful for the 3-day grace period. At the heavenly immortal level, flying on swords was possible, enough time for clan amens to arrive. Those farther away would miss out, waiting for the next opportunity. After thanking Solomon, they took out communication jade pendants to inform family and friends. Meanwhile, those qualified for the management positions headed towards the illusory gateway. Solomon waited until no one else entered before instructing 4 disciples. You 4 stay here for 3 days. If anyone wishes to join our sacred ground, guide them inside. Arrangements will be made accordingly. Yes, Grand Milton. All right. Solomon acknowledged, stepping into the illusory gateway, arriving in a plaza. The candidates who entered Justin Palace for assessment were waiting there, including those applying for management roles. You've seen the heavenly staircase ahead. The second test is climbing it. Chapter 185. The second test, ascending the heavenly staircase. Grand Milton, does it mean we pass the test just by climbing the heavenly staircase? Solomon's words were followed by a question from a Doreen at the front, who looked to be around 15 or 16 years old. She was asking because this was her first time hearing about the heavenly staircase. Additionally, wasn't the Justin Palace's test too simple? Everyone thought it would have high requirements, but now they couldn't believe how easy it was. To these young men and women, the first test was like going through a formality. One only needed to pass through an array formation without any danger. Now, for the second test, they saw the steps when they were teleported here, thinking they led somewhere. It turned out to be used for the test. If merely climbing the staircase as mentioned by Solomon meant passing, wouldn't it be incredibly easy? Although Solomon called it the heavenly staircase, they estimated there were at most a few thousand steps. For them, reaching the top wouldn't be hard at all. The participants generally included young disciples from various families, with the youngest being 12 and the oldest about 15 or 16. There were also some who appeared to be in their 30s, mostly independent cultivators who had ascended from lower realms. But Justin Palace had a restriction that anyone ascending from lower realms must not exceed 10,000 years of age. Those older could not participate in the test. For the latecomers managing the Justin Palace, all possessing immortal realm strength and above, reaching the top of the staircase would naturally not be difficult. It's not that you simply need to climb the heavenly staircase to pass. The staircase has 10,000 steps, and on the heavenly staircase, there are restrictions. Apart from not being able to use cultivation abilities, you must endure gravitational force. In other words, once you start climbing the staircase, you become ordinary people, while also enduring the gravitational pressure of the staircase. The main purpose of the heavenly staircase is to test your potential. Those below 500 steps will be eliminated. Between 500 to 1,000 can become servant disciples. Between 1,000 to 3,000, you may become outer sect disciples. Between 3,000 to 5,000, inner sect disciples. And between 5,000 to 8,000, you can be chosen as genuine lineage disciples by amens. Solomon announced the criteria for elimination and explained the status determined by the number of steps climbed. This status decided the resources they would receive in Justin Palace in the future. The higher the rank, the more resources one would gain, which would represent their future achievements. Grand Milton, what if someone reaches the top? Amidst the discussions among the young men and women, it was still the same Doreen who asked. Since the heavenly staircase had 10,000 steps, but Solomon only mentioned up to 8,000. As she asked, all discussions ceased as everyone looked at Solomon eagerly awaiting his answer. In everyone's minds, the highest status within a sect was being a genuine lineage disciple. So, what status would someone who reached the top attain? Haha, that's a good question. If someone truly reaches the top, they can join our Justin Palace's 10 Great Peaks. Remember, each peak master in our palace is an Empyrean Emperor. By joining the 10 Great Peaks, you'll receive direct guidance from an Empyrean Emperor. Whoosh. When Solomon finished speaking, all the disciples were excited. An Empyrean Emperor. If they could get personal guidance from one, it would undoubtedly be much better than becoming a genuine lineage disciple, since even Justin Palace's amens only had the strength of Empyrean Emperors. Who wouldn't want to follow an Empyrean Emperor over an Empyrean King? After listening to Solomon, everyone encouraged themselves to reach the top of the heavenly staircase and enter the 10 Great Peaks. Now I announce, the second stage of the recruitment begins. Seeing everyone eager, Solomon laughed and declared the start of the second test. Their current excitement would soon turn into humiliation, as the heavenly staircase was far from simple. Forget reaching the top. According to Solomon's estimate, someone making it as a genuine lineage disciple would already be quite impressive since they were only from the Wuling domain. Such geniuses capable of reaching the top likely wouldn't appear unless Justin Palace gained fame and influence throughout the divine immortal continent. Charge! I will definitely reach the top and enter the 10 Great Peaks. As soon as Solomon announced the start, a middle-aged youth rushed toward the staircase, sounding the charge for others who followed suit. Boom, boom, boom. Solomon couldn't help but smile wryly as he watched the youth rush towards the staircase at full speed. And indeed, as expected, the fastest runners were quickly forced to fall due to the pressure on the staircase. One unfortunate one hit his nose on the step while falling, blood covering his entire face instantly. The sudden incident frightened the followers who braked sharply, but since there were many more behind, another dozen or so people were pushed onto the staircase, suffering the same fate. Chaos ensued briefly. Everyone, please don't crowd. Take your time to adapt before moving up. This test allows you 3 days, giving ample time. The pressure increases 20-fold for every 100 steps after the first 500. Be cautious and know your limits. If you feel you've reached your limit, you can mentally command to leave. The heavenly staircase will form a jade token based on the number of steps you climbed. Vansirk the jade token with your blood and carve your name on it. This will be your identification in Justin Palace in the future. Seeing the chaos, Solomon stepped in to maintain order and explain the increasing pressure on the staircase. When the heavenly staircase appeared, everyone in Justin Palace had tried it, including Solomon and the 10 Peak Vancistors. The highest achiever was the Imelda from Wudong Peak. reaching step 8,432 before stopping. Solomon barely managed 6,900 steps. If judged purely by potential, Solomon wouldn't have become the Grand Milton of Justin and Palace. Only because of his loyalty did he become the Grand Milton. Cultivator's potential ranges from 1st class to 10th class, with 10th class being the best. The heavenly staircase perfectly reflects this, with each 1,000 steps representing a class level. Potential represents future achievements, while talent represents cultivation speed and breakthrough pace. Someone might break through after a year of cultivation, while another might not break through even after a decade, due to different talents. Of course, normal cultivation doesn't account for the use of elixirs or treasures. Even with elixirs, one's potential sets a limit. Beyond this limit, no amount of elixir would help. Therefore, this time, Justin and Palace prioritized potential over talent. Chapter 186, Why It Appears. The Spirit Immortal Palace has abundant resources, allowing even those with mediocre talents to compensate using these resources. However, this still depends on individual potential. The reason why the Spirit Immortal Palace has this heavenly ladder is that Wyatt bought it from the system space. He had read many novels featuring such ladders, which inspired him to purchase one for the palace. After Solomon's reminder, the young men and women calmed down, realizing that if they lacked cultivation and had to endure 20 times their body weight, even becoming a lowly servant at the Spirit Immortal Palace would be challenging. The person who had rushed ahead initially started climbing slowly after adjusting to the increased gravity, as did the others carefully. Everyone was wary of moving too quickly, fearing they might not adapt to the sudden change in gravity and embarrass themselves. Despite this, there were exceptions. Some adapted quickly and accelerated their climb. As time passed, some reached the 500th step, while others hadn't even started. The number of participants was quite large, this being the first second-class Holy Land in the Wuling domain. Almost all young men and women had come. Though the heavenly ladder was wide, it couldn't accommodate 10,000 people simultaneously, so naturally, some moved faster than others. However, as those who reached the 500th step continued upward, they displayed a wry smile. The gravity had started increasing. While it only doubled now, every additional 100 steps added another fold of gravity. By the time they reached the 1,000th step, they would have to bear 25 times their body weight. To reach the top, where each 1,000 steps added 10 times the gravity, they would need to endure 115 times their body weight. But the primary function of the heavenly ladder wasn't just gravity. It was also a test of potential. As cultivators, even without cultivation power, they still possessed immortal bodies. Vansony could handle over 100 times their weight, but what truly restricted them was potential. Even Solomon, a perfect fairy king, couldn't ascend beyond 6,000 steps due to his limited potential. Once those disciples are done, you can also give it a try. If your potential is good, you might secure an outer sect Milton position. Solomon glanced at the struggling youths and then turned to the exam administrators. According to Michaela's intention, recruiting these individuals was mainly for managing the outer sect. Higher cultivation meant a better chance of becoming an Amen. However, if someone showed great potential, even lower cultivation wouldn't matter. Do thank the great Milton. The dozen or so people hurriedly bowed to Solomon, appreciating that he gave them an opportunity. Suddenly, two figures, one large, one small, appeared at the back of the crowd. It was Wyatt with his daughter. Your subordinate greets your Imperial Majesty, little Imperial Lord. Seeing Wyatt approach, Solomon hurried forward to bow. He hadn't expected Wyatt to be here. Miltonly, please don't be overly formal. How's the event going? Imperial Majesty, everything is progressing smoothly. There was a minor incident at the gate earlier when former Spirit Immortal Palace members tried to cause trouble, but I handled it. Good. Wyatt nodded and looked up at the ladder. Some were already past the 1,000th step, while most were already climbing. Because many had reached their limit and descended, those who didn't make it past the 500th step were eliminated. Carterdy, why are all these people climbing the stairs? Desiree asked curiously. There was nothing interesting on the ladder. Why did everyone look so strained? It's called the potential ladder. It tests how much potential a person has. These people are taking an examination to join our Spirit Immortal Palace. Only those who reach the 500th step can become disciples. Do you want to try it, Danielle? Wyatt picked up his daughter to explain, curious about her potential. No. It looks boring, Carterdy. Didn't you see how hard they're working? What if I get my dress wet? They all look sweaty. Unless there's something fun up there, I don't want to go. How about we race to see who reaches the top first? The winner gets one wish. Wyatt wanted to know his daughter's potential and was curious about his own, especially since his current invincibility was granted by the system. What kind of wish can I have? The little Doreen blinked, intrigued by the idea. As long as it's reasonable. I'll do it. After thinking for a moment, Desiree agreed. It was a rare opportunity. Haha, let's go. Laughing heartily, Wyatt carried Desiree toward the ladder. Solomon, left behind, sent a message to Michaela. After Solomon finished messaging, the dozen administrators came over, curious about Wyatt's identity. From Solomon's respect, Wyatt seemed to be high-ranking in the Spirit Immortal Palace. Great Milton, who was that just now? #### translation notes. Vance maintained the original paragraph structure and line breaks. Used English names for characters, e.g., Wyatt. Ensured natural and fluent language throughout. Preserved the original tone and style. Chapter 187, A Bud Daughter Competition. Although they had seen Solomon bow to Wyatt just now, because this was the territory of the Spirit Immortal Palace and they were standing quite far away, they did not dare to eavesdrop. So, they did not know Wyatt's identity clearly. However, within the Spirit Immortal Palace, apart from Palace Vancestor Michaela, only one of the 10 Immortal Emperors could receive such respectful greetings from Grand Milton Solomon. Therefore, they guessed that Wyatt must be one of the 10 Immortal Emperors, but they didn't know which one. Now, as they considered themselves part of the Spirit Immortal Palace, it was natural for them to want to meet its prominent figures. You must remember, the person you saw just now is our Imperial Venerable of the Spirit Immortal Palace, and the little Doreen is the daughter of our Palace Vancestor. What? They originally thought Wyatt was one of the 10 immortal emperors. After hearing Solomon's words, they were astonished, not expecting Wyatt's status to be so exalted. Palace ancestor Michaela's title is Fairy Immortal Emperor, and since Solomon called Wyatt Imperial Venerable, he must be Michaela's husband. No wonder Solomon showed such respect earlier. It turned out Wyatt was the Imperial Venerable of the Spirit Immortal Palace. Moreover, rumors in the Wuling realm suggested that the reconstruction of the Spirit Immortal Palace was due to Michaela finding a great backer. It made sense that Michaela's backer was Wyatt, although they still didn't know what his exact background was. How could he rebuild an already destroyed sect so effortlessly? While they didn't know Wyatt's background, he must at least be from a first-class Holy Land or an everlasting family. Meanwhile, Wyatt had already brought his daughter to the foot of the heaven's staircase, both ready for the climb. The father and daughter exchanged glances, both smiling slightly. Faye, are you ready? I've been ready for a long time. Carter, let's start. Alright, then Carter will count down 3, 2, 1, and we'll begin. 3, 2, 1. As soon as Wyatt finished counting, the little Doreen dashed forward like an arrow released from a bowstring, with Wyatt doing the same. When Wyatt stepped on the first step of the staircase, he felt nothing unusual, as if he were walking normally. Looking at Desiree, she also seemed perfectly comfortable, leading Wyatt to deduce that her potential was at least 8th rank or higher. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to proceed so effortlessly. But Wyatt was also curious about his own potential. Without his system, Wyatt might not even have reached 1st rank potential, though this was uncertain, considering he was soul reincarnated into this body. His previous incarnation might have had good potential, but simply lacked cultivation techniques. As Wyatt and his daughter raced up the stairs, more than a dozen figures appeared at the bottom, the one Solomon had informed about Michaela and others. Michaela had heard about the father-daughter race and came out of curiosity, eager to see their potentials. Those accompanying Michaela included the 10 peak ancestors, even Sheridan, leaving only Michaela and her disciples who hadn't yet climbed the staircase. Shuling, do you think who will reach the top first between the father and daughter? Watching the rapidly moving pair, Sheridan asked curiously, as both were moving at the same speed. It's hard to say. If Fei Yong doesn't give Fei an advantage and both have equal potential, Fei Yong would probably win. Michaela gave a measured response. If both had similar potential and Wyatt wasn't letting his daughter win, he stood the best chance of winning. After all, Wyatt was an adult with longer legs, allowing him to leap 2 steps at once, whereas Desiree could not. You're right. But I think Fei Yong would likely give Fei a break, so they might end in a tie. Sheridan nodded, believing Wyatt wouldn't let Desiree lose. At this moment, Wyatt and his daughter had already surpassed most of the candidates, almost reaching 1st place. A matter of minutes away. Who were those people? Why can they walk so fast without feeling any pressure? On the 1000th step, a dozen individuals paused, watching the quickly retreating pair with astonishment. One of the young men asked another, dumbfounded. To reach this point was their limit, but seeing the rapid advancement of these two, they felt like they were on different staircases. Even the current fastest competitor, who was 1st place, did not move as effortlessly, cautiously inching along. These two had actually run up the steps. I don't know, but they'll definitely become inner disciples, possibly even true disciples. That little Doreen looks so young. Can you believe there are such prodigies in the Wuling realm, and 2 at once? Similar discussions echoed elsewhere, everyone amazed by the duo's performance. If not for experiencing the pressure firsthand, they might have suspected a trick, but with the immense pressure still weighing upon them, no one doubted it. Wyatt and his daughter had taken the lead, but their pace slowed down. This wasn't because they'd reached their limits, it was purely due to fatigue after running over 5,000 steps. Walking 5,000 steps under any conditions would exhaust anyone, let alone running. Carter, I'm so tired. Next time, Faye won't compete with you. My dress is drenched in sweat. The little Doreen walked at a normal pace, sounding rather dejected, realizing it was harder than she thought. Ahaha, you can't quit halfway through. Look at all those people admiring us. I know. I didn't say I wanted to give up. Carter, if I win, can you promise to fulfill 2 of my wishes? And if I win, will you agree to 2 of mine? Wyatt chuckled at his daughter's cleverness. She wanted extra rewards for her effort. Not really. If Carter wins, Faye will agree to 1 wish. But if Faye wins, Carter will have to grant 2. Are you scared of losing and that's why you can't agree, Carter? Chapter 188, a tie. The little Doreen tilted her head to look at her father, wearing an expression that clearly asked if he was afraid of losing. This instantly made Wyatt burst into laughter. This little one even tried to use psychological tactics on him now. Could it be that she had been pretending to be tired just to mislead him? But after some thought, Wyatt felt this was impossible. He himself was thoroughly exhausted. How could her stamina possibly exceed his? Carter, have you decided yet? All right, Carter agrees with you. Wyatt finally conceded, thinking that he wouldn't really lose to his daughter. Thank you, Carter. Kimberly will go up first then. Don't push yourself too hard and get tired, okay? Seeing Wyatt agree, Desiree giggled before she suddenly raced past him, climbing rapidly toward the top of the heavenly stairs under Wyatt's astonished gaze. Truly a cunning little thing. Wyatt couldn't help but shake his head, muttering softly to himself. He then hastened his pace as well. Tired or not, there was no way he'd lose to his daughter. At the very least, he needed to end in a tie, otherwise, how would he maintain authority over this little one in the future? Nobody knew what transpired between the father-daughter duo, but they all noticed their acceleration and could only wear bitter smiles. After both accelerated, they quickly climbed 6,000 steps, then 7,000, 8,000. At the 8,000th step, they paused for a moment. For about a quarter of an hour, the two simultaneously continued their ascent. As they reached 9,000, 9,500, their pace gradually slowed down. At this point, the little Doreen pulled out a handkerchief, wiping sweat anxiously while still keeping an eye on Wyatt, almost fearing he would reach the summit first. Similarly, Wyatt also watched the little Doreen closely. If she couldn't persist, he would instantly carry her away from here. However, what relieved Wyatt was that although the little Doreen was quite exhausted, she showed no other signs of discomfort, so reaching the peak shouldn't be a problem. F***CK, I'll never do something this tiring again, Wyatt grumbled to himself as he continued climbing. Had he known it would be so exhausting, he wouldn't have agreed to compete with his daughter. With Wyatt's complaint lingering, it took another half an hour for them to reach the summit. Upon reaching the peak, it seemed as though a cool breeze blew through them, sweeping away their fatigue. In addition, a beam of light enveloped both of them. When the light faded, they returned to their original state as if they hadn't climbed the heavenly stairs at all. The sweat vanished, wet clothes dried, and a faint fragrance filled the air. Both exchanged looks, then disappeared from the peak of the stairway. Hey, why are all of you here? When Wyatt and his daughter came down from the heavenly stairs, they discovered that Michaela and others were waiting. Wyatt asked in surprise, haven't we heard that someone wanted to compete with their own daughter? We just came to watch the fun. How did it go? Who won? Michaela rubbed her daughter's head and said, although everyone's cultivation was decent, the heavenly stairs were unique. Their divine souls couldn't detect their existence. Also, because they stood at a distance from the stairs and due to its immense height, they didn't see much when the father and daughter reached the peak, only knowing that both managed to ascend. Lorimi, Kimberly, and Carter tied. We both reached the peak at the same time. Seriously, Carter, you should have given me a chance. Desiree didn't wait for her father to answer, but blurted it out herself, then muttered a complaint about Wyatt, albeit very quietly. Everyone present had fairly high cultivation levels, so they all heard what Desiree said, causing them to smile subtly. You little brat, if Carter lost, I would have had to fulfill 2 conditions you set. If you want me to give you an advantage, what's the point of having a competition? Wyatt laughed as he tousled his daughter's hair. This Doreen was really getting carried away. Wife, it seems you haven't ascended the heavenly stairs either. How about you try to gauge your potential rank? Yeah, mommy should test it right away. Carter and I are both at 10 ranks. It would be best if mommy can compete with Grandmaster to see who reaches the peak first. If Lorimi or Grandmaster loses, they should promise Kimberly one condition. Lorimi, is that okay? Hearing her father's words, Desiree got interested again and suggested that her mother and grandfather compete, with the loser agreeing to her one condition. Her suggestion elicited a wave of laughter among everyone. Was she more excited about watching the competition or gaining the condition from the losers? Kimberly, what does our match have anything to do with you? Why would we promise you a condition if we lose? Sheridan lifted the little Doreen and pinched her chubby cheeks, genuinely curious to hear what she would say. Because Kimberly can be your referee. Shouldn't you reward Kimberly a bit? Hee. That Kimberly knows how to be a referee indeed. You should get something out of it. But Grandmaster is too old and doesn't wish to endure this hardship. Tell Grandmaster what you want, and I will satisfy your wish. To Sheridan, knowing what rank she was didn't matter much. After all, her current cultivation level satisfied her immensely. At the same time, Sheridan was also worried. If her potential turned out poor, wouldn't that be embarrassing in front of everyone? It might be manageable with just their group, but since it was Justin and Palace's recruitment evaluation, over 10,000 people were watching. If her potential was subpar, how could she face managing those disciples in the future? So, Sheridan didn't want to climb the heavenly stairs at that moment. If necessary, she'd find a time when no one else was around. Kimberly, Lorimi is also scared of being tired, so I won't climb the heavenly stairs. Michaela also voiced her thoughts. Her concerns mirrored Sheridan's, especially as she was the palace master of Justin and Palace. If her potential turned out to be weak, it would be quite humiliating. Lorimi and Grandmaster aren't as brave as Kimberly. Kimberly wasn't afraid of being tired and still climbed the heavenly stairs. Upon hearing that neither her mother nor grandmother wanted to climb, the little Doreen pouted, disappointed to miss her chance as a referee. Look, someone has climbed past 5,000 steps. Not bad at all. At that moment, Wyatt looked up at the heavenly stairs where a teenager around 14 or 15 years old stood at the 5,000 step. However, from the tremors in the youth's body, Wyatt guessed that this was probably his limit, likely not exceeding 5,010 steps. Chapter 189. Michaela seeks assistance. The dozen-odd people present looked up at the heavenly stairs upon hearing Kin's words. Indeed, they saw Aiden on the 5,000 step. Not bad, not bad. Finally a true disciple has emerged. Solomon's face showed a trace of joy because anyone who could climb to the 5,000th step could become a true disciple. Today was only the first day, and already one true disciple had appeared. If several more emerged, it would indeed be fortunate, for both the Justin and Palace and the disciples. Palace Vancestor, look, another dark horse has appeared. Just as Solomon was musing over this, he suddenly noticed a prominent figure on the heavenly stairs. This person was climbing much faster than everyone else. In just about the time it takes to finish a cup of tea, he had climbed beyond 3,000 steps, with no sign of slowing down. This speed wasn't much slower than Kin's when he climbed the heavenly stairs. If this continued, this person might have the potential of being ranked 8th grade or higher. And the youth's impressive performance seemed to spur others on. As he quickly ascended, more than 10 figures started climbing rapidly from behind, though they were slightly slower than the youth. These people all began at the 3,000th step. They were likely adapting to the weight of the heavenly stairs before they started putting in real effort, Kin noted, having observed that many participants had been resting on the steps earlier during his own climb. Tens of thousands had come to participate in the examination, so it was normal for a few 6th or 7th grade potentials to appear. Kin couldn't tell their exact grade. After all, the difference between each grade was significant. Some might reach step 5,999 but never make it to 6,000, which was entirely possible. Palace Vancestor, those dozen-odd people should be able to become true disciples without any problem. But we currently only have 3 of us at the Justin and Palace, me, Noah, and another. If there really are over a dozen true disciples, will all 3 of us take them as apprentices? Solomon sounded uncertain. After all, the Justin and Palace was indeed short on management. There were only 3 Amens, and the Divine Phoenixes were peak masters, managing their respective mountains. As for other matters within the Justin and Palace, the 10 peak Vancestors didn't concern themselves. Before opening the recruitment meeting, Solomon and the 2 others could manage. However, if this batch of disciples joined the Justin and Palace, Solomon and the two others would be too busy to cope. If I hire more disciples, things would get even more chaotic, Solomon added. Why are you looking at me like that, wife? Vansinaging the sect is not my forte. Ken replied somewhat in surprise. While Michaela had tasked him with recruiting administrators, the current candidates were clearly not qualified to be intersect amens. Michaela, for some reason, had started to rely on Ken for unsolvable problems, hence her glance toward him. Ken was equally surprised, knowing that he wouldn't be able to handle sect administration, even if he were capable. He preferred his comfortable life, signing in, walking his dog, taking care of the kids. Why trouble himself with administrative tasks? I'm not asking you to manage the sect. We have plenty of people in our courtyard. Let them assist as amens temporarily to help manage the sect. Michaela understood Ken's laid-back nature. He would never manage the sect. She only aimed to use the trustworthy people in their courtyard. Loyalty was guaranteed with Ken's people. Even if they lacked experience, Solomon and the others could guide them. Being an amen involved simple tasks, nothing too complicated. All right, you decide who to choose, just ensure they're stable individuals. Relieved that it wasn't his job, Ken agreed. As long as it didn't involve him directly, Michaela could do whatever she wished with the courtyard residents. Fine, then I'll go arrange it. Seeing Ken agree, Michaela and Sheridan returned to make arrangements. The 10 Peak Vancistors, noticing Michaela leave, also dispersed. Ken watched with his daughter for a while longer, but the little Doreen eventually got bored and left as well. Now only Solomon and a few disciples remained. Meanwhile, on the heavenly stairs, 3 people had already reached 7,000 steps, 8 had surpassed 6,000, and 2 were still on 5,000. Thousands lingered between 5,000 and 3,000 steps, while tens of thousands occupied the lower sections. About 20,000 were between 500 and 1,000 steps. The rest had been eliminated and were being guided away by Solomon's disciples. By evening, the second round was essentially over. Those still on the stairs wouldn't change much now. Outside, the night around Juzhou City was abuzz with activity, with numerous strong practitioners flying overhead towards the Justin Palace, aiming to enter the palace. Though the wilderness of the Xianling realm became perilous at night due to rampaging beasts, the urgency of the deadline forced travelers despite the dangers. Elsewhere, in the Xuanhuan domain, the largest domain in Jiaoxin continent, home to countless powerful entities and immortal families, a significant event was unfolding. In the Xianling realm, aside from sects, there were many families classified into inferior, intermediate, superior, overlord, and immortal families. Lesser-known hidden families existed as well, rarely surfacing. To qualify as an inferior family, a clan needed at least 10 spirit immortals. An intermediate family required 100 led by an immortal king. A superior family required 10 kings led by an immortal emperor. An overlord family needed 3 Bradley immortals and 10 emperors. An immortal family required at least 1 celestial venerable, at minimum mid-stage, to maintain its status. Chapter 190. The second challenge ends. In the Tianyuan region lies the first great forbidden zone of the immortal continent, the God-slaying chasm. This chasm is said to be a place where even gods will perish if they dare enter. There were once audacious experts who sought to explore it. More than 100 people entered, but only one person managed to escape. Even though someone did make it out, this expert fell into a coma immediately after emerging. It's rumored that this person has yet to regain consciousness and lives in a vegetative state. Ever since then, no one has dared enter the God-slaying chasm again. Outside the chasm exists a peculiar array. It cannot be observed with divine souls unless one stands directly before it. No one knows what lies at the bottom of the God-slaying chasm. The only person who knew has been comatose ever since, turning the God-slaying chasm into an enigma. Today, many experts from the Tianyuan region sensed a terrifying aura emanating from the direction of the God-slaying chasm. This caused panic throughout the entire region. Even those at the heavenly venerated realm felt an overwhelming sense of dread, as if something truly horrific was about to descend. Fortunately, the aura disappeared almost as quickly as it appeared. Pay respects to the palace lord. In a section of the Linjiang Sea, there was an unusual cluster of black fog. Within this mist lay a hidden palace complex. In the central palace, a cloaked figure bowed to the illusory silhouette seated on the throne. The headquarters received news that the Changji branch was annihilated. We have been instructed to investigate the cause and eliminate whoever wiped out our Changji branch. What? The Changji branch was obliterated? When did this happen? Didn't we have 3 heaven venerators stationed in Changji? The initially kneeling cloaked figure stood up in shock upon hearing this news, because this was the first time any branch had been reported destroyed. Although Changji was considered a fringe territory, the branch there possessed 3 heavenly venerators, making them practically the strongest force in the area. How could he not be shocked? The message came from headquarters, so it's reliable. As for when it happened, it probably didn't exceed a month ago. I will entrust you with this matter. If you can successfully complete the task, the Changji region will be under your charge in the future. Yes, Palace Lord. A trace of joy flashed across the cloaked figure's face. If Palace Lord put it like this, then he would be the head of Changji once he resolved the matter. However, reflecting on it, this assignment seemed far from ideal. The previous Changji branch included 3 heavenly venerators, with the branch leader being a mid-stage heavenly venerator. Given their unique cultivation techniques, even late-stage heavenly venerators wouldn't stand a chance. Since the branch was eradicated without anyone realizing, it likely happened in an instant, before they could even send a distress signal. What kind of power could accomplish this? At least 3 peak heavenly venerators would need to cooperate unless he himself was also a peak heavenly venerator. But could he possibly deal with such a situation? Would he end up dead too? Go. You should be cautious. Whoever obliterated one of our branches isn't someone to take lightly. Yes. The cloaked figure acknowledged and vanished from the hall. Following his departure, the illusory silhouette on the throne also disappeared. Gentlemen and ladies, all you need to do is pass through the formation at the entrance gate, and arrangements will be made for you. At the entrance of Justin Palace, over 20 figures had gathered. These were participants who had come from various states over the past 3 days to join the management personnel evaluation. Thank you. All the gathered figures bowed respectfully to the 4 disciples present. Despite the likelihood of becoming officials or amens of Justin and Palace, they still treated the disciples courteously due to the recent incident involving the execution of a celestial king by the senior amen. Meanwhile, in the Tian Ladder Square of Justin and Palace, all examination participants had gathered. A total of 87,365 remained after passing the second challenge. 14 qualified as core disciples, one more than before, just meeting the criteria. The Dorian who reached step 5001 impressed many, earning her recognition. 7,034 met the inner disciple requirements, 54,362 became outer disciples, while 25,955 became miscellaneous disciples. Ladies and gentlemen, you've made it this far, and you are now officially disciples of our Justin and Palace. But there's one last challenge. The third challenge is a combat trial. You see that transmission array over there? It transports you to a secret realm. For this final test, you must enter the secret realm and hunt demon beasts. This phase lasts 1 month, during which your identity jade tokens will record every beast killed. A demonic beast at the human immortal level is worth 10 points, a demi-immortal beast 50, a true immortal beast 100, and if you manage to kill a heavenly immortal beast, you earn 500 points per beast. Upon entering the secret realm, each of you will receive a jade pendant. Should you encounter mortal danger, shatter the pendant to be teleported out, signaling the end of your third challenge. I advise you to act within your capabilities and avoid pursuing demons beyond your strength. Although your standing in the sect is set, the top 10 scorers will receive rewards. The champion wins a celestial king weapon. Wow. Solomon's words excited everyone. They hadn't expected rewards for the trial, especially a celestial king weapon for first place. Weapons in the spirit realm are ranked from ordinary celestial weapons, true celestial weapons, celestial king weapons, to heavenly venerable weapons. Typically, most use ordinary celestial weapons unless exceptional circumstances apply. True celestial weapons are owned by factions above 6th rank, while celestial king weapons belong to 1st rank forces. Justin and Palace offering a celestial king weapon as a prize showed its rarity. If they won this weapon, they would become unrivaled in their realm. Hashtag chapter 191. Michaela consumes the illusion dragon divine fruit. Everyone clear on the instructions? Seeing the discussions gradually subside, Solomon asked everyone. He understood their surprise. Even in his previous life, he hadn't used immortal king tier artifacts. But now things were different. Even if given an immortal king tier artifact, Solomon wouldn't bother with it anymore because he was now using venerable tier artifacts, and a complete set of them at that. All set. Then let's begin. Remember, inside the mystic realm, mutual slaughter is strictly prohibited. Violators will be expelled from the spirit immortal palace. Solomon nodded and declared the commencement. He had said all he needed to say. What results they would achieve depended on themselves. With Solomon's announcement, all the disciples headed toward the mystic realm teleportation array, disappearing one by one without looking back. Once all the disciples entered the mystic realm, Solomon waved his hand, releasing a wave of power. As Solomon's power spread, a projection appeared above the square, displaying scenes from the testing mystic realm. From this projection, every disciple inside could be clearly seen, along with their battles against beast monsters. This was to better observe each disciple's strength. It allowed for targeted cultivation based on their strengths. After the scene appeared in the sky, many more disciples gathered in the square. Michaela also brought a group of people over. Apart from the 10 peak Vancistors, there were over a dozen inner sect amens and several outer sect enforcers. Apart from Solomon and his 2 companions, Michaela had recruited 13 more inner sect amens during these past 2 days. They were all from Schwelling Peak, former subordinates of Wyatt. 8 were from the Heavenly Dragon clan, and 5 others were plant beings. During these 2 days, Michaela had arranged for someone to teach them the basics, enough to handle current situations temporarily. Today, another batch would be coming for evaluation, and everything regarding both outer and inner sect matters had been well arranged. Palace Lord, you're here. How's everything going? Palace Lord, the evaluation just started. There are already 20 candidates being assessed by our administrators. Would you like to meet them? No need. I've come to introduce them to you. Explain to them what they'll be responsible for from now on. For those being evaluated, once they qualify to join our Spirit Immortal Palace, make sure to thoroughly check their backgrounds. Yes, Palace Lord. Leave it to you then. I'll return in a month. Michaela's main purpose was to bring the inner sect amens for Solomon to assign tasks to them. Since the third trial would last a month, she wasn't going to wait around. After briefing Solomon, Michaela returned to the Spirit Immortal Palace, just as Wyatt came out of his room. Wife, done with your business? Pretty much. The third trial for the disciples has begun and will take about a month. No urgent matters right now. That's perfect. A few days ago, I obtained a divine fruit which should help you boost your cultivation. I estimate it might even help you break through to mid-venerable. Michaela. Feiyong, where did you get this divine fruit? And can my current level withstand its effects? Michaela asked hesitantly. She was only at the late Bradley Immortal stage, not even perfected. Wyatt actually wanted her to refine such a powerful fruit. Was she ready? Don't worry, honey. With me around, what do you fear? I'll help you refine the potency of the divine fruit. Moreover, this particular fruit's energy is quite gentle, so there shouldn't be any problems. All right then. Michaela thought for a moment and agreed. If Wyatt helped her refine the potency, it should indeed be fine, and she really cared about improving her cultivation. She knew about the incidents where Netherrealm intruders had infiltrated the palace and attempted to assassinate her daughter. Thanks to Wyatt and his team, the Spirit Immortal Palace's disciples hadn't suffered worse fates. Had she been at the venerable stage, she would have detected the intruders sooner. Now, presented with such an opportunity, she didn't want to pass it up. Come, let's go back to our room. Wyatt turned back toward their quarters. Michaela followed without hesitation. Wyatt cast a barrier outside the door to prevent interruptions, especially since a breakthrough could be easily disturbed. Wife, This is the Illusion Dragon Divine Fruit. Its primary function is to enhance cultivation. Once you consume it, I'll help you refine its potency. But your current level isn't high enough to absorb much of the energy. So I'll seal half of it within you, while the other half should suffice for you to break through to mid-venerable. As you gradually refine the stored energy, you should reach perfection level venerable within a year. Wyatt handed over the Illusion Dragon Divine Fruit, which showed a mix of green and red colors, appearing not entirely ripe. It was small, similar to a pear. Upon closer inspection, a celestial dragon seemed to be wandering across its surface. Okay. Michaela took the fruit, examining it before eating it gracefully. Wyatt watched quietly, but once she realized his gaze, she quickly swallowed the entire fruit. Next, Michaela sat cross-legged, with Wyatt sitting behind her, his palm pressing against her back to help her refine the potency of the Illusion Dragon Divine Fruit. Given Wyatt's supreme strength, refining the Divine Fruit's energy was easy. Within minutes, he refined the potency, sealing half within her body before withdrawing his hand. The rest could be absorbed by herself. However, Wyatt stayed to guard her, anticipating any unexpected issues during her breakthrough. Indeed, the Illusion Dragon Divine Fruit lived up to its name. After Wyatt helped refine its energy, Michaela broke through to perfected Bradley Immortal within an hour. Strangely, her face flushed slightly and her expression seemed unnatural. Wyatt was puzzled but didn't give it much thought, attributing it to the potency of the fruit. Still, he kept a close eye on her. If anything went wrong, he'd act immediately. Unbeknownst to him, Michaela felt increasingly uncomfortable. As she absorbed the energy and broke through to perfected Bradley Immortal, her body began heating up. Initially, she attributed it to the intense energy of the fruit, paying it little mind. But as she absorbed more energy, the heat grew more intense. For some reason, Michaela felt a sense of familiarity. Chapter 192, Acceptance. System, what's wrong with my wife? Is it because your illusory dragon fruit has expired? Heston watched as Michaela's face grew increasingly flushed, her body trembling slightly as if enduring some unspeakable pain. Finally realizing something was amiss, he couldn't help but ask the system. Weren't we told that consuming the illusory dragon fruit wouldn't be dangerous? So why is Michaela in this state now? Though Heston possessed unmatched strength, he had only recently embarked on his cultivation journey. He was largely unaware of issues related to cultivation and the matters one should pay attention to during breakthroughs. Host, please rest assured. Nikki will be fine. This is merely a minor side effect. Heston. It's not like that. How could you not tell me that the illusory dragon fruit has side effects? Heston was left speechless by the system's response. Offering him something with after effects as a reward seemed intentionally harmful. Host, but you didn't ask either. Heston. System, what exactly do you mean by side effect? Seeing Michaela appear even more uncomfortable, Heston hesitantly asked. It seemed Michaela's condition was worsening. Host, you should know that the dragon race has a natural inclination towards carnal pleasures. The conditions for the formation of the illusory dragon fruit are unique. It can only form in places where dragons mate. Therefore, the illusory dragon fruit carries a trace of the dragon's nature. By becoming intimately connected with Nikki, host, you can naturally alleviate this side effect. Moreover, it may bring unexpected benefits. F***ku system, you tricked me. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Heston's expression changed drastically. He wanted to pull the system out of his body and beat it up. Although Heston had always been trying to consummate their marriage with Michaela, not under these circumstances. Anyone who knew would realize he was being tricked by the system, while those who didn't might think he drugged Michaela. This would only deepen her misunderstanding of him. Thinking of this made Heston's head ache. Was he going to relive the events from 10 years ago? Host, I don't have a sister. And don't use foul language. Rest assured, this system will automatically go offline and won't peak. Heston. Heston almost choked on his own blood. The system truly annoyed him. But clearly, this wasn't the time for such thoughts. Michaela's condition was worsening. Never mind, let me try to seal the effects of the fruit, and see if that works. Not wanting to do anything in such a state, Heston prepared to help Michaela seal the fruit's effects. As he extended his trembling hand toward her back, she shuddered when his hand touched her body. Michaela, seemingly at her limit, opened her eyes upon contact. Then, she shakily stood up, turned around, and looked at Heston. Her eyes showed confusion, anger, but mostly bewilderment. Honey, hear me out. This isn't what you think. I just found out about the side effects of the illusory dragon fruit too. But don't worry, I'll seal the fruit's effects right now. Heston felt extremely uneasy, like someone caught doing something wrong. His words were disorganized. Just as Heston was about to reach out again, Michaela suddenly hugged him tightly, causing both of them to fall onto the bed. The sun rose over the horizon. By the time the couple woke up the next morning, Michaela stared at Heston fixedly, while he hung his head like a child who had done something wrong. Is there nothing you want to explain? After a long pause, Michaela's voice came through, tinged with frustration but mostly resignation. Though Heston had explained before, Michaela still wanted him to acknowledge it. She felt helpless inside. 10 years ago, this man had caused her ruin. 10 years later, here they were again. It was as if he was sent by fate to torment her. Wife, I didn't know the illusory dragon fruit had side effects. This time, it was my mistake. But we are already husband and wife. Isn't it normal for such things to happen? Besides, I sought this treasure to help you enhance your cultivation. Do you really have an excuse for everything? Michaela was exasperated. If she hadn't known she couldn't defeat him, she would have definitely lashed out at him. This isn't about excuses. This is purely an accident. And feel your cultivation. It's broken through to late Tianzuan realm. Also, didn't you previously have the ice spirit body? Now it has evolved into the frost god body. Yeah, so should I thank you? My dear husband. Michaela laughed in spite of herself. Resigned, she realized Heston had indeed done much for her. When he saved Sheridan, she had already accepted him. But saying such things herself was difficult, so she had delayed it until now. With the current situation, Michaela no longer wanted to argue. And with their 6-year-old daughter, how could she escape his grasp? It was just a matter of time. Don't need to, wife. Since your cultivation just broke through, you should consolidate your realm first. I'll check on our daughter. Hearing Michaela call him husband, Heston was elated. They had agreed long ago that once Michaela called him that, it meant she had accepted him. Heston couldn't be happier. However, since Michaela had just advanced multiple realms, consolidating was crucial. Moreover, they hadn't left their room in a day and night. Heston worried their little Doreen might cause trouble if she couldn't find them. Get lost. Yes, ma'am. Heston responded cheekily before heading out. After walking a few steps, he turned back and quickly kissed Michaela on the cheek, leaving her startled. It took a while for her to recover, shaking her head resignedly as she began to consolidate her new realm. Meanwhile, after exiting the room, Heston's divine consciousness swept across Snow Spirit Peak, quickly finding their daughter in Amador's courtyard. Didn't expect this little Doreen to be so well behaved today. There, Muff Danielle was listening intently as Amador taught her about cultivation. Translation completed according to provided guidelines. Chapter 193. The evaluation ends, rewards begin. Wyatt did not disturb his daughter again. After all, it was rare for the little Doreen to be so obedient and willing to study today. If he went out to look for her now, she would definitely lose her focus on studying. Wyatt's figure vanished from where he stood and reappeared at the Heavenly Ladder Plaza, simultaneously completing his daily check-in. Host successfully checked in. Congratulations, host. You have received the innate Yin-Yang divine art. Wyatt's eyes lit up with joy. Yesterday, due to the illusory dragon god fruit, Michaela's spirit body had transformed into a divine body. Today's check-in reward was a cultivation technique. Given the system's usual pattern, this technique should be suitable for Michaela's cultivation. Wyatt reviewed the technique in his mind and found that it matched his expectations. The innate Yin-Yang divine art was indeed suitable for Michaela's divine body to cultivate. Moreover, the innate Yin-Yang divine art had another special effect. When two people practiced dual cultivation, it could accelerate their cultivation speed. I'll try it out tonight. Wyatt muttered to himself, planning to teach Michaela the technique and then test its special effects later that evening. Emperor Solomon and others noticed Wyatt's arrival and promptly invited him over. A platform had been set up on the square, with the Amens of the Justinan Palace seated on it. Below the platform were the disciples of the Justinan Palace. Additionally, representatives from the 3 major holy lands of the Wuling domain were present, led by their respective Ernans, along with their forefathers, Amens, and core disciples. Have they all completed the third trial? Your Majesty, the third trial has been ongoing for 3 days now. So far, no disciples have been teleported out, which means things are going well overall. Good. Wyatt nodded, glanced into the mystical realm, and noted that the disciples were performing well. However, after a short while, he grew bored and left after chatting briefly with Solomon. Over the following days, Wyatt either accompanied his wife in cultivation, visited the square, or took his daughter hunting. A month passed quickly, and today was the final day of the trials. By now, almost everyone in the Justinan Palace had gathered in the square. Vancini of the tested disciples had emerged, but several dozen remained inside the mystical realm. These were the strongest among the candidates. By noon, the mystical realm closed, and all remaining disciples were teleported out. Solomon approached them. The Justinan Palace's recruitment examination has concluded successfully. We will now announce the results of the third trial. Please look at the main screen. The top 10 candidates are invited to step forward for their rewards. Solomon pointed to the screen, and everyone turned to see the names and scores of the top 10. The G-Fund they earned by slaying monsters in the mystical realm were recorded on their identity tokens. After the trials ended, the system automatically tallied the top 10 highest scores. Whoa, who is this Duncan? He's so powerful. I only got a measly 1,000 points, while he scored 23,000. What a huge gap. At least you have over 1,000 points. I barely managed 520 points. You've got more than double my score. You can't be serious. I thought I had the lowest score, but there are people even lower than me. At least I'm not last place. Ah, what bad luck. I ran into a pair of true immortal grade beasts shortly after entering the mystical realm. If I hadn't reacted fast enough, I would have died in there. The disciple who scored just over 500 points lamented, genuinely regretting his misfortune. Despite being at the peak of the Earth Immortal stage, he had encountered 2 true immortals together and barely escaped by destroying his jade token. Similar discussions abounded, centered around Duncan, who topped the third trial with 23,720 points. His score was nearly 10,000 points higher than the second place, which caused much surprise. Lawrence, after Solomon spoke, 7 men and 3 women, 10 in total, stepped onto the platform. They were the top 10 candidates from the third trial. We will now present the rewards. In 10th place, Dong Ming with 7,250 points, receiving 10 Earth Spirit Pills. Thank you, Milton. Aiden hurriedly accepted the jade bottle, bowed gratefully to Solomon, and felt thrilled. Initially, he had feared there wouldn't be a significant reward for 10th place, but 10 Earth Spirit Pills was a pleasant surprise. Earth Spirit Pills are second-grade immortal pills that accelerate cultivation. Being at the initial Earth Immortal stage, these pills would help him advance more rapidly. Work hard. In 9th place, Chun Van Senyuan with 7,560 points, receiving 10 Earth Spirit Pills and 1 million Immortal Stones. In 8th place, Zhong Ming with 7,882 points, receiving 10 Earth Spirit Pills and 2 million Immortal Stones. In 3rd place, Maribel with 9,990 points, receiving 10 Earth Spirit Pills, 10 million Immortal Stones, and a low-grade True Immortal Artifact. Here are 3 low-grade True Immortal Artifacts. Please choose the one you need. After handing Maribel the pills and stones, Solomon presented her with 3 true immortal artifacts, a weapon, armor, and a soul treasure, and allowed her to pick one. From 10th to 4th place, the rewards were mainly pills and stones. Only the top 3 received immortal artifacts. Milton, I'll choose the soul treasure. Maribel chose the soul treasure without hesitation because, as far as she knew, there were no soul treasures in the entire Wuling domain. Protecting one's soul was paramount for cultivators, as injuries to the soul could lead to permanent damage, whereas physical injuries were easier to heal. Maribel couldn't believe the Justinan Palace possessed a soul treasure, let alone offering it as a reward. She already had a celestial sword and didn't need new armor, which could be purchased anytime with the 10 million immortal stones. In the Wuling domain, an immortal-grade armor might cost a few million stones, but soul-related treasures were extremely rare. Even if available, obtaining one wasn't simply a matter of money. If word got out that she had a low-grade true immortal soul treasure, people would likely pay hundreds of millions for it. As Maribel made her choice, everyone was shocked. They never imagined the Justinan Palace would be so generous, rewarding a soul treasure to a disciple. Especially representatives from the other 3 holy lands were impressed, understanding the value of soul treasures better than anyone. They wished they could join the Justinan Palace immediately. A hint of joy flickered across Wyatt's eyes. Yesterday, due to the Phantasm Dragon God Fruit incident, Michaela's spirit body had transformed into a divine body. Today's check-in reward was a cultivation technique, which, given the system's usual style, should be suitable for Michaela to practice. Wyatt also reviewed the technique in his mind. Sure enough, the innate yin-yang divine art was indeed suitable for Michaela's divine body. Moreover, this technique had another special effect. When 2 people cultivated together, it could accelerate their cultivation speed. Note: for better fluency and consistency, Shantan yin-yang divine art is translated as innate yin-yang divine art. I'll try it tonight. Wyatt muttered to himself, preparing to teach Michaela the technique and test its special effect later. Emperor venerated. Wyatt's presence naturally caught Solomon's attention, who hurriedly invited him over. By then, a high platform had already been set up in the plaza. The Amens of Justinan Palace were seated on the platform, while the disciples of Justinan Palace were gathered below. Additionally, representatives from the 3 great holy grounds of Wuling domain had arrived, led by their Ernons along with their respective ancestors and Amens, as well as some core disciples. Are they all through the 3rd stage? Your Excellency, the 3rd stage has been ongoing for 3 days, and no disciple has been transported out yet. Overall, things are going well. Good. Wyatt nodded and glanced into the mystical realm, noting that the disciples were doing quite well. However, after watching for a bit, he found it boring. After chatting briefly with Solomon, he left. Over the following days, Wyatt alternated between accompanying his wife in cultivation, strolling around the plaza, or taking his daughter hunting. Thus, 1 month quickly passed, and today marked the final day of the evaluation. Most people in Justinan Palace had gathered in the plaza by now. Vancini of the evaluating disciples had emerged, but there were still dozens inside the Mystic Realm, the most capable candidates. By noon, the Mystic Realm closed, and those still inside were teleported out. Solomon approached these disciples. The Justinan Palace recruitment evaluation is now officially complete. We will now announce your scores for the 3rd stage. Please look at the main screen. The top 10 disciples should come up on stage for your rewards. Solomon pointed towards the large screen, where only 10 names and their scores appeared. The points they had earned by killing demons within the Mystic Realm were all recorded on their identity tokens, and the system automatically tallied the top 10 highest scorers at the end of the evaluation. Wow, who is Duncan? He's so impressive. I only scored a meager 1,000 points, while he got 23,000. What a huge difference. At least you scored more than 1,000 points. I only managed 520 points. You scored twice as much as me. Really? I thought I had the lowest score, but apparently not. Lucky I'm not the last one. Damn, all because of my bad luck. I encountered a pair of full immortal stage demonic beasts within a few days of entering the Mystic Realm. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I'd have died in there. The disciple who scored 500 plus points sighed sadly, acknowledging his terrible luck. Initially, as a full Earth immortal cultivator, encountering true immortals shouldn't have forced him to leave. But unfortunately, he faced 2 full true immortal stage demonic beasts together, giving him no chance to escape, forcing him to shatter his jade token to be teleported out. Such discussions abounded among the crowd, centered on Duncan, who scored an astounding 23,720 points, over 10,000 more than the 2nd place scorer, causing everyone to marvel. Shortly after Solomon's announcement, 7 men and 3 women ascended the platform, one of whom was Duncan, the 1st place scorer. Now we will present the rewards. 10th place, Dong Ming, scores 7,250 points, rewarded with 10 Earth Spirit Pills. Thank you, Milton. Aiden swiftly approached, accepting the jade vial with excitement, bowing respectfully to Solomon. Initially, he hadn't expected much for 10th place, but receiving 10 Earth Spirit Pills was beyond his wildest dreams. Earth Spirit Pills belong to the 2nd rank Immortal Pills category, capable of accelerating cultivation speed. With this aid, he could advance faster in his cultivation. Keep up the hard work. 9th place, Chun Van Senyuan, scores 7,560 points, rewarded with 10 Earth Spirit Pills and 1 million Immortal Stones. 8th place, Zhong Ming, scores 7,882 points, rewarded with 10 Earth Spirit Pills and 2 million Immortal Stones. 3rd place, Maribel, scores 9,990 points, rewarded with 10 Earth Spirit Pills, 10 million Immortal Stones, and a low-grade True Immortal Artifact. These are 3 low-grade True Immortal Artifacts. Please choose one that suits your needs. Solomon handed Maribel the pills and Immortal Stones, then produced 3 artifacts for her to choose from: a weapon, armor, and a soul treasure. From 10th to 4th place, the rewards were primarily pills and Immortal Stones, but only the top 3 received Immortal Artifacts. Milton, I'll choose the soul treasure. Maribel chose without hesitation, knowing that soul treasures were extremely rare even within Wuling domain. Protecting one's soul was paramount for cultivators. Injuries to the physical body could heal, but soul damage could impair one's capabilities forever. She never imagined Justinan Palace would possess such treasures and offer them as rewards. It was truly extravagant. She already had an immortal sword, so she didn't need to change weapons anytime soon. As for armor, the million Immortal Stones granted her could easily buy new equipment. A piece of soul protection, however, was far more valuable. Even if someone learned she possessed a low-grade true immortal level soul treasure, they might pay tens of millions for it. As Maribel chose the soul treasure, everyone was astonished. No one expected Justin and Palace to be so generous as to offer soul treasures as rewards, especially the representatives from the other 3 holy grounds. They understood the value of soul treasures better than anyone. They now wished to join Justin and Palace themselves. Chapter 194. Astonishing rewards. Especially the 2 big shots from the Xuanhuan sect and the Lingyan Pavilion. If they had known earlier, they would have sent their own disciples to join the Spirit Immortal Palace. However, it was too late for regrets now. Second place goes to Arnold with 13,720 points, rewarded with 10 purple flame pills, 20 million spirit stones, and 1 superior true immortal artifact. Solomon ignored the shock of the others as he continued announcing the rewards for second place. In the past, he would have been equally shocked, but after these few months, he had become accustomed to it. Nowadays, every disciple and Aemon in the Spirit Immortal Palace started off with a set of true immortal artifacts at the very least. Milton, can I choose my true immortal artifact? Arnold took the pills and spirit stones nervously and asked Solomon, barely able to speak coherently. He didn't even care about the 10 purple flame pills. All he could think about were the soul treasures. While purple flame pills were also grade 2 immortal elixirs, their effects were even better than earth spirit pills. If earth spirit pills could accelerate cultivation by 1-fold, purple flame pills could triple it. Of course, which one will you choose? Solomon smiled and brought out 3 superior true immortal artifacts, a long sword, a suit of armor, and a tower-shaped treasure. Previously, Maribel had chosen a bell-like soul treasure, while this time Solomon presented a tower-shaped artifact. Milton, I choose the soul treasure. Arnold said excitedly. Only a fool wouldn't choose a soul treasure over weapons or armor. Take it. Thank you, Milton. Arnold quickly took the tower-shaped treasure and put it away, fearing someone might snatch it. No one mocked him for his actions. Instead, everyone envied him. Meanwhile, all eyes turned to the Aiden on the stage who hadn't yet received his reward. Earlier, Solomon had mentioned that the winner would receive an Immortal King artifact. Third place and second place both received soul treasures. What about first place? They couldn't guess easily, as Immortal King artifacts were far more precious than ordinary immortal artifacts or true immortal artifacts. There probably weren't any Immortal King level soul treasures. First place goes to Duncan with 23,720 points, rewarded with 10 Supreme Reverse Immortal Pills, 10 million medium-grade Spirit Stones, and 1 Immortal King artifact. Whoa! The audience of several thousand disciples collectively gasped, stunned by the rewards given to the first place winner. First and foremost was the Reverse Immortal Pill. Reverse Immortal Pills were a type of auxiliary elixir in the true spirit world that temporarily elevated the user's realm by a major level. The duration and side effects varied with the quality. Higher quality pills provided longer-lasting boosts and milder side effects. Elixirs ranged from grade 1 to grade 10, corresponding to 10 major cultivation realms. Besides their grade, each elixir also had a quality rating, from low to supreme. Supreme Reverse Immortal Pills could boost a cultivator by 1 major realm for the duration of an incense stick burn, 30 minutes, followed by a recovery period. 1 month for low grade, 15 days for medium grade, 10 days for high grade, and only 3 days for supreme grade. In life or death situations, this pill could change one's fate. These pills were rare in the Spirit Immortal world because one of the ingredients, the Immortal Reversal Grass, was relatively scarce. Moreover, 10 million medium-grade Spirit Stones were also a significant fortune. Spirit Stones were graded, with 1,000 low-grade stones equaling 100 medium-grade stones at a 10-to-1 ratio. Typically, no one would exchange medium-grade stones for low-grade ones. The highest quality mines in Wuling region produced only high-grade Spirit Stones. Now, Duncan receiving 10 million medium-grade Spirit Stones was equivalent to becoming fabulously wealthy in terms of low-grade stones. Finally, there was the Immortal King artifact. Solomon had only mentioned giving one artifact without specifying other rewards. So could Duncan choose his artifact as well? Little guy, do you want a soul treasure too? This time, Solomon preempted Duncan's question, knowing from previous reactions that the disciples preferred soul treasures. Can I? Of course. Similarly, you can choose from a set of 3. Pick your own. Solomon once again presented 3 artifacts, a long sword, a suit of armor, and a bowl-shaped item. As soon as Solomon revealed the artifacts, an astonishing wave of energy emitted from them, causing Duncan to instinctively take 2 steps back. Milton, I also choose the soul treasure. Alright, keep the treasure safe. Once you find a master, they can help you refine it. At your current strength, you won't be able to handle an Immortal King artifact. Solomon handed Duncan the bowl-shaped treasure, reminding him that he, being in the early true immortal stage, was not yet capable of refining such an artifact. Thank you, Milton. Although Duncan appeared calmer compared to Maribel and Arnold, inwardly he was just as excited. To those who climbed 5,000 steps in the second round, come forward. You qualify as true disciples and may choose an Aemon as your master. After Solomon's announcement, 3 of the 10 students on the stage stepped down, while 7 new students approached from below. The second test mainly assessed potential, regardless of cultivation level, while the third focused on cultivation and combat power. 3 disciples didn't meet the criteria for true disciples. Congratulations on becoming true disciples of our Spirit Immortal Palace. Each Aemon can only take 2 disciples. You'll get to choose shortly. Solomon addressed the 14 new disciples. After his words, more than 10 Aemons gathered around. Begin. Solomon joined the Aemons as the 14 disciples began deliberating on which Aemon to choose. Milton, can we ask about the strength of these Aemons? Adorian hesitantly raised her hand, having just met the requirements for a true disciple. Of course. I can responsibly tell you that each Aemon is stronger than me, Solomon chuckled. He didn't specify their cultivation levels, only stating their strength surpassed his. Even Solomon didn't know their exact strengths, but he knew they were all people of Emperor Wyatt, making them anything but simple. Chapter 195. The Sky-Bearing Palace Deity Messenger. Milton, I wish to become your disciple. The woman who had just asked the question approached Solomon after he finished speaking. Although Solomon mentioned that the Amons were more powerful than him, she was not sure of their strength, while Solomon was undoubtedly a perfected immortal king. Even if the Amons were stronger than Solomon, it shouldn't be by much. Fine. Then let's go through the ceremony. Solomon was momentarily stunned but agreed. He couldn't fathom why she would choose a weaker master when there were clearly stronger ones available. However, since this was her choice, Solomon didn't object. Disciple Lizzie pays respects to Vancister. Lizzie was overjoyed upon hearing Solomon's agreement and quickly knelt down, respectfully performing the discipleship ceremony. Very well, rise now. We'll discuss your initiation rites once we return. With Lizzie leading the way, the other disciples soon chose their own masters. Within moments, all 14 disciples had found their mentors. Besides Lizzie, another disciple also chose Solomon, becoming his second disciple. Now, please welcome our Justin and Palace's Palace Master for some words. Welcome the Palace Master. After the discipleship ceremonies concluded, Solomon announced loudly, and as he spoke, Michaela stood up from her seat on the high platform. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Michaela, the Palace Master of Justin and Palace. Greetings, Palace Vancister. Michaela introduced herself briefly, and once she finished, the 80,000 disciples below bowed respectfully to her. Firstly, congratulations on becoming disciples of Justin and Palace. Regardless of your past identities, from now on you are members of Justin and Palace. I hope you all take your cultivation seriously. The sect can provide sufficient resources for your cultivation, but I hope you remember to be grateful. If anyone is found betraying the sect in the future, no matter where you flee, you will face the wrath of Justin and Palace. Michaela delivered a lengthy speech, mostly encouraging the disciples to cultivate diligently. Afterward, she arranged for them to return to their respective locations. Just as Michaela and others were about to leave, Solomon swiftly approached her with a serious expression. Palace Vancister, 3 people have arrived at the mountain gate, claiming to be deity messengers from the Skybearing Palace. The Skybearing Palace? Michaela was taken aback. She had no clue what the Skybearing Palace was or why they were here. Did they mention why they're here? No. Alright, lead them to the Palace Vancister Hall first. I'll be there shortly. Michaela considered Solomon's words. Though she hadn't heard of the Skybearing Palace before, anyone who could send deity messengers must have something significant to discuss. Understood. After Solomon left, Michaela pondered for a moment and decided to gather information about the Skybearing Palace. She went back to the backyard of Snow Spirit Peak and found Amador. Greetings, mistress. Avril, please don't be too formal. I'd like to inquire about something. Mistress, please ask. I will certainly tell you what I know. Yes. Do you know anything about the Skybearing Palace? The Skybearing Palace? It makes sense. Now that Justin and Palace has become a second-class sacred land, it's not surprising that people from the Skybearing Palace have appeared. Amador paused for a moment, but then understood. With Justin and Palace now being a second-class sacred land, it made sense for representatives from the Skybearing Palace to appear. He then explained that the Skybearing Palace was the strongest force in the Tribulation Transcendence continent, effectively its ruler. It ranked above even first-class sacred lands. All sacred lands or noble families seeking promotion required certification from the Skybearing Palace. Without such certification, any claim to a higher status would be invalid. This certification was widely accepted because it came with an entry quota into the Skybearing Palace, which was a significant honor and opportunity for anyone in the Tribulation Transcendence continent. Why do you ask, mistress? Have deity messengers from the Skybearing Palace come to Justin and Palace? Indeed. Please excuse me while I tend to the Skybearing Palace's deity messengers. After gathering this information, Michaela bid farewell to Amador and headed toward the Palace Vancister Hall. Soon she arrived, where she found Solomon, Milton Jasper, and Milton Anthony already present, serving as the second and third Miltons of Justin and Palace. Besides these 3, there were also a Aiden and 2 middle-aged men. The Aiden sat on a chair, flanked by the 2 middle-aged men. Palace Vancister. Palace Vancister. All 3 greeted Michaela upon her arrival. Michaela scrutinized the 3 visitors from the Skybearing Palace. Through her perception, she noted that the Aiden was a late-stage immortal king, while the 2 middle-aged men were perfected ancestral immortals, likely his subordinates. From this, it was clear that the so-called deity messengers from the Skybearing Palace held significant positions within their organization. So, you are the Palace Master of Justin and Palace, Michaela? The Aiden cast a haughty glance at Michaela, speaking in a dismissive tone as if he looked down upon her. Yes, I am indeed Michaela, the Palace Master of Justin and Palace. Vancy, I ask who you are? Though Michaela knew about the Skybearing Palace from Amador, the Aiden's arrogance irked her, prompting her to deliberately feign ignorance. Palace Vancister Mu, your Justin and Palace has declared itself a second-class sacred land in the Wuling region without certification from the Skybearing Palace. Don't you know our rules? Rules? Do our rules concern you? My sect operates within the Wuling region. How does it affect the Skybearing Palace? Initially unimpressed by the Aiden, Michaela's expression turned cold at his somewhat threatening words. Her personality was naturally aloof, and besides Wyatt, she rarely showed favor to anyone. Moreover, she wasn't afraid of the Skybearing Palace. Even if it were the strongest force in the Tribulation Transcendence continent, did it possess deity venerable level experts? Blasphemy! How dare Justin and Palace defy the rules of the Skybearing Palace like this? Do you want your sect to be wiped out again? Chapter 196. Battling the Bradley Immortal of Pillar Supporting Palace. Just as Michaela finished speaking, a Benny standing behind the Aiden became furious instantly. He pointed at Michaela and let out a barrage of insults. It was as if he would attack and obliterate Michaela if she didn't apologize. The Aiden sitting there revealed a look of surprise. Given his status, not only would he never come to a desolate place like the Wuling region, but even in the most prosperous areas, no one dared to speak to him in this manner. Yet today, in this barren Wuling region, he had been ignored by a woman, which made him laugh angrily. He wondered whether this woman didn't know his identity, or if she was simply ignorant. However, regardless of which, he wouldn't let Justin and Palace off easily today. While he might not wipe out the entire Justin and Palace, he definitely wouldn't let its Palace Master go unpunished. He intended to eliminate all the powerful individuals of Justin and Palace, making it an entity weaker than even a 9th rank force. At the same time, he wanted the world to understand the consequences of defying pillar-supporting Palace. Ridiculous. How dare you disrespect our Palace Master of Justin and Palace? You're asking for death. Before Michaela could respond, Solomon and the other three immediately took out their magical treasures, clearly prepared to annihilate the trio if Michaela gave the order. Although Solomon sensed that the two middle-aged men were extraordinary, the three still stepped forward resolutely, seemingly paying no heed to the trio from pillar-supporting Palace. Clap, clap, clap. As both sides prepared for a confrontation, the Aiden who had been sitting stood up while clapping. Unbelievable. Not only did this tiny Wuling region produce a second-tier holy land, but it also dared to ignore us from pillar-supporting Palace. I wonder who gave you the courage, but I can tell you responsibly that your Justin and Palace is finished. I will personally torture each of you to death until every celestial immortal and above within your Justin and Palace is exterminated. Do you think we will fall to a late-stage immortal king and 2 perfect Bradley immortals? Michaela's voice was devoid of emotion. If it had been a month ago, she might have given them more attention, but now she could kill them with just a thought. Is it Michaela? You've just ascended to Bradley Immortal. Do you think you can match 2 perfect Bradley Immortals? Even if you can match 2 perfect Bradley Immortals, do you dare to strike against us? I am the appointed divine envoy of pillar-supporting Palace. Humph. What a load of nonsense. In my eyes, you're not even fit to be compared to a dog. Get out of my Justin and Palace right now, or else all of you will remain here. Michaela spoke the truth. These three truly were inferior to dogs in her eyes, at least when compared to Christian. Disable her cultivation. I want her to watch as I destroy her sect. Yes. Just as the Aiden spoke, one of the middle-aged men attacked Michaela but was intercepted by Solomon and the others. Humph. A mere immortal king insect thinks they can stop me? Then I'll start by killing you. Seeing Solomon and the two blocking his path, the Benny grew enraged. When did mere immortal kings become so bold as to challenge a perfect Bradley immortal? Do you think so? If we immortal kings are insects, then aren't your masters even more inferior insects? Solomon knew they weren't a match for the Benny but refused to back down. Even if they couldn't defeat him, they'd make him uncomfortable, right? Moreover, they wear armor made of heavenly artifacts. Even a perfect Bradley immortal would find it difficult to kill them easily. With Michaela here, will she allow them to be killed? So Solomon isn't afraid of the Benny. Boom. Their attacks clashed almost instantly, causing Solomon and the others to retreat several steps. A perfect Bradley immortal is nothing more than this. How dare you have heavenly artifacts, but you still must die. Looking at their armors, the Benny realized where Solomon's confidence came from and greed sparkled in his eyes. While they had heavenly artifacts too, they served pillar-supporting Palace. Solomon and the others were merely amens of a second-tier sect. What qualifications did they have to possess heavenly artifacts? It seemed Justin and Palace must have received some extraordinary fortune to ascend to a second-tier holy land. If they could seize that fortune, even if they couldn't claim it, they would still have earned great merit for pillar-supporting Palace, and they wouldn't lack rewards either. Kill! Solomon shouted again, preparing to fight, but Michaela held him back. She knew that even with heavenly artifacts, Solomon and the others were no match for a perfect Bradley immortal due to the significant gap between their realms. You are no match for him. Let me handle it. Michaela stepped in front of Solomon and the others. A sense of guilt crossed their faces. They knew they lacked the strength. Seeing Michaela step forward, the Benny's expression turned ruthless. He switched from a fist to a palm strike aimed at Michaela's chi. Michaela looked at the Benny coldly but remained motionless, seemingly allowing him to disable her cultivation. Seeing Michaela's inaction, the Benny inwardly mocked her. What good was it if she broke through to Bradley Immortal by chance? Faced with him, a perfect Bradley Immortal, she was clearly terrified. How unfortunate, being the palace master yet inferior to an immortal king like Solomon. What kind of person did he take her for? Bang! Just as he was about to cripple Michaela, the Benny's face showed triumph. But as he contemplated how to torture Solomon and the others next, he felt a pain in his chi and was sent flying backward. The Benny landed over 10 meters away, spitting out blood. He looked at Michaela in horror. He had considered many possibilities, but he never imagined that he, a perfect Bradley Immortal, couldn't withstand a single blow from Michaela. But now wasn't the time for thoughts. The Benny fainted after spitting out blood. His appearance rapidly aged. His hair turned white, and his skin resembled tree bark. Within moments, the unconscious Benny lost his breath because Michaela had stripped away all his cultivation and drained his lifespan. Have you thought about how you will die? Michaela's icy voice snapped the Aiden and the remaining Benny out of their shock. Both hearts skipped a beat. You. Chapter 197. The Skyspire Palace Enforcer arrives. Since there are no last words, then, die. Michaela's icy voice rang out as she slapped her palm toward the Aiden and the remaining Benny. Proud as Michaela was, why would she waste time on these people? They were so-called divine envoys of the Skyspire Palace, but even if they were from Yama Realm, would it change anything about her actions? Vancister, I will hold her off, you run. Seeing Michaela attacking immediately, the remaining Benny felt both shocked and fearful. However, he still threw the Aiden towards the door to let him escape while he faced Michaela. The youth's identity within the Skyspire Palace was highly regarded. If something happened to him here, not only would he die, but all his relatives would be buried with him. Thus, he preferred sacrificing himself to buy some time for the youth. As long as the youth could leave the hall, there would be a chance for his survival. Where are you going? The Benny had good intentions but overlooked Solomon's presence. Just as the Aiden was thrown outside, Solomon shouted and charged at him. Though the completed Bradley Immortal Benny was beyond his match, that Aiden was only a late-stage Immortal King. It wouldn't be difficult for Solomon to detain him. Damn it! You, Justin and Palace, will surely pay the price for this. Seeing Solomon in pursuit, the Aiden angrily cursed. He still tried his best to fly towards the exit. Once out of this hall, he could board his ark and escape. His ark was an exquisite supreme deity artifact, faster than any ordinary supreme deity. As a scion from one of the eternal families on Tribulation Continent, his ancestor was also a forefather of the Skyspire Palace. Originally, he was merely on a leisure trip. However, he coincidentally heard that a holy land in Wuling region had been promoted to a second-class holy land, without reporting to the Skyspire Palace. Therefore, he came to the Justin Palace to showcase their existence. Little did he know that the Justin Palace would be so reckless, killing one of his subordinates instantly and now trying to kill him too, completely disregarding the Skyspire Palace. Just come and go as you please. What do you think our Justin Palace is? Die. With a single palm strike, Michaela sent the Benny flying. Without a glance back, she vanished, while the Aiden managed to reach outside the hall. However, he was intercepted by Solomon and two others, not even having time to release his Arkansas. Upon seeing Michaela appear suddenly, the Aiden tensed up. Bang! At the moment of distraction, Solomon struck him with a palm. The Aiden flew backward, spitting blood. Solomon was ruthless, not giving the Aiden any breathing room. With a flash, he appeared before the youth. How about this? Does this ant meet your standards? To dare cause trouble at my Justin Palace, you must not know what death means. Remember in your next life, not everyone can offend. Bang! As Solomon finished speaking, he slapped the youth's crown down. A protective light shield appeared around the youth, containing him inside. Solomon was pushed back several steps by the backlash, his face changing. But recalling the youth's identity and the survival measures taken was understandable. Hee. Justin Palace, prepare to die. Seeing the protective shield, the youth chuckled, forgetting about the ancestral protective jade pendant until now. Now that the jade pendant activated, the Ernan knew about the situation. As long as he held out until the Ernan arrived, everyone here at the Justin Palace would die. Humph. Do you really think this turtle shell can save you? How naive. Watching the shield enveloping the youth, Michaela sneered and struck a palm towards him. Bang! Michaela's palm struck the shield, causing a loud bang. The youth was sent flying, although the shield remained intact but now riddled with cracks. Another two palms might shatter it. With Michaela's cold sneer and strike, many strong figures from Justin Palace rushed towards Snow Spirit Peak. Seeing Michaela crack the shield with just one palm, the youth's heart raced. Simultaneously, he felt Michaela's terrifying power. No wonder his two Bradley Immortal subordinates were no match for her. Michaela was already at late-stage supreme deity. He wished he could kill the person who informed him about this. Bang! Michaela slapped again, clearly hearing the shield's shattering sound. The youth's face turned ghastly pale. Die! Michaela appeared beside the youth instantly, raising her palm for another strike. Desperation overwhelmed the youth as Michaela's palm descended. Originally thinking he could hold on until the Ernan arrived, he didn't expect Michaela's strength to be this formidable. The survival jade pendant couldn't withstand three palms. Stop! Just as Michaela's palm was about to hit the youth, a furious voice rang out. A spatial portal opened beside the youth, and Ernan emerged, clashing palms with Michaela. Bang! Michaela was hurled back, stopping 100 meters away. Feeling her chaotic aura, she forcefully suppressed it. Patriarch, you're finally here. Kill that madwoman. Seeing the Aemon appear, the youth rejoiced, urging the old man to kill Michaela. He was truly terrified by Michaela's ruthlessness. Who are you, daring to attack someone from the Skyspire Palace? If you don't explain yourself, all of you will die today. The old man didn't act immediately, but asked Michaela grimly. Despite being hit by his palm, Michaela remained unscathed. Though Michaela was a lower-rank supreme deity, he needed to understand the situation. So, it's true that not being from the same family leads to similar actions, always threatening to exterminate families. Is this the famed top force of Immortal Spirit World? Michaela's face was equally grim, originally thinking the youth's Aemon would be a complete supreme deity at most. She should have a fighting chance. But Michaela never imagined the youth's Ernan to be a demigod. Such power far exceeded her own. Humph. My Skyspire Palace doesn't need your advice. It seems you are against us, so die. The Aemon coldly remarked, disappearing instantly and reappearing before Michaela. Without holding back, he slapped towards her, while Michaela simply looked at him with dead eyes. Noticing Michaela's gaze, the Aemon couldn't help but frown, feeling a sudden surge of fear deep within. Chapter 198. The Xianxia Palace Powerhouse admits defeat. In the instant that panic rose in the old man's heart, he no longer intended to make a move against Michaela. The situation had become too bizarre. The old man immediately halted his motion, then appeared beside the Aiden from Xianxia Palace, pulling him up to open a spatial portal to leave. However, the old man's expression suddenly changed drastically because he realized the space here had been reinforced, and even with his demigod strength, he couldn't open it. Bradley, why didn't you kill that woman? Slap. Shut up. Just as the Aiden spoke, a resounding slap hit his face, causing the old man to shout at him with a somewhat ugly look. I do not know which senior is present here. My Xianxia Palace has indeed offended today. I offer my apologies and beg the senior to consider our reputation and let us off this time. After shouting at the Aiden, the old man made a bow all around, speaking apologetically. He knew that there must be someone stronger hidden here. Otherwise, the space wouldn't have been sealed like this. Following the old man's slap and his current demeanor, the Aiden seemed to understand something as well. His body could not help but tremble again. He knew of his ancestor's power. After all, he was a demigod. Now he was apologizing to Justin Palace. Did that mean Justin Palace also had someone more powerful than his ancestor? But the Aiden found it hard to believe. Justin Palace had only just met the requirements for a second-tier Holy Land. How could it have such powerful individuals? Moreover, this was Wuling Domain, one of the poorest areas on the whole Jiaxian continent. Even producing an ancestral immortal would have been difficult. Now, he was told that Justin Palace had a being stronger than a demigod. How could he possibly believe that? Regardless of whether or not the Aiden believed it, he dared not speak again, hoping it was a mistake made by his ancestor. Otherwise, is the face of your Xianxia palace so great? You came to cause trouble at my Justin palace and even struck my wife. And now you want me to give face to Xianxia palace? Suddenly, a voice sounded, followed by two figures appearing beside Michaela, Alex and Desiree, who were previously in the back courtyard. When the old man tried to attack Michaela, Alex had felt correctly. If he hadn't stopped in time, he would definitely have died by now. Lauren, are you hurt? That old rascal is too wicked, daring to hit Faye's mom. Desiree anxiously asked Michaela upon seeing her, fearful that her mother might be hurt again, and she disliked the old man intensely. Don't worry, Faye. Lauren isn't hurt. Michaela's cold expression faded, replaced by one of maternal warmth. Indeed, she wasn't hurt. The clash with the old man only caused her breath to become uneven. Senior, I'm not clear about what happened, but your people aren't injured while Xianxia Palace lost two perfect ancestral immortals. And I have already apologized. Is the senior going to hold on to this indefinitely? Even if my strength may be inferior to the senior, I represent the entire Xianxia Palace, and there are plenty stronger than me. Why don't we resolve this peacefully? The old man couldn't see Alex's strength, but presumed it to be only half a rank higher than himself. Such strength Xianxia Palace had plenty, but they usually wouldn't come out. Looking around, he confirmed nobody was injured, yet two disciples of Xianxia Palace had died. Huh? Do you think this is threatening me? Alex couldn't help but laugh. He feared no threats, as those who had threatened him were long buried. I am not threatening the senior, merely stating facts. Haha. How fair of you to stick to the facts. Since you say so, I won't bully you. You struck my wife once, so I'll do the same. If you survive, I'll let you go. If you die, I won't pursue Xianxia Palace further. But regardless of the outcome, he must be stripped of his cultivation. All of this was caused by the Aiden from Xianxia Palace. Alex naturally wouldn't easily let him off. Not killing him was already an act of mercy. Currently, Justin Palace was still developing, and Alex didn't want to offend Xianxia Palace too much. It wasn't that he feared them. He simply wanted to avoid trouble. Senior, with your cultivation, why torment these juniors? I am willing to take the senior strike, accompanied by 1,000,000 spirit crystals and 3 supreme artifacts. Will you please stop tormenting my junior? The old man came specifically to save his juniors. If their cultivations were stripped, why would he risk offending Alex? Therefore, he did not wish to accept the conditions, agreeing to compensation, but he insisted on protecting the Aiden. Wife, what do you think? Alex turned to Michaela, since she was the victim, letting her decide. Let's settle it this way. Michaela agreed after some thought. Since Justin Palace suffered no losses and the old man had admitted fault, there was no need to persist. The old man was a powerhouse from Xianxia Palace, one of the strongest forces on Jeshin continent. Justin Palace had a future ahead, and antagonizing superpowers excessively wasn't wise. She couldn't expect Alex to exterminate all strong beings in the spiritual realm. If that was the case, why rebuild Justin Palace at all? It would be easier for Alex to conquer Xianxia Palace, and let her be its palace master. Consider yourself lucky today. If it happens again, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Aiden, are you ready for my strike? Since Michaela did not pursue further, Alex respected her decision, now depending on whether the old man could withstand his blow. Please instruct me, senior. The old man pushed the Aiden aside, bowed to Alex, and summoned his magical armor, a divine armor. He did not stop there, setting up defensive formations around his body. Alex's strength was formidable, and the old man prepared thoroughly. Otherwise, dying here would be a huge loss. After setting up hundreds of defensive formations, the old man watched Alex, presenting his best defense. Seeing the old man prepared, Alex said nothing and gently struck out with his palm. Chapter 199. Escape from Spirit Immortal Palace. Seeing Wyatt's effortless palm strike, for some inexplicable reason, the Aemon felt an unprecedented sense of pressure. Before he could think further, his entire body was sent flying backward, crashing into the protective array of Spirit Immortal Palace before finally stopping. Crack. Spit. A cracking sound rang out as the divine armor on the Aemon shattered instantly, followed by a mouthful of blood spurting out. He tilted his head and fell to the ground. As for the defensive arrays surrounding him, they had already been shattered when he was flung back, offering little resistance. Not bad. Surprisingly, you managed to survive with just 1/10 of my power. You're lucky today. Though the Aemon lay unconscious, Wyatt knew he wasn't dead. He had merely fainted. Earlier, Wyatt only used 1/10 of his strength. The Aemon, being at the semi-god realm and surrounded by over 100 defensive arrays, still managed to withstand some of it, especially with his divine armor blocking most of the force. Bradley. Seeing their ancestor knocked out by a single palm strike, the Aiden from Sky Support Palace shouted in shock and hurriedly flew toward the Aemon. Wyatt also approached, since he hadn't received the compensation yet. Seeing Wyatt coming, Michaela also carried her daughter and flew over, as did the Aemons and disciples of Spirit Immortal Palace. In that short moment, many disciples and Aemons from Spirit Immortal Palace had already gathered, learning of the Aemon's identity and strength. However, what truly stunned them was Wyatt's power. They had heard his words clearly. Just 1/10 of his strength had incapacitated a semi-god. How formidable must Wyatt be? The disciples also recognized Wyatt as the Aiden who topped the second round of the recruitment exam. They never imagined he would be part of the upper echelons of Spirit Immortal Palace. At this moment, they realized how fortunate they were to be disciples of Spirit Immortal Palace. Hand over 1,000,000 spirit crystals and 3 heavenly ruler artifacts, and you can take your ancestor away. Wyatt appeared before the Aiden, looking at his fearful face. Wyatt kept his promise. Having endured one strike, the Aemon wouldn't be bothered further unless Sky Support Palace continued to cause trouble. If Sky Support Palace dares to challenge Spirit Immortal Palace again, I won't mind erasing them. Pre-predecessor, I don't have spirit crystals or heavenly ruler artifacts. Can I first revive my ancestor and then give you the compensation? The Aiden looked distressed, genuinely lacking both spirit crystals and heavenly ruler artifacts. Spirit crystals, rarer than supreme spirit stones, formed within their veins, making them the most valuable cultivation resources in the immortal world. Even Sky Support Palace didn't have many. Heavenly ruler artifacts were plenty in Sky Support Palace, but the Aiden lacked the qualifications to possess one. Furthermore, protected by Sky Support Palace's name, he never expected someone to challenge him directly. Go elsewhere to save him. Don't interfere with our disciples' cultivation here. As for the compensation, I'll take it myself. Wyatt couldn't wait around for the Aiden. With those words, he waved his hand, and pieces of spirit crystals flew out from the Amen's storage ring. Scram. Yes. I'll leave immediately. Without time to marvel at Wyatt's actions, the Aiden quickly picked up his ancestor and flew away, soon disappearing from everyone's sight. These 3 heavenly ruler artifacts can be divided among you. The 1 million spirit crystals will be distributed as well. After the Aiden left Spirit Immortal Palace, Wyatt handed the 3 heavenly ruler artifacts to Solomon and instructed him to distribute the spirit crystals. Though Wyatt didn't value these items much, others could benefit from them. Thank you, Lord Emperor. For Solomon, these heavenly ruler artifacts were invaluable treasures, especially since they were top-tier artifacts. Even if he already had a set, no one ever complains about too many treasures. If he didn't use them now, they could be given to future disciples. All right, everyone disperse. Yes, Lord Emperor. With that, Wyatt took his family back home, while the Amens and disciples left, their excited discussions echoing through the air. On the other side, the Aiden who had left Bradley, Spirit Immortal Palace is indeed in Wuling region. From the information I gathered, their palace master recently ascended to Bradley Immortal. Who knew the news was so far off? That woman isn't in Bradley Immortal. She's at the late-stage Heavenly Ruler level. Chapter 200, Visit from 5 second-rank Holy Lands. Ah, you've offended a real dragon. With such a formidable person in the Justin Palace, how could its palace master possibly be only in Bradley Immortal in cultivation? Fear is that the entire Wuling domain has been deceived by them. The Amen sighed after hearing his descendant's words. Indeed, no one knew that Justin Palace had such an abnormally strong person. Or perhaps, what his young descendant had found out was just surface-level information. His descendant was also unfortunate to encounter such matters while traveling. If only he didn't offend others, it wouldn't have endangered his own life like this. Bradley, there's something I'm not sure whether I should mention. The youth appeared somewhat conflicted, unsure if he should tell his ancestor, fearing that it might hurt him. But if he didn't speak up, he worried about potential future trouble. From his ancestor's expression, the youth could see that he probably wouldn't pursue this matter further. But given the severe injuries now, everyone at Xianxia Palace would surely find out when they returned. And once they learned of the injuries suffered at Justin Palace, trouble would inevitably arise with Justin Palace. This wasn't because Xianxia Palace was especially united. It was because the youth was very clear about Xianxia Palace's style of conduct. Striking his ancestor was also a strike against Xianxia Palace. Would those people let this go? If Xianxia Palace sought further conflict with Justin Palace, the latter would undoubtedly retaliate. Then there would be no such luck as this time. Speak. What else happened? Bradley, that senior from Justin Palace, said something after hitting you with that palm strike. What did he say? The Amen suddenly became interested, wanting to know what Wyatt had said at that moment. Did he regret not killing him outright? Bradley, the exact words of that senior were, "Not bad. You can actually survive a blow with 1/10 of my strength. Today, you are lucky." After the youth finished speaking, the Amen was instantly struck speechless, looking dispirited. This made the youth slow down their boat, fearful that his ancestor was too hard hit. Bradley, are you all right? It took some time before any change was noticed in the Amen. The youth became even more concerned, finally whispering to ask, Haha, I never thought, with my semi-god power, I couldn't withstand even 1/10 of his strength. The Amen chuckled bitterly and shook his head without much reaction. He might either have been deeply discouraged or simply exhausted and wanted to rest. Bradley, what do we say when we return? We won't return to Xianxia Palace, but back to our clan. The Amen understood his descendants' worry. If others at Xianxia Palace went to trouble Justin Palace again, it would lead to complications. So he decided to temporarily avoid Xianxia Palace, retreating to his family clan for healing and ensuring Xianxia Palace remained unaware of his injury. While recovery might be slower within the clan than at Xianxia Palace, it was much safer. 1/10 strength almost killed him. Wyatt must be far beyond the god realm. Those who can remain in the spirit world, yet casually intervene, are definitely not simple beings. Though the Amen knew Xianxia Palace had similarly powerful figures, those Amens were in deep slumber, acting as stabilizing factors unless facing extinction crises. After reaching the god realm, they use methods to conceal their existence from higher realms, but end up in perpetual sleep. They only emerge in matters of life and death, and have limited intervention opportunities. Wyatt didn't seem to be awoken from slumber. Rather, he lived normally. Even though the Amen was unsure how Wyatt managed this, it was unimportant. A freely acting god remaining in the spirit world, no one would dare challenge Justin Palace. Meanwhile, at Justin Palace, Wyatt was oblivious to all this. After dismissing the duo from Xianxia Palace, he resumed ignoring things. Justin Palace entered a frenzied era of cultivation. New disciples were amazed by unrestricted resources, supreme techniques, and 10-fold time acceleration during practice. Thus, these rookies diligently trained. 10 days passed until today when Justin Palace welcomed several unfamiliar guests brought by Aldener. In the main hall, Michaela hosted them. Although unclear about their specific intentions, she had some suspicions. Palace Vancestor, these are the saints of nearby domains' second-rank Holy Lands. They've come primarily to discuss the Spirit Sea Beast chaos. Aldener introduced the strangers. They were second-rank Holy Land masters who heard of Justin Palace's recent elevation but hadn't interacted previously, hence not wishing to visit spontaneously. Therefore, they approached Justin Imperial Dynasty, the former strongest force in Wuling Domain, with whom they were more familiar. Comrades, what needs discussion regarding the Spirit Sea Beasts? Haven't we always led disciples to combat them each year? Michaela was puzzled, suspecting they came about the Spirit Sea but wondered why discussions were needed. Spirit Sea beasts attacked nearby regions every century. Traditionally, all would hunt the beasts during disturbances, a long-established habit. These pastimes differ. Although we second-rank sects oversee beast disturbances, we alone cannot resist. We depend on first-rank Holy Lands near Linjiang Domain. But this year, 7 Absolute Holy Land has not sent enforcers. As Palace Vancestor knows, without Empyrean Realm enforcers, merely second-rank Holy Lands cannot defend against beast assaults. Chapter 201. Gathering at the Spirit Band Sea. Why hasn't the 7 Extremes Sacred Land sent any powerful experts this year? Aren't they worried that the sea beasts from the Spirit Band Sea will break out? Michaela naturally knew about these matters. She wasn't worried about the 7 Extremes Sacred Land not sending anyone, but she couldn't understand why they chose to do so. If the sea beasts from the Spirit Band Sea truly breached the Wuling Domain, it would definitely affect other domains as well. Surrounding regions would surely be thrown into turmoil. Palace Vancestor, we don't know either. In the past, just before the time approached, the 7 Extremes Sacred Land would send someone over. But this time, we haven't seen anyone from there. We sent people to the 7 Extremes Sacred Land, but their mountain gates were tightly shut. We couldn't meet anyone from there. The one speaking was the Holy Lord of the Withered Sacred Land, a second-grade sacred land in Xianxia Domain. Xianxia Domain and Wuling Domain were the closest, and the Spirit Band Sea wasn't too far from Xianxia Domain either. In the past, the 7 Extremes Sacred Lands experts always came to the Withered Sacred Land, but this time no one from there showed up. Meanwhile, the Lingxian Palace had recently gained fame across several nearby domains. There were suspicions that the Lingxian Palace harbored a grand venerable level expert, which was why these sacred lands came to Lingxian Palace, wanting to see its stance on the matter. If Lingxian Palace could ensure the containment of the Spirit Band Sea, that would be best. If not, they would need to make other arrangements. In that case, forget about the 7 Extremes Sacred Land. Our Lingxian Palace will handle those grand venerable level sea beasts. Just proceed as you usually do, Michaela said without much thought. Since the 7 Extremes Sacred Land wasn't coming, she didn't mind. After all, what were a few grand venerable level experts? What Lingxian Palace lacked most were powerful experts. Currently, what Lingxian Palace lacked were lower-level disciples. A typical second-grade sacred land would have between 30 to 50,000 disciples. While Lingxian Palace was also a second-grade sacred land, its total number of members barely reached 10,000, significantly fewer than an average second-grade sacred land. Palace Vancestor, your words give us peace of mind. We'll prepare and head back now, meeting you at the Spirit Band Sea in 1 month. The holy lords of these sacred lands heaved sighs of relief, marveling at the strength of Lingxian Palace. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Lingxian Palace ascended to a first-grade sacred land. If Lingxian Palace did ascend, these second-grade sacred lands would likely suffer significant losses. Each first-grade sacred land had a coverage area within which all lower-ranking forces had to pay tribute. Now, these sacred lands were under the jurisdiction of the 7 Extremes Sacred Land and had to submit resources annually. If Lingxian Palace became a first-grade sacred land, these second-grade sacred lands would face even greater burdens, as they would need to pay more resources than third-grade sacred lands. Palace Vancestor, should we send people to investigate the 7 Extremes Sacred Land? Aldener asked after the Holy Lords left, considering how unusual this situation was. No need to worry about the 7 Extremes Sacred Land. Prepare accordingly, and ignore everything else. Yes, Palace Vancestor. After the 3 sacred lands from Wuling Domain left, Michaela instructed Solomon to have Lingxian Palace's disciples train intensively. This upcoming demon sealing battle was crucial for Lingxian Palace. Victory would increase Lingxian Palace's fame across neighboring domains, facilitating its ascent to a first-grade sacred land. Both recruitment and reputation would benefit greatly. Michaela was now in her late grand venerable stage, and 2 of the 10 peak Vancestors had already transcended to Bradley Immortal. It wouldn't be long before Lingxian Palace's rank could be elevated. The cultivation environment here was excellent, with a time-accelerating array allowing a day's practice to equal 10 days elsewhere. How could their power not grow rapidly? 1 month was a short period for cultivators. Under Michaela's leadership, Lingxian Palace set off 2 days ahead of schedule. All disciples participated in this operation, leaving only those in the inner courtyard of Snow Spirit Peak behind. No one remained in the palace. Lingxian Palace's strength had undergone a complete transformation over recent months, especially among the lower-level disciples. Initially, many senior disciples were in the middle to late stages of Celestial Immortal, but now they were all at the peak Earth Immortal level, even the servants. As for Lingxian Palace's former 10,000 disciples, most were now at the initial Divine Immortal stage and belonged to the top 10 peaks, excelling in various skills. Regarding the upper echelons, excluding the personnel managed by Wyatt, there were now 8 Bradley Immortals, bringing them closer to becoming a first-grade sacred land. Vancini full Emperor Realm cultivators joined Lingxian Palace, breaking through to the Celestial Emperor Realm, filling management gaps and setting the palace on a steady path. At the edge of the Spirit Band Sea, Lingxian Palace's contingent stopped, joining millions of others gathered here. Regardless of sects, families, or solitary practitioners, everyone was concerned about this critical issue for humanity. Staying 10 miles away from the Spirit Band Sea was safest. Any closer could trigger an early sea beast uprising, as experienced by Wyatt previously. Not now, sweetheart. Let's wait until we defeat the beasts and then enjoy our grilled squid slowly. Vancini beasts will attack the shore, so you must stay safe. Wyatt responded to his daughter's question after Michaela left. Don't worry, Carter. I'll be careful. Isn't Brayden with me? Desiree, being at the full Celestial Emperor stage, plus having Brayden around, would be safe unless facing a Bradley Immortal beast. This time, along with Brayden, Godwin, Tianlong, and Apollon also accompanied Wyatt. Please let me know if you'd like further adjustments or additional parts translated. Chapter 202. The Sea Demon Riot. Tinsley rarely rode her little black horse these days. She mostly rode Asa, the young leader of the seven-colored illusion Sky Horse clan, and occasionally the chaotic Sky Fox. While Burke was chatting with his daughter, Adelita met with the lords of several nearby realms to arrange defense plans. Palace Lord Mu, how should we defend this time? Do you have any good strategies? There were about 40 or 50 people present, all from neighboring realms' sacred lands or noble families, with cultivations no less than Immortal Emperor. Even primordial immortals were among them. I don't have specific arrangements. You can proceed as usual. But don't worry, I will assign 10 heavenly venerable experts to assist you. If there are heavenly venerable sea demons, they will handle them. You focus on dealing with the other sea demons. Adelita indeed had no detailed plan. If it weren't for training the disciples, she wouldn't need to be so involved. All present were shocked by Adelita's statement. Her power was overwhelming. Today, Adelita did not hide her strength. Everyone could feel she had reached the heavenly venerable realm. Because of this, no one contradicted her when the Wasteland's Sacred Lands Lord asked her. Among those present were also members of 2 everlasting noble families. Though they were primordial immortals, their families boasted heavenly venerables, who naturally felt Muchinchu,'s powerful aura. Even their family amens couldn't match such pressure, so they remained silent, curious about Adelita's plan. Sending 10 heavenly venerable experts was unprecedented. Even the former 7 absolute sacred land never had so many. Everlasting noble families did have heavenly venerables but couldn't match first-class sacred lands, where talents were widely accepted rather than inherited. In the nearby domains, it was nearly impossible to find an everlasting noble family with ancient lineage, unless close to the heart of Immortal Continent. Palace Lord Mu, on behalf of everyone, I thank you for your generosity. Upon hearing Adelita, the Wasteland's Sacred Lands Lord bowed, followed by others. Their success largely depended on Spirit Immortal Palace's heavenly venerables. I'll arrange the heavenly venerables. Discuss the rest among yourselves. Adelita left after that brief instruction. Everyone dared not oppose her, even escorting her respectfully out. Back at Spirit Immortal Palace, she entrusted the details to the amens. As Palace Lord, she focused on overarching strategies. Fei Yong, watch over our daughter tomorrow. Ensure she isn't harmed. Don't worry. With Lee and Asa around, Georgia will be safe. Where are you going? Adelita frowned. Fei Yong's words suggested he had other plans. I plan to explore the Spirit Band Sea's depths to understand why sea demons riot every century. Solving this will prevent future chaos. Be careful then. Adelita trusted him with Lee and Asa watching over Georgia. The next morning, tens of millions gathered, eagerly awaiting the demon surge. Though brutal, it was also an opportunity. Sea demons were valuable, and defending successfully would bring great wealth. Roar. A dragon's roar erupted. A colossal azure dragon emerged from the sea, stirring waves. Sea demons surfaced, charging towards land in mere moments. Attack. Wealth awaits. With a shout, countless attacks launched towards the demons. Though endless, the demons lost strength outside the sea. Vansony lower-ranked ones perished initially, but more demons surged from all sides, unafraid of death. Within minutes, they breached defenses, engaging humans fiercely. Giggle. So much meat. All mine. Amidst Fei Yong's awe, laughter echoed. A slim figure darted past, a familiar sight, his daughter Tinsley. Francesca swung a large spoon taller than herself, smacking sea demons. Familiar actions made Fei Yong's lips twitch. Watch over Francesca. Yes, Vancestor. Fei Yong vanished, reappearing in the Spirit Band Sea. Instantly, sea demons attacked, only to vaporize before reaching him. Ignoring them, Fei Yong dived into the sea. Han Lord, did someone enter the Spirit Band Sea? Behind the crowd, a Benny asked a companion, having barely seen amidst the chaos. It seems possibly yes. ##### Chapter 203, Terrifying Dolores. Even Fate was uncertain, as he too had seen someone enter the Forbidden Spirit Sea. But this was the Forbidden Spirit Sea. The sea monsters within were endless, and now they were in the midst of a rampage. Entering at this time would be courting death. Even those who had reached the peak of Celestial Sovereign dared not enter at such a time. Actually, it wasn't just them who saw Wyatt enter the Forbidden Spirit Sea. Everyone else did too. But no one cared about that right now because the number of sea monsters washing ashore was increasing. Even if everyone worked together, there were still too many to handle, and this sea monster rampage was different from before. In the past, sea monsters of all levels surged together without any organization or command. Now, only those below Celestial Immortal level were attacking. Not even a single Spirit Immortal level monster was seen. Moreover, a Celestial Sovereign level Azure Dragon commanded them from the surface. Crawford seemed to have realized something and hurriedly walked toward Justin and Palace. If his guess was correct, things might get troublesome. Palace Vancestor Mu, have you noticed anything different about these sea monsters? They are all below Celestial Immortal level, and on the surface, there's a Celestial Sovereign level sea monster commanding them. I think it's more complicated than we imagined. Why don't you send someone to kill that Celestial Sovereign sea monster? Crawford said to Michaela after finding her at Justin and Palace. Michaela had already noticed but didn't pay much attention until Crawford mentioned it. She nodded and turned to a woman nearby, a member of the Bow clan serving as the Hall Vancestor of the Bow Hall, a department Michaela established for external combat operations. Dolores, go and take care of that Azure Dragon on the surface. Yes, Palace Vancestor. Dolores saluted, then appeared instantly above the Forbidden Spirit Sea, striking out at the Azure Dragon with a palm. Roar. Startled by Dolores' sudden appearance and attack, the Azure Dragon roared and unleashed a dragon breath towards Dolores. After striking once, Dolores vanished from the surface and reappeared beside Michaela. Just as Crawford thought Dolores had retreated, a loud boom sounded as Dolores' palm clashed with the dragon breath. In an instant, the dragon breath dissipated under Dolores' palm, and in the terrified gaze of the Azure Dragon, Dolores's hand struck its body. Boom. The massive dragon corpse exploded into a cloud of blood mist, turning the sea red. As the remains of the azure dragon fell into the sea, numerous sea monsters emerged to devour its flesh. Fate, the celestial sovereign sea monster has been dealt with. You needn't worry anymore, Michaela remarked. However, Crawford was still in a daze, mechanically nodding. Michaela ignored him and turned her attention to her daughter, while Crawford's bewilderment continued. Eventually, Crawford snapped out of his trance, glanced fearfully at Dolores, bid farewell to Michaela, and left trembling. The sea monster rampage didn't stop with the azure dragon's death. Instead, it intensified. Immortal monarchs, spirit immortals, and even immortal kings began appearing, as if driven by some terrifying force within the forbidden spirit sea, intent on annihilating humanity. Every moment saw both sea monsters being killed and humans being devoured. The area became a hellish battleground, with blood staining the water and filling the air. Amidst everyone's focus on the battle between humans and sea monsters, none noticed a large group of people clad in dark robes embroidered with 7 small swords appear on a hill 10,000 miles away from the forbidden spirit sea. If Crawford had been there, he would have recognized them as members of the 7 Ultimates sacred land from Linjiang region. A Benny laughed sinisterly among the crowd. Kill. The more dead, the better. This will help me complete my task. Beside him, an Aemon spoke nervously. My lord, that woman was extremely powerful, and none of us could sense her level when she acted. Is everything alright? So what? No matter how strong she is, she's still only at the peak celestial sovereign level. Besides, we won't engage them directly. After the terrifying sea monsters in the forbidden spirit sea appear, they'll die anyway. Celestial sovereign souls. The forbidden spirit sea was vast and its depths unfathomable. No human had ever ventured deep into it. Now, submerged for nearly an hour, Wyatt had yet to reach the bottom. He estimated that even a peak celestial sovereign would face a 100% chance of dying here. Apart from the sheer number of celestial sovereign level sea monsters surrounding him, the immense water pressure alone would crush many such powerful beings. At first, Wyatt fought off the sea monsters, but as he descended deeper, attracting more celestial sovereigns, he stopped killing them, instead erecting a golden barrier around himself. Even though he didn't actively kill, many sea monsters perished trying to attack him. Some even swallowed him whole, but Wyatt simply flew out through their bodies. With time, fewer sea monsters attacked him, possibly because they couldn't harm him or for other reasons. Eventually, no sea monsters remained near him. There's an array obstructing soul probing. Could there be a hidden secret here? ###Chapter 204, Terrifying Destructive Energy. Just as Wyatt was puzzled about the disappearance of the beast creatures, his divine soul power detected traces of an array formation ahead, which also obstructed his soul's probing. Wyatt's figure flashed, and he instantly appeared at the location where his divine soul had sensed. There, under the sea, was a transparent light dome inverted over the area. The dome had blocked Wyatt's divine soul power from sensing further, and inside the dome, everything was pitch black, invisible to sight. However, a sense of pressure could still be felt emanating from within the dome. Out of curiosity, Wyatt approached the dome, but unfortunately discovered nothing. Unable to resist, he poked the dome with his finger, which passed through without any resistance. Immediately, Wyatt noticed that the dark energy within the dome began corroding his finger. Wyatt quickly pulled his hand back, finding a strand of dark energy still clinging to his finger, though it hadn't managed to corrode it. However, as he withdrew his hand, the surrounding space twisted, swiftly corroded into a black hole. System, analyze what this energy is. This is just too powerful. Even though Wyatt's finger remained unharmed, the ability to instantly corrode space into a black hole was terrifying indeed. After all, this was the spirit immortal world, where spatial barriers were extremely solid, requiring at least heavenly sovereign level strength to achieve such results. But the sliver of energy on his finger had created a black hole in an instant. If it had touched another person, it would have dissolved them in seconds. Ding. After system analysis, the energy on your hand is the essence of destruction, one of the highest ranking energies in the universe and the most destructive force. Essence of destruction? What level does it belong to? Host. In cosmic rankings, energy can be divided into law power, rule power, and essence power. What about cultivators' levels then? Wyatt had heard these terms before, but didn't fully understand their meanings. When a cultivator reaches the perfected stage of heavenly sovereign, they can comprehend law power and ascend to the divine realm. You can understand it as a cultivator's mastery and utilization of a certain force, equivalent to comprehending the basics of a power and using it in combat. For example, the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth. If someone has a metal affinity, their cultivation methods and magical powers will also be metal-based. If they reach the perfected stage of heavenly sovereign, they will comprehend 99% of the law of metals, allowing them to freely harness the laws of nature, unrestricted by cultivation methods. Similarly, rule follows law, only being even more potent. It was rare for the system to explain so much to Wyatt, and it helped him gain a better understanding of these so-called laws and rules. In simple terms, before comprehending laws, one is like a middle or primary school student. After comprehending laws, one is a high school student. University students are those who comprehend rules, while the final essence represents entering society, facing true life experiences. Wyatt never expected that there would be essence power here, especially the most destructive kind. If not for this light dome, the entire spirit immortal world might not exist anymore. Perhaps this was why the sea monsters attacked the land so fiercely. Wyatt speculated that something must be inside the dome, perhaps appearing once every 100 years with unstable emotions, leading to the periodic eruption of sea beasts in the forbidden spirit sea. It wasn't chaos, it was an escape attempt. They weren't suited to live on land, hence why they calmed down once it became safe again. Wyatt believed his speculation was correct. Destroying this place would solve the problem of sea beasts erupting from the forbidden spirit sea. But to resolve the issue, Wyatt knew he had to enter. Without hesitation, he stepped forward. However, Wyatt overlooked one thing. Although his physical body wasn't affected by the destructive energy, his ordinary clothes certainly were. As soon as he entered the dome, his clothes were instantly corroded away, causing him some embarrassment. A suit of armor appeared around his body immediately. Unfortunately, the armor couldn't withstand the destruction either, only lasting a few minutes longer than regular clothes. Wyatt set up another protective dome around himself, but it was also corroded away. Is it really that extreme? Is it trying to make me go in naked? Wyatt couldn't help but feel speechless. This destructive energy was truly abnormal, even corroding his divine artifact armor. System, do you have anything that can isolate this destructive energy? Host, you haven't checked in today. Alright, let's do the check-in, replied Wyatt. He understood how the system worked. It always provided what he urgently needed when he asked, whereas normal check-ins gave random rewards. Still, today was indeed his first check-in, so he proceeded with it, curious about what reward the system would give him. Ding, host check-in successful. Congratulations, you've received a down jacket. Cough, cough. Wyatt almost choked when he heard the reward. A down jacket? Really? He looked into the system space and saw a down jacket, like those on Earth, making him want to rant. System, did you make a mistake? What use is a down jacket? Is it stronger than my divine artifact armor? Host, all rewards are random. I can't interfere. However, this down jacket is indeed stronger than your divine artifact armor. Really? Wyatt doubted, but decided to check the information on the down jacket. To his shock, the jacket could indeed resist water and fire, invulnerable to all magical forces, and could change shape at will. It was an invaluable piece of clothing. Wyatt carefully took out the down jacket and watched as it resisted corrosion from the destructive energy, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Chapter 205, The Youth in the Stone Coffin. After confirming that the down jacket was intact, Wyatt hurriedly acknowledged it as his own and put it on. In a moment, it transformed into a normal set of clothes from the immortal spirit realm. Wyatt let out a sigh of relief after getting dressed. Walking around naked in broad daylight felt strange, even if it was pitch black and there was seemingly no one else around. But he still felt uncomfortable, so now that the clothing issue was resolved, Wyatt faced the dilemma posed by the destructive energies. The entire space was filled with dark, destructive energy, rendering it invisible to the naked eye. Moreover, he couldn't use his soul power. As soon as Wyatt's soul power appeared, it was instantly corroded. He didn't even know how large this place was, let alone what it contained. A flame appeared in Wyatt's hand. It was the primordial divine fire he had cultivated, powerful enough to make even the Bodhi tree in his backyard tremble in fear. Yet, it burned for only a short while before extinguishing itself, leaving Wyatt speechless at the sheer destructiveness of this force. System, do you have any good way to clear these energies? He had no choice but to ask the system for help. If there were no solutions, he would have to give up since these energies could not escape anyway. Host, although you can't destroy these energies, you can compress them using your unmatched strength. That should solve the problem, right? Compress them? Exactly, why don't you give it a try? Alright then. Wyatt agreed, and with a motion of his hand, massive amounts of destructive energy rapidly flew toward his palm. Using his formidable strength, he began compressing the destructive energy. Within minutes, a small grayish-black ball about the size of a ping-pong ball appeared before him, a product of compressed destructive energy. Seeing that it worked, Wyatt continued compressing the remaining energy until most of an hour had passed, finally eradicating all the destructive energy in the area. 15 small black balls were now in front of him. Wyatt held one in his hand and sensed a strong energy fluctuation from within. Hee, if I throw one of these small black balls during a fight, I wonder what would happen, said Wyatt, tossing the small black ball in his hand. However, he knew they would be useless in the immortal spirit realm. A single small black ball would likely lead to its total annihilation if released there. Finally, Wyatt named these small black balls world-destroying celestial thunderbolts and stored them in the system space. Then he examined the surroundings. This space wasn't very large, roughly the size of a football field. In the center was a stone coffin, with nothing else present. Wyatt could hear a rhythmic heartbeat from within the stone coffin, a sound that would undoubtedly cause anyone with weaker cultivation to burst from the strain. Dark energy also wafted out from inside, clearly the source of the previous destructive energies. Damn, there can't be a great monster resting inside this stone coffin, can there? Though Wyatt now possessed incomparable strength, he still felt some aversion to this unknown entity, being a native earthling. Despite his hesitation, he approached the stone coffin. If there really was a great monster, killing it would remove a threat from the immortal spirit realm. Otherwise, it might eventually awaken. As Wyatt neared the stone coffin, he noticed countless inscriptions carved upon it, occasionally flashing with light. The material of the coffin, having endured who knows how many tens of thousands of years without being corroded by the destructive energy, must be extremely high grade. I wonder if forging weapons from this stone coffin would yield unexpected results. Muttering under his breath, Wyatt lightly tapped the coffin. The heartbeat seemed to stop momentarily, though his soul power couldn't penetrate the stone to confirm what was happening inside. Just as he prepared to push open the stone coffin, a series of cracking sounds emanated from it, and the lid slowly slid off. Boom. The lid fell to the ground, startling Wyatt into taking a few steps back. However, he leaned forward to peek inside. To his surprise, a man sat up from within the coffin, causing Wyatt to jump in shock. They stared at each other, both wide-eyed, creating an eerie atmosphere. Mortal? No, how could a mortal be here? It was the Aiden in the coffin who spoke first. Sensing no cultivation in Wyatt, he initially thought him to be a mere mortal, but he quickly realized that if Wyatt were indeed a mortal, it would be impossible for him to be here. Hello, my name is Wyatt. What is your name, and how did you end up here? The Aiden in the coffin regained his composure and greeted Wyatt. Thankfully, it wasn't a great monster. Otherwise, the situation would have been awkward. Hello, my name is Americ. I'm the young lord of a minor family in the desolate star system. Seeing Wyatt's extended hand, though confused, Emeric introduced himself and mimicked the gesture by extending his own hand. They shook hands, but Wyatt couldn't help smirking when Emeric mentioned being from a minor family. Regardless of Emeric's actual power, just based on the destructive energy around him, the Xiao family couldn't possibly be considered minor. Xiao brother, you jest? If your family were minor, where would the other families fit in? As for the desolate star system, where is it, and how did you end up here? Wyatt didn't dwell on the minor family comment. He was more curious about the desolate star system and Emeric's presence there. Don't you know? Should I? They exchanged another bewildered glance. Wyatt truly didn't know about the desolate star system. While he had studied celestial bodies in textbooks, Emeric wondered how someone with Wyatt's strength could be unaware, especially if he had traveled from another star system to discover something significant here. It piqued Emeric's curiosity. ##### Chapter 206, The Encirclement of the Seven Absolute Holy Land. Then let me explain it to Brother Mu. Seeing that Wyatt seemed truly unaware, Emeric also emerged from the stone coffin. After he walked out, the stone coffin lid automatically closed itself. Then Emeric plopped himself down on the stone coffin, which made Wyatt's mouth twitch in surprise. He hadn't expected this coffin to be automatic. After some thought, Wyatt sat down on the coffin as well and began listening to Emeric's explanation, which was largely in line with his own understanding. The universe contained countless star systems, each system comprising myriad worlds, and these worlds were further divided into countless parts. Some worlds were inhabited solely by mortals. Others were entirely composed of martial artists or cultivators, while still others combined technology with cultivation. Earth, where Wyatt had been born, was a world of mortals. Meanwhile, the true spirit world and the immortal spirit world were dominated by cultivators. Outside these worlds lay outer space, fraught with danger, from meteors and spatial storms to space pirates who roamed through it. Among these dangers, the most formidable were the star demons, creatures without physical form that could merge into space at will. They fed on all living beings and would attack any living thing they encountered. Sometimes, they even attacked planets. As for why Emeric was here, he said it was because life within his family was too dull, so he had chosen a random small planet and entered a state of slumber inside the stone coffin. That small planet happened to be the immortal spirit world where Wyatt now found himself, leaving him speechless. Perhaps this was the loneliness of the mighty. Emeric's home system was the desolate star system, part of the vast sky universe. Wyatt couldn't help but wonder to which universe his former home, Earth, belonged. Emeric and Wyatt quickly became acquainted, engrossed in conversation. Wyatt forgot all about the battle outside until he realized it had already ended. The Sea Demon revolt was drastically different from before. Previously, it lasted over 10 days. Now it ended after just a few hours. No one knew what had caused this sudden change. Only Michaela might understand. Wyatt had descended into the Spirit Band Sea region, and now that the revolt had ended, it suggested that he had resolved the underlying issue. Though brief, many humans had still lost their lives. Such tragedies were inevitable. As the battle concluded, everyone turned to cleaning up the battlefield. Some collected the bodies of fallen loved ones, others dissected sea demon corpses. While everyone was busy, a large group of people flew toward the Spirit Band Sea region from a distance. They're from the Seven Absolute Holy Land. Someone quickly identified them as disciples of the Seven Absolute Holy Land. However, the Sea Demon revolt had already ended. What was the point of their arrival now? Yet, as a first-grade Holy Land, no one dared question the timing of their arrival. Had the situation remained the same as before, their arrival wouldn't have been late. As the Seven Absolute Holy Lands members arrived, the lords of second and third-grade Holy Lands approached them, needing to greet them regardless of circumstances. Vance damn, something is off about these people. From the direction of Justin and Palace, Brayden came to Michaela and voiced his concern. What do you mean? What's wrong with them? Michaela frowned, having noticed the arrival of the Seven Absolute Holy Land members, but not understanding Brayden's concern. Vance damn, there's a strange energy within them, similar to the aura we felt from the underworld minions earlier. They may be puppets controlled by the underworld. When the Seven Absolute Holy Lands members approached, Brayden felt an uneasy sensation. Upon inspecting them with his divine soul, he found a peculiar energy similar to that of the previously defeated underworld minions, hence his warning to Michaela. Brayden, are you saying they're the bad guys? Before Michaela could respond, Desiree asked excitedly. She hadn't had enough fighting the sea demons, and now saw an opportunity to gather more spoils. Probably not wrong. I'll go check. Just as Brayden spoke, Desiree grabbed a large ladle and stepped out, followed closely by Brayden and Michaela. Michaela simultaneously sent a message to her disciples, instructing them to prepare for battle. Hey, are you from the underworld? At Desiree's words, everyone froze and turned to look at the Seven Absolute Holy Land members. Even those approaching the Holy Land hesitated and took a few steps back. They knew Desiree, who had participated in the previous battles and was clearly associated with Justin and Palace, though her exact identity remained unknown. Given her Imperial-level strength despite being only a few years old, she was hard to forget. Kill. Kaden knew they must have been exposed somehow. Normally, they should remain undetected until they acted. But Kaden wasn't bothered. The Seven Absolute Holy Land disciples had surrounded everyone, leaving little chance of escape even if discovered. He issued the order decisively, moving toward Desiree himself. He had seen her prowess against sea demons earlier. Her immense talent indicated great potential, and capturing such a prodigy as a puppet would bring unimaginable benefits. Michaela was enraged upon realizing that the Seven Absolute Holy Land had allied with the underworld and intended to harm her daughter. She lunged at Kaden. Though Kaden was also a heavenly sovereign realm cultivator, he was only at mid-stage, while Michaela was at late stage. She had no fear of him. As Kaden gave the order, numerous disciples fell instantly. Despite the prior warning from Desiree, the Seven Absolute Holy Land members were prepared. Chaos erupted once again, but this time it was human against human. All the Seven Absolute Holy Land members had become puppets of the underworld, gaining the underworld's powers. The sudden ambush caught many off guard. Even the Justin Palace side suffered casualties. Fortunately, the Justin Palace Amons intervened, killing several powerful 7 absolute Holy Land disciples, though this still resulted in hundreds of casualties. You are indeed wicked. Watch how I deal with you. Chapter 207. The arrival of the Netherworld powerhouses. Seeing that Desiree had instantly engaged in battle, she flew toward a disciple of the 7 Absolutes Holy Land who was fighting with a Spirit Immortal Palace disciple. With one spoon, she struck the man on the head. Bang! A dull sound echoed as the 7 Absolutes Holy Land disciple was immediately knocked flying by Desiree, colliding with several other disciples along the way. However, contrary to expectations, the disciple did not lose consciousness or die after being knocked away. He merely stood up with a grim expression, shaking his head and glaring at Desiree. This disciple was at the early stage Immortal Sovereign realm. Desiree, fearing that she might shatter his skull with too much force, had refrained from using much strength. Normally, this level of force would have rendered even a late-stage Immortal Sovereign unconscious. But Desiree was unaware of the unique traits of the Netherworld puppets. They could withstand most forms of damage. Her blow did not achieve the desired effect. Little mistress, these are Netherworld puppets. They can resist most damage. If you wish to knock them out, you'll need to apply more force, Elias reminded Desiree, noticing her puzzled gaze. Is that so? Desiree murmured, then charged towards the disciple again. This time, the disciple couldn't track her movements but still tried blocking with his immortal artifact. Since they had observed earlier that Desiree seemed to lack combat skills and her only move was striking heads, the disciple hastily raised his immortal artifact above his head, thinking it should deflect her spoon. However, he underestimated Desiree. As soon as he lifted the artifact, Desiree's spoon came down, shattering his artifact instantly. Bang! With a roll of his eyes, the disciple fell unconscious. Hee. These bad guys certainly have higher endurance compared to Ruru. Now I don't have to be so careful about controlling my strength. Desiree stretched out her hand, absorbing the 7 Absolutes Holy Land disciple's storage ring, giggled, and then dashed toward another disciple. The Spirit Immortal Palace disciple nearby couldn't help but smile bitterly at Desiree's words. This little palace master is truly sadistic. That disciple happened to be Spirit Immortal Palace's sole true disciple previously, with only mid-stage transcendent immortal power. However, after months of cultivation at the palace, he had now reached early-stage Immortal Sovereign and was promoted to one of the 10 Amons, a form of compensation for Michaela. Otherwise, any Immortal Sovereign joining now would be just an inner sect steward. The battle raged on, but it was clear that the disciples of the 3rd and 2nd-tier sects were no match for the 7 Absolutes Holy Land. Now that the latter had become Netherworld puppets, the other sects stood even less of a chance. At the Spirit Immortal Palace, Michaela continued battling the Holy Lord of the 7 Absolutes Holy Land. Although Michaela's strength far surpassed Caden, ending the fight quickly was impossible. All Amons attack. Kill all Immortal Sovereigns of the 7 Absolutes Holy Land. After around half an hour, Michaela had completely suppressed Caden and was likely to kill him within 100 moves. Observing the heavy casualties among the sect disciples, even many from her own Spirit Immortal Palace, Michaela realized further training wouldn't make sense. She ordered all Immortal Sovereigns and above to be killed. Only by eliminating all Immortal Sovereigns of the 7 Absolutes Holy Land could this ambush be deemed a failure. Boom! Following Michaela's command, nearly 20 Heavenly Respects full circles appeared, charging towards the Immortal Sovereigns of the 7 Absolutes Holy Land. So, Spirit Immortal Palace has such formidable power. It seems everyone has been deceived by your palace. Caden, shocked by the sudden appearance of over 20 Heavenly Respects full circles, which even exceeded his Holy Land's count, was taken aback. Spirit Immortal Palace had only declared itself a 2nd-tier Holy Land, yet its strength now rivaled, if not surpassed, 1st-tier Holy Lands. Humph! It's your ignorance. Die now. Michaela retorted coldly. According to promotion standards in the Immortal realm, Spirit Immortal Palace lacked enough ancestral immortals to be classified as a 1st-tier Holy Land. However, the power of Heavenly Respects wasn't inferior to 1st-tier Holy Lands, making this declaration genuine. After speaking, Michaela's hand seals rapidly changed. Behind her, a powerful figure materialized as the surrounding temperature plummeted and snowflakes began falling. Divine ability. Ice seal the world. Suppress. Roar. As Michaela completed her final hand seal, the powerful figure roared and slapped towards Caden, freezing everything in its path. An extraordinary ability derived from her divine body. If Michaela and Caden hadn't distanced themselves from the crowd, everyone would have been frozen. Even now, all present involuntarily shivered, their spiritual energy circulation slowing down. Is this a divine body? Most directly affected was Caden, whose abilities were now thoroughly suppressed as if frozen. Seeing the divine ability closing in, fear crept onto Caden's face. He hadn't expected Michaela to be so powerful, especially with a divine body. Lord, save me. Realizing the divine ability would strike, Caden desperately shouted, still under Netherworld control but wanting to live. If I die now, nothing will remain, including my soul, captured by the Netherworld. I refuse to die. Himph. What a waste, failing at such a simple task. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded as eerie black mist appeared before Caden, followed by a dark chain flying towards Michaela's divine ability. Boom. Upon collision, a storm erupted, and Michaela's divine ability shattered instantly. The chain didn't stop there but advanced towards Michaela, whose expression turned grave. Vermin that dare attack our matriarch, do you really seek death? Suddenly, Godwin appeared in front of Michaela, catching the incoming chain. His primary mission was to protect Michaela, and this interference was not part of his plan. Chapter 208. Overwhelming suppression. The branch in Xianxia territory should have been destroyed by your Justin Palace, right? The Yomi strongman tugged on his chain, but it didn't budge in Godwin's grip. Hence, this person must be stronger than himself. With such strength, the branch in Xianxia territory must indeed have been eradicated by the Justin Palace. Otherwise, none of the surrounding territories would possess such capability. The Justinan Palace is merely a second-grade holy land that just ascended, yet the hidden strength is astonishing. It was no wonder the Yomi's powerhouse doubted Justinan Palace. Not only the branch in Xianxia territory will we destroy, starting today, your Yomi will find no place in the entire immortal spirit world. Godwin's expression was cold. He knew that given his master's character, after the repeated disturbances from Yomi in Wuling territory, Wyatt would not tolerate Yomi's existence any longer. So it's really you Justinan Palace. Don't think having some strength gives you the right to challenge our Yomi. You're walking towards your own death. Upon hearing Godwin admit that the branch in Xianxia territory was destroyed by Justinan Palace, the Yomi strongman felt a surge of relief. His suspicions turned out correct. This Yomi strongman had arrived at Xianxia territory long ago, but found no clues there. Thus, he ventured into nearby territories. Due to his identity, appearing openly was impossible, so he went back to Linjiang territory and enslaved a first-grade holy land there, getting Caden to assist with investigations. Just then, the sea monsters of Forbidden Spirit Sea rebelled. Since the rebellion would result in countless deaths, he decided to capitalize on this chaos. However, here he discovered Justinan Palace's immense power, with dozens of celestial sovereigns. This led him to suspect that the Xianxia territory branch destruction was their doing. Ignorant fools, how could you understand my master's might? Now, I will kill you first and then obliterate the rest of your rat-like Yomi. A mocking smile crossed Godwin's face. Without warning, the chain in his hand melted, causing the Yomi strongman to retreat in horror. Die! As Godwin's palm descended upon the Yomi strongman, an intense force locked onto the ladder, making even escape impossible. Humph! The Yomi strongman snorted, his body instantly turning into eerie black mist, a unique Yomi technique reserved for official members. In mist form, he could evade any physical attacks or common spells unless facing specific elemental weaknesses. Bang! Godwin's palm hit the black mist, sending a figure flying and crashing 100 meters away. Spit! How? How is this possible? The Yomi strongman couldn't fathom how Godwin struck him. Just as he spoke those words, he fell dead. The black mist did offer immunity to physical damage when both sides were evenly matched, but against Godwin, it wasn't enough. You two go die. After killing the Yomi strongman, Godwin looked at Caden, who finally regained composure upon hearing Godwin's words. However, another palm awaited him. Even a peak celestial sovereign couldn't withstand Godwin, leaving Caden no chance either. With these deaths, Godwin stopped as the Seven Extremes Holy Land had few strongmen left. All immortal emperors and above disciples were killed by Justinan Palace Amons. Only weaker disciples remained. Though outnumbered, their demise was imminent. Vansdam, are you alright? Fine, Godwin, thank you. Vansdam, please don't say that. Protecting you is my duty. As long as Vansdam and young Vancestor are safe, that's all that matters. Godwin, there's no danger now. Go find Feiyong. The sea monsters have retreated. Where's Feiyong? Michaela surveyed the battlefield. Seeing Seven Extremes Holy Land disciples slaughtered and their powerful figures deceased, she confirmed there was little remaining danger. Moreover, numerous Justinan Palace powerhouses were present, ensuring no immediate peril. Yet, Michaela worried about Wyatt. He should have returned hours ago. Despite her confidence in his prowess, worry lingered. Vansdam, let Dolores go down into the sea. I'll stay here. Vansdam, rest assured, I will look for Vancestor. Godwin ignored Michaela. Although she was formidable, she despised water. Meanwhile, Dolores agreed and flew toward Forbidden Spirit Sea. Howl. Transforming into a 10,000-meter-long dragon mid-air, Dolores plunged into the sea. After assuming her true form, an air of supremacy radiated, forcing all sea monsters into submission. As the heavenly dragon passed, sea monsters scattered, trembling but unable to resist. The oppressive divine beast bloodline left them terrified and submissive. This was different from their fear of the depths. Sea monsters fled the deep seeking safer ground, but over time realized humans ashore could be consumed, mitigating their fear while boosting their cultivation. Thus, sea monster rebellions became bi-century events with high-level commanders directing lower-ranked members. Dolores cared not for the sea monster's plight. Guided by Wyatt's aura, she eventually reached an array formation. A small celestial dragon? Brother Mu, since we met today, why not celebrate by roasting this little celestial dragon? Emeric asked, puzzled by Dolores' presence, but unbothered. Hearing celestial dragon, Wyatt turned around, catching sight of Dolores returning to human form. Chapter 209, Wyatt's Order. Brother Xiao, this one is here to see me. Wyatt waved a hand upon seeing Dolores, then said to Emeric with a chuckle that he didn't expect Emeric would be so passionate as to propose slaughtering his own heavenly dragon in celebration. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought it was a heavenly dragon under Brother Mu's control? I was wondering how such a creature appeared here. Emeric felt a little embarrassed and laughed to mask his awkwardness. How could he say something like suggesting to slaughter another person's battle pet in front of Wyatt? Greetings, Vancestor. Dolores, why did you come down? How is everything above? Replying to Vancestor, the sea demons were repelled over an hour ago. However, some unforeseen incidents occurred afterward. People from the netherworld came to ambush us. The situation is now almost resolved. Lady Mother was worried about your prolonged absence and sent me to find you. How outrageous. The netherworld truly becomes more audacious by the day. They dare to ambush us again and again. It seems impossible to rest until these rats are exterminated. Indeed, Wyatt grew very angry after hearing that the netherworld people had attacked again. He had already given them 2 chances, but they did not know how to cherish it. Wyatt had made up his mind. This time, even if it were troublesome, he must eradicate the netherworld from the immortal spirit realm, or there would be no peace in the future. Netherworld often comes to disturb us from time to time. Will we ever have peace? Brother Mu, if you need help, feel free to say so. It's been quite a while since I've engaged in combat. It will be good for some practice. Beside him, Emeric, having heard Dolores' words, understood that Wyatt might be facing some trouble. Therefore, He wanted to offer his strength. After all, they had become fast friends at first meeting, and their conversation had been pleasant. Emeric already regarded Wyatt as one of his few friends. Though Emeric was unsure of Wyatt's exact strength, he believed they should be on par. A worthy opponent for Wyatt should also be someone at an equivalent level. Although Emeric was unclear how such a powerful figure could exist on this small planet, he definitely had to give it a try now. I appreciate your offer, Brother Xiao, but they're just a bunch of jumping clowns. Anyone I send out can exterminate the netherworld. I simply found it troublesome before. Do you have nothing else to do, Brother Xiao? Why don't you visit my place for a few days? If you're feeling itchy hands, perhaps I can spar with you. Wyatt smiled. Such mice hiding in the dark like the netherworld weren't worth involving someone as strong as Emeric. That would demean a strong person's dignity. To eliminate the netherworld, he could send anyone out, but he had a better candidate in mind, especially after hearing Emeric's interest in engaging. Since signing in for Invincible cultivation, Wyatt hadn't had an all-out fight due to the lack of equally powerful opponents. Now, finally meeting someone like Emeric, Wyatt naturally wanted a match. Ha ha ha. In that case, let me bother you, Brother Mu. I'm also curious about your strength. We must have a friendly match then. Emeric laughed heartily after hearing Wyatt's words. He had been curious about Wyatt's strength when they met earlier. His body constitution and cultivation method were both special and formidable. Although Xiao family was considered a minor clan in the Barren Star system, he was its #1 powerhouse, wielding the origin power method, destroying heaven technique. An ordinary person couldn't withstand his destructive force, yet Wyatt remained unharmed, proving that Wyatt was at least on par with him. Let's go then. Wyatt laughed and vanished. Emeric put away his stone coffin and followed suit, disappearing into the air. Damn. Indeed those rats from Netherworld. Wyatt appeared above the spirit-forbidding sea, looking towards the shore where many belonged to the Netherworld forces. Then his shadow flashed above the crowd. A cold voice resounded. People of the Netherworld should die. Perish. As Wyatt spoke, everyone watched in shock as every 7 Absolute Sanctuary member who had been fighting them slowly turned into vapor within seconds. After annihilating the 7 Absolute Sanctuary, Wyatt returned to Michaela. At this moment, Emeric and Dolores reappeared too. Wife, are you okay? I'm fine. Luckily I had Elias with me, otherwise, I might have been injured. Netherworld sent a perfected celestial sovereign, investigating the destruction of the Changji domain branch. That's good. This Netherworld action is intolerable. I'll dispatch people to wipe them out. Tai-Bai, inform your father to thoroughly search for Netherworld personnel. Kill them all without mercy. I don't wish to hear about any Netherworld members anymore. Yes, Vancestor. Wyatt had previously assigned Conway and 3 clans outside to form a new power base to assist the Spirit Immortal Palace. Given the month that passed, they likely had some success, allowing Conway's group to deal with Netherworld suited perfectly. Though they couldn't use powers surpassing the immortal spirit realm, they were celestial beings. Even suppressed, they remained celestial sovereigns. With tens of thousands from Wyatt's controlled clans, an entire army of celestial sovereigns, even Netherworld wouldn't stand a chance. Wife, let me introduce you. This is Emeric, a newfound good friend. Brother Xiao, this is my wife Michaela and daughter Desiree. Wyatt stopped worrying about Netherworld matters and introduced Emeric to Michaela. Hello, Brother Xiao. Hello, Uncle Xiao. Haha, sister-in-law, you're welcome. Since you call me Brother Xiao, let me give you a welcome gift, a flexible armor I stumbled upon. Wyatt managed affairs effortlessly while deepening bonds, showcasing his leadership and interpersonal skills amidst conflict and friendship. Chapter 210. The 7-Colored Heaven Pearl of Hongmon. No, Brother Xiao, this gift is too precious. Please take it back. Michaela's expression changed when she saw the soft armor that Emeric took out. She immediately refused, even though she didn't know the grade of the treasure. However, from the aura emanating from the soft armor, it was evidently more powerful than the divine artifact given to her by Wyatt previously. Since Emeric and Wyatt just met, how could Michaela accept such an expensive gift? Sister-in-law, you're being too formal. It's just an innate soft armor. If I had a better treasure suited for you, I wouldn't feel right giving you this level of innate treasure. If sister-in-law refuses to accept it, isn't that looking down on me? Michaela looked somewhat conflicted. Although she did not understand what an innate treasure was, it was definitely very valuable. Now that Emeric put it like that, she was at a loss, so she looked toward Wyatt for help. Wife, since it's from Brother Xiao, just accept it. Although Wyatt hadn't heard of treasures of this caliber either, at their level, these treasures were indeed insignificant. Well, okay. Thank you, Brother Xiao. Hee, that's more like it. This soft armor is different from other weapons. Once recognized with a blood drop by sister-in-law, it can be absorbed into the body for nurturing. If sister-in-law encounters danger in the future, the soft armor will automatically protect its master, Emeric said, laughing. Indeed, the soft armor was different from weapons. If it were one of those grade weapons, Michaela would have no chance to recognize it. But the soft armor was another matter. Once recognized by a blood drop, it only needed to be nurtured slowly with spiritual power, and it would protect its master without any need for activation when danger loomed. Uncle Xiao, do I get a gift, Faye? Faye, that's impolite. Michaela hurriedly held her daughter back. It wasn't right to ask for a gift upon first meeting. She felt awkward enough receiving the soft armor herself. Ha ha ha. You are Faye, correct? Such cultivation at your young age, Faye is truly impressive. Uncle Xiao shall also give you a treasure. This treasure is called the 7-Colored Heaven Pearl of Hongmon. Each color within the pearl represents a different path of the Tao. It was found by me coincidentally and is now given to Faye. Emeric laughed heartily and pulled out a luminous pearl, which had 7 distinct colors and captured everyone's attention. The 7-Colored Heaven Pearl of Hongmon was discovered by Emeric during his travels through the star realms. He had studied the pearl before, knowing each color represented a unique path of the Tao. This made it a tremendously powerful treasure. Controlling the pearl meant mastering the 7 paths. Unfortunately, despite extensive research, Emeric couldn't claim ownership of the pearl. Realizing he wasn't destined for it, he kept it in his ring until now when Desiree asked for a gift, reminding him of its existence. Wow, what a beautiful pearl. Desiree instantly fell in love with the pearl upon seeing it, grabbing it without waiting for anyone else's response. Even Wyatt and his wife barely had time to react. Wyatt wasn't sure about the exact level of the 7-colored heaven pearl, but anything related to Dao wouldn't be simple. Clearly, this pearl was extraordinary, far surpassing the soft armor given to Michaela. Brother Xiao, this treasure is too precious. Faye should not receive it. Perhaps you should choose something else. I don't want anything else. I like this pearl. The little Doreen quickly covered the pearl in her arms, afraid someone might snatch it away. This adorable scene amused Emeric greatly. He bent down and picked up Desiree, saying with a smile, since Faye likes it, keep it. Ignore what your father says. Yes. Thank you, Uncle Xiao. You're so kind. Ha ha ha. Emeric laughed, feeling genuinely appreciated for the first time in eons. He grew fond of the little Doreen. You brat. Wyatt chuckled helplessly at his daughter's antics, deciding it wasn't worth arguing over and would return the favor another time. Brother Xiao, let's head back. Agreed. They flew back to the Immortal Spirit Palace, leaving behind others to deal with the aftermath. Fortunately, the Sea Demon Rebellion resulted in minimal losses for the Immortal Spirit Palace, but the ambush by the 7 Extremes Holy Land cost them over 1,000 lives. Despite suffering heavy casualties in their first battle, it was mainly due to the mysterious and deadly techniques used by the underworld cultivators. Still, with orders from Wyatt, they would likely avoid encountering the underworld people in the future. Brother Mu, who would have thought your sect is constructed so well? By the standards of this world, your sect must be the strongest, right? At Snow Spirit Peak of the Immortal Spirit Palace, in Wyatt's courtyard, Emeric sipped wine from his cup. With Emeric's strength, he easily identified the remarkable qualities of the Immortal Spirit Palace. Not only was its immortal spirit energy of higher quality than outside, but its density was also rare. Most importantly, Emeric sensed the aura of origin here, the origin of time. Even Emeric hadn't comprehended the origin of time because it was incredibly difficult. And this place, being merely in the immortal spirit realm, had the potential to become the top-ranking sect soon if development continued at this pace. Forgive me, Brother Xiao. Today we'll talk about anything but our achievements. Let's drink. Ha ha ha. To drinking with you today. I didn't expect Brother Mu to have such good wine. Though it's just ordinary liquor, it's undoubtedly the best I've tasted. Emeric laughed, raising his glass to toast with Wyatt. The wine they drank came from Wyatt's sign-in reward, Guojiao Vanciotai. He signed up for 100 bottles, none particularly special but still excellent. Furthermore, Wyatt buried the Vanciotai under the Life Divine tree, where it absorbed some of the tree's essence and aged into millennium-old wine. It wasn't brewed by immortals, yet it surpassed the finest immortal wines. Chapter 211. The High-Profile, Heavenly Saint Palace. Vancestor, we've received word. 2 branches of the Netherworld were discovered in the North Dao Domain and the Linjiang Domain. One is located in a village outside Mingyue City in the North Dao Domain, and the other is beneath the Thousand Island Sea in the Linjiang Domain. On a peak within the North Dao Domain, a city floated above it. In the main hall at the heart of this city, a disciple was reporting to a Benny seated at the head of the hall. This place was established by Conway, who had dispatched people to gather intelligence on the Netherworld after receiving a message from his son. Conway's expression grew serious, for this was the first task entrusted to them by Wyatt. Notify all disciples to assemble. Our destination is the Thousand Island Sea in Linjiang City. It's time for the world to know the name of our Heavenly Saint Palace. Van seek sure to cause a stir. Ideally, let the neighboring domains know that our mission is to destroy the Netherworld. The North Dao Domain is among the more prominent domains on the Rajixan continent. Within this domain, there are portal arrays connecting it to major domains, making Conway choose this location for convenience even when traveling to other large domains. However, the Heavenly Saint Palace had just been built, so not many people knew about it. Only those in the North Dao Domain had some knowledge of it. But even they only knew that a new sect had appeared, with no clear idea of its strength since the palace was situated in the outskirts of the North Dao Domain. The reason some people in the North Dao Domain knew of the Heavenly Saint Palace was because of the floating city, a first-of-its-kind aerial construction in the immortal realm. Yes, Vancestor. All inhabitants of the floating city were disciples of the Heavenly Saint Palace. After Conway's command, tens of thousands of disciples assembled within moments. Hundreds of battle arcs ascended into the sky, carrying tens of thousands of disciples. Banners hung outside the arcs read, "The Heavenly Saint Palace's first battle, destroy the Netherworld." This simple and straightforward slogan left no one in doubt about their intentions. Set off. Circle the North Dao Domain first to make sure everyone knows the Heavenly Saint Palace's mission. Following Conway's order, all battle arcs rose and headed towards the cities within the North Dao Domain, ensuring everyone would know of their purpose. Conway wasn't worried about the Netherworld discovering their plans. Even if the Netherworld found out, he wasn't afraid. Based on their modus operandi, the Netherworld wouldn't shy away from confrontation. Brother, what level of power is this Heavenly Saint Palace? How can they openly challenge the Netherworld? Aren't they afraid of being wiped out? In a small town in the North Dao Domain, watching the departing battle arcs, Aiden asked a companion, "Brother, you must be new here." The Heavenly Saint Palace is a newly established sect in the North Dao Domain. Although I'm not sure about its strength, daring to openly declare war on the Netherworld suggests they're at least a first-rate holy land. Just wish we knew which branch they're targeting. Too bad we'll miss a good show. Similar discussions arose in many cities across the North Dao Domain. Some followed the Heavenly Saint Palace's arcs for entertainment. The news of the Heavenly Saint Palace's high-profile actions quickly reached the Netherworld's branch in the North Dao Domain. Despite disdain for these actions, they made arrangements nonetheless. The North Dao Domain was vast, and so was the Netherworld branch, with over 20 celestial sovereigns stationed there. 3 days later, the Heavenly Saint Palace's arcs finally arrived outside Mingyue City, accompanied by over 100,000 onlookers, including numerous celestial sovereigns. Ignoring the spectators, Conway ordered, Are these the Netherworld's rats? Thunder roared as a mysterious portal appeared on the western edge of a small village, surrounded by arcs. Hee. Who thought such courage could exist in the immortal realm, challenging the Netherworld, and by an obscure sect no less. Dark-cloaked figures emerged from the portal, revealing Netherworld's elites. Do you have no more than these few? Conway scoffed at the appearance of 2,000 or 3,000 enemies. He expected more from a branch in a major domain. Enough to kill you all. Even though the Heavenly Saint Palace had tens of thousands, Tom wasn't intimidated by a newly formed sect. You think so? Hope you're not too surprised later. Kill them all. Not a single Netherworld rat must survive. Kill. On Conway's command, the Heavenly Saint Palace disciples attacked simultaneously, unleashing violent energy enveloping a 10,000-mile radius. Chapter 212. One dead, one escaped. How could this be possible? It's impossible. I must have sensed it wrong. Your Heavenly Saint Palace is merely a newly established sect. How can all of you be at the Celestial Sovereign Realm? You must be using some method to intimidate me. Yes, that must be it. Even the pillar-supporting palace doesn't have such power. When Tom sensed the cultivation levels of the Heavenly Saint Palace disciples, he became incoherent. The disciples of Heavenly Saint Palace were terrifyingly strong. Each one exuded an aura of Celestial Sovereign Realm, and they were all perfect Celestial Sovereigns. If Heavenly Saint Palace had only 20 perfect Celestial Sovereigns, Tom wouldn't be too worried. But Heavenly Saint Palace has hundreds of thousands of people. Even though Netherworld's cultivation methods were indeed special, allowing them to withstand most damages, there was still a limit. If tens of thousands of perfect Celestial Sovereigns attacked together, Netherworld's few tens of thousands wouldn't last a single round. However, those who felt the overwhelming presence weren't just from Netherworld. The onlookers from Beidao region also fled, stopping only after retreating billions of miles away. They were pale with fear, all frightened by Heavenly Saint Palace. Who would have thought a newly established sect could possess such terrifying strength? Previously, they wondered how Heavenly Saint Palace dared to openly confront Netherworld like this. Now they realized they were the fools. There's nothing impossible in this world. You Netherworld are just a bunch of small mice watching the sky from a well. Blame yourselves for offending someone you shouldn't have. But don't worry, you won't die alone. Soon, everyone in Netherworld will die, but you're just going first. Watching the babbling Tom, Camden sneered before waving his hand. Everyone from Heavenly Saint Palace attacked, the strikes of tens of thousands, landing on the Netherworld cultivators. Boom. The attack shook the entire Beidao region as if it were a 10-level earthquake. A mushroom cloud rose from the epicenter, followed by a terrifying shockwave, and a massive spatial black hole appeared. As the black hole emerged, fierce gusts erupted, even forcing Heavenly Saint Palace members to rapidly retreat. Everyone, stop the black hole from expanding further. We don't want to destroy Beidao region. Seeing the growing black hole, Camden's expression changed as he urgently ordered everyone to contain it. If left unchecked, it might swallow Beidao region entirely, leading to ridicule from the entire Xianling world. Following Camden's command, all Heavenly Saint Palace disciples acted, constructing defensive barriers with their mana. At this moment, Camden wasn't concerned about whether Netherworld had been completely destroyed. He just wanted to stabilize the black hole. With the efforts of all Heavenly Saint Palace disciples, it took more than half an hour for the black hole to finally settle. The area where the village once stood became scorched earth, devouring everything within several miles. All tens of thousands of Netherworld disciples vanished, leaving not even ashes behind. Pity. Palace Vancestor, Netherworld is dead. What's there to pity? Beside Camden stood two middle-aged men, Deputy Palace Vancestors of Heavenly Saint Palace, also leaders of Divine Crocodile Clan and Sky Vanscented Clan. Netherworld indeed perished, but so did their resources. Isn't that wasteful? In the future, be mindful. Eliminating them is enough, but don't waste their resources. After all, this is the Xianling world. Although we can only use perfect celestial sovereign strength, the spatial firmness here can't compare to the divine realm. Let's be gentler in the future. Yes, Palace Vancestor. Then, shall we continue to Linjiang region? Let's go. Everyone, march towards Linjiang region. Camden issued the order without delay because news might already have reached Linjiang region. If Netherworld escaped, it would be problematic. Thus, under Camden's lead, Heavenly Saint Palace sped towards Linjiang region. Indeed, when Heavenly Saint Palace attacked Beidao region, Netherworld spies were observing. The destruction process was reported back to Linjiang region. After sending the message, the spies disappeared. Send out the evacuation orders immediately. Upon receiving the spies' reports, Netherworld's Linjiang region branch immediately ordered evacuations, regardless of the authenticity of the report. From the transmitted footage, Netherworld could see that Heavenly Saint Palace was overwhelmingly powerful, with tens of thousands of perfect celestial sovereigns. Netherworld indeed offended few in Xianling world, even daring to oppose pillar-supporting palace. But combining all Netherworld's experts, they couldn't match tens of thousands of perfect celestial sovereigns. Netherworld moved quickly, beginning evacuation within minutes, abandoning many things due to urgency. Linjiang region wasn't far from Beidao region. If driven by a perfect celestial sovereign-powered vessel, it would take less than half a day. Fearing early arrival by Heavenly Saint Palace, Netherworld took only what was essential and left the rest. All members dispersed to Sanshan region and join up with our branch there. After gathering everyone, Alding Lisin instructed the escape route. These people were capital for future resistance against Heavenly Saint Palace. He naturally didn't wish for them to perish now. Following Alding Lisin's command, he transformed into a black mist and disappeared, while other Netherworld experts dispersed. When Camden led Heavenly Saint Palace to Linjiang region, Netherworld's experts had already fled, darkening Camden's face. He hadn't expected Netherworld to actually flee. If known earlier, they could have coordinated better. After painstakingly discovering two branches, losing one was disappointing. Raise this place. Take back anything useful for cultivation. Yes, Palace Vancestor. Following Camden's command, all Heavenly Saint Palace disciples looted Netherworld's branch thoroughly. Though these items weren't useful to them, resources were necessary for future disciple recruitment and cultivation, ensuring their 3 clans didn't remain too few for a superpower. Chapter 213. The duel begins. Previously, Conway had planned to take on disciples only after the founding of the Heavenly Saint Palace. However, he received a command from Wyatt just in time, so he didn't get around to recruiting disciples yet. But this delay had its advantages. Conway believed that news of events in the North Dao domain would soon spread across neighboring realms, making the Heavenly Saint Palace a highly coveted place. If the Heavenly Saint Palace were to open its doors again for recruitment, numerous powerful cultivators would certainly join, increasing the manpower available for investigating the location of the Netherworld. After thoroughly plundering all resources from the Netherworld branch, Conway returned to the North Dao domain with everyone. By then, the entire domain was already abuzz with discussions about the Heavenly Saint Palace. 3 days later, 2 announcements from the Heavenly Saint Palace left the people of the North Dao domain buzzing once more. The first announcement stated that the Heavenly Saint Palace would begin recruiting disciples 10 days later, but only those aged between 6 and 16 would be eligible. At the same time, the palace would also recruit strong cultivators above the rank of Immortal King, with Immortal Kings to Immortal Emperors becoming Outer Sect Amons. Those from Bradley Immortals to Celestial Respectors could become Inner Sect Amons, and anyone could participate in the trials. The second announcement sought any intelligence regarding the Netherworld. If someone provided the location of a Netherworld branch, regardless of their cultivation level, as long as the information was genuine, they could become an Inner Sect Amon at the Heavenly Saint Palace. Now, the entire North Dao domain was buzzing about the Heavenly Saint Palace. Some savvy individuals had already started bringing their children to the palace. Others who knew they stood no chance in the trials left the domain, not giving up but rather seeking out information about the Netherworld and other domains. These 2 announcements from the Heavenly Saint Palace quickly gained legendary status and reached Wyatt's ears. But when Wyatt heard them, he merely smiled. He wasn't concerned with external matters. After spending a few days with Emeric, the latter was planning to leave the Immortal Spirit World. Emeric originally came to the Immortal Spirit World to enter a deep slumber but was interrupted by Wyatt. Besides, he had been away from his family for too long and wanted to return for a visit. However, before leaving, he and Wyatt had agreed to a sparring match, which they needed to complete first. Brother Xiao, have you decided on a location? Why choose? Let's head to outer space and pick an uninhabited planet. That way, we can fight without restraint. Emeric smiled and replied. Given their strength, fighting here would limit their actions. One punch could obliterate the Immortal Spirit World. Only in outer space could they unleash their full power, as star systems contained countless dead stars suitable for their battle. Alright, let's go. Wyatt informed Ainsley and left with Emeric. Thankfully, Desiree had fallen into a deep sleep, or she would have insisted on coming along. This time, her sudden slumber was unrelated to excess spiritual energy. She simply hadn't woken up after sleeping that night. After a thorough checkup, it turned out the cause was the primordial 7-colored sky pearl Emeric had given her. It unexpectedly fused with her, a phenomenon even Emeric admired due to its immense power. Upon successfully fusing with the pearl, which contained the essence of 7 fundamental principles, Desiree would undoubtedly become a prodigy. Under Wyatt's guidance, Emeric was both envious and fearful. According to Emeric, the star system where the Immortal Spirit World resided was called the Dezhou star system, one of the nearest to the Wasteland star system within the Haotian universe, while the Dezhou star system belonged to the Langa universe. Led by Emeric, the 2 quickly entered outer space. This was Wyatt's first time venturing out, where he observed the environment filled with floating meteorites of various sizes and encountered spatial storms and heavenly winds, which even Celestial Respector-level experts might struggle against. During their flight, they saw numerous planets of varying sizes and narrowly escaped an ambush by space beast demons. Wyatt took interest in the demon cores of these beasts, discovering that they could enhance the souls of cultivators, a treasure he had never encountered before. After several days of flying, they found a remote, dead planet. Brother Mu, ready? I won't hold back. Standing a kilometer apart on the dead planet, Emeric's expression grew serious. Since this was a duel, he would give it his all, out of respect for Wyatt's strength. I'm ready. Don't hold back either, or I might embarrass you. Wyatt didn't need to prepare much. With his supreme cultivation, there was no reason for Emeric to reserve his strength. Ha ha ha, let's do this. Emeric laughed and vanished, reappearing right before Wyatt, delivering a punch to his face. Hee, too sneaky, Brother Xiao. You're aiming for my face? Now, I won't be gentle either. Wyatt chuckled and countered with his own punch. Boom. Both punches collided, producing a thunderous boom that reverberated across the planet. A wave of air pressure erupted behind them, kicking up a sandstorm that spread far and wide. Both figures remained stationary, eyeing each other before retracting their fists and striking each other's faces once more. Emeric didn't hold back fully at first, reserving some strength, while Wyatt adjusted his strength based on Emeric's attacks, slightly overpowering him. Their enthusiasm for the fight grew, making it impossible to see their movements clearly. Only the sounds of punches echoed through the battlefield. They fought from the ground into the sky, then from the sky back into outer space, using only their physical prowess without any martial arts techniques. Chapter 214. Emeric leaves. Ha ha ha, that was refreshing. Brother Mu, you are indeed formidable. This is the most exhilarating battle I've had since breaking through to great freedom. However, I will use martial techniques next. Brother Mu, be cautious. After several hundred rounds of combat, the two exchanged another punch. Emeric and Wyatt stood 1,000 meters apart, facing each other. The excitement was evident on Emeric's face. Emeric was already an invincible existence in the desolate star system, and it was this invincibility that made him feel lonely, leading him to think about hibernating anywhere randomly. He hadn't experienced such an enjoyable fight for many years, because no one in the desolate star system could withstand his full-strength attacks. Emeric never expected to meet an equally matched opponent on a small planet like this. The thrill was indescribable. Come on. Wyatt also smiled broadly, having not enjoyed such a satisfying fight before. His strength would adjust according to the opponent's level. If the opponent were an early-stage Immortal King, he would become a mid-stage Immortal King. No matter how powerful the opponent was, Wyatt always remained slightly superior. Besides his invincible cultivation realm, Wyatt's physical body was also unbeatable. When fighting immortal emperors or celestial venerated ones, he couldn't enjoy the battles as they couldn't endure even a fraction of his power. But now, though he still needed to restrain himself somewhat against Imeric, he could unleash much more. Imeric looked at Wyatt with growing seriousness. Wraps of destructive energy swirled around his body, causing space to collapse in his vicinity. Punch of world destruction. Imeric clenched his fist and punched out, creating a gigantic fist shadow in the air that charged toward Wyatt, collapsing space along its path. The scene resembled being in the eye of a level 12 tornado. Immortal Fist. Wyatt also punched out, forming a similarly massive fist shadow heading towards Imeric's attack. When the two enormous fist shadows collided, there was no deafening explosion as one might expect. Instead, Imeric's fist shadow shattered instantly upon impact. The destruction didn't stop there. The planet they stood on crumbled into dust, disappearing into the void. But Wyatt's fist shadow continued advancing toward Imeric. Bang! Imeric didn't expect his all-out punch to disintegrate so easily and quickly crossed his arms to block. Despite his efforts, he was still slammed away. Did I use too much force? Seeing Imeric being flung away, Wyatt muttered and rushed over, finally spotting Imeric several miles away. Big Brother Xiao, are you okay? Brother Mu, you nearly killed me. Imeric massaged his arms, laughing bitterly. He never imagined Wyatt was so terrifying that he couldn't withstand a single punch. It dawned on Imeric that Wyatt had been holding back throughout their fight, but it confused him. Wasn't his realm already the strongest? What realm are you in, Brother Mu? Alright then. Big Brother Xiao, I don't know my exact realm either, but I do know I am invincible. Hearing Imeric wasn't keen on continuing, Wyatt didn't insist but mentioned his invincibility with pride when asked about his realm. Imeric never thought Wyatt would say that. He once considered himself invincible, but was humbled by a single punch from Wyatt. Realizing how naive he had been, Imeric was speechless upon hearing Wyatt claim invincibility again. Brother Mu, I once thought I was invincible, but today I learned that there's always someone stronger. You must not be arrogant. Big Brother Xiao, I understand. I'll continue working hard. Wyatt let go of his pride, understanding Imeric's concern. He promised to keep striving. Alright, just remember that. Let's part ways here, brothers. If you ever get bored, you can visit me on Xianxia Star in the Desolate Star System. I won't be going elsewhere. Okay. Imeric patted Wyatt on the shoulder, then gradually disappeared. Wyatt lingered in the void for a while before fading away too. Feiyong, are you alright? Did Big Brother Xiao leave? A month later, Wyatt returned to the fairy spirit realm after exploring some stars. I'm invincible. What could happen? Big Brother Xiao couldn't handle my punch and retreated to the Desolate Star System. Wyatt embraced the beauty before him, nonchalantly explaining, leaving Michaela speechless. Feiyong, I want to talk about something. Michaela shifted the topic, knowing further discussion would only make Wyatt overly confident. What is it? Following the Banished Sea incident, our fairy spirit palace has gained fame across neighboring domains. Vansini sects have expressed submission, so I plan to integrate these domains. I intend to establish an imperial dynasty. Michaela explained her well-thought-out decision after numerous sects visited, seeking to join the fairy spirit palace. Thus, she planned the integration and creation of a super empire. Sure. After establishing the empire, I'll finally experience being an emperor. How about taking 10 or 100 consorts? 10 or 20 isn't enough. At least 300. Mu. Fei. Yang. Hashtag chapter 215. Desiree gets lost. Wyatt had barely finished speaking when he suddenly sensed a killing intent enveloping him. Only then did he realize something was amiss. Why did I just blurt out my thoughts? Before Wyatt could explain, he felt a sharp pain in his ear as a jade-like hand yanked on it. Wyatt, you've become quite the capable one now, haven't you? Planning to take 3,000 concubines already? Michaela's face was fierce as she scolded him, pulling his ear harshly. After accepting him for only a few months, this guy was already thinking about taking concubines. Wife, hear me out. That's not right. What I said was just what came to mind, ouch. Why did I say that wrong again? Wife, listen to me. I absolutely have no intention of taking concubines. It's all Brother Zhao's fault. He used to tell me about how many wives he had. I got used to hearing about it and blurted it out casually. Wife, please don't misunderstand me. Wyatt feigned being in pain while dragging someone else into the blame. If this didn't get cleared up, he wouldn't be able to share the bed tonight. Fortunately, Imeric had left. Otherwise, he would surely shout his innocence. Is that so? Do you envy Brother Xiao? Are you planning to follow his example? No way, absolutely not, wife. You should know my heart towards you is clear as day. If I lie, let heaven strike me with lightning. Wyatt hastily explained, even raising 2 fingers to swear an oath, looking utterly serious. Heaven, want to swear? Go ahead. Why drag me into this? Dare I strike you with lightning? Himph. Wyatt, I warn you, if you ever entertain such thoughts, I'll leave with our daughter, and you'll never see us again. Michaela coldly snorted, releasing her grip on Wyatt's ear. Wife, trust me. Even heaven didn't send down lightning. This proves I'm sincere. And besides, is there anyone more beautiful than my wife? Wife, we haven't seen each other for so long. How about I check your cultivation progress? Indeed. Michaela rolled her eyes at Wyatt and turned to leave. Checking her cultivation? She knew exactly what he was after. This man thought about nothing else and put so much effort into it. Even though she was at the late Tianzuan stage, she couldn't keep up with Wyatt's antics. Wife, health is paramount. I must be responsible for you. Let me check you thoroughly first. Wyatt picked Michaela up and carried her into the room. Startled, she struggled fiercely, but with her strength, she couldn't break free and was soon inside the room. What Wyatt and Michaela didn't know was that as they entered the room, a little head poked out from the neighboring room. Strange, why does mom resist dad's health check so much? Isn't it normal? But this gives me a chance to test my newly learned powers. The little Doreen's face showed confusion, followed by a mischievous smile. Then, her entire body slowly dissolved into nothingness. This little Doreen was none other than the awakened Desiree, whose departure went unnoticed by anyone, even the Bodhi Bradley tree in the back garden. On a road in the Linjiang domain, a small figure gradually appeared. It was Desiree, who had just left the Justinan Palace. So, this is spatial Dao? Truly amazing. Desiree examined her body, muttering to herself before assessing her surroundings. The 7-colored chaos bead given by Americ had merged with her body while she slept that night, keeping her in a coma until now. Upon waking, she found much information in her mind, and the bead itself had moved into her brain. After studying, she discovered she had mastered 2 Dao paths, Spatial Dao and Void Dao. Spatial Dao allowed Desiree to instantly enter any space without restriction or detection, except by those who had also mastered Spatial Dao. Void Dao was equally extraordinary, allowing her body to transform into a state of void, bypassing barriers like formations or restrictions. She had used Void Dao, combined with Spatial Dao, to leave the Justinan Palace undetected. Where am I? Unbeknownst to Desiree, she had traveled far beyond Wuling Domain, arriving in the distant Linjiang Domain. As Desiree wondered where she was, a series of hoofbeats approached from behind. Turning around, she saw a caravan approaching her. Whoa! The caravan stopped abruptly in front of Desiree. The Aemon riding the lead horse halted, gazing at her standing in the middle of the road. Following the Aemon's stop, the entire caravan paused. A carriage was among the wagons, and a gentle voice emerged from it. Aliana, why have we stopped? Miss, I'm not sure yet. I'll check what's happening. Okay. A young woman, about 15 or 16, stepped down from the carriage and quickly approached the front of the caravan. Louis, what's going on? Aliana watched Louis talking to a little Doreen, feeling puzzled. Why was there a little Doreen here? Aliana, it seems this child is lost. Louis had spoken with Desiree but found her answers vague, leaving him unsure how to proceed. Lost? Do you know which state or family she belongs to? Aliana was also puzzled. How could a little Doreen be lost here, miles away from any village? I don't know. I asked her, but she doesn't know anything. Perhaps you should consult Mississippi. We can bring her back and look for her family later. Louis, being kind-hearted, couldn't bear leaving a child stranded and suggested bringing her along first. All right. Aliana returned to the carriage and discussed Desiree's situation. Miss, should we bring the little Doreen back? Chapter 216. The little girl disappears again. The carriage curtain was lifted, and a young Doreen peered out. She too was at the tender age of 16, dressed in a purple dress with long, silky black hair cascading over her shoulders. Her flawless features exuded an elegant charm, and her round eyes sparkled with curiosity, though her complexion was not in the best condition. Miss, why have you come out? I want to see that little Doreen. Miss, your constitution is weak, and excessive exertion is not good for you. If you wish to see the little Doreen, I can bring her here. There's no need for you to come out. Aliana's face was filled with concern as she quickly stopped the lady from getting off the carriage, fearing she might collapse any second. It's fine. Didn't Fang Yixin tell me to walk more and breathe some fresh air? We've been sitting in this carriage for so long. It's a perfect time to stretch my legs. Well, miss, let me help you down then. Aliana hesitated for a moment, but then gently assisted the lady off the carriage, guiding her forward. What a cute little Doreen. In no time, Aliana led the lady to the front of the caravan. When the lady saw Desiree, she couldn't help but compliment her. Little sister, how did you end up here all alone? Where are your family? Big sister, you're so beautiful, just like Faye. Louis, Aliana, Kristen. Upon hearing Desiree's words, the three were momentarily stunned. They hadn't expected such an immediate compliment from the little Doreen and weren't sure if she was praising them or herself. Who praises people this way? Is your name Faye? Faye, where do you live? Do you remember? Let's go find your mother together, okay? My name is Desiree, big sister. I don't remember where I live. What's your name, big sister? The little Doreen's sweet, babyish voice was so charming that even Kristen felt an urge to hug her, but she resisted thinking of her own condition. However, upon realizing the little Doreen didn't know where she lived, Kristen became unsure of what to do. If they had a name, the Xuanhuan family would surely be able to return the child safely home. Big sister is called Kristen. Faye, why don't you come home with me first? Once I find your family, I'll send you back, okay? After some thought, Kristen figured this was the best course of action. Leaving a young child alone here could be dangerous. She might be eaten by beasts. Desiree must be from a nearby city, and since she went missing, her family would surely be searching for her. It shouldn't be too difficult to find them. Okay. You're so kind, big sister. The little Doreen was thrilled at the prospect of going home with Kristen. Playtime was more important than worrying about her parents' concerns, which she had already forgotten. So, let's go. Though puzzled by Desiree's lack of worry, Kristen didn't dwell on it, assuming the child simply hadn't realized the gravity of the situation. But as he watched the little Doreen leave with his lady, Louis's expression grew serious. A defenseless little Doreen showing up here without fear or hesitation raised suspicions, yet he couldn't pinpoint anything specific. He sighed softly and continued on his way, deciding one little Doreen posed no real threat to their party. The next day, Wyatt stepped out of his room feeling refreshed, heading instinctively towards his daughter's room. But upon seeing the empty bed, he froze in surprise. His spirit swept over the entire Justinan Palace, yet found no sign of the little Doreen. Wyatt's face darkened. Ordinarily, a little Doreen running off to play wouldn't be an issue, but yesterday's disappearance meant he'd inevitably face another scolding from his wife. So, before Michaela discovered this, Wyatt had to find the little Doreen. However, sometimes the things we fear happen anyway. Just as he was about to go inquire, Michaela appeared behind him, making him feel uneasy. How is our daughter? This? What is it? Seeing Wyatt's unnatural demeanor, Michaela peeked into the room only to find her daughter missing. Strange. When did Faye wake up? Wife, Faye probably woke up yesterday, but what? Wife, Faye might have possibly sneaked out again. She's not in Justin and Palace. Wyatt knew hiding this wouldn't help, so he decided to be honest. In the worst case, he'd just find her again. Michaela wouldn't blame him too much, right? Wife, please, you're hurting my ear. Michaela had already grabbed his ear in anger. Wyatt winced in pain. All this is because of you, pervert. Otherwise, our daughter wouldn't sneak out. Didn't you say our daughter can't run away anymore? Now what do you have to say? If anything happens to her, Wyatt, you'll be on your own. Wyatt had assured Michaela that the Justin and Palace's array had been reinforced, making it impossible for Desiree to escape. Plus, Desiree had been well-behaved recently, so Michaela hadn't worried. Yet, now she had disappeared again. While Michaela knew few could harm their daughter in the spirit world, knowing this and being worried were two different things. Wife, don't worry. Our daughter will be fine. You know how sharp she is. No one can trick her, only she tricks others. Let's ask around and see if anyone knows something. Wyatt wasn't overly concerned about his daughter's safety. With her quick-witted nature, it was nearly impossible for anyone to harm her. What he wanted to know was how she managed to sneak out. No one else had left Justin in Palace, so no one accompanied her. Also, considering she had gone into a coma due to the Chaos 7-color Heavenly Pearl, now that she had awakened, had she successfully assimilated it? If so, had she grasped any profound Tao principles? Thus, while Wyatt wasn't worried about her safety, he was curious about whether she had comprehended any profound Tao principles. Note, names and terms like Wyatt, Michaela, Desiree, Justin in Palace, Fang Yixian, and Chaos 7-color Heavenly Pearl are kept as transliterations to maintain consistency. Chapter 217, Finding Desiree. Bodhi, did any of you see where the little Doreen went? Wyatt asked the Bodhi tree as he entered the courtyard. The Bodhi tree had the highest realm here and always monitored everything in the Justin and Palace. Vancestor, did little Vancestor leave the palace again? Just as Wyatt finished his question, the Bodhi tree instantly transformed into an old man appearing before him. Along with the Bodhi tree, over 10 other figures emerged. They were all other animals and plants from the backyard in their human forms. You all. We haven't seen little Vancestor come out, Vancestor, everyone replied, utterly baffled, because none of them had noticed Desiree leaving. Bo, didn't you say you had modified the formation? How could you not know that Kimberly snuck out again? Your formation isn't very effective. Vancestor, this? Bo was embarrassed, unable to respond. According to his abilities, it should have been impossible for someone to sneak in or out without him knowing. But now this happened, and he sensed nothing. There were no signs of the formation being triggered. Wyatt ignored them and extended his divine soul beyond Justin and Palace to locate the Doreen. His divine soul quickly swept through Wuling region but found no sign of Desiree. This made Wyatt curious. Based on her strength, she shouldn't have been able to leave Wuling region within a day. What was going on? Determined, Wyatt searched twice more but still couldn't find his daughter's presence or even her aura. Expanding his divine soul further beyond Wuling region, after some time, he finally located his daughter. Strange, why would that Doreen go so far? In Wyatt's perception, Desiree was 3 regions away from Wuling. Wyatt hadn't been there and didn't know which region it belonged to. Did you find our daughter? Hearing Wyatt's murmuring, Michaela knew he must have found the little Doreen. She was also curious about where her daughter had gone. Her divine soul hadn't detected her daughter either. This wasn't due to Michaela's weakness, but because Desiree had shielded her own aura. Wyatt could find Desiree thanks to the artifacts she carried, all handmade by him. Each artifact contained a thread of his divine soul. Found her. That Doreen is 3 regions away from us. Do you know what place it is, honey? 3 regions away? In which direction? Michaela was startled. Even she wouldn't be able to travel that far in just one day. Southwest. Southwest? That's Linjiang region. Why would that Doreen go so far? After listening to Wyatt, Michaela extended her divine soul toward Linjiang region but saw no sign of her daughter. It's probably related to the great Dao Fei has comprehended. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to travel so far undetected. So it seems this Doreen's comprehension of the great Dao is not simple. The only explanation Wyatt could think of was Desiree's understanding of the great Dao. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for her to travel so far undetected. Why don't you bring her back soon? Honey, weren't you talking about consolidating nearby regions into an empire? Since she won't be in danger, let her play outside for a while. After establishing the empire, we can bring her back. I'll have Christian accompany her. Wyatt thought it would be good for his daughter to explore a bit. Keeping her restricted to the sect wasn't ideal either. All right then. Michaela hesitated but agreed. With Christian accompanying her daughter, she felt assured. Christian, go with Faye. Yes, Vancestor. Wyatt opened a spatial passage, and Christian stepped in, reappearing in the city where Desiree was. Linjiang region, Tianhong City. Tianhong City is one of the largest 3 cities in Linjiang region and is home to Honghai Chamber of Commerce, the largest chamber in the region. In a pavilion within a courtyard of the Honghai Chamber, 3 figures sat around a large pot cooking fragrant beast meat. Miss Xuanhuan, aren't you 2 really eating? This meat is delicious. A young Doreen was feasting on hot beast meat, while 2 older women watched her in amazement. These 3 were Kristen and Aliana, and the little Doreen was Desiree. Initially, they thought Desiree was just an ordinary Doreen. However, when Desiree produced the pot and the beast meat, their perceptions changed, especially for Aliana. Kristen, due to her health condition, didn't practice cultivation and couldn't sense Desiree as a cultivator, which was normal. But Aliana, as Kristen's attendant, was quite powerful, a late-stage true immortal. What surprised Aliana most was when Desiree pulled out those beasts from her storage space. If her senses were correct, Desiree was eating the meat of an emperor-level beast. Aliana knew that an emperor-level beast equaled an immortal emperor among humans, and was usually stronger than its human counterpart. How did Desiree obtain such a beast? Who was she, and what was her purpose in approaching Kristen? Faye, if you insist, sister will try it. Only after Desiree's urging did Kristen snap out of her trance and decided to taste the beast meat. Seeing how much Desiree enjoyed it, she was curious. Chapter 218, Kristen's shock. Miss No. Aliana, who was standing beside Kristen, was alarmed when she saw Kristen preparing to eat the beast meat. She quickly snapped back to her senses and hurriedly stopped Kristen. Not only was Kristen an untrained weak woman, but even Aliana herself dared not eat the flesh of a beast from the imperial realm. What's wrong? Kristen looked at Aliana in confusion, and even Desiree paused in her eating to stare at Aliana, wondering why Aliana wouldn't let Kristen eat it. Miss, this is the meat of an imperial beast. Little Doreen, who sent you here to harm my miss? You know very well that Miss has no cultivation, yet you wanted her to eat the meat of an imperial beast. You clearly want to kill my Mississippi. For all the kindness she showed you by bringing you back, how could you be so vicious at such a young age? After stopping Kristen, Aliana quickly shielded her behind her and began questioning Desiree. Xuanhuan, aren't you a cultivator? Aliana, don't be rude. Miss, you needn't say more. I believe Kimberly would never harm me. Kimberly, you don't need to mind what Aliana said, but because of my body, I can't cultivate, so I can't enjoy this beast meat. Xuanhuan, are you sick? Why don't you see a doctor then? Desiree ignored Aliana and instead looked curiously at Kristen. An adult like her, if sick, wouldn't know to see a doctor? Kimberly, seeing a doctor won't help with my illness. The physician said I wouldn't live past 20. Xuanhuan, you're so pitiful. But you don't need to worry, Xuanhuan. When the time comes, I'll ask my father to take a look at you. My father is amazing. He could mend Elias's entire broken skeleton, so there's no doubt he can cure your illness. But now I can't have my father treat you. It has to wait until later. Kimberly, thank you first. But who are this father and Elias you mentioned? And why can't you help me now? Kristen smiled after hearing Desiree's words, but she didn't really take them seriously because she had already consulted the best healer in Linjiang territory. Even the greatest healer couldn't help her, so Kristen thought Desiree was just speaking nonsense. Still, she was curious about this father and Elias. Xuanhuan, father means my dad, and Elias is a dog my dad raised. As for why I can't have Carter treat you now, Xuanhuan, let me tell you a secret. Don't tell anyone. Actually, I snuck out. If I ask Carter to treat you now, he'll definitely catch me and bring me back. So not now, okay? The little Doreen looked around nervously as she revealed her secret, as if afraid her father might suddenly appear. Both Kristen and Aliana were visibly shocked by the Doreen's words. They initially thought Elias was a person, but it turned out to be a dog. To compare herself to a dog seemed strange. And healing a broken skeleton wasn't that difficult. Even an average healer could do it. Kristen regretted asking. What surprised her more was that Desiree had run away on her own. That took a lot of guts. Didn't she fear encountering bad people? But watching Desiree gobble up the imperial beast meat, Kristen felt she probably wouldn't be scared even if she did meet someone dangerous. A person who ate imperial beast meat as casually as regular beast meat must have considerable cultivation. If she met a bad person, they should be the ones worried. Still, Kristen and Aliana were curious about Desiree's actual realm. At 5 or 6 years old, to have such cultivation, what kind of power must she belong to? Kimberly, remember to ask your father to treat me when you return home? Despite being curious about Desiree's background, Kristen didn't press further. Sometimes ignorance was bliss. Xuanhuan, rest assured. Once Kimberly plays enough and goes home, I will ask Carter to treat you. Then you can eat beast meat too. Okay. Kristen chatted with Desiree for a bit longer before deciding to head back, as she felt exhausted again. Just as she stood up, a voice came from afar, cursing angrily. All three turned towards the voice, seeing Aiden walking briskly and while muttering curses under his breath. 2 maids followed behind him, looking tense, as if trying to stop him but fearing his identity. Recognizing the Aiden, Kristen's face showed a trace of frustration. Xuanhuan, I knew you'd be here. They actually tried to lie and say you weren't home. Upon seeing Kristen, the Aiden approached with a pleased smile, calling out to her and subtly criticizing the 2 maids. Miss, you can go now. Yes, Mississippi. The 2 maids breathed a sigh of relief and left upon seeing Kristen wasn't angry. Xuanhuan, this is the star essence jade I got from the treasure vault. It's said to be good for nurturing the body, so I specially brought it for you. From his pocket, the Aiden pulled out a small pale blue jade the size of a pigeon egg, covered with sparkling dots, looking enchantingly beautiful. Vancestor Pan, this star essence jade is too precious. I can't accept it. Please keep it. Also, call me by my name in the future. We aren't close enough for you to call me Xuanhuan. Only my family can do that. Kristen didn't take the jade and sat down again after preparing to leave. Xuanhuan, don't you understand my feelings? I genuinely love you. Even if you can't cultivate, it doesn't matter. I will find a way to heal you. Vancestor Pan didn't get upset at Kristen's words, as if used to it, and instead gazed lovingly at her. Seeing this, Desiree felt goosebumps and suddenly remembered a term. Are you a lick dog? Chapter 219, DeAndre. Where did this wild Doreen come from? Don't disrupt me here. After hearing Desiree's voice, young Vancestor Pan seemed to have just noticed her. Though he didn't know what she meant by dog licker, it probably wasn't something nice. Moreover, he had never met Desiree before, so he assumed she was not an important person of the Xuanhuan family. Thus, after a cursory remark, he ignored her. You're the wild Doreen, and your entire family is made up of wild Doreens. Xuanhuan Amon's sister spoke so clearly, yet you still cling to her. If you're not a dog licker, then what are you? Carterdy says those who shamelessly cling to Doreens like you are all dog lickers. Dog licker, dog licker. At the end, they end up with nothing. Heh, little wild Doreen. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't understand how far beyond your reach you've gone. DeAndre's expression faltered for a moment, then turned rather grim. He could tolerate Kristen speaking ill of him, but now even a young Doreen dared to talk back to him. Wasn't that asking for trouble? If he didn't teach Desiree a lesson today, how would he ever face Kristen in the future? Stop. Young Vancestor Pan, Faye is my esteemed guest. If you dare to harm Faye, don't blame me for being unfriendly. I don't welcome you here. Please leave, young Vancestor Pan. Seeing DeAndre actually attempting to strike Desiree infuriated Kristen. Putting aside any considerations of Desiree's strength, the audacity to lay hands on such a young Doreen was intolerable. Now, Kristen wasn't merely disgusted by DeAndre but thoroughly repelled. She disliked such individuals intensely. Xuanhuan, don't be angry. I didn't really mean to hit her. It was only to scare her a bit. Since you want to rest, I'll visit another day. As soon as Kristen spoke, DeAndre immediately changed his demeanor. Although clearly dismissed by Kristen, he shamelessly claimed that he planned to return because she wanted rest. Talking about returning, Kristen felt she needed someone to guard the entrance and perhaps place a sign saying, "Young Vancestor Pan and dogs not allowed." The dog licker has left. Finally, some peace. Seeing DeAndre's shamelessness, Desiree clapped her hands and spoke aloud, making Kristen quickly cover her mouth. After all, as a well-mannered lady, she wouldn't ridicule others openly. Meanwhile, DeAndre gnashed his teeth in frustration but couldn't retaliate while Kristen was present. He glared viciously at Desiree before turning to leave, vowing to teach her a lesson once she left. Desiree was unafraid of DeAndre's glare and even stuck out her tongue at him. "Xuanhuan, sister, if you're tired, go rest. You don't need to stay here with me. Faye, then I will go rest first. If you need anything, just call a maid. They'll be waiting outside." "Sure thing, Faye understands." With these words, Angela supported Kristen as she left. On the other side, DeAndre continued to curse on his way back home. "Kristen, bitch, wait for me. Once I get you, you'll suffer. And that while Doreen, don't let me see you again in Xianxia City." Unattended, DeAndre voiced his thoughts aloud, unaware that someone, or more accurately, a dog, had overheard him. Had Desiree been there, she'd recognize the black dog passing by DeAndre as Elias, sent by Wyatt to Xianxia City. Knowing Desiree was safe within Honghai Chamber of Commerce, Elias decided to explore Xianxia City. Given he might live there for some time, familiarizing himself was essential. When Elias passed DeAndre, he heard the latter's threats and smelled a hint of Desiree on him, deducing that the wild Doreen was likely Desiree. Elias decided to teach DeAndre a lesson. Even if the threat wasn't aimed at Desiree, DeAndre's character warranted punishment, causing no guilt in Elias. As DeAndre walked away, Elias's eyes twinkled mischievously before he swiftly followed. DeAndre's real name was DeAndre, the third son of the Pan family in Xianxia City. The Pan family ranked 5th in Xianxia City, but their strength was average. Their elevated status was due to their eldest daughter entering Tuasha sacred land for cultivation. Due to her good looks and talent, she became the concubine of the Tuasha Saint Son, boosting the Pan family status. The family Hernan had only one son, DeAndre, who grew arrogant due to his Aemon sister's support. His days were spent harassing women or frequenting pleasure quarters across cities, earning him a reputation as a notorious womanizer. In a chance encounter during the new year, DeAndre met Kristen and pursued her fervently after learning her identity. But everyone knew who DeAndre was. Kristen naturally had no interest. Consequently, she ignored him, much to DeAndre's annoyance. However, Kristen's status prevented any forceful actions from DeAndre, leading to the previous scene at the xuanhuan residence. Upon learning of DeAndre's pursuit, instead of stopping him, the Pan family fully supported him. Everyone knew Kristen was president of Honghai Chamber of Commerce, which had no male heirs, leaving Kristen as the sole heir. Due to health issues, she couldn't cultivate and wouldn't live past 20. If DeAndre succeeded, the entire Honghai Chamber of Commerce would become part of the Pan family. Bang! Lost in fantasies of tormenting Kristen, DeAndre tripped over a black dog and fell. Furious, he saw a large black dog sitting nearby and felt mocked by its eyes. Such insolence was unacceptable. From his storage ring, he took out a flying sword and aimed it at the dog. Woof! Woof! The black dog barked twice at DeAndre, darting away just as the flying sword was about to strike. "How dare a dog mock me? Watch me dismantle you today." Hashtag chapter 220. Unlucky Bellamy. That black dog is in for it. To think it actually ran into young Vancestor Bellamy. Bullshit. Does he even deserve the title of third young Vancestor? Pantoxics would be more fitting. It's just a pity about that fine black dog. Brother, you're brave for daring to say that about young Vancestor Pan. If he hears you, you'll be in trouble. Why should I be afraid? Everyone knows that Pantoxics doesn't like his subordinates following him. Now Pantoxics is chasing the black dog. Would he hear me? Unless you're planning to snitch. Don't get the wrong idea, brother. Even though I don't dare to speak ill of him, I have no affection for him either. Why would I snitch? But it's strange. It seems no one in Xianxia City has such a large black dog. Where did this black dog come from? As Bellamy chased after Lee, it instantly drew the attention of passersby in Xianxia City. They had seen Bellamy chase and beat people before, but this was the first time he chased a dog. What was even more unexpected was that the esteemed third young Vancestor of the Pan family couldn't catch up to a mere dog, which immediately attracted a crowd of onlookers. "Filthy mutt, show some guts and stop for me. Let's see if I can't thrash you within an inch of your life." After chasing the black dog down 2 streets, Bellamy still couldn't catch it. He was utterly exhausted, but also realized how unusual the black dog was. Though he wasn't very devoted to cultivation, he still had considerable strength. Supported by the resources of the Pan family, Bellamy was now at the late-stage Earth Immortal realm. Yet, despite being a late-stage Earth Immortal, after chasing for 2 streets, Bellamy still hadn't caught the black dog and was nearly dead tired. Bark, bark. Just as Bellamy finished speaking, the black dog stopped and turned around, barking twice at him. It seemed to say, "Even if I stop, what are you going to do about it?" Ha ha ha. Seeing the black dog's antics, the onlookers burst out laughing. The black dog was too entertaining. If not for sensing no cultivation power from the dog, they would have assumed it was a demonic beast in disguise. Stop laughing. Don't laugh. Bellamy's face flushed red for once as he shouted at the laughing crowd, reminding everyone that they were in the presence of the Pan family's third young ancestor. Well, who would have thought we'd find a monkey act in Tianhong City? Ah, it's you, Pan 3 seconds. The crowd parted as a handsome Aiden strode forward, speaking with evident amusement. Clive, why must you appear everywhere? And stop calling me Pan 3 seconds, or I'll lose my temper with you. Seeing the newcomer, Bellamy's expression darkened. He hated being called Pan 3 seconds more than anything. The newcomer was also the young master of a prominent Tianhong City family, one far more powerful than the Pan family. Oh, I'm so scared. I just love calling you Pan 3 seconds. Isn't it true you only last 3 seconds? Who would have thought that you, Pan 3 seconds, would develop this hobby, chasing a dog in broad daylight, and failing to catch it? Not only are you useless in bed, you're useless as a person. How you became one of the 5 great young ancestors of Tianhong City is beyond me. You're dragging down our reputation. Compared to the rest of us 4, you're less than a dog. Young ancestor Qin feigned fear, but his words infuriated Bellamy. However enraged he was, Bellamy wasn't foolish. He was only a late-stage Earth Immortal, while Clive was a late-stage True Immortal, far above him. If he tried to fight now, he would definitely lose, since he couldn't stand up to Clive. Humph. Bellamy turned and left without further interaction. Fighting wouldn't help, and arguing would only make him look worse. Pan 3 seconds, aren't you giving us a show? Seeing Bellamy leave, Clive couldn't resist taunting him again. Unfortunately for Clive, Bellamy ignored him completely and quickened his pace. Watching Bellamy speed away, Clive felt a tinge of regret. While he dared mock Bellamy, he wouldn't attack him. However, Clive not daring to attack didn't mean no one else would. Well, no human, but there was indeed a dog. As Bellamy turned to walk away, a black shadow flashed past, followed by a thud and a painful cry. Everyone looked back at Bellamy, who now lay prone like a dead dog, with a large black dog standing on his back. Growl. Bellamy tried to turn around to see who dared attack him in Tianhong City, only to be met by a giant dog's mouth and a loud growl. Bellamy fainted, eyes rolling back as urine dribbled from his pants. Bark, bark. Seeing that he had frightened Bellamy to the point of wetting himself, Lee disdainfully stepped off and shook a front paw as if dispelling an odor. Having mentally ridiculed Bellamy, Lee turned to leave but paused after a few steps. In front of the dumbfounded crowd, Lee returned to the unconscious Bellamy, raised a hind leg over his head, and urinated all over his face. Huh. Cough, cough, cough. The hot stream revived Bellamy momentarily, but just as he turned his head, more urine went into his mouth. A foul stench overwhelmed him, and he fainted again, last seeing a black dog peeing on his face. Ignoring the shocked crowd, Lee wagged its tail and sauntered away nonchalantly. Ha ha, ha ha ha. He really passed out from a dog pee, truly inferior to a dog. It seems we shouldn't call him Pan 3 seconds anymore. Elliot finally recovered and couldn't help but laugh loudly, making comments as he laughed. Following his laughter, other bystanders joined in, albeit more reservedly. Vancestor Qin, what should we call third young Vancestor Pan from now on? Chapter 221, an enraged Clarence. Of course, he peed himself. Ha ha ha. Without any hesitation, Flint spoke out and couldn't help but burst into laughter after that. He then turned and left. Given the commotion, people from the Pan family should arrive soon, and Flint felt it was best to leave beforehand. Disperse, disperse. The Pan family is on their way. Seeing Flint's departure, someone shouted, causing the crowd of onlookers to scatter instantly, quickly moving away from the scene. They had merely come to observe the spectacle. Being mistaken for adversaries by the Pan family would not be wise. After all, third young Vancestor of the Pan family had been publicly embarrassed. No one knew if the Pans might vent their anger on them. As all the onlookers dispersed, a group swiftly ran over from one direction, arriving almost immediately where Clarence lay unconscious. These newcomers were none other than a group of guards from the Pan family, led by a Benny. Given Tianhong City's size, there were naturally those who sought to attach themselves to the Pan family. So when Clarence was being stepped on by Elias, someone promptly informed the Pan household. Vancestor, Vancestor, wake up. Seeing Clarence lying unconscious, the Benny hurriedly knelt down and shook Clarence. However, he quickly released his grip, because he smelled urine on Clarence. Glancing at Clarence's wet hair, and then at his own hand, the Benny discreetly wiped his hand on Clarence's body. Guard, carry Vancestor back quickly. Standing up, the Benny addressed the guards behind him, retreating a few steps himself due to the overpowering smell. Yes. For guards moved forward to lift Clarence, only to hesitate upon getting close, as a foul odor assaulted their senses. They considered asking others to assist with carrying the master. Hurry up, what are you dawdling about? The Benny didn't give them a choice, forcing them to stifle their reluctance and lift Clarence. As mere guards, they dared not disobey their team leader, who was also a junior disciple of the Pan family. Watching the Pan family take Clarence away, the previously distant crowd began murmuring again, their faces bright with joy. Clarence's reputation was notorious, so it was natural they found pleasure in seeing him humiliated this time. Now, probably no one in Tianhong City would be happy except the Pan family. At the Pan residence. Lock down Tianhong City. Even if I have to dig every inch of ground, I will find that black dog. Not only will I slaughter that dog, but I won't spare its owner either. In a large hall within the Pan household, Aiden with a pale complexion shrieked in rage, facing a crowd of people. The floor was littered with broken items thrown by the youth, who was none other than Clarence. After regaining consciousness and spending a considerable time washing, Clarence still felt a lingering smell on his body. Additionally, he sensed some members of the Pan family looking at him oddly, which made him increasingly displeased. Vowing to find and kill that black dog, he ordered the guards. The guards, standing before Clarence, bowed their heads and rushed out after hearing his command. Elias was unaware of Clarence's murderous intentions as he followed the coordinates given by Wyatt to reach the entrance of Honghai Merchant Association. Where did this beast come from? This isn't your place. Go far away now, or be killed. Just as Elias approached the merchant association, one of the 2 guards stationed at the gate warned him. Woof, woof woof. Hey, daring to snarl at me. Angry at Elias's defiance, the guard lunged at him, intending to teach the big black dog a lesson. Growl. Elias bared his teeth menacingly, and the guard became even angrier seeing this. Himph. Just a stray dog daring to be insolent to me. I'll see how you handle. Thud. Before the guard finished his sentence, a dark shadow flashed, sending him flying into the association building. Thud. Another thud sounded as the second guard met the same fate, though he fared better by remaining conscious. It's bad, come quick. A beast has invaded the association. The conscious guard shouted in alarm. Being hit and flown away like that could not be done by an ordinary pet. It must be a beast. His shout roused many guards within the association, and several guests were also alarmed. The chaos subsided quickly as a Benny descended from upstairs, exuding authority. What is going on here? Why are you shouting? Have you forgotten the rules of our association? Greetings, President. President, a beast just injured 2 guards and broke into the association. We are searching now. Nonsense. This is the headquarters of Honghai Merchant Association in Tianhong City. How can a beast appear here? And even if one did enter, why haven't you found it yet? The Benny descending was the president of Honghai Merchant Association, Braden. He didn't believe a beast could infiltrate his association, as it was simply impossible. Even if a beast truly entered, attacking the association personnel, wouldn't he have sensed it? Sir, it's true. It's a black dog-like beast. After injuring me and another guard, it vanished inside the association. Noticing his president's disbelief, the injured guard explained further, puzzled as to why the beast seemed to disappear. Braden furrowed his brows and used his spiritual awareness to scan the entire Honghai Merchant Association but found no trace of the black dog beast. Could it be? Chapter 222, Chaos at the Xuanhuan family compound. As if a thought had struck him, Braden vanished from his spot and reappeared in the back courtyard of the Chamber of Commerce. Outsiders were not allowed into the chamber's back courtyard. Within this area, there was an illusory portal inside one of its pavilions, a gateway leading to the heart of the Xuanhuan family estate where all members resided. Braden had just realized that since the beast wasn't in the chamber, it must have entered the family compound. He flashed in front of the illusory portal and stepped through. As he reappeared, he saw people sprawled all over the ground. Shouts could be heard, darkening Braden's expression. Indeed, a beast had intruded into the Xuanhuan home. Under his soul perception enveloping the entire Xuanhuan estate, he observed a black dog running amok, pursued by a swarm of disciples and amens. What amazed Braden was that so many people couldn't catch up to a single black dog, and many disciples lay unconscious. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically as he appeared at a courtyard entrance, the residence of his daughter. Brazen beast, you dare invade my Xuanhuan home and injure so many disciples? You're courting death. Confess now, who sent you? And what are your intentions here? Excellent. The head of the household has taken action. Let's see how that black dog escapes now. The trailing disciples grew excited as they saw Braden intercept the black dog, for it had driven them to despair. Boy, move aside for your dog lord, or I'll beat you senseless for delaying me from finding my little master, Elias said earnestly, seeing Braden blocking its path, for Elias knew its little master was inside this courtyard. No one was surprised Elias could speak. It was common knowledge among beast kin. Only ordinary pets couldn't speak, but a talking beast meant significant power. To live as a human required immense strength, an established rule in the spirit realm. This is my Xuanhuan family's territory. Who is your little master? Reveal your intentions, or else I will show no mercy. Braden didn't believe Elias. His daughter couldn't cultivate due to her health. A non-cultivating human wouldn't possibly command such a beast. If the black dog sought his daughter, it surely came to harm her, igniting Braden's murderous intent. Showing malice to your dog lord? I won't hold back. Just as Braden's killer instinct emerged, Elias sensed it and sneered, pouncing towards him. Seeing the pounce, Braden raised his hand to strike. He doubted Elias could match his power. The Honghai Chamber of Commerce, the largest in Linjiang domain, controlled by the Xuanhuan family, certainly wasn't simple. Braden, its president and head of the Xuanhuan clan, had long been a mid-stage celestial sovereign. Yet shockingly, as Braden raised his hand, a terrifying pressure restrained him completely, rendering him immobile. Watching the impending dog paw, Braden's mind splintered. As the paw neared, he felt a door open behind him. Don't! Recognizing his daughter's voice, his heart nearly froze. If struck, it would endanger his daughter, a mere civilian. He dared not imagine further. But surprisingly, upon hearing his daughter's voice, the approaching dog paw halted just inches away, causing Braden to break into cold sweat. Was this beast truly here for his daughter, obeying her command? Elias. How did you find me here? Did Carter send you to take me back? Amid his confusion, another unfamiliar childlike voice echoed, followed by a small Doreen stepping forward, patting the black dog. The intense pressure lifted, allowing Braden to move again. Little master, my mission is to protect you, not bring you back. Really? Yay, that's great. Now Kimberly can play freely. Moved by relief, Desiree joyfully exclaimed. Finally, she could enjoy herself openly. Ex-Hunter, what is happening here? Puzzled, Braden questioned the dramatic scene. His daughter with an unknown Doreen. The fearsome black dog came for this child. She must be someone of considerable importance, given the formidable power of this beast. A full-stage celestial sovereign at least, equal to even the ancient ancestor of the Xuanhuan clan. Bud, I'll explain later. Kristen was also bewildered, previously resting until noises outside startled her. Curiosity led her and the wandering Desiree to this scene. Fortunately, she arrived in time to save her father from humiliation by a dog. Sister Xuanhuan, remember Elias, Carter's pet dog? Elias, this is Sister Kristen. She helped me when I was lost. Post-celebration, Desiree introduced Elias to Kristen, drawing everyone's amused reactions. Chapter 223, Avanson and his dog's secret plot. A demonic beast of at least the perfect celestial lord realm was referred to as a pet dog. So what about them? Indeed, this confirmed the saying. They weren't even as good as dogs. Senior. Kristen hurriedly paid respects to Lee. In the spirit immortal realm, strength reigned supreme. Even if it were just a beast with power surpassing her own, she still had to address it as senior. He, you little Doreen have a kind heart, but it's a pity you won't live for many more years. Lee chuckled. It could tell Kristen had good character, otherwise she wouldn't have brought his young master here. However, the words that came out from Lee made the Xuanhuan family members' hearts jump in alarm. Though the Xuanhuan family knew their young mistress was ill, hearing Lee say she wouldn't live many more years felt like he was cursing their young lady. But Brayden thought differently. If Lee could instantly know how long his daughter would live, did that mean Lee knew his daughter's condition? Would Lee have a way to cure his daughter? Senior, I was rude just now. Brayden apologizes here and hopes Senior will be magnanimous enough to forgive me. Well, you don't want to kill me now? Dare not, dare not. Brayden waved his hands quickly, stating his lack of bravery. Leaving aside whether he could defeat Lee or not, he still hoped Lee might be able to save his daughter. In consideration of your attitude, I forgive you. I know you wish me to save this Doreen, but let me tell you, although I know her condition, I am powerless to help her. This? Brayden was dumbfounded. He never thought that even someone as powerful as Lee couldn't save his daughter. Was his daughter truly beyond saving? Bud, there's no need to be sad. Faye promised to ask her father for help after she returns. Seeing her father's helpless expression, Kristen felt a pang of pain. Initially, she didn't believe Desiree when she made such promises. But now, given that even her father couldn't beat Lee, how much more powerful would Lee's master be? Yes, if Vancestor takes action, there should be no problem. After Kristen spoke, Lee nodded in agreement. To Lee, Wyatt was omnipotent. In reality, curing Kristen was simple yet complex. Her illness wasn't due to any major disease, but rather her unique constitution known as the 9-in divine body. With matching cultivation techniques, she would definitely be a prodigy. Without them, she would not survive past 20, turning into an ice statue which eventually melts away completely. If suitable cultivation methods were unavailable, another option was dual cultivation with a man possessing the 9-yang constitution. However, in the spirit immortal realm, divine-level cultivation methods were virtually non-existent, and people with matching constitutions were rare. Therefore, Brayden saw little hope in treating his daughter, and was unaware that 9-yang constitution could treat her, or even the specifics of her condition. Big Sister Xuanhuan, rest assured, Carter will surely cure your illness. Faye, Big Sister is counting on you. Kristen stroked Desiree's hair. She couldn't believe that the little Doreen she kindly brought back possessed such formidable abilities. Then Desiree entered the house with Lee while Brayden returned home after arranging matters for the Xuanhuan family. As for the disciples beaten by Lee, it could only be considered bad luck. Brayden dared not confront Lee. Lee, do we want to go out to play tonight? Desiree said sneakily upon returning to her room, causing Lee's eyes to light up. Vancestor, is there something fun to do? Yeah, today I found a very annoying clingy guy. Let's beat him up tonight. Vancestor, are you talking about him? Upon hearing Desiree's words, Lee immediately thought of Mileson and used magic to project his image. How did you know him? Desiree stared at the projected figure curiously. Had Lee become more powerful? Hee. Vancestor, I met this person on the street earlier. I overheard him talk about catching and torturing a little Doreen. Plus, I smelled a hint of Vancestor's aura on him. So, I gave him a small lesson. I bet he's furious right now. Tell me what happened, Lee. Lee then narrated the events that amused Desiree greatly. Finally, the duo decided to visit and thrash Mileson later that night. Mileson never imagined that a man and his dog were targeting him again. At this moment, he was seething within the Pan residence. Because after an afternoon, none of the guards he dispatched found Lee's trace, leaving Mileson furious. Sir, there's good news. Just as it got dark, a disciple rushed back with news. Speak. Sir, I accidentally heard some news while shopping. The black dog Sir Seeks appeared at Honghai Chamber of Commerce. Speak quickly, what exactly happened? Did anyone hurt the dog, or does the chamber own it? Okay, sir. Subsequently, the disciple recounted what he heard at the Honghai Chamber of Commerce. Unfortunately, his narration was unclear, angering Mileson further. Gather everyone, we're going to Honghai Chamber of Commerce. Despite his lack of detailed information, Mileson had to go. Otherwise, he wouldn't sleep tonight. But sir, it's already late. Are we still going to bring people to the Honghai Chamber of Commerce? Besides, it's Honghai Chamber of Commerce. If we bring too many people there late at night, it might be misunderstood. Though the Pan family had substantial strength, opposing the Honghai Chamber of Commerce was out of the question. Even if they had the backing of a second-class Holy Land, it wouldn't matter. Mileson looked at the sky. It was indeed late. Although he was somewhat foolish, he wasn't a fool. Knowing his family couldn't afford to offend the Honghai Chamber of Commerce, he decided to go the next morning instead. Hashtag Chapter 224, Night Raid on the Pan family. Little Vancestor, wake up. In a room within Kristen's courtyard, Lee was currently using one of its paws to shake Teresa, who was lying in bed. Lee, don't be troublesome. Faye hasn't had enough sleep yet. Still half asleep, Teresa pushed away Lee's paw, turned over, and continued sleeping, completely forgetting the plan they had made earlier. Little Vancestor, stop sleeping. If you keep sleeping, it will be dawn soon. Don't you remember we need to teach Boone a lesson? Lee, what time is it now? Teresa suddenly remembered something and lazily sat up, rubbing her eyes as she asked. Little Vancestor, it's just past the 4th watch. Another hour, and it will be dawn. If we don't act now, we won't have time. Lee said somewhat exasperatedly. If it were simply about teaching Boone a lesson, it wouldn't take much time. However, Teresa and Lee had bigger plans. They also intended to raid the Pan family's treasure vault. This would definitely require some time. Originally, Teresa planned to act at the third watch, but Lee couldn't wake her then. So, Lee let her continue sleeping, assuming there was still plenty of time. It even let her sleep an extra hour. Let's go quickly. We can still catch some more sleep when we return. Hearing that it was already past the fourth watch, Teresa hurriedly got out of bed, changed into a black outfit, and the two vanished from the room. Little Vancestor, should we find the treasure vault first, or teach Boone a lesson first? Above the grand residence of the Pan family in Tianhong City, Lee and Teresa appeared. Lee asked as they hovered in the air. Though neither Teresa nor Lee had been to the Pan family estate before, both had interacted with Xander. Thus, finding him would be quite straightforward. Of course, we'll find the treasure vault first. Once we've emptied it, we'll give Boone a beating and leave. Teresa had already planned everything. After emptying the Pan family's treasure vault, they could teach Xander a lesson without setting up any arrays. Even if the Pan family was alerted, they wouldn't be able to catch them. Little Vancestor, do you know where the Pan family's treasure vault is? Lee, how foolish of you. The place with the heaviest guard must be the treasure vault. Could you not understand this basic logic? Hee hee. Little Vancestor is so smart. Let me set up an illusion array so the guards don't notice us. No need, no need. Princess has advanced far beyond my past self. Just wait and see how powerful I am now. Teresa stopped Lee, who was about to set up the array. She spoke mysteriously, making Lee curious. Considering how no one had detected her leaving Justin in Palace, Lee guessed that Teresa had mastered some formidable divine power. Under their search, they quickly found two heavily guarded places in the Pan family estate. One was for the family's strong cultivators to seclude themselves. The remaining one must be the treasure vault. After locating it, Teresa lightly waved her hand, and a spatial portal appeared before her. Let's go. I can't wait to see inside. Teresa patted Lee's head and stepped through the portal. Lee looked at the spatial passage and followed suit. Teresa's method astonished Lee. Though creating a spatial passage wasn't difficult for someone of her strength, usually it required coordinates and spatial fluctuations. But when Teresa opened the passage, Lee felt no spatial ripples or even the use of mana. It was as if the entire space belonged to Teresa, opening at her whim. Little Vancestor, what divine power is this? How can I not sense any spatial fluctuations? Ignoring the mountainous piles of spirit stones around them, Lee asked curiously. It knew that even if it tried, it wouldn't be able to achieve what Teresa did. Hee hee hee. Princess is quite impressive, right? But this isn't a divine power. It's the Tao of space that I've comprehended, Teresa said proudly while swiftly collecting resources. She didn't care what kind of resources these were or whether they would be useful. She just wanted to empty the place. Lee was stunned by Teresa's words. It never expected that she had comprehended the Tao of space. From laws, rules, origins, to the Tao, Teresa had made a direct leap. No wonder Lee couldn't sense the spatial fluctuations. Teresa had indeed comprehended the Tao of space, which was beyond Lee's wildest expectations. Lee, what are you doing still standing there? Hurry up and collect the stuff. While Lee was still pondering the implications of Teresa's comprehension of the Tao of space, it heard Teresa shout. It quickly joined in, collecting resources crazily. Although the Pan family's treasure vault wasn't small, Teresa and Lee were too fast. Within a short period, the entire vault was emptied. Hee hee hee. I wonder if they will cry when they discover this place is empty tomorrow. I'm actually looking forward to it. Seeing that nothing remained, Teresa giggled, imagining something amusing. Lee bared its large yellow teeth in a dog-like grin. Whether the Pan family would cry or not, they probably wouldn't see. Come, let's go find Boone, teach him a lesson, and get back to catch some sleep. Carter always says Doreen shouldn't stay up late. After saying this, Teresa opened another spatial passage, and the duo walked through it, reappearing in a luxurious room. Little Vancestor, should we change our appearances? Or kill Boone instead? Xander knew Teresa and knew she lived in Honghai Chamber of Commerce. If they beat him up, it might cause trouble for Honghai. Moreover, having emptied the Pan family's treasure vault, it would seem obvious they were the thieves unless. Go ahead, Lee. I'll wait outside. The little Doreen tilted her head thoughtfully, gave the command, and disappeared. Her actions left Lee bewildered. This is strange. Didn't little Vancestor enjoy this sort of thing? Chapter 225, Barton's Rage. Watching Lori leave, Christian muttered in puzzlement. He thought tonight's Lori was very strange. If it were in the past, this would absolutely be something she'd be eager to do. Could she have grown up and become sensible? At the thought of sensible, Christian shook his dog head fiercely. Could Lori really be sensible? Christian put these unrealistic thoughts aside and walked toward the big bed. Baird not only lived in a large room, but he also had an unusually large bed, twice as big as a normal one. When Christian reached the edge of the bed, he saw Baird lying on it like a dead dog, along with two naked women. No wonder he needs such a huge bed. Pan's lifestyle is indeed carefree and dissolute. Did the young master find out about this and therefore decided not to act? Seeing the three people on the bed, Christian suddenly realized why Lori had left. It must be because she discovered that they were unclothed. A sly smile appeared on Christian's face. He cast two spells to knock out the two women and then transformed into a Aiden. With a wave of his hand, Baird flew over from the bed. Christian then pushed him down, causing Baird to crash onto the ground. Bang! Ah! With a loud bang, Baird woke up in shock, screaming in pain, which echoed through the night across the entire Pan residence. Awakening in agony, Baird opened his dazed eyes and saw a youth standing before him, looking at him mockingly. Terror enveloped Baird. Besides fear, there was also immense pain all over his body, making him feel as if all his bones were broken. Blood flowed from his nose and mouth, especially the excruciating pain from his lower body almost made him faint. Driven by terror, Baird managed to overcome the pain, knowing he must escape or risk losing his life. However, just as Baird tried to move, his body rose involuntarily, and under his terrified gaze, his face drew closer to the ground. Bang! 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 With each loud thud, Baird's body hit the ground like a basketball, bouncing repeatedly. Each impact elicited a scream of pain. Now, he could only feel fear, unable to control his body anymore. As the thuds continued, Baird's screams weakened, as if he had no more strength left except for gasping. Too fragile. Feeling Baird's weakening vitality, Christian shook his head and muttered. He withdrew his hand, knowing that if he continued, Baird would die here. Christian didn't care whether Baird lived or died. What alarmed him were the approaching footsteps, signaling that the Pan family members were coming. Christian shot a burst of magic into Baird's body, destroying his chi, and then vanished in a flash. Bang! Just as Christian disappeared, the door was forcefully kicked open, and figures rushed in. Leading them was an Amenly man who, upon seeing the barely breathing Baird, hurried over. Vancestor, quick, inform Lord Pan and seal off the entire residence. The murderer mustn't have gone far. We must find him. Yes, head butler. The old man was the chief steward of the Pan family. Shocked by Baird's weak pulse, he immediately instructed the guards and gave him a healing pill. Upon examining Baird, the old steward was horrified. Baird's face was unrecognizable, severely deformed and nearly flattened, with shattered facial, chest, and knee bones. Most shocking of all was the mangled condition of his younger brother, whose testicles were crushed. The least severe injury was Baird's destroyed chi. If not for the simultaneous destruction of both meridians and chi, the Pan family still had the capability to repair the damage. But Baird's younger brother faced a dire situation. The old steward dared not imagine how Lord Pan would react upon learning this news, for Baird was the family's only heir, crucial for continuing the lineage. Anur. What happened to Anur? Lost in thought, the old steward heard an urgent voice behind him, followed by a Benny rushing in. Hank, how is Anur? Anur, are you all right? Barton asked even before entering. Seeing the bloodied form of his son, his heart sank as he crouched down to examine him, which made him shudder uncontrollably. Ah! Barton let out a sky-shattering roar, his overwhelming full emperor aura sweeping through Tianhong City, waking everyone up. Lord Pan. As the violent aura erupted, the old steward spat out a mouthful of blood in terror. Not fearing for his own life but for Baird, the steward knew Baird had already regained consciousness after taking the healing pill, only to fall unconscious again due to Barton's fierce aura. Find them. Dig every inch of earth to find the murderer. I will annihilate their entire clan. Staring at his son on the ground, Barton roared viciously, swiftly picking him up and leaving the room. The old steward wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead and quickly left as well. Meanwhile, chaos ensued throughout the Pan residence and Tianhong City. News spread among various factions, all eager to learn what exactly had happened to incite Barton's wrath. Soon, information returned to the factions, easily gathered through their spies, revealing the incident involving Baird. Alliances knew that this kind of news was hard to conceal. Thus, what happened in the Pan family quickly became common knowledge among major forces. Whoever did this, they've done everyone a favor. In the Honghai Chamber of Commerce, Braden smiled as he read the report about Baird. He was well aware of Baird's Jochan with his daughter. Revised. In the Honghai Chamber of Commerce, Braden smiled as he read the report about Baird. He was well aware of Baird's inappropriate pursuit of his daughter. Though Braden despised Baird, as an Aemon, he had to maintain some decorum and couldn't directly confront him. As long as Baird didn't go too far, he ignored him, warning his daughter to stay away. Now, reading the news about Baird, Braden wanted to laugh out loud, feeling deeply grateful to whoever took action. Chapter 226, Suspect. Braden had no idea that the murderer was sound asleep in his Honghai Chamber of Commerce. In the morning, after getting enough sleep, Desiree got up with a cheerful mood and walked towards Kristen's room. In no time, she arrived at Kristen's room. Hey, Xuanhuan sister, you look so good today. Did something good happen? Desiree asked out of curiosity, seeing the smile on Kristen's face. Faye has come. Faye, you don't know yet. This morning something big happened in Tianhong City. A mysterious person broke into the Pan family last night. Not only did they empty the Pan family's treasure vault, but also nearly beat Miles to death, even breaking his cultivation. It's said that Miles became a eunuch, so we won't have to see that nuisance anymore. Such a big event, of course, I'm happy. Kristen learned this news from Aliana early in the morning. She detested Miles's constant harassment, so naturally, she was glad to hear he had been crippled. So soon? Murmured Desiree. She couldn't believe the Pan family knew about the robbery so quickly. However, her voice was so low that Kristen didn't hear it. What Desiree didn't know was that when Barton carried Miles back to the Forbidden Area to find the Pan family Ernon for help, he needed a special immortal herb, so he went to the treasure vault to fetch it. But when Barton saw the empty vault, he couldn't hold back his shock and nearly fainted, spitting out blood from an old injury. Due to the lack of a specific immortal herb, Miles's Dantian could not be repaired. By the time they bought the herbs from the Honghai Chamber of Commerce, it was already too late. The Pan family actually had enough time to save Miles, but the Honghai Chamber of Commerce opened an hour later than usual, causing them to miss the best time. Now Miles, although mostly healed from his other injuries, had become an ordinary person and a eunuch. Changjiang, ask Xiuying and Xioli to come back. Now our only hope is the Tuasha Holy Land. If even they can't do anything, you should consider remarrying and cultivating a new heir. The continuation of our Pan family isn't difficult. In the hall of the Pan family, an Aemon spoke to Barton. The Aemon was the Pan family's ancestor, Quentin, a powerful full Bradley immortal. Barton's wife died unexpectedly after giving birth to Miles, and he never remarried. Miles was their only heir. Perhaps out of guilt for his deceased wife, Barton doted excessively on Miles, which led to Miles's current personality. Xiuying and Xioli were Barton's two daughters who were currently cultivating in the Tuasha Holy Land. Quentin pinned all hopes on the Tuasha Holy Land to restore Miles's virility. If they failed, Barton would have to cultivate another heir. Grandfather, I've already sent word to Xiaoying and Xiaoli. They should return tonight. That morning, Barton informed his daughters about Miles's situation. However, he only received a brief reply from Ivory saying she would return immediately. How's the investigation going? Any leads? Grandfather, based on the portrait provided by Xuanhuan, we've searched all over Tianhong City but found nothing. I suspect this was done by outsiders. But it wouldn't be any force within Tianhong City. If it were from within Tianhong City, the Honghai Chamber of Commerce would be the prime suspect. An outsider, huh? This seems unlikely. Our Pan family hasn't offended any outsiders. Why would you suspect the Honghai Chamber of Commerce? Quentin believed it was improbable that it was outsiders. Firstly, the Pan family hadn't offended anyone outside Tianhong City. Secondly, the attacker's target was very specific. Why would they harm everyone else except Miles? The motive might be to cut off the Pan family line, but it was more likely aimed at punishing Miles. Grandfather, you should know Xuanhuan has been pursuing Kristen. After leaving the Honghai Chamber of Commerce yesterday, Xuanhuan experienced one misfortune after another. It's rumored that the demon beast that ridiculed Xuanhuan on the street yesterday came from the Honghai Chamber of Commerce. Xuanhuan himself said there was some unpleasantness with Kristen, so I suspect this might be Brayden's doing. Barton shared his suspicions and the information he gathered. The coincidence was too much for him not to suspect. Only the Honghai Chamber of Commerce dared, and had the strength to challenge the Pan family in Tianhong City. Barton couldn't help but suspect them. His son's misfortune started after visiting Kristen, and the demon beast eventually entered the Honghai Chamber of Commerce. Though initially chaotic, there were no reports of the demon beast being killed or leaving the chamber. The person who calmed the commotion was Brayden, the president of the Honghai Chamber of Commerce. Could the demon beast belong to Brayden? That night, the Pan family's vault was robbed, and his son was injured. The next morning, the Honghai Chamber of Commerce delayed its opening, leading to the delay in treatment, which caused Miles's current condition. Without Brayden's involvement, why would they delay opening? So Barton's suspicion wasn't unfounded. If Brayden knew what Barton was thinking, he would cry injustice. Although Brayden had ordered the delay, intending to prevent Miles's recovery, because he knew about the robbery, he hadn't expected it to make him appear as the perpetrator in Barton's eyes. Don't jump to conclusions without solid evidence. We can't afford to offend the Honghai Chamber of Commerce. Even the Tuasha Holy Land dares not anger them. But if we have enough proof, we will make the Honghai Chamber of Commerce pay, no matter what. We must investigate thoroughly. Quentin was furious, but knew the Honghai Chamber of Commerce wasn't someone the Pan family could easily offend. With enough evidence, though, they could strike back at a cost. Until then, the Pan family wouldn't act rashly. The cost was too high. Rest assured, grandfather. I will get to the bottom of this. Go ahead. Chapter 227, Championing Justice. Big Sister Xuanhuan, hurry up. Otherwise, we won't finish visiting this street today. On a certain street in Tianhong City, Desiree was walking while hopping with many snacks in her hands, occasionally feeding herself. Desiree turned around to look at the leisurely Kristen who was still behind, and paused her steps to grumble a little bit. And Kristen revealed a hint of bitter smile. Her health condition was not very good anyway, so she had done great by accompanying Desiree all afternoon. Renee, let's continue tomorrow. Big Sister is already exhausted. Big Sister Xuanhuan, are you really tired? Why don't we go buy some delicious food to eat before going back? Or should Big Sister Xuanhuan take a rest ahead? Seeing Kristen seem truly exhausted, Desiree did not insist on having Kristen accompany her further. Instead, she suggested Kristen to take a break ahead, while she intended to continue exploring and finish the street before dark. Then let's go take a rest ahead. Kristen glanced at Desiree, who looked reluctant. She also decided to rest ahead as she wouldn't even have the strength to return otherwise. If it weren't for Angela supporting her, she might not want to walk another step now. Had she known Desiree would be this energetic, she should have come by carriage. As Kristen was thinking about these matters, Desiree's figure had already appeared at a stall ahead. This stall was surrounded by many people, but manned by two children, one boy and one Doreen. The boy was around the same age as Desiree, while the Doreen was probably a year or two younger. When Desiree squeezed into the crowd, she initially thought they were selling something, only to see two bodies lying on the ground and a sign that crudely wrote, "By body to bury parents." Sigh. The Lucas family is truly pitiful. Indeed. Jim is just 6 this year, and Vicky is merely 4. It was originally thought that Lucas found a decent job, but then the couple met their demise. What can one say about the Pan family, being unreasonable, unable to find the culprit for their own misfortune, and instead venting on the servants? They deserve to be childless. Hush. Are you courting death? The entire Tianhong City is full of Pan family people, yet you dare to speak ill of them here. Can ordinary folks like us freely talk about such things? Be careful that the Pan family does not hear you. Otherwise, there will be another tragedy. Desiree just managed to squeeze into the crowd and overheard some remarks. The little Doreen's eyes flickered rapidly. According to what these passers-by said, these two were servants of the Pan family. Due to incidents within the Pan household, they vented their anger on these two, resulting in their tragic deaths, leaving behind only 2 small children. Uncle, what's going on? Although Desiree had made some guesses, she wanted more details. She pulled on an uncle next to her and asked, "Girl, where are your Amens?" The middle-aged uncle saw Desiree was just a little Doreen and, seeing no Amens accompanying her, he asked, "These are matters for adults to handle. What was a little Doreen like her doing nosing around?" "My Amens are naturally at home. Uncle, can you tell me what happened?" "Young Doreen, mind your own business. Vansetters like these aren't something a little Doreen should know. You should head back quickly." The Benny didn't explain to Desiree. What was the point of telling a little Doreen? Did he expect her to help? "Uncle, what's wrong with a little Doreen? I love championing justice, so I am going to interfere with this matter." Desiree confidently replied to the Benny and approached the 2 kids. "Hey, what's your name? Is there anything I can do to help?" Desiree had never encountered such a situation and did not know how to assist them, so she addressed the boy. Originally, the little boy was sobbing with his head down, but when Desiree spoke, he raised his head to look at her. Perhaps because she seemed about his age, he looked at her and then lowered his head again. Despite being just 6 years old, the boy knew a little Doreen couldn't possibly help him unless she had adults with her. Since no adult was with Desiree and only a big black dog accompanied her, the boy merely glanced at her and lowered his head again. "Is this princess not good enough for you?" Seeing the boy ignoring her, the little Doreen seemed upset and took out several spirit stones from her ring, about 4 or 5 pieces. Hey, if you call me Princess Fei, I'll give you this money, and I can give you a lot more to bury your parents. The boy. Everyone. Seeing the spirit stones in Desiree's hand, everyone froze momentarily because most of the people here were commoners living at the lowest strata of society. To them, silver coins were the only currency. They recognized spirit stones, but those were used by immortals, not by common folk. Desiree, a little Doreen without adult accompaniment, pulling out spirit stones took everyone by surprise. However, looking at her silk attire, clearly belonging to a prestigious family, people soon came to their senses after a moment's pause. Little Doreen, if you really want to help Jim, then call your amens here. Giving Jim spirit stones isn't helping him but inviting disaster for the siblings. It was the same Benny speaking again. His words were truthful. Although Jim could indeed bury his parents with spirit stones, if malicious individuals found out, they might try to snatch them from the young brother and sister. Lower-tier cultivators were not as wealthy as prestigious families and might turn against friends for cultivation resources, let alone 2 kids. Is that so? Elias, go and get big sister Xuanhuan quickly. Desiree seemed puzzled. She didn't understand why trying to help would cause harm. Woof. Elias barked once, wagging his tail as he left the crowd to find Kristen. Seeing how smart Elias was, everyone was surprised. Why do I feel this black dog seems familiar? Looking at the departing Elias, someone muttered. Immediately after, someone nearby echoed the same expression. I remember. Wasn't this the black dog that peed on Vancestor Pan's trousers the day before? Yes, I remember too. No wonder it felt so familiar. It's indeed that black dog. While these people were discussing Elias, a few young men passed nearby, spotting Elias just leaving the crowd. They exchanged glances. 3 hurriedly followed Elias, while another sped off in a different direction. Chapter 228. Pan the eunuch fainted. Fei, what's wrong? Just as Kristen had entered a nearby shop to rest for a moment, Elias dragged her over by the trouser leg. Big sister Xuanhuan, Fei wants to help them, but they said only adults can help, so I got Elias to call you over. Desiree spoke somewhat gloomily. She hadn't expected that even doing good could be this troublesome. If she'd known, she would have turned Elias into a human long ago. What's this? Kristen glanced at the 2 bodies lying on the ground and the 2 children kneeling beside them, while also noticing the board with writing stating sell oneself to bury parents. She instantly understood the situation and her sympathy kicked in. She looked toward Aliana. Aliana grasped Kristen's meaning immediately, beckoning a group of guards standing not far away. I will take care of your parents' burial for you. If you have nowhere to go, you can come with me. Kristen told the siblings who. As for their offer to sell themselves, it wasn't something Kristen needed. Even raising the 2 of them wouldn't be a problem. Thank you, my lord. Hawkins will work like an ox or a horse all his life to repay you. Hawkins held his sister as he knelt before Kristen, realizing that her status was significant from the sight of the guards. They had been kneeling there for a whole day, surrounded by many observers, but no one had truly offered help. It wasn't that Heavenly Crane City lacked kind-hearted people, but most were afraid to help because they knew Hawkins's parents died due to the Pan family. As for the big families, they wouldn't pay attention to such trivial matters. Now they had finally encountered a good person. Hawkins felt extremely grateful. Get up quickly. I don't need you to work like oxen or horses for me. If you have nowhere to go, you can follow me back. I can guarantee 3 meals and lodging. Yes, my lord. Hey, you haven't thanked this princess yet. Seeing Hawkins seem to have forgotten about her, little Missy Desiree promptly pulled him aside. After all, it was she who helped. Thank you, Princess Fei. That's enough. No need to kneel. Here, take this money we agreed upon. Here you go. Seeing the siblings about to kneel again, Desiree hurriedly prevented them from doing so, pressing a few spirit stones into Hawkins's hands. Although Hawkins had never seen spirit stones before, from the discussions around him, he knew these were spirit stones, usable only by cultivators, and worth more than silver coins by several times over. Hawkins didn't know what to do. Fei gave it to you. Just take it. Seeing Hawkins looking at her, Kristen reassured him. She knew that for someone as noble as Desiree, a few spirit stones weren't much. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, Princess Fei. Hawkins clutched the spirit stones tightly, bowed respectfully without kneeling. Aliana, help find a feng shui spot outside the city to bury their parents, then bring them back. I'll return with Fei now. Yes, Mississippi. You 2 siblings, follow Aliana. Fei, let's go back now. Kristen ordered Aliana to handle the matter, intending to return home with Fei. Today had been exhausting. Desiree, happy after doing a good deed, grabbed Kristen's hand and headed back. Vancestor, look at the black dog ahead. Isn't that it? Just as they passed a crossroad, voices reached them, and suddenly a group blocked their way. Pan family? Why are you stopping us? Kristen recognized them immediately. These were servants of the Pan family in Heavenly Crane City. But why did the Pan family dare to stop her? Kristen eyed the Aiden leading the group with a puzzled look. He seemed familiar, though she had never met him. If she had met him, she wouldn't forget him. His face was peculiar, almost flat like a plank, with strange symbols drawn across his nearly flat nose bridge. A medicinal charm used only by medicine immortals. His feet moved awkwardly, suggesting severe injury. If he hadn't been with the Pan family, Kristen might think he was a monster escaped from somewhere. Kristen, this black dog is indeed from the Xuanhuan family. Yesterday, you ordered this demon dog to humiliate me. Aren't you denying it already? How could you be so wicked when I've been true to you? Hand over the black dog, and I'll forgive you. Pantayan, recognizing Elias from yesterday, displayed a twisted smile. He couldn't forget the humiliation. The urine smell still lingered in his mouth. His hatred for Elias was even stronger than for the murderer last night. Little did he know, Elias was that murderer too. Are you Pantayan? After hearing his tirade, Kristen asked in surprise. Now she knew why he seemed familiar. It was the obnoxious Pantayan, but she was confused. Didn't Pantayan almost die last night? How was he walking around today? Pantayan. Hearing Kristen's doubtful tone, Pantayan almost choked. He had ranted on, but she didn't even know who he was. Annoying. Big sister Xuanhuan. Now he's called Pan the Eunuch. Didn't think a simple name change could alter him so drastically. Looks like something embedded on the wall. Wonder if he can walk sideways now too. Just as Pantayan struggled to respond, Desiree added her sharp remark, hitting another low blow. You, choking. Vancister, carry the master away. Pantayan pointed at Desiree, but before saying anything else, he spat blood and fainted. The scene shocked the Pan family guards. They hurriedly carried Pantayan away, leaving Kristen and Desiree staring blankly at each other. Hashtag chapter 229. Visitors from Xuanxia Holy Land. Let's go back, Kimberly. After a long while, Kristen finally came to her senses, amazed that Isaiah, a cultivator of no small standing, had such poor mental fortitude. All right, that Pan eunuch sure can't handle much. I just scolded him a little and he fainted. Desiree responded to Kristen and continued muttering about Isaiah as they walked back. On the other side, after being carried back by the guards and treated by Barton, Isaiah gradually regained consciousness. What happened this time? Barton was quite dissatisfied with his son. In such a state, he should have been recuperating at home but instead chose to wander around aimlessly. He didn't accomplish anything worthwhile and only brought shame to the Pan family. If not for wanting to salvage the situation, Barton would have abandoned this fool long ago. Bud, you must avenge me. That black dog belongs to Kristen. When I went to ask her to hand over the black dog, she refused and even insulted me. Can you be certain that the beast is from the Honghai Guild? Bud, that black beast was right beside Kristen. Many guards saw it. I suspect that the shameless woman sent someone to steal from our treasure vault. I understand. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. You should stop going out so much. Go clean up. Your sisters should be returning soon, and we'll all welcome them. Yes, Bud, but why do we need to go out to greet my Aemon sisters? They've been home before. This time is different. Your eldest sister said in her message that the young lord of Xuanxia Holy Land will be accompanying them. Your sisters are here to help you settle your score. Shouldn't you go out to greet them? Plus, the young lord of Xuanxia Holy Land will be joining them. No matter which way you look at it, you must go greet them. Fine, Isaiah reluctantly agreed. The reason he didn't want to go was that he was terrified of his two Aemon sisters. Since childhood, they had doted on him excessively, leading to an unhealthy fear. Head of the family, Miss Eldest and Miss Second have returned. Just as Isaiah was about to leave, the old steward rushed in, nearly knocking Isaiah down again. Xiaoying and Xiaoli are back? How could they arrive so quickly? Where are they now? Barton was taken aback. Weren't they supposed to arrive in another hour? But now wasn't the time to dwell on this. Since the young lord of Xuanxia Holy Land was coming along, he couldn't afford to be impolite. Head of the family, both ladies are in the living room with important guests from Xuanxia Holy Land. Miss Eldest asked for you, and the Nick to come. Understood. You may go. Barton became puzzled. Was there another high-ranking person apart from the young lord? Otherwise, why did both he and the Nick need to be present? Normally, he alone would suffice. After sending the steward away, Barton immediately sent a message to his grandfather and then led Isaiah outside. When the father-son duo reached the living room, the Nick was already there. The three entered together. Greetings, Bud, Nick. Two women rose and bowed. The sisters, Christine and Pan Xiaoli. Xiaoli, welcome back. Pang Changjiang pays his respects to the young lord. Barton greeted his daughters first, then bowed to Aiden sitting in the center. Although his daughters were consorts of the young lord, given the latter's status, even Barton, as the father-in-law, had to bow. You don't need to be so formal, Bud. The Aiden stood and gently waved his hand, surprising Barton. Why was the young lord calling him Bud? This was the first time he'd heard such a title. Did it mean his daughter had been promoted? If so, this could elevate the Pan family significantly. Bud, you need not wonder. 3 months ago, Xiaoying bore me a son, who was confirmed to possess a celestial spirit body. She has greatly contributed to our Xuanxia Holy Land. Before Barton could ask, the young lord explained the reason. This was why Eldon personally visited the Pan family, having only come once after taking in Christine. Moreover, the Pan family now needed support from Xuanxia Holy Land. Visiting also allowed Eldon to check in with a new powerful force on his journey. Haha, excellent. Young lord, please sit. It is indeed honorable to contribute to the Holy Land. Had I known earlier, I would have prepared lavish gifts to celebrate. Hearing this, Barton laughed heartily, amazed that his daughter had borne a child with a celestial spirit body. No wonder Eldon called him Bud. The Pan family's standing would surely rise. Who might this gentleman be? Turning his attention to the Aemonly man beside Eldon, though unfamiliar, he assumed he was a significant figure from Xuanxia Holy Land, hence why both Barton and the Nick were summoned. Bud, this is our Nick from Xuanxia Holy Land, who recently broke through to the Heavenly Sovereign Realm. What? Heavenly Sovereign Realm? First startled, then delighted, Barton realized if this was true, Xuanxia Holy Land could upgrade to a first-class Holy Land, which would benefit the Pan family immensely. Both he and the Nick promptly bowed to the old man. After some pleasantries, everyone sat down, and the steward served tea. Christine began asking about the family matters. Upon learning the current state of affairs, Christine turned to her husband, knowing it was up to him. Nick, please examine Xuanhuan and see if there's any hope of treatment. Eldon turned to the Nick, aware that only he could determine if Isaiah had any chance of recovery. If even the Nick couldn't help, Isaiah would remain a eunuch. Since Xiangyu mentioned it, I will take a look. But since several days have passed, I cannot guarantee treatment. Please be prepared for the outcome. Chapter 230, Concealing the Situation. Landon's injuries had already passed 1 day and night, and it was in such a sensitive area that even an hour's delay could make a huge difference. Even as a heavenly respect realm powerhouse, the Milton did not dare to guarantee anything. If not for the sake of the immortal infant body, he wouldn't have stepped into the Pan family at all. Bradley, You can just go ahead with the examination. Whether Xian can be healed depends on his luck. Barton naturally understood this truth. Having a heavenly respect realm ancestor offer help was already a stroke of fortune for Landon. Even if the treatment failed, Barton would not dare blame the Aemon from Xuanhuan Holy Land. In the worst case, he could always remarry and start fresh. At this moment, Landon felt somewhat excited because a heavenly respect realm Aemon from Xuanhuan Holy Land was treating him. Vansib in the next moment, he would regain his manhood. As for his cultivation level, he didn't care much about it. He wasn't someone who enjoyed cultivation anyway. Even if his cultivation couldn't be restored, not many people in Tianhong City dared to challenge him, especially given his relationship with his Aemon sister. The Pan family's status in Tianhong City would only grow higher. Therefore, his cultivation level really didn't matter to him. Regaining his manhood was what truly mattered. After examining Landon, the Aemon from Xuanhuan Holy Land frowned slightly. Actually, Landon's injuries weren't severe. If treatment were attempted, it was still possible, whether it was for his broken chi or damaged organs. Even though the organs might not be exactly as before, they could still function, which the Pan family would likely accept, better than being castrated. However, while examining Landon, the Aemon detected a strange energy hidden within his body. If this energy couldn't be removed, healing Landon would be pointless, as this mysterious energy seemed to specifically disrupt his male functions. The Aemon tried to deal with it but found that even with his initial heavenly respect strength, he couldn't handle that sliver of energy. It was clearly the work of a powerful adversary targeting the Pan family. The Aemon of Xuanhuan Holy Land wasn't a fool. He decided it was better not to get involved in this murky situation. Bradley, how are Guyan's injuries? Is there still hope? Ivory asked worriedly when she saw the Holy Land Aemon release Landon. Disappointingly, the Aemon didn't answer her question but shook his head absent-mindedly. The old man has no solution. If you can find a heavenly respected physician within a month, there is still a chance, the Aemon added after shaking his head. Medicinal immortals were rare, and those at the heavenly respect realm were even rarer. Barton hadn't heard of any such medicinals in Linjiang domain. Such figures typically existed only in superpowers, and even if Linjiang domain had such individuals, they weren't ones the Pan family could invite. It seemed Landon was doomed. He planned to let Landon live out his life happily and perhaps consider another option. Thank you, Bradley, for your efforts. We will look for a heavenly respected physician. Since you and young lord have traveled far, I've instructed my servants to prepare a welcome feast. Please follow us to the banquet hall so our Pan family can properly entertain you both. Although Barton was planning another course of action, he couldn't announce it publicly. Therefore, seeking a heavenly respected physician remained necessary. Forget the meal. Let's go to Honghai Chamber of Commerce and make them hand over the dog demon for you to handle. We have other matters to attend to. Eldon stopped Barton's motion. Although he couldn't treat Landon, he believed Honghai Chamber of Commerce would give them the face to hand over a beast. Actually, Xuanhuan Holy Land couldn't rival Honghai Chamber of Commerce. Even now, despite the Aemon breaking through to the heavenly respect realm, it wasn't enough. But recently, Xuanhuan received news of Justin Palace convening a summit for all major clans and dynasties near Wuling region, discussing the unification of the 6 regions. Because of this, Eldon and the Aemon decided to visit Justin Palace. They also received accurate information confirming that Justin Palace was stronger than the previous 7 great holy lands. Xuanhuan intended to submit to Justin Palace, which meant Honghai Chamber of Commerce, another power in Linjiang domain, would eventually be absorbed. If Honghai Chamber of Commerce resisted, it might cease to exist. This gave Eldon confidence that Honghai Chamber of Commerce would hand over the beast. Young lord, the Aemon of Honghai Chamber of Commerce is at the peak of the heavenly respect realm, and Braden is a mid-heavenly respect powerhouse. Is it wise to go? Barton wasn't refusing to take revenge for his son, but was wary of offending Honghai Chamber of Commerce. Even with the breakthrough of Xuanhuan's Aemon, Barton didn't want Xuanhuan Holy Land to incur Honghai's wrath, which would harm both Pan family and Xuanhuan. With Xuanhuan about to upgrade to a first-tier Holy Land, offending Honghai could lead to disaster. Leave it to us, Eldon said, waving a hand. Before, he would have hesitated to confront Honghai, but now circumstances were different. He wasn't there to create trouble. He simply wanted a beast handed over, nothing wrong with that. Unfortunately, Eldon didn't know that the beast he sought didn't belong to Honghai and was too powerful even for them. Moreover, Honghai had an irreplaceable protector, and if Eldon knew this, he might wish to exterminate the Pan family. Seeing Eldon's determination, Barton didn't protest further. They headed toward Honghai Chamber of Commerce. As one of the top 5 families in Tianhong City, the Pan family lived in the city center's prime location. They soon arrived at Honghai Chamber of Commerce, where they easily entered due to the early hour. President Pan, what brings you here so late? A chamber official greeted with a smile upon seeing Barton. Please inform your president. I'd like to see him. Chapter 231. Mileson's Overconfidence. Vancister Pan, please wait a moment. I'll go inform our president. Vancinager sized up Barton and his companions, realizing that the people accompanying him were no ordinary individuals. Vancinager agreed and prepared to go upstairs to notify Braden. The Honghai Commerce Guild primarily engaged in business, and all visitors were guests. Barton was, after all, the Ernan of one of the major families in Tianhong City, so Vancinager naturally would not refuse this request. No need for such trouble, oldie. You can attend to your business. Just as Vancinager was about to go upstairs, Braden descended from above, having just finished preparing to return. Innocent, I didn't expect you to have broken through to the heavenly sovereign realm. Vancy, I asked what brings you to our Honghai Commerce Guild today. Braden identified the Aemon next to Barton at a glance. After all, he was the president of the Honghai Commerce Guild. He naturally had knowledge of the strong figures from various major sects in Linjiang region, and the Aemon being an ancient ancestor figure from Xuanhuan Holy Land certainly caught his attention. And since Innocent had come with Barton, Braden knew the connection between them. Innocent's presence at the Honghai Commerce Guild could only mean trouble, not here to deliver spirit stones. So Braden asked directly while ignoring the rest of Barton's group. Just a lucky breakthrough, nothing to compare with President Xuanhuan. I'm traveling to Wuling region this time. I believe President Xianhuan is aware of why. This visit is merely incidental as it pertains to a minor issue within the Pan family. President Xianhuan, I've heard that your guild has a beast that caused considerable harm to one of the Pan family's members. I hope President Xianhuan will hand over that canine beast to us for handling. In exchange for your loss, the Pan family will provide adequate compensation. President Xianhuan should give me this small favor, right? Innocent explained his purpose before delving into the matter of the beast. However, he did not explicitly accuse the Honghai Commerce Guild of directing the beast. Instead, he left it vague and mentioned the potential compensation to get Braden to hand over the canine. Even if the Honghai Commerce Guild did orchestrate the beast's attack, Innocent's approach preserved the guild's dignity without making them look too embarrassed. Innocent believed that if Braden was smart, he would surrender the beast. But if Braden refused, Innocent had other plans to deal with him. Upon hearing Innocent's words, Braden paused briefly but quickly grasped the situation. He then looked at Innocent with a somewhat strange expression. Braden knew the beast Innocent referred to was Elias, who wasn't a creature raised by the Honghai Commerce Guild, nor could even Xianhuan himself match Elias in combat. Despite Innocent only recently breaking through to the Heavenly Sovereign realm, lacking even the prowess of a mid-stage Heavenly Sovereign, he dared challenge Elias. Braden couldn't help but admire Innocent's courage. You, Innocent, are asking for this favor, which I must extend. However, I need to clarify that the beast isn't from our guild. The Honghai Commerce Guild lacks the capability for such a feat, but the beast is indeed within our premises now. Are you sure you wish to confront the beast? If you're certain, I can guide you to my residence. Have you thought it through? Braden didn't outright reject Innocent's request. After all, even if they met Elias, they wouldn't stand a chance. Perhaps it would be entertaining for him. Still, given their acquaintance, Braden gave them a veiled warning. If they insisted on courting disaster, he wouldn't stop them. Then I'll trouble President Xianhuan. Innocent missed the underlying meaning in Braden's tone and felt grateful for the gesture. The honor is mine. Please follow me. Braden sighed inwardly. Since Innocent and company wanted to court disaster, there was little more to say. He led them towards the guild's rear courtyard, sending a message to his daughter first. Even if he brought Innocent inside, he couldn't let Elias misinterpret his intentions. The beast awaits in the courtyard ahead. Follow me. They soon reached Desiree's yard. Braden didn't wait for their reaction, walking straight in, followed closely by Innocent and others. At this moment, Mileson was most elated, believing he finally had the chance to avenge himself against the black dog. Impatient, Mileson moved ahead even faster than Innocent. Seeing Mileson walk past, Innocent frowned, thinking the Aiden was eager for revenge, and remained silent. Foul Doreen, this beast is yours? No wonder it dared mock me on the road. All along, it was your doing. Mileson recognized Desiree, who sat astride Elias. He had always assumed the beast belonged to the Honghai Commerce Guild, but Braden had clarified otherwise. Now, seeing Elias playing with Desiree, he realized the truth. Pan Eunuch, feeling better already? Won't you spit blood and pass out this time? Wouldn't be as amusing if you did. Desiree rode Elias closer, causing Mileson to take several steps back, now harboring a psychological fear of Elias. Bud, that beast, kill it quickly. Mileson urgently tugged on Barton's hand. Today, his father, great Aemon, sister, brother-in-law, and even a heavenly sovereign ancestor from Tuasha Holy Land were present. They would certainly avenge him. This black dog was doomed. Barton stepped forward as Elias and Desiree approached. Although he had considered retreating temporarily, he wouldn't allow his son to be bullied by a beast again. He prepared to strike. Unbeknownst to father and son, Innocent froze upon recognizing Desiree's face, his complexion instantly paling. The confident demeanor vanished, replaced by trembling. Chapter 232. Innocent's worries and warnings. Don't say I'm bullying you, little Doreen. If you hand this dog demon over to the Pan family for handling now, the Pan family can overlook your responsibility. Barton was still unaware of the severity of the situation. He said to Desiree that even if Lee was acting under her orders, if she willingly handed him over, he would not hold a grudge against the young Doreen. It would be beneath his dignity as the head of the family to fuss over something with a young Doreen. Lee, they've come to pick on you. Deal with it yourself. Desiree lightly dismounted from Lee's back, patted the dog's head, and said, letting Lee handle the trouble while she took the rewards, a standard rule she always adhered to. Little Doreen, we'll forget about past grievances, and I will take this demonic beast back. Seeing Desiree sensibly handing over Lee, Barton did not intend to punish her. With another sentence, he struck Lee with a palm, intending to seal and take him back to the Pan family. Don't. Events unfolded in an instant. By the time Innocent regained his senses, Barton had already struck at Lee. For a moment, Innocent's heart skipped a beat. Now he was not thinking about avenging the Pan family, but how to save his own life. He had just ascended to the celestial sovereign realm and didn't want to lose his life here. Innocent realized no one in the Pan family could be trusted. They were all bad teammates with evil intentions. Innocent decided that if he survived today, he would sever ties with the Pan family forever. Of course, that was assuming the Pan family would still exist after offending such a formidable ancestor. Bang! As Barton's palm was about to strike Lee, the latter vanished. A loud thud resounded as Barton flew backward. When everyone saw Barton again, he was lying several meters away, while Lee appeared before him, pressing down on his chest with a paw. The scene triggered a familiar memory for Toby. Just days ago, he had been in the same predicament, even being urinated on by Lee. At this thought, Toby shuddered. If his legs could move, he would have run faster than anyone. Bold fiend. Seeing his grandson defeated in a single move, Shepard roared furiously and dashed toward Lee. With Toby incapacitated, the future of the Pan family depended on Barton. If anything happened to Barton, the Pan family would surely decline. Shepard wouldn't allow such a disaster, so without hesitation, he lunged at Lee, his full Grand Immortal aura locking onto the target. You dare challenge Dog Vancestor with only a lowly Grand Immortal? Today, I'll teach you not to be too arrogant, or die miserably. With a forceful swat, Lee knocked Barton unconscious. After speaking, Lee vanished again, followed by a series of bangs. No one could see the details of the fight. They only heard continuous bangs and cries of pain. Everyone knew that the wounded one must be Shepard, given the source of the screams. Note, the term Tanjiaoseng is translated as cries of pain, for better fluency in English. Lord. Ivory looked pale towards Eldon. Her father was unconscious, and their ancestor screamed in pain. Only the ancestor of Tusha Holy Land could save the Pan family now. Bradley, you don't need to say anything. This is the Pan family's business and has nothing to do with our Tusha Holy Land. If you don't want to lose your position as young Vancestor, it's best to distance yourself from the Pan family. Before Eldon could respond, he was interrupted. Innocent now hated the Pan family and wouldn't intervene. Besides, he couldn't defeat Lee anyway. Moreover, he dared not act recklessly after learning Desiree's connection with Justin and Palace during the Sea Beast Uprising, a superpower he couldn't offend. Eldon was bewildered. Why did Innocent suddenly change his stance when he initially promised support for the Pan family? Why suggest cutting ties or face demotion? Could it be that severe? Still, Eldon did not dare speak up further. Whether it was the demon beast or the identity of the Doreen, both posed threats. Either way, it brought no benefits to Tusha Holy Land. So he even pushed Ivory's hand away. To him, marital loyalty meant nothing. Ivory was just a concubine. Lord, you. Ivory felt a chill after hearing Innocent's words and Eldon's actions. She didn't understand what was happening, wondering why everything changed so abruptly. Ignoring Ivory, Eldon turned away, knowing nothing mattered more than his status. He had to listen to Innocent. Bang. With a final crash, a figure flew out of the battle zone, landing right on Barton. Everyone involuntarily looked at Shepard, their mouths twitching in shock at Lee's cruelty. Shepard no longer resembled a human. If they hadn't seen it themselves, no one would recognize him. His head had swollen to twice its size, his facial features unrecognizable except for a purple-black ball. His limbs were swollen as well, looking like inflated limbs of a marionette. Boy, weren't you going to kill me? Why haven't you made a move? Or are you waiting for your old man? Lee, indifferent to their thoughts, focused on Toby, slowly approaching him. However, his gaze often fell on Innocent. The old man had decent strength and might provide a few more minutes of fun. Chapter 233, The Pitiful Pan Family. Great Sage Dharma, Innocent pays respects to your excellency. Your excellency can see clearly, our great sage Dharma has no ties with the Pan family. We merely have disciples of the Pan family practicing within our holy land. This time, our great sage Dharma did not involve itself in this matter. We just came by to see what was happening, never expecting that the Pan family would be so foolish as to offend your excellency. If your excellency needs anything, our great sage Dharma will help handle the Pan family. Please show mercy and spare us this once. Seeing the occasional glances from Lee, Innocent's body went limp and do we kill them all? After mocking Innocent for a few moments, Lee stopped and returned to Desiree, asking her while ignoring Innocent. Actually, the relationship between the great sage Dharma and the Pan family wasn't important. If Desiree chose to let them go, there would be no issues. If she didn't, they would die regardless of their relationship. Lee, Mommy says we shouldn't kill people randomly. Let's ask for compensation for emotional damages instead. Their storage rings seem quite good. Just take all their storage rings away, Desiree said indifferently while eating a peach. Earlier, Michaela had indeed told her not to kill people casually, but Wyatt had also mentioned that if someone does wrong, there should be compensation. Desiree wasn't sure how much compensation they deserved, so the little Doreen made it simple, just confiscating their storage rings. This way, she wouldn't need to figure out the amount, and she wouldn't lose out either. All right, little Vancestor. Lee responded, raised its paw, and gathered the 6 storage rings, handing them over to Desiree. Originally, the Pan family and the Great Sage Dharma had 7 members, but since Pansean was now immortal and couldn't use storage rings anymore, he wasn't carrying any. Lee handed over the 6 storage rings to Desiree. The Pan family felt nothing about it. They considered trading a storage ring for their lives the best outcome. However, Innocent and Eldon were heartbroken. One was the young Vancestor of the Great Sage Dharma, the other a venerable Milton. Their storage rings contained all their collections. Now everything was confiscated by Desiree without leaving a hair behind, causing Innocent the most pain. Not only did his storage ring contain lifelong treasures, but they had prepared heavy gifts for the Spirit Immortal Palace trip, which were now all gone. Though Innocent knew Desiree was also from the Spirit Immortal Palace, and having her take the rings was like returning treasures to the Spirit Immortal Palace, the difference in significance was immense. Still, he didn't dare speak up and simply thanked Desiree for sparing their lives. Why aren't you leaving? Do you want me to invite you for dinner? After putting away the storage rings, Desiree saw these people hadn't left yet, and tilted her head to ask. Absolutely not. Young lord, we will leave immediately. Disturbing you is greatly regrettable. We'll leave at once. Innocent hurriedly bowed and then dragged Eldon away. Seeing Eldon leave, the Pan sisters hastily carried their father and ancestor away. Seeing no more issues, Brayden bid farewell to Desiree and left, leaving only Desiree and her group behind. What was that Doreen's identity, Milton? Elsewhere, Eldon, pulled away by his ancestor from the Honghai Chamber of Commerce, finally couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, I've never seen our Milton acting so humble before, especially toward a mere child. Ah, didn't you hear about what happened in the Spirit Forbidding Sea? I saw that Doreen in the Spirit Forbidding Sea. She belongs to the Spirit Immortal Palace. If my guess is correct, she must be the daughter of Fairy Sovereign Xianling. Everyone knew about Imperial Lady Michaela of the Spirit Immortal Palace. Innocent had seen Desiree in the Spirit Forbidding Sea before, leading him to guess that she might be Michaela's daughter. Otherwise, Innocent wouldn't have knelt so easily. His great sage Dharma intended to submit to the Spirit Immortal Palace, so how could they disrespect Desiree? What? She is Fairy Sovereign Xianling's daughter? Eldon was shocked upon hearing Innocent's words. He couldn't believe Desiree had such a significant background, explaining his ancestors' behavior. The Pan sisters were equally stunned. They never expected that little Doreen to be the spirit Immortal Palace's young ancestor. Any lingering resentment against Desiree and Lee vanished instantly, replaced by infinite fear. Who in power today didn't know the reputation of the spirit Immortal Palace, a superpower spanning several domains, an entity everyone sought to ally with. And here they offended someone from the spirit Immortal Palace, no less the young ancestor. How could they not be terrified? Pan Showing, you two should leave the great sage Dharma. But rest assured, your son will be well cultivated. Take care of yourselves. Innocent spoke to Pan Showing and quickly left with Eldon, uncaring of the Pan family's future. Due to their connections with the spirit Immortal Palace's young ancestor, Innocent was letting the Pan family off because of Pan Showing son. Otherwise, they would have been exterminated. Sis, are you alright? Pan Shioli watched Innocent leave with regret but didn't react strongly, as she was just an outer sect disciple in the great sage Dharma. However, Pan Showing was different. Hearing Innocent's words, she went limp and fell to the ground. Chapter 234, The Primal Golden Hook. Justin in Palace. On the cliffs behind Snow Spirit Peak, there was a reclining chair, and on that chair lay Aiden. Perhaps due to the sunlight, the Aiden squinted his eyes slightly before opening them. Is it already morning? Wyatt raised his hand to shield himself from the glaring sunlight, surprised that he had lain here all night. Since Justin in Palace announced its plan to establish an imperial dynasty, everyone had been busy nonstop. However, Wyatt was an exception. With nothing to do, he had come to the cliffs behind the mountain to enjoy the scenery. Unbeknownst to him, he ended up staying there all night, unaware of when he fell asleep. System, sign me in for today. Ding, host signed in successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received the Primal Golden Hook, a primordial divine artifact. Not bad, not bad. Another primordial divine artifact. A hint of a smile flickered across Wyatt's face. This was already the second primordial divine artifact he had received as a sign-in reward. He didn't know what was happening with the system, but since Americ left, the rewards he received from daily sign-ins had improved significantly. Even the worst of them were at least god-level artifacts. 2 days ago, he even received the Ice Spirit Sword, a primordial divine artifact. Even someone like Wyatt, who wasn't particularly adept with ice attributes, could freeze miles of land with a single slash. System, are you trying to turn me into a professional angler? In Wyatt's hand appeared a strangely designed fishing rod. The rod was dazzling, with purple and gold stripes running through it, making it particularly eye-catching. The rod wasn't straight but curved, with a 9-clawed divine dragon carved into its body, its head pointing towards the end. At the tip of the rod hung a light purple thread, and at the end of the thread was a golden hook, definitely a fisherman's tool. Wyatt thought it would be some valuable artifact, but it turned out to be just a beautiful-looking fishing rod. He didn't even like fishing. Host, although this is a fishing rod, it is indeed a good item. The Primal Golden Hook can fish for anything from the myriad worlds, though the quality of the catch depends on the host's luck. Oh. So, you're saying this rod is indeed a valuable item. Is there any restriction on where I can use it? Wyatt showed some interest after hearing the system's explanation. If it worked as described, he wouldn't be so bored in the future. Host, the Primal Golden Hook can be used anytime and anywhere, without any restrictions. Alright, let me give it a try and see how it works. Since there were no restrictions, Wyatt decided to give it a go. He cast the rod down the cliff. Initially only a meter long, the purple thread extended rapidly as soon as he cast it out. Suddenly, a spatial black hole appeared at the base of the cliff, and the hook fell into it. Wyatt watched attentively, waiting for a result. In a primitive jungle within the wasteland world, a Aiden in black was fleeing frantically, with 2 masked figures in black robes hot on his trail. Duncan, you can't escape. I advise you to hand over the treasure, or we'll kill you once we catch you. Bullshit. How can your xuanhuan be so shameless? This treasure clearly belongs to me, yet you want to steal it. I've already informed my master. Once he arrives, you're dead, and even xuanhuan will be implicated. The black-clothed youth didn't stop running, but he verbally lashed out at the masked men. The 2 pursuers' faces changed dramatically. Duncan's strength was inferior to theirs, but his master was a formidable and extremely powerful individual. Even xuanhuan dared not offend him easily. If not for the allure of the treasure Duncan obtained, they wouldn't have dared to act against him. They initially planned to ambush and snatch the treasure, assuming Duncan's weaker abilities would make it easy. However, Duncan proved slippery like an eel. Their combined efforts failed to capture him. Now, hearing that his master was on the way, they grew anxious. Don't hold back. Otherwise, we'll all die here. Agreed. The 2 masked men quickly formed seals with their hands, their auras rapidly intensifying, and their speed increased as well. Bang! Duncan suddenly noticed 2 shadows blocking his path. Before he could react, he felt a heavy blow to his chest, causing him to spit blood and fly backward. He smashed through several trees before stopping. When he landed, he spat out more blood, his aura weakening significantly. Quickly, kill him and leave. Seeing Duncan incapacitated, the 2 masked men swiftly flew towards him. Duncan watched the approaching figures with unprecedented gravity. With his severe injuries, escape seemed impossible. He knew he needed a plan to survive. Clenching his teeth, he produced a purple-red jade pendant in his hand. If you want the treasure, take it. Using all his strength, he threw the jade pendant in one direction, while quickly standing up and running in the opposite direction. Duncan understood that if he wanted to survive, he had to abandon the treasure. Letting xuanhuan snatch it would buy him time to escape. Sure enough, the 2 pursuers hesitated only briefly before choosing the jade pendant over chasing him. Obtaining the treasure was far more advantageous than killing Duncan, as they risked facing retaliation from his master. But if they only stole the treasure, the situation wouldn't be too dire. In the wasteland world, treasures went to those who could claim them. Even if stolen, it wasn't unusual, especially if Duncan survived. His master couldn't do much afterwards. As they approached the jade pendant, a black hole suddenly appeared in the sky. A pale purple thread descended from it, ending in a golden hook that snagged the flying jade pendant. Finally a reaction? At Justin Palace, Wyatt sensed the movement of the fishing line, confirming that the primal golden hook had caught something. He tightened his grip on the rod and felt the weight change, smiling. Huh. Wyatt quickly noticed something was off. A sudden pulling force came from the rod, altering his expression. Wasn't it supposed to catch a treasure? Why did it feel like catching something alive? Without further thought, Wyatt increased his grip and reeled in the hook. Wyatt. When he saw what the hook had caught, Wyatt was utterly dumbfounded. Hanging from the golden hook was a masked figure in black robes. Hashtag chapter 235, Divine Skill, Thunderclap. Not only was Wyatt baffled, but the brigand on the golden hook was equally bewildered. The treasure that was almost within reach had suddenly been snatched away by mysterious threads. Naturally, the brigand was unwilling to let it go and immediately attempted to snatch the jade pendant back without a second thought. However, as soon as his hand touched the jade pendant, a sudden pulling force came from the thread, dragging him into the black hole. When he reappeared, he saw Aiden staring at him in surprise, which completely threw him off. System, didn't you say this thing was for fishing treasures? What's going on here? Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Weren't we supposed to fish for treasures from all realms? Instead, I caught a masked person who obviously isn't a treasure. Host, haven't I explained before? It depends on your luck what treasures you can fish up. Wyatt. Wyatt was speechless because the system indeed said this before, but he couldn't help feeling his luck was just too bad. Was it because of my fishing posture? You, who are you? Are you trying to snatch things from our Huasan Hall? Release me immediately, or else you'll be hunted down by Huasan Hall. After recovering from his confusion, the brigand stood up. However, his hands were still hooked by the fishing line, and what terrified him most was that his strength had been completely suppressed. Moreover, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remove the hook from his hand, which was very bizarre. When he observed his surroundings, he noticed that the spiritual energy here was so dense it seemed to have turned into water. When did the desolate world turn into such a treasure trove for cultivation? Treasure? What treasure? Despite having countless treasures already, Wyatt's eyes still lit up when the brigand mentioned treasure. After all, this one came from another realm. Regardless of its grade, the process and sense of achievement in obtaining it were invaluable. He automatically filtered out the masked figure's threats. Come on, as an invincible man, would he be afraid of some masked figure's threats? Besides, he had never heard of the Huasan Hall, so it probably wasn't that powerful. Moreover, judging by the masked figure's appearance, he clearly wasn't a good person. A good person wouldn't wear black robes and a mask, right? Since this wasn't a good person, taking from them would only benefit the people. Wyatt felt no guilt, even a bit of pride. Wyatt glanced at the brigand's hand and finally noticed a purple-red jade pendant in his hand. Previously, the masked figure's palm had been closed, and with him lying on the ground, Wyatt hadn't seen the jade pendant. Wyatt took the golden hook off and grabbed the purple-red jade pendant, leaving the brigand ignored on the side. That treasure is mine. Quickly return it to me. Realizing his strength had returned, the brigand stepped back a few steps, his face showing both worry and urgency. He had struggled hard to obtain the treasure, but now, strangely transported here, he felt this Aiden was not ordinary, yet he couldn't just give up. Your treasure? Whose treasure? Whatever's in my hand is mine. Get lost. Wyatt said this seriously, then kicked the brigand toward the cliff. Even a little Maggie dared to nag here. Ah! The brigand couldn't help but scream as he flew off the cliff and quickly disappeared from Wyatt's sight. In the spirit realm, someone without immortal level strength couldn't fly, especially after being kicked off a 10,000-foot abyss. His fate was obvious, crushed to pieces. Well, who would have thought it really is a treasure? Wyatt's divine soul examined the jade pendant, muttering aloud because it contained a divine skill called Thunderclap. This was a dominant lightning-based skill. If perfected, it could summon countless thunderbolts to attack enemies, making it a large-scale group attack skill. What made Wyatt slightly regretful was that Thunderclap could only kill those below the Heavenly Sovereign level, which left him somewhat unsatisfied. Still, he decided to learn the skill. Based on the description, this would definitely be a must-have skill for showing off. Imagine summoning a sky full of lightning whenever encountering a large number of enemies. It sounded thrilling. Even if it wasn't highly practical for Wyatt, it would be a formidable skill for the Amens and disciples of the Spirit Immortal Palace. In high spirits, Wyatt resumed fishing. Meanwhile, in the Heavenly Sacred Palace of the North Dao Domain, after days of investigation, they discovered that the Yinyang division of the Linjiang region had fled to the Three Mountain Domain. Palace Fancister, should we immediately destroy the Yinyang division in the Three Mountain Domain, or wait until after the opening ceremony and recruitment of disciples? In the main hall of the Heavenly Sacred Palace, Ford asked Beck, who sat above. Ford was the leader of the Divine Crocodile clan and served as a deputy palace master alongside Hyman from the Celestial Vancentis clan. Ford posed the question because the opening ceremony was approaching, and the distance between the Three Mountain Domain and the North Dao Domain was considerable. Traveling back and forth might make them miss the recruitment time, hence the inquiry to Beck. The opening ceremony will proceed as planned, but destroying the Yinyang division cannot be delayed. Lead 10,000 disciples to the Three Mountain Domain and wipe out their branch. After eliminating them, there's no need to rush back. Search through the neighboring regions and destroy any other Yinyang branches you find. Understood. I'll gather the troops and head to the Three Mountain Domain. Ford responded and left promptly, gathering 10,000 disciples to set out for the Three Mountain Domain. Soon after Ford departed, news reached the headquarters of the Yinyang division in the Three Mountain Domain. Elon, these Heavenly Sacred Palace members are truly arrogant. Bringing 10,000 people to exterminate us, it's as if they don't consider us worth mentioning. Has headquarters sent any news or dispatched strong reinforcements? Upon learning that the Heavenly Sacred Palace had sent 10,000 people to annihilate them, Yuan Tianhong, the former Linjiang region Yinyang division chief, spoke up. Ever since he led the Linjiang region group to retreat to the Three Mountain Domain, he had reported the situation to headquarters and requested reinforcements. However, he hadn't received any response from headquarters yet. so he had to ask Elon. #### translation completed. Chapter 236, Digby's arrangement. Don't worry. The Spirit Immortal Palace had already wiped out our Netherworld Chongji domain branch, and now the Heavenly Saint Palace has done the same in the North Dao domain. Both pieces of news have already reached Lord Nether. After knowing this, Lord Nether was enraged. It's time to let the world remember their fear of us once again. This time, Lord Nether specially sent 3 demigod Miltons from headquarters. As long as these people from the Heavenly Saint Palace come over, we will make sure they never return. Once it's time for the founding master and disciple of Heavenly Saint Palace to appear, we will uproot them completely. Heh. How thrilling. I can't wait to see the scene when the Heavenly Saint Palace is ruthlessly slaughtered by the demigod Milton. All the members of Heavenly Saint Palace are at the Supreme Heaven Realm. If we can collect their souls, perhaps we can also break through to the demigod realm. Dominic immediately laughed wickedly upon hearing Fisher's words, because with 3 demigod Miltons dispatched from headquarters, the fate of Heavenly Saint Palace was sealed. Demigods were formidable beings above the Supreme Heaven Realm, possessing overwhelming power that even numerous complete Supreme Heaven Realms couldn't match. Not to mention, this time 3 demigod Miltons were coming together, sealing Heavenly Saint Palace's fate for annihilation. Knowing that 3 demigod Miltons would be dispatched from headquarters, Dominic no longer worried about the Heavenly Saint Palace but discussed details of the plan with Fisher. In the Sky Origin Domain, Pillar Supporting State, report to Palace Vancestor, the Netherworld has sent 3 demigod Miltons to the 3 Mountains Domain, likely preparing to wipe out the Heavenly Saint Palace. What should we do? In the main hall of Pillar Supporting Palace, Abeni reported the movements of the Netherworld to the seated Palace Vancestor, another middle-aged figure. The high-profile behavior of the Heavenly Saint Palace in the North Dao Domain had long attracted the attention of powerful forces on the Plunder Immortal continent. And as the strongest force on the continent, Pillar Supporting Palace naturally kept a close eye on it. Ever since Heavenly Saint Palace wiped out the Netherworld branch in the North Dao Domain, Palace Vancestor Digby of Pillar Supporting Palace had been monitoring the Netherworld's response. So, Netherworld can't resist any longer, huh? Have you investigated the background of Heavenly Saint Palace? Where did they suddenly emerge from, and how could they possess so many complete Supreme Heaven Realms? Digby had expected the Netherworld to send strong forces, but not 3 demigod level ones. Pillar Supporting Palace and the Netherworld were long-standing enemies. Digby knew how formidable the Netherworld was, and Pillar Supporting Palace also possessed demigods. However, demigods were like stabilizing pillars, only venturing out under extreme circumstances. But now, Netherworld sent 3, indicating their determination to destroy Heavenly Saint Palace. Since the enemy of my enemy is my friend, Digby naturally didn't want Heavenly Saint Palace destroyed by Netherworld, but he wouldn't help without purpose. If Pillar Supporting Palace could bring Heavenly Saint Palace under its umbrella, it could surely eliminate the Netherworld. Then, the Plunder Immortal continent would truly belong to Pillar Supporting Palace. Palace Vancestor, Heavenly Saint Palace is extremely mysterious. There's virtually no information available about them. They seem to have appeared out of nowhere, said Ignatius, showing a hint of unease. As the head of the Shadow Hall of Pillar Supporting Palace, his network covered the entire continent, yet he couldn't gather detailed information on this new sect. Suhal Vancestor, this is probably the second time you've said such things, right? Digby gave him an exasperated look. Last time, Ignatius failed to gather intel on Spirit Immortal Palace, and now on Heavenly Saint Palace too. Digby suspected if Ignatius had been neglecting his duties all these years. Was Pillar Supporting Palace too complacent? Palace Vancestor, I really tried my best. Vancestor Michaela of Spirit Immortal Palace is at the Supreme Heaven Realm, and they have an extraordinary array formation. Our operatives can't penetrate it. We can't just send Supreme Heaven Realm operatives to investigate either. If we really did that, it would certainly be discovered by Spirit Immortal Palace. As for Heavenly Saint Palace, it's even more bizarre. All tens of thousands of disciples are at the Supreme Heaven Realm. How can I possibly gather intelligence on them? Ignatius felt wronged. He indeed tried his best, but both Spirit Immortal Palace and Heavenly Saint Palace were extraordinary. Spirit Immortal Palace was somewhat understandable, being a former power in Wooling Domain. The unknown backers were what puzzled them. But Heavenly Saint Palace offered no clues whatsoever. It seemed they appeared out of thin air, as Ignatius suggested. Alright, I don't blame you. Soon, I'll dispatch 3 demigod realm aments. You'll join them to go to the 3 Mountains Domain. However, don't act hastily. If Heavenly Saint Palace can eliminate the Netherworld branch in the 3 Mountains Domain, it's best to let them. If they fail, then you rescue them. If possible, try to form ties with Heavenly Saint Palace. Don't worsen relations with them. I feel this Heavenly Saint Palace isn't simple. Digby didn't genuinely blame Ignatius, knowing what he said was true. Such a sect could only be secretly monitored. Sending powerful operatives would surely be detected. Without knowing the secrets of Heavenly Saint Palace and Spirit Immortal Palace, Pillar Supporting Palace wouldn't risk offending them. Yes, Palace Vancestor. Ignatius sighed in relief, understanding Digby's intentions. Since Heavenly Saint Palace specifically targets Netherworld, there must be some enmity. If allied, eliminating Netherworld could be within reach, provided Heavenly Saint Palace has sufficient strength. This confrontation would prove whether Heavenly Saint Palace was worthy enough for Digby to send 3 demigods. Soon after, 3 Aemon figures from Pillar Supporting Palace arrived at the hall. After clarifying the situation, Ignatius led them towards the 3 Mountains Domain. Although Pillar Supporting Palace was far from the 3 Mountains Domain, demigod speed wasn't comparable to Supreme Heaven Realms. 2 days later, they finally reached the destination. Suhal Vancestor, have you found where the Netherworld branch is located in the 3 Mountains Domain? In a city of Xuanhuan within the 3 Mountains Domain, one of the demigod Miltons asked Ignatius. These Aemons rarely handled sect affairs, thus unaware of the Netherworld branch's location. Reporting to the Aemons, the Netherworld branch is in the Heavenly Moon range of Dragon Illusion Province. We'll rest briefly before heading there. The 10,000 members of Heavenly Saint Palace have just arrived in Shintang Province, much slower than us. We won't miss them. Shadow Hall operatives continuously monitored the 10,000 members' movement, making Ignatius very informed. Fine, let's depart soon then. Hope this heavenly Saint Palace doesn't disappoint us. Hashtag chapter 237. Battle begins. Deputy Palace Vancestor, ahead is the Heavenly Moon Mountain Range. The Three Mountains region of Yama's domain is located within this mountain range. On a hilltop tens of thousands of miles away from the Heavenly Moon Mountain Range, tens of thousands of people had gathered. They were precisely the 10,000 Heavenly Saint Palace disciples led by Talon. How interesting, I didn't expect to find 6 demigod-level powerhouses here. It seems that our Heavenly Saint Palace's name has already spread across the Tribulation Immortal continent. Be cautious later. Yama has 3 hidden demigods. You cannot use any power beyond the divine level. Beware of their sneak attacks. Talon's divine soul swept over an area spanning hundreds of millions of miles. Not a single blade of grass or tree could escape his scrutiny. He detected the 3 hidden demigods of Yama and the other 3 demigods. Upon discovering the 6 demigods, Talon was not frightened but rather somewhat delighted, because the presence of demigods here proved that the Heavenly Saint Palace's reputation had spread far and wide on the Tribulation Immortal continent. Otherwise, it would be unlikely to attract demigods. Though the Heavenly Saint Palace disciples were restricted from using powers above the divine level, this restriction did not apply to Talon, whose strength was exempt from the limitations set by the Heavenly Tao. This exemption also applied to Palace Vancestor Conway and Deputy Palace Vancestor Hyman. Rest assured, Deputy Palace Vancestor, even if we can't use powers surpassing the divine level, it's not so easy for demigods to kill us. If they become careless, getting ambushed by us is also a common occurrence. After Talon spoke, one disciple responded. Talon said nothing further as he acknowledged the truth in the disciples' words. Indeed, they could not utilize divine-level powers, but their realms were far higher than those of the demigods. Even under the suppression of the Heavenly Tao, it was not easy for demigods to kill them. Bailey, lead 3,000 men to surround the Heavenly Moon Mountain Range. Do not let a single person from Yama escape. I won't go. Send someone else instead. You damned brat, are you defying me? Dare you disobey my orders? Talon's face turned grim, and he growled menacingly. How dare this brat argue with him? Bud, I came here to slay Yama's rats, not to watch a show. If you send me to encircle the mountains, how am I supposed to slay their rats? I'm not going anyway. Send the second son then. K. Bailey was Talon's son, which was why he dared to contradict him. As K. Bailey finished speaking, another disciple nearby turned anxious. Just as he was about to say something, Talon interrupted him. The disciple could only look at K. Bailey with a resentful expression. This young disciple was named Cord, also a son of Talon. Unlike K. Bailey, he did not dare to defy his father, so he obediently took 3,000 men out. After Cord left with 3,000 men, Talon led the remaining 7,000 toward the Heavenly Moon Mountain Range. The battle is about to begin. Patriarch, can you detect anything unusual about them? At another location in the Heavenly Moon Mountain Range, Ignatius watched Talon's movements and muttered softly before asking Aernon beside him. Ignatius could sense that everyone from the Heavenly Saint Palace was at the Empyrean realm but couldn't tell if there were any hidden strong figures. There isn't anything unusual. These 10,000 are all perfect Empyreans, including the Deputy Palace Master. There are no hidden powerhouses nearby either. If the Heavenly Saint Palace's hiding methods weren't too sophisticated, they probably don't have hidden powerhouses. We needn't speculate. We'll see once the battle begins, said the Sky Support Palace's Aernon, frowning. He felt that the Heavenly Saint Palace seemed overly confident. Yama had stumped even the Sky Support Palace, yet the Heavenly Saint Palace planned to wipe out Yama's branch with just 10,000 people. Remember, this place held personnel from 2 branches of Yama. Even among Empyrean realm powerhouses, there were many. To add, there were 3 demigods. Yama's rats, come out and die. With 7,000 disciples, Talon appeared at the Heavenly Moon Mountain Range and shouted towards the mountain foot. His voice, laced with magical power, instantly spread throughout the entire mountain range. Do you guys from the Heavenly Saint Palace really want to die? As soon as Talon's voice echoed, a cold voice rose from the mountain base. Strange black mists then appeared, swiftly forming cloaked figures hovering over the Heavenly Moon Mountain Range. Hee hee hee. To dare come to our Yama branch with just 10,000 people. Indeed, your Heavenly Saint Palace has some guts. If all of your disciples were here, I might have been worried. But this way, after we kill you all, I'll destroy your Heavenly Saint Palace entirely. Don't think that being Empyrean realms can stand against our Yama. I will make you realize how foolish it is to oppose our Yama. The speaker was none other than Dominic, who had escaped from Linjiang to the Three Mountains region. He harbored the greatest hatred towards the Heavenly Saint Palace. Had it not been for them, he wouldn't have had to flee from Linjiang to the Three Mountains region. His escape made him infamous in Yama, and as the first branch master ever to run, his dignity was shattered. Thus, his resentment towards the Heavenly Saint Palace grew. However, Dominic's mood had improved because the Heavenly Saint Palace would soon be obliterated, clearing his tainted name. Is that so? Let's see who is truly foolish. All hear my command. Kill every rat from Yama. Do not let a single one escape. Kill. Talon sneered coldly, issuing a death warrant. Although the members of Yama posed challenges to the immortal world, it didn't matter much to them. Their true forms were divine beasts. Although their strength was suppressed, they cultivated divine energy, giving them an absolute advantage over immortal world inhabitants. Thus, while Yama's people could resist most injuries, the difference between divine energy and immortal essence rendered this immunity ineffective. All Heavenly Saint Palace disciples were at the perfect Empyrean realm, whereas only 2 Yama branch ancestors reached this level. Therefore, upon clashing, many Yama disciples were immediately killed, a scenario Dominic and Yu Yinju never anticipated. Don't treat us like vegetables. Die. Seeing his subordinates dying, Dominic lost his patience and charged towards the nearest Heavenly Saint Palace disciple. Ha ha, come on. The targeted disciple laughed loudly and eagerly rushed towards Dominic. Talon did not intervene, watching Dominic with a cold smirk. Soon enough, he'd understand the power of the Heavenly Saint Palace. Talon withheld action to guard against Yama's 3 demigods, wanting to see how long they could endure. Chapter 238. Killing a demigod effortlessly. Bang, bang, bang. Dominic instantly clashed with the disciples of the Heavenly Sage Palace, causing the space around them to warp from the violent energy released. As the battle between Dominic and the Heavenly Sage Palace disciples began, not only did it fail to reduce the death toll among the underworld disciples, but it actually accelerated. Vancini underworld disciples were suddenly caught in the chaotic waves of energy flying around, distracted and quickly hunted down by the Heavenly Sage Palace disciples. Damn it, how can you be this strong? After just a dozen moves, Dominic's face changed. He originally thought he could decisively suppress the Heavenly Sage Palace disciples, but instead, he found himself constantly at a disadvantage, being suppressed by them. The immunity to most damage that the underworld relied on seemed ineffective against the Heavenly Sage Palace disciples, greatly shocking Dominic. Ha ha ha, are you scared already? The best is yet to come, but you probably won't live to see it. Die. Seeing Dominic's expression, the Heavenly Sage Palace disciple laughed loudly and then lunged again at Dominic. Ilium, don't just watch, act now. Something's off about the Heavenly Sage Palace people. Seeing the Heavenly Sage Palace disciples rushing in recklessly, Dominic urged Ilium to act. If they didn't, they would all die here. Dominic had suddenly realized that his attacks on the Heavenly Sage Palace disciples caused almost no significant harm. Originally, their opponents should have been immune to most damage, but it was as if the roles were reversed, leaving Dominic utterly stunned. What Dominic and his group didn't know was that their opponents were transformed divine beasts. Though their realms were suppressed, their physical strength wasn't. Dominic's attacks barely scratched the surface of the Heavenly Sage Palace disciples, causing their bodies to turn red but nothing more. Noticing something amiss, Ilium appeared behind the Heavenly Sage Palace disciple who was battling Dominic. Without hesitation, Ilium struck with a palm. The Heavenly Sage Palace disciple never expected such a shameless sneak attack. Bang! The struck disciple flew hundreds of meters away, spitting out a mouthful of blood. How shameful you are. After swallowing a pill, the disciple sneered and rushed towards other underworld members. Since the underworld fighters were so dishonorable, he'd go for easier targets. Ilium and Dominic glanced at the disciple and vanished, attacking the same Heavenly Sage Palace disciple once more. Damn it, I'm an easy target now, huh? Instantly, the three engaged again, with the Heavenly Sage Palace disciple taking most of the hits, like two adults beating up a child. Although the Heavenly Sage Palace disciple was strong, Dominic and Ilium, as Hall Vancestors, possessed considerable power. Nonsense. Save me, bud. They're trying to kill your precious son. The beaten-up Heavenly Sage Palace disciple begged for help. This disciple was none other than Franz's son, Yusef. Humph. With a cold snort, Franz looked over. Instantly, both Dominic and Ilium spat blood, their faces filled with terror. A single snort causing simultaneous injuries. This was not within the capability of a full-fledged celestial venerable, as both they and Franz shared this level. It could only mean one thing: demigod. Die. Both felt a voice from behind them and immediately sensed danger. Their figures dissipated into mist, narrowly avoiding Yusef's sword. Instantly, they distanced themselves from him. So, your Heavenly Sage Palace does indeed have a demigod. No wonder you dared to oppose us. Just as Dominic and Ilium avoided the strike, 3 Amens appeared, surrounding Franz in a triangular formation. You finally showed yourselves. I wondered how long you'd endure. Franz, seeing the 3 Amens encircling him, smiled, showing no fear. He didn't take them seriously at all. Did you notice us early on? One of the Amens frowned, questioning him. They were all demigods, experts in stealth. Yet, Franz seemed to have detected them long ago, making them tense. If Franz knew about their capabilities as demigods and still dared to kill underworld members, either he was overconfident or he far surpassed them. They hoped it was the former, as surpassing demigod level meant divine realm power, which couldn't exist openly without hidden measures. Detecting your weak presence is very normal. If you had run secretly earlier, maybe you would have stood a chance. Now that you've shown yourselves, prepare to die. Franz hadn't acted earlier because he feared they might escape using hidden techniques. Now, he extended his hand, forming a massive spirit hand that grabbed the 3 demigods, suppressing their aura entirely. Run. He's a divine realm expert. Their faces paled as they tried to flee, but before they could react, they were caught mid-air by the spirit hand. Why rush back home when you've come this far? This place has good feng shui. You rats should disappear. Franz tightened his grip, ready to crush them into minced meat. Whoever offended his master deserved to die. The Lord of the Underworld will not forgive you. Your Heavenly Sage Palace will be exterminated. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 underworld demigods left those words before being crushed by Franz, even their souls turning to dust. Lord of the Underworld, my ass. If he showed up now, I'd crush him into nothingness too. Franz smirked, dismissing the idea. No way the Lord of the Underworld could be stronger than him. Meanwhile, for others, Xianxia Palace's 3 demigod ancestors and Ignatius, who had been hiding miles away, tensed up as Franz glanced their direction. Bradley, what do we do now? He must have detected us. Chapter 239. The 3 Mountains Region Branch, annihilated. Pay your respects to the Supreme God. The 4 individuals from the Xianxia Palace approached Hobie and respectfully bowed. Regardless of where they went, these 4 people held statuses that commanded awe and respect from thousands. However, before Hobie, they were as obedient as primary school students. All this was due to strength, for in this world, might made right. You must be from the Xianxia Palace. Speak up, what's your purpose here? Hobie had some understanding of the forces on Jeshin continent. Any faction capable of casually dispatching 3 demigods would undoubtedly be the so-called number 1 power on Jeshin continent, the Xianxia Palace. We report to the Supreme God. we are indeed from Xianxia Palace. We've been ordered by our palace ancestor to come here. If your sect cannot resist the netherworld, we have been instructed to rescue the survivors. At the same time, Xianxia Palace is also interested in an alliance with your sect to eliminate this poisonous sore that is the netherworld. Alliance? How do you assume that my heavenly saint sect needs an alliance with you to deal with the netherworld? Hobie was somewhat curious. Why did the Xianxia Palace have such confidence? Did it actually think the heavenly saint sect needed an alliance to combat the netherworld? If not for the fact that the netherworld spread its influence far and wide while hiding so well, the heavenly saint sect could easily annihilate it without much effort. Thus, when it came to alliances, Hobie scoffed at the idea proposed by the Xianxia Palace. An alliance required corresponding strength. Did Xianxia Palace possess that? While the Xianxia Palace boasted being the most powerful force on Jiexin continent, in Hobie's eyes, it was nothing but a joke. If he had no reservations, he could destroy the entire Jiexin continent with just one slap. Supreme God, as the saying goes, an enemy of my enemy is my friend. Xianxia Palace has always been at odds with the netherworld, striving to exterminate them. But unfortunately, the netherworld's members are too cunning, and even now, no one knows where their headquarters are located. Additionally, the netherworld possesses formidable strength. While everyone dislikes the netherworld's existence, it cannot be denied that their power is indeed strong. Supreme God, though you possess god-level strength, the netherworld also has gods. Only through an alliance between us can we better eradicate this poisonous sore. An Amon from the Xianxia Palace explained the pros and cons to Hobie, believing that Hobie would choose to ally with the Xianxia Palace. But upon hearing the Amon's words, Hobie merely smiled. He naturally knew that there were god-level beings within the netherworld, yet the power levels of gods differed. The Xian realm did not allow for god-level beings. Even if those individuals found ways to linger in the Xian realm, it was extremely difficult for them to further enhance their strength. Upon reaching the god level, their magic power would convert into divine power, but this realm was the fairy realm, not the divine realm. Thus, they lacked the divine power necessary for cultivation. They would need to absorb large amounts of fairy essence chi and convert it into divine power, which would slow down their progression. Additionally, how many god-level treasures existed in the Xian realm? Therefore, even if there were god-level beings in the netherworld, their power wouldn't be very high, at best reaching a peak perfected godman level. In the Xian realm, shouldn't godmen not be able to act freely? Supreme God, while god-level beings indeed cannot act freely in the Xian realm, the netherworld is an exception. Oh, what do you mean by that? Hobie suddenly became interested. Could someone else act freely in the Xian realm like him? However, Hobie was also somewhat skeptical. If that were true, wouldn't the netherworld have already unified the Xian realm? Supreme God, this is no longer a secret among major factions. It all comes down to the Isaiah of the netherworld. The Isaiah is extremely mysterious, with no one knowing his identity or whereabouts. He obtained a method to cultivate using the soul powers of strong individuals. After practicing the technique created by the Isaiah, their bodies can transform into black mist, making them immune to most damage. The most terrifying aspect is that they can simulate the soul energies of absorbed individuals, thereby concealing themselves from heavenly Tao. Because of this, the netherworld established many branches throughout the Xian realm to collect the souls of cultivators. The Amon revealed some secrets, information known only among major forces, not commonly known to the general public. People only knew that the netherworld collected cultivator souls, but didn't know the specifics. In light of the information you provided, go ahead and kill these netherworld members, then return. As for the alliance, forget about it. But if you discover any information regarding the netherworld's branches or headquarters, you may inform our heavenly saint sect. Our goal is to eliminate the netherworld organization. Having obtained the desired information, Hobie stopped questioning and instead ordered the Xianxia Palace members to kill the netherworld members, wanting to see if they truly harbored intense hatred toward the netherworld or were deceiving him. The Xianxia Palace Amon was taken aback. Wasn't his explanation clear enough? Why did Hobie still refuse an alliance between the two sects? What? Are you hesitant to kill the netherworld members? No, Supreme God, please don't misunderstand us. We will immediately take action to eliminate these rats. Hobie's words startled the four individuals. They heard the unspoken warning. If they failed to slay the netherworld members, Hobie would treat them as netherworld collaborators and exterminate them. Hence, after replying, the four swiftly attacked the netherworld disciples. With 3 demigods and a peak-perfected celestial joining in, the netherworld disciples were rapidly wiped out. After an hour, the battle in the Dolores Mountain range concluded. All netherworld disciples of the 3 Mountains region branch were killed, including 3 visiting demigods from headquarters. This marked the netherworld's greatest loss since its emergence. It was unclear what actions the Isaiah would take upon learning of this incident. Supreme God, all netherworld disciples have been eliminated. We shall return now. If we obtain information about the netherworld's branches or headquarters, we will notify your sect promptly. The 4 individuals once again bowed before Hobie. Although the alliance proposal was rejected, the Xianxia Palace still wished to maintain good relations with the Heavenly Saint sect. Aren't you taking any spoils back? Supreme God jests. Your sect dispatched numerous disciples. These spoils belong to your sect. We contributed little, so we naturally don't require the spoils. Alright, you may leave. Hobie waved them off, uninterested in their flattery. Talk of not contributing much was nonsense. 3 demigods' efforts were significant. Without the Xianxia Palace's demigods, it would have taken Hobie at least another hour to eliminate the netherworld disciples without intervention. Chapter 240, General Opposition. Wuling Realm, Justin and Palace. Great Milton. How is the construction of the Imperial Dynasty progressing? Palace Ancestor, all affairs are in progress. We have mobilized everyone in the Wuling Realm, and the construction of the Imperial Dynasty is now halfway complete. It should be entirely finished in about 10 to 15 days. There's also another matter. After we announced the establishment of the Imperial Dynasty, many powerful figures from sects in Linjiang, Changji, Honghai, Mingyang, and Zhongli realms have come over. Palace Ancestor, Do you think we should spare some time to meet them? What kinds of forces have come? Palace Vancestor, a myriad of forces have come, but the lowest ranking ones are at least 5th rank, with quite a few noble families, the lowest being middle rank noble families. Then arrange for them to gather at the outer gate plaza. I'll go take a look. Yes. Solomon acknowledged and withdrew. Michaela glanced toward the back mountain, where she saw someone leisurely drinking tea and fishing. Michaela shook her head helplessly. Shortly after, her figure also vanished from the hall and reappeared at the outer gate plaza. After Michaela appeared at the outer gate plaza, more people began arriving one after another until several thousand had gathered on the plaza. Solomon soon appeared by Michaela's side, nodding at her. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the Palace Vancestor of Justin Palace, Michaela. Greetings, Immortal Spirit Emperor. No need for formalities. I believe everyone here has come because of Justin Palace's plan to establish an imperial dynasty, so there's no need for further explanation. Including my Wuling realm, Linjiang, Changji, Honghai, Mingyang, and Zhongli realms, these 6 realms will all be unified under the territory of my Justin imperial dynasty. If you have no objections, then you are the heroes of my dynasty. If you do object, once you leave Justin Palace, you will become enemies of my dynasty. If anyone disagrees, you can leave now. Michaela's assertive words stunned everyone. While they knew Justin Palace intended to establish an imperial dynasty, they expected it to invite them to join, leading everyone to bring gifts to build a rapport. They hoped this might secure their faction's good positions within the new dynasty. But Michaela's words suggested a forceful submission, leaving no room for negotiation. Becoming an enemy of the Justinian imperial dynasty was not what anyone wanted. However, Michaela's dominance caught them off guard. They were all prestigious figures within their own sex. Since no one has left, that indicates you all accept the establishment of my Justinian imperial dynasty. You may stay here temporarily, and after the dynasty is established, I will assign roles based on needs. Seeing no one leaving, Michaela nodded contentedly. The battle in the Forbidden Spirit Sea had truly boosted Justin Palace's reputation. Immortal Spirit Emperor, do you mean to force all of us to submit to your new dynasty? Will our sex cease to exist? Just as Michaela thought, a voice emerged from the crowd. All eyes turned toward its source. In the back stood a Benny looking rather embarrassed. He just wanted clarification. Why did everyone stare at him? He seems to be Cedric, the Ernan of a second-rank sect in Zhongli realm. Does he intend to oppose Immortal Spirit Emperor? Who knows? But for a mere newly ascended Immortal King, to speak out like this publicly, I admire his courage. Soon, someone in the crowd identified the Benny. Noticing he was only the Ernan of a second-rank sect and had just reached Immortal King level, everyone began murmuring. As the whispers spread, Cedric felt increasingly awkward but had already spoken and could only await Michaela's response. You can understand it this way. I want you all to submit to my newly established dynasty. In the future, within my Justinian imperial dynasty, no forms of sex shall exist. You will return to your respective families, and your families must not have private armies. There was an uproar. Everyone looked at Michaela in disbelief. Was this too extreme? While they accepted the inevitable rise of Justin Palace, they hoped joining the dynasty would still allow their sex to thrive. Now their plans were shattered. How could they not be alarmed? Without their sex, their power would diminish significantly, turning them into mere tools of the dynasty. Although they all had family ties, most were small nobles within larger clans. Even major clans would weaken without private armies. Does anyone else have any questions or concerns? Immortal Spirit Emperor, won't your actions lead to rebellion? Even if Justin Palace is strong, if we unite, wouldn't it be hard for you to prevail? Indeed, these terms are driving us to despair. Each of our sects has a lineage spanning thousands or even tens of thousands of years. To dissolve everything in one word, how can we face our ancestors? Vancini disciples grew up in their sects, deeply attached. Michaela's decision felt like tearing down their homes without compensation, leading to widespread protest. Chaos ensued, threatening unrest, which made Solomon anxious. Michaela, don't forget there is still Xianxia Palace above all first-rank sanctuaries. Your actions challenge the authority of Xianxia Palace. Another first-rank sect leader spoke, not merely to intimidate. Since all sanctuaries promotions required authorization from Xianxia Palace, dissolving all sects seemed like defiance against Xianxia Palace. Even Xianxia Palace would likely intervene. Indeed, if so, we might as well join Heavenly Saint Palace in North Dao Realm instead. Chapter 241. Undercurrent stirring. Yes, I've heard that the Heavenly Saint Palace was specifically established to hunt down the Yomi, whereas the Justin Palace has only killed Yomi out of self-interest. So, it's best we don't join this empire. Indeed, we should all join the Heavenly Saint Palace instead. There's no need to join this so-called empire. By joining the Heavenly Saint Palace, we can still contribute to the Jetian continent. In no time at all, the Justinian Palace became the target of everyone's criticism, and not a single sect wished to join the empire founded by the Justinian Palace. Do you all mean to say that none of you agree to join my Justinian empire? Michaela looked at everyone opposing her proposal, but did not show any signs of anger. Instead, she smiled mysteriously. Whether these sects joined or not didn't matter much to her. It would just take more time if they refused. As for the sky-supporting palace they mentioned, Michaela wasn't afraid of them at all. Could a distant palace really interfere with her affairs? Moreover, if they truly joined the Heavenly Saint Palace, wouldn't that also be like joining her Justinian empire? Michaela knew very well about the Heavenly Saint Palace since it was under Wyatt's command. How could she not know about it? Michaela, you're too arrogant. We will not join your empire. If you have the ability, kill us now. Very well. Since you all disagree, then leave. Today, I won't harm any of you. But next time, if you still stand against my Justinian empire, don't blame me for being merciless. Solomon, dismiss our guests. Yes, Palace Vancestor. You have until tomorrow to leave the Wuling region, or don't blame the Justinian Palace for taking action. Solomon made a gesture inviting everyone to leave and ordered them to depart the Wuling region within a day because he knew Michaela had plans in motion. Humph. Let's go. At this point, there was nothing left to discuss. After a heavenly venerable realm expert harumphed, they all left the Justinan Palace. They were eager to leave anyway, not because they feared the Justinan Palace might kill them, but because the Wuling region was the most barren of all regions, making them feel uneasy. As for other reasons, only they knew. Palace Vancestor, everyone has left the Justinan Palace. What should we do next? After escorting everyone out, Solomon returned to the main hall and asked Michaela, "Summon the 10 Peak Masters and the 4 Chamber Heads to meet me." Yes, Palace Vancestor. The 10 Peak Masters of the Justinan Palace were previously Michaela's 10 Imperial Guards. Besides the 10 Peak Masters, there were also 4 chambers. These included Dolores leading the Celestial Dragon Chamber responsible for battles, Godwin leading the Shadow Chamber responsible for assassinations, Wulu, the 5-color Precious Fruit Tree, leading the Enforcement Chamber responsible for punishments, and Ling Ying, the Spirit Dream Cherry Tree, leading the Shield Chamber responsible for safety. Half of the 10 Peak Masters had already reached the Bradley Immortal Realm, while the 4 Chamber Heads were even stronger, all starting at the perfected Heavenly Venerable Realm. Each Peak Master and Chamber Head had their own disciples who would only follow orders from Michaela and Wyatt. No one else in the Justinan Palace could command them. Within moments, the 10 Peak Masters and 4 Chamber Heads arrived and respectfully bowed. Michaela then recounted what happened earlier and explained why she had summoned them. She appointed Dolores as the Grand General to lead the campaign in the Wuling region against nearby territories, aiming to subjugate all defiant forces. The 10 Peak Masters were to support him as secondary commanders and major officers in the army. The 3 remaining chambers were responsible for supplies, intelligence, and security. Go forth. Yes, Empress. After the 14 left, only Michaela and Solomon remained in the hall. Solomon asked, "Empress, what about me? Do I have nothing to do?" "Grand Milton, your primary task is to build the empire. Construct everything needed as quickly as possible. If you're unsure, consult Aldener." "Yes, I understand." Meanwhile, those from the previous sects left the Justinan Palace and hurried towards the Beidao region. As the disciple gathering of the Heavenly Saint Palace was about to begin, they had to arrive in time. Additionally, Su Qifan and 3 half-deity Amons from the Sky Supporting Palace were also on the move. With the 3 Amons leading, Su Qifan and his companions reached the Sky Supporting Palace in half a day. Su Qifan went to see Palace Vancestor Digby, while the 3 half-deity Amons returned to the Forbidden Area to report to the ancestors. At the same time, the Yomi headquarters learned through special means that their 3 dispatched half-deities had perished, confirming the destruction of the branch in the Sanshan region. Suddenly, the entire Jiexian continent felt as though it was stirring with undercurrents, a storm seemingly imminent. Yet, the person behind all this, Wyatt, was leisurely fishing on a cliff behind Snow Spirit Peak. Wyatt lay comfortably on the grass, holding a purple gold fishing rod. Behind him stood a woman dressed in a light purple dress, with long black hair cascading over her shoulders. She was gently massaging Wyatt's shoulders with soft, tender hands. On his left kneeled another woman, placing a table with various fruits before her. She peeled a grape and fed it to Wyatt. On his right stood yet another woman, fanning him with a banana leaf fan. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Wyatt. The 3 women noticed and were about to react when the figure signaled them to stop. Though the 3 continued with their tasks, the woman massaging Wyatt was soon replaced without his notice. "Vansari, how have your hands become so clumsy? If you're tired, let you take over," said Wyatt, feeling uncomfortable with the massage. "Clumsy? Does this feel better?" Michaela, now pinching Wyatt's ears, spoke through gritted teeth. Taken aback by the sudden pain and the acidic tone, Wyatt immediately snapped back to reality. "Michaela, there are others here. Can't you give me some face? Beware my household laws." Chapter 242, Picking Up Her Daughter. Rogue. Upon hearing Wyatt's suggestion of disciplining with family rules, Michaela's face instantly flushed red. She released the ear she had been pulling and took 2 steps back. Looking at Wyatt with a mix of embarrassment and anger, she thought this man was becoming shameless to talk about such matters in front of others. Michaela shivered slightly when she recalled what Wyatt had mentioned about family discipline. If he were to carry her away in front of everyone, her dignity would be utterly lost. "Vansari, do you all think your master is a rogue?" Hee hee hee. Vansari and the others chuckled into their hands after hearing Wyatt's question but did not answer him. "The 3 of you should withdraw now." Michaela was almost driven to silence by Wyatt's shamelessness and blushed as she spoke to Vansari and the others. He was saying such things in front of them. "Yes, lady." Vansari and the others bowed and retreated, but continued smiling, which only made Michaela more embarrassed. "Wyatt, you are getting more and more shameless, discussing such things publicly. Wife, how can this be considered shameless? This is called declaring my love. Come, let's share a kiss first." Wyatt said this with a cheeky smile and reached out to hug Michaela, ready to kiss her. "Be serious. I have something important to discuss with you." Michaela quickly blocked his advance. Otherwise, if he succeeded, it might be tomorrow before they got back to business. "All right." Seeing she had stopped him, Wyatt abandoned his attempt but kept her in his arms, sitting down and feeding her a grape. Michaela reluctantly ate the grape and then explained the reason for her visit. She was mainly concerned about her daughter because the immortal spirit world would soon descend into chaos. She wanted Wyatt to bring their daughter back home. "Wife, why go through so much trouble? With our Justinan Palace's power, we could easily suppress them. I don't believe those leaders can cause much trouble, nor can the smaller followers. If you don't want to act, I will send a message to Illusory Qingyun. They are heading to Heavenly Sage Palace, aren't they? Let them go there and never return." Wyatt said with some frustration, wondering why Michaela insisted on this approach when direct force would be simpler. "No, the reason I'm doing this is to build an empire with cohesion. Without enduring war, such an empire cannot last. Soldiers without honor won't care about the empire, just like pampering a bunch of parasites. I want them to help establish the empire, not join for comfort." "All right, fine. I don't understand these matters, so do as you wish." Wyatt was speechless but felt Michaela's argument had some merit, so he didn't argue further. "So, when will you pick up Faye?" Maybe tomorrow. We have more pressing matters to attend to now. What matters? Discussing the philosophy of life. Wyatt smiled broadly and, before Michaela could react, their figures vanished from the cliffside. Sunrise came early. Wyatt emerged from his room, feeling refreshed. Recalling yesterday's events, his lips curled upward. Such a life was better than being an emperor. If the little Doreen comes back, this kind of life won't continue. Thinking about the future, Wyatt muttered to himself, even having fleeting thoughts of not picking up his daughter. But this was just a fleeting thought. He couldn't really leave his daughter behind. System check-in. Ding. Host check-in successful. Congratulations on obtaining the 9 transformations of Profound Een. Another useless martial art. Wyatt instantly understood the level and function of the 9 transformations of Profound Een, dismissing it casually. He had recently acquired many cultivation methods, ranging from immortal to divine levels, but none were useful to him. These were stored in Justin and Palace's cultivation library. Though they were useless to him, these techniques were great opportunities for Justin and Palace disciples, so he put them in the library. After mumbling again, Wyatt disappeared from the courtyard. Lawrence later, Michaela emerged from her room, leaning on the wall. At Honghai Chamber in Linjiang region, Wyatt appeared in his daughter's courtyard. As soon as he arrived, a large black dog wagged its tail and happily ran towards him. Vancestor, why have you come? Where is Faye? Little mistress hasn't woken up yet. Should I wake her? No need, I'll handle it myself. Wyatt walked inside and entered a room where a young Doreen lay sleeping on the bed. He quietly approached and sat down. An unknown withered grass in hand, he gently tickled the little Doreen's ear. Feeling her ear itch, the little Doreen subconsciously scratched and continued sleeping. Wyatt placed the grass on her face and lightly brushed it again and again. Slap. The chubby little hand touched her face and continued to sleep, leaving Wyatt speechless. He moved the grass closer to her nostrils and repeated his actions, doubting if she could keep sleeping. Elias, stop fooling around. The little Doreen waved her hand lazily and mumbled before falling asleep again, but her ears started itching again, making her jump up angrily. Elias, are you annoying me? Carterdy. Before finishing her sentence, she saw Wyatt sitting beside her with a smile. The drowsiness vanished instantly as she hugged him tightly. You little sleepyhead, you're getting lazier every day. The sun is shining on your bottom. Wyatt's face was full of affection as he picked up his daughter. Probably only he and his daughter slept like ordinary people in the cultivation world. Carterdy, why are you here? The little Doreen didn't care about his words, but hugged him tightly. What puzzled her was why her father was here. Was he here to take her back? Your mother says it will be chaotic outside soon, so Carter has come to bring Faye back. Get up quickly and pack, we're going home. Chapter 243, Wyatt's surprise. Are you really taking me back so soon? The little Doreen's face instantly turned sour when she realized she was indeed being taken back. She hadn't played enough yet. Is it that fast? You've been playing for days already. That's true. Realizing her father had come to take her back, the little Doreen had become much more obedient. Then, Desiree got up to freshen up. In no time, she finished and went straight to the neighboring courtyard. Miss Xuanhuan, Faye is leaving and has come to say goodbye. Faye is leaving? Then let me see you off. Kristen was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained her composure. She knew how young Faye was and understood why her family wouldn't feel at ease about her being out here for too long. Allowing Desiree to play outside for several days was already quite generous. Kristen also decided to see her off. There's no need. Bud has come to pick me up, but I wanted to bring you to meet him. I'll ask him to cure your illness before we leave. Though playful, the little Doreen didn't forget her promise to Kristen. She originally planned to ask her father after returning home, but now that he was here, it was better to resolve it sooner. Is that so? Then thank you, Faye. Kristen couldn't believe that Desiree still remembered this. She smiled and gently patted Desiree on the head. Let's go, Miss Xuanhuan. Desiree took Kristen's hand and led her out. In the courtyard pavilion, they saw Aiden sitting there. He must be Desiree's father. Bud, this is Miss Xuanhuan who Faye befriended. She's been sick since childhood, and people say she won't live past 20. Bud, can you cure Miss Xuanhuan's illness? Desiree pulled Kristen in front of Wyatt and told him about Kristen's condition, asking him to help. I am Kristen, honored to meet you, sir. Is this a divine body? Wyatt immediately realized that Kristen's issue wasn't an illness, but due to her unique constitution. He was surprised to encounter a genius with a divine body here. Though he recognized it as a divine body, he wasn't sure what specific type it was, but this posed no challenge for him. System, what type of divine body does this Doreen have? In response, Wyatt received a message from the system identifying it as one of the special constitutions found across all realms. After some comparisons, he identified Kristen's constitution as the rare 9 in divine body. Bud, can you cure Miss Xuanhuan? Everyone present, especially Kristen's personal guard, Aliana, anxiously watched Wyatt. Aliana knew best the hardships Kristen had endured over the years. Despite visiting countless medical experts, there had been no solutions. With Kristen aging, it seemed a kind-hearted Doreen like her might soon perish. Now their hope rested on Wyatt, and Aliana feared any negative response. Faye, Miss Xuanhuan isn't ill, and it doesn't require treatment. If she practices a suitable cultivation technique, her health will improve naturally. Bud, then please give her a cultivation technique right away. Sir, if it's too difficult, please don't worry about it. Seeing Wyatt contemplating, Kristen assumed he lacked a suitable technique. She didn't want to trouble him further, knowing this wasn't an easy issue to resolve quickly. However, Kristen didn't realize Wyatt was thinking about bringing her back to the Spirit Immortal Palace. Given her divine body, she could potentially benefit the palace. It's not a problem. Since Faye calls you sister, I'll give you a cultivation technique. After practicing it, your health issues will naturally resolve. However, it's best to have a powerful family member supervise your practice. Wyatt refrained from mentioning inviting Kristen to the Spirit Immortal Palace. He anticipated that the Spirit Immortal Palace would eventually arrive, and Kristen would likely join them. Wyatt took out a jade pendant from his pocket, which contained a cultivation technique perfectly suited for Kristen's constitution, a technique he had just received from the system upon signing in that morning. Thank you, sir. Surprised and grateful, Kristen accepted the jade pendant, only to be stopped by Wyatt from kneeling in gratitude. Faye, anything else? If not, let's go. Wait, bud. The little Doreen suddenly remembered something and rushed off in another direction, soon returning with 2 children. Bud, these are Hawkins and Addie. They are Faye's playmates whom I bought. Can they come with us? Indeed. Initially curious, Wyatt noticed the 2 kids and smiled. His daughter's luck was truly amazing. Within a few days, she had encountered 3 individuals with special constitutions, each rarer than the last. If Wyatt was merely surprised by Kristen's divine body, seeing Hawkins and Addie was genuinely astonishing. Both possessed the sage body, a far superior constitution to even a divine body. Wyatt was baffled how such constitutions could exist in the immortal spirit world. In the realm's hierarchy of constitutions, there were mortal bodies, spirit bodies, immortal bodies, divine bodies, sage bodies, and Tao bodies. Mortal bodies were the most common, merely able to cultivate through innate spiritual roots. Most people were mortal-bodied, differing only in the quality of their spiritual roots and talents, leading to varying achievements in cultivation. Wyatt himself was once a mortal body until the system rewarded him with the undying Tao body. His daughter Desiree also had a Tao body. Finding 2 kids with sage bodies here was unexpected and somewhat amusing. Faye, what happened? Where are their parents? How can you engage in human trafficking? Wyatt wanted to bring these 2 kids into the Spirit Immortal Palace, but needed to understand the situation first. He couldn't engage in illegal activities like human trafficking. Chapter 244. Unexpected Discovery. Senior, it happened like this. Without waiting for Desiree to speak, Kristen preemptively began recounting the sequence of events, explaining everything to Wyatt. After learning what had transpired, Wyatt picked up and kissed his daughter, appreciating her benevolence. Carterdy, can Faye take Hawkins and Addie back with her? Of course, but have you asked for their opinions? We shouldn't force others into doing things they dislike. Hawkins, Addie, do you want to come back to the Spirit Immortal Palace with this princess? My mother's sect is quite large, and there are many fun animals. As long as you follow this princess from now on, I can fulfill any request you may have. Hearing Wyatt's words, the little Doreen turned around and started asking the siblings. It seemed more like she was enticing them rather than genuinely asking. Wyatt found Desiree's approach somewhat amusing, but to Kristen and Aliana, the implications were profound. The Spirit Immortal Palace's reputation was well known in the neighboring regions, especially its plans to establish an imperial dynasty, which everyone knew about, even Kristen, despite her inability to cultivate. So when they heard Desiree mention the Spirit Immortal Palace, their hearts churned with astonishment. No wonder Desiree was so powerful at such a young age. Her companion, a heavenly beast at the celestial sovereign realm, clarified some of their doubts, especially regarding Tusha Holy Land's recent actions. It seemed that the Aemon of Tusha Holy Land knew about Desiree's identity, hence the fear toward her and Braden, even abandoning the Pan family alliance. Hawkins and Addie looked at Kristen after hearing Desiree's offer. They weren't sure what the Spirit Immortal Palace was but knew it was in Kristen's home, where they had lived for days. This is a great opportunity for you both. Moreover, Faye indeed paid for all the expenses related to your parents' burial. Knowing Desiree's identity, Kristen envied the siblings. Such an extraordinary opportunity wasn't common. Even as companions to Desiree, their status would be far beyond ordinary people. Princess Faye, we agree to follow you. Hawkins pulled his sister and bowed to Desiree. His agreement stemmed less from greed for opportunities and more from gratitude for Desiree's kindness. Hee. From now on, you'll be my top aides. I'll take you out to eat delicious food, and you won't regret it. Seeing the siblings agree, Desiree giggled, beaming with joy, even happier than when she was allowed to go out to play. Despite her formidable power, she still had a child's heart, always craving fun and tasty treats. With 2 new playmates her age, she wouldn't be bored anymore. Naturally, she was overjoyed. Carterdy, Hawkins, and Addie agreed to go back with Faye. Can we go home now? Sure. Wyatt smiled. Both Hawkins and Addie were unique sacred bodies, and if nurtured properly, they would make excellent companions and helpers for his daughter. He nodded, preparing to open a spatial passage back to the Spirit Immortal Palace. However, he noticed something interesting and paused. Senior sister Xuanhuan, Faye is going back first. If you miss me, remember to visit. Before entering the spatial passage with Wyatt, Desiree shouted loudly to Kristen. Without waiting for a reply, they vanished from the yard. In the North Dao region, Sky City. Sky City was built by the Heavenly Saint Palace, located within Wanshi Prefecture of the North Dao region. Suddenly, 5 figures appeared in the sky above Sky City: Wyatt, Braden, and the other 3. Carterdy, didn't you say we were going back? Where are we? Desiree curiously glanced around, noticing that this place was not home, sparking her confusion. Don't worry, Faye. Let's watch the show before heading back. Wyatt pointed downwards. Below them was the entrance of the Heavenly Saint Palace, bustling today because it was their recruitment day. If it were just a regular recruitment event, Wyatt wouldn't care. But he sensed a powerful aura nearby and decided to check it out. Miles away from the Heavenly Saint Palace, hidden on a mountain peak, was a cloaked figure observing the palace closely. To Wyatt, this figure emitted a familiar aura, specific to the creatures of the Nether Realm, rats. Moreover, this Nether Realm powerhouse was exceptionally strong, reaching the Divine Being realm. Sensing this aura, Wyatt wanted to see what was happening. Initially, Wyatt planned to kill the Nether Realm powerhouse immediately but reconsidered. Instead, he left a trace of his aura on the figure and messaged Conway, instructing him not to kill the Nether Realm powerhouse but to stage an equal battle, allowing the latter to escape. Nobody knew where the Nether Realm headquarters were, and Wyatt intended to use this powerhouse as bait to locate the Nether Realm base. By finding the Netherlord, Wyatt could annihilate all associated with the Nether Realm at once, saving much trouble. Huh, isn't that old Vance? Looking down, Desiree spotted Conway but saw nothing particularly exciting. She had already experienced recruitment ceremonies and found them boring. Faye, wait. There should be someone causing trouble soon. Let's wait a bit. Given that the Nether Realm had sent a divine-level powerhouse, it was likely that an attack on the Heavenly Saint Palace was imminent, promising an entertaining spectacle. Okay. Meanwhile, the recruitment ceremony was halfway through. Conway watched the disciples being tested with satisfaction. Palace Vancestor, many experts from other sects are outside the gate, saying they have important matters to discuss with you. Should we let them in? An Aemon of the Heavenly Saint Palace approached Conway during his observation. Chapter 245. Rejection of the Alliance. Vancini powerful experts from various sects? Yes, Palace Vancestor. They are all powerful experts from the nearby realm sections. The Sky Saint Palace's floating city hovered mid-air, usually impenetrable to outsiders as it was protected by complex formations. Even those stronger than a perfected celestial sovereign couldn't enter. But today was the day Sky Saint Palace recruited disciples, and the grand formation had been deactivated. A heavenly ladder connected the ground to the floating city, or else those being tested wouldn't have been able to ascend. This allowed the powerful experts from other sects a chance to enter the floating city. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to find the entrance. Just let them wait at the city lord's Vanscension. Conway didn't know why these people had come to the Sky Saint Palace or what significant matter they wished to discuss, but after some thought, he decided to meet with them. Alright, I'll take them there now. The Aemon acknowledged this and walked out. After waiting for about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Conway rose and left the Sky Saint Palace. When Conway arrived at the hall of the city lord's Vanscension, over 1,000 people were already seated. If not for the spaciousness of the mansion, it would have been impossible to accommodate so many. However, each sect had sent only one representative, while others waited outside the city lord's Vanscension. Seeing this crowd, Conway was somewhat surprised. The cultivations varied, and their attire differed widely. Clearly, they did not belong to the same sect. Their levels ranged from Spirit Immortal to Celestial Sovereign, including even one late-stage Celestial Sovereign, a supreme power in the Immortal realm. What could possibly bring all these people together at his Sky Saint Palace? Ladies and gentlemen, I am the Palace Vancestor of Sky Saint Palace, Conway. Greetings, Palace Vancestor Xuan. Everyone bowed in unison, respectful to the master of Sky Saint Palace who possessed, at the very least, the strength of a perfected Celestial Sovereign. They were naturally courteous, especially since they needed his help. There's no need for such formality. Why have you traveled from afar to my Sky Saint Palace? Is there something specific? Being originally a beast, Conway lacked the human propensity for elaborate emotions, always getting straight to the point. He immediately asked the question on his mind. After Conway spoke, no one answered right away. All eyes turned toward the late-stage Celestial Sovereign. This was planned. They would have the late-stage Celestial Sovereign lead since none of them equaled his cultivation, and he was also a founding heir non of a first-class sacred land. Palace Vancestor Xuan, here's the situation. Nash exhaled lightly and began. Seeking help from Sky Saint Palace already placed them in a subordinate position. Even if an alliance were eventually formed, they would still be at a disadvantage, and thus, he was far from enthusiastic. Nash explained what had happened at Spirit Immortal Palace. As he narrated, Conway understood the entire scenario. Though his face showed no emotion, inside, Conway ridiculed these people's short-sightedness. To become part of the Spirit Immortal Empire was a great opportunity for them, yet they rejected it and sought to ally with Sky Saint Palace against the Spirit Immortal Empire. He couldn't help admiring their stupidity, turning down such a great chance and thinking of opposing the Spirit Immortal Empire. If I'm not mistaken, you're proposing an alliance with our Sky Saint Palace against the soon-to-be-established Spirit Immortal Empire, correct? Yes. Palace Vancestor Xuan, given Spirit Immortal Palace's aggressive approach, don't you think that once her empire is established, she might invade your territory? Only if we all unite can we thwart Spirit Immortal Palace's ambitions and ensure stability for us all. Besides, isn't Sky Saint Palace always looking to eliminate the Netherworld's people? If all sects unite, dealing with the Netherworld will be much easier. Our strength may not impress Palace Vancestor Xuan, but we have numbers. We can assist in thoroughly investigating Netherworld branches. What do you think, Palace Vancestor Xuan? Nash made clear Spirit Immortal Palace's ambitions and the benefits of uniting. While their sect's strength indeed paled compared to Sky Saint Palace, they had quantity on their side. If united, they could conduct a thorough investigation, revealing even the Netherworld's hidden secrets. Nash believed Conway would see the benefit in this alliance. I think it's not beneficial. As Nash and the sect leaders imagined standing against Spirit Immortal Palace and Michaela's disapproving face, Conway slapped them back to reality. Palace Vancestor Xuan, what do you mean? Nash looked incredulously at Conway, almost believing he misheard. How could Conway refuse such a good opportunity? Didn't Sky Saint Palace fear Spirit Immortal Palace? Or did they simply disregard it as a threat? I said, your proposal is flawed. I will not ally with you. Your plans for Spirit Immortal Palace are none of my concern, and Sky Saint Palace will not participate. As for whether the establishment of Spirit Immortal Palace's empire affects us, Sky Saint Palace doesn't care. And even if it does affect us, we have ways to handle it ourselves without needing an alliance with you. So, you may leave. Conway clearly stated his refusal and issued a dismissal order. Nash felt stifled, unable to believe how difficult Conway was. Worse, Conway's tone indicated contempt for them. Humph, we're leaving. Finally, Nash could only coldly humph, rising to leave. Conway's arrogance would cost him one day, and when that time came, even if Conway wanted an alliance, they wouldn't need Sky Saint Palace anymore. Palace Vancestor, should we kill these people? They dared to oppose Lady Vancestor, practically inviting death. Watching Nash and company leave, the Aemon from earlier seemed angered. These people were truly disrespectful, daring to persuade them against Lady Vancestor at Sky Saint Palace. That's unnecessary. These ignorant fools will regret it soon enough. Yes, Palace Vancestor. Conway dismissed the Amon's suggestion as unnecessary. He believed these people wouldn't even find a place to cry soon. Could they really stand up to Spirit Immortal Palace? Chapter 246, laying a trap for Farron. Senior Xia, the Palace Lord of the Celestial Saint Palace, is too arrogant. He doesn't even want to ally with us. What should we do now? One of the sect masters asked while on their way back after leaving the Sky City, led by Mateo. Their alliance attempt with the Celestial Saint Palace had failed, and they had also received messages from their sects informing them that the Spirit Immortal Palace was already forming legions in the Wuling domain. This left all the sect masters anxious. Humph. The Palace Lord of the Celestial Saint Palace is indeed too arrogant. Soon, there will be a time when he regrets this decision. Let's go back and unite all sect families into an alliance to fight against the Spirit Immortal Palace. We'll send envoys to the Skytop Palace in the Heavenly Abyss domain and ask their experts to preside over the situation. I don't believe the Spirit Immortal Palace is as strong as they claim. A poor domain sect has gained some strength and thinks it can destroy all of us? The Skytop Palace surely won't let the ambitions of the Spirit Immortal Palace succeed. Mateo was very angry, both at the domineering arrogance of the Spirit Immortal Palace and the blind self-confidence of the Celestial Saint Palace. However, neither the Spirit Immortal Palace nor the Celestial Saint Palace were entities that these sects could combat alone, even if they all joined forces. Without overwhelming power, no matter how many of them there were, it wouldn't make a difference. Their only hope now rested on the Skytop Palace. Hearing Mateo's words, everyone could only agree temporarily and pray that the Skytop Palace would come to their aid. Otherwise, their fate would either be extermination or forced dissolution. Armando paid no attention to Mateo's group after they left. He returned to his sect to oversee the disciple selection trials. This was just for show, though. In reality, he was closely monitoring the powerful individual from Farron, waiting for them to act. During the waiting period, the Celestial Saint Palace's disciple selection trials concluded, but the powerful individual from Farron never made a move. Even Wyatt, floating in the sky, was preparing to leave after watching for several hours. Because after watching for several hours, the little Doreen was already impatient. She found it incredibly boring and thought it better to return and play with her friends. Carterdy, let's go home quickly. Faye is almost falling asleep, Desiree said with a somewhat resentful tone as she shook Wyatt's arm. Seeing his daughter like this, Wyatt decided to return as well. He felt that asking an active and lively little Doreen to sit through such a long observation was indeed difficult for her. Just as Wyatt prepared to leave, the powerful individual from Farron finally moved. He hid his form and swiftly flew toward the Celestial Saint Palace. When Wyatt thought the Farron individual was about to start killing, he saw the powerful being transform into a black mist and instantly penetrate the body of a new disciple who had just joined the Celestial Saint Palace. Ugh. The new disciple froze, showing signs of agony before immediately returning to normal. What kind of skill is this, able to control someone's body so effortlessly? These rats of Farron are truly detestable. Wyatt, observing from the air, clearly saw the Farron individual easily take control of another's body. This ability was something Wyatt had never seen before. Armando, who also noticed it, instantly appeared in front of the disciple. Cursed rats of Farron, you dare to cause trouble in my Celestial Saint Palace. Die. Without hesitation, Armando slapped at the disciple, shocking all the surrounding disciples, who hastily backed away. Ha ha ha. Seems your power isn't simple either. You must have been paying attention to me from the start. Since that's the case, then die. Seeing Armando's hand approaching, the Farron individual cackled and slapped back at him. Armando could discover him so quickly because he had likely detected him long ago. Anyone who could discover him was at least a divine-level expert. Thus, the Farron individual stopped hiding and engaged in battle with Armando. As the two fought, numerous Celestial Saint Palace disciples quickly evacuated the newly initiated disciples. Though Armando could have killed the Farron individual easily, due to Wyatt's instructions, he pretended to be evenly matched. Their battle transitioned from the ground to the air, and back to the ground again. For thousands of rounds, neither side could gain an advantage. When Armando felt the fight had gone on long enough, he gave the order. Instantly, tens of thousands of disciples surrounded the two fighters and began casting seals with their hands, releasing energy beams. As the energy struck, Armando's aura grew stronger. The Farron individual, battling Armando, frowned deeply. The Farron individual did not know that what he was witnessing was just an illusion. Armando's aura was growing stronger simply because he was gradually revealing his true power. His purpose was to make the Farron individual understand that Armando could not defeat him without relying on the formation laid out by the Celestial Saint Palace disciples to boost his power. This way, the Farron people would think that the Celestial Saint Palace wasn't as strong as they seemed, and if another divine-level individual were to join them, it would be easy to wipe out the Celestial Saint Palace. Additionally, as Armando's strength increased, the Farron individual knew he couldn't win. After escaping, Wyatt could track him using the residual aura left behind, eventually finding the Farron headquarters. At that point, it would be the end of Farron. Ha ha ha. Your Celestial Saint Palace is nothing special. Wait for our Farron warriors. We will show the world that no one can offend Farron and get away with it. All who obstruct Vancestor Yin's plan will die. Even gods are not exempt. Hmph. Babbling nonsense here. Die. Armando coldly snorted, and his aura instantly surged as he slapped at the Farron individual. His sudden increase in power was too fast for the Farron individual to react, hitting the controlled disciple's body, which instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Immediately after the explosion, a black mist escaped from the debris and quickly flew toward the Celestial Saint Palace's exterior. Where are you going? Stay here. Armando instantly chased after the fleeing black mist and cast a flame at it. The flame hit the black mist instantly. Ah! A scream of agony erupted from the flames, yet some black mist managed to escape and disappear from Armando's sight. Chapter 247. The Legion is successfully formed. War begins. Faye, let's go back. Seeing the powerful figures from the Netherworld flee, Wyatt smiled slightly. He hadn't expected that Conway had such acting skills. If not for being aware of Conway's true abilities, even Wyatt would have been convinced by his performance. Now all he needed was for the Netherworld's powerhouses to return to their headquarters. When that time comes, Wyatt would take personal action and wipe out these Netherworld rats from the immortal spirit realm, ensuring they would never exist again. Ignoring other matters, Wyatt took his daughter back to Justin and Palace. Upon returning, he brought Grayson and Renee to the scripture repository. He planned to let the siblings inherit cultivation techniques before beginning their training. Their future tasks would be cultivating and becoming Princess Desiree's close companions and bodyguards. Grayson, Renee, this is Justin and Palace's scripture repository. Once inside, cultivation techniques will automatically enter your minds. Just accept them without resistance. Senior, can we really cultivate? Of course. Not only can you cultivate, but you will become very powerful. Can you protect Faye after you start? Yes. Grayson will definitely protect Princess Faye. No one will harm her. Senior, Renee also wants to protect Princess Faye. Grayson nodded vigorously. His sister, Renee, expressed the same resolve. They were ordinary children who couldn't even afford a proper burial for their deceased parents. It was thanks to Desiree that they were rescued from their dire situation. Naturally, they were very grateful to her. Moreover, Desiree treated them well, always bringing them along for fun activities. Now, knowing they could become cultivators, both vowed to protect Desiree in return for her kindness. Very well, Faye's safety is in your hands. Go in and accept the inheritance of the techniques. Wyatt said 3 times, well, with satisfaction on his face. He was pleased with their commitment. In truth, Desiree didn't need protection, but Wyatt simply wanted playmates for his daughter. The protective role was merely a casual remark on his part. But the siblings took it seriously, fulfilling their duty diligently and genuinely assisting Desiree later on. The two nodded and entered the scripture repository. As they did, the entire structure shook slightly, followed by 2 beams of light flying from the depths into their minds. Watching the siblings enveloped in light, Wyatt nodded approvingly before turning to leave. Having settled their cultivation matters, Wyatt resumed his laid-back lifestyle, fishing for treasures or guiding the little one's training. However, he occasionally kept tabs on the fleeing Netherworld powerhouse. After escaping Heavenly Sage Palace, the Netherworld expert didn't immediately return to headquarters, but went to a branch in Moonlight Domain. Upon learning this, Wyatt sent Conway a message, instructing him to eliminate that branch. Wyatt aimed to force the Netherworld powerhouses back to headquarters, but this expert seemed reluctant, moving to another branch in Dragon Illusion Domain instead. After briefly entering the branch, he hid in a mountain range, likely to recuperate before returning home. Wyatt ignored him but still ordered Conway to destroy the Dragon Illusion Domain branch. 10 days passed. With several weeks of organization, Mike and others, dispatched by Michaela, finally formed the First Legion of the Justin Dynasty. Controlling all of Wu Ling Domain, the 1.18 billion member Azure Dragon Legion officially launched an offensive against Changji Domain. Being the nearest domain to Wu Ling, it was a logical choice. Though Xiahus sought alliances to resist Justin and Palace, such coordination wasn't quickly achievable. Thus, many sects fled Changji as the Azure Dragon Legion marched in. Mike ignored the fleeing sects since their escape simplified the conquest of Changji. Michaela's main directive was to unify territories. She wouldn't harm those who didn't oppose Justin and Palace. Most people remained in Changji, and those who neither fled nor resisted, whether from sects, families, or independents, were spared. However, sects had to disband, families could no longer maintain private armies, and even retainers were forbidden beyond family disciples. Meanwhile, the Azure Dragon Legion continued recruiting and strengthening itself. Ignoring the conquests, Wyatt let Michaela focus on her cultivation. She was now a late-stage, heavenly sovereign aiming to reach perfection after unifying several domains. Finally decided to return, huh? 3 months later, Wyatt sensed the Netherworld expert leaving. Tracking his soul perception for days, he saw the figure enter an abyss, where his senses then lost him. Yet, Wyatt had left a trace of his essence, so he could still sense his whereabouts. It's time to end this, Wyatt murmured, vanishing from the cliff in the back mountain. As he disappeared, 3 small figures slowly approached. Huh? Where's Carter? Arriving at the cliff, Desiree didn't see Wyatt. Seeing the fishing rod on the recliner piqued her interest more than wondering where her father was. Having seen Wyatt fish several times, but never able to touch the rod, she found it intriguing that today the rod was left unattended. Chapter 248, The Annihilation of Yoming. Servant pays respect to Vancestor. After entering the abyss, the powerful individual from Yoming walked into a palace. In this palace, a mass of black mist floated in the air. Surrounding the black mist were clusters of dark light floating, emitting threads of energy which were all absorbed by the black mist. How did the matter go? Why did it take you so long to return? A deep voice emerged from the black mist. Upon hearing this inquiry, the Yoming powerhouse who knelt below involuntarily trembled. Please punish your servant, Vancestor. My mission failed. What happened? It took some time for the voice to respond from within the black mist, filled with doubt. Could Heavenly Saint Palace really be that powerful? Even a divine person couldn't do much against Heavenly Saint Palace. Did they have divine beings among them as well? Vancestor, here's what happened. The Yoming powerhouse recounted his experience at the Heavenly Saint Palace and emphasized a formidable formation there that continuously increased one's strength. He didn't know its limit but believed that if 2 divine-level experts intervened, they could capture the Heavenly Saint Palace. You're saying you burned your essence blood to escape, yet there are no wounds on you? Replying to Vancestor, I recovered using soul origin essences from 2 branches, though these branches were also destroyed by the Heavenly Saint Palace. Vancestor, we must deploy the Heavenly Yoming Guards against the Heavenly Saint Palace to stop its growth. Do you mean to say that after visiting 2 branches, both were destroyed? Yes, Vancestor. Fool. Spit. This? The Yoming powerhouse was stunned and spit blood due to shock, fearing the towering black mist above. He had considered the possibility of being tracked but found no signs. Due to his fear of being followed, he dared not visit more regions and chose to heal in the mountains. During his recovery, he faced no immediate danger and saw no sign of the Heavenly Saint Palace. To not even realize you were being followed. You should die for exposing our headquarters. Vancister, are you saying there are two divine people in the Heavenly Saint Palace, one of whom tracked me back secretly? I'll go out and kill that person now. This was the only explanation the Yoming powerhouse could think of. Such a scenario was far from desirable, because Yoming's cultivation methods were highly specialized. Clapping, clapping, clapping. Before the black mist responded, a series of claps echoed, and another figure appeared. It was Burke, who had just left Lingxian Palace. Damn! Seeing Burke, the Yoming powerhouse cursed and attacked him. However, Burke ignored him and slapped him onto the wall effortlessly. Then, Burke looked up at the black mist with interest, knowing full well Yoming used other souls to cultivate. Are you the Benedict of Yoming? Fellow Taoist, why must you meddle with us? If you join us, I can offer you a Vice Benedict position. Together, we will rule the entire Immortal realm. Ha ha. Your offer isn't impressive. If I want to, I can dominate the Immortal realm now. If you don't improve, Yoming will cease to exist. Are you sure you can win against me? Remember, this is Yoming's base. No matter how strong you are, you won't get away easily. You might even die here. It seems talking to you is a waste of time. Time to annihilate you. Burke shook his head, noting that the Yoming Benedict was merely a perfected divine realm cultivator, weaker than a dog beside him. Curiosity was his only reason for coming here. In the name of myself, strike down all of Yoming with 5 thunders. Pardon. Burke drew a thread of aura from the black mist and infused it with a magical force. Raising 2 fingers high above his head, he projected a solemn and mighty voice audible throughout the Immortal realm. Rumbling. As Burke's voice echoed, thunder roared, and the sky darkened like nightfall. A massive eye appeared in the void over the Immortal realm, opening momentarily before a torrent of lightning struck across the land. With each lightning strike, screams erupted, only to abruptly end. Any Yoming members hit, regardless of rank or protective abilities, turned to ashes, losing any chance at reincarnation. In the Radian continent's first forbidden area, Extermination Deity Rift, the Yoming Benedict mocked Burke internally. How naive to believe words alone could destroy everyone. But before he could react, lightning pierced through space and the formations, striking the Benedict hidden in the black mist. Ah! Boom! Ah! The Benedict screamed twice before meeting the same fate as the others. As the Benedict died, the oppressive aura lifted, and the skies cleared once more. This place is good, but Yoming ruined it. Otherwise, establishing a sect here would be ideal. Surveying the destruction, Burke collected whatever useful items remained. Satisfied with a modest gain, he then flattened the entire Extermination Deity Rift with a palm of spirit energy. Completing this, Burke vanished instantly from the scene. Chapter 249, Speculations and Wyatt's Shock. Wyatt returned calmly, but the inhabitants of the Immortal Spirit Realm were still in shock, unable to recover from the earlier events. It was truly terrifying. Just a word could decide the fate of a superpower. What about those beneath these superpowers? Would offending such a strong figure mean they would be destroyed with just a glance? Everyone was curious as to how Farron, this thorn in the side of the Immortal Spirit Realm, had angered such a powerful individual. Moreover, how did such a powerful being even appear in the Immortal Spirit Realm, especially one among superpowers? They knew it definitely wasn't something a divine-level entity could achieve. Ah! Chaos is coming. Can my sky-supporting palace survive through it? In the restricted area of sky-supporting palace within the Heavenly Abyss domain, the strongest ancestor looked up, his gaze seemingly piercing through time and space, foreseeing the chaotic future of the Immortal Spirit Realm. Patriarch, which power could possibly have such a formidable individual? Could it be from the newly emerged Heavenly Sage Palace? After the Ernan sighed, another Aemon of sky-supporting palace asked. A powerful figure who can decide life and death with a single word is too frightening. If they offended such a person, wouldn't they end up like Farron? Thus, everyone wanted to know which faction this powerful figure belonged to, so they could keep their disciples in check. The faction that had recently been clashing most with Farron was the newly emerged Heavenly Sage Palace, leading to this speculation by the Aemon. Even if it isn't from Heavenly Sage Palace, it must be related. Don't forget the battle some time ago. Heavenly Sage Palace had divine-level experts intervene. It's very likely that Heavenly Sage Palace called on their ultimate force, completely eradicating Farron. This was said by the sky-supporting palace's Ernan, the most plausible scenario. Even if the powerful figure wasn't directly from Heavenly Sage Palace, they would definitely be connected. So, we try to befriend Heavenly Sage Palace. If we can't be friends, at least avoid becoming enemies. Warn those factions fond of drawing attention as well. If anyone offends Heavenly Sage Palace, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Yes, Patriarch. Similar discussions were not only happening in Sky-supporting Palace, but also among most of the Immortal Spirit Realm's powers. All ancestral figures instructed their disciples to avoid accidentally offending such powerful individuals, lest they bring down destruction upon themselves. Wasteland Mountains. Wasteland Mountains are a special region in the Immortal Spirit Realm, not part of any of its 3 main continents. The realm consists of 3 interconnected continents in a tripartite configuration, with mountains in between, the Wasteland Mountains. These mountains contain many treasures, but no demonic beasts. Explorers often mysteriously vanish here, leaving few who know what lies within. Deep within Wasteland Mountains, a village appeared, populated by various people living as if cut off from the world. They tilled fields and grew precious herbs and fruits, doing mundane tasks far removed from cultivation. These are the signs of a great era of contention. At the entrance of a humble hut, an Aemonly man with silver hair held a dragon-headed cane, gazing at the sky, muttering to himself. Patriarch, should we reveal ourselves now? Beside him stood Aiden, about 15 or 16, who responded after hearing the Aemon's words. This Aiden, Seymour, frequently heard tales of the great era of contention from his Aemon, but never understood the specifics, even when he asked. However, Seymour knew he couldn't leave the village until the great era of contention arrived, finally hearing those words from the Aemon. Hee. Seymour, you're the most talented in our clan for 10,000 years. You reached fullness of a mortal emperor at the age of 15. This era belongs to you. Go. Patriarch, can I go out now? Seymour was overjoyed, not because of praise, but because he could finally leave. After all, confined to a small place for over a decade, anyone would feel bored, let alone at Aiden. The Aemon merely nodded without further comment. Seeing the nod, Seymour vanished in an instant, as if afraid the Aemon might change his mind. Allison, follow Tion. Yes, Bradley. A middle-aged figure materialized before the Aemon, kneeling briefly before disappearing. Damn grass plant. On a cliff at Spirit Immortal Palace's back mountain, Wyatt appeared, shocked at the sight. An aircraft lay where he usually fished, surrounded by 3 tiny figures curiously examining it. Wyatt was utterly stunned because he recognized the massive object. It was a plane, specifically a military one, marked with a familiar red flag featuring the August 1st symbol. He saw soldiers in camouflage inside, looking puzzled. Faye, what happened? Carter, this big thing is so strange. You see people inside, but Faye can't find an entry point. But it's not a magical treasure. How can it carry people? Wyatt. Faye, why is this plane here? Oh, Carter, this is the plane you talked about? No wonder non-magical treasures can carry people. It's amazing. Hawkins. Wyatt turned to Hawkins, who quickly bowed and explained. Senior, Princess Faye used a strange pole to pull it up from there. This translation maintains the original tone and structure while ensuring natural English phrasing and coherence. Chapter 250, Desiree's Vancesterpiece. Wyatt slapped his forehead at Hawkins's words, showing a helpless expression. In his rush to leave earlier, he had forgotten to retrieve the primal golden hook. Normally, this wouldn't have been a big deal. After all, thieves were unlikely to break into Spirit Immortal Palace and steal his primal golden hook. But what Wyatt hadn't anticipated was that the little Doreen would come looking for him at this moment and use the primal golden hook for fishing. And in a twist of fate, she fished up an airplane. It might have been fine if it were other treasures, or even a person who practiced cultivation. But now, what had been reeled up was an airplane, and not just any airplane. It belonged to the country where he lived in his previous life, and it was a military aircraft with over 10 soldiers inside. How could Wyatt explain this? Wyatt approached the tail of the plane and, as expected, saw the primal golden hook still hanging there. Fortunately, the little Doreen hadn't taken it down. Otherwise, everyone on the plane would have died inside. This was, after all, the immortal realm, where the pressure wasn't something ordinary people from Earth could endure. Without the primal golden hook's protective restraint, they would have been crushed into pulp. The primal golden hook exerted a restraining power. No matter how strong one was, once caught by the hook, their strength would be completely suppressed, rendering them powerless. Yet this restriction also served as a kind of protection. If the primal golden hook remained attached, the items or beings it had fished up would remain unharmed. This is why Desiree couldn't open the plane's door. Otherwise, with her strength, she could have easily broken the plane in half. Of course, Wyatt, being the owner, was exempt from this restriction. Wyatt shook his head, waved his hand, and cast a spell to create a protective barrier around the entire cliff. He then retrieved his primal golden hook. Carter, hurry up and open the door of the plane. Ling wants to go inside and see what it feels like to sit in it. Faye, go back and play with Brayden and the others. We'll talk about riding the plane tomorrow. Carter has some matters to handle now. No way, I want to ride the plane right now. Are you being disobedient again, Faye? Carter, you must take me on the plane tomorrow. Looking at Wyatt's face, the little Doreen pouted slightly, feeling unhappy but not daring to openly defy her father. She reluctantly agreed. Don't worry, Carter won't lie to you. Talker of big words, Desiree mumbled under her breath and turned away. Wyatt heard his daughter's comment and felt somewhat embarrassed. It was several years ago, yet the little Doreen still remembered. Do not move, put your hands up. After sending the little Doreen away, Wyatt turned around and opened the plane's door. 12 soldiers emerged, each holding an AK-47 aimed at him. Though pointing guns at Wyatt, the 12 clearly remained vigilant, as today's events were too bizarre. Though they had been trapped inside the plane earlier, they still saw what was happening outside through the windows. They had witnessed abilities beyond the norm. A mere child flying without aid was clearly a superpower. Gentlemen, please lower your weapons. I have no ill intentions towards you. Rather, I feel deeply apologetic because my daughter accidentally brought you here. Aside from that, your guns cannot harm me. Who are you? What place is this? Why did you bring us here? Although Wyatt said this, the 12 didn't lower their weapons. The situation was unclear, and having guns in hand was their only assurance. Upon hearing Wyatt's explanation, one soldier at the center asked for more details, knowing that only understanding where they were could give them a chance to escape. Gentlemen, let me put it this way. You're no longer on Earth. This is the immortal realm, the heaven from novels, TV shows, or myths. I am also from Earth, but due to special circumstances, I came here, much like the unexpected event that brought you here. Out of fellow countrymen's sentiment, and to express my daughter's regret, I can teach you cultivation techniques. Wyatt didn't hide anything, explaining the situation frankly. Here in the immortal realm, there was no fear of revealing his identity. Nobody would dissect him for study. So, he had nothing to worry about. Such explanations might make these soldiers more likely to believe him. However, Wyatt didn't realize that his words made the soldiers think he was a cult follower. Having received 9 years of compulsory education and being seasoned soldiers, they found it hard to believe his story. Hunter, this guy seems to be part of some cult. Should we neutralize him? Not yet. A soldier whispered to the Aiden at the center, but Wyatt heard every word clearly. He couldn't help but feel exasperated, realizing he had been misunderstood. If they didn't believe him after his explanation, drastic measures were necessary. Wyatt extended his hand, causing the 12 soldiers' guns to fly into the air before him. Then he lifted his hand again, and the 12 began floating mid-air. In their panicked state, Their bodies spun aimlessly in the air, cries of terror escaping their lips. At this moment, their military calm finally broke. They silently shouted, wondering what witchcraft this was. Bang, bang, bang. After a few minutes, the 12 crashed to the ground, staring at Wyatt with fear, questioning if this Aiden was truly a god. With a casual wave of his hand, he controlled their movements. If Wyatt truly wanted to do anything to them, could they resist? Their cherished weapons floated before the Aiden. How could they possibly defend themselves? Now do you believe me? Everything I told you is true. If you still don't trust me, there's nothing more I can do. Wyatt returned the guns to them with another wave of his hand. If they still didn't believe him, they would have to fend for themselves in the Immortal realm. Senior, is this place really the Immortal realm? Can we return to Earth? After a while, one of the soldiers finally voiced the question aloud. Although they were unwilling to believe it, the facts left them no choice. My name is Wyatt. You can call me by my name. This is indeed the Immortal realm from mythology. As for returning to Earth, I don't know either. Perhaps someday, who knows? But before considering that, you need to survive first. Hashtag chapter 251. Michaela leads the charge. After all of Wyatt's efforts, the 12 soldiers finally accepted that they were in the Immortal realm. Wyatt gave each of them a jade pendant, which served solely to protect them from the immense pressure of the Immortal realm until their cultivation levels were adequate. He then assigned a disciple to guide them to the outer sect. Finally, I've managed to settle them down. That Doreen sure knows how to give her father a headache. Wyatt chuckled bitterly. Despite his exasperation, he knew it was his responsibility to handle the situation caused by his daughter. Turning around, Wyatt approached the helicopter he had earlier briefed the pilot about. He intended to test if he could operate it himself, since he had promised his daughter to take her for a ride tomorrow. He climbed aboard and reviewed the knowledge he had acquired moments ago. Thanks to his cultivation background, Wyatt quickly managed to start the helicopter and lift it off amidst roaring sounds. For cultivators, operating a helicopter after just one session of learning was a trivial matter. Within minutes, Wyatt had piloted the helicopter around the mountain behind his residence. Once he felt confident enough to fly the aircraft, Wyatt put it away. He did not have access to fuel, and the aircraft's gauge indicated limited reserves. He needed to save it for flying with his daughter the next day. After resolving the matters concerning the underworld, Wyatt grew increasingly idle, spending most days in seclusion on the back mountain, leading a carefree life. Time passed swiftly, and before long, a year had flown by. Meanwhile, within the Justin Palace, Michaela had cultivated for over a decade due to the time array formation. She successfully advanced to the peak of the celestial sovereign realm, not only in terms of cultivation level but also fully developing her divine ice body, drastically improving her combat strength. On the second day after breaking her seclusion, Michaela personally led an expedition. With her at the helm, the Azure Dragon Army became even more formidable, completely conquering the Xianxia territory within 3 months. Upon securing control over Xianxia, Michaela allowed the army to rest for a month to organize administrative personnel and familiarize new recruits with the military system. The reason the Azure Dragon Army had failed to capture Xianxia in a year was mainly due to its vast size and the fierce resistance led by Nash's alliance. This was why Michaela decided to lead the charge personally upon breaking her seclusion. Her intention was twofold: to boost the morale of the Azure Dragon Army and to dampen the spirit of the allied forces. Hashtag Honghai region, Wanzhou City. Alliance leader, why hasn't Xianxia Palace sent any envoy yet? It's been over a year now. Even with the long distance, they should have arrived by now. We've lost countless soldiers and an entire domain. If this continues, our people will lose heart. Moreover, Michaela is shameless. With her peak celestial sovereign strength, she has no qualms about attacking our frontline soldiers without regard for rules. If this persists, it won't take long for her to conquer several more domains. In the Lord's Mansion of Wanzhou City, the defeated allied forces had retreated here. One Benny angrily spoke out, frustrated by the situation. Things had been stable until Michaela personally attacked, shamelessly targeting the lower-ranking soldiers without following established norms. As a result, the allied forces suffered a major defeat within 3 months and were forced to retreat to Honghai region. Xianxia Palace probably won't send anyone. We can only rely on ourselves now, Nash said helplessly. Previously, Xianxia Palace had agreed to send divine envoys to mediate, but due to the events involving the destruction of the underworld, the envoys were recalled. Damn Xianxia Palace, supposedly the greatest power on Immortal continent. Not only do they demand substantial resources annually, but now when we're in trouble, they ignore us. Isn't this taking advantage of our loyalty? One second-class Holy Land's Holy Lord expressed anger, harboring resentment not just against Michaela but also towards Xianxia Palace. Their frustration was understandable given the significant resources they contributed annually to Xianxia Palace, yet received no support during this crisis. Alliance leader, what should we do now? Should we continue fighting against the Justin Palace? Do you want to surrender to the Justin Palace? If we don't surrender, we must keep resisting. There's no other choice. Unless you want to flee far away with your families, we must keep fighting. Leader, how about we send someone to Tianxing Palace again? I heard that since the destruction of the underworld, Tianxing Palace has started forming an army and now controls the entire Beidao domain. They might want to oppose Justin Palace too. Perhaps without the threat of the underworld, they'll agree to ally with us. Another leader suggested, noting that previously Tianxing Palace refused the alliance to focus on the underworld. Now that the underworld was gone and Tianxing Palace formed an army, there was a chance for an alliance. Fine, let's send someone to Tianxing Palace again. Nash pondered for a while and agreed, finding the suggestion reasonable. However, he decided not to go himself and sent another celestial sovereign level member of the alliance. Commander Jiang, gather as much information as possible about Justin Palace. They won't stop now. They will attack us again. We must also expand our army. Send orders that all cultivators must join our ranks. Form a secret assassination squad. When Justin Palace attacks again, dispatch them to assassinate Justin Palace's commanders. Killing some of their commanders will cause chaos in their ranks, giving us a chance to counterattack. If we can capture Michaela's daughter, we can ensure our position. Controlling Justin and Palace might even be possible. Nash remembered that Michaela had brought her daughter along. Capturing her daughter would provide leverage to threaten Justin and Palace, potentially ensuring their dominance. Yes, Alliance Leader. Chapter 252, Meeting of Geniuses. Lauren, Jim and I are going out to play. In the city of Zhangzhou within Changji Domain, Desiree said to Michaela. Beside her were a boy and a Doreen, none other than the siblings Jim and Vicky. After over a year of cultivation and being with Desiree every day, they had plenty of elixirs and natural treasures. Both being special holy bodies, their talent for cultivation was naturally not lacking. Now Jim was at the 9th level Spirit Sea, while his sister Vicky was at the 8th level Adamantine body. Desiree's strength had also improved significantly. She was now an early stage Bradley Immortal, having grown taller as well. She stood at about 1 meter 23 centimeters. Remember not to go too far, Faye. Michaela originally did not want to bring her daughter out, but the little Doreen always followed her closely. Michaela couldn't shake off the little Doreen's persistence. Reluctantly, Michaela agreed, though she now felt more assured about her daughter's safety. Not only was she already at the initial stage of Bradley Immortal, but what was most important was that her daughter had comprehended 2 profound great laws. Even with her own current status as a perfected divine lord, she found it hard to manage her daughter. Thus, upon hearing her daughter wanting to go out, Michaela readily agreed, just reminding her not to wander too far away. Additionally, since the entire Changji domain was under the control of the Legion, and most people in the Legion had seen Desiree, Michaela didn't have much to worry about. Let's go. Goodbye, Lauren. Desiree, holding a small fox in her arms, hopped along outside, still saying goodbye to Michaela. Behind her followed 2 small figures. Michaela shook her head at her daughter. Her daughter's lively nature lacked the grace typical of a young Doreen, acting more like a boy. Michaela dismissed these thoughts and continued her own affairs without assigning anyone to follow Desiree, as there was no need. The little fox in Desiree's arms was no ordinary creature. It was Desiree's contracted spirit beast, the chaotic heavenly fox. This fox had long surpassed the perfect divine lord level, though Michaela wasn't aware of its exact power. But she knew that even a common god-level entity wouldn't survive a single swipe from the chaotic heavenly fox, which possessed the innate supernatural ability, 1,000 illusions. Any weaker entities would be controlled by the illusions, and even those stronger could face misfortune if caught unprepared. Princess Faye, where should we go to play now? Upon leaving the city lord's mansion, Jim hurriedly caught up with Desiree, who was heading towards the outskirts, and asked, pulling his sister along. I found a beautiful valley near the city when we first came here. Let's go there today. Desiree turned around and continued walking forward. She described the beautiful valley she had discovered, which looked like a paradise on earth. Soon, the trio left Zhangzhou City and flew toward the remembered valley, arriving an hour later. Nestled between 3 large mountains, this hidden paradise remained undiscovered unless inspected with divine sense. The area was filled with diverse flowers, and occasionally, immortal herbs could be spotted among various fruit trees. In the middle of this paradise lay a large clear lake teeming with fish. Upon arrival, the 3 children were immediately captivated by the scenery. They began chasing and playing, picking their favorite flowers to adorn themselves. How strange! How could there be laughter of children here? On a cliffside cave outside the paradise, Aiden sat meditating. He opened his eyes and murmured to himself. Seymour, after leaving the village, traveled north and ended up here. Over the past year, he had gained considerable understanding of the outside world. He had been meditating in the cave, breaking through the restrictions of Celestial Emperor and becoming a true Bradley Immortal. Just as he finished consolidating his realm, he heard children's laughter outside. Curious, Seymour extended his divine sense to investigate and witnessed something astonishing. In the valley, 3 children appeared to be playing some game. A little boy stood in front, with 2 little Doreens behind him. Opposite the boy was a fox demon trying to catch the 2 Doreens, blocked by the boy each time. If it were just this scene, Seymour might have only found it peculiar, but what startled him was that one of the little Doreens was an early-stage Bradley Immortal, just like him. Moreover, the fox demon had detected his divine sense, now vigilantly watching his direction. Though Seymour couldn't discern the fox demon's strength, it was definitely at or above the Bradley Immortal level. Where did such a talented little Doreen come from? Hadn't old Vancestor said he was this era's true emperor? Yet this younger Doreen equaled his strength. Was she perhaps the true empress? Regardless, Seymour felt profoundly shaken. Having always been praised as the destined emperor, he was used to surpassing others. He had boasted that no one his age matched his cultivation. Snap out of it. Just as Seymour's mind edged toward despair, a voice jolted him back to reality. Awakening abruptly, cold sweat drenched him as he realized he had almost succumbed to madness. Uncle Ing. Seeing the figure before him, Seymour called out sheepishly, knowing that without Allison's intervention, he might have fallen into madness. Little Tion, remember, you are the strongest, the true emperor of this era. But being the true emperor doesn't mean everything will go smoothly. You'll meet all sorts of geniuses, but don't envy or fear them. Because, no matter how remarkable they are, they will ultimately become stepping stones on your path to growth. What you need to do is defeat your opponents and eliminate any obstacles in your way. That's what you must do. Chapter 253. Seymour's explosive mentality. Thank you, Uncle Ing. I know what to do now. I won't let everyone down. Seymour's confidence returned once more, and an aura of supremacy enveloped him. This presence even caused Allison to momentarily be taken aback. After his initial shock, Allison was filled with joy. The emergence of such an aura on Seymour signified that he would surely become the emperor of this generation, leading the Qin clan to dominate the world. Seymour spoke with regal authority before turning and walking out of the cave. At that moment, in the Peach Valley where Desiree and her companions were playing, they had noticed the fox cub's unusual behavior and stopped their games. Little fox, is something wrong? Desiree picked up the fox cub, stroking its fur while asking what could have suddenly made it stop playing. Vancestor, A powerful individual was spying on us earlier, and they displayed hostility. As soon as the fox cub finished speaking, Aiden appeared from the mountain directly in front of them, landing almost instantly before Desiree and her companions. Grayson instinctively moved to shield Desiree and his sister. Though Grayson wasn't highly cultivated, he knew it was his responsibility to protect Desiree. With the appearance of an unknown powerful figure, Grayson naturally took up a protective stance, a move that did not go unnoticed by the fox cub, whose eyes flickered slightly in recognition. Despite being only at the Spirit Sea realm, Grayson showed no fear in the face of a vastly stronger opponent. The fox cub was genuinely impressed and regarded Grayson in a new light. Hey, who are you? Why were you hiding and spying on us? Are you one of those perverted people Dad talks about? Desiree peeked out from behind Grayson, addressing Seymour, who was approaching them. Her words nearly caused Seymour's Dao heart to shatter again. When did he ever hide and spy on Desiree? She clearly intruded into his cultivation area. Though it was temporary, it was still his first. And when did he become some pervert? He was majestic and graceful, for crying out loud. Seymour took a deep breath, calming his Dao heart. He knew that Desiree had left a shadow over his mind. To emerge from this shadow, he had to defeat her. My name is Seymour, and I challenge you to a duel. What nonsense. Who are you, little brat, to challenge this princess? Do you even deserve it? Desiree didn't recognize Seymour, so why should she fight him? Moreover, looking at his delicate skin, she thought he'd be too fragile. If she hurt or killed him, wouldn't she have to pay for medical fees? I'm not a little brat. I'm 15 years old. You're the brat. I've reached the early Bradley Immortal realm at 7, and you're only at the same level at 15. Can you defeat this princess? This princess is unbeatable. I could beat you hundreds of times with just one hand. Desiree's fair face revealed a hint of disdain as she casually replied. Over the past year, she hadn't wasted any time, often training in the 1000 Illusion Tower of the Spirit Immortal Palace. Thus, Desiree was far stronger than her previous self, not just in cultivation but also in martial techniques, divine abilities, and combat experience. This was one reason why Michaela felt relatively assured about her daughter. No one at the same realm could match the little Doreen. Even those a level or two higher would not be her match unless they had extraordinary means. If you don't dare accept my challenge, how can you claim to be unbeatable? I think you're just afraid. If age alone were the criterion, Seymour couldn't compete with Desiree, and precisely because she was younger, Seymour felt even angrier. His frustration was palpable. He even resorted to psychological tactics to provoke Desiree. Hee. I know you're trying to use reverse psychology, but I'm not going to fight you. What can you do? Unless you offer a prize that satisfies me, you might as well go back and drink more milk for a couple more years before coming out. Desiree found Seymour amusing but wouldn't simply agree to his challenge. Her father had told her that people like Seymour were easy targets for treasures, calling them treasure bringers. This is an exquisite immortal weapon longsword, listening to Snow Sword. If you win, it's yours. Hearing Desiree agree to a duel, Seymour immediately pulled out a longsword, an exquisite immortal weapon. Is that all you've got? Even if you gave it to me, I wouldn't want it. Don't tell me you don't have any treasures. Do you know what you're saying? This is an exquisite immortal weapon, and you call it trash. Have I? Seymour became agitated, thinking Desiree was just avoiding the duel. No one would call an exquisite immortal weapon trash. I don't. Admit it. You don't have any treasures. Stuff like this is worthless. I have so much it fills my space. Desiree's mockery increased as she waved her hand, causing clinking sounds. A pile of treasured weapons appeared before her, numbering at least 20 or 30. Each emitted a powerful aura, indicating they were all exquisite immortal weapons. Wah! Seeing the pile of treasures before Desiree, Seymour's lips twitched, but he remained speechless. As the prodigy of the Qin clan, reaching early Bradley Immortal realm at a young age and hailed as the true emperor of this generation, even Seymour didn't possess many exquisite immortal weapons. They were the top-tier treasures in the Qin clan. But to Desiree, these treasures were indeed no different from trash because she had plenty of them. The ones she had displayed were merely a fraction of her collection. In her spatial ring, there was a large stash. If not for the inconvenience of carrying them around, Desiree could bury Seymour in exquisite immortal weapons. Grayson here, take these worthless immortal weapons. As Seymour struggled to find words, Desiree handed over the pile of weapons. Thank you, Princess Ling. Hey, do you have any real treasures? If not, we'll leave. #### translation notes. 1. Character names Seymour, Desiree, Grayson, Hawkins, Allison. 2. Setting consistency Vance maintained the setting of the original text, ensuring continuity with previous content. 3. Cultural references explain terms like Dao Heart, for clarity. 4. Tone and style, kept the tone and style consistent with the original novel. ###Chapter 254. Seymour, the treasure-bearing boy. This is a heaven-grade martial technique from our Qin family, the Great Wasteland Finger. This should be good enough now. Seymour took another deep breath and pulled out an inheritance jade pendant. With this, he hoped it would finally meet Desiree's standards. Just heaven grade? Forget it. You can use that so-called finger technique and that junk sword as stakes, and I'll give you a chance to challenge me. Desiree didn't think much of the treasures Seymour had offered, but still agreed to fight him. It was merely a matter of moving her fingers. Even if Seymour's treasures weren't useful to her after winning, they could always be given away. If Seymour knew what Desiree was thinking, he wouldn't know what kind of expression he'd have. Fine. Without overthinking it, Seymour saw Desiree agree and quickly accepted without demanding any stakes from her, afraid she might change her mind at any moment. Are you ready? Don't say you don't acknowledge your defeat later. Desiree handed the little fox to Hawkins and appeared with a large spoon in hand, addressing Seymour. Come on. Seymour's expression changed. He produced a long sword in his hand, an equally top-tier celestial weapon. Wow, a flying saucer. Bang. Spit. Suddenly, Desiree pointed behind Seymour and screamed. Startled, Seymour instinctively turned back but found nothing there. Realizing he had been tricked, just as Seymour turned around, he saw a dark shadow hurtling towards him. He instinctively tried to sweep it away, but as soon as he raised his hand, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder blade. Then, his body was hurled backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood during the flight. You've lost, hand over the stakes now. From 100 meters away, as Seymour barely stabilized himself, he heard Desiree's voice, realizing she had already appeared behind him. I didn't lose, you cheated. Seymour angrily yelled, clearly showing he was furious. If not for Desiree's sneak attack, how could he possibly be hit by her? See, I told you you'd refuse to acknowledge your loss. Do you not understand the principle of deceit being permissible in warfare? No wonder you're only at early Bradley Immortal at 15. To think someone with such low IQ can reach Bradley Immortal. It must have been all those pills stacking up, right? Desiree looked at Seymour with disdain, as if she had predicted this exact outcome. This was a duel, and she had asked if he was ready. How could it be considered cheating? You. What about me? Do you think Princess here can be easily fooled? If you don't hand over the items, I'll beat you into a bloody pulp, and even your mom won't recognize you. Hurry up. Desiree adopted a bossy demeanor, but her small stature made her words sound almost comical. Nevertheless, her words enraged Seymour to the point where he nearly spat out more blood, yet he acknowledged his defeat inwardly. Here. In the end, Seymour handed over the snow-listening sword and the great wasteland finger. Desiree could cheat and ambush him, but he refused to do anything dishonorable. Good boy. Thank you. Desiree took the snow-listening sword and the jade pendant for the great wasteland finger and didn't forget to thank Seymour before leaving, adhering to basic etiquette. Wait, do you have something else? Let's have another match. This is a million-year-old treasure herb, the nodding flower, the main ingredient for refining the 9 turnings ghost-eluding pill. Indeed, you are the treasure-bearing boy. Seeing the nodding flower, Desiree's eyes sparkled with interest. She whispered to herself, though she didn't immediately agree. One is too few. My time is very valuable. All right, we can have another match, but if I win again, you will give me all the medicinal herbs on you. If Seymour offered something else, Desiree probably wouldn't have fought him again, but since it was what she loved most, why not? Only one herb was too little. She aimed to win all the herbs from Seymour's ring. Little Tion, don't agree to her. Just as Desiree finished speaking, a voice echoed in Seymour's mind, advising him not to agree to Desiree's terms. Seymour possessed far more than one medicinal herb, some of which were unique even within the Qin family. Losing them all to Desiree would be disastrous. Allison, watching from the shadows, had observed Desiree's cunning nature despite her young age and worried that the innocent Seymour would fall into her trap. However, Allison didn't realize that by warning Seymour, he inadvertently suggested that Seymour couldn't beat Desiree. Seymour couldn't accept this. In his eyes, Desiree's previous victory relied solely on deception. After experiencing it once, he wouldn't make the same mistake twice. Therefore, he believed he couldn't lose to Desiree. Fine, I agree, but you better not try any tricks again. Seymour, won't fall for the same trick twice. Impulsively agreeing to Desiree's request, Seymour left Allison in hiding with a twitching mouth corner. Seymour was indeed too naive. Hee. Relax, I won't deceive you this time. Are you ready? Ready, come on. Holding his top-tier celestial weapon, Seymour took a deep breath, fully alert, determined not to look back no matter what Desiree said. You hurry, run. As Desiree prepared to attack, she suddenly screamed in terror, pointing fearfully behind Seymour, unable to finish her sentence. Then, in Seymour's stunned gaze, Desiree turned and fled, as if there was something truly terrifying behind him. Seymour thought this was another deception. His divine soul sensed nothing behind him, so he didn't plan to turn around. But seeing Desiree flee without hesitation, his heart raced. Was there really something terrible behind him? Why would Desiree run otherwise? Considering this, Seymour hesitantly turned to check. What he didn't know was that Desiree, who had seemingly fled, disappeared instantly the moment he turned. Vancestor, watch out. Allison's urgent voice rang in Seymour's mind. Before Seymour could react, Desiree reappeared behind him and struck him with the large spoon. Bang! Seymour flew backward again, crashing several hundred meters away, spitting out another mouthful of blood before losing consciousness. Chapter 255. An angry Desiree. Desiree appeared in front of Seymour, just about to snatch the storage ring from him when a figure emerged beside Seymour. Little Doreen, you've gone too far. The figure who appeared next to Seymour was Allison, who had been secretly protecting him. As soon as Desiree spoke, he knew something was wrong, but her actions were so swift that by the time he warned Seymour, it was already too late. Seymour fell for Desiree's trick again. Worse still, when Desiree vanished, Allison couldn't even sense her presence. Allison's cultivation was no simple matter. He had once been an elite of the Qin clan and founded the first great power in Xianling world, the Wild Palace, during his travels through the Immortal realm. However, he had to return to the clan due to its rules, and the Wild Palace remained hidden in the Xianling world. So much time had passed that few might remember such a power. Allison had long broken through to the divine level, yet he couldn't detect Desiree's movements. He finally began to take Desiree seriously. Initially, he had merely been surprised by her presence without giving much thought to her. Allison guessed that Desiree must have obtained some great fortune to reach this cultivation level at such a young age, so he hadn't paid much attention. After all, if Seymour could defeat Desiree, he would inherit her good fortune. Something crucial to maintaining the Qin clan's dominance in the Xianling world. A talent without good fortune wasn't worth Allison's attention. But now things were different. This little Doreen had outsmarted Seymour twice, and possessed a mysterious technique even Allison couldn't see through. Uncle, don't be unreasonable. Wasn't it he who suggested the duel?
Yes.
And did he promise all the precious herbs to me if he lost?
Yes.
So, is there anything wrong with me taking what I rightfully won? Or are you trying to cheat and can't bear to lose? My treasures aren't that easy to snatch. There will be consequences if you try. Allison. He found himself at a loss for words because everything Desiree said was true, Yet he still didn't think she should get all the treasures. Despite knowing Desiree was powerful for her age and likely backed by a significant force, Allison was still a member of the Qin clan, and he doubted any force in Xianling world could rival them. Miss, how about I give you this connective flower, and we end the bet here? Allison took out the connective flower from Seymour's storage ring. The rest of the herbs were out of the question. Himph. I, princess, don't want it anymore. Hawkins, Addie, let's go back. Looking at the connective flower, Desiree coldly snorted and walked away without looking back. Watching her leave, Allison felt a strange foreboding, even an impulse to kill her, but he restrained himself. He couldn't bring himself to attack a mere child with his status as a divine-level expert. With that, he carried Seymour away from the valley. Coulter, keep an eye on them. Let me know when they return home. How dare they take my treasures? On the way back, Desiree angrily instructed her fox companion. This was the first time anyone dared to take advantage of her. Rest assured, master. I left a trace of my aura on that boy. I'll know immediately if they return. Vancestor, why didn't you let me kill him? Wouldn't that have solved everything? Coulter questioned, confused. It wanted to kill Allison but was stopped by Desiree. Killing Allison would be effortless, and Coulter could ensure no one would suspect it. Nothing's ever that simple. Though the boy delivering treasures might be foolish, his family must be rich. If I kill them now, who will deliver more treasures to me later? Besides, they probably have plenty of precious herbs at home. Since they don't want to give them to me, I'll just take them. Coulter, send word to Braden and have him come over. We'll raid their treasures. As if struck by a new idea, Desiree hurriedly asked Coulter to contact Braden. Such tasks were Braden's forte, after all. Sure thing, master. I'll message brother Braden right away. Unbeknownst to Allison, his decision led to the entire Qin clan's treasures being taken. Back at the cave, Allison healed Seymour, who regained consciousness shortly after. He could have awakened Seymour earlier but knew his nephew's temperament. Awakened then, Seymour would surely hand over all his treasures to Desiree and insist on another duel. Allison knew Seymour's limited experience made him vulnerable to further deceit. Moreover, Seymour's injuries were minor. His bleeding and unconsciousness stemmed from shock rather than physical harm. Another deception could shatter his spirit. Allison wouldn't allow that. Little Tion, how are you feeling? Seymour was awake but sat silently. Allison, worried, asked, Uncle Ing, am I stupid? After a while, Seymour looked at Allison with confusion and a hint of powerlessness. Praised since childhood as the most exceptional genius in centuries and Qin clan's true successor, Seymour now felt utterly foolish. Outsmarted twice by a younger Doreen in the same way. Little Tion, don't dwell on it. You're the Qin clan's greatest genius. How could you be stupid? You simply haven't seen the outside world or encountered malicious people, leading to your mistake. Learning from this experience will help you grow stronger. Remember, you are the true successor. Challenges along the path of growth are normal. Overcoming difficulties will make you a true successor. Translation notes. Ensured names like Allison, Desiree, Hawkins, Addie, Braden, and Seymour are used consistently. Vancentain paragraph structure and line breaks as per original text. Preserve the original tone and style for natural and fluent English reading. Chapter 256. Allison returns to the clan, Desiree follows. Allison spoke at length with Seymour, finally easing his mood somewhat, which put Allison a little more at ease. However, in the days that followed, Allison noticed that Seymour seemed distracted, as if he had something on his mind. There was nothing much Allison could do about it because this situation could only be resolved by Seymour himself. No one else could help him through it. Alas, the one who tied the knot must also untie it. It seems Merrick will find it hard to get out of this predicament unless he defeats that Doreen once. Hiding in the shadows watching Seymour, Allison couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He was even contemplating whether he should secretly take some action. Just as he was thinking this, Allison noticed something unusual. People around seemed tense, and there was a large military presence. With his powerful divine soul probing, Allison discovered that the realm was preparing for war, and their opponent was the faction from which the young Doreen came. He learned that the young Doreen was named Desiree, daughter of the Justinan Palace's master in the Wuling realm. The Justinan Palace aimed to unify several neighboring realms to establish an imperial dynasty. This explained the imminent war. Allison immediately had an idea to support the alliance resisting the Justinan Palace. This would not only provide training for Seymour, but also allow him to settle matters with Desiree. However, Seymour alone wouldn't be enough because Allison had detected a large number of formidable opponents within the Justinan Palace. Still, Allison wasn't overly concerned since the Qin clan had plenty of strong warriors. He decided to bring the hidden xuanhuan hall into the open. Not being one to procrastinate, Allison made preparations to meet the old Ernan, as he needed to consult him before bringing the Huang Hall back into the world. He didn't inform Seymour because his trip would be short given his strength, and Seymour had a trump card to ensure his safety. Unaware of Allison's departure, Seymour remained ignorant, but a fox had been closely monitoring their movements. After Allison left, the little fox quickly noticed. The fox's divine soul tracked Allison for 3 days until he entered a special mountain range, beyond which it couldn't follow. Despite this, the fox knew it must be the Qin clan's stronghold and promptly reported back to Desiree. Coulter, are you sure? Desiree, who was enjoying some barbecue, eyes lit up upon hearing the report. She had been waiting for any good news. These past few days, I've asked countless times, but Anson never returned, Desiree remarked happily. Vancestor, I don't think it can be wrong. That fellow used his divine soul to investigate us and likely returned after discovering something significant. Besides, my divine soul couldn't enter that area once he did. Even if it isn't their base, it won't be far off. Such a place won't be simple. Though the fox lacked certainty, it believed its guess was reasonable, especially since its divine soul couldn't penetrate the area. Simple places weren't like that. If they ventured there, the harvest would surely be plentiful. The little fox couldn't wait. Let's go, just take what we can. Who cares if it's their base or not? Coulter, lead the way. Desiree set down her barbecue and hopped onto Christian's back. Jim, Vicky, stay here. We'll be back soon. Seeing the siblings wanting to join, she told them they couldn't accompany her since they weren't going for leisure, and their strength wouldn't be much help. The little fox then opened a spatial passage, and Christian carried Desiree through. Christian already knew about Seymour and felt excited. Such adventures were familiar to him, and he couldn't resist joining in. Meanwhile, back at the Qing clan, Allison was oblivious that his actions were being tracked by the little fox and Desiree. Upon returning, he briefed the old Ernan on Seymour's struggles and the reason for his return. Allison, have you investigated her background? Not thoroughly, but I know the basics. Her name is Desiree, daughter of the Justinan Palace's master in the Wuling realm. The Justinan Palace is quite strong, with dozens of full-strength heavenly sovereigns, stronger than first-class holy lands. It seems they received some great opportunity to achieve this strength, possibly comparable to the Qingtian Palace. Indeed, Allison hadn't fully investigated Desiree, but from discussions, he gathered they had obtained some extraordinary fortune to attain such power. Otherwise, how could a poor region possess such might? This Justinan Palace isn't simple. According to our sources, it might be connected to a powerful individual who annihilated the Yama realm with a single word. Your decision might bring trouble to the Qing clan. No one knows anything about this person, and we have no idea of their strength. But what about Emeric? Allison was startled to hear of the connection. He had to be cautious, as even the Qing clan couldn't match such overwhelming power. There's a possibility. Our spies are gathering more information. Or perhaps, this powerful individual descended from the higher realms. Patriarch, that's impossible. Why? Can't we ascend as well? So, even if the Justinan Palace is connected to a powerful entity, there's no need to fear. Although we don't know if they're from the higher realms, they likely wouldn't exceed great deity strength. The immortal spirit world can't support anything beyond true god level. Therefore, for Emeric's future, it's worth offending such a powerful entity. The Qing clan can handle even a true god. Understood, Patriarch. I'll have them re-emerge under the name of the Huang Hall and return now. Very well, proceed. Chapter 257. Infiltrating the Wasteland Mountain Range. Allison left the old Ernan of the Qing clan and took 30,000 people out of the clan, including 10 who were at the divine realm. There were 1,000 demigods, 8,990 celestial sovereigns at the peak stage, and the remaining 20,000 were all at various stages from initial to peak ancestral immortal realm. This level of strength was already stronger than that of the Pillar Heaven Palace, showing just how terrifying the hidden power of the Qing clan was. If the Qing clan were not secluded, they would undoubtedly be the top power in the spirit world. But neither Allison nor the old Ernan knew that they had made a wrong decision. When Allison led her people away from the Qing clan, she was watched clearly by a man, a dog, and a fox hovering over the Wasteland Mountain Range. Vancestor, that kid brought so many people out. He's obviously planning to come after us. Why don't we take them out first? Coulter, what are you worried about? Don't forget our army is commanded by Heavenly Moon. Even if they mobilize their entire clan, there's only one outcome. That is annihilation. There can't be another possibility. It's not that Braden looked down on the Qing clan. Such strength was indeed super abnormal in the spirit world, but it all depended on who they were comparing it with. Little Vancestor, what should we do now? The entire mountain range is sealed off by an array formation. If we enter like this, we'll definitely be discovered. Braden had long investigated the situation here. The entire mountain range was protected by a high-level array formation. According to its understanding of array formations, Braden couldn't infiltrate without being detected. This was also the highest level array formation Braden had encountered so far. If it had known that there was such a high-level array formation here, it would have brought Heavenly Dragon along. With Heavenly Dragon, entering would be just a matter of minutes. Isn't that simple? You all enter my space ring first. I'll bring you in. Then when the time comes, you can hide your presence to avoid being detected. So, be careful, little Vancestor. Braden hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Braden knew its little master was incredibly powerful, having comprehended two extreme great Tao principles. If she wanted to hide, even Braden wouldn't be able to find her unless relying on the aura of Heyu. So Braden was hesitant but didn't say anything more, and was sent into the space ring, along with Coulter. Hee. Let me see just how many treasures and medicines you have in here. How dare you hide treasure medicines from this princess? I'll make sure you don't have a single one left. After sending Braden and Coulter into the space ring, the little Doreen giggled mischievously, melting into nothingness and disappearing into the spatial dimension. What a bonanza! Who would have thought there would be so many valuable medicinal herbs here? If I clear everything out, it will be enough for me to feast for several years. Meng Danielle's body merged into the spatial dimension, observing all the medicinal herbs and spirit fruits planted everywhere in the Wasteland Mountain Range, making her excited to the point of dancing around. This was the first time Meng Danielle saw so many medicinal herbs, most of which had grown for at least several decades, while many others were thousands or even tens of thousands of years old. Some even surpassed the medicinal herb level, reaching the divine medicine stage. However, it was still broad daylight and there were many people around, so Meng Danielle knew it wasn't the right time to harvest yet. She hid in the spatial dimension and started to observe. At the deepest part of the Qing clan, the old Ernan was tending to his medicinal field with a hoe when suddenly he paused. He looked up in confusion in a certain direction because he felt as if someone was watching him. But when he looked in that direction, he found nothing. Strange, could it be I'm too sensitive? The old Ernan muttered, resuming his work. He didn't believe anyone could sneak in and watch him without being noticed. What he didn't know was that indeed someone had been watching him, but not him directly. It was the divine medicines nearby. That old man is very formidable. Coulter needs to pay special attention to him later, Meng Danielle mumbled as she moved away, nearly detected after just one glance at the old man. After leaving, Meng Danielle roamed around the entire Wasteland Mountain Range again. However, she quickly returned to the space ring due to the unbearable temptation outside. Seeing so many medicinal herbs she couldn't pick, this Doreen who viewed them as her second life naturally didn't want to suffer outside. Little Vancestor, did you get inside? What's the situation? Don't worry, I'm already in and got a huge haul. The whole mountain range is full of various precious medicinal herbs and spirit fruits. In addition to these, there are divine medicines, quite a few of them, but there's a very powerful old guy there. Coulter, once it gets dark, it's all up to you. There are many people here with decent strength. You need to be thorough. If anyone discovers us, I won't take you on such fun missions anymore, understood? Little Vancestor, you can rest assured. Coulter is now a lower god. Its inheritance abilities can definitely bewilder everyone here, even those at the same realm. Upon hearing that the entire mountain was filled with precious herbs and spirit fruits, Brayden eagerly interrupted before Coulter could answer. Since Coulter hadn't done such things before, it temporarily couldn't feel the joy. Meng Danielle didn't say more but discussed other matters with Brayden and Coulter until it got dark, then cautiously emerged from the space ring. 3 figures concealed their presences. Meng Danielle nodded at Coulter, whose body swiftly sprouted 8 more tails. A mysterious fluctuation emanated from Coulter, spreading out rapidly. A few minutes later, the color of Coulter's fur dimmed slightly, and its voice came through. Vancestor, the entire mountain range is enveloped in my illusion. We can start moving. No one will discover us until I retract the illusion. Hee hee hee. Coulter, you're amazing. Once we're back, I'll give you an extra chicken leg. Attention everyone, move everything here. Every medicinal herb and spirit fruit tree. I want this place turned into a barren wasteland. Charge. Meng Danielle's face was serious as she charged towards a nearby medicinal field. As her hands waved continuously, medicinal herbs were collected into the space ring one after another. Brayden and Coulter also worked tirelessly, sucking in medicinal herbs into their internal spaces. Chapter 258. Searching for treasures, raiding the treasure vault. The human, dog, and fox moved through the Qin clan's territory as if they were alone in a deserted land, madly collecting treasures and spirit fruits scattered all over the place. They didn't care about the age or effects of the items. Anything that caught their eyes was taken. Mux Danielle had never been happier. This was the first time she had felt such joy in collecting treasure medicines. The Qin clan had been around for an unknown number of years, and its members rarely ventured out into the world, nor did outsiders have access to them. The Qin clan's people spent their time cultivating and growing treasure medicines and spirit fruits. Unless there was a specific need, the Qin clan generally allowed these treasures to continue growing. It was evident how many treasure medicines and spirit fruits the Qin clan had accumulated. But at this moment, countless treasures were rapidly vanishing. They occasionally encountered Qin clan disciples, but these disciples seemed blind, oblivious to Mux Danielle and the 2 beasts who were right next to them, as if they existed in a different dimension. Mux Danielle was quite satisfied with the little fox's abilities. Starting from dusk and continuing for more than 2 hours, Mux Danielle, Li, and the little fox finished collecting all the treasure medicines and spirit fruits within the Qin clan territory. The once ethereal and beautiful Qin clan land now appeared pockmarked and incomplete. Vancestor, what do we do next? Asked the little fox excitedly. Although the collected treasures offered it little benefit, this was its first experience of such an event, naturally making it feel thrilled and playful. Isn't it obvious? We're going to their treasure vault, Li chimed in before Mux Danielle could reply, having already become adept at these kinds of tasks. Since they had taken the clan's treasure medicines and spirit fruits, it was only logical to raid the treasure vault as well. These medicines and fruits were just one type of resource cultivated by the Qin clan. For a clan to develop and endure, they must possess various other treasures and resources. You're smart, Li. Thank you, young master. It's all thanks to your excellent teachings. Li still needs to learn from you, replied Li humbly. Hee hee hee. Let's go. Destination, treasure vault. Mux Danielle grinned and walked off confidently in a particular direction, with Li and the little fox following closely behind. They behaved as if they were in their own home, with no reservations. Earlier, Mux Danielle had already scouted the entire Qin clan territory and identified the location of the treasure vault. Had the little fox not failed to create the illusion earlier, Mux Danielle would have already emptied the Qin clan's treasure vault. However, it wasn't too late now. Led by Mux Danielle, they quickly arrived at the entrance of the Qin clan's treasure vault, where a group of Qin clan disciples stood guard. Each one possessed power beyond the level of Bradley Immortal. However, standing before them, Mux Danielle went unnoticed. She glanced at the storage rings on the disciples' fingers, almost tempted to snatch them away. Ultimately, she refrained because if she actually stole from them, the Qin clan would certainly notice. Mux Danielle wanted to see the expressions of these Qin clan disciples when they discovered that all their treasures had been stolen right under their noses. With a flick of her hand, Mux Danielle opened a spatial passage and stepped inside, her gaze reluctantly leaving the scene. As soon as Mux Danielle entered the Qin clan's treasure vault, deep within the deepest part of the Qin clan territory, the old Ernan, who had been resting in bed, suddenly opened his eyes. He abruptly sat up, his deeply wrinkled forehead creasing even further. For some reason, he felt as if something had suddenly seized his heart. Originally named Fedor, few knew his real name within the Qin clan. Everyone addressed him simply as Old Patriarch, because he had lived so long that many disciples did not even know his name. Even Seymour's grandfather had to call Fedor Old Patriarch. Fedor was the strongest member of the Qin clan, yet he now wore a worried frown. Despite probing his surroundings 3 times with his divine soul, nothing unusual seemed to have occurred, yet he felt a strange sensation. Recalling the feeling of being spied upon before dusk, Fedor instantly appeared outside the Qin clan territory. Has something happened to Tian? Even outside the Qin clan, Fedor found nothing amiss. He muttered softly, pulling out a purple gemstone. Inside the gemstone glowed a small flame, resembling a fossilized fire, though in reality, it was a soul flame. The light purple gemstone, called a life palace stone, was a gem capable of storing soul flames and only existed in the divine realm. Its sole function was to store a person's soul flame. If the stored flame extinguished, it meant the owner of the soul flame had perished. In Fedor's hand was the life palace stone containing Seymour's soul flame. Seeing the still vigorous flame, he pocketed it and fell into deep thought. After a while, he snapped back to reality. Am I really getting old? Fedor muttered, shaking his head. Just as he turned to leave, he froze. Doubting his vision, he rubbed his eyes vigorously, only to witness the same scene again. This can't be possible. How could something like this happen in my Qin clan? I must be seeing things. Fedor flashed back inside the Qin clan territory. The scene he saw from outside vanished, confirming his suspicions. He bent down and plucked a leaf from a million-year-old treasure medicine, sniffing and chewing on it. Frowning deeply, Fedor inspected the Qin clan area, then reappeared outside. What he saw inside differed again. I never expected there to be such powerful beings in this celestial spirit realm, capable of setting up such a formidable illusion even to deceive me. I want to see who has the audacity to steal from my Qin clan. Realizing the situation, Fedor muttered a few words, then swiftly waved his hands, sending hand seals flying into the void. A radiant barrier enveloped the entire desolate mountain range, and then disappeared into the void. After completing this, Fedor did not return to the Qin clan. His figure gradually faded into the void, disappearing completely. Chapter 259. The Furious Nick. Mulan Danielle, who was still busily gathering treasures in the Qin clan's treasure vault, had no idea that the Nick of the Qin clan had already detected something amiss outside. After another 2 hours, under Mulan Danielle's lead, they emptied the Qin family treasure vault, not even leaving a single immortal stone behind. Let's go. Mulan Danielle looked around the now empty Qin clan treasure vault, making sure nothing was left behind before mounting Li. The little fox followed and jumped into her arms. With a sweep of her small hand, a spatial portal appeared before her. Li stepped into it without hesitation. With Mulan Danielle and the two beasts gone, the illusion that had cloaked the entire Qin clan vanished because it was supported by the fox's magical power. As soon as the illusion disappeared, the changes in the Qin clan were instantly noticed by the disciples. It was too obvious. The Qin clan immediately fell into chaos. The Nick, who had been hiding in the outer void, saw this happen. His face darkened like coal. Earlier, when he discovered the theft, he knew whoever dared to steal from the Qin clan must still be within the clan. So, he had set up a sealing formation outside the illusion. His goal was to catch whoever dared to steal from the Qin clan. However, after waiting for 2 hours, he only ended up disappointed. It wasn't that the Nick didn't want to find the thief at the time, but he was helpless. Entering the Qin clan meant entering an illusion, and exiting the Qin clan also involved an illusion. Even with his cultivation, he couldn't check the situation inside the Qin clan. Due to this reason, the Nick decided to seal off the entire Qin clan from the outside, but now he realized his mistake. If someone could enter the Qin clan silently and create such a powerful illusion, it wouldn't be difficult for them to leave either. Nick, all the precious herbs and spiritual fruits in our clan have been stolen. Who could possess such immense power that our clan had no reaction at all? Asked clan leader Barak, looking at the Nick with a pained expression. This was simply a disgrace to the Qin clan. Never in its long history had such a thing happened to the Qin clan. How could Barak's face not be twisted? Go check the treasure vault, said the Nick with a dark face, heading towards the treasure vault. Barak followed hurriedly, along with a crowd of Qin clan disciples. If all the precious herbs had been stolen, would the treasure vault also be affected? Despite their despair, the disciples held on to a shred of hope. The herbs and fruits here were planted with no protection, as they hadn't imagined anyone could sneak in. But the treasure vault was different. It was guarded by formations and strong protectors. Soon, the Nick and the group arrived at the treasure vault. He personally opened the formation guarding it. When he pushed open the stone door and looked inside, everyone, including the Nick, took a sharp breath. Boom. Too much. Absolutely too much. The Nick slammed his dragon-headed cane on the ground, releasing a terrifying aura that made the Qin clan disciples retreat. Even clan leader Barak felt the pressure. The Nick's aura was simply too overwhelming. Nick. Barak struggled to speak, as many disciples were already injured from the intense pressure. If the Nick did not pull back, casualties would follow. Humph. To dare insult our Qin clan so. Once I find out which force is behind this, I will destroy their entire clan. The Nick withdrew his aura and took out a talisman-shaped artifact from his storage ring. Throwing it into the air, the artifact floated before him. With his right hand forming a sword gesture and a swift slash, a drop of blood flew out and towards the artifact, getting absorbed instantly. While this happened, the Nick rapidly made several hand seals. Light emitted from the artifact formed a picture in mid-air. Yet, it remained chaotic, showing no sign of the thieves. Chaos Supreme, Heaven and Earth Trigram, borrow the heavenly luck to observe all, show. With a final hand seal, a beam of light pierced through the artifact, clearing the chaotic image to reveal 3 figures. A Doreen around 6 or 7 years old, a black dog, and a small fox. They were seen swiftly collecting resources in the treasure vault, shocking all Qin clan disciples. No one expected the thief who emptied their resources would be a young Doreen. So, it's a 9-tailed heavenly fox. No wonder even I was caught in the illusion. But you won't escape. Taking what belongs to our Qin clan isn't so easy. Looking at the images, the Nick's voice boomed once again. The disciples watched as his hand seals changed, knowing he was about to trace the movements of the 3 figures. All prepared themselves for action upon finding the culprits. Because of the Nick's words, they finally understood why the clan had been robbed. It must have been the 9-tailed heavenly fox. At the same time, some disciples were startled, as according to Qin clan records, there were no 9-tailed heavenly foxes in the immortal spirit world, only in the upper realms. However, it was not the time to dwell on this. Truth would be revealed once the perpetrators were captured. All eyes stayed focused on the Nick. Divine technique, heaven source tracking. The Nick completed a series of hand seals, then shot more magic power at the image, preparing to track the 3 figures' whereabouts. The scene inside the treasure vault shifted to a bedroom. The little Doreen was sleeping in bed, with the small fox curled up in her arms, while the black dog lay beside the bed. Suddenly, the dog, who had been sleeping with closed eyes, seemed to sense something, opening its eyes. A light flashed from them. Bang. Nick. Hashtag chapter 260. the Qin clan emerges, Seymour meets Nash. At the very moment the black dog opened its eyes, the artifact that had been hovering in midair shattered with a loud crack, and the scene it was revealing also fragmented. Then, the Amenli Ernan also spat out a mouthful of blood with a puff and fell backward. Barak quickly reacted, and caught the Amenli Ernan before he hit the ground. Grand Patriarch! Grand Patriarch! Barak transmitted his own magic power into the body of the Amenli Ernan while anxiously calling out to him. The other Qin clan disciples quickly gathered around. Grand Patriarch, how are you? Seeing the Amenli Ernan slowly open his eyes, Barak's heart, which had been racing wildly, finally began to calm down. If anything happened to the Amenli Ernan, it would be a tremendous loss for the Qin clan, as he was their pillar of stability. I'm fine, the Amenli Ernan replied, still shaken from what had just occurred. When the black dog opened its eyes, he felt as if his mind had been struck by something forcefully, followed by spitting out blood and fainting. The Amenli Ernan never imagined that such an unassuming black dog could be so powerful. Even at an unknown distance, it managed to injure him with just a glance. This was the strongest creature he had encountered in his life. Knowing that he himself was at the peak of the true deity realm, being injured by a mere glance indicated just how formidable the black dog truly was. Grand Patriarch, what exactly happened? Sigh. Who would have thought that there is still such a powerful divine beast in the immortal spirit realm? The great era has indeed arrived. Grand Patriarch, what should we do? Barak's expression was extremely grim. If it were a common person who had stolen from their clan, the Qin clan would definitely have sought to reclaim their dignity. However, from the situation just now, it was clear that the divine beast was more powerful than even the Qin clan's Grand Ernan. Thus, this humiliation might not be easily wiped away. If I'm not mistaken, that little Doreen must be the one who clashed with Tian'er. It seems that the Qin clan cannot remain secluded any longer. What? Don't worry. I know what you're concerned about. Although that divine beast is stronger than me, don't forget that we are in the immortal spirit realm. No matter how strong that divine beast is, in the immortal spirit realm it can only exert the power of a peak true deity. Besides, our Qin clan is not without support. If it really comes to that, we can always invite our ancestors to descend. Our Qin clan fears no one. Pass the order down. Starting today, our Qin clan officially emerges. Use all available resources to fully suppress the spirit immortal palace. Yes, Grand Patriarch. All the disciples bowed deeply, their faces showing signs of excitement because they could finally step out into the world and venture beyond the Qin clan's restrictions. Back at the city lord's Vansenshin in Changji domain, Elias, who had returned long ago, cast a look of disdain before closing his eyes again, resuming his relaxed posture. Lord Alliance leader, someone outside wants to see you. Moreover, he says he can help us resist the spirit immortal palace. In the main camp of the Honghai Sea Alliance army, a Benny suddenly rushed in, addressing Nash, who was sitting deep in thought. Who is it? Just one person? Do you know what level of strength they possess? Lord Alliance leader, it's just one person, at the early Bradley Immortal stage. Nonsense. If an early stage Bradley Immortal could deal with the spirit immortal palace, why would our allied forces be holding out here? Get rid of him immediately. Nash initially thought a powerful figure had come to assist them, but upon hearing it was merely an early stage Bradley Immortal, he couldn't help but curse. Could the spirit immortal palace really be dealt with by an early stage Bradley Immortal? If that were the case, the thousands of sects allied together wouldn't have suffered such a thorough defeat. Even within the short span of time since Michaela appeared, they lost control over an entire domain. Lord Alliance leader, I observed that this person has an extraordinary demeanor. Despite being at the early Bradley Immortal stage, he appears to be only 15 or 16 years old. He might be the successor of some major power, and perhaps can genuinely assist us. The Benny didn't leave but instead relayed his observations and suspicions, which was why he came to inform Nash. Otherwise, had it been just another early stage Bradley Immortal making such claims, he would have already dismissed the person and wouldn't have bothered reporting to Nash. Really? Nash hesitated for a moment, unsure. If the person was indeed only 15 or 16 years old yet, already at the early Bradley Immortal stage, then he might actually be able to help them. Before, Nash wouldn't have believed anyone could achieve such a cultivation level at such a young age. However, after witnessing Michaela's daughter, he believed it. And achieving such a level of cultivation at such a young age implied that a powerful force supported this person, which could indeed match up against the spirit immortal palace. Lord Alliance leader, although cultivators can change their appearance through strength, their bearing is impossible to alter. Come, let's go out and take a look. Nash acknowledged that the Benny's observations were correct. Powerful cultivators could indeed alter their appearance, but their demeanor, behavior, and approach to matters were difficult to imitate. So, Nash was willing to check it out. What if it was true? Nash and the Benny quickly reached outside. Indeed, a graceful and handsome Aiden stood outside the camp, seemingly only 15 or 16 years old. Heroic youngster, this is our Lord Alliance leader, Nash. Greetings, heroic youngster. Nash led the way by bowing respectfully. This could be the heir of a superpower, so Nash couldn't afford to be impolite. Lord Xiaoho is too kind. My purpose is likely known to you. If you need anything, let's discuss further inside. Young hero, please follow me. The person who sought out Nash was none other than Seymour, who had been tricked twice by Desiree. After learning the ins and outs of the incident, he came here intending to deal with Desiree. Given that Desiree was the daughter of the Spirit Immortal Palace's palace master, Seymour didn't mind eliminating her supporting force before dealing with her. Before coming, Seymour had learned the Grand Hernan's attitude from Allison, which gave him the confidence to act boldly. Otherwise, Seymour alone could never have taken on the Spirit Immortal Palace, even with the accolade of being the destined ruler bestowed by the Qin clan's Grand Hernan. Young hero, may I inquire your name? Surname Qin, name Tion. So, young hero Qin, you've achieved such cultivation at such a young age. Which superpower are you from? Furthermore, young hero Qin, if you wish to help us against the Spirit Immortal Palace, Do you know the extent of their strength? They are far from simple. Nash bowed again politely, then asked about his most pressing concern. Lord Xiaohu, as an Aemon of the immortal spirit realm, have you heard of the Desolate Hall? Chapter 261. Nash's surprise, Seymour as the Alliance leader. What? Is young hero Qin from the Wasteland Hall? Nash was taken aback by Seymour's words. He instantly stood up, somewhat uncertain, and asked a question, suspecting that his hearing might have malfunctioned. Just as Seymour had mentioned, as an old-timer of the immortal spirit world, Nash had naturally heard of the Wasteland Hall before. It was precisely because he knew about the Wasteland Hall that he was so shocked. As the strongest force in the immortal spirit world 10,000 years ago, the Wasteland Hall stunned all living beings upon its establishment. Even the acknowledged troublemaker of the immortal spirit world, the Netherworld, would steer clear of anyone from the Wasteland Hall. Even now, the most powerful faction on the Divine Tribulation continent, the Sky Support Palace, used to be a subordinate force of the Wasteland Hall. However, for unknown reasons, the Wasteland Hall disappeared from sight 10,000 years ago. In the immortal spirit world, no one knew where the Wasteland Hall had gone. Some guessed it had retreated into seclusion, others thought it had ascended to the divine realm. There were even speculations that it had been annihilated by some unknown powerful force. Regardless, the disappearance of the Wasteland Hall caused a significant stir in the immortal spirit world, a disturbance that lasted for about 1,000 years until everyone slowly forgot about it. But deep down, no one could forget that the Wasteland Hall once existed in the immortal spirit world. At that time, Nash was merely a newcomer who had just ascended. He remembered the Wasteland Hall so vividly because it once had a great favor on him. A disciple of the Wasteland Hall had saved him in peril. Sadly, the disciple left before Nash could thank him, which became Nash's greatest regret. That's right, I am indeed the young lord of the Wasteland Hall. Seeing Nash's astonished expression, Seymour nodded approvingly and confirmed it. The Wasteland Hall was originally established by Allison during her adventures, with most of its members being disciples of the Qin clan. As the prodigy of the Qin clan, Seymour had long been designated as the primary heir. So saying he was the young lord of the Wasteland Hall was not incorrect. Nash pays respect to young Lord Qin. Upon Seymour's confirmation, Nash respectfully knelt and bowed, acknowledging that his life owed much to the Wasteland Hall. With Seymour as the young lord of the Wasteland Hall, he was also considered Nash's benefactor. This genuflection came from Nash's sincere heart, free from any ulterior motives. The possibility of Seymour lying didn't cross Nash's mind, firstly because most people wouldn't know about the Wasteland Hall's existence, and secondly because he didn't believe anyone dared impersonate the Wasteland Hall, even though it vanished 10,000 years ago. Leader Xiaohu, you are too polite. Our Wasteland Hall has been in seclusion since 10,000 years ago. We happen to resurface amidst Justin Palace's tyrannical actions. Our mission has always been peace. Therefore, we will fully support the Alliance's decisions to eliminate any forces that disrupt peace in the immortal spirit world. In the future, Leader Xiaohu won't need to worry about Justin Palace's strong figures. Your main task is to handle Justin Palace's army. Seymour regained the confidence he lost with Desiree through Nash's reverence after learning his identity. He enjoyed this feeling immensely. Thank you, young hero Qin. But please don't call me Alliance Leader. The Aemons of the Wasteland Hall once did me a great favor. Now that the Wasteland Hall has re-emerged, I will lead the entire Alliance under your guidance, young hero Qin. If you're not averse, why don't you become our Alliance Leader? I believe if others in the Alliance knew your identity, they would be overjoyed. To be the Alliance Leader? Yes. Seymour was somewhat surprised by Nash's decision, not expecting such boldness, particularly considering the Wasteland Hall's profound gratitude towards him. All right. After a brief second of consideration, Seymour agreed to Nash's suggestion. Being the young lord of the Wasteland Hall, he couldn't remain beneath others. Moreover, assuming the role of Alliance Leader would facilitate command and control. Thus, he accepted promptly. Your subordinate pays respects to the Alliance Leader. Nash rejoiced, bowing deeply, believing that under Seymour's leadership, defeating or even eliminating Justin Palace was absolutely possible. Although I accept the position of Alliance Leader, you remain the Deputy Leader. Gather all high-ranking officials now, so we can get acquainted. 3 days from now, we launch our counteroffensive against Justin Palace. Seymour couldn't wait. He yearned to see Desiree's reaction when he led his army to breach Justin Palace's ranks. Not only did he intend to defeat her, but also to destroy her backing force, avenging the double-crossing twice. Yes, leader. Nash acknowledged respectfully, then quickly went out to inform the higher-ups of the Alliance. About half a cup of tea later, he returned, followed by dozens of people, heads of major sects and high-ranking officials of the Alliance. Greetings, leader. When Nash informed them of Seymour's identity, they all bowed respectfully to Seymour. Please don't be so formal. Let's skip the pleasantries. Tell me, how many armies does our alliance have? Seymour didn't beat around the bush, asking critical questions. Although the Qin clan chose to re-emerge, it wasn't feasible to kill all of Justin Palace's members. Seymour understood that Justin Palace must have super strong entities. Otherwise, they couldn't have nurtured Desiree into a prodigy matching him. Ultimately, generals fought against generals, soldiers against soldiers. Strong warriors could assist the alliance, but the army must face the army. Few troops would complicate matters, hence Seymour needed this information. We have approximately 200 billion troops. Our coalition spans several domains, surpassing Justin Palace's 25 billion troops. We lost a domain to Justin Palace because their palace master shamelessly deployed full power against our army despite us lacking a supreme, heavenly sovereign. Now, however, with the leader's leadership, I believe Justin Palace can no longer stand against us. One of the officials immediately reported after Seymour's inquiry. They hated Michaela the most for using her cultivation against their troops, leading to the loss of a domain. Now, having Seymour, a savior, they vented like aggrieved children reporting to parents. Chapter 262, Battle imminent. Is the Palace Lord of Spirit Immortal Palace really that shameless? Seymour said in some surprise. He never thought that the palace lord would dare to attack the army, which indeed took him off guard. Although there was no explicit rule in the spirit realm that forbids the strong from attacking the weak, it was a tacitly accepted practice among all beings that the strong would not oppress the weak. It was like when Seymour had previously dueled with Desiree. Even though Seymour had been tricked twice by Desiree, and Desiree had also threatened Allison did not intervene. In battles between peers, unless it involved mortal danger, Amens wouldn't get involved because everyone has their own Amens behind them. If today you kill my descendants, then tomorrow I'll retaliate on yours. No one's descendants would dare venture out for trials if this happened. Alliance leader, may I ask how many elite fighters your palace will send? Seeing Seymour's bewildered expression, Nash cautiously asked, a question that everyone present was concerned about. Despite acknowledging Seymour's identity, this very recognition fueled their worries. The ancient hall had been secluded for far too long, and its understanding of external affairs might be outdated. Adding to that, Spirit Immortal Palace was a new power, which even they didn't know much about. They feared Seymour might underestimate Spirit Immortal Palace's strength. I understand your concerns, and I can assure you that this time, I've brought quite a number of powerful warriors. 2,000 at the initial to full Bradley Immortal stage, 8,999 at the full Celestial Sovereign stage, 1,000 half-deities, and 10 deities. With these 30,000 elites dealing with Spirit Immortal Palace, isn't victory just within reach? Seymour knew their concerns, so he was transparent, stating the numbers and cultivation levels of those Allison had brought over. This showcased the Qing clan's deep reserves while assuring these alliance leaders. Alliance leaders' awe-inspiring power ensures the elimination of Spirit Immortal Palace and brings tranquility back to the spirit realm. Nash trembled in excitement upon hearing the numbers and knelt to offer his respects. Although he knew the ancient hall was strong, he never expected Seymour to mobilize so many elites. Ignoring the inaccessible half-deities and deities, just 8 to 9,000 celestial sovereigns should suffice against Spirit Immortal Palace, since they believed Spirit Immortal Palace only had around 20 such level warriors. With Nash's words, other alliance Amens followed suit, their faces filled with fervor. Finally having full celestial sovereigns on their side, including those beyond this realm, half-deities, or even deities. How could they not be thrilled? They wished to lead the allied forces immediately to Xianxia territory to repay Spirit Immortal Palace's humiliation. Since we now have superior strength and troops surpassing Spirit Immortal Palace, I hereby announce that our expulsion battle begins at dawn tomorrow. You prepare your troops now. At dawn tomorrow, I'll lead you into Xianxia territory and ensure Spirit Immortal Palace's demise. Comply with Alliance leader's order. Everyone bowed collectively and swiftly left to organize their troops for tomorrow's campaign. After everyone left, Allison appeared beside Seymour, who had been guarding him all along. Little Tion, the clan head, reported yesterday that all of our clan's precious medicines, spirit fruits, and every resource in our treasury were stolen. Grandfather suspects it was Desiree, as he saw through the mirror of mixed spirits the thief, a 6 to 7-year-old Doreen and a black dog and a little fox. Grandfather ordered that the Qing clan fully re-emerge to assist us against Spirit Immortal Palace, and we will support your decisions entirely. But Grandfather reminded us not to underestimate Spirit Immortal Palace. The black demon beast with Desiree is incredibly strong, possibly matching Grandfather's strength. Upon hearing this, Seymour was shocked. He never imagined Spirit Immortal Palace could be this powerful. Though Xuanhuan only mentioned Desiree had a true Immortal level divine beast, if Spirit Immortal Palace had a true Immortal level divine beast, then it must be very strong. A palace capable of housing such power would definitely have others of similar strength. Seymour remained silent after Allison's report, feeling somewhat helpless. He couldn't believe Allison had made this decision without his consent while he was unconscious. If Allison had given Desiree the medicinal treasures in his storage ring initially, perhaps the situation wouldn't have escalated. I understand. I'll be careful. Seymour's demeanor changed significantly. Previously, he believed with the Qing clan's help, they could easily destroy Spirit Immortal Palace. Now, knowing it housed a true Immortal level divine beast, he realized it wouldn't be easy. His hope to quickly defeat Desiree seemed distant, potentially delayed for years. But Seymour resolved to face Desiree in an honorable battle regardless of the outcome. Don't worry too much, little Tion. Those elite powers won't act rashly, and even if they do, someone else will intervene. You focus on battling Spirit Immortal Palace's army. Yeah. Allison vanished again, while Seymour sat cross-legged to cultivate, determined to boost his strength rapidly. Next day, leading the 30,000 elites, Seymour arrived at the military camp. The 200 billion-strong allied army marched towards Xianxia territory, and soon the Spirit Immortal Palace was alerted. So, they're still obstinate. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Spread my orders. Prepare for battle. Command all hall masters and Amens to strike hard and eliminate the Alliance's leadership. Adelita's expression turned cold. She couldn't believe the Alliance dared attack despite her numerous warnings. This time, she planned to wipe out the Alliance's leadership. Once the leadership fell, the Alliance would collapse, rendering the armies useless. Yes, Palace Lord. Hashtag chapter 263, the treasure-sending child. Little Vancister, wake up. Something big has happened. In the residence of the city lord of Xianxia domain, a voice filled with excitement called out from a room in the back courtyard. Yes, it was Li, who had been eagerly waiting after learning about someone spying on them last night. Now, the allied forces were advancing towards their domain in large numbers, and Li even noticed quite a few formidable figures among them. This meant that Li could finally show its prowess again. And it also knew that what Desiree loved most was this kind of situation. The young lady regretted running away so fast last night. If she had known, she would have stayed to see Seymour's family's reaction. Li Coulter, give me all the herbs and spirit fruits you collected. You can keep the rest. Desiree got out of bed while instructing Li and Coulter. She cared only about the herbs and spirit fruits, not anything else. Moreover, last night, she had taken no less from the treasure vault of the Qing clan than the two animals did, so she didn't need their other things. Yes, Vancister. Without hesitation, Coulter handed over all the herbs and spirit fruits. Li hesitated slightly but still handed everything over. If he disobeyed Desiree, he might miss out on future opportunities. Let's go meet this treasure-sending child. Today, I'm going to take his storage ring. After putting away a large number of herbs and spirit fruits, Desiree strode outside, munching on a spirit fruit as breakfast. Desiree arrived at the border between Changji Domain and Honghai Domain in no time. Chaos already reigned as spells and magical artifacts flew everywhere. Lee, Coulter, you two focus on taking the storage rings of these powerful fighters. Just disable them. Don't kill them. This way, when we rob them once, they'll come back to let us rob them again. Only by doing this can we maximize our gains. Desiree quickly spotted Seymour sitting in the center of the allied forces, flanked by 10 terrifyingly powerful figures. After instructing Lee and Coulter, she swiftly flew towards Seymour, with the two animals following closely behind. Treasure-sending child, nice to see you again. As Desiree flew towards Seymour, she loudly called out. Despite the chaos, Seymour, who was paying attention to the battlefield, noticed her. Not only did Seymour notice Desiree, but Michaela also saw her daughter heading toward the allied forces, which made her heart race. However, seeing Lee and Coulter following her daughter reassured Michaela. She nodded at the people around her. Initially, Michaela planned to let her troops train in battle, but seeing her daughter head towards the allied forces, she gave the order to attack. At Michaela's nod, more than 20 figures from her side flew out, targeting the allied forces' leadership. Any Immortal King-level powerhouse in the allied forces, regardless of status, became their target. You deal with that little Doreen. The rest of you, do as you please but don't interfere with her. Seeing Desiree flying towards him and sensing Justin and Palace's powerhouses joining the fray, Seymour instructed his companions. Earlier, Michaela had refrained from sending out strong forces, so Seymour hadn't involved Qin clan disciples either, wanting to gauge the allied forces' strength. But now that Justin and Palace's powerhouses had acted, Seymour wouldn't let his allies be slaughtered. Thus, he allowed the Qin clan disciples to join. As Seymour finished speaking, he flew towards Desiree, intending to fight her properly this time. Unfortunately, Seymour underestimated himself and overestimated Desiree. He had barely flown into the air when an unexpected figure appeared before him. Before Seymour could react, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach, followed by a chill on his left hand. His storage ring vanished. Hee hee. Thank you, treasure-sending child, for your storage ring. Desiree flashed beside Seymour, kicked him in the stomach, and easily snatched his storage ring. She even thanked him afterward. Indeed, she was quite polite. After taking Seymour's storage ring, Desiree didn't strike him again since her objective was achieved. Instead, she turned to attack others in the allied forces. Her figure darted through the allied forces like a ghost. Every time she moved, one allied fighter would faint, losing their storage ring in the process. Desiree, how about a fair fight? Constant ambushes are cowardly. Seymour, kicked back by Desiree, roared angrily, ignoring the footprint on his chest, chasing after her. For the third time. This was the third time Seymour had been humiliated by Desiree, and this time in front of over 200 billion people, being kicked without even reacting. He was the leader of the allied forces and a prodigy of the Qin clan, yet he couldn't even land a single move against a younger Doreen. Was Seymour not concerned about his dignity? Chapter 264. Great defeat of the allied forces. Mao Danielle paid no heed to Seymour chasing her like a mad dog, but continued with her treasure-snatching mission. Seeing Seymour in such a wretched state, a fully perfected heavenly exalted disciple of the Qin family was about to make a move. Suddenly, he saw a claw shadow lunge towards him. The Qin family disciple who had just raised his hand was slammed away with a thud, along with 4 or 5 disciples beside him. Bold monster. How dare you harm my Qin family's disciple? Die. Observing how Lee knocked out a Qin clan member with just one claw swipe and even proceeded to touch their storage rings, a demigod from the Qin clan roared angrily and dashed towards Lee. However, as this half-god approached, Lee swiped away the storage rings from the Qin clan disciples while simultaneously lifting its hind leg and kicking the demigod away. Bang. Another bang sounded, and the Qin clan's demigod was kicked away before he could reach Lee, disbelief etched on his face. A wave of fear rose within him. Why was this black dog so powerful? How did such a strong entity exist in a minor sect? Unfortunately, he didn't have time to ponder further. By the time he fell to the ground, he had already fainted. The Qin clan's experts were now visibly shaken, and 4 more demigods rushed in to attack Lee. But once again, a claw shadow appeared, slamming them all to the ground in an instant, rendering them unconscious. This alarmed even the God Realm experts of the Qin clan. They exchanged looks, then attacked Lee and the little fox together. Bang, bang, bang. With each thud echoing, the Qin clan's God-level experts met the same fate as they were all knocked out by Lee and the little fox. If it hadn't been for Mao Danielle's order not to kill them, these Qin clan experts would have died long ago, not just stripped of their storage rings. Nash and other alliance leaders watched helplessly as their experts were taken down one after another. Could these really be the elites from the Desolate Temple? Were they not God-level experts? Yet, they were being knocked out effortlessly. This all felt too unreal, but they barely had time to think, as a massive paw descended upon them. Lee thought it was too troublesome to knock them out one by one, and thus created a huge paw that sent them into a collective faint. A few unfortunate ones were killed outright, but Lee couldn't care less about their lives or deaths, continuing his plunder. On the other side, Seymour, unable to catch up with Mao Danielle, stopped gasping for breath. Watching her quickly disappearing figure, he clenched his teeth and turned back, intending to call on the clansmen for help. However, upon turning around, Seymour witnessed a shocking scene. All the Qin family members lay sprawled on the ground, including the God-level experts. Little Tion, retreat. At this moment, Allison appeared next to Seymour, dragging him back and carrying away the unconscious disciples. With Lee around, there was nothing to be gained here. Even Allison dared not act openly, or he too would end up like the others. Toot toot. Just as Allison brought Seymour away, a loud horn blared. Instantly, the allied forces retreated like a receding tide. Brothers, let's give chase. Witnessing the allies' retreat, troops from Justin Palace hesitated no longer. One soldier shouted and lunged at the fleeing allied army. Charge! War cries echoed as Hayden army gave chase. In a flash, a large number of allied soldiers fell, their backs exposed in retreat, accelerating their demise. The allied forces kept retreating until they reached Honghai territory, losing 2 cities in the process. But Justin Palace held its line without sending out any of its own elites. These people are too sly, escaping so fast that I only managed to snatch a few thousand rings. Lee Coulter, how many did you get? Standing atop a border city in Honghai territory, Mao Danielle said gloomily, then inquired about the gains of Lee and the little fox. Little Vancestor, I only managed a few hundred. Vancestor, I got about the same as Lee. Both Lee and the little fox targeted heavenly exalts, naturally getting fewer treasures than Mao Danielle because the Qin family's exalted realm experts were spread out. As usual, give me all the medicinal treasures and spirit fruits. You can keep the rest. Mao Danielle seemed disappointed. She didn't expect their hauls to be so small, smaller even than what she had alone. Lee and the little fox anticipated this reaction and had already prepared all the treasures and fruits. After Mao Danielle spoke, the beasts handed everything over to her. After acquiring the treasures, Mao Danielle returned to the temporary military camp. Meanwhile, the alliance leaders, rescued by Allison, regained consciousness soon after. Their faces were grim. They believed victory against Justin Palace would be easy with the support of the desolate temple. But none of the elite leaders had even engaged Justin Palace before being knocked out and stripped of their storage rings. Commander, what do we do now? Nash and the others were lost, stunned by this crushing defeat, and many alliance leaders had perished. Moreover, the desolate temple was weaker than they imagined, making Nash regret opposing Justin Palace. Humph! This is the first time anyone has insulted our Qin family. I will not spare Justin Palace, and our clan will send more experts. Uncle Ing, when will our reinforcements arrive? Unlike Nash's worries, Seymour seethed with rage, vowing to avenge today's humiliation to preserve his clan's dignity. Little Tion, your father is leading our strongest members here and should arrive by nightfall. This time, we will defeat Justin Palace decisively. Good. When Bud arrives, we'll launch a surprise attack on Justin Palace and instill fear in them. Don't worry. Justin Palace has only those 2 beasts. This time, our Amons will deal with them. Allison knew Lee and the little fox were strong, but his Qin clan wasn't weak either. He was confident this time Justin Palace would pay. Hearing the arrival of more Qin clan experts, Nash felt slightly relieved, although a lingering sense of unease remained. Seymour was clearly still furious, and Nash decided not to argue further. Chapter 265, Barack arrives, night raid on Justin Palace. Faye, did you know the powerful people who suddenly appeared today? Ophelia naturally noticed those powerful people who appeared today. Not only did Ophelia notice them, but she also noticed they seemed to be targeting her daughter. Apart from these powerful people, there were also many more people of the Celestial Sovereign Realm in today's Allied army. The original plan to hunt down the high-ranking officers of the Allied army didn't yield much effect. Moreover, the Azure Dragon Legion lost quite a few men today, and numerous commanders were killed. Lauren, do you mean the treasure boys? They are the ones Faye encountered while playing outside. It turned out that the person's head was not very smart. Upon seeing me, he wanted to challenge Faye to a duel. But not only was his head not very smart, his strength was too weak. Even though he is at the early stage of ancestral immortal, he couldn't withstand one strike from Faye. Seeing Ophelia ask about what just happened, Haley recounted how she met Seymour, and how Seymour wanted to duel her. She even mentioned how she, Elias, and Little Fox went to dig for treasures at the Qin clan, leaving Ophelia speechless. Ophelia couldn't imagine that her daughter, after going out once, brought back such a formidable enemy. Ophelia didn't know how to comment on her daughter. Faye, do you know which force they belong to? I don't know. Is it important? Carter said as long as I am not wronged, whoever makes Faye unhappy doesn't need to be treated politely regardless of their affiliation. Ophelia put her hand on her forehead. No wonder this Doreen was so violent. Having a father who teaches like that, could the child not be violent? Faye, you are a Doreen. Don't always think about killing and fighting. You should return to the palace to cultivate properly. Lauren, you're a Doreen too. Why can you always do those fighting and killing things? Ophelia. Elias, you guys got a lot of resources, right? Shouldn't you offer some respect with a share of it? Ophelia didn't want to talk to her daughter anymore. How could she be like the young Doreen? She is the palace ancestor of Justin Palace and naturally has to secure welfare and resources for the disciples, which inevitably involves fights. But her 7-year-old daughter had already shown such a fondness for violence. How worse would it get when she grew up? Would she become a killer? In frustration, Ophelia shifted the blame to Elias. Did you not take so many resources from them? Now that she knew, how could she possibly not get a share? Elias. Coulter. The two creatures stared at Ophelia wide-eyed. But since they couldn't say anything, they could only reluctantly hand over a ring to Ophelia. Alright, you and Faye go play now. After inspecting the resources inside the storage rings, Ophelia was satisfied and waved them off, allowing Elias to take Haley away to play. Haley skipped away happily, with Elias and Coulter following closely behind. After Haley left, Ophelia convened a meeting with the senior officers of the Azure Dragon Legion to prepare for the next battle. Because she knew any force that could dispatch Divine Realm powerhouses must not be simple. Moreover, her daughter had offended their young lord and looted all their clan's resources. How could they let this slide? Revenge would surely come swiftly and would likely involve many strong fighters. Ophelia was considering whether to pull in some reinforcements. There weren't many in the Legion who could freely use powers above the divine level. If there were too many enemies, the Azure Dragon Legion might suffer heavy losses. However, Ophelia ultimately decided against it. With Elias and Coulter here, they should be able to handle the divine level fighters. Night fell. In the city of Linjiang by Honghai Sea. As darkness descended, numerous powerful beings appeared in the sky above Linjiang City before disappearing quickly. That intense suppressive aura wouldn't be forgotten by many members of the Allied forces, as it was extremely overpowering. Inside the residence of Linjiang City's governor, Bud, Seymour bowed respectfully to Abini. He showed full deference because the man before him was both his father and the current clan leader of the Qing clan, Barak. Tell me what's going on. Bud, the Justinan Palace isn't that powerful. According to Uncle Ying's investigation, Justinan Palace should have over 10 divine-level powerhouses. The troublesome part is Justinan Palace's palace ancestor's daughter, Haley. Accompanying her are two divine beasts, a dog and a fox, with terrifying strength that even Uncle Ying couldn't handle. Seymour described the situation at Justinan Palace, although he only truly understood surface-level information. Those two divine beasts indeed are formidable. Even our ancestor might not be able to defeat them. However, you don't need to worry too much. Now, our entire Qing clan has emerged, and I've brought the clan's amens along. I don't believe two beasts can stir up much trouble against 10 divine generals. Besides, we still have grandfather lurking in the shadows, a true divine-level powerhouse, the strongest in Xianling world. Bud, should we attack Justinan Palace immediately? Not bad. Today, Justinan Palace just secured a victory. This is their most relaxed moment. We can catch them off guard. Go gather an army composed of those at or above the immortal sovereign realm. We will attack Justinan Palace under the cover of night. Barak thought for a moment and agreed that now was the best time. However, since there were only about 10,000 Qing clan disciples, he needed to bring some allies from the United Forces. He planned a surprise attack on Justinan Palace, so he couldn't bring anyone too low in cultivation. Immortal sovereigns were the perfect choice. Bud, I'll make the arrangements right away. We'll depart in half an hour. Seymour was delighted because he could soon seek revenge on Haley. She had cast a large shadow over him. If he didn't defeat her, he would surely go mad. Nothing was more important than defeating Haley. Seymour found xuanhuan and conveyed Barak's intentions. Xuanhuan was prepared for one last attempt. If this failed, he intended to escape the immortal plundering continent. He didn't want to be enslaved by Justinan Palace. Xuanhuan and Seymour worked quickly, and within less than half an hour, they gathered over 200,000 fighters of immortal sovereign caliber from the allied army. Seymour informed his father, and then led over 200,000 powerful warriors towards the border city. When Seymour arrived, Barak was already there. Chapter 266, Fedor's threat. Bud, let's begin. Yes. Bang, bang, bang. After Seymour greeted his father and was about to give the order to attack, a series of loud bangs suddenly echoed from the opposite side. Then, streaks of gunfire flashed. Lornance later, waves of soldiers appeared, and within the blink of an eye, a massive army numbering in the millions emerged, blocking the path ahead for Seymour and his men. I knew you allied forces weren't going to give up easily. You even dare to attempt a surprise attack on my Azure Dragon Corps? This time, I'll wipe all of you out, Mike said coldly as she walked out from among her troops, her eyes fixed on the hundreds of thousands led by Seymour. She had been keeping a close watch on their movements. She had known about Barak's arrival in the Honghai domain earlier, and naturally, the Qing clan disciples he led couldn't escape her notice either. Although the individuals Barak brought were indeed formidable, but that depended on who was doing the evaluating. If it was merely to deal with other factions, the Qing clan disciples under Barak's command would absolutely be able to sweep through the land. Unfortunately, the world fundamentally did not understand the power of the Spirit Immortal Palace. No matter how many people came or what level of cultivation they possessed, if the Spirit Immortal Palace willed it, all could be annihilated. What arrogance! It seems it's time to show you the might of our Qing clan. Kill them all. Barak hadn't anticipated the vigilance of the Spirit Immortal Palace. They'd already known about the night raid. Still, it didn't matter. Those he brought were all elites of the Qing clan. Kill. Mike naturally wasn't afraid of Barak. With a single command, she led the charge against him, while the Azure Dragon Corps surged forward to clash with the allied forces. The over 1 million strong army selected by Mike was made up of fighters whose weakest were immortal kings, and the battle commenced instantly. Bang, bang, bang. Mike and Barak both appeared in midair, their combat shaking the very earth below, each move capable of tearing apart space, unleashing violent spatial wind blades. Trifling deities dare oppose me, Spirit Immortal Palace? Die. After exchanging a dozen moves, seeing that Barak had no particularly powerful techniques, Mike suddenly appeared before him and struck at his chi-si with a palm. Bang. Barak could not resist Mike's attack and was sent flying kilometers away, spewing blood uncontrollably as his strength vanished completely. Not only that, with his chi-si broken, his strength lost, Barak rapidly aged, turning into a feeble old man within moments. Like Barak, this kind of strong individual had lived for countless millennia, maintaining longevity through their power. Now, with his strength ruined, his lifespan quickly drained. Even if Mike chose not to kill him now, Barak wouldn't have much time left, eventually becoming nothing but bones. This is the consequence of offending the Spirit Immortal Palace. Mike appeared before the now wrinkled, white-haired Barak, ready to watch him die slowly. You vile Doreen, how ruthless you are. A sudden voice interjected. An Aemon appeared before Barak, sealing off the rapid loss of life force with a wave of his hand, temporarily saving Barak's life. You finally come out? I thought you planned to hide forever. Do we not say in the cultivation world that might makes right? Is ruthlessness wrong? What if I wiped out your entire clan? Would I become a great demon lord? Since you chose to oppose the Spirit Immortal Palace, you must be prepared for death. Mike looked disdainfully at the Aemon Ernan of the Qing clan, amazed at the audacity of such shameless words after living so long. You must be from the Divine Realm. Don't you fear heavenly retribution? The Divine Realm has long forbidden anyone from descending, openly violating their orders. Don't you fear the combined assault of the entire Divine Realm? Fedor was sure that the cultivation realm couldn't possibly have such strong beings, definitely from the Divine Realm. Otherwise, even he couldn't be Qin Yu's match. The Divine Realm had long stipulated no factions should descend, lest chaos erupt in the cultivation realm. After all, how many superpowers didn't have ancestors who ascended? The Qin clan naturally was no exception, with many having ascended, some even reaching the peak of the divine realm. Because of this, the Qin clan had many divine-level individuals remaining in the lower realms, hidden from the heavenly Tao's perception. Ignorance. Mike rolled her eyes. Threatening her with this was laughable. Even if she truly came from the divine realm, who besides her master could punish her? Mike ignored Fedor and slapped down another palm at him. Though Fedor was 2 realms higher than Barak, to Mike, there was no difference. Bang! Kuei also rapidly struck out a palm, and the 2 forces collided instantly. Upon impact, Fedor was thrown back. Mike gave him no chance to catch his breath, flashing towards him once more, intent on killing him. Stop! Seeing Mike charging again, Fedor hastily shouted, never expecting to be utterly defeated. Attempting to stop Mike, he continued speaking, but Mike ignored him. Damn it! Even if you're stronger, if I self-destruct, none of you will fare well either. Besides, my Qin clan has ancestors in the divine realm. Hearing Fedor threaten self-destruction, Mike paused. As a perfect true deity, if Fedor really self-destructed, Mike lacked complete confidence in stopping it. If this old thing exploded, even if she remained unharmed, half the cultivation realm would likely be destroyed. While others' deaths mattered little to Mike, involving Michaela due to Fedor's actions would result in punishment for Mike. My Qin clan can leave your affairs alone, but you must allow all our disciples to depart freely. Otherwise, we all die together. Seeing Mike finally halt her attack, Fedor relaxed slightly. Who would willingly self-destruct given a choice? Humph. You're the second person daring to threaten the spirit Immortal Palace. If you have the courage, go ahead and self-destruct. As Fedor finished speaking, a sudden cold snort resounded, followed by a terrifying aura enveloping everyone. Aiden appeared beside Mike. With the emergence of the overwhelming pressure, every member of the allied forces, including Fedor, spat blood, with some unlucky ones crushed to death under the immense force. Chapter 267, Wyatt Acts, Erasing the Qin Imperial Palace. The Aiden was none other than Brayden, who had been following Desiree. While Dolores had been influenced by Fedor's threats, it was because Dolores didn't have the absolute certainty to prevent Fedor's self-destruction. However, Brayden possessed that capability. You. How dare you dispatch a divine venerable down to this world? I must inform our ancestors right away. You shall be obliterated by the power of the entire divine realm. Feeling Brayden's terrifying strength, Fedor's fear intensified. He could hardly believe that any force would dare send a divine venerable into this lower realm. This was outright provocation of all divine forces and a challenge to the celestial way of both the divine and immortal realms. How could they dare? Fedor then held a jade pendant in his hand, a gift from his ancestral forebear, capable of summoning an ancestor to the lower world, albeit for only a limited time. Without hesitation, Fedor crushed the jade pendant. Brayden, observing this, did not intervene. Even if a divine venerable were truly summoned, what difference would it make? Rumble. At the moment Fedor crushed the jade pendant, a thunderclap echoed through the void, followed by a crack opening in space. Through this crack, one could see numerous palaces, evidently belonging to a powerful faction, and figures occasionally flying by. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the crack, accompanied by a formidable aura. At this moment, every living being in the immortal realm looked up in terror at the silhouette in the sky. Unfilial descendant Fedor of the 1387th generation, pays respects to our ancestor. Pay respects to the ancestor. As Fedor knelt in salute, all the Qin clan disciples fell to their knees as well, trembling with excitement. Who dares destroy my Qin clan descendants? A shadow stepped out of the crack, its voice heavy with pressure. Everyone except those above the divine rank felt as if death loomed over them upon hearing it. It is I. What can you do about it? Brayden appeared in the sky, brushing aside the oppressive aura with a wave of his hand, facing the shadow directly. Who are you? Which faction do you belong to? Don't you know the rule that prohibits divine beings from descending to this realm? My identity is none of your concern. Have the guts to come down and kill me, or I will annihilate all these descendants. The shadow stood at the entrance of the crack, enveloped in divine light, the barrier light of the divine realm. Brayden could not harm the ancestor unless he left this protective light. Arrogant fool. With a single palm strike, the Qin clan ancestor unleashed a terrifying force. The spatial area where the ethereal palm passed began to collapse. Himph. You're the arrogant one. Anyone who offends Justin and Palace must die, and the Qin clan is no exception. Brayden snorted coldly, moving towards the ethereal palm and delivering a counter palm strike. Instantly, he shattered the Qin ancestor's attack. You're from the demon race. In the instant Brayden struck, the Qin ancestor detected that Brayden's divine energy differed from his own, confirming Brayden's demonic origin. I am not from the demon race. Come down and die. Brayden instantly appeared at the edge of the crack, attacking the shadow. As long as he forced the Qin ancestor out of the divine light, he was confident of killing him. Brother Qin, let me assist you. Another figure emerged from the crack, punching Brayden, shamelessly ganging up on him but staying within the protective divine light. Do you think sheer numbers can help? Brayden's attacks couldn't reach them, while theirs could hit him. He became enraged instantly. Welcome, Vancestor. Brayden moved away from their attacks, bowing towards the direction of Justin and Palace. Divine Realm, Qin Imperial Palace? Are you sure you want to oppose Justin and Palace? At this moment, several figures appeared beside Brayden. Aiden in the middle glanced at the sky and spoke 2 sentences. This newcomer was Wyatt, who idled in Justin and Palace. Beside him were Bo, Godwin, and Bodhidharma. We, the Qin Imperial Palace, are not opposing you. It's you who violated divine rules by descending here. It is you who oppose the entire divine realm. Funny, I am not part of the divine realm, so how could I violate your rules? Even if I were, what could you do to me? As for you, choosing to oppose Justin and Palace means death. Wyatt laughed. Why should he care about the divine realm's rules when he wasn't part of it? Even if he were, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Wyatt stretched out his palm and clenched it. Instantly, an ethereal palm appeared, seizing both figures and pulling them down to his face. The protective divine light shattered as soon as he acted, ineffective against him. You, what level of strength do you possess to capture us like this despite the divine light? Being seized by Wyatt's ethereal palm, the Qin ancestor feared for real. He hadn't expected Wyatt to be so formidable. Such power could not belong to the divine realm. Could it be? Unfortunately, the Qin ancestor realized too late. Wyatt disregarded his words, using his strength to crush both figures instantly, leaving not even their divine souls intact. The Qin Imperial Palace should vanish as well. After disposing of the two, Wyatt extended another palm strike towards the palaces within the crack. A gigantic ethereal palm descended from the sky over the Qin Imperial Palace. Rumble. Even across realms, the people in the immortal realm felt the tremors. They watched the scene as if they had lost their souls. Once the dust settled, there was no sign of the Qin Imperial Palace. Only a deep handprint remained. Rumble. The crack in the sky slowly closed, and all life in the immortal realm was deeply shaken, speculating about the power of Justin Palace. Wasn't this exaggerated? Casually wiping out a superpower in the divine realm from across realms. This was the immortal realm after all. With such a force existing, how could anyone else play? Even factions backed by divine powers wouldn't dare offend Justin Palace. One slap could wipe them out too. Wasn't this overkill to show off in the immortal realm? Unfortunately, Wyatt paid no attention to what others thought. As long as no one offended Justin Palace, he wouldn't harm them. Therefore, their fates still rested in their own hands. Avoid reckless actions, and they wouldn't meet death. Chapter 268. Reactions from all sides. The Qin clan surrenders. Anyone who dares to oppose my Spirit Immortal Palace in the future should first consider whether they have the strength to do so. From now on, my Spirit Immortal Palace will be the sovereign of the immortal spirit realm. After destroying the Qin Imperial Palace, Wyatt did not attack Fedor and the others, but his voice still echoed throughout the immortal spirit realm. The future sovereign of the immortal spirit realm, the Spirit Immortal Palace. Wyatt returned to the Spirit Immortal Palace, but at this moment, the immortal spirit realm was boiling with excitement. Everyone was discussing matters related to the Spirit Immortal Palace. Even many faraway forces had no idea what kind of power the Spirit Immortal Palace was, especially those from the surprised Spirit Continent and the Western Frontier Continent. They were completely unaware yet suffered calamities. In the Northern Dao Domain's Heavenly Saint Palace, Vancestor is truly formidable, actually able to destroy a sacred land of the divine world right within the immortal spirit realm. Does that mean Vancestor is invincible? Conway looked towards the direction of the Spirit Immortal Palace and sighed. Although they were under Wyatt's control, Conway thought that Wyatt was at most a fully perfected divine respecter in their understanding. However, from the situation just now, Conway knew he had underestimated his master. This was not the kind of power the divine world could possess. Conway made a bold guess that his master likely came from above the divine world, and this thought made him smile. He never imagined that the pillar of support he reluctantly embraced would be so immensely powerful. Naturally, following such a master would bring countless benefits. In the sky-reaching palace of the Abyssal Domain, Bradley, how should we deal with the Spirit Immortal Palace? At this moment, inside the forbidden area of the sky-reaching palace, Digby said to an Aemon seated there, his face twisted in anxiety. Thinking back to what happened just now, his body couldn't help but tremble. He originally thought that the Heavenly Saint Palace was the big brother, but it turned out the true big brother was the Spirit Immortal Palace. While the Heavenly Saint Palace was also very powerful, Digby knew that the Heavenly Saint Palace couldn't possibly match the might of the Spirit Immortal Palace. As for the Sky-Reaching Palace, it was even less capable. Their Sky-Reaching Palace couldn't even compare to the Heavenly Saint Palace, let alone the Spirit Immortal Palace. If the Heavenly Saint Palace had this level of strength, Digby wouldn't be so anxious, because the Heavenly Saint Palace had no intention of unifying the Spirit Immortal Palace. But the Spirit Immortal Palace was different. Based on the character of Palace Lord Michaela, once the Spirit Immortal Palace established its imperial dynasty, it would definitely continue to expand into other regions. Moreover, any region conquered by the Spirit Immortal Palace could no longer have any sects remaining. In other words, the Sky-Reaching Palace would eventually be dissolved. Could Digby not worry? Don't act like a loser, the ancestor of the Sky-Reaching Palace reproached Digby. You've been sitting in the Palace Lord's seat all these years for nothing if you're afraid like this without even being attacked. Moreover, we've never offended the Spirit Immortal Palace. Why are you worried? The ancestor gave Digby a cold look, showing some frustration at his incapability after serving as the Sky-Reaching Palace's Palace Lord for so long and having no composure at all. Bradley, the Spirit Immortal Palace doesn't allow any other sects where it passes. Our Sky-Reaching Palace will be dissolved and swallowed up. How can I not be afraid? Digby was almost crying. Could he not be terrified? Fool. If it's dissolved, so be it. There's no need to worry about this. Following such a mighty figure is a blessing for us. With our strength, even if we join the Spirit Immortal Palace, we'll at least hold the position of Milton. Imagine if the Spirit Immortal Palace unites the entire immortal spirit realm. Wouldn't the benefits we gain be better than what we have now? Digby admitted that the ancestor of the Sky-Reaching Palace was absolutely right, and he found no way to refute it. Thinking about it, he felt that what the ancestor said made sense. Bradley, does that mean you think we should lead the entire Sky-Reaching Palace to submit to the Spirit Immortal Palace? It's submission, not joining. Bradley, I understand. I'll make arrangements immediately. Similar scenes played out among many sects on the Calamity Immortal Continent, as they all decided to submit to the Spirit Immortal Palace. Only the sects from the Surprise Spirit Continent and the Western Frontier Continent remained unaware because they didn't know much about the Spirit Immortal Palace, assuming it was just the Qin clan offending the Spirit Immortal Palace that caused the previous events. However, they still warned their disciples not to go to the Calamity Immortal Continent casually, and certainly not to offend anyone from the Spirit Immortal Palace. Some astute sects sent spies to gather information about the spirit Immortal Palace, preparing to find a powerful patron. Any tricks left? If not, then I'll take action. Elias looked at the dazed Fedor and others. Since Wyatt killed the ancestors of the Qin clan and destroyed the Divine World's Qin Imperial Palace, they had been stunned, as if frozen in place. Spare our lives, Venerable One. Spare our lives. I, the Qin clan, will submit to the spirit Immortal Palace. Please give us a chance. Feeling Elias's terrifying killing intent, Fedor finally snapped out of his trance and knelt before Elias straightforwardly. What else could he do? Even the ancestors of the Divine World were killed, and their sects destroyed. Now, apart from pleading for mercy, what could he do? Surrendering might save the bloodline of the Qin clan, but not surrendering would mean total annihilation. At this moment, Fedor deeply regretted their decision. They lived peaceful lives, so why did they choose to interfere? Announcing their appearance only brought them close to extinction. Hey, where's your earlier arrogance? This humble kneeling form is hard to get used to. Could you please show your previous demeanor? Elias stood in front of Fedor, mocking him sarcastically. Fedor's drastic change made Elias feel somewhat unfamiliar. Venerable One, the Qin clan sincerely submits. We can all swear a soul oath to the heavenly way, pledging eternal loyalty to the spirit Immortal Palace. Hee. I cannot decide on this. If you wish to submit, talk to my mistress. Elias chuckled. Actually, if these people surrendered to the spirit Immortal Palace, it would be beneficial, given their impressive strength. However, Elias couldn't make such decisions, nor did he hold any position in the spirit Immortal Palace, unsure of how to arrange these people. So, after saying that, Elias retreated beside Michaela, who had already emerged. Or rather, Michaela had been present all along. It was just Elias and Dolores who had handled things initially. Palace Lord, please spare the Qin clan. We, the Qin clan, will absolutely submit and remain loyal to you. Please show mercy, Palace Lord. Fedor crawled to Michaela and begged. He knew that the survival of the Qin clan depended entirely on Michaela's decision. If she agreed to their submission, the Qin clan could live. If not, every disciple of the Qin clan would be killed. Submitting to my spirit Immortal Palace isn't impossible, but all Qin clan disciples must swear an oath to the Great Way. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Michaela thought for a while, and then agreed. After all, the strength of the Qin clan disciples was indeed formidable, which would benefit the spirit Immortal Palace. Thank you, Palace Lord, for sparing us. Thank you, Palace Lord, for sparing us. Chapter 269. Establishing the Four Great Armies, a family trip. Seeing Michaela accept their submission, all Qin clan disciples knelt down in gratitude and then, led by Fedor, took grand vows. Grand vows were fundamentally different from heavenly vows. If one made a heavenly vow, it would lose its binding power when someone's strength surpassed the heavenly path. However, a grand vow was different. The grand path could be considered the highest constraint for cultivators unless they transcended it. Yet among countless cultivators, those who could surpass the grand path were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. In Michaela's understanding, no one could exceed the grand path. Immortal Spirit Emperor, we also wish to submit. Please spare our lives, said Dylan, after seeing the Qin clan's submission. He knew he had no more chances and even abandoned the thought of leaving Raidsman continent. Hundreds of thousands of allied forces were kneeling, everyone trembling, unsure of their fates. Michaela accepted the Qin clan because their strength could benefit Justin and Palace, but these people were merely immortal kings and ancestral immortals. Their level of cultivation was common within Justin and Palace, thus not so important. I've given you numerous opportunities, but you did not cherish them and kept opposing my Justin and Palace. Now do you know regret? Too bad. All shall die. Tomorrow at dawn, march the entire army towards Xianxia region. Yes, you're Vance Jesty. Michaela didn't accept the surrender of Dylan and others. She wanted to set an example, showing that those who opposed Justin and Palace wouldn't end well. After giving orders, she returned while Hayden army raised sides against Dylan. Without divine level strength, the allied forces couldn't resist the Hayden army. Adding over 10,000 Qin clan disciples, Dylan's 200,000 allied forces were completely annihilated in less than half an hour. The next day, under Michaela's lead, Hayden army marched towards Xianxia region smoothly, with all sects and families dissolving and joining the Hayden army. Not only sects and families joined, but scattered cultivators as well, and in the greatest numbers. As the army grew, Michaela appointed Callahan as White Tiger Army commander, Casimir as deputy commander, ordering them to establish White Tiger Army and occupy Mingyang region. Paul was appointed Black Tortoise Army commander, Lorraine as deputy commander to establish Black Tortoise Army and seize Zhongli region. Silvana was appointed Vermilion Bird Army commander, Kenny as deputy commander to form the Vermilion Bird Army and conquer Linjiang region. As for Qin clan disciples below the divine level, they all joined the four great armies, each equipped with 10 divine level commanders. After arranging the four armies, Michaela returned to Justin and Palace with her daughter, awaiting the unification of the 6 regions before establishing an imperial dynasty. Although no one dared oppose Justin and Palace anymore, it still took considerable time for the 4 armies to fully occupy the 6 regions. Feiyong, should we build our imperial capital here or somewhere else? Michaela asked Wyatt, who was planting vegetables in the backyard of Justin and Palace. Wuling region was on the edge of Raidsman continent. Inconvenient if it remained Justin and Palace during the new dynasty era unless they set up teleportation arrays connecting major regions. Wife, with Justin and Palace's current fame, location doesn't matter much. And are there any other places as rich in spiritual energy as ours? Besides, we can always set up teleportation arrays elsewhere, replied Wyatt. Wife, I helped clear those obstacles for you. How will you thank your husband? Putting down his hoe, Wyatt approached Michaela, who quickly fled upon recognizing his intent. I'm going to discuss something with my master. Don't come find me. Hee. Sweetheart, you think you can escape? Watching Michaela flee, Wyatt laughed and pulled her back into his arms instantly. Vancestor has been in seclusion. Even if you want an excuse, try better. Let go, Wyatt. People are watching. People? No one around. With a wave, the environment changed. No grass, no people. Wyatt then carried Michaela to his room. Carter, where are we going? In a small road in a mortal spirit world, Desiree held her father's hand happily, asking. This time, we don't have a destination. We're just out enjoying the scenery. Wherever we walk, wherever we play, Wyatt said. He found life at Justin and Palace boring and never truly spent quality time with Michaela. Thus, he brought his wife and daughter on this trip. With the 4 armies taking care of unification, it was safe to travel. Great! Desiree exclaimed, delighted. This was the first time both parents accompanied her, making her incredibly happy. Currently, the trio was in Jingling Continent, which surprised Wyatt due to its differing cultivation system compared to Raidsman Continent. While cultivation on Raidsman Continent focused on chi refinement, here on Jingling Continent, physical refinement was predominant, even average physique being taller, nearly all above 180 centimeters tall. At 175 centimeters, Wyatt seemed rather short here. After roaming for half a day, they approached another city. Seeing a long queue at the city gate, Wyatt asked a Benny curiously, Sir, why is there a queue for entry? You must be from Raidsman Continent. Yes, our family came here for a vacation. The reason makes sense. Actually, if you don't have something urgent, I advise against entering the city. What? Uncle, why? Translation ends with the tone and structure preserved as requested. Chapter 270. Irvin's proposal. The situation is this. About 10 days ago, the city lord's son in Wuhan City was assassinated and severely injured. He has been in a coma ever since. The city lord ordered the city to be sealed off for a strict investigation of the murderer. Currently, people can enter Wuhan City but cannot leave without thorough investigation, even for residents like us. Especially since you come from Jeshan Continent, strangers are being strictly scrutinized. Any misstep could lead to unnecessary trouble. The Benny kindly explained the situation in Wuhan City to Wyatt, which finally enlightened Wyatt and his companions on what was going on. Thank you very much, sir. But we've traveled quite a distance and are rather tired. Besides, we aren't the murderers. Your city wouldn't make things difficult for us, right? Wyatt had no intention of leaving. He understood that sealing the city to investigate the assassination of the city lord's son was reasonable. Moreover, they weren't the murderers, so there was little reason for the city lord to mistreat them. If the city lord of Wuhan City acted irrationally, Wyatt wasn't someone to be trifled with. Well, I wish you luck then. Seeing that Wyatt insisted on entering the city, the Benny didn't say anything further. After all, he had already explained clearly, and if Wyatt still wanted to enter, he couldn't stop him. Thus, Wyatt and his companions followed the Benny and quickly arrived at the city gate. The guards inspecting there were clearly taken aback when they saw Wyatt and his group. Because since Wuhan City was sealed, Wyatt and his companions were the first unfamiliar faces to appear in Wuhan City, naturally causing surprise among the guards. You 3, follow me over here. At this moment, a guard who seemed to be the captain walked out from behind the others and addressed Wyatt's group. Ladies and gentlemen, please follow our captain. We need to register and investigate your identities. The guard in front of Wyatt spoke, and Wyatt nodded and followed along without a word. The captain led Wyatt and his companions into the city gate and to a room nearby. As soon as they entered the room, a squad of guards surrounded it. What are your names? Where do you come from, and why are you visiting Wuhan City? My name is Wyatt, this is my wife Michaela, and this is my daughter Desiree. We come from Jeshan Continent, mainly for sightseeing. And which sect do you belong to on Jeshan Continent? Have you been to Wuhan City before? We are from Justin and Palace, and it's our first time visiting Wuhan City. Justin and Palace? Irvin was startled. The expression on his face changed. He remembered the events of a few days ago. That super strong individual was from Justin and Palace. He hadn't expected Wyatt to be associated with Justin and Palace and dared not offend its disciples. Even the city lord behind him wouldn't dare. I apologize, senior. My rudeness comes from the fact that our young lord has been stabbed and remains unconscious. Today, we unintentionally offended you. Irvin, who had initially sat down, immediately stood up and bowed upon realizing Wyatt was from Justin and Palace. No problem. You haven't done anything wrong. As long as you don't wrongfully accuse innocent people, it's fine. Wyatt wasn't bothered by this. He wasn't a hard-to-please person. Since Wuhan City conducted regular checks without falsely accusing him, he had no issue with it. Senior, rest assured, our city lord has instructed us to strictly investigate the murderer, but not to wrongfully accuse anyone without evidence. That's good. Can we enter now? Of course, senior, please proceed. Irvin promptly replied, personally escorting Wyatt out and watching him leave until he felt relieved. He genuinely worried that Wyatt might hold a grudge. Thankfully, he hadn't done anything improper just now. Otherwise, even the city lord couldn't protect him. Hunter, who are those 3? Why did you seem afraid of them? One of Irvin's subordinates asked curiously. They had seen Irvin act like a servant, something unprecedented. Although Irvin was their captain, his real identity wasn't simple. He was the brother-in-law of Wuhan City's city lord through his sister, who was the city lord's wife. Why he chose to be a lowly captain guarding the city gate, rather than holding a comfortable official position puzzled everyone. Speak respectfully. If you knew their identity, you'd be shocked. Remember this well. Those 3 are from Justin and Palace on Jeshan Continent. If any of you offend them, no one can save you. Go back to your duties and conduct your investigations carefully. I need to report back. Irvin glanced at the subordinate and revealed Wyatt's identity, warning the guards. He then hurriedly left. He had to inform his brother-in-law about this significant matter involving Justin and Palace, lest an irresponsible action cause trouble for the entire city. Xiaofeng, why are you in such a rush? Did you find any leads on the murderer? Carlton looked at Irvin, who rushed in, hoping for some news about the murderer who had left his son in a coma. Brother-in-law, we haven't found the murderer yet. However, 3 important figures just arrived in Wuhan City, and I'm here to report it. Important figures? Who could they be? Members of Wuxing sect? Carlton was confused. In Huyan province, the strongest force was Wuxing sect, whose members alone qualified as important figures. Not Wuxing sect. Those three are far beyond what Wuxia sect could compare to, Irvin said proudly, wanting to show off before his brother-in-law. After all, these were the most influential. Chapter 271. Carlton seeks an audience with Wyatt. Upon hearing Daniel mention the Justin Palace, Carlton was unable to sit still. He instantly stood up and appeared before Daniel, grabbing him by the collar and glaring at him for confirmation. Brother-in-law, as a city lord, why are you so anxious? Daniel asked in a lecturing tone, but received a slap from Carlton instead. Smack! Carlton slapped Daniel's head, causing the 2-meter-tall man to hunch his shoulders, looking at Carlton with a grievance that made him seem like a wronged concubine. But on a 2-meter-tall man, such an expression seemed quite out of place. You brat, have you lost your mind? Tell me what's going on quickly. If you delay Wing's treatment, just wait and see what your sister will do to you. My sister should deal with you first. What did you say? Nothing. Brother-in-law, I'll tell you about the Justin Palace now. Daniel took a few steps back, insisting he hadn't said anything, then recounted how the Wyatt family of 3 had entered Wuhan City. Xiaofeng, what you did today was right, Carlton praised after listening to Daniel. It was fortunate that Daniel hadn't offended the amens of the Justin Palace. Otherwise, the consequences would be unbearable. Brother-in-law, should we seek help from the Justin Palace? Yes, no matter what, I must try. Let's go and meet them now, Carlton said firmly. This might be the only chance to save his son, and he wasn't about to give up. Carlton led Daniel in a rush towards the exit, but stopped near the hall's entrance. Brother-in-law, what's wrong? Wait here. I need to fetch some gifts from the storeroom. We can't be impolite. With that, Carlton hurried back. He realized he couldn't visit such an important figure without a gift, especially when they were seeking help. Carlton returned to the storeroom, picked the most valuable treasures he could find, and left the city lord's residence with Daniel. They quickly found where Wyatt was staying in Wuhan City. The Xianxia wine house, being the largest inn in Wuhan City, usually enjoyed bustling business. People came and went constantly, making it highly profitable. However, since the city was sealed, business plummeted, with only local officials visiting. But today, the innkeeper of Xianxia wine house was overjoyed. The Xianxia wine house finally welcomed new guests who immediately booked the largest private room and ordered all the signature dishes, including high-grade demon beast meat, which delighted the innkeeper. Vancestor, the city lord has arrived. Just as the innkeeper fantasized about earning more money from these guests, a waiter rushed in. The city lord? Hugh was startled. Why would the city lord come to the wine house? This reaction wasn't unjustified because the city lord had never visited his wine house before. Something must be up today. Given that the 3 new guests were strangers, Hugh guessed the city lord must have come for them. Regardless, Hugh quickly rose to welcome the city lord, Carlton. I didn't know the city lord was coming. Please forgive me for any rudeness. Vancestor is too kind. Did your inn receive a family of 3 guests recently? Hugh was taken aback. Indeed, the city lord had come for those guests. He hoped the city lord wouldn't make things difficult for them. There was no point lying. Carlton knew they were inside. Calling him master was just courtesy. City lord, yes, a family of 3 came today and are dining upstairs. Is there something you need? I've come to ask them for a small favor. Could you please escort me to them? In Hugh's mind, Carlton should be investigating the guests, especially considering his son's assassination attempt was known throughout the city. But Carlton addressing them as adults was intriguing. These guests must have significant status if Carlton referred to them that way. Rest assured, I won't make it difficult for you. I'll exempt your taxes for the next 3 years and compensate any losses triplefold. Seeing Hugh hesitating, Carlton thought he was unwilling, but saving his son's life took precedence. City lord, it's my honor. I'll take you up now. Hugh led Carlton upstairs to a private room on the 3rd floor. Knock, knock, knock. After receiving a response, Hugh gently pushed the door open. Excuse the interruption. The city lord of Wuhan City wishes to meet you. Meeting you all. Carlton bowed deeply, setting aside his dignity as city lord. City lord is too kind. Vancy, I ask what brings you here in your busy schedule? Are there any other investigations needed? Wyatt instantly recognized Carlton as the city lord. Having seen the innkeeper and Daniel, he wondered why the city lord sought him. You jest, sir. Upon learning your true identity, I came personally to apologize. I hope you won't hold our earlier actions against us. This 1,000,000-year-old 7-orifice crystal flower is a rare find. I offer it as a token of apology. Chapter 272, Carlton's dismay. City lord, you're too polite. You're just conducting routine checks. There's no way you could offend me. Such a precious gift should be returned to you. Hee hee hee. Uncle, how did you know that this princess loves medicinal treasures the most? Thank you for your precious medicine. Before Wyatt finished his sentence, he saw the little Doreen suddenly appear in front of Carlton and take the 7-aperture crystal flower from Carlton's hand. This scene made Wyatt and Michaela's faces turn dark. The Doreen was indeed not being courteous. Unprovoked flattery often harbors ulterior motives. Would benefits offered so readily by someone who visited them be easily accepted? Accepting would naturally mean helping others with their tasks. The city lord of Wuhan City visiting him couldn't possibly be for apologizing. It must be to ask for help. Wyatt had only come out to clear his mind and didn't want to get involved in other matters. But the little Doreen had already taken the 7-aperture crystal flower. Thinking about making the little Doreen return it now was like asking for her life. She definitely wouldn't agree. Wyatt could only give a wry smile as he glanced at Michaela. He knew they wouldn't be able to enjoy their outing today. Speak. What do you need? Sir, you have probably heard about my son's condition. I wish to request Sir's assistance in curing him. In the future, I will work tirelessly to repay Sir. Carlton felt overjoyed hearing Wyatt say that. He immediately knelt before Wyatt, begging for his help to heal his son. Originally, he didn't know how to broach the subject, but unexpectedly, things were going smoothly. Now that Wyatt had spoken up, Carlton hastily relayed his request. Your son is in a coma because someone sealed his 5 senses using special techniques. Here is a pill. After you feed it to your son, he will naturally recover. Wyatt casually used his divine soul to inspect and understood what happened to the city lord's son. It was merely a case of his 5 senses being sealed by someone using special techniques, preventing him from waking up. The pill Wyatt handed over wasn't effective in itself. It was just an ordinary pill, but it carried a strand of his magic power. If Carlton gave this pill to his son, Wyatt's strand of magic power attached to the pill could easily break the seal on Carlton's son. Wyatt was considering the fact that Carlton seemed reasonable and was doing this for his son. Otherwise, Wyatt might not have acted. Clearly, someone wanted to target Carlton, which explained why such a thing happened to a child. Helping Carlton could potentially cause trouble for himself. Thank you, sir. Carlton was instantly elated, hurriedly expressing his gratitude. He didn't consider whether the pill would wake his son or not. Wyatt was a big shot from Justin and Palace, and even without examining his son, knew exactly what was wrong. Therefore, the pill Wyatt gave would surely work. Otherwise, wouldn't Wyatt be slapping his own face? Go. Yes, sir. Carlton bowed once more before leaving. Before exiting the restaurant, he didn't forget to pay for Wyatt's meal. Faye, you're already 7 years old, a young lady now. From now on, you must not act so impulsively. As a Doreen, you should learn to be more reserved. Wyatt looked at his daughter, who seemed unaffected by the event, and advised her. Previously, when Desiree was younger, it wasn't much of an issue. But with age, she needed to develop a more ladylike demeanor instead of acting like a tomboy. Reserve? Can I eat it? Heh, you little rascal. Wyatt raised his hand in frustration but ultimately lowered it. He couldn't use violence on a child. Faye, while reserve isn't something to eat, you must at least show some decorum. Earlier, the man clearly wanted your father to do something for him, so that decision should be left to your father. You can't accept gifts so casually. Mentioning decorum, Michaela spoke again. If her daughter couldn't manage reserve, at least she could practice basic manners. Lauren, didn't I already thank the uncle? Wyatt. Michaela. Both parents were speechless. Wasn't this the etiquette they were talking about? Faye, Lauren meant that in situations like this, we shouldn't accept gifts without consulting your father first. Alright, Faye understands. The little Doreen reluctantly acknowledged this and returned to her meal. Wyatt and Michaela shook their heads, saying nothing more. Meanwhile, after leaving Justin's restaurant, Carlton hurried back to his residence, entering his son's room. A woman sat by the bedside, her expression vacant as she stared blankly at the little boy lying on the bed. The boy looked around 12 years old, pale-faced with tightly closed eyes, brows furrowed slightly as if enduring pain. Frost, how is Xiao-Yi? Carlton softly asked the woman, who was his wife Meredith, also Irvin's sister. Husband. Sister, don't worry too much. Your brother-in-law and I have found the cure for Xiao-Yi. He will be fine soon. Really? Meredith, who had been grieving, perked up at her brother's words, hope filling her eyes as she looked at Carlton. Yes. Our luck held today as 3 important figures came to Wuhuan City. I've obtained the medicine to save Xiao-Yi and am about to give it to him. Carlton approached the bed, picked up his son, and took out the jade bottle Wyatt had given him. He poured out the pill inside. This? Seeing the ordinary pill in his hand, Carlton hesitated. It wasn't that the pill was too precious, but rather too common. The pill in Carlton's hand was a first-grade pill commonly found in the immortal world, something any casual cultivator might possess. Could this really save his son? Was he being cheated? Brother-in-law, are we being tricked? Wyatt hadn't opened the jade bottle when he received it, so neither of them knew what was inside. Moreover, looking at Wyatt's demeanor earlier, Carlton never expected such a common pill. Little Fong, don't talk nonsense. How could a senior from Justin and Palace deceive us? But, what if they aren't from Justin and Palace? Well, Carlton hesitated. What Irvin said made sense since they had no way to confirm Wyatt's identity. They subconsciously believed that no one would dare impersonate Justin and Palace disciples, but this situation made them doubt it more. And the idea grew stronger as he thought about it. Could it be possible that a million-year-old treasure yielded such a common pill? This is outrageous. I'll have those 3 arrested immediately. Irvin got angrier the more he thought about it, and turned to arrest Wyatt and the others. Deceiving them as Justin and Palace disciples was bad enough, but taking advantage of a child's critical health situation was unacceptable. Come back here. Hashtag chapter 273, Carlton's decision. Brother-in-law, are we really going to let this slide? He lost a critical chance at survival because of their deceit. Irvin was unwilling to accept it. He couldn't understand why his brother-in-law wasn't letting him go after the 3 fraudsters. Don't be too hasty. Since we already have the medicine, let's give it to Xiao-Yi first and see if it works. If it doesn't, we can still go after them later. Brother-in-law, are you crazy? This is just a grade 1 polyporous pill, and we've given Xiao-Yi this before. It never worked. If we don't act now, what if they escape? Irvin looked at his brother-in-law in disbelief, wondering what had gotten into him today that he still believed those 3 liars. If the pill had been of higher quality, Irvin might have trusted it. But a grade 1 pill wouldn't have kept Xiao-Yi in a coma for so long if it had any real effect. Xiao Feng, how dare you talk to your brother-in-law like that? Meredith saw her husband's face darkening and hurriedly reprimanded Irvin, gesturing frantically to him. Irvin noticed Carlton's grim expression and realized his words had been rash. He lowered his head in embarrassment. Fortunately, Carlton said nothing, but gently placed the polyporous pill into his son's mouth, using his cultivation to help absorb its potency. Carlton insisted on giving the polyporous pill to his son not because he was foolish or blindly trusting Wyatt, but because he sensed a unique aura from the pill. That faint aura was different from other polyporous pills and might bring about unexpected results. Another reason was that Justin and Palace had become a taboo topic in the Xianling world. He didn't believe anyone would dare impersonate a disciple of Justin and Palace. Given these reasons, Carlton wanted to try it. The polyporous pill was only meant for healing wounds. Even if it failed to wake his son, there would be no harm done. If it proved effective, they'd know soon enough. And if not, they could still hold the trio accountable without wasting much time. After helping his son absorb the medicine, Carlton watched closely, as did Meredith and Irvin. Only moments passed before Rex, who had been unconscious, suddenly made a sound and slowly opened his eyes. Carter? Lauren? Uncle, why are all of you here? Xiao-yi, my dear Xiao-yi, you're finally awake. Thank goodness. Meredith hugged her son tightly, overwhelmed with relief after days of anguish. She had cried herself into unconsciousness multiple times during her son's coma, and now, seeing him recover, she couldn't contain her joy as a mother. Xiao-yi, how do you feel? Anywhere uncomfortable? Carlton remained composed, though equally relieved. His priority was understanding his son's condition. Yeah, Xiao-yi, do you feel unwell anywhere? Lauren Carter, I'm fine. Rex had only just recalled what had happened. It was normal for him to forget recent events given his prolonged unconsciousness. Xiao-yi, do you remember what happened? Do you know who hurt you? Carter, I remember. That night, I was taking a medicinal bath when a black-clothed figure suddenly flew in through the window. He moved so fast I barely had time to shout before being knocked out. He wore a mask, so I didn't see his face. But he wasn't very tall, maybe just 2 feet taller than me. Rex genuinely didn't know what the attacker looked like. Now, he was curious about how he survived, considering the attacker had plenty of time to kill him. Upon hearing this, Carlton fell into deep thought. On Jingling Continent, where physical training was predominant, most people were robust and over 6 feet tall. But exceptions existed. Spiritual energy cultivators didn't grow as tall and resembled those from Jeshan Continent. The attacker's ability to enter and exit Wuhao City undetected pointed to someone from the 5-element sect. Moreover, they had the highest number of spiritual energy cultivators among all sects in Huyin Province. Could the attacker be from the 5-element sect? If so, why target his son? Wuhao City and the 5-element sect had no conflicts. With his strength, he certainly didn't dare provoke them. Frost, stay with our son for a while. For now, Carlton decided to set aside these questions. At least he knew the attacker's height. By focusing on height and strength, he could determine if the attacker was still in Wuhao City. Brother-in-law, what should we do next? When Carlton and Irvin stepped outside, Irvin asked, Xiaofeng, mobilize all our soldiers and thoroughly investigate Wuhao City again. Focus on individuals matching the height and strength described by Xiao-yi. Anyone reaching the heavenly immortal realm with similar height must be strictly examined. Yes, sir. Irvin accepted the order and left, only to be called back by Carlton at the door. Brother-in-law, anything else? Do not offend any Justin and Palace officials. Brother-in-law, I know that. Why, it must be a bigwig from Justin and Palace. No ordinary pill could cure Xiao-yi. Meanwhile, 10,000 miles east of Wuhao City, in Jiaxing City's lord residence, a Benny wiped blood from his mouth in a secret room. Someone actually broke my soul-devouring array? I've met a true expert. But since you interfered, don't blame me. Let's see who you really are. The Benny was the very assassin Carlton sought. When Rex awoke after taking Wyatt's pill, the assassin suffered minor injuries due to the array's backlash. Though his injuries weren't severe, having his plan foiled angered him. He vowed to find and avenge himself on the person responsible. After all, he had guaranteed no one could break his array, ensuring Carlton's son would die after a month of unconsciousness. His reputation at stake, the Benny couldn't let this go. His face darkened as he murmured a few words before leaving the room. Chapter 274, Darcy. Sir, how did you come out? The Benny soon entered a grand hall. At this moment, there was another Benny in the hall, Darcy, the city lord of Jiaxing City. Darcy had been the city lord of Jiaxing City, and due to losing a spiritual or vein to Carlton in an earlier contest, harbored intense hatred toward him. Because the strength of the two cities was about the same, and Darcy's own strength was 1 rank lower than Carlton's, if he were to fight Carlton alone, his chances of winning would be slim. However, a prominent figure came to Jiaxing City a month ago, none other than Tracy, who had just arrived. Upon learning that Tracy was from the Wuxia sect, Darcy offered up numerous treasures to finally gain Tracy's favor. Seeing how considerate Darcy was, Tracy accepted his overtures and agreed to lend a hand to Darcy. Thanks to Tracy's efforts, Carlton's son has remained unconscious, and Tracy also used a very insidious secret technique. Carlton's son was saved by someone. Darcy was taken aback by what Tracy said, especially since Tracy had previously guaranteed the opposite with confidence. However, because of their status difference, Darcy dared not comment on Tracy, merely looking at him in confusion. Now, send messages immediately to your people. Tell them to find out who sabotaged my plans. I must make them pay. Also, I've suffered severe injuries from the soul-devouring array's backlash. Send me another batch of resources. Once I find out who is behind this, I'll take care of them. Tracy issued orders without paying any attention to Darcy's reaction as he walked away, leaving Darcy standing there with a sour expression. Damn it, if you weren't a disciple of the Wuxia sect, I'd punch you to death. After a long while, Darcy muttered angrily under his breath. His discontent with Tracy was now significant. Initially, he had asked Tracy directly to kill Carlton's son, but instead, Tracy chose to toy around with array formations, claiming he wanted Carlton to grieve for a month first. He boasted that no one in the world could break his array, but less than a month later, here he was saying someone had broken it. To top it all off, Tracy even had the audacity to ask for more resources. While Darcy followed the path of body cultivation, meaning many of the resources were of no use to him personally, they could be exchanged for resources necessary for body cultivation. Moreover, Darcy had already sent numerous treasures to Tracy, yet Tracy seemed insatiable, draining him dry. Despite being infuriated, Darcy still delivered a batch of treasures to Tracy. Though Tracy's actions enraged him, Darcy had to endure because of his background. Carter, are we staying here overnight? In Wuhan City's Lingshu Tavern, Desiree finished her last plate of roasted meat, wiping the oil from her lips as she turned to ask her father, Wyatt. Dear, haven't you had enough of this roast? Wyatt looked speechlessly at his daughter. She really wanted to stay overnight? Probably so she could have more roasted meat. Not nearly enough. I could eat this every day. So, we'll stay overnight then. But dear, these are only low-level demonic beast meats. No matter how much you eat, they won't do much for you. Why don't you cook some of those high-grade demonic beasts you keep yourself? Wyatt knew his daughter loved meat, but in his eyes, these low-grade demonic beast meats were too basic. Eating more wouldn't help. Wyatt knew Desiree stored many Tianzuan-grade demonic beasts in her ring. If she ate those, she might have already broken through to the Tianzuan realm. Carter, you're so silly. I do have plenty of meat, but it takes effort to prepare. Here, we can indulge with useless spirit stones. Why bother? Wyatt and Michaela were left speechless. Their daughter wanted to eat well, but was too lazy to do it herself. Furthermore, she rated the precious spirit stones, which everyone coveted, as worthless. If others in the immortal spirit world heard this, they'd be speechless too. If Lauren founds an empire, let her hire a private chef for you. Then Faye can have delicious meals every day, okay? Lauren, can you do that? Desiree's eyes lit up. If that happened, she could have delectable meat daily. Sure. From now on, I'll get the best chef in the immortal spirit world to prepare delicious meals for Faye every day, Michaela said smilingly, patting her daughter's head. Anything beneficial for her daughter, she would naturally agree to. Carter D. Loremy, you're both the best. Desiree kissed both parents happily. With this arrangement, she could have all the meat she loved every day. Let's go. We'll tour Wuhan City to aid digestion. We'll stay overnight here, and leave early tomorrow morning. Okay. Desiree happily held onto her parents' hands and bounced downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor and finding the innkeeper to settle the bill, they learned that Carlton had already paid for them. Innkeeper, do you have a quieter courtyard where we can rest overnight? Yes, indeed. Please follow me, sir. Delighted, the innkeeper led the trio inside. Although he didn't know their identity, they were undoubtedly esteemed guests worthy of praise. The innkeeper quickly brought the trio to the back courtyard of the Lingshu Tavern. It featured a unique courtyard reserved for special guests. Since its construction, this was its first use, though it was cleaned daily. Sir, does this courtyard suit you? Nice. The ambience feels warm and welcoming like home. We'll take this. Wyatt glanced around casually. The environment was indeed pleasant and quiet, perfect for staying overnight without external disturbances. Here's 100 spirit stones. This should suffice for the night, right? Wyatt handed over 100 high-grade spirit stones. He wasn't sure of the nightly rate, but 100 should be enough. Chapter 275, Inquiry. Sir, are you not making fun of me? It is an honor for our inn that sir stays here. How could I possibly take your spirit stones? The innkeeper waved his hands repeatedly when he saw Wyatt take out the spirit stones. He wished Wyatt would stay here indefinitely and certainly wouldn't think of charging him. One thing at a time. If one stays at the inn, they must pay. If innkeeper doesn't accept payment, then I won't stay. Wyatt wouldn't stay for free. He wasn't the type to take advantage of small benefits. If he stayed without paying, it would mean owing someone a favor. Cultivators valued cause and effect. If he owed the innkeeper a favor today, there would inevitably be complications in the future. Wyatt didn't want such troubles. As for the Vancier previously paying his meal, it was because he saved the Vancier's son, providing an opportunity for gratitude. Fine. But sir, what you're giving is too much. Only 3,000 low-grade spirit stones are required. Seeing Wyatt's stance, the innkeeper knew that if he refused the spirit stones, Wyatt definitely wouldn't stay. So, he had to accept. However, Wyatt gave too much. Though the courtyard was indeed beautifully decorated, only 3,000 spirit stones per night were sufficient. Yet, Wyatt handed over 100 high-grade spirit stones. One high-grade stone equaled 10,000 low-grade stones. 100 stones were worth 1,000,000 low-grade ones. I'm not accustomed to carrying low-grade spirit stones, so I'll give you one high-grade stone. The surplus can cover dinner. Wyatt wasn't showing off. He genuinely didn't have low-grade stones, and high-grade stones were the lowest grade he possessed. These were from a system reward. Otherwise, Wyatt typically dealt with crystal spirits. Though he lacked low-grade stones, Wyatt knew their value, and one high-grade stone was more than enough. All right, thank you, sir. Wyatt nodded, leading his daughter outside, intending to explore Soul City thoroughly. After all, this trip was meant for leisure. The innkeeper quickly followed them outside and escorted Wyatt until he left the inn. As he turned back, he noticed Carlton approaching. He rubbed his eyes, confirming he wasn't mistaken. What astonished the innkeeper was the little boy following Carlton, none other than the Vancier's son who had been comatose for half a month. Previously, when Wyatt gave the elixir, the innkeeper was present. Though he somewhat believed in its efficacy, he never expected the result to be so swift and complete. Everyone in Soul City knew Carlton had hired many healers to treat his son, but none succeeded. Wyatt hadn't even examined the boy, just a pill healed him. The innkeeper was truly impressed. Please allow my family and me to express our gratitude. Wyatt had just left the inn when Carlton arrived with a woman and a young boy, kneeling before him. However, Wyatt subtly interfered, preventing Carlton from fully kneeling, causing shock. Recalling Wyatt's status, Carlton calmed down. Someone from the Spirit Immortal Palace wouldn't be ordinary. His own power was merely perfect celestial immortal level, while Wyatt was undoubtedly stronger. In reality, there's no need for this. I acted after receiving payment, making this a transaction. No debt or gratitude is involved. Sir, what might be trivial to you is life-saving to my son. I couldn't live with myself if I didn't thank you. Carlton understood Wyatt's perspective, but also knew his son recovered due to Wyatt's elixir. Not expressing gratitude would weigh on his conscience. Understood. Your son has just recovered, and should not overexert. Please take him home early. Yes, thank you, sir. Carlton bowed again, then led his family away. Unbeknownst to both, another person had observed Carlton closely, disappearing into the crowd once Carlton left. At the City Lord Vansnor, Carlton spent some time with his son before departing. Just as he left, there was a knock on the door. Come in. A maid entered, carrying a plate of pastries for Rex, explaining they were made with century-old blood lotus and other precious herbs to aid his recovery. She placed them on the table. Rex sat down, hungry now seeing the pastries, something he loved. You're finally awake, young lord. Your mother has cried several times worrying about you. Who had the skill to save you? The maid massaged Rex's shoulders as he ate, asking curiously. My recovery isn't thanks to any divine healer, but a powerful figure whom even Bud respects deeply. I went with Bud to meet this person, but such greatness is beyond our reach. Rex paused, reflecting on Wyatt's overwhelming presence earlier. That's a pity. If we could connect with such a powerful person, Soul City would surely see significant improvement. Unbeknownst to Rex, the maid's eyes briefly flashed with sharp interest before fading away. Chapter 276, checking in at the Star Palace. The next day, Wyatt left Wuhan City with his wife and daughter. The city lord, Carlton, accompanied by a group of people, saw them off until Wyatt's figure was no longer visible before turning back. This scene caused quite a stir in Wuhan City. It shocked the residents, who began speculating about the identities of Wyatt and his family. Unfortunately, no one would ever guess correctly. Not even the city lord Carlton knew their true identities. He only knew that the three of them were from Justin and Palace. Carterdy, why didn't you ask the city lord uncle for some information? We can't just wander around aimlessly, Desiree said, pulling Wyatt on one side and her mother on the other, skipping along as if they were out on an autumn outing. We should find some fun places to visit. Then what kind of fun place do you want to go to, Faye? How about we ask when we reach the next city? Wyatt replied. All right then, she agreed. The three of them continued on their journey, admiring the scenery along the way. Wyatt felt a sense of pride seeing the joy on his wife and daughter's faces. Feeling elated, Wyatt decided to try his luck today and mentally instructed the system to check in. Ding, host check-in successful. Congratulations, host has obtained the super powerhouse, Star Palace. As soon as Wyatt gave the command, the system's voice rang in his head. He was taken aback upon hearing the reward. A super powerhouse directly awarded to him. This was the first time he received such a reward. He then started to examine the information about the Star Palace. Little did he know, but after reading the information, Wyatt was mildly surprised. From the details, he learned of the formidable power of the Star Palace. The Star Palace was an organization that rivaled the Qing clan, and in some aspects, it was even stronger. Although the Qing clan was also powerful, it was limited by being a family-based organization. In terms of numbers alone, the Star Palace had more than double the members of the Qing clan, naturally possessing many more strong individuals. Most of the powerful figures in the Star Palace were physical cultivators, controlling two mystical realms, the Thunder Realm and the Star Realm. The Thunder Realm focused on body cultivation, using lightning to enhance one's physique to the point of becoming impervious to weapons and spells, making powerful physical cultivators akin to humanoid beasts. On the other hand, the Star Realm could absorb stellar energy, a special type of power much stronger than ordinary celestial chi. Combat at night was especially advantageous. Wyatt pondered whether each of the three continents in the Xianling world might have a super powerful organization. Now that the Qing clan of Jia Immortal continent had submitted to him, and he had checked in to the Star Palace of Jingling continent, Justin and Palace now controlled two major forces. With half of the Xianling world under his control, he wondered if obtaining the superforce from Shi World continent would make him the supreme ruler of Xianling world. However, just as Wyatt was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed that his daughter and wife had stopped walking somewhere along the way. Coming back to his senses, he saw a figure standing in front of them. Do you have something to say, Taoist brother? Wyatt asked curiously, wondering what this Benny blocking their path wanted. Surely not a robbery? You brat, you're the one who broke my soul-devouring formation, right? What soul-devouring formation? Trying to deny it? Let me give you a hint. Think about the young city lord of Wuhan City. You should admit it now. Tracy sneered, having already learned from Darcy that the Aiden in front of him was the one who broke his formation, not only saving Carlton's son but also causing himself significant injury from the backlash of the array. Tracy waited here specifically for Wyatt, curious about how he managed to break the soul-devouring formation, which even someone stronger than him would find difficult to penetrate. As for your strength, Tracy hadn't given much thought to Wyatt being much stronger, considering his young age. Besides, Wuhan City was merely a small frontier town unlikely to attract any powerful figures. Even if there were one or two passing through, they wouldn't involve themselves in such trivial matters. Thus, Tracy confidently confronted Wyatt alone, bolstered by his identity as a disciple of the Five Elements sect. So, you're the despicable coward who dared to harm a child. Listening to Tracy, Wyatt finally understood that this Benny was responsible for Carlton's son's condition. He couldn't help but sneer in contempt. If there had been genuine animosity, he should have fought fairly instead of resorting to cruel tactics against the child. Now you understand why I came here, Tracy stated. Yes, I understand. So, you can die now. Without further ado, Wyatt snapped his fingers, and in an instant, Tracy's body disintegrated into nothingness, leaving not even a speck of dust. Tracy would never have imagined that seeking revenge on Wyatt would cost him his life without even knowing how he died. After disposing of Tracy, Wyatt resumed his journey with his family, unaffected by the interruption. After over a month of travel, they arrived at Xianxia City, the largest city in Huyan State. Upon entering Xianxia City, the bustling streets and numerous snacks captivated Desiree, who ran off like a wild horse, ignoring her parents. Let her be, Wyatt remarked to his wife, noting that as a true immortal ancestor, she would hardly collide with anyone. But sometimes strange things happen. Despite being a true immortal, Desiree unexpectedly bumped into a group of people shortly after buying a fried snack, staining someone else's clothes with oil. Where did you come from, you little wild Doreen? Can't you see where you're going? Look at the mess you made on my clothes. Do you think you can afford to pay for it? Chapter 277, Conflict. You're the wild Doreen. Your whole family is full of wild Doreens. Who allowed you to stand behind this princess? Can you afford to compensate for the oil-fried dough I asked you to make? Mulan Danielle was an unruly and mischievous Doreen by nature. How could she let herself be bullied so easily? So, as soon as the lady finished speaking, little Danielle retorted without hesitation and even demanded compensation for her snack. You infuriating brat. Not only do you disrespect me but also defy me. Rip her mouth open and cut off her tongue. Anyone who dares to offend me will never speak again. The attendant, upon seeing Danielle dare to curse at her, seemed insulted and commanded her entourage to teach Danielle a lesson, including threatening to cut out Danielle's tongue. Yes, Miss Carly. Carly's attendants were clearly used to carrying out such orders. Even if it involved harming a little Doreen, they felt justified in their actions, devoid of guilt. I'm sorry, very sorry. We'll replace the young Mrs. Clothes, but you can't hit a child. Seeing the attendants about to attack Danielle, the vendor who had sold Danielle the fried dough quickly stepped forward, shielding Danielle with his body. As he bowed deeply to apologize to Carly, he handed over the spirit stones that Danielle had paid him to Carly. Aiden, you dare to meddle in my affairs? You clearly wish to live outside Xianxia City. Who wants your filthy spirit stones? Attack. Hit her hard. Any deaths are on me. Carly was already furious. The appearance of a street vendor daring to challenge her enraged her even further. Upon hearing Carly's name, the vendor froze momentarily, realizing he had crossed paths with one of Xianxia City's bullies and offended her in the process. While unfamiliar with Carly personally, the vendor had heard of her notorious reputation. She was a woman without grace or modesty, relying on her status to tyrannize the city residents. Ordinary people like him all feared Carly and would normally avoid any encounter. But today, he had inadvertently faced her head-on. Despite this, he couldn't bear the thought of them bullying a young Doreen. As he stood there, stunned, a large foot kicked him down. An ordinary person like the vendor stood no chance against Carly's attendants and was instantly knocked to the ground. Humph! You look like a shrew, and you're clearly not a good person. Today, I'll teach you a lesson in respecting amens and betters. This adjustment maintains the original meaning while ensuring it reads more naturally in English and keeps consistency in style. Danielle leaped over the vendor, striking the attendant who was about to continue beating him with a small fist, sending him flying back with a thud. Earlier, Danielle hadn't expected the vendor to come to her aid, allowing the attendant to get a hit in. This time, Danielle didn't hold back, delivering a powerful blow. The attendant hit by Danielle lay motionless on the ground. When his companions checked on him, they found that he was dead. Miss, he's dead. Slap. To hell with you. I'm perfectly fine. Now capture that wild Doreen immediately. How could we raise such a bunch of failures in our family? Carly slapped the attendant across the face, leaving a red mark that quickly swelled, but the attendant dared not say anything and turned towards Danielle hurriedly. Little Doreen, run. You can't offend Carly. Seeing Danielle actually fight back against Carly's people, the vendor urgently called out to her, knowing how impossible it was for a young Doreen to defeat Carly. Don't worry, Grandpa. I'm very capable. Wait and see. I'll make this shrew kneel and apologize, and have her pay for your emotional damages. Danielle assured the vendor before rushing towards the attendants. She didn't care about Carly's identity. Anyone who dared bully her would receive a severe lesson. Danielle's nimble movements allowed her to quickly incapacitate the attendants, though this time she held back, only rendering them unable to move rather than killing them. You dare to hit the people from my family? Do you know who I am? Carly watched in horror as her attendants were swiftly subdued by Danielle. She had always been pampered and had never experienced such humiliation. Moreover, her attendants weren't simple lackeys. Each of them possessed celestial-level strength, yet they were defeated by a mere Doreen. Slap. I don't care about your status. To bully this princess is unforgivable. Even a celestial king wouldn't help you. Just as Carly finished her sentence, Danielle jumped up and slapped her across the face, nearly knocking her to the ground if not for her handmaiden's quick reflexes. Carly's face instantly showed the red imprint of a palm, which left her speechless. Motherf *** cur. I'll tear you apart. Carly lunged at Danielle like a rabid dog, enraged at being slapped publicly for the first time in her life. Although her injuries were minor, the humiliation was immense. Used to being above everyone else, Carly could not tolerate this. Danielle naturally didn't let her off easy. With a swift kick, she sent Carly flying backward. After kicking Carly away, Danielle didn't stop there. She pounced forward, sat on Carly's chest, and started slapping her repeatedly. For calling me a wild Doreen, for standing behind me, for bullying a child, for bullying an Amen. You even wanted to rip out this princess's mouth? Let's see how you like having a broken mouth. Danielle's slap coincided with insults, her small hands moving rapidly, almost as if trying to truly damage Carly's mouth. Wah, please stop hitting me. I've learned my lesson. I won't do it again. Danielle lost count of how many times she had slapped Carly. Eventually, she heard sobbing. Carly had finally cried, unable to endure the abuse. Carly's swollen face would likely be unrecognizable even to her own mother. Kimberly, that's enough. Danielle ignored Carly's pleas and continued. It was Wyatt who finally intervened when he deemed it sufficient. He had observed the entire incident, letting Danielle handle it on her own without interference. Humph. Today, this princess will spare you. If I ever see you again, I'll slap you to death, you venomous woman. Danielle huffed and stopped her assault. Chapter 278. Wyatt being complained by his daughter. After Wyatt finished speaking, Desiree slapped Carly a few more times before finally stopping and standing up from Carly. The servant Doreens who had been frightened stiff by the scene quickly rushed forward to help Carly up and then hurriedly left the place. Sigh. Watching Carly leave with a look full of hatred, Wyatt let out an exasperated sigh. He knew that things would definitely not end so easily. Wyatt wasn't sighing over the trouble his daughter had caused but rather over some people's persistence in coming after him. He truly detested being troubled. Aiden, are you alright? Desiree turned around and helped the peddler up, politely asking him if he was okay. The peddler had tried to help them and gotten involved as a result, even though Desiree didn't need his assistance. However, his intention earned him Desiree's concern, as she naturally knew the value of gratitude. I'm fine, little Doreen. You all should quickly leave Xianxia City. Otherwise, it might be too late. The peddler waved his hands repeatedly upon being helped up. This was the first time someone had treated him so courteously, leaving him somewhat flustered. It was clear that Desiree came from a distinguished background, yet he never expected her to be so down-to-earth, caring about a commoner like him. I just got here, and haven't even had a chance to enjoy anything. How can we leave so soon? Young hero, that Carly is the only daughter of the Yang family in Xianxia City, raised in luxury with a very petty mind. After such an insult, she will definitely seek revenge. The Yang family is one of the 10 major families in Xianxia City. You outsiders cannot compete with her family. Seeing Desiree still hadn't left, the peddler could only try to persuade Wyatt. It was understandable that the young Doreen didn't fully comprehend the gravity of the situation. No worries, if the Yang family comes back looking for trouble, we'll handle it. Don't worry, Grandpa. My dad is the best in the world. Those bad guys can't beat my dad. Besides, my mom is the empress. If those bad guys keep causing trouble, I'll have her send troops to deal with them. Oh, and Grandpa, the fried dough twist was ruined before I could eat it. Can you make me another one? The little Doreen said to the peddler somewhat poutingly, not forgetting to ask for another snack, completely disregarding Carly's threat. Sigh. How foolish. Seeing the father and daughter act unconcernedly, the peddler sighed, knowing there was nothing he could do if they wouldn't leave. He could only hope they were as powerful as they claimed. Otherwise, the consequences could be unimaginable. Still, he made another fried dough twist for Desiree, who, in return, gave him a storage ring filled with 1,000,000 spirit stones as a token of gratitude. The trio then left under the gazes of the crowd. But before they went far, a troop of soldiers appeared and surrounded Wyatt and his family. What a pity. They could have avoided this if they had left earlier. Is it so easy to offend the Yang family? Some residents of Xianxia City sighed as they saw Wyatt and his family being surrounded, quickly moving away to avoid getting caught in the conflict. Watching the spectacle might lead to accusations of being accomplices, which could be fatal. Ordinary citizens dared not get involved with powerful clans like the Yangs. Capture them. The leader of the soldiers, a Benny, ordered his men without any explanation. A small Yang family dares to act so arrogantly, acting like local tyrants. Since you're so eager to die, I'll oblige you. Wyatt knew these must be from the Yang family. Their arrogant behavior, arbitrarily arresting people in public, was worse than bandits. With a snap of his fingers, Wyatt obliterated the soldiers surrounding them, leaving not even ashes behind. Let's go to the Yang family residence. Wyatt realized that if they didn't resolve the issue with the Yang family, they would continue to harass them. So he decided to confront the Yang family directly. Mother and daughter had no objections. In fact, Desiree was somewhat excited, anticipating more treasure and medicinal herbs. Following Carly's aura, Wyatt quickly found the Yang family's location, pulling the little Doreen along towards their mansion. Stop. This is the Yang family residence. Non-essential people may not enter. Bang, bang, bang. Before the guards finished their warning, Wyatt waved his hand, sending 2 guards flying backward, smashing into and partially destroying the gate. The commotion naturally drew the attention of other guards within the compound. By the time Wyatt entered, a group of Yang family disciples had already assembled. To dare create a disturbance at our Yang family, you must be tired of living. Kill them. A reckless Yang family disciple immediately gave orders to the guards without even inquiring what happened. Troublesome ants. With another wave of his hand, Wyatt sent a gust of wind hurling over 100 people into the air, meeting the same fate as the 2 guards at the gate. Who dares to cause trouble at our Yang family? Just as Wyatt finished off the guards, a Benny flew out and attacked him. Before Wyatt could respond, Desiree appeared, wielding a large ladle. Bang! With one swing of the ladle, the newly arrived Benny was smashed to the ground. Desiree skillfully stripped him of his storage ring. Carter, when you kill people, why destroy their storage rings? That's so wasteful. Even Lee knows to take the storage rings after killing. You, a grown adult, don't even know that. You're not as good as Lee. Desiree criticized Wyatt for destroying the storage rings, taking issue with his actions, and even comparing him unfavorably to Lee. She had wanted to comment when he killed the 2 guards at the entrance, but figured they probably didn't have much worth taking. But inside the compound, Wyatt destroyed over 100 storage rings again. Even if each person had only 1 precious herb, that was still a substantial amount of wealth. Without waiting for her father to act, she took 1 storage ring. Wyatt. Ophelia. The couple was momentarily stunned, not expecting Desiree to say something like that. But Ophelia couldn't help laughing at Wyatt's expression. It was simply too amusing. Hashtag chapter 279, causing havoc at the Yang family. Faye, the Yang family is just a small clan. What good things could these people possibly have? Wyatt looked at his daughter with some exasperation. Who speaks about their father like that? Fortunately, there were no outsiders here. Otherwise, where would he put his face? Carter, stop being embarrassed. There's no one else here. Desiree shot her old father an unimpressed look. So what if she made him embarrassed? Was it necessary to say they didn't have anything valuable? How could such a large family not have valuable treasures? Even if they were poor, how could they not even have a single precious medicinal herb? All right. So, will you leave all your storage rings for Faye after this? Wyatt's face flushed a rare shade of red. Being caught lying in front of his wife, he felt quite wounded. As his daughter grew older, it became impossible to fool her anymore. Humph. You really have a lot of guts, humiliating my daughter in public, and now you come to kill at my Yang family estate. Do you think my Yang family can be pushed around so easily? Just as Wyatt was thinking this, a cold snort rang out, followed by a group of people emerging from within the Yang family compound. The leader was a Benny, flanked by a woman, none other than Carly, who had been reprimanded by Desiree on the street earlier. Behind them was a large crowd of Yang family disciples, each of whom radiated robust vitality, clearly martial cultivation experts. Is that so? I didn't care much about how your Yang family was originally, but you offended my daughter. To prevent any future trouble from you, your Yang family will disappear from River City today. Wyatt wasn't going to waste time arguing with the Yang family. He was there to resolve problems, and thus he acted immediately. However, influenced by Desiree's earlier complaint, Wyatt did not kill these people outright this time. Instead, he stripped them of their cultivation and took their storage rings. Even Michaela joined in, and the 3 of them moved through the Yang family disciples like they were in no man's land, leaving behind cries of agony. Xiaoyan, quickly go summon the Bradley. Seeing his own disciples being butchered effortlessly, even he, the family head, couldn't avoid it. Joe knew that the Yang family had encountered strong opposition. Yet, he couldn't stand by and watch the family be destroyed. So, he urged Carly to find the ancestor, hoping to salvage the situation. Oh. Carly, who had been shocked into silence, finally snapped back to reality, turning and stumbling away. Despite witnessing this horrifying scene, her resentment towards Desiree only deepened. The three, Wyatt, Desiree, and Michaela, saw Carly leave but tacitly allowed it. They hoped all the Yang family members would appear at once, saving them the effort of searching individually. Desiree and Michaela were incredibly powerful, and with Wyatt's support, despite bringing many people, Joe and his men were incapacitated within minutes. Faye, all the storage rings are here. Will you still blame Carter this time? After subduing all the Yang family disciples, Wyatt handed a storage ring to his daughter, having taken everyone's storage rings this time. Some had been killed, others had their meridians severed since body tempering required physical strength stored in the blood, cells, and meridians. Destroyed meridians meant they could no longer use their strength. While restoring meridians was theoretically possible, the cost would likely bankrupt the Yang family. Moreover, with their resources seized, they wouldn't be able to restore the meridians. If the Yang family lacked backup plans, someone else might finish what Wyatt started. Thank you, Carter. Desiree happily accepted the storage ring, hugging Wyatt again, making him feel like his little darling was back. Faye, Lauren has some too. Michaela squatted down in front of Desiree, handing over a storage ring and smoothing her hair. Thank you, Lauren. Desiree hugged Michaela and kissed her cheek, feeling the happiest moment. Boom. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from deep within the Yang family compound, followed by powerful auras spreading throughout the estate. Soon, several black dots were seen rapidly approaching. Lawrence later, 7 figures appeared, all glaring angrily at the trio, eager to tear them apart. So, this is your Yang family's trump card? Not much, huh? Looking at the 7 Amens, Wyatt commented. Given the Yang family's arrogance in River City, he assumed they were much stronger. But they were merely 3 mid-stage immortal kings and 4 perfected spirit immortals. Do you belong to any sect? Aren't you afraid of the 5 Elements sect holding you accountable for causing trouble here? Turns out you have a backing. Well, bring out all your backers, or you won't get the chance later. Wyatt understood why the Yang family was so arrogant. They were backed by the 5 Elements sect, the strongest force in Hu Yin State. The reputation of the 5 Elements sect was well known, explained by Carlton to Wyatt. In Hu Yin State, they were practically the rulers. However, as a first-class sect with only perfected immortal kings as the strongest members, Wyatt paid it no mind, knowing his daughter alone could outclass the 5 Elements sect. How daring. Let's see if you can back up that talk. One of the perfected spirit immortal Amens flew at Wyatt in fury. Bang. Why so many words? Before the Amen could reach Wyatt, Desiree knocked him out with a ladle, then casually removed his storage ring. You. Watching their clansmen fall in a single move, the remaining 6 were stunned, disbelieving at Desiree's power. Even Joe couldn't achieve such speed. What must be Desiree's strength? If they couldn't match a Doreen, what hope did they have against the other 2? River City must have some formidable powers now. Moreover, these formidable powers had been offended by the Yang family, explaining why Wyatt disregarded the 5 Elements sect. Senior, please tell us what offense we committed. Our family is willing to compensate for all losses. Please spare our family. Hashtag chapter 280. Descent upon the Wuxia sect. You don't need to compensate me. I'll take it myself. Just as the strongest of the Yang family finished speaking, Desiree immediately replied. She then quickly moved towards the remaining 6 people. With Desiree's swift strike, 6 loud thuds echoed, and the remaining 6 ancestors of the Yang family were taken down, all knocked unconscious on the ground. After removing the storage rings from the 6 individuals, Desiree instantly vanished from the spot, undoubtedly heading towards the Yang family's treasure vault. Wife, you stay here and watch over our daughter while I pay a visit to the Wuxia sect. Okay. Upon learning that the Yang family's backing was the Wuxia sect, Wyatt decided to make a trip there. He intended not only to warn the Wuxia sect, but also to help his daughter collect some medicinal treasures. The fact that the Wuxia sect could become the Yang family's backing meant there was certainly a significant connection between them. It was possible that the Yang family had disciples training within the Wuxia sect. The Yang family was bullying others in the River City with the support of the Wuxia sect, yet the sect did nothing to restrain them. Clearly, this Wuxia sect was not a reputable organization either. Wyatt instantly appeared 100 miles north of River City after leaving the Yang family compound. He looked down at the sect protected by formations. Lifting his palm, he slapped downwards. A spiritual energy palm appeared and descended, and the powerful aura leaking from it instantly startled all the disciples of the Wuxia sect. What's happening? Why is such a powerful expert attacking our Wuxia sect? Am I going to die just after joining? Run. The Wuxia sect is about to be destroyed. Seeing the descending spiritual energy palm, the disciples of the Wuxia sect were terrified. Some were even crying in fear. Boom. But how could the disciples possibly outrun the falling spiritual energy palm? Moreover, the entire Wuxia sect was protected by formations, so they couldn't really escape anywhere. A massive roar shook the entire sect, and the protective formation surrounding the Wuxia sect was instantly shattered by the spiritual energy palm, unable to withstand even a second. However, the spiritual energy palm dissipated soon after shattering the protection, and the disaster that the disciples imagined didn't occur. The Ernan of the Wuxia sect, come out to see me, or else I will destroy your Wuxia sect. Wyatt never intended to destroy the Wuxia sect. He only wanted to issue a warning and incidentally collect some medicinal treasures for his little Doreen. Though his previous strike seemed terrifying, Wyatt had controlled the force well, merely breaking the mountain guarding formation of the Wuxia sect. When Wyatt spoke, he released a bit of his own aura, enough to intimidate the Ernans of the Wuxia sect. This would allow him to have an upper hand during the conversation. Reed of the Wuxia sect greets the Amen. Do you greet the Amen? Not long after Wyatt's voice sounded, more than 10 figures flew up from the Wuxia sect, all of whom were immortal emperors or above. Are you the Ernan of the Wuxia sect? I dare not call myself Ernan, just someone older. What brings you to our Wuxia sect, great senior? We will do everything we can to serve you. Reed dared not mention the term Ernan before Wyatt, as the latter's aura was too strong, indicating at least an immortal emperor-level existence. Addressing him as a Ernan before such a powerful person would be akin to courting death. Is the Yang family in River City under your Wuxia sect's protection? The Yang family has wronged my daughter, and you must bear responsibility. Reed hadn't expected Wyatt to come for this reason, but he quickly regained composure. Since Wyatt hadn't killed them outright, he must be here for compensation. Senior, the Wuxia sect will expel all Yang family disciples and hold them accountable for their actions. To compensate for Senior's losses, the Wuxia sect offers 100 million medium-grade immortal stones. Please show mercy. I don't care about other matters, but my daughter's emotional damages must be compensated. However, I'm not satisfied with what you've offered. Naturally, Wyatt didn't care much about Reed's response because the Yang family already received their retribution. What the Wuxia sect chose to do with the Yang family was their business. Moreover, Wyatt was dissatisfied with the compensation. Offering immortal stones was pointless since his daughter didn't need them. While immortal stones contained large amounts of divine essence, Wyatt knew his daughter wasn't fond of cultivation, making the stones useless. Desiree was accustomed to eating medicinal treasures and demon beast meat to enhance her cultivation. If given immortal stones, she wouldn't be able to nibble on them. So, what does Senior need? Reed was stunned. He had already offered 100 million medium-grade immortal stones, which was a third of the Wuxia sect's resources. But they had no power to resist. If Wyatt wanted all the immortal stones, the Wuxia sect would have to comply unless they wanted destruction. Reed hated the Yang family for involving them with such a formidable figure. He had already decided to eliminate the Yang family once he dismissed Wyatt to clear the trouble they caused for the Wuxia sect. It's simple. I want all the medicinal treasures of the Wuxia sect. Give me a just 6 time to gather them, or I will do it myself. Upon hearing Wyatt's words, everyone's jaws twitched. Wyatt's demands were too extravagant, asking for all the Wuxia sect's medicinal treasures. How would their disciples cultivate without them? Everyone looked at Reed, unsure how he would react. They wanted to preserve both the treasures and their lives, but the immortal realm wasn't so accommodating. The Wuxia sect had no choice. Reed agreed without hesitation, considering Wyatt's threat to take action himself if he disagreed. The loss might not just be the medicinal treasures. The entire sect could vanish from Hu Yin's state. Senior, I will fetch the treasures for you. With the decision made, Reed turned around without delay, rushing back to the Wuxia sect. Wyatt gave him only a just 6 time. Seeing Reed act so prudently, Wyatt nodded, and then looked at the remaining Wuxia sect Ernans. Ha. Senior, these are the medicinal treasures we have collected. Please accept them. As Wyatt's gaze fell upon them, the expressions on these faces became strained, but they forced smiles and handed over the medicinal treasures from their storage rings. Wyatt was taken aback by their actions. He hadn't asked for the treasures they carried, only those in the Wuxia sect's treasury. But since they were offering, Wyatt reluctantly accepted them. If these Wuxia sect Ernans knew Wyatt's thoughts, they might regret it bitterly. Fortunately, they were unaware. Or they might have regretted it their whole lives. Chapter 281, Thunder City. Senior, this is all the precious medicinal herbs of the 5-element sect. Reed finally returned at the last second of Wyatt's given time and handed over a storage ring with a pained expression. Wyatt received the ring and glanced inside. The mountainous piles of valuable medicinal herbs within made even him feel dazzled. No wonder his daughter loved medicinal herbs so much. They truly looked appealing. I hope your 5-element sect does not provoke me again. Otherwise, next time it won't be just your medicinal herbs, but your lives on the line. Wyatt warned Reed before disappearing from above the 5-element sect. After seeing Wyatt leave, Reed finally heaved a sigh of relief. Oh, Reed could only sigh. The 5-element sect had suffered an unexpected disaster, having been extorted for all its medicinal herbs without even understanding what happened. Meanwhile, as Wyatt returned to the Yang family, he saw his daughter rush out from deep within the residence, instantly running into Wyatt's embrace. Carterdy, let's go. Alright, Faye, this is a gift Carterdy has for you. Do you like it? Wyatt led his daughter out, while handing her the ring taken from the 5-element sect. He couldn't stop smiling. Hee, does Carterdy have more gifts for Faye? Desiree took the ring with some confusion. When she saw the piles of medicinal herbs inside, her small mouth instantly stretched into a silly smile. Thank you, Carterdy. Ha. Wyatt joyfully picked up his daughter and quickly disappeared from the Yang family residence. Wyatt rested overnight in River City. Early the next morning, he left River City, arriving at the main city of Xianlan Realm, Nanyang City, as soon as he and his family exited the teleportation array. Wow, I finally see a big city. That means there must be a lot of yummy food here. Seeing his cheerful daughter, Wyatt was speechless. This Doreen thought of nothing but eating and playing all day. Fortunately, he had the means to support her. If this were in his previous life on Earth, if he had such a daughter, he probably wouldn't have been able to afford her. Carterdy, aren't we going to play? Just as Desiree was about to enjoy herself, Wyatt held her back, making the little Doreen curious. Did they not come here to play? Faye, there's nothing interesting here. Carterdy will take you to a bigger city with lots of fun things to do and delicious food. Really? Of course. Well, let's go then. Alright. Wyatt led his wife and daughter toward another teleportation array, even Michaela feeling curious about where Wyatt was taking them. We're heading to Thunder City in the Star Domain. Each person needs to pay 10,000 immortal stones for the journey to Thunder City. Here. Wyatt gave 3 immortal stones to the Amon. He didn't expect the fee to be so high just for a teleportation. It would be unsustainable if the cost was this high every day. Previously, when they teleported from River City, it cost only 100 immortal stones per person. Here, it was shockingly expensive. What Wyatt didn't know was that the farther the distance of teleportation, the more energy required, hence the higher fees. The star domain, Wyatt's destination, was the largest domain in the spirit world, located hundreds of millions of miles away from Xianxia realm. Naturally, the teleportation costs were significantly higher. The reason Wyatt wanted to go to Thunder City was that, according to information from the Star Hall, Thunder City's lightning secret realm contained countless lightning storms. Michaela was now at the peak celestial sovereign realm, not far from breaking through to the divine level. Wyatt planned for her to train in the lightning secret realm, allowing her to acclimate to the heavenly thunder beforehand and strengthen her physical body. This would make future ascension less challenging. Initially, Wyatt could have directly helped Michaela bypass the tribulation, but Michaela insisted that if she didn't experience the tribulation during ascension, cultivation wouldn't be complete. Wyatt could only bitterly agree and decided to let Michaela undergo the tribulation like a normal cultivator, which was why he brought her to Thunder City. Thunder City belonged to the Star Hall, under whose jurisdiction the entire star domain fell. Before a certain teleportation array in Thunder City, City Lord Eben stood with a dozen people, waiting respectfully. Passers-by noticed this and began to speculate curiously. The City Lord looks unusually serious today. Could someone important from the main hall be visiting? It seems likely. Let's wait a bit longer to see who this person might be. Why not? Star Hall disciples who saw Eben waiting were also speculating, even pausing their tasks. Not just Star Hall members but others too were drawn to the scene by curiosity when they saw Eben awaiting someone. Suddenly, the teleportation array before Eben lit up, revealing three figures. Wyatt's family, teleported from Nanyang City. Your humble servant Eben pays respects to Vancister, Mistress, and young Vancister. My respects, Vancister, Mistress, young Vancister. Upon seeing Wyatt and company, Eben and the others knelt respectfully. Please rise. Thank you, Vancister. Vancister, please follow me. Eben turned and led Wyatt toward the City Lord's residence. Bystanders remained in awe, guessing the identities of the three newcomers. Olaf, are we dreaming? Slap. What the hell, man? Why did you hit me? I'm helping you snap out of it. From that loud sound, we should know this isn't a dream. I can't believe, as a mere Star Hall laborer disciple, I actually saw the legendary owner of the Star Hall. Olaf said seriously. Ever since joining the Star Hall, they knew the Hall Vancister and Miltons weren't the highest ranking. Above them was a mysterious owner, whom no one had ever seen. Yet today, they were fortunate enough to witness the owner. Wyatt was unaware of the immense impact his arrival had on these people. Quickly, he arrived at the City Lord's residence under Eben's guidance. Vancister, please rest here a moment while I prepare a banquet and accommodations. Eben had suddenly received a message from Hall Vancister Andre informing him of the owner's visit, insisting Eben provide proper hospitality. Due to the short notice, Eben hadn't prepared anything in advance and now had to arrange everything for Wyatt. Since Wyatt's image was already etched in the minds of the Star Hall's higher-ups from his sign-in ceremony, there was no way Eben wouldn't recognize him. Fine, go ahead. Initially, Wyatt wanted to say there was no need for a banquet, but seeing the look on his daughter's face, he was about to drool, he agreed. Though it wasn't mealtime, for a foodie, this mattered little. Chapter 282. Wyatt speaking nonsense with a straight face. Fei-yong, what's going on? After Eben and the others left, Michaela asked with some confusion. She was genuinely curious about when Wyatt had gathered followers here. Moreover, Wyatt had never mentioned this before. If he hadn't brought her here today, Michaela wouldn't have known. Well, I came here out of boredom and took a stroll around. It turns out a brother saw me, so dignified and handsome, and insisted on recognizing me as his master, said Wyatt. My heart was moved by his sincerity, so I decided to accept him as a follower. Who would have thought he turned out to be the palace master of the Starlight Palace, one of the superpowers in the spirit world continent? Eben, whom you just met, is a member of the Starlight Palace. That's how it all happened. So, how impressive do you think your husband is? Wyatt, upon seeing Michaela ask, started spinning tales earnestly. This made Michaela roll her eyes. Of course, Michaela couldn't possibly believe Wyatt's nonsense. Not a single punctuation mark did she trust. However, it didn't matter whether she believed him or not. She only needed to know that the Starlight Palace belonged to her husband. The reasons weren't important anymore. Michaela had been in the spirit world continent for quite some time, and had developed the habit of gathering information. She naturally heard about the Starlight Palace. It was one of the continent's most powerful forces. Though Michaela didn't know exactly how strong they were, from what she sensed of Eben's cultivation level, or rather, the fact that she couldn't sense it at all, the strength of the Starlight Palace must be formidable. She herself was at the perfected heavenly venerable realm, and could only not sense those above the divine level. If even a city lord had divine level strength, then how powerful must the upper echelons of the Starlight Palace be? They might even match the Qing clan. Seeing Michaela roll her eyes, Wyatt knew she didn't believe him. What could he do? Even if he told her about the system, Michaela probably wouldn't understand its existence. Fei-yong, why are we in Thunder City? In fact, there's no major reason. The Starlight Palace has two legacy realms. One is the Thunder Realm, and the other is the Starlight Realm. The Thunder Realm is located right here in Thunder City. You've reached the perfected heavenly venerable realm, haven't you? I plan to have you cultivate within the Thunder Realm for some time. This will not only enhance your physical strength, but also familiarize you with thunder power, making future transcendence easier. Wyatt explained his intentions, causing Michaela to momentarily pause, not expecting Wyatt to think so far ahead. Fei-yong, thank you. Why thank each other, family? Isn't it better to receive something more practical? Wyatt smiled at Michaela, even leaning closer to her face. His intention was clear. Michaela understood Wyatt's meaning. She glanced at their daughter who was looking around curiously and quickly kissed Wyatt's cheek. At that moment, Wyatt's eyes gleamed, and just as Michaela was about to kiss his cheek, he suddenly turned his face. Their lips met briefly, and Michaela widened her eyes in disbelief. She couldn't believe Wyatt would act so shamelessly. Her face immediately flushed red as she quickly distanced herself from Wyatt, checking to make sure their daughter hadn't noticed anything before sighing in relief. Slap. You're becoming less and less proper. Michaela slapped Wyatt playfully, angry that he'd try such a stunt in front of their daughter. Hee, we're married. So what if we kiss? But you can't do that in front of our daughter. Alright, we'll sneak one in tonight. Kiss you? Tonight, I'm sleeping with our daughter. Michaela didn't want to deal with Wyatt anymore, standing up and walking toward their daughter. She feared what else he might say if she continued conversing with him. Watching Michaela escape, Wyatt's face revealed a victorious smile. He loved seeing this strong woman blush. Each time Wyatt made her blush, he felt accomplished. Wyatt cherished the current life he led. His breathtaking wife, adorable little cotton-padded coat of a daughter, and worry-free existence. He didn't need to fret over daily necessities, nor did he have to work tirelessly for a living. This wasn't exactly the life he fantasized about in his previous life. Sadly, he was sent away before fulfilling it. But in this lifetime, he finally made up for the regret. Therefore, Wyatt deeply treasured his present life. Vancestor, the banquet is prepared. Please proceed to the dining hall. As Wyatt indulged in random thoughts, a voice beside him interrupted his musings. Turning, he saw Eben had arrived. Okay. Wyatt nodded and, taking his daughter's hand, walked outside. When Eben came in, Desiree returned, excited because she knew delicious food awaited. Before long, Wyatt followed Eben into a grand hall where a table was already laden with various delicacies. Wow, so much yummy food. The little Doreen let go of Wyatt's hand and ran to the table, climbing onto a chair and staring at the food, drooling profusely. Attend to young Vancestor. Yes. 8 maids awaiting nearby responded. 2 of them approached Desiree, ready to serve her. Young Vancestor, which dish would you like? Servant will get it for you. The 2 maids stood beside Desiree and respectfully asked. They were selected by Eben as the finest maids from the city lord's residence. Meat. I want meat. Desiree pointed at a platter of roasted meat without hesitation, and the maid promptly served her a bowl. Perhaps because people in the spirit world continent were generally tall, even the dining tables were significantly larger. Although Desiree was 7 years old, she barely reached 1 meter in height. Eben's dining table was designed for 20 people, and Desiree could reach only 10% of the dishes on it. There was no revolving center, making it difficult for Desiree to reach many dishes, which was another reason Eben had assigned maids to assist her. Kimberly, eat slowly. There's plenty of food. Watching Desiree devour the food ravenously, Michaela sighed, imagining someone who had never eaten properly before. Hum. Desiree nodded vigorously, her mouth stuffed with roasted meat, not even glancing at Michaela. Michaela shook her head, knowing that the little Doreen probably forgot her parents' names once she had food in her mouth. Hashtag chapter 283, the couple speculation. Stop standing and sit down to eat with us. Wyatt ignored his daughter, who was gorging on meat, and instead spoke to Eben, who was standing respectfully beside him. Vancestor, that's against the rules. In my presence, there aren't so many formalities. Please sit down. Yes, Vancestor. Eben hesitated when he heard Wyatt's words. He hadn't expected Wyatt to be so approachable. Although Eben had information about Wyatt in his mind, they had never met before. In Eben's perception, as the owner of the Star Palace, Wyatt should have been high and mighty, but instead, he gave off a welcoming and warm impression. To be treated this politely by Wyatt surprised him even more. Eben, while being the city lord of Thunder City, held no small status within the Star Palace. However, given the immense control of the Star Domain by the Star Palace, city lords like him were plentiful. His position was only elevated slightly due to the Thunder Secret Realm within Thunder City. Tell me about the Thunder Secret Realm. Afterward, my wife will enter it for cultivation. There shouldn't be any restrictions, right? Vancestor, there are no restrictions to entering the Thunder Secret Realm, but it is entirely filled with thunder tribulations. The closer to the center, the more violent these tribulations become. According to our records, no one has ever reached the core of the realm. Your lady must be cautious and avoid rashly entering the center. Eben explained that the Thunder Secret Realm was open to anyone, not just members of the Star Palace but also individuals from other factions. Other factions, however, had to pay a fee and could only enter once a year, without time limitations inside. But the intensity of the tribulations within made prolonged stays impractical. Most would leave after 3 to 5 months. Additionally, the Thunder Secret Realm experienced an annual outburst, though its timing was unpredictable. During such times, the tribulations doubled in ferocity, deterring anyone from entering. Wyatt learned all this from Eben's account. Meanwhile, the banquet was winding down. Wyatt and his wife hadn't eaten much. Their young daughter had practically devoured the table full of delicacies. She had changed over the years. Previously, she only ate demon beast meat and treasure herbs because nothing else contained spiritual energy. Now, since they were in the immortal spirit world, even common dishes carried some amount of spiritual energy, which meant her current diet was less selective. The serving maids were astonished by how much the little Doreen ate. Though cultivators generally consumed more than ordinary people, such a prodigious appetite, especially in a child, was unusual. Had it not been for Wyatt and his wife's lack of objection, the maids wouldn't have dared allow the Doreen to eat so much, fearing the consequences if she overate. Vancestor, the Lord of the Star Palace and other senior members wish to meet you. Just as Eben received a message, the Lord of the Star Palace arrived with his elite members, seeking an audience with Wyatt. Why not see them? Wyatt paused briefly before agreeing. Although the system had awarded him the Star Palace, he hadn't yet met anyone besides Eben. Since he was here now, meeting the key figures was necessary. Follow me, Vancestor. Eben led Wyatt to another hall where over a dozen people were waiting. Your subordinates pay homage to the Vancestor, lady, and young Vancestor. The group promptly kneeled upon seeing Wyatt, his wife, and their daughter enter. No need for such formalities, please rise. Wyatt took a seat and spoke casually. Despite his unmatched cultivation, he remained very approachable and didn't place much emphasis on etiquette. After everyone was seated, Andre introduced the Amens present. During the discussion, the young Doreen grew bored and wandered off to play, leaving the adults to talk business. Andre came mainly to greet Wyatt, and provide an overview of the Star Palace. The next day, Andre led the Star Palace officials and Wyatt's family to the entrance of the Thunder Secret Realm, located in the backyard of the City Lord's residence. A portal formed by thunder energy marked the entrance. Wife, thunder tribulations are extremely fierce. Take it slow at first, and don't go too deep. If you can't handle it, come out immediately. Wyatt inspected the thunder portal, even testing the force with his hand. It felt merely ticklish and caused no harm. Understood. I'll go in first, and you take good care of our daughter. Lormy, can I go in to see if it's fun? Wyatt and his wife had planned not to let their daughter enter, but she now insisted on going in for play. Kimberly, last night you said you didn't want to go in. Why do you suddenly want to enter now? Wyatt was curious, recalling her earlier reluctance due to the lack of entertainment within the realm. Carterdy, Kimberly thinks she heard a voice inviting her to play inside. Can I go in, please? Wyatt and his wife exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of surprise in the other's eyes. If Desiree heard correctly, the Thunder Secret Realm was far more complex than initially thought, suggesting intelligent entities within. Yet, since Desiree wasn't of a lightning-affiliated constitution, why would such an event occur? Kimberly, explain clearly. How did you hear a voice inviting you to play? The voice appeared directly in Kimberly's mind, so naturally, Kimberly could hear it. Wyatt and Michaela were momentarily speechless. Fei-Yong, could it be related to the primordial seven-colored heaven pearl? Michaela recalled Americ mentioning that the pearl contained 7 fundamental forces. Desiree had already grasped 2 of these. If the pearl included the thunder force, perhaps the spirit within the realm sensed it and wanted her to enter. Yes, it's quite possible. Let's see what happens. The chapter translates faithfully while maintaining natural English flow, keeping character names accurate, preserving the original tone and style, and ensuring logical continuity with previous content. Hashtag Chapter 284. Entering the Thunder Secret Realm. Desiree had previously comprehended the Spatial Dao and the Void Dao, but she hadn't been able to comprehend any other Dao since then. Now, being here might just give her another chance to comprehend a new Dao. Wyatt naturally wouldn't miss out on such an opportunity that could benefit his daughter. Since Kimberly wants to go in, then Daddy will accompany her for a while. Having this speculation, Wyatt decided to take the little Doreen inside to check things out. With him around, even if there were dangers, they would be manageable. Plus, he could see what was really happening. Yes. Seeing Wyatt agreeing not only to let her enter, but also to accompany her, the little Doreen nodded vigorously. Let's go. Wyatt held his daughter's hand and headed toward the entrance, with Michaela following closely behind. Andre and the others, seeing Wyatt entering, quickly followed suit. The Thunder Secret Realm had existed for countless years, yet this was the first time anyone had experienced such an occurrence. Throughout those years, people who entered the Thunder Secret Realm mostly had lightning affinity constitutions. Many of the Star Palace's strong warriors were of such constitution. However, no one had ever encountered this situation before, making Andre and company quite curious. Moreover, the formation of the Thunder Secret Realm had always been a mystery, and clarifying it today would certainly be beneficial. ZZZ. Upon entering the Secret Realm, Wyatt and Desiree were greeted by the incessant crackle of lightning. It felt like they were in an ocean of lightning, nothing but lightning everywhere. Boom. As soon as Wyatt and the group entered, the formerly quiet realm suddenly echoed with thunderclaps. All the lightning seemed to be affected by something, becoming wildly turbulent all at once. Not good, it's a thunderstorm. Sir, please take Lady and young Miss out immediately, shouted Andre, who had followed them in. He was taken aback by the sudden intensity of the thunder, and quickly urged Wyatt to evacuate Michaela and Desiree. No need, let's observe first, said Wyatt, waving his hand to create a protective light barrier that enveloped everyone instantly. After ensuring everyone was safe, Wyatt's divine soul spread throughout the entire realm, revealing disciples who were frantically escaping. The Thunder Secret Realm was permanently open for Star Palace disciples, so many were still inside. Those disciples had been practicing undisturbed when the sudden turmoil caught them off guard. Shocked, they all rushed towards the exit. Wyatt couldn't help but chuckle at their disheveled appearance, but felt a bit embarrassed because he suspected it was related to his daughter. So, Wyatt waved again, pulling out all the fleeing disciples without causing any fatalities. Everyone, leave the Secret Realm now. It will temporarily close. Realizing there were still many disciples inside, Andre ordered everyone to leave and shut down the Secret Realm temporarily. But by the time he gave the order, many had already fled through the large exit. A dragon roar resounded from deep within the realm after about a quarter of an hour. A massive thunder dragon appeared in the sky and rapidly flew towards the exit. Carterdy, Daddy, it's inviting Kimberly to play with it. The little Doreen seemed to have found something amusing and loudly called out as she flew towards the thunder dragon. Kimberly. Michaela was shocked and tried to pull Desiree back, but Wyatt stopped her. Don't worry, let's see what happens, he reassured her before leading everyone over. Wyatt sensed excitement rather than malice from the thunder dragon, similar to how Desiree felt. Roar. The thunder dragon flew in front of Desiree, roared again, and then lowered its head as if submitting to her. After this, the wild lightning calmed down, losing all strength. Hee. Little dragon, did you invite Kimberly into play? Desiree flew up to touch the thunder dragon's head, smiling. Her words left Wyatt speechless. His daughter was barely as big as a single dragon scale yet called it, little dragon. Wyatt. The thunder dragon seemed to enjoy Desiree's petting and gently bumped its head against her. Hee. Good boy, little dragon. Let's play together for a while. The little Doreen happily sat atop the thunder dragon's head, although her small size made her nearly invisible. Carterdy, Kimberly is going to play. She waved at Wyatt. Go ahead. Little thunder dragon, protect my daughter. If you don't, I'll erase your consciousness and make you dissipate here. Wyatt warned the thunder dragon, which clearly understood him, having developed intelligence. Roar. The thunder dragon roared again in acknowledgement and carried Desiree deeper into the realm. Won't Kimberly be in danger? Michaela was concerned despite sensing no hostility from the thunder dragon. She could still feel its terrifying aura. Relax. I've already warned it. Its wisdom will guide its actions. Besides, do you think a mere spirit can harm our daughter? And I'm watching over her too. You should find a place to practice and relax. I'll ensure nothing happens to her. All right then. With Wyatt's assurance, Michaela nodded and flew deeper into the realm. Let's go. We should keep others out until they return. Yes, sir. Exiting the Thunder's secret realm, Andre instructed Evan to handle matters, offering other sect disciples free entry upon reopening. This delighted some of them, especially those who had intended to leave anyway, giving them a free practice session. Chapter 285, Star Moon Pavilion, Starstone. After arranging some matters, Wyatt let Andre and the others return, also informing them about the Spirit Immortal Palace and urging Andre to pay attention to it. Seeing that his daughter was safely absorbing the lightning fluid and the energies from the bead, Wyatt felt reassured and paid no further attention. It would take at least 1 or 2 months for Desiree to fully absorb everything. Wyatt's figure vanished from the City Lord's residence and reappeared in the Heavenly Capital City within the Star Domain. Heavenly Capital City was the largest city in the Star Domain and the headquarters of the Star Temple. Even smaller provinces could not compare to its vastness. Perhaps because most people in the surprised Ling continent were body cultivators, all structures and daily items were relatively large. For example, if the city walls on the Calamity Immortal continent were 3 meters high, then those on the surprised Ling continent would be 5 meters. As Wyatt walked along the broad streets of Heavenly Capital City, it felt like walking on a 4-lane highway. There were clearly many people around, almost overcrowded. Suddenly, a place caught Wyatt's attention. There was a long queue of people outside a building, sparking his curiosity. Other shops did have people coming in and out, but none required queuing. Curious, Wyatt approached the queue and stood behind a chubby man. Brother, what's happening here? Why are there so many people lining up? The chubby man turned around, surprised by the voice from behind. He saw Aiden looking around curiously. Hi, I'm Harry, friends call me Dario. Hello, my name is Wyatt. I just arrived in Heavenly Capital City. I see, Brother Moo must be new to Heavenly Capital City, hence the confusion. Let me explain. The Star Moon Pavilion sells starstones. People queue here because of these starstones. Do you know what starstones are? No, you don't even know what starstones are? I come from the Calamity Immortal continent and haven't heard of starstones. What do they do, and why does everyone come here for them? Wyatt truly hadn't heard of starstones, and there were no records explaining their function. Through his divine perception, the rocks inside the Star Moon Pavilion seemed ordinary. Alright, listen. Starstones are unique minerals from the Star's secret realm. They can't be used for forging, nor do they contain any spiritual energy. They're pretty much useless. But sometimes, starstones may yield treasures inside, which is why people come here. With good luck, you might become a big winner. So, treasures are hidden inside the starstones, and everyone comes here to try their luck, right? Exactly. Wyatt blinked. This reminded him of something familiar. Isn't this similar to gambling on jade stones on Earth? Does this trend exist in the immortal world too? Brother Luo, does the Star Moon family belong to the Star Temple? And what kind of treasures usually come out of the starstones? Come on, we'll talk once we get inside. Dario, seeing it was finally their turn, pulled Wyatt into the Star Moon Pavilion and explained more about the Star Moon family and starstones. The Star Moon family was a prominent clan in Heavenly Capital City, with many disciples cultivating in the Star Temple. One of their members even served as an inner disciple in the temple. Starstones came from the Star's secret realm, but since the variety of treasures they could yield was limited, the Star Temple didn't focus on them. However, the Star Moon family recognized the potential profit from starstones and obtained exclusive mining rights after significant effort, establishing the Star Moon Pavilion in Heavenly Capital City. Starstones were peculiar. They were enveloped in a special substance that even cultivators' divine senses couldn't penetrate. The treasures inside could range from spirit stones to magical artifacts, medicines, cultivation techniques, martial arts, divine powers, essence blood, or demon beast eggs. But the chances of finding treasure were quite low, only about 30%, yet many people still frequented the pavilion daily. Once, someone found a divine power in a starstone, which the Star Temple purchased, and the finder became an inner disciple. From then on, business at the Star Moon Pavilion boomed, and the Star Moon family rose to become one of the 10 great families in Heavenly Capital City. Interested in starstones, Wyatt, who had only heard about jade gambling in his past life but never witnessed it, saw this as an opportunity to try. He was especially curious about the outer layer of starstones that could block divine sensing. Chapter 286, Harry and Dovey. After Wyatt entered the Star Moon Pavilion, he discovered that it was a massive plaza with several small warehouses built around it. Although they were called warehouses, they were actually just large canopies under which piles of starstones lay. Vansony people were bustling among these canopies, picking out what they believed would yield valuable treasures. Wyatt's soul sensed another starstone. This time, his soul could penetrate the outer layer of the starstone, reaching directly into its core. This made Wyatt smile with delight. It seemed the external matter of the starstone couldn't obstruct his soul. Previously, Wyatt hadn't known there was anything inside a starstone. He had merely checked if the stone contained any spiritual energy without probing further inside, so naturally, he didn't realize his soul could see through to the inside. I wonder if the Star Moon Pavilion will close early if all their starstones containing treasures are sold out. Thinking about this, Wyatt murmured to himself, a hint of mysterious laughter on his face as he indulged in some happy daydreams. Brother Moo, what are you saying? Harry, who was looking around at the starstones, seemed to hear Wyatt's voice. But due to the crowd and the softness of Wyatt's voice, Harry didn't quite catch what he said. Nothing. I'm just planning to buy a few starstones to try my luck. Do you want to give it a try? Wyatt replied. Forget it. I just like watching the spectacle, Harry answered rather bashfully. Not that he didn't want to try. He simply lacked the funds. The probability of finding treasure in starstones was too low, and as a disciple from a minor family in Tianfu City, he couldn't afford to waste resources on such gambles. Brother Moo, it's fine to play around, but be careful not to get carried away. Look at how others open the star stones. The chances of getting a valuable item are extremely low. And even if something does come out, it's usually just spiritual stones, which doesn't cover your expenses. Harry felt he should caution Wyatt to prevent him from regretting it later. However, Harry spoke softly, almost as if he feared others might overhear. Don't worry, I'm just buying a few to play with. I won't get carried away, Wyatt laughed. With his soul capable of seeing through the starstones, losing money wasn't a concern. He simply wanted to experience the thrill of gambling. Hey, isn't that you, Luo Fatso? Why? Did you bring a lackey along today to scavenge for leftovers? Just as Wyatt was preparing to buy a few starstones, a voice from behind startled him into stopping. Tough guy, what you do is none of my business. Harry didn't need to turn around to know who was speaking. He turned back with a harsh remark, a frown marring his face. You Fatso might not interfere with me, but bringing others down is wrong. You don't have money to buy starstones, so you're tricking an ordinary person into joining you in scavenging. Isn't that leading them astray? Humph. Just like you have the money for starstones. Harry huffed, trying to lead Wyatt away, only to find Dovey blocking their path. What's the rush, Luo Fatso? Today I actually have the means to buy starstones. Want me to show you around? After I open some useless ones, I'll generously gift you a few. You won't need to go scavenging elsewhere. How's that? Am I not being kind to you? Humph. Hope it doesn't bankrupt you. Ha ha ha. Today I heard a magpie calling when I left home. It's bound to be a lucky day for me. Just wait and envy me. Dovey paid no heed to Harry's words and laughed loudly before leading two attendants toward one of the canopies. What's going on? Seeing Dovey leave, Wyatt asked Harry curiously. What else? This kid is always against me but can't beat me. A few days ago, I saw someone discard a starstone after a single cut didn't reveal any treasure. I picked it up to play with, but Dovey mocked me. Harry recounted the incident without embarrassment, and Wyatt smiled in response. He knew this situation. Gambling on starstones wasn't something most people could afford on Earth either. Let's follow and see. Wyatt walked towards Dovey, curious about his luck. Harry, seeing Wyatt move ahead, followed suit. Boss, how much is this starstone? Dovey sifted through a pile of starstones, and finally chose one he thought would yield treasure, asking the bennies standing nearby. Wyatt, walking over, glanced at the starstone in Dovey's hand and noticed something inside. As annoying as he is, I must admit his luck is incredible. Seeing a crystal within the starstone, a divine crystal, Wyatt couldn't help but mutter. Discovering a starstone with a divine crystal amidst such low odds, how could his luck not be considered excellent? 3,000 lower-grade spirit stones. The benny examined the starstone and quoted the price. Dovey's face darkened. Boss, isn't this the smallest section? Why does a small piece cost 3,000 spirit stones? Dovey had been here before and knew the prices. The starstones were divided into 3 zones based on size: large, medium, and small. This area housed the smallest, often scrap pieces of the starstone vein, with the lowest probability of yielding treasure. Normally, they ranged from 300 to 500 spirit stones, with the highest being around 1,000. Now, at 3,000, it was no wonder Dovey was upset. I have exactly 3,000 spirit stones. Originally, I could buy 6 or 7, now it's just 1. As if you know exactly how much I brought. They are of exceptional quality today, hence the higher price. Tough guy, if you can't afford it, don't disturb the boss. He already said they're the best quality. As Dovey was about to respond, Harry's voice cut in, darkening Dovey's face even more. Having boasted about showing Harry around, not buying now would make him look foolish. So what if it's 3,000 spirit stones? I'll take it. Hashtag chapter 287, mockery. Sir, you have a good eye. Do you wish to cut it yourself, or would you like us to assist? Seeing that Dovey had taken out 3,000 spirit stones, the manager's expression instantly changed. He hadn't thought there would actually be a fool willing to buy these star rocks. Although he had just said that today's batch of star rocks was the best in history, this only referred to the medium and large size pieces. While these came from the same batch as the medium and large ones, they were merely scraps. The probability of extracting treasure from them was still very low. Even finding one valuable item out of 100 would be considered lucky. The reason he quoted 3,000 was simply because he didn't want to deal with Dovey. The Star Moon Pavilion wasn't new to business, and those dispatched by the Star Moon family to sell star rocks here naturally understood the people of Tianfu City. Both Dovey and Harry, being young masters of minor families, were known for looking more than buying. They simply didn't have enough money to frequently purchase star rocks. The manager had casually thrown out the number, not wanting to entertain Dovey, but Harry's words made Dovey pull out the money immediately. How could the manager not be pleased? Now, he looked at Harry with an appreciative eye, knowing that without Harry, Dovey wouldn't have acted so readily. The outer layer of star rocks not only blocked spiritual sense probing but was also exceptionally tough, making it difficult to cut with ordinary magical treasures. Special cutting tools were required. Therefore, after purchasing star rocks, the Star Moon Pavilion offered free cutting services, although some preferred to do it themselves for the thrill. Of course, I'll do it myself. If you damage my treasure, will you compensate me? Sir, our Star Moon Pavilion does not have a rule for compensation. The Benny didn't get angry at Dovey's remark, but continued to smile, unwilling to quarrel with the fool. Luo Fatty, watch closely as I turn 3,000 spirit stones into 3 million. Dovey secured the star rock on the specialized cutting machine and turned back to Harry, his face brimming with confidence as if he had already earned 3 million. Harry, however, sneered upon seeing Dovey's expression, not believing he could have such good luck. If star rocks were so easy to extract treasure from, many people wouldn't end up losing everything. Meanwhile, Wyatt felt a pang of regret, knowing that there was indeed treasure within Dovey's star rock, worth over 3 million. He realized Dovey had bluffed, and Harry would soon be ridiculed. Wyatt considered pulling Harry away but eventually decided against it. At worst, he would give Harry a star rock later to repay him for explaining earlier, and let Harry gain the upper hand over Dovey once. Dovey began cutting the star rock without further ado. As the machine buzzed into action, a crowd gathered to watch. After a few minutes, when the machine stopped, Dovey excitedly opened the protective shield, only to find a pitch-black stone surface, leaving him momentarily stunned. Ha ha ha. Dovey, this is your 3 million? You look like you've lost 30 million. Ha ha ha. Harry couldn't help but ridicule Dovey, and the onlookers laughed along. Dovey snorted. I've only made one cut. Are you sure I've lost? Keep your eyes open. Though he sounded defensive, Dovey was right. Treasure might not be in the center. His basketball-sized rock had only been cut once, and it was still possible to hit the jackpot. Dovey resumed cutting, neglecting to put up the machine's protective shield. As the star rock broke into pieces the size of infants' fists, no treasure emerged, and Dovey's mood darkened. Harry, on the other hand, smiled smugly, mocking Dovey each time he cut. Dovey retaliated by taking out his frustration on the rock, almost as if trying to reduce it to powder. Wyatt observed oddly. Despite Dovey's bad luck, he had chosen a star rock containing a divine crystal. Yet, despite over 10 cuts, he had failed to strike the crystal. He could have made a fortune, but kept missing it. Where's your 3 million, Dovey? Are you saying this pile of rubble is worth 3 million? Humph. Even if I don't earn 3 million, at least I have the money to buy star rocks. And you? You can't afford to buy star rocks and even pick up discarded pieces. I might lose money, but I'm not as disgraceful as you. Come. You love picking up others' leftovers. I'll be generous today, and give you all these. Come thank me. Dovey threw the star rock pieces aside, accepting his loss but feeling superior to Harry. He could buy star rocks while Harry scavenged. Harry retorted, I'm not stupid like you. Your rubbish isn't even fit for a dog. Keep it as a souvenir. He was poor, not foolish. With the rock in such a state, finding treasure was a pipe dream. Are you sure you don't want these? Huh. Just as Harry finished speaking, Wyatt suddenly spoke up, leaving Harry bewildered. Ha ha ha. Luo fatty, truly living up to your reputation. Wanting useless rubble. How fitting for both of you. Not only was Harry stunned, but even Dovey froze before quickly laughing at Harry and Wyatt. He knew Harry wouldn't take the fragments, having intended to mock him. However, his companion wanted them, giving Dovey another chance to ridicule Harry. Chapter 288, Boyd's Vansness. Brother Moo, there's no way those fragments contain anything valuable. Boyd just wants to humiliate us. No worries, it'll be good practice anyway. Wyatt smiled and said that he didn't really want the stone. Not only was a single divine crystal meaningless to him, even 10 or 100 wouldn't matter much. His main intention for getting that one divine crystal was because Boyd annoyed him so much. Wyatt wanted to properly vex Boyd, wondering what kind of expression he would have when he realized he'd missed out on a divine crystal, which might stop Boyd from mocking them. But, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Wyatt stopped Harry from speaking further. He believed Harry would understand soon enough. Even if Wyatt said he could see treasures inside star stones, Harry probably wouldn't believe it. Boyd, right? Are you sure you don't want these star stones? After saying this to Harry, Wyatt stepped forward and picked up the star stone with the divine crystal from the ground, asking Boyd. Hee. If anyone else asked, I wouldn't give it away. But since you two provided everyone such entertainment today, I'll be generous and give it to you. Boyd chuckled, looking at Wyatt as if he were an idiot, shoving the broken fragments in front of him. You don't need to give them away, as I'm afraid if I get something precious later, you might change your mind. I'll buy these star stones. Harry, do you have any spirit stones? Give a good man like Boyd one spirit stone. Ha ha ha. The crowd laughed loudly at Wyatt's words, including Boyd himself. Everyone thought Wyatt had lost his mind. Why would someone reject a free gift and insist on paying, and also think they could find treasures in scraps? Harry, where did you find this foolish boy who is trying to kill me with laughter? Boyd clutched his aching stomach, turning to Harry. He found Wyatt's behavior utterly outrageous. Brother Moo, are you serious about giving him spirit stones? For some reason, Harry somewhat believed that Wyatt could indeed find treasures, maybe due to his confident demeanor. But let's confirm, you still have spirit stones, right? Harry had around 80 spirit stones but hadn't considered buying star stones. Of course, I hate taking advantage of others. All right. Without hesitation, Harry handed over a spirit stone from his storage ring to Wyatt, not questioning why Wyatt needed one from him. Boyd, this is payment for the star stones. Catch well? Wyatt pressed the spirit stone into Boyd's hand, ensuring now, no matter what, Boyd couldn't argue. Fine. I want to see how you'll extract treasure from a pile of scraps. If you can do it, I'll eat all the scraps. Boyd sneered, believing Wyatt was using a spirit stone to mock him, which made him furious. Isn't that dangerous? Do you fear losing? I'm worried you'll choke. Remember, I don't play games. If I really do find treasure, you'll have to eat them whether you like it or not. Are you sure about this? Wyatt originally planned to embarrass Boyd a bit, but if Boyd insisted on this challenge, Wyatt wouldn't hold back. Yes. If you find treasure here, I'll eat these scraps, but if you fail, I won't let you leave Tianfu City. You're brave. Hope you follow through, otherwise, it could be troublesome. With that, Wyatt crushed the star stone in his hand, letting the pieces fall while a soft glow revealed a diamond-shaped crystalline object. Whoa. It's actually a treasure. What's that? A divine crystal. How did he do it? He actually found a heavy treasure. Incredible. Everyone stared in shock as Wyatt pulled a divine crystal from a pile of scraps. This wasn't just any treasure but the best among treasures. Previously, someone found a divine crystal sold for 300 million top-grade spirit stones by a powerful clan in Tianfu City. So, does this count as a heavy treasure? Wyatt blew off the dust and showed the divine crystal to Boyd, who was already dazed. Divine crystal, priceless worth of billions, he'd just given it away to someone he deemed foolish. Who's the fool here? My crystal, return it now. I'm not selling anymore. Boyd lunged at Wyatt, but failed to snatch the crystal. Everyone saw you give away waste, and I paid you. How can it be yours? Seeing Boyd's madness, Wyatt smirked, knowing people like Boyd couldn't resist temptation. Here's your spirit stone. Take it and return the crystal. Boyd shoved the spirit stone towards Wyatt, but it was deflected. Now that I found treasure, it's time for you to fulfill the bet. Yeah, start eating those star stones. Haven't seen anyone do it before. Precisely, keep your word and eat the stones. Why go back on a deal once it's made? Imagine the chaos if everyone acted like this. Onlookers echoed, urging Boy to eat the star stones. Boy, don't push your luck, tricking me out of a divine crystal. Now you want me to eat star stones? Do you not fear for yourself? Hashtag chapter 289. Struggle for the divine crystal. It seems you don't intend to honor your bet. Since that's the case, I'll help you. Seeing that Thornton had no intention of honoring his bet and was even threatening him again, Wyatt decided not to indulge him any longer. Wyatt waved his hand, and all the broken star stones on the ground immediately floated up before turning into powder in an instant. He pointed at Thornton and immobilized him. Then with another wave of his hand, the suspended powder flew directly into Thornton's mouth, entering his stomach in mere seconds. Cough, cough, cough. Wyatt released his control over Thornton, who started coughing violently, fear clearly visible on his face. Sir, our Star Moon Pavilion strictly prohibits physical violence. This is a challenge to our dignity. Thornton's persistent coughing finally brought everyone back to their senses. No one expected Wyatt to act so abruptly, especially in front of everyone. The Star Moon Pavilion indeed had such a rule. No matter what happened inside, no physical confrontation was allowed. Otherwise, the pavilion would punish those who acted violently. Do I look like I used force? I merely helped him fulfill the bet. I didn't touch him at all. Sir, please don't misrepresent the facts. Boy, you're dead meat. You dared to lay hands on me here in the Star Moon Pavilion. The pavilion won't let you off, nor will my Qin family. Finally regaining his breath, Thornton saw Wyatt still trying to justify himself and resumed threatening him. Seems like you haven't had enough yet. Upon hearing Wyatt's words, Thornton suddenly realized the danger and instinctively took a few steps back, closer to the middle-aged attendant. Sir, not only did you resort to violence in our Star Moon Pavilion, but you also threatened our guest. Such blatant disregard for our authority, do you think we don't exist? Guest? Him? Just because he spent 3,000 low-grade spirit stones? I could do that too. Not to mention 3,000. I can afford 3 million easily. Wyatt laughed slightly, pointing at Thornton. He knew from Thornton's expression when paying the 3,000 spirit stones that the man must be short on funds. Such guests were as common as dirt. A single top-grade spirit stone would buy him 3 people like Thornton. Humph. You even needed Luofat to pay a spirit stone for you. How could you possibly have money? Hearing Wyatt's words, which clearly belittled him, Thornton snorted coldly. He firmly believed Wyatt had no spirit stones. I have plenty of spirit stones. The reason I asked Harry for one just now was that you're only worth a low-grade spirit stone, and I didn't happen to have any on me. With a wave of his hand, Wyatt produced a pile of top-grade spirit stones, shocking everyone, including the middle-aged attendant. There were at least 100 million pieces, if not more. Sir, may I become a customer of your Star Moon Pavilion? Of course, of course. Noble guest, please feel free to pick whatever catches your eye. I'll give you a special discount. The previous arrogance of Star Moon Lin vanished, replaced by a servile attitude. As for Wyatt's earlier actions, they were forgotten. From the number of top-grade spirit stones Wyatt revealed, it was evident this wasn't all he had. If he spent here, Star Moon Lin would receive considerable commissions. Haha. Wyatt chuckled, put away the spirit stones, and tossed the divine crystal to Harry, who was standing dumbfounded nearby. Then he walked towards the pile of star stones. Money talks, and this was its power. Star Moon Lin now treated Wyatt as if he were his own child and naturally wouldn't care about his earlier actions. All he wanted was to serve Wyatt well. Brother Moo, what are you doing? Harry hurriedly followed Wyatt, looking at the divine crystal in his hand, unsure of what to do. He didn't understand Wyatt's intentions. Returning it to its rightful owner. You paid for it, so the treasure you opened naturally belongs to you. No, it's too valuable. Brother Moo, you should take it back. Valuable? If you don't want it, throw it away. I don't need a divine crystal. Wyatt said this without further ado, selecting more star stones. He didn't lack or need divine crystals, and it was just one. Guy sneered at Ellsworth, knowing full well that both families disliked each other intensely. Thus, he showed no respect to Ellsworth. You are all 10 leading lords of Heavenly Capital City. Be generous with your bids. Our Star Moon family offers 500 million top-grade spirit stones. Little brother, if you sell the divine crystal to our Star Moon family, you can get 500 million instantly, and we will recommend you to join the Star Chamber. Just as the two heads were about to argue, a melodious voice sounded from within, and a woman accompanied by 2 Amens walked over. This is Layla from the Star Moon family. I didn't expect her to be involved. This boy has good fortune. Not only can he get 500 million top-grade spirit stones, but also a chance to enter the Star Chamber. Just the recommendation alone is worth 500 million. When Layla appeared, some recognized her. She was the eldest daughter of the Star Moon family and an inner disciple of the Star Chamber. Her status commanded respect, not because the Star Moon family was stronger than the other 9, but because she was an inner disciple of the Star Chamber. Chapter 290. Harry's joy, Boyd's resentment. How about it? If you're not satisfied with 500 million top-grade spirit stones, you can name your own price. Seeing Harry's lack of reaction, Celine spoke again, assuming he was unsatisfied with the offer. In reality, the price offered for divine crystals had already exceeded their market value, but Celine still gave Harry a chance to set his own price. The Xingyu family desperately needed a divine crystal now. The heir non of the Xingyu family, Daryl, had reached a bottleneck in cultivation and required a divine crystal to break through to the divine realm. If the Xingyu family could add another divine rank member, it would significantly enhance their power. I'm already very satisfied with 500 million. I agree to sell the divine crystal to Mississippi. Only now did Harry react. Though he knew the value of divine crystals, he never imagined these big shots would go so far. Luo family was just a minor clan in Tianfu City, and Harry had never seen such a large amount of spirit stones. Even his father would be astonished by this sum. Thank you. This storage ring contains 500 million top-grade spirit stones. This star reddish jade token is a recommendation from Star Palace. If your talent isn't too poor, you can enter Star Palace as a laborer disciple. Celine smiled, handing over the storage ring containing the spirit stones and a jade token. Each year, inner disciples of Star Palace had the right to recommend one candidate. Unless they were terribly untalented, candidates usually became laborers. Some even entered as outer disciples. It was also a method Star Palace used to recruit talented individuals since formal recruitment occurred only once every 100 years for those under 16. Thus, many missed opportunities. Star Palace therefore allowed inner disciples to recommend one person each year. Thank you, miss. Thank you. Harry's trembling hands received the storage ring and jade token. He never thought he'd get such an opportunity, especially after missing Star Palace's admission due to age restrictions. Since the last admission test happened 18 years ago, and Harry was 16, he missed the chance. But now, with Celine's recommendation, joining Star Palace as even a laborer was an honor. No need to thank me. These were previously agreed conditions. Celine was also delighted. For just 500 million spirit stones and a recommendation, obtaining a divine crystal was incredibly worthwhile. Due to Xianxia Pavilion's wealth, spirit stones weren't scarce. As for the recommendation slot, while valuable, she received one annually, making it somewhat common to her. Carrying the divine crystal, Celine left. Seeing the crystal secured by the Xianxia family, the other three clan leaders sighed and departed. Not only did Celine outmatch them in resources, but she also offered a precious Star Palace recommendation. Even these Amons couldn't refuse her offer. Although all 10 great families had disciples at Star Palace, there was a significant gap between them. Moreover, Celine was an inner disciple, a status few enjoyed among the 10 families. You keep it. Here are 300 million top-grade spirit stones, said Harry to Wyatt, handing over a ring filled with spirit stones. Without Wyatt's help, he wouldn't have gained so much. Unbeknownst to Harry, Boyd watched them with resentment before turning away, having been ignored earlier. What should have been his, now belonged to Harry. 500 million spirit stones and a Star Palace recommendation. Any of these could elevate the Alden family. Now, everything went to Harry, fueling Boyd's intense hatred. Yet, knowing his limitations, he dared not act openly within Xianxia Pavilion. You keep them. I don't need these things. Wyatt wasn't interested in spirit stones, seeing them as mere rewards for Harry. Not possible. If not for Brother Moo, I wouldn't have gotten this far. Taking them means respecting me. Rarely showing seriousness, Harry insisted, genuinely grateful to Wyatt for his fortune. Fine. But 300 million is too much. 100 million is enough. Considering Harry's sincerity, Wyatt agreed, taking only 100 million spirit stones, leaving Harry to store the rest. Boss, how much for these star rocks? Picking up 3 star rocks, Wyatt asked Anika, who followed him. Wyatt chose only these because the others were worthless. Guest, wouldn't you like more? Anika seemed disappointed, expecting Wyatt to buy more. These are too small. I'll look elsewhere. Alright, 3,000 spirit stones for these 3 rocks. Do you want to open them now, or later? Hearing Wyatt plan to buy more, Anika's mood improved. Not yet. Please find a cart to transport them and 2 helpers. After all, I just got 100 million top-grade spirit stones. Wyatt wouldn't risk attracting attention by opening the star rocks immediately. He hinted at intending to spend his recent earnings entirely. Hashtag chapter 291. Frenzied purchase of starstones. Please wait a moment, honorable guest. I'll arrange it immediately. Han cheerfully accepted the spirit stones handed over by Wyatt, and immediately turned around to call 2 servants. He instructed one servant to fetch a cart, while the other stood respectfully beside Wyatt. Brother Moo, just play around a bit. This really can get addictive, and the chance of getting treasures from starstones is very low. Seeing Wyatt ready for a big game, Harry whispered with some concern. He was worried that Wyatt might get carried away because of the earlier divine crystal incident. It wasn't unreasonable for Harry to think this way, as there were too many examples of people losing everything after an initial lucky find. Wyatt might just waste the 100 million high-grade spirit stones he had just acquired. However, Harry's worries weren't baseless due to numerous precedents where first-time luck led to significant losses. I have a secret to tell you. Actually, I can see the internal structure of starstones. I can tell at a glance if there are any treasures inside. So, what you're worried about won't happen. Wyatt also whispered back to Harry, careful not to let Han overhear. He used his magic power to isolate their conversation. Harry was stunned. What Wyatt said was astonishing. Seeing through the structure of starstones. Was that even possible? Starstones had been in existence for a long time, and countless influential figures had studied them. No one, regardless of cultivation level, could see through their interiors. Otherwise, the Starstone Hall wouldn't have given the mining rights to the Xianxia family. Why wouldn't they mine it themselves? Precisely because no one could see through the interior of starstones and the odds of obtaining treasures were so low. The Starstone Hall entrusted the mining rights to the Xianxia family. Now, hearing that Wyatt could indeed see through starstones, Harry realized this was an earth-shattering revelation. If others found out, who knew the commotion it would cause? One thing was certain. Wyatt would face severe consequences, likely becoming a tool for someone or some force. Harry believed Wyatt partly because of the divine crystal incident. It made sense now why Wyatt was so confident. Furthermore, Wyatt had picked the divine crystal from dozens of worthless starstones. If Wyatt couldn't see through the starstones, how could he have achieved such a feat so easily? With this thought, Harry sneaked a glance at Han, noticing he still wore a smile. Only then did Harry breathe a sigh of relief. Wyatt observed all of Harry's reactions and acknowledged him slightly more favorably. Harry had a good heart. Honorable guest, your small cart has arrived. Yes, thank you, boss. Wyatt thanked Han and then had the servants load 3 starstones onto the cart before heading to the next selling point. At each stop, Wyatt picked starstones with ease and fluency. Those in the know thought he was selecting carefully, while others assumed he was buying vegetables at the market. He simply pointed at a few stones, paid, had the servants load them onto the cart and moved on. Before long, a crowd gathered behind Wyatt, swelling to nearly the size of a reinforced platoon, and it continued to grow. Hey, where did this fool come from? Preparing to buy starstones for support? Haha. Isn't having lots of money enough? This guy must be a billionaire. Oh, tell me more. I want to meet this rich but silly fool. Sure, let me tell you. The Aiden then recounted the incident with the divine crystal, and similar conversations spread throughout the crowd. After all, Xianxia Pavilion was enormous, and only those near the entrance witnessed the divine crystal extraction. Without Wyatt's actions, these onlookers wouldn't have paid much attention. Vancini recognized Harry, though, despite his family being a minor clan in Tianfu City. Due to his activities in Xianxia Pavilion, he was quite well known here. An hour later, Wyatt finally stopped picking starstones, not because he didn't want to continue or run out of spirit stones, but because he had gone through all the starstones in Xianxia Pavilion. He had selected all those containing treasures, and in his eyes, even the lowest quality treasure was a spirit crystal or higher. Behind him trailed several carts, but this was because most stones were smaller. The larger ones were stored in a separate area. Ironically, despite selecting all starstones with treasures, Wyatt hadn't spent all the 100 million high-grade spirit stones Harry had given him. His storage ring still held over 10 million high-grade spirit stones. Difficult spending, Wyatt mused. Thankfully, he had only taken Harry's 100 million. Harry, do you want a few to play with? Wyatt and Harry walked toward the center of the pavilion square, where large starstones were piled up, those Wyatt had chosen. Alongside them stood dozens of machines, each manned by 2 workers, ready to open the starstones for Wyatt. Notably, many senior members of the Xianxia family were present. Wyatt's unprecedented purchase of starstones was a big deal. If he extracted many treasures, it would serve as excellent advertising for starstones, attracting more buyers. Even if the haul was modest, everyone knew the odds were low, so it would be seen as bad luck rather than a flaw. Either way, the Xianxia family benefited, having earned over 80 million spirit stones from this single transaction, nearly a month's income. Thanks, but I'll just watch. Harry declined Wyatt's offer. If Wyatt truly saw through starstones, they would all yield treasures. Harry already felt indebted, and taking more benefits would be inappropriate. Fine, I'll give you a couple of treasures once I open them. Wyatt quickened his pace towards the center of the square, arriving shortly thereafter. Chapter 292, Live Auction, Lonnie's Speculation. Please take a seat, esteemed guest. Vancy, I inquire your name? A temporary pavilion had been set up in the center of the square. Lonnie, with an ever-present smile on his face, guided Wyatt to a specially prepared seat. As the second Amen of the Xianxia family and the person responsible for all matters related to Starstone, Lonnie had been alerted by Wyatt's bold actions. Apart from the higher-ups of the Xianxia family, representatives from the other 9 major families of Tianfu City were also present, and their ranks were not low. This was the first time someone like Wyatt had made such large purchases of starstones. Apart from watching the spectacle, they also had intentions to buy treasures. With so many starstones being opened at once, there was bound to be 1 or 2 valuable items among them, and they were here specifically for these treasures. Wyatt. So it's young Vancestor Mu. I am the second Amen of the Xianxia family. First of all, thank you, young Vancestor Mu, for visiting our Xianxia pavilion. No matter if you make a profit or a slight loss this time, from now on, all your purchases at Xianxia pavilion will receive a 20% discount. Lonnie personally poured Wyatt a cup of tea and promised that henceforth, he would always give Wyatt a 20% discount on any future Starstone purchases. Is that so? Then I appreciate your offer. Wyatt's expression was somewhat strange. He didn't expect the Xianxia family to be so cordial, but he wondered if Lonnie would remain so amiable after the Starstones were opened. Shall we begin opening the Starstones now, young Vancestor Mu? Let's go ahead. Oh, and the treasures extracted will be auctioned off immediately. The highest bidder gets the item. Just leave a couple aside for me. Understood. Please wait a moment, young Vancestor Mu. I'll make the arrangements right away. Lonnie smiled and walked out of the pavilion to where Wyatt had selected the starstones. Looking around at everyone, he announced, Ladies and gentlemen, as requested by young Vancestor Mu, we will commence the process of opening the starstones. Moreover, young Vancestor Mu has decided that all treasures found will be auctioned on the spot, going to the highest bidder. This is the first time Xianxia Pavilion has encountered such an event, and I believe it's the same for all of you. Let's hope everyone can bid for the treasures they like. I won't say more. All machines, prepare for cutting. At Lonnie's command, all machines began operating simultaneously, humming loudly. Everyone remained quiet, waiting in anticipation. Since each machine had 2 staff members operating it, the process was swift. In no time, 2 machines stopped, and when the staff removed the protective covers, the treasures inside the starstones were revealed. Wow! Everyone was amazed. Both open starstones contained treasures. One held 11 immortal crystals, while the other contained a lump of demonic beast essence blood. Lonnie was also surprised. It was a lucky start. He quickly approached and retrieved the 11 immortal crystals. Everyone knows the significance and value of immortal crystals. So without further ado, let's auction off these 11 immortal crystals together. Starting bid at 1.1 million lower grade immortal stones. One immortal crystal usually cost 100,000 lower grade immortal stones, but its actual value far exceeded this price. Immortal crystals significantly aided breakthroughs to the divine realm for celestial emperors, and with enough immortal crystals, one could achieve this even without divine stones. But the probability of finding immortal crystals was very low. Even in 10 high-grade immortal stone veins, not one might contain an immortal crystal. Therefore, they were extremely valuable. I offer 1.2 million, 1.25 million. Immediately after Lonnie spoke, bids started coming in. While the exchange rate for immortal crystals to lower-grade immortal stones was 100,000 per crystal, their true value was much higher, leading to numerous bids. Within minutes, the price of the immortal crystals reached 1.88 million, with only 2 people still bidding. I offer 1.9 million. Beckett called out rather dejectedly. Initially, seeing that none of the 10 family's representatives were participating, he thought it would be easy to secure the immortal crystals, but many others competed fiercely. While its power wasn't exceptionally strong, the Skywind Wolf's speed was incredibly fast, surpassing even immortal kings when fully grown. For cultivators to contract a demonic beast required considerable strength, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to subdue it. But a demonic beast egg could be contracted from a young age, ensuring greater loyalty than one obtained through force. This made it a perfect gift for family heirs. Thus, every family would compete fiercely for demonic beast eggs whenever they appeared. Lonnie, seemingly aware of everyone's intentions, swiftly concluded the bidding for the demonic beast essence blood, which was sold for 1.66 million by a Benny. Now, let's auction the Skywind Wolf demonic beast egg. Starting bid is 300,000 immortal stones. Without further ado, Lonnie initiated the auction of the demon beast egg because 2 more significant treasures had just arrived. By this point, Lonnie's smile had faded. He noticed that every starstone opened so far had produced a treasure, although their values weren't enough to excite him. However, this unprecedented treasure yield rate alarmed him. Furthermore, glancing back at Wyatt, he saw that Wyatt showed no interest in the treasures unearthed, as if he had known this outcome all along. Could he have known all along that these starstones contained treasures? Chapter 293. A mouth full of loose jawbones. What's wrong? Do you like that demon beast egg? Wyatt couldn't guess what Lonnie was thinking, but seeing Harry fixating on the auctioned demon beast egg, Wyatt knew Harry had taken a liking to the Skywind Wolf demon beast egg. No, a fully matured Skywind Wolf only reaches the peak spiritual immortal stage. How could it possibly be worthy of me? Suddenly hearing Wyatt's voice, Harry snapped back to reality and insincerely replied. In truth, Harry didn't look down on the demon beast egg. He just didn't want Wyatt's gifts for free. The Luo family was merely a small clan in Tianfu City, with its strongest member being at the middle stage of spiritual immortal. Raising a mature Skywind Wolf would be stronger than the entire Luo family combined. Would Harry really not want the Skywind Wolf egg? But raising a mature demon beast wasn't easy. It required resources equal to cultivating a human powerhouse. Even if Harry wanted to, his family lacked the necessary resources. Although Harry received 4 billion top-grade immortal stones earlier, wouldn't using those stones to cultivate powerful clan members be more beneficial? Is that so? Seeing Harry's appearance, Wyatt found it amusing. He waved his hand, and the demon beast egg being auctioned on the table immediately flew into Wyatt's hand. This? Starlight Faye, who was lost in thought, froze when she saw the demon beast egg suddenly appear in Wyatt's hand. The people participating in the auction also halted momentarily. This demon beast egg will not be auctioned anymore. Let's move on to the next item. With that said, Wyatt handed the demon beast egg to the bewildered Harry without another word. Harry stared at the egg, unsure of what to do. Take it. It's a gift for you. Brother Moo, this is too valuable. I can't accept your gift. Take it. I promise to give you 2 things. Next time, if you fancy something, just tell me. This. Why are you acting like a woman? It's just a demon beast egg. If you don't want it, then, shall we cook it and eat it together? Harry. Everyone else. Upon Wyatt's words, both Harry and the crowd watching the auction all flinched, stunned by Wyatt's nonchalance. Boiling a 6th-grade demon beast egg. What kind of family could say such a thing? Even the 10 Vansager clans present couldn't speak such words. Even if these clans hadn't competed just now, if someone gave it to them for free, they certainly wouldn't think of cooking it either. Wouldn't giving it to a younger relative be more beneficial? Brother, dear brother, from now on you're my true brother. Whatever happens in the future, Brother Moo, call on me. Even if it means climbing mountains of blades or diving into seas of fire, I, Dario, won't bat an eye. Suddenly, Harry grabbed Wyatt's hand and solemnly spoke, causing Wyatt to get goosebumps. It's not as serious as you make it out to be. Take it. Do you want me to help initiate the bonding process and hatch it for you? Wyatt subtly withdrew his hand, feeling uncomfortable with the grip of a fatty. If it were a beautiful Doreen, Wyatt might have thought differently. Okay. Harry nodded, holding the Skywind Wolf egg. Since he accepted Wyatt's gift, having Wyatt help bond him to the egg seemed fitting. Seeing Harry nod, Wyatt did not say much more. With a wave of his hand, a drop of Harry's essence blood floated from his finger. Then, Wyatt formed a hand seal, embedding Harry's essence blood into the demon beast egg. After absorbing Harry's blood, a crack appeared on the surface of the egg. Lornance later, crack spread across the whole egg. Crack. A cracking sound rang out, and a tiny head popped out from the egg. Soon, the remaining shell crumbled, revealing a small white wolf puppy before everyone. Holy crap, what's happening? Don't demon beast eggs require a long period to slowly hatch? How could this be so fast? Seeing the Skywind Wolf hatch in mere moments, it caused a stir among the crowd since this was their first time witnessing such a quick hatching. Normally, after the blood initiation, enough resources must be provided for the demon beast egg to absorb over a period of time until the beast hatches. The time required varies based on the egg's grade. For example, 8th grade and above demon beast eggs need at least a year of energy absorption. For a 6th grade Skywind Wolf, it typically requires about 6 months. Yet, this Skywind Wolf hatched in mere moments, completely breaking their understanding. Who knows? Vansib this Aiden has some special method. Didn't you see him cast a hand seal earlier? That's true, but isn't Luo family's kid incredibly lucky? Not only did he receive 4 billion top-grade immortal stones, but now he gets a 6th grade demon beast. Why can't I have such luck? Sigh. Isn't it true? That Aiden even mentioned gifting another treasure to Luo family's boy. They've indeed met a great benefactor this time. Hey, haven't you noticed? Why did the workers responsible for opening Starstone stop? Are there still many Starstones left unopened? Perhaps they opened too many treasures already, and the auctions can't keep up. Indeed, all workers stopped opening Starstones, with numerous treasures scattered on tables before Lonnie. The auction itself had halted, as the temporary auctioneer looked towards Wyatt. Wyatt, oblivious to this shift, continued after helping hatch the Skywind Wolf. He pulled out a pale pink crystal and tossed it to the Skywind wolf. The little wolf dog, which had been circling around Harry's feet, quickly rushed towards the crystal, sniffing a few times before swallowing it whole. Instantly, light began emanating from the wolf's body, one after another, stunning everyone. This was the light seen during demon beasts leveling up, shocking them deeply. Can demon beasts be cultivated like this? Shouldn't they gradually absorb resources and sleep for some time before leveling up? Has anyone seen continuous leveling like this before? Even if the crystal was high grade, shouldn't the energy take time to refine? How could it level up instantly after consumption? Otherwise, wouldn't everyone contract dozens of demon beasts and summon them in battles to overwhelm enemies? This translation adheres closely to the original text structure while maintaining a natural English flow and tone. Chapter 294. The Shocked Crowd and Blackheart Lonnie. It's already an adult? Harry stared at the Tianfeng wolf, now a head taller than himself, his heart constricting. He had just established a connection with the Tianfeng wolf, and in the blink of an eye, it grew from a puppy-sized creature to tower over him. Moreover, the aura he sensed from the Tianfeng wolf was obviously more powerful than even his grandfather's, reaching the immortal realm. Wasn't that only achievable by an adult Tianfeng wolf? While its cultivation has indeed made some breakthroughs, it is indeed now an adult. Unfortunately, the bloodline of the Tianfeng wolf is quite low, so its limit would be Immortal King level. Harry, brother, are you saying the current Tianfeng wolf is already at Immortal King level? Harry couldn't help but doubt if he heard correctly. He thought its peak was at perfect spirit immortal stage. How could his own end up at Immortal King level? Yes. I just fed it a celestial tyrant flower spirit crystal. Not only does it enhance the demon beast level, but it also elevates the bloodline quality. Pity the Tianfeng wolf has too many limitations. It reached full Immortal King, but no further. Still, for travel, it's perfectly adequate. Harry, everyone. Today, their astonishment outweighed a lifetime's worth. An entity originally capped at perfect spirit immortal had been forcibly elevated to full Immortal King. Yet, incredibly enough, Wyatt appeared somewhat disdainful, even stating that a full Immortal King Tianfeng wolf was only suitable for transportation. Was this human talk? Doesn't it risk devouring its master? Upon confirmation by Wyatt that the Tianfeng wolf was at full Immortal King, Harry immediately became worried. It was no joking matter. Though humans could bind demon beasts as combat companions, it was under the condition of equal or greater strength on the part of the owner. If the demon beast surpassed the owner, there was always a possibility it might turn against and devour the master, a scenario with numerous examples. Harry was merely at early Earth Immortal level, while the Tianfeng wolf was a full Immortal King, a gap far beyond Harry's capabilities. How could he not be concerned? Imagine bringing such a Tianfeng wolf back to the Luo family and having it suddenly go berserk and attempt to devour the master. Everyone in the Luo family would fall victim to the Tianfeng wolf's claws. Relax. I formed a master-servant contract which precludes any risk of turning against the master. It will follow your commands absolutely, regardless of its superiority. Furthermore, it will actively protect you when you're in danger. If the owner perishes, the contracted demon beast will die as well. But if the demon beast dies, it won't harm the owner in any way. That's good to hear. Harry finally relaxed, issuing a few commands to the Tianfeng wolf, which obeyed flawlessly without hesitation. Why did everyone stop? At this moment, Wyatt noticed the sudden silence, everyone watching him. The auctions of the treasures unearthed from the Starstones had ceased, and Harry, who was playfully interacting with the Tianfeng wolf, looked up upon hearing Wyatt's words. Indeed, everything had stopped. All eyes were on them. Harry's anxiety resurfaced. Would the Star Moon Pavilion intend to defraud Wyatt of his treasures and Starstones? After all, today's events were too outrageous. Opening over a dozen Starstones had yielded treasures. While they weren't exceptionally valuable, opening treasures from every single one of those Starstones was suspicious. Even if he were the boss, seeing a 100% success rate, he would have harbored doubts. Noble guest, let's leave the remaining Starstones unopened. Our Star Moon Pavilion offers to buy them back at double the price. And naturally, the treasures we've already extracted. We'll repurchase those at double the original value as well. What do you think, noble guest? As Harry speculated wildly, Lonnie approached Wyatt and bowed, explaining his offer. Harry's heart trembled. Xuanhuan Pavilion indeed wanted to swindle Wyatt's Starstones, having guessed each one contained treasure. But wasn't this too overt? If they had waited until all Starstones were opened and then repurchased them at double, they'd still make a profit. Now, buying back unopened Starstones at twice the price would result in significant losses. Wouldn't you fear nobody returning here after this? Wyatt remained unruffled, as if the matter didn't concern him. You jest, noble guest. This is for your own good. I'm taking the risk by offering double the price for unopened Starstones, eliminating your financial worries. Isn't this a great arrangement? Lonnie similarly appeared calm, confident Wyatt would agree. Under normal circumstances, no one would refuse such a proposition. It was undeniably beneficial. Unfortunately, Lonnie miscalculated. Every Starstone contained treasures, with the best yet to come. Wyatt wouldn't possibly agree. Lonnie's proposal seemed advantageous only because he was unaware of the true value within. With these Starstones containing great treasures, agreeing to his terms would mean a loss for Wyatt. What you say sounds logical, except you assume everyone is a fool. Do you think you're the only one with such thoughts? The probability of Starstones yielding treasures is usually around 30%. Mine, however, have a guaranteed 100% success rate. Aren't you treating me like a naive fool? Let alone my agreement. Ask everyone here if they agree. Wyatt's smile was peculiar, causing Lonnie's brows to furrow. He hadn't expected Wyatt to openly reveal his suspicions. Lonnie knew everyone suspected foul play, but if Wyatt agreed, nothing others said mattered. The Starstones belonged to Wyatt, after all. Now that Wyatt had clarified the situation, those present, especially members of the other 9 families, would certainly object. Lonnie never thought a reputable second Amen of the Star Moon family would stoop so low. Do you really think we are transparent to you? Esteemed sir, I am Dixie, the Ernan of the Qian family. We run an auction house in Tianfu City. If you trust us, we can open all your starstones for free and arrange a special auction for all your treasures without any handling fees. And we promise, whatever commission the auction generates, we won't charge you anything. Chapter 295, Face-Off of Flynn. I agree with Lord Qian's proposal. The Star Moon family has gone too far, treating us all as fools. Exactly, who can't see that these starstones will definitely contain treasures? The Star Moon family wants to buy them back at double the price they paid. This is clearly an attempt to rob you blind. Yes. What the Star Moon family did was utterly unscrupulous. Do they really think they are the only major force in Heavenly Capital City? Immediately after Dixie spoke, others chimed in, and they were all from the 10 great families of Heavenly Capital City. Perhaps smaller clans dared not oppose the Star Moon family, but the other 9 families were not afraid. After all, the power disparity among the 10 families was minimal. The current actions of the Star Moon family have stirred collective resentment. Naturally, people from the other 9 families would seize this opportunity. If the Star Moon family managed to repurchase those starstones, wouldn't they be left empty-handed? Only if those starstones were opened and auctioned could they obtain their desired treasures instead of being swallowed by the Star Moon family. Do you see? I said everyone would disagree. So, forget about it. Since your Star Moon family won't help me open the starstones anymore, I'll ask for someone else's assistance. Montgomery smiled. He knew that what the Star Moon family did would stir resentment, and the outcome was just as he predicted. After speaking, Montgomery stood up, preparing to take the starstones and hand them over to Dixie to handle. Everyone, Star Moon Pavilion will cease business today. Please leave our pavilion. Just as Montgomery approached the starstones, Flynn suddenly stepped forward and made an announcement. Immediately after Flynn finished speaking, a large number of strong individuals emerged from the Star Moon Pavilion, instantly surrounding the entire pavilion. Flynn, don't go too far. Are you trying to declare war on us 9 great families? Looking at the Star Moon family members encircling them, a Benny from one of the 10 great families stepped forward and asked. Others also had grim expressions. No one expected Flynn to act this way. Was he planning to forcefully take the starstones? Era, your words are too heavy. We're merely closing earlier today. Isn't it normal to ask you to leave? How can this be considered declaring war? Flynn's face remained unchanged, appearing completely confident. With his words, no one could retort. Although they detested Flynn's methods, his statement wasn't wrong. The Star Moon Pavilion belonged to the Star Moon family, and the timing of its closure was none of their concern. At this moment, all eyes turned to Montgomery, waiting to see how he would handle the situation. After all, Montgomery was the protagonist here. If Montgomery compromised, there would be nothing they could do. However, if he didn't, they would have a reason to assist him. Now, they hoped that Montgomery was strong enough to stand up against the Star Moon family. Don't worry, we won't hinder your closure. I'll take my belongings and leave immediately. Montgomery walked toward the starstones, ignoring the obvious intention behind Flynn's actions. However, Flynn blocked his path. What? Your Star Moon Pavilion is closing, right? Rest assured, I'll be quick. I'll leave immediately after collecting the starstones, without delaying your time. Harry. Crowd. People looked at Montgomery speechlessly, unsure if he was genuinely clueless or acting. Didn't he realize the Star Moon family wanted to steal his starstones? How did someone with such intelligence survive this long? Moreover, did all those starstones truly contain treasures? Weren't those previously opened treasures just coincidences? They doubted Montgomery's judgment so much. Could he really know which starstones contain treasures? This ring contains 200 million high-quality spirit stones, twice the amount you paid for these starstones. These starstones now belong to me. Flynn smiled faintly and handed a storage ring containing 200 million high-quality spirit stones to Montgomery. Oh, so you're planning to buy them forcibly. Harry. Crowd. Everyone covered their faces, unable to watch Montgomery's seemingly delayed reaction. How could he just realize it now? Especially Harry, who had spent considerable time with Montgomery. His behavior should not have been this slow-witted. But now, Harry couldn't understand Montgomery's actions. What was his true intention? You can interpret it that way. Flynn stopped pretending and openly admitted, still puzzled by Montgomery's response. Who would have thought that one of the 10 great families of Heavenly Capital City, the Star Moon family, would resort to such blatant theft? Don't you fear provoking trouble for your family? Our Star Moon family may not be the strongest in Heavenly Capital City, but we fear no family. And who might you be allied with? I belong to no family. This is my first visit to Heavenly Capital City, and moreover, I'm not even from the Spirit Shock continent. Then take your spirit stones and leave. Upon hearing that Montgomery had no familial background and wasn't from Spirit Shock continent, Flynn felt more at ease. Initially, he feared Montgomery might come from a powerful family, but now that he realized this wasn't the case, there was no need for concern. Handing over 200 million spirit stones was already a favor. My belongings aren't so easily taken. Are you sure about this? Don't let your mistake bring calamity upon your family. There won't be any regret pills when it happens. If you kneel and apologize to me now, return my possessions, and compensate for emotional damages, I might overlook your actions. Montgomery twirled the storage ring in his hand, smiling more broadly. Flynn truly had no fear of death, attempting to take his belongings. Is that so? You don't really think you can single-handedly challenge the Star Moon family, do you? Rufus, I'll give you a chance. Leave Heavenly Capital City now, and I won't hold it against you. Otherwise, you won't leave. Flynn's expression turned grim. An outsider demanding an apology and compensation. Was that possible? Flynn, you've gone too far. I, Dixie, can't bear to watch. This gentleman, rest assured, don't fear the Star Moon family. I, Dixie, guarantee your safety today. Let's see what the Star Moon family can do. Hashtag Chapter 296, Wyatt's explanation. Dixie grew increasingly irritated with Franklin's threats. Just as Franklin had finished speaking, Dixie stepped forward and firmly declared that he would vouch for Wyatt today. Wyatt was somewhat surprised by Dixie's actions, especially since he had already stated that he wasn't from Jingling Continent. Despite this, Dixie insisted on protecting him. There were only two reasons for Dixie's behavior. First, the Qian family had a feud with the Xianxia family. The enemy of an enemy is a friend, so it made sense for Dixie to protect Wyatt. The other reason might be that Dixie knew Wyatt's true identity, but Wyatt found this impossible. Not even the people in the Star Hall knew he was here. How could Dixie possibly know his identity? Therefore, Wyatt believed more in the first reason, especially when no one from the other major families dared to speak up. Previously, the 9 great families had sided with Wyatt. However, after learning that he wasn't a member of any great family and wasn't even from Jingling Continent, they abandoned him. Head of the Qian family, are you sure you want to do this? Franklin gritted his teeth over Dixie's intervention. He was about to succeed and then this happened. With Dixie intervening, it became much harder for Franklin to take Wyatt's star stones. The Qian family's power didn't fall short of the Xianxia families. If both families went to war, the other 8 great families would benefit. Franklin wasn't willing to do something so foolish. So what if I am? Fine. Head of the Qian family, the Xianxia family will remember this grudge. We'll see how things turn out. In fact, Franklin had considered capturing Dixie, but that wouldn't threaten the Qian family sufficiently. It would still lead to a full-scale war between the two families. Reluctantly, Franklin stepped aside and let Wyatt pass. Wyatt gave Dixie a friendly nod and waved his hand to collect all the star stones from the ground. Head of the Qian family, if you have some free time, perhaps we can meet at a suitable place where I can offer you a drink to express my gratitude, and we can also discuss the auction? Ha ha ha. I humbly accept your offer, but it should be me inviting you as you are our guest. Dixie was elated upon hearing Wyatt's words. If this auction could be successful, it would bring significant benefits and customers to the Qian family. By promoting the events of today, the Xianxia family's business would certainly plummet, allowing the Qian family to surpass them sooner or later. Let's go. Wyatt called Harry, who was still in shock, and turned to leave. However, Franklin stopped him again. What? Do you want the Xianxia family to be exterminated? Originally, Wyatt intended to just punish the Xianxia family lightly, but Franklin's repeated actions began to anger him. You want to leave? Fine, but you need to return the 200 million high-grade immortal stones first. Franklin, those 200 million stones were compensation from your Xianxia family. Don't think you can bully me so easily. Humph. These were payment for buying back the star stones, not compensation. Since you've taken the star stones, you naturally must return the immortal stones. Bang. Wyatt casually waved his hand, sending Franklin flying backwards several meters until he hit the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Originally, I had no intention of taking action against the Xianxia family, but you were too arrogant. Don't think that being part of the 10 great families gives you the right to act however you wish. Your Xianxia family isn't strong enough for that. Wyatt said coldly. He didn't care about the reputation of the 10 great families. If they angered him, he could destroy them anytime. Arrogant. A harsh cry erupted from deep within the Xianxia pavilion, followed by a terrifying pressure. Everyone's faces paled. Sensing this pressure, Dixie quickly sent a message through a communication jade pendant and came beside Wyatt. Just then, a figure appeared before them. Dixie whispered urgently, "Young sir, be careful. This man is the head of the Xianxia family, Carnell, and he appears to be at the semi-divine level. But don't worry too much, I've alerted my father." Boy, do you really think you can bully my Xianxia family? Not only did you extort 200 million high-grade immortal stones from us, but you also injured our second Amon. If you don't give us a satisfactory explanation today, you will remain here. Carnell looked at Wyatt icily, completely ignoring Dixie, who stood nearby. Franklin's injury was due to Wyatt's actions first, so Dixie's protection wouldn't matter. Wyatt needed to pay a price, even if it meant war. Humph. Wyatt snorted and reached out, grabbing Carnell by the neck. He said coldly, "You want an explanation? Fine. Here it is. A small family like yours daring to ask for an explanation from me. Die." Crack. With a swift motion, Wyatt crushed Carnell's neck and instantly extinguished his life force. Then he casually tossed Carnell's body to the ground and turned his gaze to Franklin. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and moments later, Franklin burst into flames and was reduced to ashes under everyone's horrified gazes. He didn't even get a chance to scream. "Do you find this explanation satisfactory?" Wyatt directed his question toward the depths of the Xianxia pavilion. The atmosphere became eerily quiet. No one expected Wyatt to act so ruthlessly, killing the head of the Xianxia family without hesitation. Moreover, Carnell was at the semi-divine level, yet couldn't resist. What kind of strength did Wyatt possess? At the very least, he must be at the divine level. At this moment, the representatives of the 8 great families regretted not supporting Wyatt earlier. If they had, they could have gained favor with a divine-level powerhouse. Compared to the 8 great families, Dixie felt immense joy. With a divine-level helper, the Qian family could crush the Xianxia family. He was glad he made the right choice earlier. Even he hadn't anticipated Wyatt's formidable strength. "No matter who you are, killing my father and the family's second Amon means you must die today." A woman's voice sounded from the Xianxia pavilion. Then, a woman supported by an Amonly man walked out. The woman was Carnell's daughter, Sky. The Amonly man she supported was the revered ancestor of the Xianxia family, Aspen, and also Sky's grandfather. "Want to kill me? Then see if your Xianxia family has the capability. That old man next to you doesn't stand a chance." Wyatt flicked his finger, and a bolt of energy pierced through the Amonly man's brow, draining his life force within moments. Silence, complete silence. Everyone stared at the lifeless Aspen lying on the ground, each person displaying a look of disbelief. Chapter 297. The Star Moon families fall from the pedestal. Do you, the Star Moon family, still have any strong individuals or special means? If not, then I'll be on my way. Alex's voice snapped everyone back to reality. They all looked at him with eyes full of fear. Alex was not only incredibly powerful but also decisive in his killings. Eris was no ordinary individual like Star Moon Tao. Bartion was a genuine god-tier powerhouse, yet even such a level of strength couldn't withstand one move from Alex. Now, everyone was curious about Alex's identity and power, as well as how the Star Moon family would face him. I admit you are indeed very strong, and my Star Moon family cannot do anything against you. But for killing our strong members in Tianfu City, you must give an explanation to my Star Moon family. What surprised everyone was that upon the death of Eris, Layla did not seem sad or upset. Her endurance amazed the 9 great families. If this had happened to them, they would probably have already erupted in anger. I'm giving you a chance to call for help. Alex also looked at Layla somewhat unexpectedly. She had admirable character traits, but it was regrettable she came from a clan that offended him. Layla did not say anything further. Instead, she took out a jade pendant and crushed it. Instantly, a spatial portal appeared before her, and someone stepped through it. Disciple pays respects to Vancestor. Senior, be careful. Layla is an inner disciple of the Star Chamber, and her master is reportedly an Amon there, holding high status within the Star Chamber. If possible, Senior should avoid offending the Star Chamber, Dixie said softly to Alex, addressing him as Senior instead of young Vancestor. Don't worry, I won't offend the Star Chamber. Indeed, Alex wouldn't offend the Star Chamber because it belonged to him. How could he possibly offend himself? Disciple, what has happened here? Xuanhuan looked at the corpse of Eris and asked with furrowed brows. Naturally, she recognized Bartion. He was Layla's grandfather and also a god-tier powerhouse. Vancestor, someone came to our Star Moon family to cause trouble and killed my father and grandfather. Please help your disciple seek revenge. Layla knelt before Xuanhuan and pleaded. She knew the Star Moon family couldn't deal with Alex, but she had a master within the Star Chamber. Layla didn't believe Alex would dare oppose the Star Chamber. With her master taking action, she was confident of getting revenge. Who dares to create chaos and kill people in Tianfu City? Xuanhuan turned around and spoke coldly. Tianfu City was the base of the Star Chamber, which had explicitly forbidden fighting there. Now, someone had dared to violate this order, and even worse, killed members of her disciples' clan. As an Amon of the Star Chamber, she couldn't ignore this. But when Xuanhuan turned and saw Alex, she froze in place, even rubbing her eyes as if she was afraid she'd misidentified him. Vancestor, he is the culprit. Senior son, I am Dixie, head of the Qian family. In fact, this was all a misunderstanding caused by the Star Moon family. Seeing Xuanhuan staring intently at Alex, Dixie stepped forward and bowed, intending to explain the events. It wasn't surprising Dixie knew Xuanhuan, as disciples of both families were inner disciples of the Star Chamber. However, before Dixie could finish explaining, something astonishing happened. Subordinate Xuanhuan pays respect to Lord Dixie, Layla, everyone else. All present stared in shock at Xuanhuan kneeling on the ground, bewildered by what was happening. Wasn't Xuanhuan an Amon of the Star Chamber? When did she become someone else's subordinate? And hadn't Alex claimed he wasn't from Jingling Continent? This bizarre scene left everyone baffled. Could Alex be a powerhouse from another continent, who deliberately made Xuanhuan join the Star Chamber? What was Alex's intention behind this? Did he want to manipulate the Star Chamber? The most unbelievable part for Layla was that with the Star Moon family unable to fight Alex, she had hoped Xuanhuan would be her last hope for vengeance. Yet, seeing her final hope bow down to their enemy called Lord, shattered her heart utterly. She couldn't think much further. At that moment, Layla realized her family was doomed. Her biggest support was now just someone else's subordinate. What did that make the Star Moon family? Had Flynn not died, Layla might have wanted to kill him herself. If not for Flynn's greed, how could things have come to this? Expel all Star Moon family disciples from the Star Chamber, transfer the rights to mine Star Stones to the Qian family, and inform Andre that no one from the Star Chamber should interfere in family matters of its disciples. Any disciple using their Star Chamber status to bully others will be punished without mercy. Yes, Lord. Luopeng, take this as a gift. After entering the Star Chamber, focus on cultivation. I have matters to attend to and will leave now. After instructing Xuanhuan, Alex gave Luopeng a piece of Starstone and left the Star Moon Pavilion with Dixie, confident that Xuanhuan would handle the remaining issues. Only Amons and core disciples in the Star Chamber knew Alex. Otherwise, Layla wouldn't have thought to ask her master to sanction him. Layla, you are no longer a disciple of the Star Chamber. Our master-disciple relationship ends here, and everything the Star Chamber has given you will be reclaimed. As Alex left, Xuanhuan stood up and told Layla this, then struck her chi-si, stripping her of her cultivation. No one from the Star Moon family shall practice the cultivation methods, martial techniques, or powers of the Star Chamber. If found practicing these, the Star Moon family shall be destroyed. Xuanhuan added this warning and instantly disappeared. She spared Layla due to centuries of master-disciple bond. Otherwise, for offending Alex, Layla would certainly have met her end. Brother Qian, do you know where to find good wine in Tianfu City? Looking at Dixie, who was still in shock, Alex smiled and asked. Dixie's actions earned his recognition. Although Dixie might have helped for the sake of those starstones, standing up for him even against a Star Chamber Amon showed true sincerity. Thus, Alex generously gifted the Starstone mining rights to Dixie as a thank you. Senior, you're too kind. Hearing Alex call him brother, Dixie recoiled in surprise, waving his hands in refusal. Alex dared to address the Star Chamber's leader directly. How could Dixie allow himself to be called brother? At this point, Dixie had a shocking realization. Alex might not only be Xuanhuan's master, but perhaps the entire Star Chamber's owner. Otherwise, he couldn't have said such things. Hashtag Chapter 298. Dawson's self-destruction. It's just a title, no need to be so picky. Just now, you defended me even under those circumstances. I've already decided you are my friend. If you still care about our status, then I'll leave. Wyatt smiled as he spoke. Although Dixie had helped him with some ulterior motives, Wyatt did not mind these things. People inevitably have certain relationships based on interest. As long as someone sincerely helps him, Wyatt will consider them a friend, even if it involves giving some benefits in return. Take Harry for instance. Although Harry was merely a disciple from a minor family in Tianfu City, he earned Wyatt's recognition, and Wyatt didn't mind helping Harry. Wyatt not only gave Harry 2 treasures, but also told Penelope that Harry should focus on cultivation once inside the Star Moon Pavilion, subtly hinting that Harry was his friend. After entering the Star Moon Pavilion, even if Harry didn't possess remarkable talent, he would at least become an outer sect disciple. Therefore, Wyatt did not discriminate against friends based on their status. As long as someone met his liking, even a beggar wouldn't be looked down upon by Wyatt. Thank you for looking up to me, senior. Then I'll address you as Lord Mu. Wyatt said what he did, but in the immortal world, strength is paramount. Dixie couldn't let go completely and insisted on addressing Wyatt as Lord Mu. Whatever. Wyatt didn't say anything more. At this moment, they happened to walk in front of a tavern. Wyatt stepped in without hesitation. After Wyatt and Dixie entered the tavern, Harry, having dealt with the 8 major clan heads of Tianfu City, left the Star Moon Pavilion with excitement. The Luo family resided in the northwest part of Tianfu City, where most residents were from minor families. To reach this area, one had to pass through a long alley. Actually, Harry's residence in Tianfu City had another name, Slum District. This alley separated the Slum District from outside Tianfu City, creating a stark contrast. However, the Slum District wasn't less bustling than other areas. Even on ordinary days, this alleyway teemed with people. But today was peculiar as there were no pedestrians entering or leaving the alley. Harry hadn't noticed this yet. Just as Harry was about to enter the Slum District, more than 10 figures appeared ahead and blocked the exit of the alley. Harry realized something was wrong when he noticed the dimmer light. Dawson? Looking at the Aiden standing in the middle, Harry's expression changed. Dawson blocking his path clearly wasn't friendly. Dawson was the Aemon brother of Alden Inkai, second Alden, and compared to Alden Inkai's idiocy, Dawson was significantly better. Dawson was a prodigy of the Alden family, reaching the middle true immortal stage by the age of 18. He was the leader of his generation in the Alden family. Dario, I heard you stole the spirit crystals from my idiotic younger brother. Now, I give you a chance to hand over the spirit crystals. Haha. You yourself said Alden Inkai is an idiot. Do you believe what he says? The spirit crystals were obtained by Milton Brother Mu when he bought a useless star stone from Alden Inkai. Vansany people saw it happen. Now you actually have the nerve to say such things? It seems rumors can be deadly. Normally, Harry wouldn't dare speak to Dawson like this, but times had changed. Harry couldn't fight Dawson, but he had contracted a demon beast. Moreover, this demon beast had been cultivated into a perfected immortal king by Wyatt. Forget Dawson, who was a middle true immortal, he could even destroy the Alden family. Dario, don't waste words. It was your scheme to deceive my younger brother out of the spirit crystals. Hand over the crystals unless you want a beating. Dawson, didn't your idiotic brother tell you that he sold the spirit crystals to the Star Moon family? Harry looked at Dawson strangely. When selling the spirit crystals to the Star Moon family, Alden Inkai had witnessed it. How could Dawson still ask him for the spirit crystals? Didn't Dawson know about these matters? Wasn't this Alden Inkai trying to trick his own brother? I know about that. So, now hand over the spirit stones and the Star Moon Pavilion's recommendation token. I'll spare you and let you leave unharmed. Do you think that's possible? So, you prefer punishment instead of cooperation. Do you want to be beaten into a pig's head? As Dawson spoke, he slowly approached Harry, implying he would act if Harry didn't surrender the items. This place is remote, but it's still within Tianfu City. Don't you fear the city guard knowing about this? Watching Dawson approach, Harry prepared to summon his contracted demon beast. He knew he couldn't beat Dawson, especially since Dawson brought over a dozen followers. I know this is within Tianfu City, but do you think I'd appear here without proper arrangements? So, hand over the spirit stones and the recommendation token obediently. Otherwise, if my disciples accidentally cripple your younger brother during the conflict, your Luo family lineage might end there. Dawson had everything planned to corner Harry. There would be no city guard interruption, which explained why the alley was empty. Are all preparations in place? Then I'm relieved. Dawson. For some reason, after hearing Harry's words, Dawson felt an eerie sensation, as if disaster was imminent. Come out, Skywind Wolf. Suddenly, the alley darkened as a 2-meter-tall demon beast appeared beside Harry, blocking half the light. When did you contract a demon beast, and a 6th-level Skywind Wolf no less? Seeing the Skywind Wolf, which towered over Dawson, Dawson's expression finally changed. The Skywind Wolf was a 6th-level demon beast, formidable even before adulthood, and not easily defeated. Moreover, its speed was astonishing. If the Skywind Wolf carried Harry away, Dawson couldn't catch up. Skywind, attack. Just don't kill. Harry didn't reply to Dawson but patted the Skywind Wolf's fur, indicating that since Dawson wanted the spirit stones and recommendation token, Harry had no choice but to fight. But this was Tianfu City, and Harry didn't dare kill anyone. Killing Dawson's men would change the nature of the situation. Roar. The Skywind Wolf suddenly roared, its fur bristling, then darted forward towards Dawson in a blur. Bang. The Skywind Wolf, being at the perfected Immortal King stage, collided with Dawson, who was only at the middle true immortal stage. Dawson flew back immediately. Blood spewed from Dawson's mouth, his face full of terror at the terrifying aura emanating from the Skywind Wolf. Bang, bang, bang. The Skywind Wolf ignored Dawson's thoughts, rapidly moving and attacking with powerful strikes. The sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed as the dozen disciples Dawson brought were thrown back. 2 of them landed on top of Dawson, causing him to spit blood again. I am him, Immortal King Demon Beast. Hashtag chapter 299. The city guard appears. Feeling the aura emanating from the Skywind Wolf, Ellie shivered and stammered. How could Harry possibly have a Fairy King level beast pet? Moreover, this Fairy King beast actually obeyed Harry's commands. Wasn't it said that only powerful beasts would turn on their masters? Then what was going on here? Congratulations on guessing right, but sorry, no prize for you. Since you're so eager to rob me of my spirit stones, let me give you a taste of being robbed. A smile spread across Harry's face as he continuously thanked Wyatt in his heart. If it weren't for Wyatt, he would have been in trouble today. Not only would his spirit stones and the recommendation jade pendant be taken, but he would also have been beaten by Ellie and his group. Everything changed because of Wyatt. Give it here. Harry snatched the storage ring from Ellie's hand. With the Skywind Wolf standing beside him, Ellie didn't dare resist. Ellie had reason to believe that if he dared to resist at this moment, Harry would certainly beat him severely. Even a minor injury left behind could be troublesome. Hold it. Just as Harry was about to take the storage rings from the other dozen people, a voice came from behind. Looking back, Harry saw a team of soldiers quickly approaching. Roar. Seeing the rapidly approaching soldiers, the Skywind Wolf turned around and roared, ready to pounce. Fortunately, Harry managed to hold it back. How dare you allow your beast to attack people in Tianfu City? It seems you're tired of living. The Skywind Wolf's roar startled the soldiers, but upon seeing the wolf being restrained by Harry, the leader regained his composure and angrily rebuked. He, a proud member of the city guard, was startled by a mere beast. Moreover, Harry had allowed his beast to attack people in Tianfu City, showing complete disregard for the city guard. Hunter Stone, save me. Seeing the middle-aged soldier, Ellie's face lit up with surprise. He hadn't expected Hunter Xiong to appear at this moment. Hunter Xiong of Ellie's mouth was none other than the captain of the Tianfu City Guard. His full name was Eric, the patrol squad leader in this area. Earlier, Ellie had bribed Eric to patrol elsewhere, never imagining he would show up now. What Ellie didn't know was that while Eric had indeed gone elsewhere, he returned when he sensed the Skywind Wolf's aura. Beforehand, Ellie and Eric agreed to teach the Luo family a lesson without causing any trouble. Going with the guards would lead to nothing good. Refusing meant opposing the city lord's residence openly. Neither option worked in Harry's favor. The only way out was finding a powerful ally. Roar. Suddenly, the Skywind Wolf roared and lunged forward, clawing a soldier away. Earlier, Eric had seen Harry dazed and instructed his men to secretly capture him, angering the Skywind Wolf. Damn it. Seeing his subordinate injured, Eric cursed and immediately smashed a jade token without hesitation. The Skywind Wolf was at full Fairy King level, while Eric, despite being a celestial immortal, stood no chance against it. Little wind, run. Seeing the Skywind Wolf injure the guards, Harry's expression changed drastically. He jumped onto the wolf's back, ordering it to flee. There was no time to waste. Otherwise, reinforcements would arrive, leaving no chance for escape. Who dares cause trouble in Tianfu City? Just as the Skywind Wolf was about to exit the alley, another voice boomed. A Benny in armor appeared, blocking the wolf's path. Roar. Without waiting for Harry's command, the Skywind Wolf unleashed a wind blade directly at the man, determined to leave Tianfu City. Find death. The Benny changed his expression, deflecting the wind blade with a single palm strike before attacking the Skywind Wolf. The two fought, but the Benny, being at late-stage Fairy King, was quickly struck by the wolf's claws. Seeing the Benny injured, Harry urged the Skywind Wolf to flee. They couldn't stay any longer, as he felt multiple terrifying auras approaching. Swoosh. With a deep bond, the Skywind Wolf understood Harry's thoughts and quickly left after fending off the man. In my Tianfu City, causing trouble and thinking of leaving? Do you really think it's possible? Just as Harry breathed a sigh of relief, a voice sounded near his ear, followed by a thud as he was thrown back. Little wind, are you okay? Ignoring the pain in his bottom, Harry rushed to the Skywind Wolf's side, shaking it lying on the ground. To think the Skywind Wolf can reach Fairy King level. However, that's not a reason to cause trouble in Tianfu City. Boy, which family do you belong to? A figure appeared before Harry, speaking the earlier words. The Benny looked surprised at the injured Skywind Wolf. As a 6th level beast, even in adulthood, it should only be at full divine immortal level. Yet the Skywind Wolf here was full Fairy King. Subordinate greets Commander. The injured Benny appeared, saluting the newly arrived Benny, confirming his identity as the City Guard Commander. Hashtag chapter 300, Upright and Indomitable Crane. Pay your respects to the senior. Senior, this is all a misunderstanding. Please, Commander, hear me out. Upon hearing that the person was the commander, Harry hastily knelt down and pleaded that it was all a misunderstanding. The commander of the City Guard was a significant figure, someone who at the very least held the strength of an Bradley Immortal. Now, Harry could only pray that the commander would listen to his explanation. We will investigate whether this was a misunderstanding, but it's a fact that your beast injured my men. Take him away first. Yes, Commander. The Benny acknowledged and moved to apprehend Harry. However, at that moment, another figure appeared, causing Harry to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Commander Xia, could you perhaps give our Xianhuan family some face and let this young brother go today? The newcomer was none other than Adiel, the Ernan of the Xianhuan family, whom Harry had met at Star Moon Pavilion. After Ezekiel left with Dixie, the 8 great families turned their attention to Harry. Since Harry was friends with Ezekiel, and the Chen family had already secured Ezekiel's favor, the other families naturally didn't want to fall behind. Thus, each family started courting Harry. Although Harry's strength wasn't much, he understood that these families were trying to use him to get closer to Ezekiel. But Harry also had a clear understanding that despite Ezekiel's kindness towards him, they were ultimately strangers who might never meet again after parting ways. Therefore, Harry merely brushed off the invitations from the 8 great families before leaving. Harry hadn't expected the Ernan of the Xianhuan family to appear at this moment and even plead for his release, which made him relax. Patriarch Xianhuan, this puts me in a difficult position. You should know the rules of Tianfu City. Anyone who causes trouble here will be arrested by the city guard. Is your Xianhuan family attempting to undermine the rules of Tianfu City? Crane didn't care about Adiel's status, not even as one of the 10 great families Ernans. Tianfu City's administration was under the orders of the Star Palace, and its no-violence rule was also established by the Star Palace. Thus, Crane had no reason to consider Adiel's status. Commander Xia is jesting. How could the Xianhuan family undermine the rules of Tianfu City? However, this young brother has a special identity, and moreover, it was indeed your city guards who were wrong first. Why don't you let him explain, Commander Xia? The incident couldn't escape certain people's notice. This was an opportunity to demonstrate goodwill, so Adiel chose to speak up for Harry. After Harry left Star Moon Pavilion, Adiel had been closely monitoring him and knew what happened. Alright. After some thought, Crane agreed with Adiel. If it truly was the city guard's fault, pardoning Harry in light of Adiel's plea wasn't out of the question. Young brother, tell us everything that happened. I believe Commander Xia will handle it impartially. Thank you, Patriarch Xuanhuan. Commander Xia, this is how it all began. Harry thanked Adiel and then recounted the events, including his suspicions about Qin Su bribing the city guards. Tianming, bring everyone involved here. Crane's expression darkened. If Harry's account was true, this wasn't his fault. If the city guards had indeed been bribed, it was their fault, and Crane needed to thoroughly investigate the guard team. Yes, Commander. Jake acknowledged and left, quickly returning with Qin Su and his gang along with Xiong Dachong and the others. Commander, everyone is here. Ignoring Jake, Crane went directly to Xiong Dachong, placing his hand on Xiong's forehead and probing his memories. In just a few seconds, Crane got the answer he needed, further darkening his expression. From Xiong Dachong's memories, Crane discovered that Xiong and his team had indeed accepted bribes from Qin Su. Xiong Dachong, the squad leader, had received 100,000 spirit stones, while the rest of the team members received 30,000 each to leave their patrol area at specific times. Qin Su promised another 100,000 stones afterward. What infuriated Crane the most was that this wasn't the first time Xiong Dachong had taken bribes or oppressed citizens. As city guard members, you have broken the law. You should know what comes next. Await the punishment from the city lord. And you, openly bribing the city guard for robbery, this isn't your first offense either. You will be imprisoned for 10 years. Jake, weren't they part of your squad? As their captain, you failed in your duty to supervise them. You will forfeit 3 years of salary. Any objections? I have no objections. Take them back then. Yes, Commander. Jake waved, and 2 teams of city guards stepped forward to escort Xiong Dachong and Qin Su's gang away. Jake followed. Harry, right? Are you satisfied with my handling? Commander is upright and fair. I have no complaints. Harry was genuinely pleased with Crane's decision, as he didn't show favoritism just because they were city guards, but punished them according to the city guard rules. No complaints, good. Now let's talk about your punishment. Huh? Harry was startled, surprised that Crane still intended to punish him. Hadn't everything been clarified? Even though you acted in self-defense, it's true that you injured city guards, which you can't deny. I admit it. Harry reluctantly admitted it. He had no way to argue since he was caught red-handed. Good that you admit it. By the rules of Tianfu City, resisting arrest or injuring a city guard is punishable by death. However, considering that the guards were at fault, I can spare you that. But you cannot avoid lesser punishment. Disabling your cultivation and executing your combat pet on the spot. Do you have any objections? Not possible. Commander Xia, that's too severe. Why not just ask him to pay medical expenses instead? Moreover, he possesses a Star Palace recommendation token and will soon become a Star Palace disciple. Isn't this also an opportunity for Commander Xia to show leniency? Hashtag Chapter 301. Wyatt sets the world right. The Lord of the Xuanhuan family can't possibly fail to see his potential, can he? According to his talent, even if he enters the Star Palace, he would only be a servant disciple. Is this what you call giving him a chance? Lord of the Xuanhuan family, you don't need to say more. The rules of the city guard cannot be broken. He must be punished today. If you truly think highly of him, then after I remove his cultivation, you can help treat him afterward. There's no need for further discussion. Crane did not relent just because Harry had the recommendation token from the Star Palace. Harry's talents were not worth his investment. With Crane's strength, he could immediately discern Harry's potential. Harry was merely a lower-grade yellow spirit root with inadequate body bones for physical cultivation. Even with the Star Palace's recommendation token, Harry would still be a servant in the Star Palace. Would a servant benefit me? Even if Harry were a servant disciple in the Star Palace, breaking through to Celestial Immortal would already be his limit. Crane, now at the peak of Bradley Immortal, naturally would not value Harry's potential. If Harry had been a lower-grade mystic spirit root, Crane might have considered investing in him. Unfortunately, Harry had no capital that interested Crane. After finishing his last sentence, Crane raised his palm and slapped towards Harry's sea of chi, showing no mercy to Adiel. You. Seeing Crane move to act immediately, Adiel felt helpless. Indeed, the city guard commander was as stern as iron. But Crane was the commander of the city guard. Even though Adiel was stronger than Crane, he did not dare intervene. Adiel could only watch helplessly as Crane's hand approached Harry. Just as Crane's hand was about to strike Harry's sea of chi, Crane suddenly stopped moving. Adiel, are you openly opposing the city guard? Feeling his immobility, Crane's face turned grim. He never expected Adiel to dare block him. Wasn't he afraid of being held accountable by the city lord? Compared to Crane's anger, Adiel was baffled. He hadn't made any move and thought Crane had agreed to his proposal. After hearing Crane's words, Adiel realized someone else had intervened. Indeed, as Crane's voice faded, 2 figures appeared on the scene. Greetings, senior. Greetings, city lord. Greetings, brother Mu. Recognizing the 2 figures, Adiel hurriedly greeted them, secretly rejoicing that his bet had paid off. Commander Crane. Greetings, city lord. Regaining control of his body, Crane bowed to one of the middle-aged men while glancing curiously at Wyatt. Brat, have you eaten too much? You didn't go report to the Star Palace, but instead caused trouble in Tianfu City? Wyatt said to Harry, while Randall stood respectfully on the side, ignoring the greetings from Adiel and Crane. Brother Mu, you're misunderstanding me. I wasn't causing trouble in Tianfu City. It was Elton's grandson who brought his big brother to rob me. I had no choice but to defend myself. I originally planned to go back home and inform my family before heading to the Star Palace, but then this happened. Alright, I was just joking. Go ahead and return. Everything is fine now. Wyatt naturally understood the whole story but wanted to tease Harry a bit. He wasn't angry at all. Okay. Harry didn't say more. Since Wyatt spoke, he knew he was safe. Glancing at Crane once, he quickly left the scene. Watching everything unfold, Crane dared not speak another word. Didn't he see the city lord standing respectfully? Crane knew well that Wyatt's identity was special. If he dared speak against him now, it would be suicide. This is a reward for you. Watching Harry leave, Wyatt tossed a jade bottle to Adiel. He knew Adiel's intentions, wanting to curry favor with him, but didn't mind. Adiel accepted the bottle with great joy. Although he didn't know what was inside, Wyatt's gifts were rarely simple. As the city guard commander, it's good that you maintain fairness, but sometimes flexibility is necessary. Let's put an end to today's matter. Randall, what do you think? Wyatt glanced at Crane and asked. Wyatt appreciated Crane's character but understood how the world worked. Even with minor faults, having power and status meant avoiding punishment, as absolute fairness didn't exist here. A person like Crane would offend many if he weren't the city guard of Tianfu City, possibly getting assassinated multiple times behind his back. All as the master wishes. Randall bowed in response. As Wyatt was the owner of the Star Palace, Randall didn't dare contradict him. Besides, Harry wasn't at fault. Fine, let it be for now. Wyatt nodded without saying more, disappearing instantly back to a small courtyard in Dixie's auction house. Earlier, Wyatt had been drinking at a tavern with Dixie. Upon returning to the auction house, he sensed the battle in Tianfu City. Out of curiosity, he investigated with his divine soul and discovered Harry being pursued by the city guard. Wyatt had been following the situation out of interest and, upon seeing Crane punishing Harry, pulled over City Lord Randall. Wyatt had entrusted all his starstones to Dixie, asking him to auction all open treasures. Wyatt also wanted to observe the auction himself. System, I want to check in. Bored, Wyatt decided to check in. He hadn't checked in for days, and the automatic daily rewards were mostly useless items. He noticed a pattern. Automatic check-ins yielded things like immortal stones, divine crystals, or artifacts and cultivation techniques. He had never received anything beyond the divine level through automatic check-ins. Yet, he was often too lazy to check in regularly. Ding, host check-in successful. Reward, 1 ton of enlightenment tea. Enlightenment tea? Not bad. Van Sieblinger can use it to make tea eggs later. She'd probably enjoy that. Hearing the reward was 1 ton of enlightenment tea, Wyatt murmured. His words, however, seemed rather dismissive. Enlightenment tea was a rare treasure that could help cultivators gain enlightenment. But in Wyatt's hands, it would be used to cook tea eggs. If others knew, they might accuse him of extravagance for using such a precious item for tea eggs. Would those eggs even be called tea eggs? They should be called enlightenment eggs. This translation aims to maintain the original tone and style while ensuring natural English expression. The narrative flow and logic align coherently with the preceding context, preserving paragraph structure and line breaks from the original text. Chapter 302, Rules of the Auction. Brother, have you heard? Dixie Auction House is holding an unprecedented auction in 3 days. It's said that this time all items up for auction are precious treasures. Now the news has spread across the entire star domain. Just today, Tianfu City's population has more than doubled. In a small tavern in Tianfu City, 2 middle-aged men were having a drink. One of them said to the other, "How could I miss such big news? I heard that the lowest rank of martial techniques being auctioned off this time is Earth class. But these kinds of treasures are not within our reach. What I'm more curious about is the affairs of the Xuanhuan family. I heard they offended some high-ranking figures and have fallen out of the top 10 families. I've also heard about this. Additionally, the mining rights for star stones now belong to the Qian family," replied the other Benny. Such discussions about the Xuanhuan family and Qian family auction were widespread throughout Tianfu City. Unbeknownst to the 2 men chatting in the small tavern, the person causing all this chatter was sitting at the next table. These past few days, Wyatt had been visiting various taverns in Tianfu City, sipping wine and listening to all kinds of gossip. It seems Dixie does have some means. It took only 2 days for the news to spread throughout the star domain. Murmuring this after finishing his drink, Wyatt left a jade stone as payment before departing. The entire city was already abuzz with talk of the auction and the Xuanhuan family, so there was no new gossip to hear. Upon returning to Dixie Auction House, Wyatt didn't go anywhere else but began fishing in the courtyard. In fact, Dixie had already finished mining all the star stones. The reason he set the auction for 3 days later was partly to expand the auction house, and also to attract more people to participate in this significant event. Given the substantial number of treasures this time, relying solely on the 10 major families of Tianfu City would not be enough to handle everything. The 3-day waiting period quickly passed. Since there were teleportation arrays connecting Tianfu City to other major cities, many people arrived during this time. This was the first time Tianfu City saw such hustle and bustle, allowing taverns, shops, and even commoners to profit handsomely. Because of the influx of visitors, every tavern in Tianfu City was full, and those without accommodations turned to the homes of ordinary citizens. Fortunately, Tianfu City housed the Star Hall, and everyone entering the city was warned against causing trouble, so no one dared to misbehave. At Dixie Auction House, a long queue formed outside its doors, all waiting to enter. Isn't the auction supposed to start today? I've been queuing since dawn, yet it's now noon, and the doors still haven't opened. Did Dixie Auction House get the date wrong? Exclaimed a fat man, wiping sweat from his forehead. Who didn't come here early? Most infuriating is coming so early only to end up at the back of the line, unable to even see the auction house door, muttered a Aiden behind him, clearly disgruntled. Thinking he had arrived early enough, the Aiden couldn't help but suspect that others had camped out overnight. Just as the Aiden finished complaining, he heard commotion ahead, discovering the auction house had finally opened its doors. An Amenly man emerged from the auction house and, seeing the crowd, smiled satisfactorily. Ladies and gentlemen, the auction will commence shortly. However, all items being auctioned are extremely valuable and can only be purchased using top-grade jade stones. Therefore, if you do not have enough top-grade jade stones, you might as well not enter. But rest assured, Dixie Auction House has prepared ample top-grade jade stones. If you lack jade stones, you may exchange treasure herbs for them at our counter. If you wish to exchange for jade stones, please proceed through the right passage. Those who don't need to exchange should use the left passage. Entry requires a fee of 1,000 jade stones. After explaining the rules, some decided to give up on entering due to their lack of top-grade jade stones. Even if they had treasure herbs, how much could they really exchange? Moreover, the entry fee of 1,000 jade stones seemed wasteful if they couldn't secure any treasures. Vancini small families and wandering cultivators sadly left the queue, realizing this auction was out of their reach. However, many chose to head right to exchange jade stones. They hadn't brought top-grade stones initially, but wanted to be better prepared. Better safe than sorry. It would be heart-wrenching to lose a coveted item because of insufficient jade stones. Besides, 1,000 jade stones for entry paled in comparison to the value of potential treasures. Soon, those who paid the entrance fee entered the auction house, where attendants guided them to their seats. The auction house previously had private booths, but after renovations, only one supreme booth remained. Now it was filled with numbered seats, capable of hosting up to 100,000 attendees. Those entering the auction house marveled at the spacious venue before heading towards the front rows, naturally desiring the best vantage points. In the sole supreme booth, Wyatt lounged on a specially made rocking chair, attended by 4 maidservants. If this scene were seen by Michaela, Wyatt would likely be in trouble. "Sir, the auction is about to begin," whispered one maid, who had been massaging Jeffrey's shoulders, noticing the nearly full auction hall. "Finally starting?" Wyatt straightened up from his half-asleep state and murmured. He had gone out for breakfast early that morning but found no available seats in the tavern, forcing him back to the auction house. After enjoying breakfast served by the maidservants, he had rested until being woken by the reminder. Looking down, Wyatt saw that the auction house, designed to hold 10,000 people, was nearly full. On stage appeared a woman in a yellow dress named Aina, the exclusive auctioneer and Dixie's only daughter. Chapter 303. The auction begins. "Everyone, please quiet down. I am Aina, the auctioneer for today. First of all, I would like to thank everyone for participating in this auction. All items up for auction today are top-notch. We hope you can bid on your favorite items. I won't elaborate further. Please welcome the first item." As Aina finished speaking, a servant Doreen emerged from behind the auction stage, carrying a tray covered with a red cloth. "Ladies and gentlemen, this pendant contains the cultivation technique, Xiaoyao, an attribute-less immortal-grade cultivation technique. The starting bid is 10 billion high-quality spirit stones, with each increment not less than 10 million high-quality spirit stones. Everyone, please place your bids." Aina picked up a jade pendant from the tray and displayed it, announcing the name, grade of the technique, as well as its auction price. However, the crowd did not immediately start bidding after Aina's announcement, but instead burst into discussion. They were taken aback by the caliber of the technique. Never had they imagined that the first item would be an attribute-less immortal-grade technique. In the celestial spirit realm, cultivation techniques are categorized into 5 grades: yellow, mystic, earth, heaven, and immortal. Yellow being the lowest, immortal the highest. Immortal-grade techniques only exist within first-class sacred lands. Even the 10 Vansager families of Tianfu City don't possess immortal-grade techniques, showing just how rare these techniques are. Moreover, this one is attribute-less. Each cultivator's spirit root has a different attribute, and cultivating a technique matching their own spirit root enhances efficiency significantly. Cultivating mismatched attributes can lead to slower progression and higher risks of going astray. Therefore, cultivators prefer matching attributes, even if the technique is lower grade. But in the celestial spirit realm, there's another popular type of technique, the attribute-less techniques, which anyone can cultivate. Miss Qian, is this really an attribute-less immortal grade technique? If my memory serves me right, your family's Lingyun technique is only heaven grade. If this jade pendant indeed holds an immortal grade technique, would your family auction it? Suddenly, amidst the chatter, someone raised this point, echoing many people's thoughts, especially because the appearance of an immortal grade technique was too surprising. "Everyone, please settle down. I understand your disbelief, but this truly is an attribute-less immortal grade technique." However, the grand figure who provided these items insisted on following the auction process. "Even our Qian family cannot bypass this rule. Everything must go through the auction. So please, do not be surprised by any subsequent treasures." Well, let's begin the auction. Indeed, Aina was correct. If these treasures weren't supplied by Wyatt, the Qian family would have privately purchased the technique. But Wyatt insisted on the auction process, leaving the Qian family no choice. This time, the Qian family mobilized substantial resources due to numerous coveted items. "I bid 11 billion high-quality spirit stones." With Aina's assurance, finally, someone placed a bid, directly increasing it by 1 billion. But hardly had this person spoken when others quickly followed suit. The bidding escalated rapidly, soaring to 330 billion in mere minutes. "Our Zhao family offers 350 billion. Just place a bid. No need to mention your family. It's an auction. Highest bidder wins. I offer 360 billion. Just as Killian of the Zhao family finished speaking, Adiel sarcastically remarked before adding another 10 billion spirit stones. At this moment, the wealth of major families became apparent. A few billion high-quality spirit stones felt like just a handful of stones. "I offer 500 billion high-quality spirit stones." Wow. All eyes turned towards the back where the voice came from. Soon, everyone identified the bidder. An Amonly man seated at the rear. "It seems we have no chance. Even Star Hall covets the Xiaoyao. Who can compete against them?" Adiel glanced at the Benny at the back, revealing a hint of regret. That man was Andre, the Hall Vancestor of Star Hall. Star Hall, as a superpower in the spirit continent, possessed far greater resources than any of these families combined. "I offer 550 billion. Another bid was made, drawing everyone's attention elsewhere, where a woman looked at Andre with mysterious eyes. That's Fairy Aliana, the Hall Vancestor of Aliana Hall. Another superpower. Recognizing her, everyone's expressions grew odd, turning their gazes back to Andre. Andre appeared slightly embarrassed, avoiding eye contact with the woman. "Hall Vancestor, it's Fairy Elise. Should we bid again?" Next to Andre sat another Benny who asked this question upon recognizing Fairy Aliana, though he too seemed uneasy. "Bid what?" "Let it go to Star Hall." Andre glanced at him briefly, then closed his eyes, ignoring everyone's stares. The bidder number 99,866 offers 550 billion. Anyone else? Noticing the peculiar atmosphere, Aina prompted the crowd. Seeing no further bids, she announced the successful auction of the first item. Next, we have a higher-grade martial skill, Daluazang. Starting bid is 10,000 high-quality spirit stones. Please place your bids. After wrapping up the first item, Aina promptly began the next auction. Staff members handled the transition of sold items immediately to prevent post-auction complications. All successfully auctioned items from the Dixie auction house are traded immediately to prevent intentional disruptive bidding, ensuring that any mistakes can still be corrected. This immediate transaction policy is in place so that if someone bids recklessly, there is still a chance for remediation. Of course, should such a situation occur, the individual who caused the disruption must compensate the auction house for all resulting losses at double the amount. If such disruptions occur, the person responsible must compensate the auction house double the losses. Who is that woman? Do you know? Wyatt, in his VIP booth, noticed the strange situation downstairs and asked a servant Doreen beside him. Andre, the hall vancestor of Star Hall, gave up bidding after her bid, and clearly, they knew each other, perhaps even closely. Naturally, Wyatt was curious about her identity and her relationship with Andre. Chapter 304. An unexpected turn of events. Sir, do you mean the guest who just bid for the first item?
Yes.
Sir, that woman is Elise Fairy, the first beauty of our jingling continent, and also the palace master of the Elise Hall. And Elise Hall is the second superpower on our jingling continent, equally powerful as the Xianxia Hall, except that Elise Hall has far fewer members since it only admits female disciples, one of the maids explained to Wyatt. After hearing her explanation, Wyatt was a little surprised, not expecting another superpower in jingling continent. You see, there was only one superpower on Jieshan continent, with Yumming being only half due to its destruction by Wyatt. What's the relationship between Elise Hall and Xianxia Hall? He asked. No matter from the names of these two powers, or the look Elise Fairy gave Andre, it was clear they were related in some way. Sir, I'm not very sure about this, but there are rumors saying that the hall master of Xianxia Hall used to be partners with Elise Fairy, until something happened later which led to conflicts between them. The Elise Hall was established after that, and even specifically went against the Xianxia Hall. But Xianxia Hall always avoids direct confrontation with Elise Hall, giving way to it everywhere, and sometimes their disciples won't even retaliate even when beaten up. The maid told him all she knew, things which weren't secrets in jingling continent anyway. After hearing the maid's words, Wyatt became quite interested, thinking he was witnessing a big drama unfold, though whether it was sweet or bitter could only be found out by asking Andre face to face. While Wyatt was inquiring about the Elise Hall, the auction continued, getting more and more lively, with a divine herb now being auctioned. The price had risen to 50 billion, almost matching the previous immortal grade cultivation technique. Apart from the three major families of Tianfu City, several top-notch holy lands of jingling continent were still competing. As for Xianxia Hall and Elise Hall, they didn't join the bidding, because divine herbs weren't rare for these two superpowers. But if such herbs did appear, they certainly wouldn't let them go. The reason Andre didn't want to bid was still because of Elise Fairy. Because Andre knew that if he did, Elise Fairy would definitely compete with him. I offer 53 billion. Dixie stared intently at the divine herb on stage. This was the only divine herb opened from dozens of star stones. Dixie naturally knew that if she missed this opportunity, it would be uncertain when divine herbs would appear again. 53 billion, first time. Anyone else willing to offer higher? Aina scanned the audience below. Although she wished to declare her father successful in the auction, she had to follow the necessary procedures. 53 billion, second time. Hall Vancestor, are we really not going to bid? This is a million-year-old divine herb. Even in Xianxia Hall, it's not that common. Just as Aina repeated the bid for the second time, a Benny next to Andre questioned him due to the rarity of such an aged divine herb. It's not that I don't want to bid. Do you think our bids will make any difference? She will definitely compete with us. No point in raising the price further. That's true. Danny sighed upon hearing Andre's words. He knew Andre spoke the truth, and the current price was already near the top. Bidding any further would be disadvantageous, regardless of whether Xianxia Hall or Elise Hall ultimately won the bid. Neither outcome was what Andre wanted. 53 billion, third time. Congratulations to bidder number 250. Hee. I can't believe there's such a pretty medicinal treasure here. It must taste really good. Just as Aina was about to declare the auction successful, a series of giggles came, followed by a small Doreen appearing on the auction platform. To everyone's astonishment, she picked up the divine herb from the tray. Insolent. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone. This was the Qian family auction, yet someone openly dared to snatch precious items, and it was just a small Doreen. The Qian family was one of the 10 major families in Tianfu City, whose headquarters housed the superpower Xianxia Hall. It was unheard of for anyone to cause trouble in Tianfu City on Jingling Continent. Yet this was exactly what happened, humiliating the Qian family and showing disrespect towards Xianxia Hall. The moment the little Doreen grabbed the herb, Qian family guards instantly appeared before her, ready to snatch back the herb. Don't! Boom! Bang! As the guard's hand neared the herb, a rapid shout echoed along with a thunderclap. Accompanied by a loud bang, the guard was struck by lightning, his figure flying backward in terror. Spit! Spit! The first sound was the guard spitting blood and fainting, while the second came from Wyatt in the VIP booth, who sprayed tea on a nearby maid, drenching her clothes. Wyatt wasn't interested in the scene before him, but rather stared in disbelief at the little Doreen on the stage. It was none other than his daughter, Desiree. Wyatt was bewildered. Hadn't his daughter been absorbing the lightning Dao in the Thunder secret realm? He'd seen her just moments ago. Then suddenly she appeared here, snatching the divine herb and knocking out a Qian family Amen. Wyatt covered his forehead, speechless. On the auction stage, many figures now gathered, mostly Qian family Amens, all eyeing Desiree cautiously as she curiously examined her surroundings. The fallen Amen was a primordial immortal, yet Desiree had knocked him out with just a bolt of lightning. No wonder they were alarmed. Among those on stage was Dixie, the head of the Qian family, and another familiar figure, the Xianxia Ancestor Andre. Andre didn't want to intervene either, but how could he ignore the situation involving Wyatt's daughter? Ancestor Qian, how about I offer 600 billion for this divine herb and consider it mine? Andre shielded Desiree behind him, addressing Dixie. Since Desiree liked the herb, he figured buying it for her would be a good idea. Facing Andre's proposition, Dixie hesitated, knowing Andre's actions were irregular but also fearing his influence. Humph. The Xianxia has become increasingly shameless, resorting to strong-arm tactics right before the eyes of all the powers in the star domain. Do you truly consider yourselves emperors? Chapter 305. Wyatt begins to gossip out of curiosity. Just as Dixie was at a loss for words, another figure appeared on the auction platform. It wasn't just anyone. It was Fairy Elise from the Star Cloud Hall. Xian, don't cause trouble here. Hold it. You're not qualified to call me by my name. Fairy Elise's emotions suddenly turned angry, causing Andre's expression to sour. He couldn't believe that even after 10,000 years, Fairy Elise still harbored such intense hatred toward him. Fairy Elise, we will settle our issues later. I have bid for this divine herb in an auction. How can you call this forced buying? What is she to you that you protect her so? Could she be your illegitimate? Hold it. Before Fairy Elise could finish speaking, Andre interrupted her, simultaneously breaking out into a cold sweat. He was somewhat reproachful that Fairy Elise would say anything and everything. Well then, let's move on to the next item for auction without this divine herb. Just as Fairy Elise prepared to do something, a voice echoed throughout the auction house. 3 figures then flew towards the VIP room and disappeared from everyone's view in an instant. I apologize, everyone. Let's move on to the next treasure for auction. Dixie immediately recognized this as Wyatt's voice. Since Wyatt had declared there would be no auction for the divine herb, Dixie naturally wouldn't fuss about it, only lamenting his lack of fortune to obtain the herb. Dixie had some suspicions about Wyatt's connection with the Starlight Hall, so he wasn't surprised by this development. What he was curious about was Desiree's identity. Could she really be Andre's illegitimate daughter? But Dixie wasn't the only one curious about Desiree's identity. Everyone in the auction house wondered the same thing, along with who the people in the VIP room were. At this moment in the VIP room, when Desiree saw Wyatt, she joyfully ran into his arms, exclaiming, Carterdy, happily. Servant greets Ancestor. Andre knelt and bowed to Wyatt. Although Penelope had informed Andre about Wyatt after returning to the Starlight Hall, Andre hadn't realized Wyatt was in the VIP room. Wyatt found nothing unusual about Andre's gesture but Fairy Elise and the 4 maids were utterly astonished. Especially Fairy Elise, because she knew Andre very well. The more she knew Andre, the more shocked she became. Andre was the Grandmaster of the Starlight Hall. When did he gain a master, and why didn't she know about it? Fairy Elise dared not speak casually now. After all, she was brought here without any resistance despite being a deity-level expert. That meant Wyatt possessed unimaginable power. Go out first, all 4 of you. Yes, sir. The 4 maids quickly left, feeling uneasy due to the terrifying identities of those in the VIP room. Even if they wanted to gossip, they dared not stay. Danielle, weren't you playing in Thunder's Secret Realm? Why are you here? After dismissing the maids, Wyatt made Andre and Fairy Elise sit down before asking about his daughter. I've already played there. Besides, little Lay is missing, and Lauren is in cultivation, so I came to find Carter. All right then. Just play here while Carter talks to Uncle and Aunt. Eat whatever you like, and if you get bored, I'll send someone to take you shopping. Wyatt knew his daughter must have comprehended the path of thunder. There was no need to ask much. He was just curious how she found her way here. Knowing how far away Tianlai City was from Tianfu City, he found it impressive that she made it here. However, he was even more intrigued by Andre and Fairy Elise's situation. Carter, I want to go shopping. Desiree glanced around the luxurious VIP room but chose to go shopping instead. Wait a moment. Carter will ask those 4 sisters to take you out. Wyatt smiled and pinched his daughter's cheeks before carrying her towards the door where the 4 maids stood respectfully. Greetings, sir. My daughter wants to go play. Take her for a stroll around Tianfu City. Yes, sir. Carter, Danielle will go play now. Go ahead. Desiree took 2 of the maids' hands and eagerly walked away. Wyatt watched his daughter skip away, then returned to the VIP room. I heard you 2 were once companions. How did things turn so hostile between you? Can you tell me what happened? Back in the VIP room, Wyatt glanced at Andre and Fairy Elise, asking. Besides curiosity, he also wanted to understand their situation better. From their attitudes, Wyatt deduced that their current animosity stemmed from something other than strained affection. As Andre was his subordinate, Wyatt wanted to resolve the issue if possible. If the Star Cloud Hall continued opposing the Starlight Hall, Wyatt's interest would inevitably suffer. He didn't want that outcome. Hearing Wyatt's inquiry, Andre sighed after glancing at Fairy Elise and recounted their story. Fairy Elise's real name was Diamond, once a disciple of the Starlight Hall and a senior sibling to Andre. They cultivated together and explored the continent side by side. Their relationship developed quickly, leading them to become companions revered as celestial children admired by many. After their teacher retired, Andre succeeded as the Starlight Hall's Grandmaster, making Diamond the respected Grandmaster's wife. In the second year of Andre's leadership, Diamond gave birth to a Doreen named Vansatilda. Under their nurturing care, Vansatilda grew up swiftly. During a cultivation exercise, Vansatilda encountered an assassination attempt by an unknown force. At the time, Diamond was in a closed retreat for breakthrough, and Andre was aiding her by refining the Heavenly Tao pill, which was crucial at the time. By the time Andre arrived, the assassins had fled. Although Vansatilda was saved by a guardian, she lost her cultivation and fell into a coma. Upon learning of her daughter's ordeal upon breaking through, Diamond was enraged. Through relentless investigation, she identified the culprits and eradicated them entirely. After avenging her daughter, Diamond blamed Andre for failing to protect her daughter. She argued fiercely with Andre, then left the Starlight Hall with her comatose daughter. They vanished for a century. Despite Andre's extensive search using the Starlight Hall's resources, they remained undetected. When Diamond resurfaced, she was already the Grandmaster of the Star Cloud Hall, and was consistently targeting the Starlight Hall. Andre was powerless against her actions, unable to do anything to change it. Chapter 306, Return to Hell. With your strength, your daughter should still be alive. After listening to Andre's explanation, Wyatt understood that the two people had fallen out due to their daughter. Neither was wrong. Amelia's actions were merely a bit extreme, driven by her love for her daughter. Though much time had passed and an ordinary person might have long since died, it should be noted that Amelia is a divine-level powerhouse and the head of the Nebula Palace. There are many ways to keep an unconscious person alive, and Wyatt was asking to see if he could help rescue their daughter. Z, speak up. Perhaps the master has a way to save our daughter. Seeing that Amelia wasn't speaking, Andre urged her anxiously, hoping that Wyatt could succeed where he couldn't. Do you have a way to save my daughter? Although Amelia doubted Wyatt's ability, she was willing to try, given his demonstrated strength. Moreover, his identity was too mysterious. How did he become Andre's master? I can't guarantee it without knowing more about your daughter's condition, but as long as she isn't dead, there must be a way. What do you think? Wyatt couldn't promise anything until he knew more about Vansatilda. Follow me. After some consideration, Amelia decided to bring Wyatt along, even if the chances were slim. No parent would ever not want the best for their child. Amelia opened a spatial portal and walked through first. Although eager to see his daughter immediately, Andre waited for Wyatt before entering. Upon emerging from the portal, they found themselves in an icy cave. The space was only about 10 square meters with a bed made entirely of ice in the center. On this bed lay a figure. It was their daughter, Vansatilda. Daughter. Andre rushed to the ice bed, tears brimming in his eyes. He felt both joy and guilt seeing his daughter after centuries. Vansister, please save my daughter. Remembering something important, Andre knelt before Wyatt, placing all his hopes on him. Stand up. It's unbecoming for a man to cry like this. I'll do everything to save your daughter. Disapproving of Andre's display, Wyatt approached the ice bed. Probing Vansatilda's body with his soul energy, he found no issues aside from her damaged chi-si, which had already healed. He then checked her spiritual si. So, that's it. Wyatt quickly identified the problem. Vansatilda was missing her heavenly soul, which was causing her prolonged unconsciousness. This version ensures the sentence flows naturally while maintaining the accuracy of the original context. It also adds a slight clarification for better readability. Vansister, how is my daughter? People possess 3 souls and 7 spirits. The 3 souls are heavenly soul, earthly soul, and human soul. Your daughter remains comatose due to the absence of her heavenly soul. Helping her recover, it will allow her to awaken. Heavenly soul, also known as the main soul, is essential for life. Without it, one's lifespan and vitality are at risk. If not for being cultivators, Vansatilda would have been long dead. Vansister, how can we find Fingy's heavenly soul? Finding the earthly or human soul would be difficult because they dissipate shortly after leaving the body. But heavenly soul, controlling one's spirit, can exist independently as a wandering soul. A trip to hell should suffice to retrieve your daughter's heavenly soul. Of course, this assumes her heavenly soul hasn't been destroyed. Being only a single soul, it can't reincarnate but might guard other souls instead. Both parents were stunned. They thought Wyatt could save their daughter right away, but now they needed to enter hell. Could hell really exist? And even if it did, how could they enter it? Would they even be allowed to search for her heavenly soul? Vansister, does hell truly exist? Indeed. In any realm, hell exists for the cycle of rebirth. Otherwise, ghosts would roam everywhere. But how do we locate it? Hell belongs under heaven's jurisdiction, thus unknown to cultivators. But I can take you there. Wyatt chuckled, opening a spatial tunnel effortlessly and stepping inside. Andre and Amelia exchanged glances before following. They emerged into a dark, eerie environment. Audacious. Who dares to intrude upon my domain? Chapter 307, The Sensible Dixon. As Andre and Diamond were observing the environment of hell, a harsh shout suddenly reverberated in their minds, followed by a chilling aura that enveloped them. The sudden chill made both Andre and Diamond, who were divine-level powerhouses, shiver involuntarily. Then they saw a figure appear before them. The newcomer was over 2 meters tall, wearing a black robe adorned with images of the 100 Ghost Parade. When Andre looked at the newcomer, an inexplicable fear arose within him. This fear originated deep from within, as if he would die at this person's hands in the next moment, which greatly startled Andre. Andre felt this way, and so did Diamond beside him, though her fear was even more intense. This was their first time meeting one of Hell's formidable beings. Coupled with Hell's mysterious nature, it naturally added to their trepidation. Suddenly encountering Hell's strength left them with a palpable sense of dread. More than a year has passed since I last saw you, Rahim. Your might has become terrifying enough to make my heart race uncontrollably, said Andre as he and Diamond remained on high alert. Just then, Wyatt finally spoke up. With Wyatt's voice, Rahim could now clearly see Wyatt's appearance. But at this moment, Rahim wished he hadn't seen Wyatt, for this sight filled him with dread. To recount all this was filled with sorrow. Hell was originally a force manifested by Heavenly Tao, specifically tasked with managing all lonely spirits and capturing those who practiced ghost cultivation. It was also the realm most feared by cultivators. But Wyatt was an exception. Everyone in Hell feared him. Even the Lord of Hell had been beaten into a pig's head by Wyatt. Even when the Lord of Hell sought help from his superiors, they dared not come to their aid, plunging the entire Hell into a state of panic. Now, upon hearing Wyatt's voice and seeing his face again, Rahim felt utterly despondent, almost wanting to cry. Mortal pays homage to the venerable deity. Please forgive me for not welcoming you properly, he said, bowing deeply. This action shocked Andre and Diamond, as the previous imposing figure had now fallen to his knees. Andre wondered what Wyatt had done to make Rahim so afraid. Diamond was equally puzzled and cast a questioning glance at Andre. Looking at Diamond's perplexed expression, Andre shook his head helplessly. He too wanted to know the answer but couldn't provide one. Get up. Take me to meet the Dixon. Thank you, venerable deity. Raheem was taken aback by Wyatt's cooperative tone this time. After thanking him, he hurriedly stood up and gestured Wyatt forward. Wyatt nodded and walked ahead while Raheem closely followed, leading Wyatt inward. Along the way, Andre and Diamond witnessed the legendary scenery of hell. They saw the river Styx, crossed the bridge of sighs, and encountered countless spirit soldiers. Venerable deity, the Dixon is inside. Please follow me. Before long, Raheem led Wyatt and company to the hall of the Dixon. Whispering softly, Fengdu informed Wyatt. Entering the hall, everything was dim, making it hard to discern the surroundings. On the main seat sat a Benny cross-legged. Suddenly sensing something, the Dixon stood up instantly. Upon seeing Raheem leading Wyatt in, he froze for a moment, then appeared in front of Wyatt at top speed, kneeling down and respectfully paying homage. Mortal pays homage to the venerable deity. With Dixon's words, the previously dim hall became clear and bright, and even the chilling aura vanished. No need for formalities, please stand up. Wyatt walked naturally to the Dixon's previous seat and casually instructed Dixon, who rose to stand respectfully before Wyatt. I don't know why the venerable deity has graced hell. Rest assured, I will ensure everything is handled to your satisfaction. If not for witnessing it himself, no one would believe that the Benny before them was the ruler of hell. Now, Dixon seemed like a eunuch waiting for orders from an emperor. This time, I am here to find the heavenly soul of a child. There shouldn't be any problem, right? No problem at all, venerable deity. Whose heavenly soul are you looking for? I'll have someone bring it immediately. Vansatilda. Yes, venerable deity, please wait. Fengdu, go personally and bring back Vansatilda's heavenly soul. Remember to treat it with respect. Dixon turned to instruct Raheem to fetch Vansatilda's heavenly soul. Yes, Dixon. With Raheem leaving, Andre and Diamond's faces showed excitement. They had expected a chaotic scene in hell but found things surprisingly smooth. In just a few words, Wyatt would allow them to meet their daughter's heavenly soul. Although standing there, their gazes never left the entrance. Wyatt, noticing their anticipation, understood this was the proper reaction for parents. Venerable deity, several days ago, the nether blood lotus in the nether blood sea bloomed. Here is a flower offered to you. Please accept it. Dixon presented a blood lotus respectfully to Wyatt. This was the unique blood lotus from the nether blood sea. The blood lotus was a spiritual treasure. Its petals could reshape one's physical body into an innate spirit body, while the lotus seeds inside the pod could enhance cultivation and strengthen the physical body. What does this blood lotus do? Wyatt took the blood lotus from Dixon. It had 12 blood-red petals, each resembling flowing veins. Inside were 12 crimson seeds, like red crystals. After listening to Dixon's introduction, Wyatt smiled. He hadn't expected such a precious gift from Dixon. You've put thought into it. Wyatt didn't refuse Dixon's gesture. If he had, it might cause Dixon undue worry. Indeed, Dixon visibly relaxed upon seeing Wyatt accept the gift. He didn't want to offer such a precious item, but with Wyatt requesting a heavenly soul, it must mean something important. Worried that Wyatt might disapprove of hell, he decided to appease Wyatt preemptively to avoid further conflict. Chapter 308, Family Reunion. Supreme Deity, Vansatilda's celestial soul has been brought. After waiting anxiously for a while, the Dusty finally returned. Behind him was a prison guard. Fonger. When Andre and Diamond saw the prison guard behind the Dusty, they excitedly moved forward, preparing to embrace her. However, Diamond hugged nothing but air. Because Vansatilda was only a celestial soul, with no physical form, Diamond naturally couldn't hug her. Bud? Mother? Why are you here? Have you also died? Vansatilda was delighted to see Andre and Diamond, but her words made Wyatt's lips twitch. Wyatt could confirm that Vansatilda was indeed Andre's and Diamond's daughter. Otherwise, she wouldn't have spoken like that. Fonger, your mother is here to take you back. Ah. Hearing Diamond's words, Vansatilda shuddered involuntarily, casting a fearful glance at the Dusty. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw he didn't say anything. Vansatilda knew where she was, the legendary hell. Her parents had suddenly appeared here, and were saying they would take her back in front of the Dusty. Moreover, not only was the Dusty present, but even the Lord of Hell was here. If they angered either of them, it would be dangerous for her parents. Supreme Deity, this is the return soul pill. Because her celestial soul has been separated from her body for too long, it will take a long time for her to recover even after reuniting with her body. But if she takes the return soul pill, she can recover immediately, saving a lot of time. Alright, then we won't disturb you further. Seeing the respectful prison emperor, Wyatt found being there quite boring. He signaled Andre to take the return soul pill and prepared to leave. I shall respectfully escort Supreme Deity. Both the prison emperor and the Dusty bowed deeply as Wyatt casually opened a passage and walked through it. Fonger, your mother will take you back now. Diamond bowed to the prison emperor and the Dusty, then said to Vansatilda, Mother, am I really going back? Vansatilda was bewildered. Could she really go back so easily? Fellow Taoist, you can indeed return. The prison emperor smiled faintly at Vansatilda's look, adding, with Supreme Deity Wyatt here, would a small prison emperor dare to refuse? Fonger, let's talk later once we get back. We can't keep our master waiting. Yes. Getting confirmation from the prison emperor, Vansatilda finally believed she could return. She was curious about Wyatt's identity. Not only did he command such respect from the Lord of Hell, but he was also her father's master. Wasn't her father the Lord of Starry Pavilion? But those things didn't matter now. The important thing was to follow her parents back first and understand everything later. Vansatilda followed Diamond into the space tunnel. After bowing to the prison emperor and the Dusty, Andre also entered the tunnel. Yosef, do you know what Supreme Deity's true identity is? Watching the closed space tunnel, the Dusty asked nervously. This was the second time he had seen Wyatt, and each encounter left him trembling. If you don't want to face obliteration, don't ask unnecessary questions. Do you think you or I can inquire about Supreme Deity's identity? The prison emperor looked coldly at the Dusty, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Your subordinate dares not. The Dusty knelt down hurriedly. Although he held a high rank in hell, the prison emperor could reduce him to ashes with just a thought. On the other side, Vansatilda's celestial soul returned to her body in the ice room. Andre gave her the return soul pill from the prison emperor. After a few minutes, Vansatilda, who had been comatose for hundreds of years, slowly opened her eyes and eventually sat up on the ice bed. Feng'er, Diamond couldn't hold back any longer, hugging her daughter tightly, tears streaming down her face. Mother, I'm really back. It's all right, Feng'er. Your mother will protect you, and never let anything happen to you again. Yes, yes. Feng'er, quickly thank our master for saving you. At last, Andre found an opportunity to speak. Instead of immediately catching up with his daughter, he pulled Vansatilda to kneel before Wyatt. This time, even Diamond didn't stop him and also knelt before Wyatt. If not for Wyatt, even entering hell wouldn't have helped them bring back Vansatilda's celestial soul. Despite the prison emperor treating them kindly earlier, it was all because Wyatt was there. Without him, none of them might have come back. Thank you, Vansester, for saving us. The three of them bowed to Wyatt, including Diamond calling him Vansester. At this moment, she only wanted to stay with her daughter. There's no need for formalities among family. I won't disturb your reunion. You should have a good talk. Wyatt knew they needed time together and vanished from the room. The auction ended so quickly? Returning to the VIP lounge, Wyatt found the auction hall deserted. It was already evening. His spiritual awareness swept over the auction house, finding his daughter being served by 8 maids and Dixie, eating sumptuous dishes prepared by the Qian family. With a thought, Wyatt disappeared from the VIP lounge and reappeared beside his daughter. Carter, you're finally back. Do you want some roasted meat? The little Doreen handed Wyatt a piece of meat she had just picked up, her face beaming with joy. Carter doesn't eat, Kimberly can have it. Okay then. The little Doreen immediately put the roasted meat in her mouth, making Wyatt smile as he gently stroked her hair. Did Kimberly have fun today? Yes, yes. Today the big sisters treated Kimberly to lots of yummy food. I'm so happy. Good. Then tomorrow we'll go home to find Lorme. Sure. The little Doreen agreed, focusing again on the roasted meat in front of her. Seeing the father and daughter quiet, Dixie approached Wyatt. Sir Moo, all treasures have been auctioned off, bringing in 18 quintillion 536 quadrillion superior spirit stones. They have all been exchanged for various medicinal treasures as you ordered, and are stored in this ring. ####Chapter 309. Return to Thunderbolt City. Dixie handed a storage ring to Wyatt. This auction had been highly successful, with all items successfully sold. Qian family's auction this time could be considered the most glorious one in history, and it also generated the highest total transaction value. Even though Qian family did not charge Wyatt any service fees, they not only did not lose money but even made a significant profit. Just the entrance fees alone amounted to over 100 million. Besides the entrance fees, what was more important was that it established the reputation of Dixie's auction house. Furthermore, Dixie himself managed to bid on quite a few items, which he owed entirely to Wyatt. Wyatt had taken away 2 super powerful palace lords, allowing Qian family a chance to win those treasures. Otherwise, there would have been no way for them to compete with 2 superpowers. Great job. Here's something for you. It can help you break through to the divine realm. Wyatt glanced at the mountain-like pile of medicinal treasures inside the ring and was very satisfied with Dixie's efficiency. He then took out a jade bottle and gave it to Dixie. Thank you, young Vansester Moo. Though Dixie had not spent much time with Wyatt, he had a certain understanding of Wyatt's personality and therefore did not refuse the pill Wyatt offered. Well, you can go about your business. Just have the maid stay here. Wyatt knew that Dixie and his people were waiting for him, besides accompanying his daughter. With everything settled now, as the head of Qian family, Dixie naturally had many matters to attend to. Young Vansester Moo, then we won't disturb your meal. If you need anything, you can ask them. Wyatt acknowledged with a nod and then handed the storage ring to Desiree, saying, Faye, this is from Dad. Thank you, Carter. The little Doreen happily received the storage ring. Earlier, Dixie had mentioned the contents being valuable medicines, which were her favorite. She kissed Wyatt on the cheek after putting the ring away. Wyatt felt a slight chill on his face and reached up to touch it, only to find it covered in grease. This made Wyatt somewhat amused yet frustrated. The maid standing nearby originally wanted to laugh, but held back when she remembered Wyatt's identity. Instead, she hurriedly offered a handkerchief to Wyatt. Wyatt wiped off the grease from his hands and face and ate some food with the little Doreen before taking her back to their courtyard late that night. The next day, after bidding farewell to Dixie, Wyatt was just about to leave with his daughter when he saw Andre and his family waiting outside the auction house. Salutations, Lord. Why are you here? I was just about to return to Thunderbolt City. Lord, are you going back to Thunderbolt City to fetch Nikki? Xianxia had been cultivating in the lightning secret realm in Thunderbolt City, something Andre knew about. Hearing that Wyatt was returning to Thunderbolt City, Andre guessed that he was going to pick up Xianxia. Yes. The lightning in the lightning secret realm will gradually weaken until all the lightning disappears. You should prepare mentally. Wyatt reminded Andre because the core essence had been absorbed by his daughter, causing the power within the lightning secret realm to weaken and eventually disappear. He couldn't let this issue escalate into a problem, especially since not just Star Palace disciples entered the lightning secret realm. It wouldn't be good if they collected entrance fees and ended up labeled as frauds. I understand. I'll take care of it. Lord, today I came to discuss the Nebula Palace matter. Yesterday, we decided to merge the Nebula Palace with the Star Palace. Lord, what do you think? Due to saving his daughter, Andre and Kylie had reconciled. Kylie learned about Wyatt's true identity from Andre. To repay Wyatt's great kindness, Kylie decided to merge the Nebula Palace into the Star Palace and serve under Wyatt henceforth. These matters you can handle yourselves. There's no need to consult me. Wyatt expected this outcome, as it was all within his expectations. Andre and Kylie were originally husband and wife, and the previous conflict was solely due to their daughter. Now that their daughter was safe, reconciliation was natural. To stay close to their daughter, merging their forces was inevitable. Hence, Wyatt was not surprised. Understood, Lord. Without further ado, Wyatt left the city with his daughter. Since Xianxia would not leave the Lightning Secret Realm anytime soon, Wyatt planned to travel leisurely with his daughter to Thunderbolt City. Traveling and playing along the way, Wyatt and his daughter finally returned to Thunderbolt City after a month. Coincidentally, Xianxia also emerged from the Lightning Secret Realm just as they arrived. Wife, how do you feel? What level has your physical body reached now? Not bad. I've just broken through to the peak Immortal Emperor realm, but the lightning in the secret realm is getting weaker, unable to support further breakthroughs. After sensing her strength, Xianxia explained. Her physical body was previously at the Spirit Immortal level, but improved to peak Immortal Emperor after over a month in the Lightning Secret Realm. She was relatively satisfied with this progress. Peak Immortal Emperor? Wonder how long it can last. Upon hearing Xianxia's words, Wyatt's eyes lit up as he murmured to himself, but Xianxia, with her formidable strength, caught Wyatt's murmur. Not only did Xianxia hear him, but she also understood what he meant, making her cheeks flush as she shot a sultry glance at Wyatt. Seeing Xianxia's expression, Wyatt nearly lost control and wanted to carry out family discipline but restrained himself. We'll rest for a few days, then continue our travels elsewhere. Wyatt wanted to tour the entire immortal spirit world this time. There were still many places left unvisited on Spiritling Continent. After touring the continent, there was still West Continent. As for why Wyatt wanted to rest in Thunderbolt City for a few days, only he knew. At night, Wyatt watched as the little Doreen slept soundly, cast a spell around her, and then disappeared from the bed. Along with Wyatt's disappearance, Xianxia vanished too. No one knew where the couple had gone. They reappeared in the room 3 days later. Wife, here is a pill I refined using blood lotus seeds. It has excellent effects on enhancing the physical body. After you break through to Celestial Respecter, we can engage in a 7-day battle to show you my prowess. Chapter 310, Tianfu City, Vancertial Arts Bride Contest. Who would have thought that this small city could be so lively? It's almost as bustling as Tianlei City, with no real difference except for its smaller size. Heston strolled down the street with his wife and child, remarking in awe. It had been more than half a month since Heston left Tianlei City. He had traveled through countless cities, but this was the first time he encountered such a vibrant scene in a small city. Hence, he couldn't help but marvel at it. Carter, look at all those people running over there. Is something interesting happening? Heston, who was still lost in his thoughts, suddenly heard his daughter's words. He looked in the direction her finger pointed and indeed saw many people rushing over. Let's go see what's going on, he said. Curiosity is human nature. Heston was no exception. Pulling his little Doreen along, they headed in that direction. After walking for about the time it takes to finish a cup of tea, Heston and his family finally arrived where the crowd gathered. A tall platform stood amidst the throng. The area beneath the platform was already crowded with excited faces, especially among the young and strong men. Excuse me, brother. What's happening here? Why is everyone gathered? Not understanding the situation, Heston tapped a Benny standing in front of him, hoping to get an explanation. You must have just arrived in our Tianfu city, right? Yes, we just came here from sightseeing. We followed the crowd here when we saw everyone heading this way. Heston nodded, confirming their arrival. Additionally, he noticed a peculiar pattern. Every city on this continent started with the character Tian. At first, Heston assumed it was a coincidence, but after visiting numerous cities, he realized otherwise. Well, that explains it. Let me tell you about it, replied the Benny. He then explained that the platform was set up by the city lord of Tianfu City for a martial arts bride contest. Why a martial arts bride contest? Wondered Heston aloud. This wasn't because the city lord's daughter was undesirable due to her appearance. Quite the contrary. She was exceptionally beautiful but struggled to find a suitable partner. Raised with extraordinary talent and a domineering personality, she believed in either remaining single or finding someone whose strength matched hers. Thus, the city lord arranged these contests, which were held monthly. Despite many youths participating each time, none had ever won. All were mercilessly defeated by the city lord's daughter. Brother, judging by your imposing demeanor and distinguished looks, you must be quite formidable. Perhaps you should give it a try? The Benny sized up Heston and suggested, leaving him momentarily stunned. Sir, don't joke around. Can't you see my daughter is already grown? Heston felt rather helpless. He couldn't believe the man had missed his wife and daughter standing right there. Brother, aren't multiple partners common for cultivators like us? Just think, with your youth and strength, marrying 10 wives wouldn't be an issue. Heston was speechless. Though the old man's statement was true, it left Heston somewhat embarrassed. He quickly changed the subject as a woman appeared on the platform. The woman wore a sleek white training outfit, with her hair tied into 2 braids. Her oval face and almond-shaped eyes, coupled with long legs, made her a stunning beauty. Isn't she beautiful? Yes, very much so, but not as beautiful as my wife, Heston replied, turning to Michaela with a knowing smile. Actually, I have no objections if you take a concubine, Michaela said earnestly, surprising Heston. Sensing a potential trap, he wisely refrained from replying and instead lifted their daughter into his arms. Bud, will you go defeat that big sister and bring her home to be my stepmom? Addie, don't say nonsense. Heston felt both amused and exasperated. How could his daughter suggest such a thing, especially in front of her mother? Bud, if you're shy, let me defeat that big sister for you and bring her back? Addie, stay out of adults' business. Heston gently pinched his daughter's cheek, sealing her cultivation in case she acted impulsively. With her spatial comprehension, even Heston found it challenging to keep track of her. People without adequate skills, please do not come forward. Also, today marks the final contest. No more martial arts bride contests after today. Brittany addressed the densely packed crowd, sparking discussions. From below, Brayden requests your guidance. Amidst the chatter, Aiden flew onto the platform, bowing respectfully. Come forward. Seeing his opponent was only at the middle true immortal stage, Brittany responded casually. His level was far beneath her notice, as she was already at the late-stage profound immortal realm. I beg your forgiveness. Brayden bowed again before launching an attack toward Brittany. However, she didn't move. Just as his palm neared her shoulder, she kicked him fiercely, sending him flying off the platform and crashing to the ground. Middle true immortal stage. Yet they dare challenge a late-stage profound immortal. They are truly bewitched by her beauty. Heston shook his head, noting that no one present matched Brittany's power. Of course, some older individuals surpassed the profound immortal stage, explaining why she hadn't found anyone suitable yet. After several more challengers met similar fates. Wife, there's nothing more to see here. Let's leave, Heston concluded, realizing it would be more enjoyable to explore the city. Okay. Hashtag chapter 311. Fooled by Old Ox 2. The departure of Wyatt and the others did not attract much attention from the crowd, but Brittany on the stage noticed it. However, she didn't pay much heed to it. Wyatt carried the little Doreen to another street. This seemed to be a bustling market in Tianfu City, with vendors setting up stalls everywhere. Faye, see if there's anything you like, Carter will buy it for you. Wyatt set the little Doreen down and said this, while she curiously examined the vendors. They sold all sorts of items, magic treasures, elixirs, minerals, and other odd and miscellaneous things. Finally, the little Doreen spotted a stall selling spiritual herbs and headed straight over. Wyatt, seeing where his daughter was going, smiled and followed her. Little Doreen, these are extremely rare and premium spiritual herbs. See if you need anything, Uncle can give you a good deal. Seeing a small figure suddenly appear at his stall, Honor glanced and then grinned, realizing that despite only being 7 years old, Desiree stood around 1 meter 20 tall, dressed in splendid attire. He knew she must be from a wealthy family. Such people would surely have money to spare, allowing him to make a hefty profit. The greedy flash in Honor's eyes was caught by Wyatt as he approached. Looking at Honor's sly expression, Wyatt realized he was dealing with a shrewd merchant. Examining the herbs on the ground, they were all ordinary first-grade spiritual herbs. Uncle, how much do these herbs cost? Which one do you want, little Doreen? Uncle will give you a discount. What do you mean, which one? Of course, I want them all. Wow, little Doreen, what a sharp eye. Let me tell you, I obtained these herbs from a secret realm. It took a lot of effort. If it were anyone else, I would definitely ask for a high price. But since I find you quite likable, I'll give you a 20% discount. I have a total of 38 herbs. 1 million per herb, totaling 380 million immortal stones. Honor was overjoyed inside. Who would have thought he'd meet such a big spender today who wanted all the herbs? Old Honor, aren't you too greedy? You're trying to scam a little Doreen, selling a first-grade herb for 1 million immortal stones each. Are you out of your mind? Just as Desiree was about to hand over the immortal stones, a neighboring vendor named Debbie couldn't hold back and spoke up against Honor. Debbie, don't interfere in my business. These herbs cost me my life to get, and I'm already giving a low price. Stop causing trouble here, or you'll regret it. Little Doreen, ignore her. She's just jealous because I'm doing good business. Honor threatened Debbie and then turned to Desiree with a smile. Here was a big spender. Old Honor, do you think I fear you? A first-grade herb costs only 1,000 immortal stones each. Selling it for 1 million is outrageous. Debbie showed no fear and even ridiculed Honor louder, making Desiree more curious. She felt a spark of anger in her eyes. From Debbie's words, it was clear the vendor intended to deceive her. Meanwhile, Wyatt and his wife remained silent, watching to see how events would unfold. With Debbie's loud remarks, a crowd quickly gathered, making Honor's face turn very unpleasant. This kind of scam was supposed to be done secretly, but now more people were paying attention. If Honor continued to sell at this inflated price, who would still patronize his stall? Debbie, you better watch out. Honor fiercely warned Debbie, then started packing up his herbs, ready to leave. But a voice stopped him. Little Doreen, what did you say? I said I want all these herbs. Aren't you selling? Selling? I'll pack them up for you right away. Honor was overjoyed, not expecting Desiree to be so naive. Today was truly blessed by a fortune god. Watching Desiree still willing to buy Honor's herbs, everyone stared at her in disbelief. What kind of fool was this? Knowing Honor was cheating her, she still bought it. Especially Debbie, looking at the 380 supreme quality immortal stones Desiree handed to Honor, she felt helpless. Even after warning, Desiree still proceeded, leaving Debbie feeling hurt. Don't worry, our daughter is smart. Seeing Michaela about to stop their daughter, Wyatt gently pulled her aside and whispered. He noticed when Honor collected the stones, the little Doreen had quickly touched Honor's storage ring. Wyatt sensed a faint spatial fluctuation, guessing that Honor's storage ring must be empty by now. After collecting the immortal stones, Honor hastily left, afraid Desiree might change her mind. Watching Honor go, many vendors looked at Desiree with glowing eyes. It was a rare chance to encounter such a big spender, so they flocked to recommend their goods. Though Wyatt and Michaela accompanied the little Doreen, everyone assumed they were just guards, not imagining they were her parents. However, to the disappointment of the vendors, the little Doreen showed no interest in their goods and continued deeper into the market. Speaking of Honor, after quickly leaving the market, he entered an alley, unable to hide his excitement. Today's haul was beyond unexpected. Unable to resist, he wanted to check the immortal stones again, but the next second he froze. His storage ring contained nothing, not even a trace of the stones. Ah, my immortal stones. No way, this must be an illusion. Honor shook his head frantically, but the storage ring remained empty. That little Doreen played a trick on me. Honor realized he had been fooled by the little Doreen. Otherwise, how could everything in his storage ring disappear? He thought he had met a naive and rich little Doreen, but it turned out he was the foolish one. No one else except Desiree had come into contact with him. How dare you trick me, old Honor? I won't let you out of Tianfu City, and Debbie, that bitch too. Honor punched the wall furiously, cracking it before rushing out of the alley. Hashtag chapter 312, Honor's revenge. Honor, is what you're saying true? In the backyard of a shop in the market district, a bearded giant asked Honor, who stood before him. A glint of greed flickered in his eyes. Lord Ho, every word I say is true. I dare not lie to you, my lord. That Doreen is definitely a big spender. She only has one male and one female guard with her. They must have just arrived in our Tianfu city today. Honor, with an obsequious demeanor, guaranteed this to the bearded man, nearly swearing by it. The Ho he referred to was Walt, a first-rank marquis of Tianfu city. This marquis used his position to extort and oppress the people. The market district happened to be under the marquis's jurisdiction, and Honor relied on the marquis's protection to engage in price gouging without hesitation. He specifically targeted unfamiliar faces because strangers wouldn't know his reputation, and they certainly weren't locals. Even if some had decent strength, they usually didn't dare return for retribution after being swindled. This made Honor quite successful in his schemes. Humph! What audacity! To dare steal on my turf. You clearly don't respect me, Walt. Don't worry, Honor. As the master of this market, I will uphold justice. I'll have them arrested immediately. Walt stood up after a cold snort and walked out. Honor, seeing this, showed a cruel smile and quickly followed. Big sister, how beautiful is this bead? How much does it cost? At the far end of the market, Desiree was examining a green pearl the size of an egg. The pearl shimmered in aqua green hues, and inside it was a tiny tree, adding an air of mystery. For some reason, Desiree felt a deep connection with this pearl, much like she had felt during the Thunder Secret Realm in Tianlei City. Young lady, though I don't know its function, this pearl is undoubtedly a treasure. I obtained it from the Starry Sky Secret Realm. This pearl cannot be destroyed by any means, but I believe it will shine once it finds its rightful owner. I think you are that person, so I'll give you a discount, just 10 million top-grade spirit stones. Wyatt. Michaela. Wyatt was speechless. Was everyone in the Tianfu city market so adept at haggling? An ordinary pearl was priced at 10 million top-grade spirit stones. This vendor was even more ruthless than Honor when selling medicinal herbs. At least those were Xiaojia's favorite, and Wyatt wouldn't mind spending a bit more. But a worthless pearl priced at 10 million top-grade spirit stones? That was unacceptable. It felt like they were being treated as pigs to be slaughtered. Faye, let's not buy this pearl. We'll check out other places. Carterdy, Faye feels this pearl suits her. Can we buy it? Why do you think so? It just fits. Like it belongs to Faye. Is that so? Wyatt showed surprise. Could this pearl really be a treasure? But he felt nothing special about it. System, scan what this pearl is. Beep, scan complete. Host pearl is a life origin pearl containing a strand of life essence. Wyatt scanned the pearl and still couldn't see anything different, so he had the system analyze it. The result shocked him. The pearl indeed contained a strand of life essence, making it a significant treasure. Since Faye likes it, Carterdy will buy it for you. Merchant, did you say 10 million top-grade spirit stones? Customer, you misunderstood. I said 100 million top-grade spirit stones. This is no ordinary treasure. I only sell it to you because of your connection. Otherwise, I'd keep it. Seeing Wyatt actually wanted to buy it, Amberly's eyes gleamed greedily. This was truly a fat lamb ripe for the taking. Fine. Trying to inflate the price, huh? Here are 100 million top-grade spirit stones. Hope you can spend it while you still have the chance. Wyatt chuckled sarcastically. The price had been increased tenfold, yet he handed over 100 million spirit stones to the merchant. He could see that the merchant was about to face a deadly calamity soon. Little Doreen, do you like anything else? I'll gift you another item. Amberly checked the ring and saw it indeed contained 100 million top-grade spirit stones. Her face lit up with uncontrollable joy. Faye, let's go. We shouldn't stay here. Yes, Carterdy. Desiree took the pearl from Wyatt and got ready to leave. She found nothing else appealing besides the pearl. Even if it were free, she wouldn't take it. Lord Ho, they are the three. Just as the family turned to leave, a large group appeared behind them. It was Honor leading Lord Ho Walt. Seeing the soldiers surrounding them, Wyatt and Michaela exchanged a glance and smirked. Arrest them. They committed theft on my territory. Seize all stolen goods. Yes, Lord Ho. The soldiers moved towards Wyatt and his family to arrest them. Two others approached the merchant Amberly. Hand over the spirit stones from their purchase. They are ill-gotten gains. The soldiers acted swiftly, demanding the spirit stones Wyatt had given Amberly. My lord, these are from legitimate sales. You want to confiscate them? Amberly panicked. After finally tricking a big spender, she hadn't even warmed up to the stones. How could she hand them over? And 10 million stones? With this, I'd never need to set up a stall again. Himph. I don't care whether you stole or sold. It's stolen goods if it came from them. Hand over the stones. My lord, you're trying to seize my wealth. Fine, I won't come here anymore. Amberly decided she wouldn't surrender the stones. Having made up her mind, she quickly left the area. She's also involved. Arrest her and kill her if she resists. Yes, my lord. Chapter 313. Shocked Debbie and Brittany. You're all bad people. Wait until I beat you to death. Seeing the soldiers trying to grab her, the little Doreen instantly protested. With a wave of her small hand, thunderbolts descended, striking down the soldiers who had approached her. Ah! Instantly, cries of agony filled the air, causing the remaining soldiers to retreat in fear. However, Desiree didn't care. She kept raising her small hands, unleashing one thunderbolt after another at the soldiers. In an instant, a group of soldiers was scattered everywhere, making Walt's eyes widen in shock. Yet, seeing his own men being disciplined by a little Doreen, how could Walt stand it? Arrogant child, dare you cause trouble on this noble's territory? You even injured so many of my people. Today, I will not let you off easily. Walt brandished a mid-grade immortal artifact and charged at Desiree. Just as Desiree finished dealing with the soldiers, she saw someone coming towards her again. Without hesitation, she unleashed another bolt of lightning. Bang! The lightning was too fast for Walt to dodge. Instantly struck by the lightning, he was flung away, crashing right into Honor, sending both flying. The lightning coursing through Walt's body electrocuted Honor, causing him to convulse uncontrollably. It was important to note that Desiree's lightning was from the thunder origin itself, while Honor was merely a mid-stage Earth Immortal. Even the residual lightning transmitted from Walt was far beyond what Honor could withstand. After one final convulsion, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Rumble. Let you catch Kimberly. I'll electrocute you all, you bad people. After shocking Walt away, Desiree didn't stop. She sent 2 more bolts of lightning towards Walt. The unfortunate Walt, a proud celestial immortal, was knocked unconscious within a minute. Kimberly, that's enough. Do you want to roast him? Smelling the charred odor and faint aroma of roasted meat, Wyatt hurriedly stopped Desiree, knowing that if she continued, he would indeed be cooked. Humph. See if you dare to come catch Kimberly again. The little Doreen stopped upon hearing Wyatt's words, but still huffed softly. Unfortunately, Walt had already fainted. If Walt hadn't fainted, he would have promised never to do it again. Who would have thought such a young Doreen could be so powerful? My lord. Just as Desiree was taking their storage rings, the 6-man squad that went after Luoyi returned. They were about to report to Walt, but froze at the sight of the unconscious bodies lying on the ground. Wyatt noticed a storage ring in one soldier's hand. He reached out, and the ring flew directly into his palm. Exactly the one he had given to Luoyi. Wyatt knew without checking that the vendor must have been killed. After all, those 6 soldiers were all at least as strong as Luoyi, and one of them was even stronger. Ying, hurry up, they're just ahead. After reclaiming his storage ring, Wyatt watched as the 6 soldiers immediately fled. They wouldn't wait around to die. They had come with over 30 people, including the noble lord, and everyone was now lying on the ground. How could they not be afraid? As the little Doreen took the storage rings, Wyatt heard voices from behind. When he turned around, he saw a group of people approaching. It's her. Wyatt recognized one of them. It was Debbie, the woman who had a stall near Honor. He also recognized Brittany, who had been part of the marriage competition. When Debbie and the others arrived at the scene, seeing all the unconscious bodies, Debbie was momentarily stunned. She had seen Honor leading a group of people here earlier, knowing he was definitely after Desiree and her companions. Debbie and Brittany had known each other, and she did not want Desiree and her friends to fall victim to Honor's cruelty, which was why she had brought Brittany here. But what greeted her was a shocking scene. Debbie often sold items in the market, and naturally knew noble Lord Walt and his methods. And now, Lord Zhang and his group were all lying unconscious, while the little Doreen was calmly taking their storage rings. How could Debbie not be shocked? Xiaoyu, is this the little Doreen you wanted me to save? Brittany looked at Debbie with some oddness in her eyes. Did these 3 need saving? Ying, I didn't expect them to be so powerful, but Lord Zhang was indeed after them. Debbie felt helpless. If she had known how powerful Wyatt and his group were, she wouldn't have meddled. Could you explain what happened? Sister, are you also here to catch Kimberly? Little Doreen, we came to help you. Could you explain what happened? Debbie asked Desiree, wanting to understand the situation. Causing trouble in Tianfu City wasn't a trivial matter. You mean them? These are all bad people. They wanted to catch Kimberly and Mommy and Daddy, saying we stole their things. Actually, they just wanted Kimberly's spirit stones, so Kimberly taught them a lesson. Do you call yourself Kimberly? Are you saying you knocked all these people unconscious? Yes. But they are really weak. Kimberly only used a fraction of her strength, and they couldn't handle it. Such power, yet they still dared to try and take Kimberly's spirit stones. Debbie and Brittany were both shocked. They initially thought Wyatt and Michaela had done this, but Desiree said it was all her doing. When did a little Doreen become so powerful? What were they in comparison? But thinking about it, since Wyatt and his companions were strangers, they must belong to some major power. Otherwise, a few-year-old Doreen couldn't possibly possess such strength. Thank you for your kindness, ladies. We still have matters to attend to. If there's nothing else, we will be on our way. Recognizing Debbie's good intentions, Wyatt appreciated her. After speaking, he handed her a jade vial. Senior, what is this? A token of appreciation for helping my daughter. I dare not accept it. With Senior's strength, nothing would have happened even if I hadn't helped. Besides, I didn't do much. Just take it. I don't like owing favors. Also, you even brought Princess Tianfu. Isn't that a huge help? Wyatt pushed the vial into Debbie's hand and left with his family, disappearing from Debbie's sight almost immediately. Ying, do you know them? No, but they might have learned of me from the martial contest I participated in. Xiaoyu, quickly check what pills are inside the vial. These 3 are mysterious. The pill must be special. Brittany didn't recognize Wyatt and his group, but guessed he must have learned of her identity during the martial contest. Now she was curious about the pill Wyatt gave Debbie. This, 6th grade fire spirit pill? Chapter 314. Life Source Pearl recognizes Vancister Desiree. Kimberly, why don't you try and recognize this pearl as your own by dripping some blood on it? In the largest private room of the Full Tower Inn, the biggest inn in Tianfu City, Wyatt looked at the bead in his hand and said to the little Doreen, if Wyatt had guessed right, this bead could help his daughter comprehend another grand path. This time, it was the path of life. Though the path of life isn't an attacking grand path, its function is one of the strongest. Comprehending the path of life practically means having an immortal body. Any non-fatal injuries would be instantly restored, and even fatal ones can lead to revival through a drop of blood, which was what Wyatt valued most. From now on, he wouldn't have to worry about his daughter's safety anymore. While she might not face danger in the immortal spirit world, what about the divine world, or even the sacred world? When his daughter grew up and ventured out into the world, Wyatt couldn't possibly always be there to watch over her, hence the importance of the path of life. I don't want to. Why not? Isn't this the pearl you wanted? Don't you want to drip blood to recognize it? Carterdy, that will hurt. You silly Doreen, let Carterdy help then. Wyatt chuckled, assuming it was because the little Doreen was afraid of pain. He waved his hand, and a drop of fresh blood flew from the little Doreen's body to the pearl. The drop of blood was immediately absorbed by the pearl, and a green light shone from it. A rich force of life energy flowed out from the pearl. What dense life force! This is truly a valuable treasure. Keisha, sensing the thick life force, showed a look of surprise. She hadn't expected such a treasure to be hidden in a small marketplace. At this moment, after emitting its light, the pearl automatically flew to the little Doreen and circled around her before vanishing into her brow. Kimberly. As soon as the pearl merged with the little Doreen's brow, she seemed to lose all strength and almost fell. Xianxia instantly caught her. Fei-yong, what's happening to our daughter? Don't worry, the life source pearl is recognizing her as its master. It's helping her comprehend the path of life. Once she understands it, she'll wake up. That's good to know. Xianxia felt relieved. After all, her daughter had also slept while comprehending the spatial path previously. So sleeping again while comprehending the path of life wasn't strange. Fei-yong, Kimberly is now asleep. How about we return? I believe matters in the Empire should be settled by now. Seeing the sleeping little Doreen, Xianxia knew that any further sightseeing would be unrealistic. They had been out for a few months, so the preparations in the Empire were likely almost complete. That's fine. Let's return tomorrow morning. Originally, this matter was minor. Wyatt could have sent his daughter back anytime. But since they'd been out for quite some time, it wouldn't hurt to check things back home. Alright. Wife, with our daughter now asleep, how about we do something meaningful without interruptions? Wyatt watched Xianxia put the little Doreen back to bed, then embraced her from behind, suggesting, pervert. This is the force of life? On a secluded street in Tianfu City, an old beggar, looking like he was on his last breath, raised his head towards the direction of Full Tower Inn. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. It looks like my wounds have a chance to heal. I must get hold of this treasure. After muttering, the old beggar quickly ran towards Full Tower Inn, losing the appearance of someone dying. His speed surpassed that of Aiden. Before he could enter Full Tower Inn, a young servant pushed him aside, cursing, "Old vagrant, you can't come in here. Get lost before we break your legs." Caught off guard, the old beggar staggered back a few steps, revealing a fierce expression briefly before hiding it. Considering his current injuries, he could only exert power equivalent to a deity king. If he caused trouble here and the city guards found out, it would bring no benefits to him. Tianfu City's mayor was a perfected deity king, stronger than him. He could only wait for the right moment. The density of life force would have been noticed by many, so several people would follow. True enough, many strong individuals perceived the concentrated life force and rushed towards Full Tower Inn. Meanwhile, in the backyard of Full Tower Inn, an old man opened his eyes, confused. He had sensed a surge of life force just now. That burst of life force disappeared swiftly. However, the Aemon still sent out his divine soul to investigate its origin. It's actually coming from Heavenly Emperor Pavilion? Identifying the source of the life force surprised the old man. After contemplating for a bit, he left his room. Arriving at Full Tower Inn's counter, the Aemon didn't rashly approach the guests of Heavenly Emperor Pavilion. When he probed earlier, he only sensed the life force outside the pavilion, but the pavilion was protected by formations. Without knowing more about them, his divine soul dared not intrude. Keep an eye on the guests of Heavenly Emperor Pavilion. Notify me immediately if they leave. Yes, boss. The next day, it was already noon when Wyatt came out of the room, holding the little Doreen. Behind him followed Xianxia with a slightly aggrieved look. Wife, cancel the room, and we'll go back. Wyatt told Xianxia at the front desk, who then walked over silently. Wyatt carried the little Doreen and scanned the first floor, noticing that business at Full Tower Inn was especially busy today. All tables were occupied by guests. What puzzled Wyatt was why everyone was staring at him. Was it because he looked exceptionally handsome holding his daughter? Sir, are you? Just as Wyatt wondered, an old man approached him, asking curiously. His attention was entirely on the little Doreen. Because the old man noticed a faint trace of life force emanating from the little Doreen in Wyatt's arms. Clearly the life force he sensed yesterday. My daughter loves to sleep. She won't wake up until she has slept enough. We're heading back now, so I can only carry her. Old sir, is there something you need? No, nothing. Kids being sleepy is normal. The old man waved his hand. Yesterday, he thought it was a precious treasure. Today, he discovered it was life force emitted from a little Doreen. Perhaps the little Doreen had awakened a constitution related to life force. Also, he couldn't perceive Wyatt and his companion's cultivation levels. To avoid unnecessary trouble, the old man decided not to probe further. Chapter 315. Oh Wilfred. Fei-yong, many people are following us. What's going on? After leaving Xuanhuan Tower and walking towards the outskirts of Tianfu City, Michaela noticed that over a dozen people were trailing behind them. This piqued her curiosity. It's probably because of our daughter. Wyatt had been observing those people since before. When the Aemon at Xuanhuan Tower paid attention to Desiree, he already knew what was happening. The life force that radiated from his daughter when she became the master of the life source pearl yesterday must have attracted some powerful individuals who thought there was a treasure. This was precisely why Wyatt chose to walk out of Tianfu City instead of teleporting, out of curiosity about these people's intentions. They're fools. Michaela also realized something. These people actually had designs on their daughter, naturally making her angry. Ignore them. Let's leave the city first and see what they want before we make any plans. Okay. The two sped up and exited Tianfu City in less than 10 minutes, choosing a direction and flying away. Those who had been following them took notice. A few immediately followed, while the remaining 4 returned to Tianfu City after brief contemplation. Right after those 4 returned, an old beggar emerged from Tianfu City and, seeing no one paying attention, flew off in another direction. Please wait a moment. Do you need something? Seeing 8 people appear before him didn't surprise Wyatt. What surprised him was that only 8 people came, whereas more than 10 were following earlier. Friends, is this your daughter? Immortal, let us take a look. We might be able to help your daughter. No need. We're in a hurry. Please step aside. Friend, you're wrong here. This renowned 9-yuan medical immortal has unmatched skill in the 9-yuan acupuncture technique. He can certainly heal your daughter. Another person nearby introduced the Benny beside him. Straightening up upon hearing the introduction, the Benny looked at Wyatt with an expression that said, "Ask for my help quickly, and I will heal your daughter." Unfortunately, Wyatt paid him no heed, responding only with icy coldness. You have 10 breaths to leave. Otherwise, you'll stay here permanently. You. Hearing Wyatt's words, everyone was taken aback and then overwhelmed by rage. None of them lacked status or influence in Tianfu City, so being ignored and threatened like this understandably infuriated them. Let's take them down together. Once I obtain the treasure, I will ensure your family's well-being for a century, providing free medical care and treatment for any ailments. This Benny was a renowned medical immortal in the area. On Jingling Continent, medical immortals held higher status than ordinary strong individuals because body cultivation, practiced by 2/3 of the population, left significant physical vulnerabilities. Therefore, they needed various medicinal liquids for repair. Medical immortals specialized in creating these medicines according to individual needs. Thus, even medical immortal apprentices were respected, which gave the Benny confidence to say such things. The life force radiating from Desiree must be due to some treasure, and acquiring it would greatly benefit him. All right. After exchanging glances, the 7 others agreed. Receiving assistance from a medical immortal would significantly aid their respective factions. Surrounding Wyatt and his wife, though they couldn't perceive Wyatt's cultivation level, they assumed it was concealed somehow. After all, such treasures weren't uncommon in the immortal spiritual world, and each of them possessed similar items. Given Wyatt's youthful appearance, his cultivation shouldn't be too high. Seems like you're asking for death. So be it. Wyatt shook his head in disbelief. They dared to attack him without knowing his strength. After speaking, he snapped his fingers. Before they could act, the 8 men disintegrated into nothingness instantly. Peter, do you want to come out on your own? Or should I drag you out? After disposing of the 8, Wyatt looked in another direction where an old beggar was hidden. Intrigued by the beggar, Wyatt sensed the presence of a divine core within him. The old beggar definitely wasn't from the immortal spiritual world but had appeared here, harboring a sharp sword aura that was gradually destroying his body. If not removed, the old beggar would die within a year. From a bush to the east, the old beggar finally emerged. You're not from the immortal spiritual world, are you? You want the life force to treat your injuries, correct? Who are you? Oh, Wilfred's expression changed. This was the first time someone in the immortal spiritual world guessed he wasn't native. Who I am isn't important. But if you aim to remove the sword aura, life force won't be enough. It can merely repair your damaged body, prolonging your life for a few years at best, but ultimately, you will die from it. Oh, Wilfred frowned, unsure who Wyatt was yet impressed by his knowledge of his condition. Even divine-level experts couldn't diagnose this just by looking. So, you're not simple. Could you be from the divine realm? Though unlikely, as descending was forbidden by the laws of the immortal spiritual world, Wyatt replied. It doesn't matter whether I'm from the divine realm. What matters is I can heal you and remove the sword aura. Little one, oh, Wilfred begs for your help, Milton. Bowing to Wyatt, oh, Wilfred knew his own strength couldn't expel the sword aura. If Wyatt's claim was true, he was far stronger than oh, Wilfred ever was, worthy of the title Milton. Why should I save you? We share no blood or kinship. Chapter 316. Unlucky Elias. This? Casey's expression froze, momentarily at a loss for words. Monty was indeed correct. Not only did he have no relation with him, but earlier, Casey had even attempted to snatch his treasures. So why should this person save him? However, if he missed this rare opportunity and gave up on this powerful figure who could save him, it might be impossible to encounter such a strong helper again. Casey was fully aware of his current predicament. Just as Monty had mentioned, if the sword chi in his body remained unresolved, he certainly wouldn't survive more than a year. Senior, this is everything I own. Please, Senior, save my life. Casey took off his storage ring and bent slightly, offering it with both hands. It contained all his lifelong collections. This was the only valuable item Casey had. Even though handing over the storage ring would leave him penniless, compared to saving his life, it was still worth it. After all, what use were treasures if one couldn't even stay alive? I'm not interested in your wealth. If you want me to save you, that's also possible. Serve me as a slave for 1,000 years, and I'll help save your life. You decide. If you've made up your mind, come find me at the Spirit Immortal Palace on Disaster Immortal Continent. Monty didn't accept Casey's storage ring. He wasn't interested in those things. Only if Casey agreed to serve him as a slave for 1,000 years would it be of any benefit to him. After speaking, Monty ignored Casey and casually opened a spatial passage, walking into it until it closed behind him. Only then did Casey regain his senses, having been stunned by Monty's words. Not because he wanted Casey to be his slave for 1,000 years, but because he realized Monty was from the Spirit Immortal Palace. Casey still remembered the events at the Spirit Immortal Palace from a few months ago. The ability to destroy a sacred land of the divine realm across dimensions was shocking and caused a stir throughout the entire immortal realm. As a powerful figure from the divine realm himself, Casey knew very well how significant a sacred land was. Thinking about this, Casey made his decision. 1,000 years was not long for a strong person like him, especially when serving under such a powerful being. With his decision made, Casey left immediately, rushing to Disaster Immortal Continent because he truly couldn't afford to wait. Back at the Spirit Immortal Palace, after arranging for his daughter and checking on the army, Monty discovered that the 4 major armies had mostly controlled nearby regions. The Imperial Dynasty was nearly established as well, and would officially form within another month. Finding himself without anything to do, Monty resumed his laid-back lifestyle. Several days passed. One day, while fishing on a cliff in the back mountain, Monty suddenly heard a heart-wrenching scream echo throughout the Spirit Immortal Palace. When he checked the source with his divine soul, his lips twitched involuntarily. There, under a tree in the courtyard, lay a black dog, none other than Elias, the previously lively one now utterly miserable. Its once smooth fur stood on end, turning an almost charred black instead of its usual color. Next to Elias squatted a little Doreen, none other than Cassidy, who had been asleep for half a month. Monty knew without asking that she must have used lightning essence to give Elias some kind of electrotherapy. Elias, your body smells like meat. I wonder how roasted dog tastes. Little Vancister, my meat is old and tough, definitely not tasty when roasted. How about letting Elias catch some fish for you to make grilled fish? Hearing Cassidy's words, Elias shuddered and hurriedly pleaded in a fawning manner. No, too much grilled fish gets boring. I want to try grilled dog, Cassidy giggled and another bolt of lightning crackled around her hand. Little Vancister, please spare Elias. Seeing the lightning in Cassidy's hand, Elias sprang up and quickly backed away. He didn't want another zap. Elias, where are you going? Suddenly, Cassidy vanished and reappeared on Elias's back, her hand wrapped in lightning reaching towards Elias's head. Oh yowl. As her electrified palm touched Elias's head, Elias froze mid-movement, and another anguished cry erupted from his mouth. His body collapsed to the ground, trembling violently as if having a seizure. Elias, you're not durable at all. Watching Elias foam at the mouth and go stiff, Cassidy crouched down in front of him and remarked, Little Vancister, try finding someone else to play with. Who can withstand your antics? Elias's suffering was immense. His master treated dogs like dogs. Ordinary lightning wouldn't scare him, but this was the essence of the way's lightning. Had his strength not been sufficient, one strike would have killed him outright. Now, foaming at the mouth was already a good outcome. No sooner had Elias spoken than all the animals who had been watching dispersed instantly, leaving the courtyard silent. Even plants turned into human forms and vanished, including the Bodhi ancestor tree. Elias felt incredibly dejected seeing this. Elias, let's go to the spirit-restricting sea today and grill sea monsters. The little Doreen paid no attention to the fleeing creatures and injected a life force into Elias's body before suggesting. With the life force entering his body, Elias, who had seemed near death, instantly perked up. Little Vancister, is this the path of life? Yes, I just learned it. Isn't it impressive? Very impressive. Little Vancister is truly formidable, the Invincible master. My admiration for you is like a mighty river. You are Elias's most revered person forever. Seeing the little Doreen's desire for praise, Elias spared no effort, using every compliment he could think of to delight her. Little Vancister, shall we inform Bud? No need. Coulter, little Tianma, come out. We're going to the spirit-restricting sea to grill sea monsters. A small fox and a 7-colored celestial horse appeared beside her as soon as she spoke. Let's go. Delighted, the little Doreen exclaimed, and in an instant, the trio disappeared from the courtyard. Long after Cassidy left, the creatures returned to their spots, resuming their original positions. Standing on the cliff watching this, Monty shook his head at his departed daughter, not interfering with her trip to the spirit-restricting sea. Chapter 317, Casey surrenders. Palace Vancister, an Aemon named Casey has come to the gate of our sect, saying he's here to look for someone. What should we do? In the grand hall of the Justinan Palace, Solomon addressed Michaela, who was seated at the main position and reviewing documents. Casey? Michaela put down her documents and paused in confusion, but she soon recalled the events from the Spirit Dalu, Spirit Continent. Note, Spirit Continent is kept as a proper noun translation for Jingling Dalu. If you prefer to keep Jingling Dalu in pinyin or have an alternative official name for this location, please let me know. For better flow and clarity, it would be. Michaela put down her documents and paused in confusion, but she soon recalled the events from the Spirit Continent. Take him to the cliff at the back mountain. That's where he can find his Imperial Excellency. Yes, Palace Vancister. Solomon bowed and left, returning shortly thereafter to the entrance of Justinan Palace, leading Casey into the sect towards the back mountain. As Casey followed Solomon inside the Justinan Palace, his eyes widened in astonishment at the various structures and the divine spirit chi nearly reaching a liquid state. Casey's face displayed sheer shock. Noticing Casey's stunned expression, Solomon couldn't help but smile slightly. Solomon felt more allegiance towards Justinan Palace than anyone else, so naturally, he felt elated seeing Casey's reaction. It was like having a guest amazed by the opulence of one's home. At this moment, Casey was indeed shocked. He was astounded by the nearly liquid divine spirit chi within Justinan Palace. This wasn't just any ordinary spirit chi from the immortal realm. It was divine spirit chi exclusive to the divine realm. In the immortal realm, only the most powerful factions had access to divine spirit chi, and even then, only within their sacred grounds, not throughout their entire domain. Yet, here in Justinan Palace, the whole sect possessed such dense divine spirit chi, a level of abundance he'd only witnessed in sacred grounds within the divine realm. Unconsciously, Casey noticed Solomon had stopped walking. Looking ahead, he saw only a small path leading up to a towering mountain. Solomon requests an audience with his Imperial Excellency. Solomon bowed respectfully towards the mountain. As soon as Solomon finished speaking, a figure appeared before him. Miltonly, who is he? Greetings, Sir Feng. He is Casey, seeking an audience with his Imperial Excellency. A celestial immortal possessing a divine essence? Godwin glanced at Casey beside Solomon, immediately discerning his situation. Though Casey was only at the celestial immortal realm, he possessed a divine essence, making Godwin realize Casey must be from the divine realm. When Godwin's gaze fell on Casey, he felt as if he were standing naked before her, completely exposed. This sensation alarmed him deeply. The woman before him must be a supreme powerhouse, at least of divine rank. Miltonly, you may return. I will bring him to see his Imperial Excellency. Yes, Sir Feng. Solomon bowed and turned back. After another glance at Casey, Godwin led the way up the mountain, while her voice echoed in Casey's ears. Casey quickly regained his composure and hurriedly followed. Before long, they reached a cliff at the top of the mountain where Casey saw Aiden reclining in a rocking chair. Vancister, I didn't expect you to find your way here so quickly. Does that mean you've made your decision? Alex opened his eyes after hearing Godwin's voice and saw Casey standing nearby, which surprised him. Considering the great distance from Spirit Shock Continent to here, and given Casey's strength, he could only have arrived through a series of continuous teleportation arrays. Humble servant Casey pays respects to the venerable Aemon. Please save me. Seeing Alex, Casey did not hesitate to kneel. This was his last hope. My name is Alex. Your presence here indicates you agree to my terms. Let us proceed with the Great Tao Oath. Yes. I, Casey, swear upon the Great Tao that after Milton Mufei heals my injuries, I will serve him faithfully for 1,000 years. Should I violate this vow, may 5 thunderbolts strike me dead, never allowing me entry into the cycle of rebirth. Boom. Thunder roared overhead as the Great Tao acknowledged Casey's oath. From this moment onward, any disrespect towards Alex would trigger the oath's punishment. Subject greets Vancestor. After the thunder ceased, Casey bowed again, changing his address. Stand up. Thank you, Vancestor. Godwing, take him down for treatment and arrange his placement in the military corps. Yes, Vancestor. Casey, follow me. The sword chi in Casey's body could easily be handled without Alex's direct intervention. Even a random person from his courtyard could assist Casey. After leaving Snow Spirit Peak, Godwing effortlessly extracted the sword chi from Casey's body and crushed it, freeing him from his torment. The sword chi within you has been removed. Here is a divine pill that will restore your cultivation instantly. You will serve as an honored Amen in the military corps from now on. Without stopping, Godwing continued walking, offering Casey a pill after removing the sword chi. Thank you, Sir Feng. Casey felt immense relief upon sensing the absence of the sword chi and gratefully accepted the pill, bowing respectfully. You are fortunate. Serving Vancestor is a blessing from past lives. I hope you do not disappoint him, or the consequences will be unbearable. Yes, thank you for the warning, Sir Feng. Casey understood the gravity of the situation. Beyond the Great Tao Oath, Alex's status and power alone deterred any thoughts of rebellion. Even his subordinates held formidable strength. After arranging for Casey, Godwing left him in Solomon's care to join the military corps. Meanwhile, in a misty spiritual sect in Fangyang province of the Divine Realm, Abeni suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a puzzled expression. Someone managed to destroy my sword chi. Casey, despite your unexpected fortune, you will still die by my hand. Not only will you perish, but anyone who destroyed my sword chi will share the same fate. Wait for it. The Benny muttered to himself, closing his eyes again. Although he didn't know where Casey had fled, he knew Casey would eventually return. When that time came, he would kill Casey and uncover the one who saved him, sparing no one connected to Casey. What he didn't realize was that his miscalculated actions would lead to the complete annihilation of his entire sect. Chapter 318. The founding of the Justinian Imperial Dynasty. Myriad sects offer congratulations. Time passed swiftly and another month went by. Through the relentless efforts of the 4 great legions, the 6 major regions, Wuling, Linjiang, Changji, and others, were finally unified. After unification, a teleportation array was established, and the capital city in Wuling Domain had already been constructed. The imperial city was built at the center of Wuling Domain, about 100 miles from Justinian Palace. After much discussion, it was decided that the imperial dynasty would be officially established in 3 days. This news spread across the Jieshan continent like a hurricane. Not only did it reach the Jingling continent and western border continent, but many holy sites and superpowers from these continents also brought their gifts to the Jieshan continent. Especially those forces within the Jieshan continent knew all too well the formidable power of Justinian Palace. Even some minor factions extravagantly used the teleportation arrays to arrive at Wuling Domain. The 3 days flew by quickly. During this period, Wuling Domain was overwhelmed with people, an unprecedented scene in the immortal spirit realm. Even the superpowers never experienced such crowds when recruiting disciples. Throughout Wuling Domain, every city and even the wilderness were filled with people, all gathered to witness the founding ceremony of the Justinian Imperial Dynasty. Inside the imperial city, the situation was different. Although it was crowded as well, it wasn't as packed as outside. Entry into the city was restricted. Only representatives from saintly realms or higher could enter, limited to 2 members per faction. Despite this restriction, hotels and taverns were fully booked, earning substantial profits for their proprietors. Your Vance Jesty, it is time, said Solomon to Michaela, who sat above him. Today, Michaela was not dressed in her usual dark attire. She wore a bright yellow imperial robe embroidered with a phoenix surrounded by flames. On her head was a crown personally crafted by Wyatt, exuding a powerful imperial aura. Beside Michaela sat a Aiden holding a little Doreen. It was Wyatt and his daughter Desiree. Behind them stood 4 attendants, Vansari, Armand, Marina, and Uekue. 2 more figures stood on either side. An Aemon with a fly whisk, the ancestral Ernan Fedor of the Qin clan and Grand Steward of the Imperial Court, and a youth, Seymour, a genius of the Qin clan and Desiree's companion. Let's begin. Michaela glanced at Wyatt, then stood up and walked out, with Wyatt leading Desiree behind her. Outside the Imperial Palace, a high platform had been erected on the square. Around the platform stood 4 contingents of soldiers in different armor, each led by one of the 4 legion commanders, totaling 10,000 soldiers. On the platform was a table holding items needed for the heaven worship ceremony. As Michaela emerged, the once noisy square instantly fell silent. Ignoring the multitude, she ascended the platform step by step. Heaven and earth, primordial chaos. I now honor the supreme order, venerating the sovereign of cosmos. Dragon and phoenix soar, spirits descend, wishing prosperity upon the Justinian Imperial Dynasty. The Justinian Imperial Dynasty is hereby established. May our empire flourish and our people live in peace. Michaela recited the lengthy invocation, then bowed respectfully. Thunder rumbled. Purple clouds enveloped the sky, spreading over the entire imperial domain. Dragons and phoenixes appeared in the heavens, along with numerous godlike silhouettes hovering in the air. At a pivotal moment, all the celestial beings bowed to Michaela, acknowledging her as the rightful emperor by the will of heaven. Announced the ceremony. Boom, boom, boom. Grand Steward Fedor declared the ceremony as fireworks erupted around the imperial city. Flowers appeared in midair, showering down from the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. When the flowers touched people, everyone's realm advanced effortlessly. People exclaimed in awe. How is this possible? I have reached the celestial emperor realm? Ha ha ha. I've finally broken through to the Bradley realm, truly making this journey worthwhile. The Justinian Imperial Dynasty lives up to its reputation as the greatest empire in the immortal spirit realm. Thank you, your Vance Jesty. Everyone, regaining their senses, knelt in gratitude, knowing this was the empire's generous gift. What a grand gesture by the Justinian Imperial Dynasty. Among the kneeling crowd was an Amonly man, former ancestor of the strongest force on Jeshan continent, Xianxia Palace. He marveled at his newfound power, feeling several times stronger than before. Xianxia Palace congratulates the establishment of the Justinian Imperial Dynasty. We offer 100 sets of divine artifacts, 100 supreme immortal veins, and 1,000 10,000-year divine herbs, announced Conway, standing and bowing. Xianxia Palace's Ouyang Feng Tian congratulates the establishment of the Justinian Imperial Dynasty. We offer 1 divine artifact, 10 supreme immortal veins, and 3 10,000-year divine herbs, said Ouyang Feng Tian, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he realized the disparity between Tianqing Palace and his own faction. Wuji Sect's Ji Tianxiang congratulates the establishment of the Justinian Imperial Dynasty and offers. Following the heavy gifts from Tianqing and Qingtian palaces, other sects sent gifts of lesser magnitude, mainly immortals herbs or spirit stones. Suddenly, 3 figures landed in the square, presenting their gifts. Andre from the Starlight Hall on Jingling Continent, Diamond, and Vansatilda. Yusho Sect's Yi Xiankong congratulates the establishment of the Justinian Imperial Dynasty and offers 3 10,000-year divine herbs and 3 10th-tier spirit beast eggs. Wanyao Hall of the Western Border Continent congratulates the establishment of the Justinian Imperial Dynasty and offers 10,000-year divine herbs, 100 supreme immortal veins, and 10 10th-tier spirit beast pups. One after another, figures flew in, delivering impressive tributes. Unknown powers also began appearing, surprising everyone with their generosity. Clearly, no ordinary force could afford such lavish gifts. Never thought even the Western Border Continent would send representatives, said Wyatt, surprised. This event has indeed become monumental. Wealth beyond measure, he laughed, amazed at the bounty. Translation maintains the paragraph structure and style of the original text.